In order to let employees experience the fun of being exploited, I directly opened a black-hearted supermarket that operates 3 days a week. Not only do I pay employees only 8,000 yuan per month, but the working hours are as long as 6 hours per day, and overtime is not allowed. Once discovered, employees are immediately dismissed. However, even though I exploit employees in this way, not a single person has resigned. Unexpectedly, this phenomenon has attracted the attention of CCTV reporter by Bingbing, who conducted a secret investigation of my supermarket. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the journalist was just about to enter the supermarket when he saw many employees in work uniforms running anxiously outside, most of them heading straight to the electric bike parking area at the entrance, riding their beloved small motorcycles and leaving. By Bingbing, who had not yet entered the supermarket, felt a tightness in her heart. Was this a strike? No, she had to ask someone. With this in mind, Bai Bingbing immediately stopped a male employee with a work badge that read purchaser. Hello, excuse me, are you on strike? The male purchaser was puzzled when he heard Bingbing's words. Strike? What strike? We're just getting off work. It's only 3:30. Why are you getting off work? Bingbing remembered that when she was working, if it was this time to get off work, it must have been because they were forced to work overnight last night, so the boss let the employees off work at this time. Thinking of this, Bingbing looked at the male employee with some sympathy. You're just getting off work now. The boss must have made you work overnight. Surprisingly, the male purchaser was somewhat surprised to hear this. He couldn't understand the connection between normal work hours and working overnight. Our company has 2 shifts. I worked the morning shift today, from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Before Bingbing could speak, the male purchaser hurriedly continued. Are you here to shop at the supermarket? I can't chat with you here. The boss said working overtime is illegal, and anyone who works overtime will be fired. I have to go quickly. You can go in and shop with peace of mind. As soon as he finished speaking, the male purchaser hurriedly ran towards the electric bike parking area. Bingbing stood still in place, motionless. Working overtime is illegal? Anyone who works overtime will be fired? Must have misheard. Not long after, Bai Bingbing came to her senses and then entered the supermarket with the photographer wearing a miniature camera. Shortly after entering the supermarket, a young man in his 20s directly caught Bingbing's attention because this young man turned out to be a janitor. He was wearing a supermarket uniform and wiping the top shelves, with a name tag that read Janitor on his chest. Seeing this scene, Bingbing was puzzled. How could a young man be willing to work as a janitor in a supermarket? Driven by curiosity, Bingbing looked up and down at the janitor working. The young man indeed looked good, even better than all the male hosts in her station. Not only was he over 1.8 meters tall, but he also had a handsome and clean appearance. But why work as a janitor? Driven by curiosity, Bingbing, disguised as an ordinary person, walked straight to the janitor. Hello, can I disturb you for a few minutes? Upon hearing this, the janitor immediately stopped working and politely responded. Of course, feel free to ask. I will do my best to help you with any questions. To be honest with you, I am also interested in working at this supermarket, but I really dislike overtime. I resigned from my previous job because the boss forced us to work overtime. So, I wanted to ask if there is a lot of overtime here. The janitor was slightly surprised to hear this, but he still smiled and earnestly replied, overtime is absolutely prohibited here. Our boss says that overtime is shameless and unethical. You may think that overtime benefits the company, but it actually deprives others of opportunities for growth. Upon hearing the janitor's words, Bingbing was stunned. Overtime meant depriving others of the opportunity to progress. This kind of twisted logic impressed her. Just as Bingbing was thinking about what to say, the janitor's eyes lit up and he continued. By the way, last month, a department head was fired by our boss for working overtime. If I remember correctly, it was because that department head made work calls after hours. Bai Bingbing stood frozen in place, looking bewildered. Fired just for making work calls after hours? This supermarket boss was too powerful. Did this boss have a grudge against overtime? Bai Bingbing took a deep breath to calm herself down. In a company that does not allow overtime, naturally, the salary would not be high, especially in a 4th-tier small city. The janitor's monthly salary was estimated to be at most 3,000. Thinking about this, Bingbing continued pretending to be a job seeker and said, I have another question. Please go ahead. How is the treatment here? How much does the boss pay you per month? However, to Bingbing's surprise, the janitor did not mind her inquiring about the salary at all, and he even looked pleased. I take home a minimum of 8,000 a month after deducting Social Security. 8,000? The expression on Bingbing's face instantly froze. A janitor in a 4th-tier small city earning 8,000 a month? Is the boss of this supermarket crazy? At the same time, in the office, the voice of AI kept ringing in the mind of the supermarket boss. Ding! The audience thinks that the company's practice of prohibiting employees from working overtime is good. Company reputation +5. Many viewers think that the supermarket's salary and benefits are good. Company reputation +10. This young boss in ordinary clothes opened the system with some excitement in his heart, and a blue virtual panel that only he could see suddenly appeared in front of him. Host, Fanny. Employee happiness value, 1000/1000. Employee ability value, 1000/1000. Company reputation value, 15/1000. Through previous efforts, the employee happiness value and ability value have reached full capacity, but the reputation value has always been hidden, and now it can finally be increased. Sitting in the office chair, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, it seems that the show has already aired. I took out my phone and opened the live broadcast of the competition. I decided to first observe the host, who disguised himself as an amateur for a secret investigation, and then I would appear and pretend to bump into him when the time was right. At this time, Bai Bingbing continued to pretend to be a job seeker, exclaiming in surprise, 8,000 a month. That adds up to 96,000 a year. I didn't expect your boss to be so generous. However, as soon as Bai Bingbing finished speaking, the janitor vigorously shook his hand. No, it's not 96,000. Bai Bingbing was puzzled for less than a second, then seemed to understand something. Probably the company would find reasons to deduct some expenses. After all, 8,000 a month for a janitor in a fourth-tier city is indeed quite high. After hesitating for a second, the janitor continued with a slightly serious expression. Our boss is very good to us. We get bonuses at the end of the year, festival allowances during holidays, and it adds up to around 150,000 a year. What? 150,000? Bai Bingbing's mouth dropped open, unable to conceal her astonishment on her face. She never expected that she had underestimated herself. She regretted why the handsome young man, who had a clear appearance, chose to be a janitor. Who wouldn't want to work for such a high salary? At this time, the netizens' comments also flooded the comments section like a tidal wave. Is this a real company? First time I like a capitalist. I'd love to see what this Superstore owner looks like. Cleaning actually has a year-end bonus at the end of the year? I'm so envious. Does it look like my year-end bonus is playing hide and seek with me? I've never found it. I want to send this to my boss, who is just a pie in the face all day, so he can take a serious lesson from the Superstore owner. No overtime, cleaning minimum wage of 8,000, annual salary of 150,000. Truly marvel at the atmosphere of this boss. I'm willing to eat even if I follow such a boss. In the meantime, ding, viewers praise you for being truthful about giving your employees their year-end awards. Reputation value +10. Current honor index 25. Fanny, who was watching the live stream in his office, didn't pay any attention to the system prompts. At the moment, he was immersed in the back-to-back compliments from the netizens and was ecstatic, seeing some of the netizens trolling their bosses. Fanny actually could not help but type in the comments section, those bosses who talk about benefiting their employees but only pay them 2,000 or 3,000 when wages are doing evil. They are all devils traveling the earth. Chapter 4. High wages are not conducive to employee struggle. Judge's room. 4 of the country's leading publicly traded entrepreneurs sat in separate leather swivel chairs, in order from left to right. Chao De Wang, chairman of the board of directors of Tofu Glass Factory. Wang Jianlin, chairman of Wanda Group. Ma Yun, founder of Alibaba Group. Dong Mingzhu, chairman of Jerry Electric. Although the cleaning boy had just calmly stated his salary package, but to the 4 entrepreneurs, every word from the cleaning boy sounded like a thunderbolt. It staggers them. The 4 entrepreneurs stared at the screen for a long time. Boss Dong even couldn't help but murmur in a small voice, How is this possible? As the female boss who demands absolute loyalty from her employees to the company, she considers herself to be fairly serious about her employees' paychecks. Not only do they give all employees a $1,000 per month raise at 2 or 3 year intervals, even the lowest level mechanic in the company gets $5.250/month. This is what shocked Boss Dong. A supermarket owner pays his janitorial staff a higher salary than a mechanic at a publicly traded company. If you compare the cleaning of the 2 companies, it is even more different. The average housekeeping salary in Jerry is only $2,600 a month. The lowest even only gets $18,000. How does this compare to the $8,000 that people buy with Hyatt? What surprised Boss Dong the most was, it's amazing that Superstore Janitorial has year-end bonuses and holiday pay. That works out to $150,000 a year. In Jerry, the average skilled laborer of the grade can't even think about that, let alone cleaning. Thinking of this, Boss Dong couldn't help but marvel. Who is this Superstore owner? I've been in business for 34 years, and I've never seen a boss who pays his employees such high wages. The other 3 judges, however, did not respond to her, because they were still staring at the screen in disbelief. A full 2 minutes passed. Only then did Boss Chow of the tofu glass factory speak with a kind face. It is very detrimental to the struggle of employees to pay them that much. However, Chow Wang's words directly aroused the anger of netizens. Bull ******** suggest that Chow Wang lower his salary first, so that it's conducive for him to work hard. Chow Wang's pattern is comparable to that of a supermarket owner. Boss Chow of a listed company can't even compare to a supermarket boss. Chow Wang has a kind face, but he says the most vicious things. Why do you call him Chow Wang? Because of the lack of virtue. We're underpaid so he can afford to trade in his Rolls Royce. Bosses like Chow Wang, you can't even have soup with him, not to mention meat. Chow Wang rushes home and seriously studies the mind and pattern of a superstore owner before speaking. Judge's room. Wang Jianlin could no longer help but curse Chow Duong in his heart. I hate bosses like Cao Takwang. The company doesn't do well and the employees don't make a lot of money, and always love to mix it up and be charitable. The first donation out of the gate is $10 billion. You have to go on the show to get high-profile publicity after you donate money. Hypocrisy. Got money to donate. No money to give your employees a raise? He was notoriously cruel and mean to his employees, and he squeezed them endlessly. In fact, it's not just Wang Jianlin. Ma Yun also mentally scoffed at Chow Duong's remarks. Ma Yun, though not as much as the superstore owner, offer a janitor a high salary of $8,000 a month and $150,000 a year. But he has always been generous to his employees as well. The average salary for employees at Alibaba is $36,385, which is considerably higher than their peers. According to Ma Yun, it is wise to pay employees well, because high wages are what motivate employees to work hard. It's the key to justifying asking employees for 996, or even 007. In Ma Yun's opinion, Chow Duong is kind of giving super low wages. Bosses who explicitly squeeze their employees are just plain stupid. But Ma Yun's willingness to pay his employees well isn't out of any kindness. He's actually doing this for the betterment of the company, because that's the only way to get employees to die for 996. Wholeheartedly cultivate blessed rewards in the company. In the meantime, Lu Wei, a striking homeworker, indignant after hearing Chow Wang's odd statement. Lu Wei has been working part-time for 10 years, from a salary of 1,008 to a salary of 3,004. The boss always hits him with his secondary school education, but it's clear that in the whole department, he works the most. Crushed by capitalists for 10 years, he knows, most capitalists are just damn selfish to the core and are a dime a dozen. While he was timidly asking for a wage increase, his boss is also upside down like Chow Wang. It is malicious price gouging to say that when wages are paid higher, other peers will have to be hard-pressed to pay more. Price gouging. What a departure. If you don't want a raise, you don't want a raise. What's all this talk about price gouging? The species of people who fight workers are, at best, objects in the eyes of the capitalists. It's ridiculous. That's why Lu Wei is involved in this strike. The wages are low and he can put up with it, but his dignity was trampled on, and he couldn't stand it. It was at this moment that Lu Wei's eyes lit up, because another company, which is playing PK with Hoyo Purchase, has appeared in the screen. This company is none other than Chow Wang's Tafuk Glass Factory. The crew is randomly matched for 1v1 matches. Lu Wei obviously did not expect that the PK with Hoyo Purchase was actually the unethical Chow Wang. Lu Wei instantly became interested. He was about to scold these evil capitalists who make their employees earn low wages and still struggle desperately. Thinking of this, Lu Wei placed his cell phone on the stand and stared at the screen without blinking. His hands were also ready to turn on the storm input in the comments section at any time. To bless the glass factory, disguised as a vegetarian, Sasha has entered the production floor of the glass factory. Inside the workshop, the workers were dressed in uniforms and stood neatly at their workstations. It is like a tireless machine that mechanically repeats fixed movements. Just came in less than half a minute ago with Sasha and the camera brother, already distracted by the cacophony of the shop floor. But in their hearts they knew that the noise from the workshop was really nothing. The horror was the fiberglass that was flying all over the place. Every moment of every day violates the bodies of these workers. It is especially damaging to the eyes and lungs. Working in this environment on a daily basis carries a very high risk of cancer. Xiaosao felt that the environment here was much worse than what he had imagined before he arrived, and there was no way to secretly visit the workers. So, it took the camera brother out of the workshop. Phew, this place is really not for ordinary people. Little Sam stood outside the workshop and took a long, sighing breath. His heart was incredibly curious at the moment. I'm surprised no one has gone on strike in such a hostile work environment. What a miracle! How much does the boss really pay? Can these workers be allowed to even die? Chapter 5, 2,500 a month and you want me to donate blood? Exiting the workshop, Sasha looked around the factory, trying to find someone to learn about the glass factory. Finally, little Sam saw that a red-haired killer boy was smoking a cigarette in front of the restroom door. Little Sam then walked up quickly with his camera brother. Just walked up to the red-haired killjoy. A heart-stopping voice prompt was heard. Bam! PayPal arrived with $4,000. Yoo-hoo! 4,000 in one go. Little Sam was about to open his mouth to congratulate him when he heard two of the same sampoi female voices coming from the restroom. Bam! PayPal arrived with $3,800. Bam! PayPal arrived at $4,100. Two young men then cursed and walked out of the restroom. ******** one tardy and your paycheck is docked 200. I worked a whole ing day for an extra 100. Little Sam sniffed and was shocked. Turns out it's a paycheck. Thought it was a side hustle to make extra money. Knowing that this is a paycheck depresses Sasquatch. The working environment in that workshop just now would definitely cause irreversible and huge damage to the body. It had been assumed that the workers were willing to continue because the wages were good. I didn't realize it was only 4,000. And even more infuriating, it's only 100 for a full day's overtime. I can't believe you're going to be fined 200 for being late once. The two men who had just come out of the restroom, after cursing, also lit a cigarette each, standing side by side with the red-headed killjoy from earlier. The three looked away numbly as if they hadn't seen little Sam. What's in the distance? There's nothing in the distance. It's just a concrete wall that's not very high. Working 12 hours a day. Single shift. Works out to $153.80 a day. An hour. $12.80. The red-haired boy said calmly as he slowly exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. The two men next to him took a sharp breath and followed suit. Exhaling white mist. Every time you get a paycheck you have to do the math. Don't do it. It doesn't make sense. You could die here in this life. Die here? Don't. If we die here, our unscrupulous boss will still get an insurance payout. So we might as well buy an insurance policy and die at home, leaving the payout to our families. The red-haired boy sniffed and couldn't help but sneer. Ha, that's all this dog's life is worth. At this time, on the sidelines of the small Sasa, the inner has long turned over. The owner of this glass factory is a real live Joe Pipia. It's not just about draining employees of their labor while they're alive, keeping them in a workshop in a hostile environment for 12 hours a day. Even when employees die, their bodies are utilized to obtain an insurance payout. What kind of animal boss is this? With a good family background and excellent academic performance, Sasa has been living under the sun since he was a child. He really didn't think that it was the 21st century. It is amazing that such dark factories that eat human blood still exist. Why aren't they on strike? This is the time for a mass strike. Workers here are so miserable. Why don't they follow the strike? Shasha was filled with doubt inside and was about to open his mouth to ask. Instead, they saw the slightly curved spines of the three men, and lifeless faces. It was as if little Sam understood something. Isn't that slavery in contemporary society? It's the capitalist psychological and physical enslavement of the beat workers. At first, in order to make ends meet, the batterers would first choose to suffer in silence. But after a long time, the body of the hitman is not only overwhelmed by the high workload, even their spirits cannot escape the clutches of the capitalists. Capitalists usually consciously inculcate such a philosophy in the hitman. $4,000 a month, 12 hours a day, tired as hell, and a risk of cancer. Would you do such a job? Not doing it? If you don't do it, drink the wind. There's plenty of people to do it. 1, 2, 3. While more and more beatniks are convinced of this, it's the day the capitalists blow their trumpet of victory. However, is this really the case? The capitalist is exploiting the suspicion in human nature, deliberately worsening the competitive relationship between hitmen, because only in this way, working people can inwardly roll up on their own. Sandpiper, the more you guys roll, the more the boss makes. You are the ones who are tired, but the boss is the one who enjoys it. The capitalists, in fact, are most afraid of the battered workers putting down competition and choosing to embrace it. As it is now, fight mass strikes of workers. The capitalists were forced to pay attention to hitting the workers. Little Sam knows that the reason the workers in this glass factory are not striking is that they have been completely and utterly enslaved by the capitalists. There is simply no courage to strike. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on a mass strike period. Still choosing to stand. Numbly, He looked at the concrete fence, which he could easily scale. After seeing the glass factory, some netizens were furious, and some even began to complain about it in succession. This factory is eating human blood buns. High-intensity work, only to give $4,000 a month. When people die, they still have to take out an insurance policy. This is a heaven and a hell compared to the Superstore just now. My boss is even more ruthless, giving me $2,500 a month and trying to get me to donate blood to his relatives. Why can't there be more conscientious capitalists in the world like the owner of the Hoyuyu shopping center? Wake up. This is the reality of capitalists. There are very few capitalists who are as generous to their employees as the Superstore owner. So a comparison. In just that super work, that is work? That's enjoying life. P.S. Ice when to go to secretly shoot that Superstore boss. Curiosity is bursting. Judge's room. At this moment, Chao De-Wang's face turned blue. It was a stark contrast to the compassionate look he had just given. Anyone with eyes could see that he was not happy. As for why you're upset? Then naturally, they won't be upset because the low wages they pay their employees are blown out of proportion. The odds are that it's because the matter of counting workers' compensation insurance claims is out in the open. After all, it had a serious negative impact on the philanthropist image he had created over the years. At that exact moment, the director's voice came from the surveillance camera in the judge's room. Hello Boss Chow. I've just been informed that your company's stock price has plummeted 10%. Netizens have commented that you are a pseudo-philanthropist who eats human blood buns. May I ask what you think about this? Upon hearing the director's question, the netizens' jaws instantly dropped, and some even jumped straight up from the couch. Good man. You've got a lot of nerve. Director. It's on the air. This program is for real. How dare they let the capitalists review themselves? How dare you ask such an unforgiving question in front of the public? Good question, Chao Wang. I advise you to go to the Superstore owner's place as soon as possible to learn from him. The program should invite the Superstore owner over to educate Chao Wang. Chapter 6 Nice guy. The Superstore owner is too conscientious. The director's words directly to the audience in front of the screen hole will not. But it's understandable when you think about it. If we don't give these capitalists some more hardcore, the strike of the battered workers will not stop. Society will never be able to function properly. This is a matter of national survival. Media people have to recognize the current situation, had to abandon these former owners of capital, honestly choose to side with the bottom feeders. Why not say that the capitalists are most afraid of the people at the bottom uniting and embracing an uprising? The fighters don't hold together. They are the masters of the community. If the workers are in a group, they are societies to be slaughtered. At this point, all the viewers were glued to the screen. Everyone wanted to see how this hypocritical Chao Wang should answer such a pointed question. Ha 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 ha. To everyone's surprise, in the judge's room, Chao Wang actually laughed wildly. At first glance, it's kind of a ing world-weary feeling. Now everyone looked confused. At this hour, this black-hearted boss still has the face to smile? Suddenly, the laughter came to an abrupt end. In its place, Chao Wang had a series of horse rants and questions. Pseudo-philanthropist? Humph. I've done countless charities. I've donated tens of billions. These tens of billions of dollars are real money. Have those poor ordinary people ever donated $100 million? Who are they to say I'm a pseudo-charity? What's wrong with paying workers low wages? Workers' food and housing company all-inclusive. $4,000 a month these workers have no place to spend. Wouldn't it be better to take the salary increase that should be given to them and use it for charity to contribute to society? Besides, don't they have to spend money on their salaries, food and lodging, and all that? Is it wrong to use the insurance money to give the company something in return? After saying that, Chao Wang's face turned red from anger. He said every word with a deep resentment against the beaters. He would not allow these tiny ants to even think of writing on his head. The judge's room was silent after Chao Wang's words stopped. The silence, deafening. Meanwhile, the comments section of the live broadcast had been flooded with curses from netizens. Chao Wang is crazy, taking the paychecks that should be given to the employees and using them for charity, and talking about it so justifiably? It's a real eye-opener. What the hell is he talking about? The tens of billions of dollars he donated were paid for with the lives of his employees. Insurance premiums are what employees give back to the company. What kind of bull **** idea is that? Payback for what? For the company's working conditions? For crippling my health? $4,000 a month. Obviously the glass factory workers with their lives in exchange for. Let him say as if it is because he sends charity as. I'm pissed off. Why is there such a big difference between people? A Superstore owner pays 8,000 to a janitor, but Chow Wang pays 4,000 to a worker who's at risk of cancer. Late once and you're still fined $200. Where's the conscience of a human being? It's time to educate these evil capitalists. Brothers and sisters, this is a good strike. Judge's room. To everyone's surprise, Chow Wang, who had become a target of the crowd, surprisingly opened his mouth again. Low wages are not a bad thing. As I said, low wages are only good for young people to struggle. What's the point of offering such high wages to that superstore? Employees only know how to enjoy themselves when they are paid high wages, so they don't have the heart to work seriously. If the employees don't work well, how can the company develop? I'll leave it here today. That superstore will go out of business sooner or later. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. This time, what Chow Wang said seemed to make so much sense. It's not good for employees to be paid too much. It's like some rich kid coming out to start a business. Testgel spends money. Wages given to employees are generally higher than their peers. But in the end, none of these companies will survive for long. Some went out of business in a few months, and the longer ones only lasted a year or two. However, it is difficult to move from luxury to frugality. Those employees who have been overpaid, it's hard to go back to another company and do the same job for a lower salary than before. When you think about it that way, high wages do seem to be a bit of a detriment to the company. If the company can't grow in the long run, the higher salary will be a flash in the pan, not as good as a stable, long-term income. Meanwhile, the director's office. Chow Wang's words gave the director some inspiration, especially that line. Employees with high salaries only know how to enjoy themselves. How can they think of serious work? The words kept repeating in the director's mind. The director believes that this is closely related to the issue of payroll for this round. After a few moments of reflection, the director decided to have Bing Bing and Sasha. In terms of high and low wage employees, which type of employees can work well? Which type of employees can be more beneficial to the company's long-term growth? Conducts the research. Since the first round, then the payroll. Then the issue of payroll should be brought to the public for thorough understanding. And Hyatt Regency Superstore. Ice heard the director's instructions in the headset and then said goodbye to the cleaning boy. She decided to take a stroll within this superstore. See if employees who are paid a high salary will actually take their work seriously. It's a no-see. One look kinda shook Ice up. The area Bing Bing is now in is the food section of the supermarket. Vegetables, fruits, meat, poultry and egg products, seafood and aquatic products, dairy bakery, all kinds of cooked food. There should be everything, but it wasn't the variety of merchandise that surprised Ice. Instead, something like an introductory sign stood next to each item. Ice was curious. She moved closer to the merchandiser that held the bean sprouts next to her. An introductory sign was placed above the merchandise cabinet. Ice looked closer after a while. Startled, he signaled his camera brother to bring the camera closer to the introductory sign, only to see that it not only details the environment in which the bean sprouts are cultivated, but also includes a photo of that environment. Among the photos, the stainless steel worktop shines with a biting sheen. A quick glance shows that the place has been rigorously cleaned and sterilized. Below that photo, the natural growth of bean sprouts is also detailed. 64 to 66 hours of incubation time, 6 to 7 centimeters root length, uniformly thick and thin stalks, as well as color, odor, and storage methods are documented. Most importantly, the introductory sign also thoughtfully breaks down the bean sprouts into 4 categories: small golden bean sprouts, short bean sprouts, soybean sprouts, and mung bean sprouts. Clear photos are included for each category. It's just a small introductory sign though, but it is possible to put together professional equipment, professional nurseries. The zero additive production process and the distinction between different types of bean sprouts are shown to customers in detail. This is a testament to the staff's dedication. Ice took brother camera to show the audience some more introductory signs for other categories: baked breads, deli items, vegetables and fruits. Each introductory sign has a thorough explanation. The more Ice looked, the more surprised she became, unconsciously raising her voice in exclamation. The staff here is also so dedicated that each item comes with a detailed descriptive plaque. No wonder there are so many customers in the supermarket at only 4 in the afternoon. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room had long since looked dumbfounded and complimented each other. So detailed. These foods don't look like technology and hard work. Whoever said that people's employees don't do their jobs properly with high salaries? Fart. I'm just asking. Have you ever seen any supermarket that gives customers such detailed information? That's awesome. You do people eat like this? The average life expectancy is at least 10 years higher than the whole country. I'm moving to Udo. Bull. This superstore owner is also too conscientious, right? We suggest the Food Safety Administration to come over and learn from it. Those bean sprouts in the market grow in a day. The ones naturally cultivated here take 3 days. This boss not only treats his employees well, but also doesn't make any black money. I respect him from the bottom of my heart. These introductory signs make me stand in awe. What kind of boss can make a supermarket like this? Chapter 7 Unhappy Customers? Refund. A full refund must be made. Ding. The audience praises the food presentation boards in the merchandise section over and over again. Reputation value +5. Current honor value 30. Fanny sat quietly at his desk, looking at the comments on the live broadcast with great emotion. The ultra-standard central kitchen he painstakingly built. It's all about giving customers peace of mind when they eat. When he first started adding food items to the supermarket, Fanny ran through many suppliers. As a result, you're intimidated by all the technology and hard work on the market. Take those bean sprouts at the market for example. Shady vendors will first add some 24D hormone to make the bean sprouts rods thick. A little more urea and sodium bisulfite to boost the cell. Even the vendors themselves had to wear gas masks during the production process. You can imagine how toxic these bean sprouts are. Nay, the black-hearted traders are profit-oriented. Just figure that these bean sprouts are low cost and take a super short amount of time. A small workshop can make at least 30,000 pounds of poisonous bean sprouts in one night. Can you eat all this hard work and not get sick? Can the chances of cancer not increase? Will you buy supermarket? Just as Ice was being shocked by these merchandise presentation cards, a male customer, who looked to be 27 or 28, stormed in with furious strides. The man was seen holding a box of packed durian pulp, walked straight to the staff member who was weighing other customers. Your durians are bad. I paid $298 for a durian and it has a bitter taste. It must be bad. The man flung the entire box of durians in his hand directly onto the silver weighing table and loudly berated the staff. Turns out, he just bought a whole durian here for his girlfriend. I'm afraid that my girlfriend will get her hand pierced by the durian skin. He also carefully had the staff remove the pulp and put it in a clear food square box. Originally, my girlfriend was quite happy when she saw it. As a result, just ate the first bite, actually directly spit out. And tell him this durian has a bitter flavor. He thought it was the milk tea his girlfriend had just drunk that was too sweet. The taste buds unconsciously assumed that other foods are bitter for a reason. But when he tasted it, he realized that the durian was kind of bitter. I'm sure all you life hacks out there know how expensive durian is. Just this box, $298. If the boy hadn't just gotten a bonus, he wouldn't have even bothered to buy it. But who would have thought that the fruit, bought for a small $300, would be bitter? Anyone who comes across this kind of thing would be furious. I saw this angry man and had a flash of insight. Isn't this a good time to test whether these well-paid employees will take their work seriously? Ice immediately took the photographer and headed in the direction of the man. Eventually, the two stood to the left of the weigh-in table, just in time to capture the man and the staff, both on camera. The viewers in front of the screen were slightly disappointed to see this scene. What? It looks like all those introductory signs just now were just cosmetic. The quality of the products is not good at all. Hey, there's formalism everywhere. Can't there be more trust between people? The reason for the high salary is that I have to think of ways to cheat people. Thanks to me. I thought those introductory cards were awesome just now. Although I don't like Boss Chow. Maybe he's really right. Such a company won't have a long-term development. Wagyu purchase. The staff reassured the man that, "Sir, calm down. Don't worry. If it's broken, you will be given a full refund." The man sniffed and became even more indignant and disgruntled. What do you mean if it's broken? Doubt me, do you? It's bitter. Taste it yourself if you don't believe me. The staff member sniffed and said no more. She realized that there was no point in saying anything now. It's still more important to determine if these durian pulp are bad first. The staff was seen picking up a piece of durian and bringing it to his mouth. At the moment, all eyes were on the staff's mouth. Smack. Thud. The staff actually swallowed a mouthful of durian flesh. Sir, this durian is not bad, the staff member said with a smile and a calm voice. The man was directly enraged when he heard this. It's not broken? I guess you guys just don't want a refund. My girlfriend and I both find it bitter. What? You mean both of us have bad taste buds? Bing Bing on the side couldn't help but frown slightly. Looks like this superstore isn't much better. Not only sell bad durian, the staff also swallowed the bitter durian in an attempt to weasel out. It's no wonder they get paid so much for this sellout fake service. However, this kind of black-hearted supermarkets, not long to live. Thinking about this, Ice followed suit and became angry. However, the staff's next words, it made Ice's attitude towards the supermarket take a 360-degree turn. The staff member was seen smiling and explaining in earnest words. No, sir, you are mistaken. The one you purchased is an authentic Elvis Presley durian. The most important characteristic of Elvis Presley durian is the coexistence of bitter and sweet flavors. Everyone's taste buds perceive the flavor differently. Some people like the taste, but others don't quite get the slight bitterness. The man heard the staff's explanation, and his locked brow gradually relaxed. So it's this variety of durian that has a bitter flavor all by itself. Before the man could say anything, the staff member continued with a smile. Since you do not like the taste, we support you to refund. We consume to be happy. It is our merchandise that made you unhappy today. Don't worry. This $298 is what we should refund to you. What? Bing Bing sniffed and was directly confused. First of all, the durian isn't broken. Secondly, this durian itself has a bitter flavor. Finally, since it's not broken and has been eaten by customers, you can get a full refund on that? Most outrageous of all, the clerk went so far as to say that it was their merchandise that made the customer unhappy, so it should be returned. What? Ice looked confused. The values of the heart are directly turned upside down. Refunds because customers are unhappy? Who owns this supermarket? How can you even play like that? The viewers in the live broadcast room also stared with wide eyes when they saw this. This service? Who else? I want to shop at this supermarket. Excellent. Employees who get paid well are really different. Sincere attitude. First-class service. Who would have thought that durians are returned even if they are not broken? Just because the customer is unhappy. What kind of boss does it take to bring up an employee like this? I dare say, this kind of service can't be found in the whole country. Not even Hai Mao Lao. Wagyu purchase. The man who was so aggressive just now, asking for his durian back, after listening to the staff's explanation, he actually scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Not only did he not expect the durian to be unbroken, what amazed him even more was this. The staff also took the blame for the incident on themselves. This is clearly the man's problem. He picked the durian himself. His own taste buds couldn't adjust to the bitter flavor of the king of the catamounts itself. The staff, however, didn't seem to care if the durian was returned for a refund or not. Rather, it's a question of whether men are happy or not. Honestly, this big boy of 27 or 28, after listening to the staff, there is something that touches the heart. Only his head was lowered and he was a little embarrassed. In that case, why don't I won't return it. With that, the man reached out his hand and tried to take away the durian he was about to return. However, the staff didn't give him a chance. It went so far as to throw the remaining durian directly into the trash. Then, without thinking, he spoke. You're not used to the bitter flavor of the Cat Mountain King, and you can't eat it even if you take it back. Look, I'll take you to choose a new variety that's not bitter. I'll give you another one. If it's less than $298, we'll give you a refund for the difference. If it's more, you don't have to make up for it. Do you think that's okay? What? Ice looked dumbfounded once again. What kind of god operation is this? This must have a firm grip on the hearts of customers. First, they take the blame on themselves. Said it was the merchandise they were selling that was upsetting customers. Now not only do you have to help the customer get a new one, what's even more mind-boggling to Ice is this. This staff member went so far as to say, they will refund the difference. But the customer doesn't have to make up the difference. Chapter 8 Employee opens durian violently. Customer looks shy. Wagyu purchase. The older young boy, somewhat embarrassed, nodded. The staff has said so. He couldn't very well stick to what he just said about no refunds. The staff member immediately asked a coworker to pick up her shift and weigh the rest of the customers who were waiting to be weighed. She then led the man toward the durian aisle area. Ice followed silently behind with the photographer. The staff member was seen clearing his throat and fluently introducing the man to the durian varieties. This is the golden pillow durian, which is sweet, watery, soft and relatively light in odor for those trying durian for the first time. This is the King Sultan durian, which is sweeter and has a rich flavor, but has a large core. This is the Green Nile durian, which has conical-shaped fruits that are rich in flavor, sweet and have a small kernel. This is Elvis Presley, slightly bitter, which you don't like. And then there's this one, the Klang durian, which is a primordial durian variety with a rich flavor that's perfect for heavy durian lovers. This one is dry yao, grafted from an Elvis Presley durian, so it also has a bit of a bitter flavor, which you shouldn't like. This one-shot introduction really confused the man. How he didn't expect it. It's amazing how many varieties there are in one durian. He was thinking to take the most expensive one. It must be delicious. I didn't realize that there was a learning curve here. The boy scanned the durian aisle. That's when I realized that there was actually an introductory sign erected for each variety. It clearly states their origin, taste, color, kernel size and more. It was he himself who was in a hurry to buy one for his girlfriend earlier, so he just didn't pay attention. Even more confused than the older young boy was Ice, who was following behind. There are introduction boards for each durian variety here though, but this staff member, surprisingly, managed to memorize the characteristics of each variety. There's no doubt that it must have been worked on, otherwise it would be impossible to know the characteristics of each species so well. What was that saying? Ice searched his mind. There it is! Ice exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Here, this is called professionalism. The netizens in the live broadcast room also praised the staff's professionalism when they heard Bing Bing's words. It's really great. I thought I was just an ordinary weigher, but I didn't realize I knew so much. Too professional. It seems that Superstore bosses don't just pay high wages, they also hold their employees to high standards. This professionalism cannot be guided by the owner. This Superstore owner, Wrath Bay. If I had this high salary, I would be able to hold myself to a high standard. If I had that kind of salary, I'd show my customers how to split a durian with my bare hands. Office. Ding. The audience very much recognizes the professionalism of the staff. Reputation value +5. Current honor value, 35. Hearing the system prompt, Fanny was beaming with joy. These employees can be trained to a high standard according to the employee manual given by the system. Each one is outstanding. Only if they know their merchandise well can they give professional service to their customers. Otherwise, if you don't know what you're talking about, the customer will be in a hurry. Wagyu purchase. If you don't like bitterness, I suggest you choose between Golden Pillow, Cyanide, and Caram. Of the three, the Golden Pillow has the lightest flavor. The Kalen has the heaviest flavor, and the Greenie has an okay flavor and a small kernel. The young man thought for a moment. Signy it is then. Yes. The staff member was seen taking a Greenie durian and then walking with the man towards the way in. Ice looked at the staff's backs and thought a lot. This staff is really something. Take the man's purchase of a bitter durian upon himself from the beginning. Said the man was upset because of the incident. So whether the durian is bad or not, make sure you give him a full refund. To the point of detailing the characteristics of all the durian varieties here in one breath to the man, and then to help the man pick out the right durian for him. That's a lot of maneuvering. Nothing reveals the high standard of this supermarket staff. Ice really didn't expect to see the big world. It's amazing that at the moment it's being held by a supermarket in a small, fourth-tier city. She was now beginning to fall into the service of this superstore. Just when Ice wanted to look elsewhere, the words of the staff member just now attracted Bing Bing's attention once again. This one won't work. Too little pulp. Ice brought the photographer closer. Hey! Already opened by the staff. The Aoni durian has just 3 rooms inside. There was even less pulp in that small space. The man who was originally full of anticipation rubbed his hands together somewhat awkwardly. He was shocked by the professionalism of the staff. How could I not realize that this durian has so little flesh? Bing Bing's mouth was even wider open. What's going on? Thought this supermarket was great. The staff was very professional coming in. This was less than a minute ago and it was a slap in the face. The viewers in front of the screen were all silent for 2 seconds after seeing this scene before directly exploding the comment section. What's going on? What's wrong with the flesh? The rind is thicker than a city wall. That staff operation just now was as fierce as a tiger. And it really fooled me. The service attitude is good. The professional knowledge is great. The quality of goods is not good, but also all in vain. It turns out that this boss only does face-saving work, and introduces cards, and demands high professionalism from his staff. But the core merchandise is so poor. It's so embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for that little guy. You're saying it's better to get a refund for what you're replacing. Just when the crowd was all a bit speechless, the staff continued sincerely. Let me change it again for you. You wait. The man was about to open his mouth to stop it, but in the blink of an eye, the staff had run to the durian aisle. This time, the staff brought over a full 3 durians. Just see her put on her gloves without saying a word. Grab the durian opener on the table and get right to it. Snap. 4 rooms. Flesh golden yellow. The staff member shook his head. Gravely. No. This pulp is still a bit low. Snap. Before the crowd could react, the staff split open another greeny durian. 5 rooms. The flesh is a little more yellow than the one just now. The staff still shook their heads. No. The flesh of a greenie has to be dark yellow to taste good. The darker the better. The man sniffed and spoke in a panic. This one will do. The one in the fourth room earlier was actually pretty good. At this moment, he was actually a little scared. He was afraid the staff would just keep driving. After all, it was his own fault that this started. He was the one who didn't pay attention to the introductory sign and randomly chose a durian with a bitter flavor. But the staff not only patiently explained to him the characteristics of different durian varieties, and help him pick out the durian. Now, there are also 3 whole durations open because of him. A durian must cost $200 anyhow. This whole thing boils down to his own fault. How could he stand by and watch innocent staff members pay for their own faults? At this moment, the man's heart could be too ashamed. It's really not necessary. Watch as the staff member picks up a durian again. The man's heart was in his throat. Chapter 9. Don't please your customers with your personality. Conquer them with your strength. Snap. This time it wasn't an open durian. It was the man slapping his big head heavily. Because no surprise, the staff opened another greenie. 5 rooms. Thin skin. The flesh of the fruit is not only an attractive deep yellow color, it also takes up all the space in the room. Excellent. A superb first class. The staff member said with a long, somewhat happy breath. This is good. The man's face was timid, and he waved his hand desperately, speaking in a determined manner. That's it. That's it. Don't open it again. Really don't open it again. Ice was wide-eyed on the sidelines. This, indeed, is good. The skin is thin and meaty, but it always felt like something was wrong. The mouths of the netizens in front of the screen opened a little wider with each durian the staff opened. It wasn't until the staff stopped what they were doing that the internet slowed down. Cowboy. Open 4 durians in a row. Technical work. You deserve it. Holy, who can tell me the exact location of this supermarket? I'm willing to go to Hades for this kind of after-sales service. That's okay. We'll change it until the King of Heaven is satisfied. If the last durian isn't good enough, little brother will probably have to find a crack in the ground. Excessive. In this comparison, it feels like all I usually eat is brown chaff. I'm going to Udo to eat fine food. I can kind of see this Superstore boss to give employees high wages, not only require employees to high level of professionalism, but also require employees to serve the customer like an ancestor. Judge's room. The opposite of the audience's ecstasy. The judges were all frowning and puzzled. This Superstore staff is really good. But the problem is, it's too much of a good thing, isn't it? Who's the supermarket that has to drive until they are satisfied in order to choose durians for their customers? Isn't that silly? Don't you ever think about the cost of doing business? Isn't this a clear loss of money? But it's a period of mass strikes, and the power of the popular hold is too strong. Take Chow Wang's company's stock price explosion just now as a warning. The judges were afraid of attracting the displeasure of the internet and affecting the company. Now, even if they are not convinced, they do not dare to easily open their mouths directly to lash out. They could only look on and take note, continuing to stare at the screen for now. Wagyu purchase. That's a total of $198. The staff puts a typed price tag on the food box filled with durian meat. Then, while handing the man the food box, he smiled. Sir, you just paid $298, and the extra $100 should be returned to your payment account soon. Ha! The man who received the food box sniffed and his mouth dropped open. Really? Truth be told, his mind was now in a complete daze, more confused than the moment his girlfriend agreed to be with her. In a few breaths, the man slowed down. He was seen looking at the staff a little shyly and stuttering slightly. How about, don't return it. It's quite embarrassing to trouble you guys to open so many durians because of my own fault. Thump! Before the man could say anything, his cell phone beeped. PayPal arrived at $100. Phew! The man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What can he do? He had to suffer in silence with these superb 5-room durian pulp, and a $100 refund. How he didn't expect it. The original purpose of one's visit here was to get a refund, but now that the refund has arrived, he's actually shying away from it a bit, as if the $100 had tarnished itself. Bing Bing, who was on the side, almost didn't laugh out loud as she watched the stiff expression on the man's face. The staff is really doing what they say they're going to do. Say you'll refund the difference in price. When I said I'd changed the durian, I just changed it to an absolute grade. This kind of service, not to mention the reality, Ice wouldn't even dream of it. The netizens who had just opened their mouths wide and watched the staff open the durian were even more eye-open at the moment. This service shakes my soul. Fallen sisters, we're going to Udo to buy durians. If you want to go, go private. Chow Wang. Open your eyes properly and see if the employees who are paid high wages will work properly or not. Not only can she do her job properly, she is also very professional. With so many varieties of characteristics, it's amazing that she can do it all in one line. This kind of superstore is recommended to be expanded nationwide immediately now. Office. The system prompt in Fanny's head sounded again. Ding. The audience appreciates that the company kept its promise and gave the customer a refund for the price difference. Reputation value +5. Current honor value 40. Wagyu purchase. The man's eyes, which had been blank and confused, suddenly lit up. He was seen lifting his hand and gesturing towards a couple of other freshly opened durians. Why don't I buy those durians too? Or they'll go to waste. The man wasn't being polite with that. He really wanted to buy those durians. No matter how expensive it is, he buys it. Otherwise, a decent old man's heart is really in the wrong place. However, the staff still didn't give him a chance. You won't be able to finish so many. And these are not as good as the one you are holding. Don't worry. These durians won't go to waste. We'll sell them at a discount. The staff said so. The man had to settle for wanting to buy 3 durians at 27 on his own full. He was seen giving a thumbs up and thanking him in a sincere manner. Your service is really great. In fact, I just moved to Yudu not long ago, and today is the first time I've shopped here, and this is the only place I'll shop from now on. Thank you for recognizing that our work is worthwhile as long as you can be happy. The staff member's eyes sparkled and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. Thanks to her efforts, customers not only picked the durian to their satisfaction, it also went from being unhappy at first to being full of smiles. These results make the staff feel valued, so she was genuinely joyful. Ice on the sidelines was infected with emotions and in a good mood by the staff's positive work attitude. What an extraordinary staff here. Ice could feel it. They want to serve their customers from the bottom of their hearts. Not like the staff at other supermarkets. Just a nod and a professional fake smile and a welcome. Sister to sister. All smiles just to sell merchandise. But when customers really need help, and they turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. According to Ice, the service of Hoyo purchase is really extraordinary. Whether it's the cleaning boy from earlier, or the waiter in the durian section now, when the customer has a need, they all do their best to meet, if not over-meet. Just now, I pretended to be a job seeker myself, when asking about such a private topic as the cleaning boy's salary. Not only did the cleaning boy not express a hint of revulsion, even answered very politely and patiently. Not to mention the waiters in this durian section. She is not only familiar with the characteristics of various durians, it also opens 4 durians in a row just to keep the customers happy. This unique service, it had already made a deep impression on Ice's mind. One might even say never-ending. Netizens can't help but be overcome with emotion. If you're in a bad mood, go to Hoyo and take a spin, and you'll be happy while you're doing it. Agreed. The employees here want to serve customers from the bottom of their hearts. Unlike other supermarkets, where they only smile fake smiles, only when it comes from the heart can we gain the touch and empathy of others. This is so much better than those fake services. I respect this kind of staff from the bottom of my heart. Employees here don't nod their heads and use their personality to please customers, but use their strength to serve them well. I don't have to use my personality to please the customers. The upstairs summarizes it too well. I am a shopping mall greeter. Long-time fake smile down. People are numb. Really feel very undignified. Chapter 10 Uncovering the Superstore's Clothing District. Ma Yun is like an enemy. Office. Ding. The audience praises the employees for serving the customers well with strength. Reputation value +10. Current honor value 50. Fanny, who heard the system prompt, was beaming with joy. With the system in place, he set the company's philosophy to love and happiness when he started. It's not just about making customers feel loved and happy. It's more about making the employees feel loved and happy too. Only then can employees be happy at work. It is only when you want to serve your customers from the bottom of your heart that you can do so. Instead of a fake nod and a wink. Will you buy supermarket? The young man held up 5 rooms of loaded, dark yellow durian meat, while leaving the supermarket at a jaunty pace. I couldn't help but think, when I tell my wife about the durian exchange just now, she'll be so wide-eyed that she won't believe it's true. After the men left, Ice continued to wander around the supermarket in order to get a better understanding of the working conditions of the employees here. The walk led to the clothing section within the superstore. There was a steady stream of traffic coming and going. At the checkout counter, too, a long line had formed. The crowd in line. Everyone took several pieces of clothing. The fewest have 3 pieces in their hands. The most of them even filled up the whole shopping cart. At first, Ice only thought that the clothes here looked good quality. That is, until she took a closer look at the tag hanging from a pair of jeans. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, she finally understood. There's a reason why all these people who come to the garment district want to buy a few clothes. Because these jeans are on the label. In addition to labeling basic information such as fabric, origin, and size, the price of the jeans was clearly marked. 91.8, including purchasing costs up to 2%. What's even more shocking to Ice is this. Below the purchase price, not only is the selling price of these pants marked, but also the interest rate. 114.18, 76% gross margin. That is, as far as these jeans are concerned, the profit this superstore gets is $22.20. What kind of divine operation is this? Dare I ask what clothing seller can mark up the purchase price and their profit? Ice flipped incredulously through the pants that hung in a row. Another rummaged through the short sleeves hanging on the shelf next to him. No exceptions. Each garment states the purchase price and gross margin. Ice found that the profit on each piece of clothing is basically about $20. These price tags are even more shocking than the introductory sign in the food section earlier. At this point, Bing Bing had been shocked beyond words. She beckoned with a face full of dismay. Gesture the camera brother to get closer to the tags on these clothes. Judge's room. Ma Yun saw the sign in the clothing section of the Wuiwei shopping center and felt like a prick in her back. You should know that Alibaba's Mobile, as the No.1 e-commerce platform in China. It covers almost every aspect of household goods. Clothing is one of the top 3 consumer goods categories all year round. It was thought that the low price advantage of e-commerce directly blocked the way of brick-and-mortar stores. But he couldn't have imagined that the owner of this superstore brick-and-mortar was crazy. What big smart boss came up with this? Not only do you only make about $20 per piece, it also tells the customer directly about the profit. No wonder these customers, each of them, buy several pieces, because this boss is really crazy. Crazy is too conscientious. At this moment, not only Ma Yun, but all the judges were a bit puzzled. Just open several Durians in a row at no cost. Now make $20 per suit. After utilities, employee wages, does the owner of this supermarket have a profit? Can you make money? Does this owner run a supermarket? Or is he a charity? The quality of the clothes is better than online shopping and some of the prices are even lower than online shopping. The most important thing is to write directly about the profit. The profit margin in the apparel industry is at least 30%. 56% is most common. But this boss, he'll make $20. This meal operation directly subverted the 4 listed bosses scolded the business world since the business outlook. Ma Yun even squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the various types of clothing displayed in the screen, and thinking, the quality of these clothes looks really good, much higher quality than the same price on some place. It's still a little scary to think about. If all clothing stores were this crazy, then the e-commerce sales will be a whole lot lower. Ma Yun had thought that although the price here is low, the quality is better than the e-commerce. But there is one big problem. E-commerce is not only 7 days of no excuses returns, there is also customer service online ready to answer questions for customers. This proves that the after-sales of clothes purchased online is better than physical stores. But Ma Yun thought for a second. Judging by the service attitude of the staff member who changed the Durian just now, the after-sales service of this superstore's clothing might actually be better than the customer service of an e-commerce company. Thinking of this, Ma Yun couldn't help but think in her heart. Fortunately, this sales model has not been publicized and popularized. Otherwise, how can e-commerce still live? How else would Peach Treasure live? Wagyu purchase. Neither Bing Bing nor Big Brother Camera could resist the temptation to take 5 pieces of clothing each and walk to the checkout counter. If they weren't taping the show, they would have taken more. Clothing here is cheap and of good quality. The best part is that the prices are completely transparent. It's really hard not to be impressed by those who were there. Beep. I swept the code to pay and was excited to leave when she heard the cashier speak kindly. Hello, need to cut hems, change buttons and other various clothing repair issues. Come in anytime. Permanently free. What? Free forever? The dresses are of such good quality and at such a cheap price. I didn't realize it was a permanent free repair. Doesn't that mean that spending over $100 on a dress that a free personal tailor who follows you around for life? Such a buy one get one free. Incense. It's just too flavorful. How many other conceptual upheavals are hidden in this superstore? Ice carries the clothes she just bought, smiling from ear to ear as she thinks free forever. Judge's room. Although Ma Yun's face was expressionless, her heart had already turned over. Just as he thought. Garment Zone does have better after sales than their e-commerce after sales. But what Ma Yun didn't expect. More than better. It's a hanging. and hang them straight to the dregs. Permanent free repairs. The owner of this house is a real business wizard. It is straightforward to see through essentially the most fatal drawbacks of purchasing clothing online, and use this shortcoming to rub online shopping on the ground. Online clothes shopping. Right? The pant legs are long and won't cut. It's too big for the waistline and won't fix it. Buttons are broken and won't be replaced. But what about here? All repairs, free in perpetuity. The dress itself is of good quality and the price is low. Now add to that a permanent free repair. What's the e-commerce comparison? Finished. The e-commerce platform is straight up finished. Ma-yun was even more certain inwardly that the owner of this superstore was truly crazy. After all the costs, his profit, minimal. It's unscientific that a businessman wouldn't look to profit. This kind of charitable business that benefits customers at their own expense will surely capture their hearts. If we let Ma-yun choose for herself, he would also have no hesitation in refusing to buy clothes online, choosing instead to come here. After all, the words free forever carry too much weight. It's not just a promise. It is more of a meticulous service attitude. Ma-yun couldn't help but feel in her heart once again. It's fortunate that this kind of retail model is only rare. Otherwise, our e-commerce platform would have gone out of business sooner or later. Unlike Ma-yun, who was worried about his e-commerce platform, the netizens in the livestream were polarized by this way of selling clothing. Some raved about it, while others questioned it. Conscientious boss. This is the real socialist business model. Suggest such supermarkets open all over the country. It won't work. If we open it all over the country, Chow Wang will say that such a low selling price and high service is not conducive to the people's struggle. A pair of jeans that cost over 90 to get in. There's water in it, isn't there? Dark people see everything as dark. People have said the purchase price is included. This supermarket is just downstairs in my house. If you doubt the purchase price, the supermarket will directly show you the purchase list. Besides, the quality of the clothes here is really good. I only wear theirs. Misty grass. Upstairs in Yudu? Aristocrats. Yudu nobles. Envious. Chapter 11 Surprise. Brick-and-mortar stores can pay the low online price? Office. The familiar beep sounded in Fanny's ears once again. Ding. Viewers rave about the permanent free repair of costumes. +5 reputation. Current honor value. 55. Wagyu purchase. After buying the clothes, Bing Bing continued to wander up in the superstore. Her face was a joy that was hard to hide. Ice is not only a career woman, but also a workaholic. She visits the tough places where others won't go. She comes to a small city like Yudu where others don't want to come. This is the reason why she has become a famous host of the central station at such a young age. However, Bing Bing, who dedicates her time to her work, never dreamed of it. Shopping, which is usually a pet peeve. This activity, in her opinion, was a bit of a waste of time. At the moment, she was hopelessly in love. Everyone here, customers and staff alike, looks like they have a light in their eyes and are full of happiness. With every step Ice takes, a little more dopamine is secreted in his body, the kind of excitement and happy messages that are sent to the brain through the surroundings. It's very different from the usual feeling that comes from swiping through short videos and watching TV shows. The longer you surf for entertainment online, the more numb a person becomes. I even regretted a little bit after reading it. How did another 2 hours go by? How did I, a loser, waste my life again? However, the pleasure that this superstore environment brings to Bing Bing is indescribable. The more time that passed, the more she felt nourished both physically and mentally. The whole person also gradually became refreshed and happy. This is not a supermarket. This is clearly the peach blossom garden that everyone aspires to. Peach blossoms and flowing water go leisurely. Other worlds are not earthly. It's not like a peach of a place on earth. It made Icy wonder. To be born a human being and to be able to feel the beauty of the world is a great blessing in life. Ice had never imagined that a trip to the grocery store could have such a powerful, healed feeling. The more you wander, the more energized and refreshed you become. Not only does the body and mind become more relaxed, but the heart is also calmer and softer. Ice and the photographer take the elevator and head for the higher floors. It was only then that I realized that the supermarket, which looked unassuming from the outside, the interior is actually a large superstore with a total height of 6 floors. Ice and the photographer went to the appliance area on the second floor. The crowds here were noticeably less than in the food and clothing areas on the first floor just a few moments ago. After all, home appliances are not like food and clothes, which are high-frequency consumer goods that need to be purchased frequently. However, foot traffic in the appliance section has decreased though, but there are quite a few types of appliances covered. TV, refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, range hood, everything. Even air purifiers, pasta makers, dust mite removers, automatic sweepers and more are sold. The variety of brands is even greater. Domestic famous Haier, Medi, TCI, Haishin, and so on. Of course, Mr. Tun's Jerry is among them. Ice could not help but sigh as she looked on. This superstore is really big and full of stuff. As soon as the words left his mouth, a young couple caught Ice's attention. The couple was seen standing in front of one of Jerry's wall-mounted air conditioners. Whispering. Curious, Ice took the photographer and approached them intentionally. The girl with a low ponytail and plain clothes was seen showing her cell phone to the boy next to her. See, this Jerry air conditioner is just $568 more expensive than it is online. I remember correctly. The boy sidled down to look behind the screen. Favoredly, he rubbed the girl's hair and said gently, "Honey, you're so virtuous, so I'll listen to you and buy it online." The girl smiled. "Hey, it's not like we're in a hurry to use it, but we're just waiting a few days for the delivery." With that, the two turned around and prepared to leave. Ice, who was pretending to be a passerby on the sidelines, then realized. So, the young couple was comparing prices online. The whole cheaper online shopping thing though, it's taken for granted for everyone. Who hasn't done the sneaky photoshopping to buy something online after looking at it in a brick-and-mortar store? It's not easy to make money, and there's nothing wrong with saving when you can. Judge's room. A hint of timidity grew in Boss Dong's heart. The fact that air conditioners and superstores cost more than online has little to do with her, though. But the girl in the video just said air conditioner. But it's their Jerry's air conditioner. Boss Dong is worried that netizens will make up some nonsense, thus negatively impacting her or Jerry. Unlike Boss Dong, Ma Yun, who had been a little uneasy just now, had a face full of relief and pleasure at the moment. The e-commerce service really can't compare to this and Hyatt's Superstore. But for the same things, e-commerce just has a price advantage over brick and mortar, especially for appliances. First, e-commerce has no stores, labor, utilities, operating costs. Secondly, the e-commerce platform will also work directly with factories, eliminating the middle purchasing costs. Ma Yun in her chair straightened her back unconsciously. For him, price-wise, it's a way to get back in the game for the e-commerce platform. However, the next scene that happened in the screen, it made Maru's jaw drop. Only the middle of the screen. A guide, who looked to be about 35 years old and dressed in overalls, said to the young couple who were about to leave, "Hello, if you want an item with a lower online price than we have here, you can let me know and I will arrange for you to pay at the lower online price." The young couple froze in place, repeating the guide's words in their heads. If the online price is lower, pay the lower online price. The more the couple thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. Unconsciously, they looked at each other and opened their eyes to communicate. "Honey, what did he mean by that? It seems to say we can pay the online price." Ice on the side was also a bit confused. "The guide means, can you pay the online price here? No way, you're getting the wrong idea." Just then, the plainly dressed girl asked in an uncertain tone, pointing to the hanging air conditioner she had just been eyeing. "Are you saying we can now pay $568 less, at the online price, for that air conditioner?" "Yes, but I need to trouble you to let me see the online price," the guide replied with a smile on her face and no half-hearted hesitation. Bing Bing's expression instantly froze and her mouth opened wide in disbelief. "I'll be damned. Can you still play like that?" Just as Ice was shocked, the boy gently touched the frozen girl beside him with his elbow. "Honey, show people that price you searched just now live." The audience in front of the screen reacted with incredulity. "I'll be damned. Which Yudu nobleman comes here to prove that it's true or false? Brick and mortar stores can just buy at the low online price? Brothers, I'll kneel first. This operation is really awesome. The owner is a business genius. He's a businessman who takes customers in his stride. This superstore has really opened my eyes and I feel like I've lived in vain before. Yudu people say, isn't that what supermarkets are all about?" Judge's room. The bosses of listed companies who hear that they can pay the low online price. All of them narrowed their eyes incredulously and stared at the screen. Chapter 12 Shock. What's with the free mover again? At the boy's reminder, the girl quickly opened her cell phone and showed the guide the price she had just searched for. $3,199. The guide confirmed the online price and smiled. "Okay, just bill you at $3,199. Ha! Ice and the young couple were surprised in unison. "No, is this shopper for real? Really at the online price?" The young couple followed the guide toward the checkout counter with a bewildered look on their faces. The girl was guided by the shopper to aim the payment code at the scanner. Beep. Collection arrived. $3. 199. Hearing the merchant's collection prompt, Bing Bing's eyes unconsciously looked toward that air conditioner. The price tag on the site. 3,767 yen. It's really less 568. The guide is really charging the low price online. Before Bing Bing could get over his shock, the guide took out another form and a pen and handed it to the girl. We can arrange to deliver to you anytime on our side. Please fill out the receipt information here first. The girl happily and bewilderedly took the form and ballpoint pen and swished and wrote. Just as the girl was burying her head in filling out the information, the guide takes out a blank price tag for the item and writes on it with a marker. 3,199 yen. With that, the guide removed the original price tag from that cherry-hung air conditioner, replaced with a new 3,199 yen. When the netizens in the live stream saw this scene, they all couldn't hold back and directly exploded the comment section. And pleasant purchase never let me down. The moment I heard the receipt of the prompt, DNA moved hard. Don't say anything. Allah is going to sell the house in Thompson and settle in Udo. Dude, take me with you. I'm from Beijing. I'm from Hong Kong. I'm going too. Thank you to the Superstore owners of Wuiwei Shopping for making the people of Udo eat so well. That man has created an advantage for Udo that is unrivaled in other cities. This is a blessing for the people of Udo. In the meantime, ding, viewers have been praising the guide for charging the internet price. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value. 65. Fanny heard the system prompt again. Payment by the network low price this thing. Fanny has long been commonplace. Because, that's what he stipulated. In fact, Fanny also made a lot of rules that don't seem to make sense to outsiders. Take the Durian incident just now. Whenever a customer is unhappy because of an item purchased at Wagyu Purchase, whether the item is broken or not, Hoyobai will fulfill the customer's request for a refund. There's also free lifetime maintenance in the garment district, also mandated by Van Eyck. Being happy above all else. Love and happiness are not just slogans to be shouted from the lips. It's to be stacked by this one explicit rule. Judge's room. Just a moment ago, Ma Yun was glad that e-commerce has a price advantage. At the moment completely confused. Durians bloom until they are satisfied. Clothes are permanently trimmed free of charge. Appliances are paid for at low online prices. Where the hell is the profit in such a big 6-story superstore? Can it make money? The words swirled around Ma Yun's tongue a few times before he swallowed them back. There is the precedent of Boss Chow's earlier remark that high wages are not conducive to employees' struggle, which triggered the anger of the masses and the company's share price plummeted. The shrewd Ma Yun is now not afraid to easily make comments about not making money doing any junk business. Unlike Ma Ru, at this moment, the strong woman Dong Mingju's taut nerves finally loosened up. Luckily nothing excessive happened. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that Jerry Air Conditioning, because of the fact that it sells for a much lower price online, is in trouble. Wagyu Purchase. The girl who had filled out the form. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, clutching the information sheet tightly in his hand, he spoke in a panic. So, is there a charge for delivery? Is there a charge for in-home installation? None of it. The guide didn't hesitate for a second, and responded decisively. Phew, the girl let out a long breath of relief. The completed form was then immediately handed over to the guide. On the side, Ice bared her teeth. Thought the woman didn't want to buy it. I didn't realize it was because I was afraid of charging extra. Such a good girl who was so hardworking and thrifty can only be met in a small town. It was at this point that the girl said, somewhat nervously and anxiously, that, I seem to have written the address wrong. I should have sent it to the new house, and accidentally wrote it as the address of the old house I live in now. The corners of the boy's mouth turned up slightly as he doted on the girl and opened his mouth to reassure her. It's okay, wife. Just change it. The guide also smiled while handing the girl the form she had just taken. Don't be nervous, little girl. Just write the new address in the blank and cross out the address you just wrote with a horizontal line. The girl took the form and was just about to start writing. The guide then seemed to remember something and spoke in a hurry. Right. I just heard you say that this air conditioner is for the new house. So I guess you're moving to a new home afterward. If that's the case, we're ready to offer you free appliance removal for any appliance. Ha! The girl stopped the pen in her hand and looked at the guide in surprise. Bing Bing sniffed and was also surprised. Free moving of all appliances? After a free tailor? A free porter? Buy a dress. Get a free tailor. Buy an air conditioner. Get free movers. Is this the kind of service that you get from overpaid employees? That's awesome. Residents living near the Hoyo shopping center are also too happy. The netizens in the livestream were even more surprised by the splashy service. Supermarkets can do this. It's awesome. Buy an air conditioner at a low price. Not only free installation, but also free help moving electricity? Is this spending money? Why do I feel like this is saving money when you get a free porter for buying an air conditioner? I'm mesmerized by the pattern of the owner of Wuyo Shopping. A true altruist. I won't allow such pleasure to be enjoyed only by the people of Yudu. That godlike man. Please open a chain across the country. Office. Ding. The viewer enjoyed the free service of helping customers move their appliances. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value. 75. Fanny, who heard the system prompt, guffawed. Free moving electricity is explicitly stated in the loving service of Hoyo purchase. As of today, there are a full 33 free and compassionate services available with Hoyo purchase. In addition to providing customers with free clothing trimming and free moving electricity, there are also free medical emergencies, free car repairs, free herbal medicine decoctions, free rechargeable batteries, and more. Chapter 13, Turning Back is a Good Thing. So grow a pair. Judge's room. Ugh. Dong Mingju sighed. Wang Jianlin gave her a puzzled look. What's wrong? However, Dong Mingju just shook his head without responding. In fact, Dong Mingju sighed because of the after-sales service provided by Hoyo buyers for air conditioners. Surprisingly, it's better than what the brand, has done. Not only delivery, no charge for installation, also free appliance moving. Just then, Ma Yun, who was on the sidelines, said with an unhappy heart, if brick-and-mortar stores across the country are like this, e-commerce can't survive. Chao Wang sniffed in affirmation. Mr. Ma, don't worry. Such a company won't live long. After saying that, Chao Wang even smiled proudly. Although the point that employees who get paid well here can work well, out of his league, but they're all working to lose money to the company. Whether it's the Durian wear from earlier, or free repairs in the garment district, or now the appliance zone's paper web low cost, free installation, and free moving. Isn't this all about companies increasing their costs? In Chao Wang's opinion, such a company is completely against his business perception. It was only a matter of time before it went out of business. Wagyu purchase. The guide looked at the dumbfounded, silent young couple in front of him and fell into deep thought. Why aren't they talking? That look, is it surprise or disbelief? Thinking of this, the guide spoke in a firmer tone. The free moving electricity is real. As long as they are our customers, they can enjoy this service. If you don't believe me, I can ask the manager. No. We believe. The boy waved his hand, and the girl shook her head sharply and cheerfully. The girl then handed the guide an information sheet with her new address. The girl smiled after a moment of contemplation. Hubby, the surprise we encountered today when we bought an air conditioner, is it the baby in our belly that brought us luck? The boy sniffed, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly as he responded with feigned seriousness. I remember someone saying before she came here that she'd be a puppy if the brick-and-mortar stores were the same as the online prices. The girl sniffed and shyly lowered her head. Woof. Bing Bing looked at the happy backs of the young couple and unconsciously anti-smiled. To continue to get to know the staff here, Ice took the photographer towards the higher levels of the Superstore. Finally, the two of them arrived at the 6th floor, which was also the highest floor of the Hoyu Shopping Superstore. This level is a recreational center for customers. There is an arcade, a small children's roller skating rink, massage recliners, a movie theater, and much more. Ice was curious when he saw the movie theater. She didn't expect a superstore that looked unassuming from the outside and didn't even have a billboard. Surprisingly, there's a giant screen movie theater inside, and there are quite a few moviegoers who come here. As far as the eye can see, the crowds and laughter. Ice's feet also unconsciously walked towards the theater. Netizens in front of the screen, after seeing the theater, also exclaimed, "There's a movie theater. That's great. Bing Bing is not going to go in and take us to a free movie, is she? Who's going to take a piss and wake up the people upstairs?" Unauthorized filming in a movie theater is a violation of intellectual property rights. This superstore has such good service. I might even let it record. Judge's room. Wang Jianlin looked at the crowded movie theater on the screen and thought a lot. Keep in mind that with the advent of electronics and a plethora of movie-watching apps, movie theaters are not doing as much business as they used to. 10, 20 years ago, bustling movie theaters. Nowadays it can be a doorstop. Not much of a crowd, except for the theaters in the core locations that can barely cover expenses. Theaters elsewhere have been doing poor business for a long time. There are often scenes where one or two customers can pack the place. So, Wang Jianlin had to close down a number of Wanda's Dolby theaters last year under Kunming, Wuhan, Mongjing and Zhengzhou. But now, to his surprise, Today's lukewarm theater industry. How can so many customers come to a movie in a superstore in a small city? What is the magic of this theater? Surprisingly, it could be several times hotter than their business at Wanda Studios. Movie theater. Ice pretended to be a moviegoer who wanted to see a movie, tilted her head, and looked at the electronic display at the box office. Lost in translation. Crazy little days. 2 sledgehammers. Bad old men. Badly. This feels good if you just look at the name. Ice fixed his gaze on Bad Old Man. Badly. Excuse me, was the movie Bad Old Men any good? Ice pretends to be a moviegoer and asks the guy standing at the ticket counter. Netizens who saw Ice's intention to go to the movie were persuaded in the comments section. Is Bing Bing really going to take us in to watch it? Isn't videotaping illegal? Is it hard for the cameraman not to go in? Ice goes to the movies alone next, and the show ends. What kind of bad old man is this? You should go watch Lost in Translation. Come back to the shore. You'd better watch out. Don't ban it for a while. I want to see this awesome Superstore again. Judge's room. Seeing this, the bosses of the listed companies, in their hearts, are all secretly happy. If Ice does go in the studio to video a movie and the staff doesn't stop it, then this Superstore is in big trouble. See, overserving isn't necessarily a good thing. Chow Wan was even more delighted. What's wrong with a good salary? Wages are high, these employees drift. In accordance with their excessive service just now, the staff will let Ice in 80% of the time. There's a huge possibility that she won't even be stopped from videotaping. This host named Icy is pretty smart. It's amazing that you can think of such a method to test the staff here. Movie theater. The ticket boy was about to speak. An enthusiastic moviegoer who had just come out of the movie theater immediately discouraged Bing Bing. Not good. Don't watch it. It's all awkward and doesn't even make sense in the main story. Chapter 14, surprisingly, bringing snail and lion powder into a movie theater? In the meantime, some of the viewers in the livestream were actually a little disappointed to see someone passerby discouraging Ice. Bing Bing, don't listen to him. Take us in to see. I can brag to my son for the rest of his life that an actress is in jail because of me. Ouch. Still want to see what happens when Bing Bing goes in to record. The sewing machine is ready. How come there's still a programmer? Bing Bing, stick to yourself. Don't be influenced by him. Ha! Human nature is evil. You people, you're all just cold and heartless spectators. Stupid human beings. If such an awesome superstore is blocked because of this, how can we educate those evil capitalists? Finally understand why leaks are leaks. There's always some rap that causes no unity at all. Office. Fanny couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart when he saw the comments of the audience who were talking smack. Though some passers-by discouraged Ice from seeing the bad man, but there's no guarantee that Ice will enter the theater to watch another movie. So many netizens in the live room as proof. When the time comes to be blocked, it's really hard to jump into the yellow river. Just then, a thought surfaced in Fanny's mind. Is it hard to believe that the program team has joined forces with those capitalists to screw me on purpose? No, we can't let them get away with this. Go now and pretend to have a chance encounter. Going to the theater to stop Ice from taking a photographer to a movie. Thinking of this, Fanny immediately got up, prepared to head for the movie theater on the 6th floor of the Superstore. On the way out, he didn't forget to scratch his hair twice in the mirror. Anyhow, you're going to be facing the camera in a while. It's time to take care of your personal image. However, just then, straight from the booth, Ice's words, it made Fanny's hanging heart suddenly drop. Fanny, who was ready to open the door, sat back down at his desk. Only the middle of the screen. Ice affectionately told the enthusiastic moviegoers. Looks like this director is a title party. Thanks for reminding me, haha. I'll skip the movie for today. The enthusiastic moviegoer waved his hand. It's okay, you're welcome. Ice, who wasn't going to watch the movie, then eyed the cameraman to get ready to leave. However, just then, the ticket guy's words made Ice stop again. Only the ticket boy said to the enthusiastic moviegoer from earlier, hello, if you don't like the movie, we do give you half the ticket price back. Bing Bing, who heard this, was directly stunned. What? Half the fare back? Ice turned and looked at the ticket boy. No, man, it's the movie that's not good. It's the movie that's the problem. What does it have to do with the movie theater? Why do movie theaters give customers half of their ticket money back? Judge's room. The judges' mouths dropped open when they heard that they could get a refund of half the ticket price. Is this what a capitalist should do? Where is this program to educate us capitalists? It's clearly discrediting us capitalists. Wang Jianlin was even more disdainful at the moment. He had wanted to learn why a small city's super movie theater, more customers than he has at the Wanda Cinema? Now it seems that there is no need to learn at all. If it doesn't look good, give the customer half the ticket price back. Is such an epileptic rule what a capitalist should do? It simply doesn't fit the underlying business logic. Bezos, the richest man in the world, is not afraid to say that he buys from Amazon. If you don't like it, you can get half your money back. What if all the customers return it? How else are we going to make money? What makes a small superstore owner dare to be so outrageous? Who gave him the courage? Is it Jasmine Leung? It's unbelievable. I was no less shocked than when I saw my grandma crawling out of her coffin. Movie theater. Only the enthusiastic moviegoer took out his movie ticket and spoke calmly. I know. That's why I only come here for movies, because I'm afraid of stepping on thunder. Thank you for recognizing our theater. The staff member took the movie ticket and responded with a smile. The refund was then processed on the computer. 2 minutes later, thump, the refund arrived in the amount of $21.50. The eager moviegoers who received their refunds left at a brisk pace. Only Bing Bing and the photographer were left in a daze. Of course, in addition to Bing Bing and the photographer, the netizens in the live broadcast room also looked dumbfounded. My second aunt's third granduncle came and couldn't believe it was real either. This operation. Kneeling. No wonder so many people come here to watch movies. Although this rule is deeply popular, this should make it easy to meet the kind of people who have bad intentions and refund half price every time. Right? There are definitely such people. But you have to believe that there are still many good people in the world. And the excellent service of Hyatt's purchase. It's really awesome. This superstore owner is too good to his customers. Isn't he? Office. The system beep once again reached Fanny's ears. Ding. The audience likes the theater's rule of refunding half price for movie tickets. Reputation value +5. Current honor value 80. Movie theater. Just as Bing Bing froze in place, his mind going blank, a sharp, piercing voice pulled her back from her daze. Why don't you let me bring food in? Who made the rules? I only saw a fat-headed, pugnacious man yelling at the staff member who was checking the tickets. The shiny, horizontal flesh of his face quivered slightly with the excited tone of his voice. Curious Ice walked towards the ticket gate while pondering in her mind. Most movie theaters are trying to maintain sanitation. I don't think they even allow food in the theater. However, Ice just walked to the ticket entrance, just froze in place again, confused. The only thing I saw in front of me was the pugilistic man, carrying a positively red takeout insulated bag in his hand. It was written in conspicuous 8 large letters. Tong's Liuozhou Spiral Lion Dumplings. There is also a small, clearly visible line below the large letters. The notoriety and the aroma will leave you wanting more. See the takeout bags with these blown up words. Ice was speechless with shock. You said you could still be accommodating if you brought a happy water, chips or something, but why did you bring conch chowder? Brother, what do you think? Brought the worst kind of spaghetti in venues where you shouldn't bring food. You are testing the bottom line of being a human being like crazy. The netizens in the live broadcast room were crying and laughing when they saw this scene. In defiance of the theater's rule of not allowing food to be brought in. I just brought conch fritters. Ticket inspector, brother, please let me go. Please. Other viewers, brother, please let us go. Please. The stench is so bad. The aroma wafts for miles. I can smell it through the screen. Is this a preparation for biochemical experiments in a movie theater? The smell is already wafting down the net. Spiral Lion Dust shakes its white and flawless body, enchantingly saying, come on, live it up. Chapter 15, Unfair. On what grounds should the ticket checker boy be sacked? Movie theater. The ticket inspector standing at the gate looked to be a freshly graduated, green-faced young boy. It was the first time in his life as a ticket inspector that he encountered a customer who wanted to bring conch fritters into the theater. Actually, not the first time I've encountered it as a ticket inspector. Rather, as a human being who has lived for 20 years. First time I've encountered something so odd. Science fiction wouldn't dare write that. At this moment, the pugilistic man's unreasonable aura, and the gazes cast by the people around him, it made the young ticket inspector unconsciously nervous. He was seen nodding slightly, his lips quivering a little. I'm sorry, you can't bring food into the theater. It's a theater rule. However, when the pugilist saw how weak the ticket inspector was, he even shouted even more condescendingly, you can't bring in food? Then why the hell are those 2 women allowed to bring it in? The pugilist pointed to a pair of girlfriends who had just checked their tickets and entered the theater with popcorn and ice coke. The pugilist's spittle flying about made the male ticket inspector unconsciously take 2 small steps backward. Sir, they brought in popcorn and ice coke. You. Before the ticket inspector could finish his sentence, the pugilist interrupted him. What's wrong with me? Are you bored? Let me in quickly. Don't make me slap you. The ticket inspector, though frowning, continued to try to persuade. Sir, the conch chowder has an odor. You really can't bring it in. Humph. The pugilist snorted coldly. I just love the smell of conch fritters. What's wrong with that? I paid for the movie ticket. Why can't I go in and watch the movie? The pugilist shouted as he physically slammed his body against the gate door of the ticket gate, trying to force his way in. Bang! 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 The pugilist kept crashing. The ticket checker boy puts out his arm and tries to stop it, but the pugilist pushes it away with force. The surrounding people frowned when they saw how reckless the pugilist was. A few grumbles came from the crowd from time to time. How unlikable. How dare you try to force your way into a movie theater with spirography? Why is this man so unreasonable? What a dead pig. No skin. No face. The pugilist turned his head to look viciously at the whisperers, as if one more word would rip their mouths off. A mother with a child saw this and immediately pulled the child behind herself. Meanwhile, a netizen recorded a screen clip of the pugilist trying to bring snail and lion powder into the theater, and started a hot topic in response to the incident. Hashtag surprise. Bringing conch fritters into the movie theater. Hashtag. The topic was launched with a fever pitch. It went straight into the top 10 of the Hot 100. Netizens have been cursing in the comments section. It's really a stupid fork. Inverted Big Dipper. Downhead man. I'm speechless. This man is toxic and has no boundaries. According to Hoyo's superb service attitude, we won't really let this fool go in later, right? Movie theater. The queue of people waiting to check their tickets is gradually increasing. The crowd was disgusted with the pugilist's behavior. The youthful male ticket inspector's original look of nervousness had now turned to impatience. He grumbled as the corner of his mouth turned down slightly. What bad luck! How could I run into this kind of person? When the pugilist heard that, his eyes directly widened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kids still impatient? The customer is God. I'm going to complain about you. The pugilistic man's roar was like a thunderbolt, scaring the people around him into retreating. Just then, the Superstore manager arrived with 5 beefy security men. The manager walked straight toward the pugilist. Hello, I'm the manager here. Before the manager could say anything, the pugilist interrupted him without quality. Manager, right? I want to complain about this ticket inspector. The movie is about to start and he won't let me in, and caused so many people to line up here. Hearing the brown man say that, the people around him frowned, convinced. It's really evil. How can this man be like this? It's obvious that he's doing wrong, and he's still got a point. The ticket checker boy was about to open his mouth to retort when the account manager stopped him with a look. This was followed by a look that signaled the 5 security behind him to start moving. Only one of the security guards was seen without saying a word. He directly snatched the conch lion powder carried in the pugilist's hand. The remaining 4 security guards lifted his limbs and instantly set him up in the air. The pugilist obviously didn't expect his 250-pound body. It's amazing to be lifted in the air one day. Only the brown man's eyes were closed in fear, and his voice trembled and, "What are you doing? Put me down. I'll call the police." The 5 security guards simply ignored it. Immediately afterward, the pugilist began to wriggle and struggle frantically. However, it didn't help much at all. Seeing this, the pugilistic big man had no choice but to give in first. I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought snail powder into the movie theater. I won't dare anymore. Where are you taking me? Put me down first. The 5 security guards still ignored him. Still expressionless, he lifted him up and headed out of the theater. Pugilist in order to break free, adding a large twist to his massive frame. A lanky, fierce-looking security guard saw him so unsettled. Then in his ear, he whispered coldly, "Don't move, or you'll be taken to Hades." The pugilist saw the security guard had a scar on his cheek and his eyes were fierce to the core. Instantly horrified, he only felt a heat in his lower body. The pugilist who was held high in the air was actually scared to pee. The pants were wet against his legs. The people around them saw the scene and smiled with joy. Serves you right. Let you be cross. The security at this superstore is really strong. It all looks like it's practiced. This bully is scared to pee. It was at this point that the manager who remained at the ticket gate, once again, it caught everyone's attention. Only he cleared his throat, raised his voice, and, "I've already understood what happened just now through the surveillance. Don't worry everyone. This customer has been pulled into the blacklist of Hiwa Shop, and will never be allowed to step into Hiwa Shop again. There is nothing wrong with us and Hyatt Purchase being service-oriented, but this kind of creates a great nuisance for other customers. People who seriously affect the harmonious atmosphere of the superstore are not within the scope of our services." Upon hearing the manager's words, The crowd clapped their hands. I saw that the crisis here had been lifted. It was then decided to go elsewhere to observe the other staff members again. However, the manager's next words made I stop again. Only the manager tapped the ticket inspector on the shoulder and spoke calmly. Right, Xiao Lu. Go home and get some rest. I've already arranged for someone to take over the shift. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a staff member arrived in a hurry. The manager nodded at him gently afterward. This staff member then took the place of the ticket inspector just now and started inspecting tickets at the ticket gate. The crowd then lined up in an orderly fashion. However, the ticket inspector who had just been bullied by the pugilist, at the moment, standing on the sidelines, tears began to well up in his eyes. He believes that the subtext of the manager telling him to go home and rest is to fire him. The people who were lining up for tickets also started whispering. Look at this manager. Is it hard to fire this ticket checker boy? Doesn't the workplace tell you to go home and take a break, so you can be fired? This little brother is really unlucky to meet such a disruptive customer. The one who is looking for trouble is that idiot. Why did you fire the ticket checker boy? Chapter 16 Employees being bullied? Backhandedly. It's a commiseration award. Bing Bing, who was on the side, also felt bad in her heart. It was clearly that fat guy who was just there who was being unreasonable. Now, instead, the ticket inspector is being sacked. It's not fair. The audience in front of the screen also started to get indignant for the ticket inspector. Why did you fire the ticket inspector? It's that idiot's fault. Alas, in this case, the ticket inspector can only recognize his own bad luck. Let's hope the ticket inspector will find a better job afterward. Are you kidding upstairs? Is there a better job in a small, fourth-tier city than a minimum monthly salary of $8,000 and an annual salary of $150,000? That's right. And it's 2 shifts, only 6.5 hours a day. Ticket gate. The little Lou ticket inspector was filled with apprehension. Actually, his last job. It was because one time, he didn't control his temper, talked back to the boss twice in a meeting, laughed at by boss and asked to go home and rest. As a result, this break was 3 whole months. In the past 3 months, not a single penny of salary has been paid, but also owes money to the company. His boss bullied him into being new to the world in order not to pay him for his malicious dismissal. That's why he thought to force him to resign voluntarily by going home for a break. So, the ticket checker boy was now in a state of total trepidation after hearing the manager say that he should go home and rest. Just then, the manager seemed to sense his panic. Then he gently patted his shoulder, and then spoke in a smooth, comforting tone. Don't be afraid, Xiao Lu. Although you didn't handle this well enough today, it was mainly that customer who did the wrong thing. After today's break, tomorrow you go to the training department for another month of training. After 1 month, rejoin the workforce. Ticket inspector? A month later, re-up? After being confused for a second, the ticket checker spoke with a face full of shock. Manager, not firing me? Meanwhile, the netizens in the live broadcast room brushed up their comments. Thought he was going to be fired. I didn't realize it was just for him to train for a month and then rejoin the workforce. If you ask me, it would be better to ban his QQ number for 2 days. It's okay to penalize him for eating 2 packs of konjac coolers. It's still a bit more ruthless to deduct 2 reputation points for King's honor. Wagyu purchase. The manager looked at the ticket checker boy and smiled affectionately. Don't worry. It's impossible to fire you. The whole thing was mainly the client being unreasonable. By the way, what I just said was your punishment. Now it's your reward. Reward? And a reward? The ticket inspector looked at the manager quizzically. Only the manager cleared his throat. Xiao Lu, you have been blamed by a customer for failing to fulfill his unreasonable demands. Give out a 500 yuan aggrieved award. With that, the manager pulled a red envelope out of his pocket and handed it to the ticket inspector. Everyone around them stared at the red bag with wide eyes. Not only are you not fired, but you have a commission award? That'll do. The ticket checker guy didn't take this anger for nothing. This superstore is too good to its employees, isn't it? With aggression awards, the ticket checking boy also directly opened his mouth wide at this moment, and received the red envelope with a bewildered look on his face. How he didn't expect it. Not only does the superstore he just joined not fire him, not forcing him to resign voluntarily, and give him a $500 commission award. It all happened so suddenly. 1 second he was adamant that he was going to be sacked. At this moment, Bing Bing, who saw the red packet, directly froze in place. What? Aggrieved award? Surprisingly, employees are given aggrieved awards. Is there even such a reward in this world? Unbelievable. Just now I was lamenting the fact that little brother was going to be sacked. I didn't realize that the clown was myself. Who doesn't get aggravated at work? To appear non-pretentious, to keep my job. Usually when you are aggrieved, you break your teeth and swallow your stomach. The boss only cares about the results. He doesn't care how much you've been aggravated. But there's even an employee aggression award here? The more I thought about it, the more shocked he felt. Surprisingly, there are companies that aren't just about customers. It also cares if its employees are not aggrieved. She feels so dignified working here. Not only is overtime prohibited, still only working 6.5-hour shifts a day. And there are salaries that are several times higher than the market rate. Now, there's actually a commission award popping up. The beatniks who work here, totally spoiled by the boss. That's too much happiness. The netizens in the live stream were even more stunned when they heard about the commission award. This Aggrieved award is fantastic. It fully reflects the care and respect for our battered workers, so that we can feel the warmth when we encounter injustice. Instead of just pointing fingers, the owner of this superstore is really awesome. He is able to set up an award for his employees, so I admire him. This boss is here to save our humble beat workers, right? Surprisingly, he genuinely treats his employees as human beings. That man is a role model for capitalists all over the country. And Hyatt purchase owner, just treating employees like human beings has become the benchmark for all capitalists. Judge's room. The 4 listed veterans heard about the employee complaint award. First he was shocked, then he was filled with disdain. To them, the commission award was too hypocritical. It's not obvious that it's about preserving the corporate image, putting on a show for the customers around you? $500 for customer praise. That's a lot of money for a little money. Plus, there were quite a few customers on hand holding up their cell phones to take pictures. This could also earn the Superstore a wave of word of mouth if it gets posted online. $500. 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Office. Ding. The audience greatly appreciates the company's establishment of the Employee Condescension Award. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value. 90. However, Fanny, who heard the system prompt, seeing the live feed, the manager was getting ready to leave. Suddenly, his face was displeased. He was seen sharply exiting the live broadcast, after swiping a few times on his cell phone screen. Then he dialed the manager. Hey, old Chen. You're not handling this matter right. What's up, boss? On the other end of the line, came the manager's tone filled with doubt. Fanny said without hesitation. This matter has festered on the internet. It has caused mental damage to Xiaolu. It must be handled according to the rules. The manager on the other end of the line sniffed and came to a realization, responding immediately. Understood, boss. It's my fault for not thinking things through. Snap dash. After hanging up the phone, Fanny once again clicked on the live broadcast. Only the middle of the screen. The manager, who had originally given the ticket inspector a red packet and was about to leave, spoke calmly once again. The fact that the customer just shouted accusations at you on the spot hurts your character as well as your dignity. According to the rules, you should be given $5,000 in moral compensation, which will be credited to your pay card before the end of the financial shift. The ticket inspector who heard this was completely dumbfounded. How he didn't realize that he wasn't just not fired. After receiving a $500 commission award, it's amazing that the company has to hurt the customer's character and dignity for him. Give him another $5,000 for emotional distress. The netizens in the live broadcast room directly exploded when they heard the manager's words. This is too touching. I'm going to cry. Not only do they care about their employees being aggrieved, they also care about their mental state. Such a boss deserves his fortune. If I were in this company, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Chapter 17. This Superstore is fake and scripted by the show. Ding. The audience greatly appreciates the moral damages you set up for your employees. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value. 100. Seeing the unanimous praise of the live streamers for the moral damages, the corners of Fanny's mouth rose slightly, his heart filled with pleasure. In fact, 5 years ago, when the company was founded, a cashier will when bullied by an unreasonable customer, Vanike just to get the system's employee happiness value. With a reminder from the system, Aggrieved awards were created specifically for employees. Then this intentionally disruptive customer was not convinced and intentionally smeared the cashier online. This malicious smear campaign, a degree of mental anguish was inflicted on the cashier. Therefore, since then Fanny has specially set up a moral damage fee for his employees. Whenever an employee of the company is aggrieved at work or mentally hurt, all of them get an aggrievement award or moral damages from the company. Judge's room. 4 listed veterans. Originally, when they saw that the manager gave the ticket checker $500 of aggrieved prize, They all thought it was for show. But when they saw that they also have to give $5,000 of moral damages, they all stared blankly. The four capitalists simply couldn't figure it out. How in the world can there be such a business? And what kind of owner creates a business like this? From the beginning, Ice is at the door and meets the purchaser who just got off work, to now being a movie theater ticket inspector. Step by step, the four owners of publicly traded companies in the judge's room begin to self-doubt. The more they looked at it, the less they believed that a company like Hoyo Purchase could exist in this world. At the moment, they were even beginning to wonder. It's all fake. It's all scripted by the show. Employees work only 6.5 hours a day. The minimum salary for janitorial is $8,000 a month and $150,000 a year. The food section has detailed descriptive signs for each food item. In order to make customers happy and select the best durian, the staff opened 4 in a row directly. Clear, crisp stocking price signs in the clothing area, and free lifetime repairs. The appliance section. Not only can you pay the low online price, but you can also help customers move all their appliances for free. Movie theaters. Half the price of the ticket can be refunded if you don't like the movie. When an employee is bullied, not only will the employee be given a $500 Aggrieved award on the spot, but also another $5,000 for moral damages. Although the program only aired for a few short hours, but everything continued to irritate the nerves of the four judges. It subverts their three views. They went from being skeptical at first to being full of suspicion. Director, this company is a fake, isn't it? Chao Wang watched the judge's room monitor and was the first to question the program. He felt there was no way this company could exist. This must have been a deliberate attempt by the show to get a group to act in order to appease the striking crowd. Besides, the other company competing in this round was his glass factory. What just happened at the Defuk factory not only directly caused the company's stock price to drop 10%, it has also seriously tarnished his image as a philanthropist, which he has worked so hard to develop over the years. Therefore, Chao Wang is trying to save his image. Even if the current social situation is not favorable to capitalists, he must also raise questions about the authenticity of this superstore. At this point, the four judges were glued to the monitor, waiting for the director's response. However, to their dismay, the director's voice of denial came over the monitor and, "This Wagyu shopping superstore is real. All participating companies are insured to be real by the government, and companies that are still in business and paying regular taxes." The four judges were momentarily speechless at the words, wanting to retort but not knowing how to speak. Although they don't believe the director at all, still convinced this company must be fake, but they also dare not openly question the government. After about 30 seconds of silence, Ma Yun couldn't help but ask the program the question she's always wanted to know. Director, if this superstore is real, then this superstore shouldn't be making money, right? The other three judges heard the question and immediately chimed in. Right. Operating costs should be high. Can such a company be profitable? If you don't make a profit, you're going to go out of business sooner or later, and it's not a long-term solution at all. The profitability of this superstore must not be good, otherwise it would have opened branches and gone to market in the morning. Hearing the questioning of several judges, the director once again transmitted his voice through the monitor. Judges, we have contacted the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Taxation on this matter. We expect to receive a reply within 20 minutes. Please continue to watch the live broadcast of the first round first. The four judges were filled with disdain when they heard the director's words. They think it's just the show deliberately stalling for time to find a response. Anyone with a clear eye can see that the cost of this superstore is huge. A superstore in a small fourth-tier city. There is simply no way there is enough revenue to hedge against such high costs. Just then, Chao Wang suddenly looked at the screen in panic. Because, at this point, the screen cuts back to the tofu glass factory. Chao Wang is very afraid that the shooting of the program will once again bring irreversible negative effects for him and the company. To bless the glass factory, little Sam, after receiving instructions from the director, just keep conferring with the photographer about how to test whether employees on low wages will do a good job. Neither wanted to go to the workshop for the two. Finally decided to check out the company's administration department. At this moment, the two had just walked not far from the administration building. It was attracted to a sneaky young man. The young man was seen getting into a black BYD after a while of looking around. Intuition told Sap that there must be something hidden going on here. So, Sardar signaled the photographer to sneak closer, until the two squatted down on the left side of the car. Little Sam's ear was pressed against the car door. Only a man with a calm voice said with a strong attitude, Xiao Wang, just now the purchase order for that batch of raw materials. You wrote an extra $100,000. You do this, can you afford the company? The other man, whose voice sounded younger, returned somewhat timidly. Supervisor. I was wrong. I'll change it back now. Hearing this, little Sam's eyes widened. Purchase orders? Right, an extra 100,000. Isn't it obvious that you want a kickback? Originally, I just wanted to go to the administration department to see if the employees would do their jobs properly. I didn't expect to catch the secret of the employees taking kickbacks, but it sounds like this supervisor is trying to stop the kickbacks from the purchasers under his hand. Little Salmon couldn't help but mentally appraise the purchasing supervisor in the car. This supervisor is quite conscientious and thinks about the company. However, the next conversation between the two completely changed Little Sam's mind, only to hear the supervisor suddenly raise his voice. Change what? $100,000. We split it 37. Ha? Supervisor. The purchaser's tone dripped with obvious disbelief. Crouching outside the door of the car, Sasha was even more dumbfounded. Geez, this supervisor is not trying to stop the purchasing agent from taking kickbacks. Instead, they want the purchaser to take themselves along for the kickback. What a great solo effort. Little Sam instantly took a greater interest in the conversation that was to follow in the car. Only his ears were perked up, listening intently. Chapter 18 Crazy. A procurement surprisingly does not take kickbacks? What 37. No supervisor, you're taking 30% is too little. How about 50/50ths? Humph. Before the words left his mouth, the calm-voiced supervisor spoke forcefully once again after giving a cold snort. New guy. Listen up. You're the one who gets 30%. I get 70%. Without my approval, you don't get a dime. Crouching outside of the car, Sahib was surprised. Although you can only hear voices, not faces, but little Sam could still visualize the supervisor's greedy eyes at the moment. It was at this point that little Sam's heart suddenly rose into his throat, because the supervisor in the car spoke again. I'm going to head back, so to avoid suspicion, you'll be back in the office in about 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Sahib signaled the photographer to hurry up and leave. However, the two hadn't gotten a millimeter out of the way. Click. The car door was then opened. Little Sam, who was eavesdropping outside the car, had his hanging heart suddenly dropped. Luckily, the supervisor opened the door on the other side of the car. Little Sam read in his mind. The supervisor had just left. Little Sam then heard the purchaser in the car complaining hysterically that the just $2,500 a month in fixed salary, day in and day out. You sell your ass off and surround yourself with vendors just to get a little kickback. Now 70% to the supervisor. And previously promised the supplier to return 30%. In the end, I won't get a dime. I've been working for nothing for months. Boom dash. With that, the purchaser pounded heavily on the car door. The netizens who were eavesdropping with Sasha blew up straight away. It seems that low-wage employees can't do their jobs properly. They're just trying to get the company's money. Boss Chow said low wages are good for employees to struggle. So that's how they struggle. $2,500 a month. Less than a shop worker. Doesn't this force purchasing to take kickbacks? This is human nature. In this world, who can resist the temptation of money? This purchasing agent is pathetic. 100,000 rebates, and in the end, he can't get a dime. In the meantime, Chowda Wang in the judge's room. His fists gradually clenched. This supervisor in purchasing must be fired. How dare they collude up and down and jointly siphon off company funds? It's really grown. Just then, the scene shifts back to the Wagyu shopping superstore once again. To everyone's surprise, Ice has encountered a similar situation to that of Sasa. Go to the bathroom for Ice. Accidentally overheard a conversation with a Wojoy supplier and purchaser. Only the supplier was heard pleading in a low voice. Just approve this order with the $500. 000 edition, please. However, the purchaser did not respond. Seeing this, Ice couldn't help but speculate in her mind. $500,000. This purchaser doesn't say a word. I think he's weighing the pros and cons. Purchasers who get the extra money that is requested from is required to give a rebate to the vendor. It's what's left over that puts the kickback in your pocket. This is the kind of behavior where suppliers and purchasers join forces to rip off companies. It's hard for the average person to resist this temptation. Just as Ice was thinking about it, the supplier again pleaded with the purchaser. After you get your hands on it, you 8 and I 2. Is that okay? Hearing the 82 points, Icy's face was filled with shock. The purchasing agent gets 80%, or $400. 000. This is definitely a fatal temptation for the average hitman. Only the vendor's order needs to be approved. It would be effortless to get $400,000. This supplier directly offered an 82% split. It's too sincere, isn't it? Who's gonna be able to handle that? This purchaser is definitely getting pulled down. However, the development of things was completely out of Bing Bing's expectation, only to hear the purchaser sternly interrupt the vendor who was about to continue. Master, don't even think about it. If you keep talking, I will directly kick you out of the company's supplier system. With that, the purchaser left without looking back. Bing Bing, who heard this, was inwardly shocked. That's $400,000. Just turn it down? It's incredible, isn't it? In this age of money, I can't believe someone doesn't want money delivered to their door. The employees here have a good sense of morality. Ice, who hadn't yet returned to his senses, heard another grumble from the supplier. Really convinced. Having worked with so many supermarkets, it's the first time I've met this kind of employee who doesn't take kickbacks. It's really hard to handle. The netizens who just saw the glass factory taking kickbacks are at the moment shocked by the purchasers of Wuiwei purchase. 50*0. 8 is equal to 40. That's $400,000. It's several times more than the rebate from the glass factory just now. How did this purchasing hold back when the money was delivered in front of them? Is this the stamina of a high-wage employee? How do you make money without kickbacks? On dead wages? Definitely high wages. Plus the boss is so nice to his employees that they're embarrassed to take kickbacks. Agreed. Shorter work hours, higher pay, and aggravation awards and moral damages. Purchasing salary is definitely much higher than that cleaning lady's just now. I guess the paychecks are too high to bother with kickbacks. In the judge's room, Chao Dawang's fists clenched tighter. He really didn't expect that the purchasing of Hoyu purchase could be so determined to reject the $400,000 of rebate. This in his glass factory just now. The supervisor is in stark contrast to the purchaser's greed for $100,000. Chao Wang stared tightly at the screen in front of him, his heart racing with thoughts. This company is absolutely bogus and must be scripted by the show. How can any employee possibly resist the temptation of money? A purchasing agent. How can you balk at a supplier pulling him down with a high percentage share? It's totally against human nature. Chao Wang was even more convinced of his previous guess. There is only one possibility that the purchaser could have flatly refused $400,000. It's all a lie. It's the government and the program that are putting on a show for these beatniks. Ding! Purchasing's refusal to take kickbacks was praised by netizens. Reputation value +5. Current honor value, 105. Fanny, sitting at his desk, smiled in relief. Their buyers don't take kickbacks. It's well known in the retail industry in Yudu. Fanny also once asked the staff of the purchasing department why they did not take kickbacks. With all that money, why can you not be impressed? There were 3 purchasers who said things that struck Van Eyck. Boss, you've given us enough. Why would we risk taking kickbacks? That's illegal. Boss, who wants to go gallivanting in the dark when you can make money in the sunshine? Boss, working in our company makes me feel happier than ever. I don't want to lose such a good job because of such a low-level mistake. In fact, things like kickbacks happened when the company was just starting out. There was a buyer who, in 1 year, joined with a supplier to defraud the company of more than $5 million. At the time, the company's revenues were just starting to stabilize, and $5 million was a lot of money to lose. Fanny was furious when he learned about it. After a few nights of hard thinking, many company rules were devised to guard against the matter of kickbacks. But what Van Eyck didn't expect was this. As the company gradually gained a foothold, various regulations began to improve. After the treatment of employees improved a lot, employees gradually develop a sense of belonging to the company. There also seems to be some kind of centripetal force towards the company within. In a job with high pay and high emotional value, employees become reluctant to do things that are detrimental to the company's interests. Those penalties designed to prevent employees from stealing kickbacks haven't worked for a long time. Thinking of this, Fanny lowered his head and touched his nose. What's with the inexplicable little touches? Chapter 19 Stunned by Superstore revenue of $3.1 billion? At that exact moment, the director's voice rang out from both the live broadcast and the judge's room. Hello viewers, in view of the judge's questioning of the authenticity of the Hoyo purchase, we have asked for authoritative information from government departments. Click. As soon as the director's words fell, a copy of the BIA filing about the Weiwei purchase filled the screen of the broadcast room. But after the 4 judges saw it, the corners of their mouths turned down, and their faces showed contempt. This is because the records of the Trade and Industry Bureau can clearly show that this superstore has been in operation for only 5 years. It's important to realize that all 4 of these public company presidents have companies that have stood the test of time for decades. The earliest of the four companies, Jerry, was founded 39 years ago. Alibaba, the latest to be created, has also been around for 25 years. So when the four listed company executives realized that this small superstore only operated after a mere 5 years, they take Hoyo purchase even less seriously. The four judges believe that, according to this kind of money-losing business method of Hoyo, it will go out of business sooner or later. There are countless startups. This superstore is nothing more than a drop in the ocean of many startups that are short-lived. However, the next data that appeared in the screen, it left all four judges wide-eyed with disbelief. An annual financial statement appeared clearly and unambiguously in the middle of the screen. For owners of publicly traded companies who regularly look at financial statements, skip all the column entries directly in front of the report. Eyes go straight to the end of the table. The total column. Operating costs of $2.96 billion. The four who saw the numbers almost didn't laugh out loud, because it confirmed their previous suspicions. The cost of operating a Wagamama superstore is high. What makes them scoff even more is this. At $2.96 billion, this cost is not just high, and it greatly exceeded their expectations. They were thinking of a superstore in a fourth-tier city. Any more builds should cost about $1 billion. But the final numbers really surprised them a bit. The cost turned out to be 3 times what they expected. That's a lot of money to make. Definitely not profitable. The four bosses who have been in the business world for decades understand. The spending power of the fourth-tier cities is really bad. At a cost of $2.96 billion, there is absolutely no way to make money in a tier 4 city. They are even pretty sure that it must have lost money. The four judges were at this point even more convinced of the idea that this company would go out of business sooner or later. However, as they gazed toward the next 2 frames, there were looks of incredulous astonishment. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin even jumped straight up from their chairs. Gross operating income, $3.1 billion. Net profit, $140 million. Never mind that the net profit was only $140 million, far less than the four judges' own publicly traded companies. It can even be said that it is not enough to cover a fraction of the annual profits of their four companies, but it was enough to make the four old bosses shocked by it. They couldn't have imagined that the revenue from Wagyu purchase could be higher than the cost. A superstore in a fourth-tier city, at a cost of $2.96 billion a year, and still make a profit. Among the four judges, no one was more shocked than Wang Jianlin of Wanda Group. Keep in mind that all of his Vanda malls are open in big cities. The company has done countless research trips to small cities. The conclusions reached are that the spending power of small cities is too weak to open large-scale superstores. But now, a 6-story superstore in a fourth-tier city. It's amazing that you can do $3.1 billion in revenue a year, profit of $140 million and a margin of 4.5% straight away. Wang Jianlin knows that the retail industry is not like the internet or high-tech companies. Margins in the general retail industry are right around 1% to 5%. This superstore in a fourth-tier city, $3.1 billion in revenue when the cost was a staggering $2.96 billion. With a profit margin of 4.5%, it's more than capable of reaching the upper echelons of the retail industry. This has completely reversed the perception that Jianlin Wang and company once had of the spending power of small cities. Wang Jianlin, who jumped up from his chair, exclaimed in disbelief as if he had seen a business opportunity. This superstore is awesome. If the costs can be controlled, the profits should easily multiply several times. After seeing, at the end of the statement, the official seal of the State Auditor's Department, the four judges' doubts about the authenticity of the Hoyo purchase were not entirely dispelled, but they don't dare to question it so easily. Just then, the director's voice once again sounded in the judges' room and on the air. Judges and viewers, in this round we have investigated 2 separate companies on how they treat their employees' salaries, and the relationship between high and low salaries and employees' work attitudes. The first round is coming to a close now, followed by a half-hour voting session. There is only one advancement ticket per audience member, and that advancement ticket may be continually revoked and cast during the half hour. As soon as the director's words fell, a long bar similar to an anchor connecting to play a PK match appeared right above the live room. The left side of the long bar is red and above it reads Wuyo Purchase. The right side is blue and says to be blessed with a glass factory. At this moment, the screen of the live broadcast was also split in 2. On the left is Hoyo Purchase, and on the right is To Fook Glass Factory. The 2 screens kept replaying clips from earlier in the broadcast over and over again. Voting just started a minute ago. Red and Joy Purchase then kept attacking blue with a clear advantage, until the entire long bar of the PK turns red. In the judge's room, Chow Wang was very unconvinced after seeing his glass factory completely crushed by Hoyu purchase. He excused himself to go to the bathroom. Actually, it's a call to the secretary. Have all factory employees stop working immediately and vote for us at the Tobless factory on the program Elect a Good Company. Each worker must pull at least 10 more votes from friends and family. Screenshots as proof. Otherwise, half a year's salary will be deducted. After hanging up the phone, Chow Wang confidently walked towards the judge's room. He knew as soon as he said payroll deduction, these workers will surely crowd the factory to pull 10 votes from friends and family. There are at least 35,000 employees in a glass factory. And such factories, Chow Wang has a total of 17 in the country. That's a lot of maneuvering to get at least close to 6 million votes. 5W times 17 times 10 is equal to 595W. Unsurprisingly, Chow Wang, who had just returned to the judge's room, saw that the blue side was growing at an accelerated rate. Blue was swamped from the start of the finish red, to occupying 10%, 20%, 30%. Finally, it breaks right through 40%, even slowly approaching 50%. The netizens saw this dramatic scene and directly exploded. Misty grass. Who voted for the Tobless skinning factory? Shady. Are you blind? Can't tell who's good and who's bad? Hoyo is 10 times better than Wofu. Really convinced. Originally thought that a sure win. Tobless how are almost catching up. Don't. If Tofuk wins, we may have to vigorously promote Tofuk's management model of eating people's blood buns in the future. Fellow fighters, the only one who can save us now is ourselves. Wake up, unite and vote for Hoyo. Chapter 20, Fan. Who's your father? Just then, Chow Wang, who saw his factory support catching up with him, obviously drifted a bit. In order to get more votes, Chow Wang went so far as to directly address the audience in front of the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be fooled by this Superstore. Let's seriously think about it. A half-day shift every day. A minimum monthly salary of 8,000 for janitorial, and $150,000 a year. There are also awards for aggression and moral damages. Do you believe in this kind of work? A superstore in a Tier 4 city can be profitable with such high costs? Do you believe it? What this superstore showed on the program must have been staged. I demand to be connected with the owner of Hoyo Shopping and confront him live. A portion of the netizens in the live stream heard this and agreed. Yeah, I still can't believe it's real. High wages, no overtime work, and awards for aggression and mental damages? I don't believe it. Call the boss to come out and confront him. How does that purchasing agent's direct refusal of a $400,000 kickback just now look like an act? If this is true, it's too good to be true. I wouldn't dare to dream like this. Agree to confront the owner of the Joy Shop, but it's not that I don't trust Hyatt. I simply want to see what that man really looks like. If this is staged, it's the program's blackout trying to trick us into hitting the workers to give us hope. Let's stop the strike. At this point, a portion of the Hoyo purchasers' vote was continually withdrawn. Blue has a slight lead with 51%. The director's team was pressured by netizens to get in touch with the Superstore owner, Fanny. 2 minutes later, the director's voice sounded on the air again. Judges and viewers, the owner of the Wayu's Shopping Superstore, Fanny, has agreed to connect. After saying that, Fanny's face appeared in the red half of the screen of the live broadcast. The other half of the screen was also connected via a surveillance link that captured Chow Wang in the judge's room. The viewers in front of the screen were very excited to see it. He's coming. He's coming. The man is coming. He looks so young. From now on, Fanny will be my idol. The contrast is too obvious, isn't it? The Superstore owner is still a fresh meat. Chow Wang is already old. For the value of this face, ladies, I'm going to support Wuyue Shopping. Chow Wang was extremely disdainful when he saw Fanny's boyish face on the screen. So young? A hothouse flower at first glance. Probably a rich kid who doesn't know how to value money. Just as Chow Wang was speculating about Fanny's identity, Fanny suddenly opened his mouth. Boss Chow, I heard that you don't believe that our superstore is real. Boss Chow heard this opening and sneered a few times. More than that, he didn't believe it. None of the other 3 judges believed it either. If it wasn't for the fact that this inning was picked on his to-be-blessed glass factory, nor will he be the outlier in this unfavorable context for capitalists. Chow Wang crossed his arms to his chest, crossed his legs disdainfully, and asked contemptuously, Van, who is your father? This time, it confused Fanny. Didn't you suspect that my superstore was a fake? Why are you asking me who my father is? Before Fanny could react, Chow Wang once again spoke with contempt. A rich kid like you doesn't know how to run a company. You should be trying to use this program to hype things up, right? Young man, I advise you to get down to eating and drinking. Don't fool around. It's easy to make jokes. I don't think you've ever run a company at all. How else could you hire actors to act out unrealistic and ridiculous things on the show? Looking at Chow Wang's disdainful face in the screen, Fanny inexplicably wanted to laugh a little. To hold back from losing my cool in front of the camera, Fanny silently lowered his head in thought. How bombastic is the existence of the Hoyo purchase for Chow Wang? Obviously all looked at authoritative government data. Surprisingly, you don't want to believe that Wagamama is real? Now he actually suspects that he, Fanny, is a brainless second-generation rich kid. At this moment, the netizens who saw Fanny's silence suddenly came to a realization like a great intelligence. Why isn't Boss Fan saying anything? Did Chow Wang get it right? It must have been Boss Chow who said it. He's just a rich kid who wants to use the program for hype. So young to be running a large superstore. It must be from his father. For the sake of hype, they even hired an actor to play it. I'm taking this seriously. Guys, is there still such a handsome rich kid in Yudu? Love. Upstairs face dogs, please consciously go out and turn left. When the 4 judges saw that Fanny didn't say anything, they all put their hearts down. Wang Jianlin, who was shocked by the financial statement just now, also snorted disdainfully. All this if the rich kid had hired an actor to play it. Then this Tier 4 city superstore is not much of a reference for Wanda. Just then, Fanny slowly raised his head and asked in a serious manner, Boss Chow, can I ask you a question? Chow Wang froze for a moment, then responded briefly that, ask. Chow Wang was curious as to what question this young man, who had been dismantled by himself, wanted to ask. Only, Fanny cleared his throat. May I ask what you started your business for? Chow Wang was momentarily speechless when he heard this question. He was going to say of course it's about making money, but the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed them back. Bosses like him who are out there trying to create an image of philanthropists. Naturally every chance you get you want to show the world what you have in your chest. After thinking for a moment, Chow Wang slowly spoke. In order to contribute to society. In order to promote the progress of society as a whole. However, just as Chow Wang was in the middle of his speech, Fanny couldn't wait to interrupt him. Boss Chow, I'm not like you. I started my business to make money. The comment was met with a flurry of comments from netizens. This second-generation fan is quite honest. Boss Chow's talk of contributing to society sounds so fake. Upstairs, it's not false at all. It's you who haven't reached the same level as Boss Chow. Boss Chow and Fanny aren't even in the same class. One is a small superstore owner. The other is an entrepreneur with 17 factories across the country. Bull *********. If Boss Chow is only for the community and not for making money, then give me all his mansions and luxury cars? Judge's room. Ha 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 ha. Chow Wang, who heard Fanny say that he was there to make money, actually laughed directly. In Chow Wang's opinion, this young man called Fanny was still too young. It's so easy to say what you're really up to. It's so easy to show the cracks. Chow Wang looked kindly at Fanny, and in the tone of an elder, he hypocritically persuaded. Young man, you can't be a man just thinking about yourself. As soon as the words fell, Fanny then returned with a sincere attitude. Boss Chow, I didn't think only of myself, because I'm not making money for my personal wealth. I am making money in order to lead all my employees to prosperity. Chapter 21, the company has no money? No money for you to buy a Ferrari. To lead the employees to common prosperity? Chow Wang frowned slightly. He was genuinely surprised. Fanny, the little brat, was even more savvy than him. How dare he say that he started his business to lead his employees to prosperity? It's true that anything against the heart can be said in order to pull the heartstrings of the bottom feeders. In the opinion of the 4 public company owners, Fanny's words were much more hypocritical than what Chow Wang had said, which he was afraid to say he was making money to feed stray dogs. It's also more credible than making money to lead your employees to prosperity. Likewise, a portion of the netizens in the comments section didn't buy into Fanny's words. Just now Boss Fan said he was doing it to make money, and I thought he was being honest. Now he's saying it's to lead his employees to common prosperity. Why does that sound so fake? I also think, which boss is not rich? After the money, to buy a luxury car, to buy a luxury house, package mistress, dashing to live? Where would they remember their employees? Why do I feel that Boss Fan's words are believable? Just now the live broadcast everyone can see. Their company's treatment of employees is really very good. Upstairs, don't you see what's going on? Boss Chow has just said that the odds are that those just now were all scripts that Mr. Fan got someone to act out for the sake of hype. Honestly, I'd rather believe that Chow Wang makes money for the sake of society than that boss Fan makes money to lead his employees to common prosperity. At the same time, more people began to withdraw their initial votes in favor of Hoyo. Only the red side of the long PK bar began to fall extremely fast. Red and blue were evenly matched from before Chow Wang and Fanny connected. By now red is only 30%. The long blue strip had reached above Fanny's head and was still growing. Fanny looked at the support rate that kept decreasing above his head, and the comments section of the netizens in the live broadcast, and smiled helplessly. It seems that most people don't believe what they say. In fact, if you've just crossed over, Fanny also won't believe in such bull as making money in order to lead the employees to common prosperity, because that one sounds really hypocritical. However, he was now convinced of this statement. What changed him? Fanny began to recall in his mind. Some memory fragments kept surfacing in Fanny's mind. Van Eyck recalls that the business started out with the system in place. 24-year-old Van Eyck had just made his first $1 million. At that time, the system reminded Fanny, if you want a better and more stable company, you should give some of the money to your employees. However, instead of doing as he was told, Fanny did not do as he was told. Also used the company to get a mortgage from the bank to buy himself a Ferrari. That time, 24-year-old Van Eyck from his previous life as a social animal, become a Ferrari driver. A high-class person who goes to and from all kinds of high-class places of consumption. He was immersed in material fulfillment and couldn't get out of it. It's almost like you're about to forget that you once had a miserable life of penniless, 996 a day, until one day, Lao Zhao, who was in charge of looking after the company's warehouse, finds Fan Yi and wants an advance on his paycheck for his son's treatment. Where does Fan Yi, who just took out a loan to buy a luxury car and throws money away every day, have any money left? It's a bad climate and the company has no money. Fanny then fobbed old Zhao off with a few sentences like this. But watch your boss buy a luxury car and paper over it every day. How could Lao Zhao believe such bull about the company not having any money? Old Zhao, who was eager to save his son and could do nothing about it, after thinking about it over and over again, it was finally decided. That night, using his position, emptying company warehouse, sell the goods at a low price for money. However, what Fanny didn't expect was this. After the police arrested Lao Zhao, old Zhao had no remorse whatsoever. What made Fanny even more unexpected was, when Lao Zhao was taken in, the staff did not take warning. Instead, he began to learn from Lao Zhao. Every day you go to work and don't do your job properly, you think about how you can make some money in your pocket. Today you sneak a bucket of oil from the supermarket. Tomorrow you sneak a bag of rice from the employees cover for each other so that Fanny can't find any evidence at all. In this way, the company managed to lose money every day with all the tawdry maneuvers of its employees. But if employees don't work well, the company doesn't make money. The company can't make any money. And Fanny can't pay back the loan he took out earlier to buy a Ferrari. Fanny could only continue to take out loans, tear down the east wall and mend the west wall. Finally, sold the Ferrari. But under the pressure of the interest-rolling debt, Fanny could not carry on. Fanny managed to go from being a young man with a place who had just earned $1 million to a negative man with more than $3 million in debt. Worry about looking at the ever-increasing repayment bill every day. Until one day, the system gives him a chance to start over. Once again, he was given $500,000 in startup capital. From there, Van Eyck started listening to the system and started giving his employees a cut of the money. Van Eyck found out that after the employees took the money, started to get very friendly with him. The work is also more intentional. A loan that I thought would take a long time to pay off. It was actually paid off in less than a year with profit sharing to employees. Hoyo has also grown from strength to strength. Van Eyck understood this. You can't be a boss and be rich just for yourself. To lead employees to common prosperity. This is so that you don't widen the gap between the rich and the poor, between yourself and your employees too much. It causes employees to hold grudges and do things that hurt the company. He also gets a sense of friendliness from his staff. So, after making the employees rich, Van Eyck himself is actually a beneficiary. Just as Fan Yi was reminiscing about the past, there are already only 15 minutes left in the voting period. The support vote for the Wagyu purchase has also dropped to 10%. More and more netizens are beginning to believe that Fan Yi is putting on a show through the program. Despite the show's official statement, this show is absolutely real, and there is absolutely no shady stuff to go along with Van Eyck's playbook. But netizens simply don't believe it and even feel that Fanny has cheated their feelings. Something I just encountered on an unannounced visit to Wojiata purchase. For the viewers who are ordinary people, it's like a fairy tale for them. However, after they believed that there really was such a good boss. Again, I realized it was all a lie. That feeling of hope being destroyed was very good for every viewer's heart. So, the number of votes in favor of the WoW purchase has been dwindling. So far, it's down to 5%. In the middle of the screen in the live room, in stark contrast to the expressionless Fanny, it's the smiling boss Chow. He couldn't even suppress the AK that rose at the corners of his mouth. The look was as if he was announcing his victory to the world. Just then, Fanny, who hadn't moved, stood up. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Just see Fanny set the lens to the rear. A wall of Van Eyck's office appears in the picture. The walls are covered with photos. Looking at the photos, Fanny slowly spoke. These, all of them, are the stories of what Wagyu purchase used to be. Chapter 22 only wanted to earn $20 million, but earned more than $100 million. This is the warehouse that was emptied by old Zhao. Van Eyck tells the audience about his youthful debt of $3 million. At the same time, a netizen named Fat Cat found a news story about employees emptying a warehouse 5 years ago. The photo accompanying the news was of a stone Fanny standing in front of an empty warehouse. He put a screenshot of the news into the comments section, which immediately drew the attention of netizens. It's true. Boss Fan is telling the truth. I didn't realize that Boss Fan had such an experience. No wonder he now has the idea of leading his employees to common prosperity. So, it's true what happened at the Hoyo. Definitely. We're also damn depressed cattle and horses that we can't believe there are capitalists in the world who want to lead their employees to common prosperity. This is the cashier who influenced me to create an aggression award in moral damages for my employees. This is the only purchase that Hoyo Purchase has ever taken a kickback on. All of the photos on this wall have a Wagyu purchase story behind them. Van Eyck showed some other photos to the audience. More and more netizens are beginning to believe in Fanny. Approval ratings are also slowly picking up. Until Van Eyck pointed to a photo of the entire staff celebrating and said, in fact, last year we were going to make $20 million. Who knows that by the end of the year, we made $140 million. What? When the four bosses in the judge's room heard this, their mouths opened wide and their jaws dropped in shock. What do you mean you were only supposed to make $20 million, and ended up making $140 million? If they had not read the financial statements just now, they certainly would not have believed that this kind of money-losing operation could still make $140 million. In fact, the whole thing about being able to make a profit is beyond their expectations. But now this Superstore owner is actually saying that $140 million earned was purely accidental? It was only supposed to make $20 million. This pussy is for him. It's a hateful thing to do. The four listed veterans had to admit at this moment that they were envious to the teeth. The economy has been in a downward spiral for the past few years, and the public's spending power has dropped considerably. All four of them also have declining company revenues, except for Chao Wang's glass factory, which dipped into the light of the new energy source and managed to stabilize a bit. The other three owners have seen their company's revenues, so to speak, decline at an extreme rate. Profits were naturally much worse than expected. But now, someone actually told them, his actual profit last year was 7 times higher than expected. 20 million to 140 million. It's a business miracle, regardless of the general climate. The thing that puzzled the four judges the most was, Fanny treats his employees so well, giving high salaries and this and that award. How can you make a profit 7 times higher than projected? How the hell did that happen? Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin, the boss of Wanda, who could no longer hold back, looked directly at the camera and opened his mouth. Mr. Fan, your labor costs look like a lot. Which is very illogical. Shouldn't it be logical to control labor costs so that profits can increase? On the other side of the screen, Fanny, who had heard Wang Jianlin's question, replied without thinking, profits can be so much higher than expected because I give 90% of them to my employees. When these words came out, Wang Jianlin was directly speechless. The other judges in the judging room froze. 90% of the profits are divided among the employees? That's what he said about leading his employees to common prosperity? This kid is really out of his element. The judges are getting it at the moment. Even if Van Eyck had just told them the reason they could make 7 times more money than they expected, none of them can do it either. After all, not all of us have the frame of mind and heart to give away the money we are holding. Meanwhile, support for the Hoyo purchase has skyrocketed. The audience praised Fanny. 90% of it is divided among the employees. This kind of boss deserves to make his money. In other companies, employees work hard and give their bosses a big G. In Hoyo, employees work hard and give themselves a big G. Fan Lao is not leading the staff to common prosperity. This is leading his employees to the peak of life. Can the employees not be motivated to do their jobs? How can they not be motivated to work? If my boss can share the profits with me, I'll kill myself not to touch the fish. If I were an employee of Hoyo, I'd be more afraid of the business closing down than the owner. Ding! The audience recognizes you for distributing 90% of your profits to your employees and leading them to common prosperity. Reputation value plus 15. Current honor value, 120. Fanny, who heard the system prompt, glanced at the score at this point. Hoyo purchase support is growing at an accelerated rate, from 30% to 40%, 50%, straight through 60%, with the last 3 minutes left in the game. Chao Wang, who saw the score, was anxious. Fanny, you're just talking nonsense. A world-weary little brat. 90% profit. You have a big mouth. What do you know about employee management and cost control? Before the words fell, Fanny retorted with sharp words. Don't talk about management when you're paid $2,500. Employees who can work are giving you face. Hearing these words, Chao Wang's brain felt like it was down and he couldn't say anything. The viewers in front of the screen heard this, but they lit up and swiped right through the comments section. Good point. Don't talk about management if you're underpaid. That's normal thinking. Brother Fan, you have a small frame. Our stingy bossy dares to negotiate. Woohoo! How does that sound like I didn't mean it? But then the boss can see it? Tomorrow's news headline, Boss Chow seeks legal counsel overnight to sue Hoyo for buying wages too high. Sending this to my boss, who told me to go to finance tomorrow. Meanwhile, to bless the glass factory, $2,500 in salary. Just don't talk about management. Employees who can work are giving you face. These words kept echoing in the mind of the purchaser who had just been hacked for a kickback by his supervisor. His eyes were inexplicably a little moist, because he's the one who's making $2,500. He was seen scratching the screen twice, just backhandedly voted in favor of Van Eyck's Hoyo purchase, and change all 10 of the friends and family votes he pulled into Hoyo purchases. Inside the workshop, the red-haired killer worker looked at Fanny in the screen, his hands trembling. He couldn't believe that there was such a good boss in the world. Granted, their workers are paid $4,000, not $2,500, but that's all because they traded their physical health for it. And when they die, the factory has to take their insurance payout. The red-headed killmonger looked online for some more clips from the show and Hyatt purchased just now. Working 6.5 hours a day. Janitorial salary of $150,000 a year. Aggravation awards. Moral damages. Leading the staff to commonwealth. 90% of the profits are distributed to the staff. Each image was like a hammer blow, wildly impacting the red-haired man's perceptions. A hot flame began to burn in his chest. He withdrew all of his votes and the votes of his friends and family to be blessed, and voted for Hoyo after the purchase. Jumped right up on the workbench and shouted at the top of his lungs, "This Thai class! I'm not taking it!" Chapter 23, Employee Marries. Stingy boss gives 200? More and more employees at the welfare factory began to fall in line. Cast your vote for Hoyo purchase. Wagyu purchase support from 60%. Increased to 70%. A breath of air. Straight through 80%. The numbers continue to climb. 85%. 88%. Click. Voting time is over. Many of the workers at the tofu plant were chagrined that they didn't get to cast their votes for Hoyo purchase. What's going on? Why can't you vote? Fogweed. There's no time. If it weren't for the lack of time, Chao Wang wouldn't have gotten a single vote. Judge's room. Chao Wang clenched his fists, uncontrollable anger burning in his heart. From the apparent change in the score just now, Chao Wang had guessed that the employees of his factory had withdrawn their votes. These traitors, waiting for their paychecks to be docked, Chao Wang murmured in his mind. Just then, the director's voice sounded again. This is the end of the first round. Congratulations to Hoyo purchase, who won this match with 88% support. The audience in front of the screen cheered. Winning, winning. Last 3 minutes surge. If it weren't for the lack of time, Hoyo's support would have increased even more. Fancied by Boss Fan. Splitting 90% of the profits to the employees. If Boss Fan doesn't win, God forbid, with a salary of $2,500, what do you talk about management? Boss Fan YYDS. In the judge's room, Chao Wang was furious. He couldn't figure it out. It was clear that he was going to win just now. Why was the vote pulled back again by this minion? A publicly traded company was defeated by a small supermarket in a fourth-tier city. For Chao Wang, there was nothing but defiance. It's more of a loss of face. Only he smiled awkwardly and said to Wang Jianlin, who was beside him, a profit of $140 million. Isn't that just a small goal and a half? It's so far off compared to us. It's not even on the same level. Wang Jianlin sniffed and guffawed. At that exact moment, the director's somewhat anxious voice came over the monitor in the judge's room and, Mr. Chow, just received a notice. Your factory has been completely shut down. Workers from 17 factories have gone on strike. What? Chow Wang rose abruptly. Then, like a deflated ball, he slumped into his chair. Lost. He lost completely. Just when Wajiosho and Tofu Factory were having a 1v1 match. 14 other companies are also in a 1v1 match over payroll. Of the final 7 companies that won, there are 2 internet companies, 1 foreign company, 2 technology companies, 1 financial institution and 1 state-owned enterprise. However, of all the companies that won the first round, Wagyu Shopping is the most popular, because the only thing that breaks the public perception is the Hoyo purchase. Everyone didn't expect the seemingly ordinary job. Surprisingly, they get paid well too. After the first round, Van Eyck's Hoyo purchase exploded into flames. It directly dominated the top 10 of the hot search list. Hashtag was going to make 20 million and ended up making 140 million. Hashtag 90% of the profits are distributed to the employees. Hashtag surprise. I can't believe there's an employee aggression award. Hashtag $2,500 in wages. It's a favor to be able to do it. Hashtag the top 5 ways Van Eyck wildly spoils his employees. Hashtag on the internet, the buzz about Wuyo purchase is soaring. On this day, the bloodline of all the fighters began to awaken. They didn't realize that there really are bosses in the world who don't oppress their employees and treat them well. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The company's online popularity has increased greatly. Reputation value plus 30. Current honor value, 150. Phew. Fanny took a long breath afterward. Calmly, he opened the system mall and tapped into a glowing golden elixir. Longevity pill. 3000/pill. Increases life expectancy by 100 years. Fanny dully looked at the system panel. Employee capacity value, 1000. Employee happiness value, 1000. Company reputation, 150 out of 1000. Total 2150. Fanny thought in his mind. Employee competency and happiness values are full. Fanny had saved up for a whole year without redeeming anything. It's to wait until the reputation value can be increased. Get 3,000 points for the longevity pill. As it turns out, due to being a social animal before crossing over, staying up late and working overtime every day, eating cheap takeout, and screwing up your body. Previously, he had been relying on the system's revitalizing Dan and Chi and Blood Dan to renew his life. It can treat the symptoms but not the root cause. A year ago, the doctor said he wouldn't live to be 30 with any care. This year, he's 29. Fanny knew that only the longevity treasure pills in the system could save him. Fanny looked at the precious Dan glowing with golden light and fell into deep thought. This tournament was disrupted by the addition of Wagyu purchase. Fanny remembers that in his previous life, the first round of 1v1 with the glass factory was the pig farm that made the game. This life has turned out to be a Wagyu purchase. I also wonder which company Hoyo purchase will rank in the second round. If we can win 3 more in a row and win the title outright, you should be able to save up enough reputation value to exchange for the longevity treasure pill. After a few moments of thought, Fanny closed the system and got up, ready to go on his rounds of the store. To get a sense of how sales are going and how employees are doing, Fanny goes around the Superstore every day before work. Fanny, who had just arrived at the first floor of the Superstore, found that there were many more customers than before. I think it was the airing of the program that set Wagyu purchase on fire online. That's why it attracts so many customers. Fanny said with concern to the cleaning aunt who was cleaning the floor. Quite a lot of customers today. Exhausted, I guess. The cleaning lady shook her head with a beaming smile. Matter of fact, boss, I'm not tired. Fanny turned to the sweaty restocker again. Concerned. The number of replenishments has increased a lot today. So if you're tired, take a break and rest. Your body comes first. The restocker cheerfully pointed to the goods on the cart. Okay, boss, I'll take a break when I'm done patching these up. In the meantime, not far away, there were 2 girls wearing JK suits that looked like students who were secretly filming Fanny. Look, isn't that Boss Fan? Yes, what a coincidence to meet Boss Fan just a few minutes after coming in. The 2 girls had been holding up their cell phones, peeking at Fanny from the shadows. They followed Fanny to the seafood section. Van Eyck said to the aquatic handler who was killing the fish, Old Zhang, tomorrow you get married. I'll go with 200. The handler saw Boss Fan and responded with a joyful smile. Okay, boss. Not far away, The two girls who had secretly photographed Fanny looked at each other. Ha! It's only 200. Didn't you say that Fanny treats his employees well? Yeah, how can you give 2,000 for this? And 5,000 for moral damages? Both of them bristled with displeasure. In fact, they were out-of-town students from a nearby junior college. They came here to make sure that Wuiwei shopping was as good as it was rumored to be on the internet. Is the boss really nice to his employees? As a result, it hadn't been tracking Fanny for long. Just find out it's very different from what was rumored online. Employee gets married and the boss only pays to go along with $200? Too stingy. However, the next conversation between Van Eyck and the aquatic worker. Straight away, the two sneaky girls were stunned. The company will give you another $100,000 with it. Thanks, boss. Ha ha ha. The aquarist and Van Eyck looked at each other before bursting into happy laughter. Chapter 24 Overtime Meeting? You don't even want to do it, do you? The two girls who had secretly photographed Fanny directly froze in place. How could they not expect Fanny to give the aquatic staff with 100,000 in the name of the company? This is not a gift? This is clearly a direct dowry to help employees get married. What's been passed around on the internet is true. The owner of Hoyo Purchase really treats his employees so well. Serves you right for making over $100 million last year. The two girls looked at me and I looked at you, half speechless. Only after Fanny left did the two of them come back to their senses. Let's try working here after graduation. Okay, but they should demand quite a lot from their staff. Did you see the video of that durian weigher? She was able to name so many varieties and characteristics of durians off the top of her head. It's okay, we have 2 years to prepare. This place treats its employees so well, I wouldn't want to go to any other company. After Van Eyck left, the two girls uploaded the video they had just secretly filmed of Van Eyck and the aquatic handler to a certain voice. Less than an hour. The airplay went straight through the billions. There are even more than 8 million likes. This video has once again taken the heat of Wagyu shopping to a new level. The comments section was full of tributes. 666. The boss personally with 200. Called grounded. And then in the name of the company with 100,000. Is really atmospheric. Is this dowry money? This is bride price money from the family. That man. What a godly boss who gives 90% of his profits to his employees. Boss to boss senator. My stingy boss really only paid 200 and brought his family to the banquet. I'm getting married next week. Is it too late to join Hoyo Purchase? Ding. The audience extremely praised the company for giving old Zhang with 100,000 shares. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value 170. Timmy. Fanny returned home and had just opened a game of King when he heard a system alert. How did it get out that you gave old Chan $100,000? The crew should have all gone away after the game. Drip, 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 drip. Fanny hadn't yet figured out how the matter of the accompanying portion had come to light. Attention is then drawn to the message beeps in the company group. Fanny curiously opened the company group. So, it turns out, today's game. Employees are seeing it online after work. Cleaning guy, holy, the one who asked me to join the team today was Bing Bing. Durian weigher, the clip of me opening a durian has been cut into a ghost video by netizens. Ticket checker guy, a lot of girls have asked me if I've received any moral damages and said they want to be my girlfriend. Aquaculture old Zhang, my daughter-in-law knows about the 100,000 shares. I can't hide the small treasury anymore. Tears, manager, after that. Do we have to drill to put our best foot forward for the crowd? Seeing the manager's message, Fanny frowned slightly and also typed on his cell phone. Fanny, don't act. Just be your truest self. Fanny wasn't pretending with this statement. It was that he really didn't feel the need to act. Ouch. Fanny let out a soft cry. It turned out that Fanny, who was busy reading group messages, finally remembered that he had just opened a game of King, only to see him immediately cut the screen back to Timmy. Only to find that Sun Shangxiang had been automatically selected, entering the game after Van Yat. Still keep getting disrupted by company group messages. Chief of Staff, shouldn't we have a meeting about what to expect at the tournament afterward? Cashier number 1, agreed +1. Barber number 2, agreed +2. Fanny, who was disturbed by the group message to disrupt the game. 3 deaths in 2 minutes in the opening round. Directly by the opposite, Hui plus Zhang Fei crossed the tower to kill. Fanny returned to the company group again with a bit of bubbling fire. Meeting during off hours? Do you guys want to work overtime? You don't even want to work anymore, do you? At these words, the group was instantly quiet. After all, the employees of Wagyu Purchase, the boss will fire anyone who dares to work overtime. Without the group message to disturb him, Van Eyck puts the C, sleeping soundly after winning 3 games in a row. However, to everyone's surprise, the second round, surprisingly, started quietly in the early hours of the morning. For this round, the program went straight to a split-screen broadcast. Viewers were able to visualize the difference between the two companies. The theme of this round is personal time. As the name suggests, it's the time outside of work that a hitman has at his disposal. The rival of Hoyo purchases are recent years. Just rise of the internet company. Pieces of West. The program team, in order to test employees 24 hours a day, how long you can stay with the company and how much personal time you can have, has sent little Sam to crouch in front of Spelling West's office building. ICE is also already in front of the Hoyo purchase. Although at the very beginning of the first round, ICE was told that the work hours for Hoyo purchase employees are 6.5 hours, but according to the program, it still needs to be done from the early hours of the morning. Live testing for 24 hours straight. At this moment, at 12 o'clock in the morning, in the live broadcast room, the images of the two companies, Patchwork West and Hoyo Purchase, are in stark contrast. The office building of Patchwork West was lit up and bright as day, and the 6-story building of the Wagyu shopping superstore is dark from top to bottom. 1 o'clock in the morning, in the Pixie West building, one after another, employees came out, but the lights were still bright. Harmony Purchase, empty, black lights. I simply lay down directly in the show's business car, ready to sleep. 2 o'clock in the morning, the office building of Pixie West, suddenly flooded with a lot of employees, and the lights of the whole building were obviously dimmed. On the other side of the Hoyo Purchase, ICE was already in dreamland. The live streamers commented, "Enjoy really doesn't work overtime. It's already 2 o'clock and there are still people working overtime in the office building." Internet companies like Spelling West are like this. They treat their employees like animals. Although Spelling West has a high salary, but the employees stay up late and work overtime like this every day. That's really a life to earn, but no life to spend. You guys, this boy who just came out of the Scrabble West building doesn't seem right. Screen. A male employee stood in the doorway of the Patchwork West building with his hands over his heart. Next, the male employee's entire body fell straight to the ground. Startled, the next person rushed forward to check. Little Salmon the photographer also immediately ran towards the fallen male employee. He was seen holding his hands over his chest, and before he could make any noise, his eyes closed tightly. Quick, call an ambulance. Less than 8 minutes. The paramedics then darted out of the ambulance with a stretcher. After checking the man's breathing, heartbeat, and other vital signs, it should be sudden death. Defibrillator. Immediate CPR. The paramedic quickly applied the electrode pads to the patient's exposed chest. Barely, a strong current is released from the defibrillator. The patient's body shook violently. The people around them dared not utter a single breath, nervously watching it all. Chapter 25. It's still good to be empty with Wojiata Purchase. Zilla. After many repetitions of defibrillation, the patient remained unresponsive, as if in an endless slumber. The paramedic's expressions grew more and more grave. Continue. Don't stop. The doctor in charge of the command cried out eagerly. The paramedics were fully concentrated on the implementation of first aid measures. Beads of sweat kept rolling down on their foreheads, but they had no time to wipe them off. Everyone around them held their breath, silently expecting a miracle in their hearts. Regrettably, the miracle failed to come after all. The paramedic slowly removed the defibrillator, his hands hanging limply at the sides of his body, his voice low and hoarse. "We did our best." Upon hearing these words, everyone around them froze in place, their eyes wide in grief written all over their faces. Some of the employees who had just come out of the office building saw this scene, and then their faces turned pale, and their bodies involuntarily took a small step backward. For a while, this office building became unusually quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. Netizens who witnessed the sudden death of a Pixie West employee all shuddered. "It's just gone?" He looked to be in his 20s. Witnessing the sudden death was really breathtaking. "It gave me chills to watch." Internet companies like this one are brainwashing young people with a wolf culture and making them trade their lives for money. Life is really so fragile. In the blink of an eye, people are gone. It's after 2 o'clock. I'm so scared. I'm not staying up. I'm going to bed right now. 2:45 in the morning. The paramedics have left. Most of the Patchwork West employees who had just gathered around the doorway also went home with heavy hearts. Only 2 male co-workers, who worked in the same department as the boy who died suddenly, stayed behind. One of them lit a cigarette and took a sharp drag before lamenting. He would have been 23 years old. What? 23? On the sidelines, Xiao Sa was so shocked that he couldn't help but pull up his voice. He couldn't believe that a life so young and vibrant had just suddenly faded away. Snap! Another male coworker said ruefully after opening his lighter and lighting a cigarette as well. He works right next to me, and we were just going over the data together. And now it's just... Phew! The male coworker took a long breath and shook his head helplessly before speaking again. This is the fourth sudden death. Little Sam's jaw dropped as he looked at the man in front of him, who was spitting out white mist. 4 sudden deaths? Is that so terrible? What a stressful job that must be. It took the sudden death of 4 people to make a company that was just a few years old. Before ISA could snap out of his thoughts, the male coworker once again said helplessly, "There aren't many people who work in here who don't have health problems. I was carried into the hospital in the middle of the night with acute gastroenteritis last month, and a coworker had encephalitis." The male coworker stopped suddenly, looking down and flicking the ash from his cigarette. It looked like he was a little reluctant to continue. Netizens were shocked to hear what their male coworkers had to say. Is this going to work? This is clearly visiting your own grave. You're earning your boss's paycheck, and the boss wants your life. It's still good to buy with Hyatt. It's empty from the beginning to now. ICE is in dreamland. I used to stay up late and work overtime, and once I fainted from working overtime. And after I was rescued, I immediately quit my job. In the last few years, we've seen many sudden deaths at work in the news, but we've never seen a death from starvation without work. Heart and bite. There can only be one beat. Life and wages can only spell one dodo. 2:50 in the morning. Sparrow looked up at the Patchwork West office building and realized that there were still some lights on. Through the window, some of the batters could be seen still sitting at their desks, busy with their work. Little Sam couldn't help but ask, "Do you guys work this much overtime every day? I see there are still people upstairs." A male coworker put his cigarette out and took a deep breath before responding. "Our company is stuck on hours. You have to work 300 hours a month." Before he could finish his sentence, another male coworker interrupted him. "The rule is 300 hours, but you're busy until at least 2 or 3 o'clock every day. All year round. It's well over 300 hours a month. All year round? No vacation even on legal holidays?" Little Sam asked suspiciously. The male coworker nodded and said helplessly, "There's no vacation even in the spring festival." Little Sam sniffed and was shocked. "All year round? No vacation in Chinese New Year? I also have to work until 2 or 3 o'clock every day. Who can stand up to this? Companies like this completely treat their employees like chattel. No matter how good your body is, you can't afford to work until midnight every day." Thinking about it, Little Sam couldn't help but sigh. At that exact moment, Lawyer Zhang from the legal department of Piecing West, and Manager Li from the public relations department hurriedly arrived. Close behind were the parents of the boy who died suddenly. The boy's parents trembled as they walked over to their son's body. Upon seeing the face clearly, his legs went limp, and he immediately fell to the ground. My father's eyes were bloodshot in a flash. His lips trembled, and he let out a suppressed whimper. The mother threw herself upon her child in spite of everything, her hands trembling as she stroked the pale face, her tears gushing out like a flood from a broken dike. The mother hugged her child's body tightly, her mouth murmuring, "Mourn, you get up, you get up." Everyone was moved by this scene, except for the lawyer, Mr. Zhang, from Spelling West, and the PR manager, Mr. Li, only to see Lawyer Zhang take out a contract from his briefcase and hand it to the paralyzed boy's father before saying coldly, 1 million. The boy's father tore up the contract directly and slammed it on Attorney Zhang. Then, raising his head, he glared angrily at the lawyer before him with his gold-rimmed glasses and indifferent face. On the sidelines, Sasha growled in exasperation. "What's the difference between you guys doing this and taking money for life? Can capital trample on life and do whatever it wants?" Netizens were righteously indignant at the sight of this. Without a word of apology, he came up to buy the life of his son with $1 million. Heartlessness, capital's callous indifference is outrageous. The boy's mother was crying her throat out. It was so heartbreaking to watch. This lawyer looks gentle on the surface, but he's really a man-eating Sven scum. Manager Li of the PR department glanced disdainfully at Xiao Sa. If it wasn't for that piece of show being broadcast live, there wouldn't even be $1 million in compensation right now. This kind of small thing is all too common in internet companies. What Xiao Sa as a centralized host yelling about? It's not at all subdued. It's just a matter of kindly compensating a social animal who died suddenly from overtime. How dare he say that capital is trampling on life? So speechless. Chapter 26. It's 11 o'clock in the morning and you're still not working? Manager Li of the public relations department looked meaningfully at the cameraman behind Xiao Sha, and then insinuated, "What underclass people aren't trading their lives for money? I've never thought it wasn't the capitalists. This is supposed to be a time to fight with your life, and since you choose to fight, you should accept the consequences that come with it." What? Little Sam was outright confused when he heard this. The implication of the PR manager is that since he chose to work overtime, he deserved to die suddenly? The netizens in the live broadcast room also began to wonder about the PR manager's strings. His point is that the people at the bottom are just trading their lives for money, and when things go wrong it's at their own peril. Why do I think this PR manager is quite right? It does choose itself. Upstairs. You fart. Who would work overtime without the company's pressure to perform? We're all forced to work overtime. Okay? Right. Working all year round until 2 or 3 o'clock every day. You think they chose it? Spelling sissy, either deliver the performance or the body. The 2 male co-workers, after hearing what the PR manager meant, roared as if a fuse had been lit. Are we the ones who choose to spell it out? It's your monthly buy that weighs people down. We want to get off work on time too, but you guys say that young people, they have to be aggressive like wolves. And you guys are saying that anyone who leaves before 9 has no sense of ownership. We've already exhausted 4 of them this year. The 2 male co-workers hissed, but the PR manager didn't care about their hysteria. The PR manager said relentlessly, "People can't be tired." The 2 male co-workers sniffed and instantly froze. The PR manager continued, "One cannot die of exhaustion, because man is in control of his endeavors. We all are." Manager Lee of the Public Relations Department, with sharp words and an extremely tough attitude. Little Sam heard this and was struck dumb in a split second. This PR manager is nothing short of robber baron logic. Just now it was said that since the people at the bottom chose to put up a fight, they should accept the consequences of doing so. Now it's saying that the people at the bottom are in control of the intensity of their efforts. What a great way to put a capitalist face on it. In any case, capitalists will never admit they are at fault. In their view, sudden death from overtime is something that the batters bring on themselves. What a million evils. While squeezing employees with daily reports, monthly KPIs, quarterly KPIs, annual KPIs, multi-departmental competitions, etc. All kinds of performance pressures. On the one hand, it says that employees are in control of their efforts, but if you don't put pressure on your employees and brainwash them with a wolf culture, who wants to work all year round, stay up late and work overtime and mess up their body? Ha! It was at this point that a male co-worker, after sneering, simply ripped off his work badge. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How could we have gotten to where we are now as piece of the West without our 7,000 employees giving their physical health and even their lives over the past few years? Do you guys know how stressed we are every day? What a white wolf. I quit. In the meantime, judge's room. Chow Wang has gone back to the factory to pacify the strikers. The other 3 judges are entering the judging room one by one after lounging for a few hours. The yawning Ma Yun had just entered the door when she was startled by the male co-worker's angry yell, especially after hearing the words spelling CC. Aha! Is it surprising that Patchwork West only has 7,000 employees? Ma Yun knows that although Spelling West is only a newcomer to the internet company, the growth rate is exceptionally rapid. Its owner's personal wealth also surpassed him directly shortly after the IPO. Its stock price has also skyrocketed to around $200 billion in just a few years, leaving behind Ma Yun's Taobao and Lu Chandong's Jingdong. What Ma Yun did not expect is that the company that has already achieved such a large volume. Surprisingly, there are only 7,000 employees? There must be more than 996 fixing blessings for this employee. 007 isn't even always enough. Ma Yun couldn't help but be curious. How does PCZ manage her employees? 7,000 employees can create a market capitalization of $200 billion? Like Ma Yun, Xiao Sa, who was there, was shocked by the number of 7,000 employees. No wonder their employees work all year round and work late into the night every day. Keep in mind that Kingdon employs 220,000 people, which is as much as 30 times as many as Pound West. But Kyoto is nowhere near as big as Pound West. The market capitalization is only a quarter of that of Spelling West. In other words, a single employee of PCZ has to do the workload of 120 for by 30 people in Kyoto. You can imagine how stressed out the Patchwork West employees are. Leave it to Little Sam to figure out that Spelling West is squeezing the employees so much. I can't believe you just said that the sudden death was deserved by the employee. At that thought, Little Sam clenched his hands and tried to open his mouth to question. But once again, I heard the PR manager say in an icy tone, "What's wrong with 7,000 employees? With work pressure, You can be aggressive like wolves. Overtime is your opportunity to grow. Work hard to realize the value of life. Hearing such absurd to the extreme words from the PR manager, the corners of the two male co-workers' mouths twitched uncontrollably. This was followed by a short and helpless laugh. Little Sam shook his head. He didn't want to argue about anything, because he knows that this PR manager is totally on the side of the capitalists. Pressure is put on you to be aggressive, and overtime is your blessing. But if you accidentally die suddenly, it's your own fault for not grasping the effort, and you deserve it. It was at this point that lawyer Zhang once again expressionlessly took out a contract from his official bag and handed it to the father of the boy who died suddenly. $1.5 million. Or you name it. The father of the boy who died suddenly didn't even look at lawyer Zhang. Speaking directly to the two male co-workers, he said, "Please, help me take Morn home." At this time, the comments section of the live broadcast was scrolling rapidly, and the netizens were already furious. From start to finish, not a single word of apology. He's so arrogant. What apology? People don't even think they've done anything wrong. Didn't the PR manager say it's his own fault for not controlling his efforts? Really convinced. I don't need to spell CC in this life. Everyday PUA beat workers have to work their asses off, and then try to shirk their responsibilities and skim off the top after something goes wrong. Capitalists. Spelling CC is a paradise for fakes. What kind of boss makes what kind of company? Look at the boss of Hoyo. He treats his employees well and makes quality stuff. 8 or 9 in the morning. One by one, employees began to enter at the entrance of the Patchwork West building. It's like the sudden death of the male employee last night didn't happen. All eyes were glued to the work messages on their cell phones, and lines were hurried. On the contrary, the doors of the Wayuhua supermarket are locked. Only a few passers-by still cannot see the figure of any employee. Ice leisurely sipped soy milk and ate donuts in the business car. At the game yesterday, Ice had been informed that Wajiutsu was working at 9:30, so, she wasn't in a hurry. Even decided to squint for another 10 minutes after breakfast. However, 2 hours passed. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. There are still no employees showing up for work at Hoyo Purchase. Chapter 27, Crazy. It's really on 3 off 4. Ice looked at the locked Superstore door and was very puzzled. Is it possible that they're all on strike? No way. The most popular call on the internet right now is Hoyo Purchase. Fanny has been called a godly boss by netizens. How can you still strike? Is there something else going on? Thinking of this, Bing Bing immediately got out of the car, ready to ask passers-by. Hello, Grandpa, why isn't Wuiwei shopping open today? Is it a strike? Ice asked to an older man in a tank top and big shorts. Moncler Outlet Store bewildered. He looked at Ice. Strike what? Strike, Grandpa. Moncler Outlet Store. A realization dawned on him and he responded. It's a popular strike these days. There's no strike at Hoyo. It's Tuesday. They're closed on Tuesdays. With that, Moncler Outlet Store, he hummed a little tune and left slowly. But Ice remained standing still. Although just now Moncler Outlet Store he spoke with a Udu accent. But Ice heard it too. Hoyo shop is closed on Tuesdays for breaks. Ice pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. Today, it is Tuesday. Ice was still a little incredulous as she walked toward the Wajiosho doors. Just as I approached, I noticed the sign posted on the front door that clearly read, "We are closed on Tuesdays, so please come back tomorrow." Judge's room. Wang Jianlin saw the Tuesday off sign. As if struck by lightning, wide-eyed. How can a mall voluntarily close its stores for a break? And, for that matter, a mall that manages to end up with revenues that are 7 times higher than expected. A 6-story mall with 1 day off a week. That's at least $50 million to $60 million less a year. Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin couldn't help but sigh. How come this owner of Wuiwei Purchase doesn't earn any money? The other two judges shook their heads. They were equally puzzled. Wagyu Purchase. Ice looked incredulously through the glass door again to the inside of the Superstore. After realizing that there was indeed no one there, he was completely convinced. It's incredible, Ice thought in her mind. She'd never seen a mall with a closing break. She was under the impression that the mall was open for business every day. Have you ever seen a mall that closes for 1 day a week? Ice asked the photographer behind him. The photographer said firmly, never. Bing Bing looked at the locked door of Hoyo Purchase and fell into deep thought. Employees of Hoyo Purchase only work 6 days a week, and it's still 2 shifts a day. Doesn't that equate to only working 3 days a week? Thinking of this, Ice couldn't help but exclaim, on 3 off 4. After pausing for a few seconds, the netizens in the live broadcast room also understood what Bing Bing meant and directly exploded the comment section. Misty grass. How many companies can't even take a double weekly break? People and you purchase are on 3 off 4. Good for you. This is a far cry from the one next to me who works late into the night, all year round. You can always trust Boss Fan. Boss Fan YYDS. 3 days a week, 4 days a week, and still manage to make a profit of $140 million a year. It's a great idea. All capitalists gather to learn. Don't ask for 3 days off. Just have a double day off. In the meantime, Fanny, who was attending old Zhang's wedding, suddenly had a system prompt ring in his head. Ding! The audience is raving about the company's last 3 breaks. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value, 180. 3 on, 4 off? Fanny did some careful math in his mind. 1 day off per week. 6 working days, half a day on. It's really on and off. He'd never counted like that before. Just think you should take 1 day off a week and let your employees go enjoy themselves. This is not the case. Lao Zheng, in order to make a new purchase of the family, can come to his wedding, and purposely scheduled the wedding for Tuesday. Dear guests, the bride is slowly approaching us on the arm of her father. Hearing the words of the MC, Fanny turned his attention to the bride and her father until the bride's father handed the bride's hand over to Lao Zheng. Sitting next to Fanny, the office manager of Hoyu Purchase asked curiously, "Boss, old Chang is married. When are you going to find a girlfriend?" Those sitting at the table with Fanny were basically the management of Hoyu Purchase. Before Fanny could answer, the finance director couldn't wait to speak. "Boss, I have a cousin. This year 24, especially good looking. Want to introduce you to." No, I don't need you guys to worry about my business. Fanny immediately interrupted the finance director. Because of his cousin, Fanny had met her. That doesn't even come close to looking good. The CFO is totally a family and friends filter. 12 noon. The families of Van Eyck and Hoyo Purchase have opened their doors at the wedding, and Ice is still waiting in the business car. She had just asked the director for permission. Hoyo is on vacation. Can she take a break? But the director wouldn't approve it, saying he wanted to make sure the game was fair. Must be live and continuous 24 hours a day. Ice had to be in the business car, swiping short videos to relieve his boredom. On the other side, old Zhang's wedding site, the employees of Hoyo Purchase began to secretly conspire while Fanny went to the bathroom to relieve himself. In a while you all rivet yourselves to persuade the boss to drink. Only if he's drunk today can we go back to the company to work overtime. Fine. No problem. And by the way, I'll enter through the back door later. That program is squatting at the front door. Yes. Not long after, Fanny returned to his seat. After General Manager Zhao Yong gave everyone a wink, the employees started to persuade Fanny to drink. Boss, under your wise leadership, our company can only have the present achievements. This glass of wine is my full admiration for you. Boss, ever since I came to the company, your leadership style has always made me admire you. Come on, here's to you. Boss, you are a man of great wisdom, an example for me to follow. Here's a toast to you. Boss, you can do the right thing with the right person. It's a blessing for me to follow you. I'll do it. With one rainbow fart after another, Van Eyck drank one glass after another. Eventually, it just slumped into the chair. With a slurred mutter, "Come on, keep drinking. I'm not drunk." When the staff of Hoyo Purchase saw that they had accomplished a great deal, they immediately called for old Zhang, who was getting married today, to come over. Old Chang waved his hand to the crowd. "You guys go in peace. I'll take care of the boss." 10 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. Those of you who kill a lot know that the killer is either a man or a woman. Ice was in the business car, watching the short video platform's narration of the shredding case. Completely unnoticed, Wagyu Purchase employees were sneaking in through the back door of the Superstore. Inside the Wagyu shop Superstore, General Manager Zhao Yong stood at the front of the crowd, took out a notebook and said, "It was made clear in the meeting last night, and I'll repeat it." Zhao Yong opened his notebook, cleared his throat, and read, R&D, a self-serve item that was scheduled to launch next week, aiming to finish it today. Purchasing Department, raw material procurement for the new project, try to finish ahead of schedule. Marketing Department, formulate a promotion strategy for the R&D department's new product, and strive for a burst of fire. Warehousing and Logistics Department, count inventory, replenish goods, and keep every shelf neat and beautiful at all times. Chapter 28, Trees Attract the Wind. Boss Fan has been kidnapped, Zhao Yong asked as he scanned the crowd after reading out a few more departmental assignments. Janitorial Department, is everyone here? Manager, Lin Yang didn't come. From the crowd, the head of housekeeping responded. Lin Yang? Is that the cleaning boy that Ice pretended to be a job seeker yesterday and asked? Yes, manager. Zhao Yan's brows furrowed slightly, and anxiety showed in his eyes. What's going on? We mustn't let the boss know about today's overtime. Otherwise we'll all be laid off. I'll contact Lin Yang, so you guys get to work. Remember what we said at last night's meeting about pursuing extreme cleanliness? In the meantime, Ice, who was watching the explanation of the shredding case, saw very gory images. Unbidden, he opened the comments section to cover it up, and his eyes unconsciously glanced out the car window. Just in time, Bing Bing saw a man with sunglasses and a duck-tongued hat, standing thievishly at the front door of Hoyo Purchase. Ice immediately pressed the lock screen button on the side of the phone and said to the photographer, "Look at that guy. Sneaky. He's not a thief, is he?" The photographer watched for 10 seconds and then nodded. "It's really possible." With that said, the cameraman pointed the camera at the man standing in front of the entrance of the Hoyo shopping center and zoomed in by pulling the focus closer. The netizens in the live broadcast room also speculated when they saw the man Bing Bing called a thief, sneaking around and wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. From my years of experience in watching mystery dramas, this person must be a thief, and Hyatt's entire staff is on vacation on Tuesday, which just gives these thieves a chance to take advantage of the situation. Even though we're closed on Tuesdays, we should have some security guards here to look after the store. Right. I can't believe the security guards are on vacation too. Aren't they waiting to get their homes stolen? It's live. If he dares to steal it, he's really asking for it. We're all witnesses. Ice was in the business car, carefully watching the thief. The thief answered a phone call and looked around carefully. After glancing at the icy business car, he reached out again and lowered the brim of his hat. These vigilant actions made Bing Bing more convinced that he was the thief. He should have spotted us, Ice whispered. The photographer is about to respond when he realizes that the thief seems to be getting ready to leave. The thief swiped a shared bike and quickly rode it off into the distance. Must have realized us and tried to run, Ice said with certainty. Judge's room. Wang Jianlin looked at the screen. The thief riding a shared bicycle. Far away back. Pondering. How come Boss Fan didn't arrange for a couple of security guards to stand guard? If it wasn't for the fact that there was a crew filming. The thief with the sunglasses had already picked the lock and gone in. Inside the business car, Ice thought about the thief she had just seen and gradually frowned. Why did he take a phone call and then ride off? The call was made by either his vital family and friends or his accomplices. But clearly, an accomplice. Because after answering the phone, he intentionally looked our way and lowered his hat. It should have been an accomplice who alerted him to the fact that a program was being broadcast live. At the moment, Ice, who liked to watch broken bodies, had the decency to reason it out in his head. If his associates knew we were filming the program, then his accomplices must have intentionally avoided us. Is it possible that? Ice dawned on her and couldn't help but open her mouth. This Hoyu Purchase, could it be that there are other passages to enter? Netizens also analyzed in the comments section when they heard Ice said so. When Bing Bing says so, it's indeed very possible. The thief just now may have come here to set up a trap for his accomplice. And a 6-story superstore must have a lot of entrances and exits. Right. There should at least be an emergency exit. Ice continued to reason in her head. If there's still access to Wagyu Purchase, then there's a good chance his accomplices are already inside. Thinking of this, Bing Bing once again stepped out of the commercial vehicle and quickly walked towards the locked door of Hoyo Purchase, the entrance to the Wagyu Purchase. Ice held out her hands to shield herself from the sunlight, her eyes coming close to the glass doors and peering inside. Just seeing what was inside scared Ice so much that she couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Then, turning to the photographer, he said, "My goodness, this thief has too many accomplices. It's going to empty out Wuiwa shopping." The photographer immediately pressed his lens against the glass door. The screen of the live broadcast room also instantly showed a crowded scene. Netizens were shocked to see so many people. My God, so many thieves? How dare you? This is Boss Fan's enemy, isn't it? Jealous that he's too hot on the internet. They came over to fix him. Boss Fan is stabbing the thieves in their lair. Boss Fan takes a day off, and his home is directly stolen. In front of the Hoyo shopping center, Ice said anxiously into the headset, Director, you quickly contact Boss Fan. If we don't call the police, Hoyu Purchase will be empty." What Bing Bing didn't expect was the immediate response from the director in the headset. "We've just tried to contact Boss Fan many times and we can't reach him at all." Hearing the director's words, a bad feeling surged through Bing Bing's heart. No way. Can't get in touch in broad daylight. There are still so many people sneaking around the superstore. Could it be that The images that he had just seen in the explanation of the shredding case kept coming back to Bing Bing's mind. Ice said with some fear, "Director, nothing will happen to Boss Fan, right?" Netizens on the air have also started to leave their own speculations in the comment section. Fogweed. The trees are so big. Boss Fan won't be kidnapped by bad guys, right? Sudden death of an employee of Pinky's last night, and the loss of Boss Fan today. What kind of program am I watching here? It couldn't be that Boss Chow lost the match, got angry and found someone to screw Boss Fan, could it? It could also be other capitalists, after all. Boss Fan's speech yesterday in connection with Chow Wang moved the cake of some of the 10,000 evil capitalists. Meanwhile, the judges in the judging room followed suit. There are few capitalists who have been kidnapped. Most kidnappers are in it for the money, and some are vendettas. In 2020, the founder of the Medi Group, He Xiangjin, was kidnapped by 5 kidnappers. Now during the economic downturn, it is difficult for the people to make money and there is a lot of hostility in them. Some people get the idea of kidnapping capitalists and making a quick buck. In the opinion of the 3 judges, most likely it was Van Eyck's line yesterday. I was trying to make $20 million and ended up making $140 million. This statement was too Versailles and drew some popular discontent. That's what led to the current situation where the supermarket was stolen and Van's boss can't be reached. Chapter 29, Working Overtime Secretly Behind the Boss's Back. In front of the Hoyo shopping center, Bing Bing said anxiously, "Director, why don't we call the police?" The director also anxiously replied, "You're in touch now." Ice immediately turned on her cell phone and typed on the dialing keypad, 110. Ice, who had just pressed the green dialing button, looked up but realized the thief wearing sunglasses and a cap just now also entered Wuiwei shopping center. However, what surprised Bing Bing even more was the man's face after taking off his sunglasses. Because, this man, she knew. Ice couldn't help but shout out, "How could it be him?" After saying that, Ice immediately hung up the police call that had not yet been connected. In front of the screen, through the camera to see the thief face of the netizens, also cannot help but exclaim, "Isn't this the cleaning boy who earns 8,000 a month and 150,000 a year? And he's a thief? Boss Fan is treating him so well, and he's trying to steal the empty company? It's so unkind." Fogweed. Is he an undercover agent at Hoyo? What's he up to? He's so bad. A good live program. How did it become a spy in a spy? My heart aches for Boss Fan. Woo-hoo-hoo. Wait, brothers, take a closer look. It doesn't seem right. These people all seem to be employees of Wosui. Some of the faces were seen on the live broadcast yesterday. It was at this moment that Ice realized something as well after a closer look. It's not like these people are moving out of Hoyo Purchase. Instead, they're working for Wagyu Purchase. Not only were there people with rags in nooks and crannies wiping the floor, there were also people organizing the merchandise on the shelves. There were even people there, climbing up ladders and cleaning the ceiling. None of these people look like thieves when you take a closer look. Even the cleaning boy with the ducktail hat from earlier started wiping down the shelves one layer at a time. Ice looked at these busy figures and thought a lot. Could it be that the people here are employees of Wu Hyatt Purchase, just like the cleaning boy? Although none of them were wearing overalls. But there should be no mistake. They must be employees here. There on the phone was the buyer who had refused the $400,000 kickback. And then there's that one, the waiter who opened 4 Durians in a row. The one on the escalator is the ticket checker guy who got the aggression award and moral damages. Bing Bing came to a realization after spotting some familiar faces among these people. This is not a thief. This is clearly an employee working overtime. I thought Wajiosho was on 3 days off and overtime was prohibited. Turns out it was a lie. The netizens of the live streaming room have also already realized that the people here are all Hoyo Purchase employees. Some netizens even posted screenshots of faces recorded in the first round of the competition for comparison. These are the employees of Waiwa Shop. They work overtime too. Yeah, we thought he had 3 days on and 4 days off, so it's a week without a break. Upstairs, you can't say it's a week without a day off. They only work half a day. These people come in the afternoon, too. It's true that I only work half a day, but it feels like a million miles away from what we previously thought was 3 days on and 4 days off. Right, working a half-day shift every day is not even in the same league, psychologically speaking, as working 3 days off. In front of the Hoyo shopping center, Ice wants to expose the lie that Wagamama is closed on Tuesdays and that overtime is prohibited. So, asked the photographer for a miniature camera. Ice also donned sunglasses and a hat, ready to dive into Hoyo Purchase alone and find out what's going on. Fully armed and ready to go. Ice began to follow the walls of the exterior of the Hoyo purchase. 5 minutes later, Bing Bing actually did see a small open door at the back of the side of the building. A middle-aged man, who looked quite the leader, stood in the doorway. Ice took a deep breath, and after fully preparing herself mentally, she calmly walked towards the small open door. "What department are you in?" Zhao Yun looked carefully at the girl wearing sunglasses in front of him. Ice responded calmly. "Procurement. Sorry I'm late. Something came up." Dingling. As soon as Bing Bing's words fell, Zhao Yun's phone rang. Zhao Yun, who was busy answering the phone, waved his hand, signaling Bing Bing to go in. Although there wasn't a ripple on Ice's face, her slightly trembling fingers revealed a slight panic within her. However, when Bing Bing walked into the Hoyo shopping superstore, the psychological panic has disappeared, because no one was even paying attention to her. Everyone was fully focused on what they were doing. Ice headed in, but not before taking a few steps. On my beloved scooter. He never gets stuck in traffic. A ringing phone caught Ice's attention. Ice couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound and realized that it was a girl with a bunch of papers in her hands and a pill head. The girl was seen pulling her cell phone out of her pocket. "Hey, Mom, we're sneaking in a little extra work today and won't be back until later." Hearing the girl's first words, Ice froze. Stealing overtime? Overtime is overtime. What does it mean to sneak in overtime? Just as Ice was thinking, the pill-popping girl spoke again into the phone. "It's not that program filming our company. We just want to make it better. Don't worry. This overtime thing, Boss Van doesn't know." Ice froze in place. Boss Van doesn't know they're working overtime? My God. So what this girl just said about sneaking in overtime, it refers to working overtime secretly behind Boss Van's back. Surprisingly, there are companies where employees secretly work overtime behind their bosses' backs? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that it would actually happen. Just then, the pill-popping girl spoke somewhat gravely into the phone. "Mom, you mustn't tell anyone. In case it gets to Boss Fan, we'll all be laid off." It was followed by a good-natured remark. Okay, I'll eat on my own. You don't have to worry about it." Snap dash. The pill-popping girl hung up the phone, and after pocketing her cell phone back in her pocket, she ran off in a hurry, clutching a pile of papers. Ice looked at the girls' backs, jaws agape, stunned in place. "Nice guy. Not only do you secretly work overtime behind Boss Fan's back, this girl also had to instruct her mom not to tell anyone about the overtime. Otherwise they'd all be fired by Boss Fan." The more Ice thought about it, the more confused she became. From the beginning thought these people were thieves, to the point where it was discovered that they were working employees. Before I came in, I thought that Hoyo's ban on overtime and the 3 days on and 4 days off was a cover, but I didn't think any of this was true. Today it's just these employees, secretly working overtime behind Boss Fan's back in order for the company to present a better image on the show. According to Bing Bing's understanding, Hoyo Shops is currently this one store, and the total number of employees is only about 1,000 people. But as far as the scene was concerned, the 1,000 or so employees should have all come. What kind of magic is that? Can you get so many employees, all on their breaks, to sneak behind their bosses' backs and voluntarily work overtime? Chapter 30. Flying back from Sonia just to work overtime? It wasn't just Ice who was there. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned to see all the employees in the supermarket working seriously. I can't even work as hard as they do at my regular job, let alone when they're working overtime voluntarily, secretly working overtime behind their bosses' backs, in order to show the company a better quality on the program. These employees are really treating the company as their own. If my boss is like Boss Fan, who pays good wages, gives 90% of profits to his employees, and cares about his employees, I'll make the company my home. 2. The first time I've heard that someone is secretly working overtime during their break behind their boss's back, and there are so many of them. Spelling West employees forced to stay up late to work overtime to death, and the joy of purchase employees behind the back of the boss secretly work overtime. The gap. With all this commotion, can Boss Fan not know? What did they do to Boss Fan? At Lao Zhang's wedding, the banquet has been dispersed and all the guests have left. Fanny still held his glass up and sat on the chair. "Come on, keep drinking." Ding! A large number of viewers have praised the employees for secretly working overtime. Reputation value +10. Current honor value 190. The system has detected that the host is delirious and has been in a state of intoxication. Does he need antidote nectar? 30/dose. Take 1 dose orally for immediate effect. The drunken Fanny, upon hearing the system prompt, sneered and muttered to himself, 30 a dose? Don't. I'm not drunk. You don't want to trick me into exchanging it for your antidote, honey. I'm going to save it up to exchange it for the longevity treasure pill. Hiccup. Old Zhang, who was sitting next to Fanny, responded with a smile. Boss, you have such a good heart. You'll surely live a long and prosperous life. After that, Lao Zhan called his brother-in-law and together they carried Fanny into the car, ready to go back to Lao Zhang's wedding room. Meanwhile, the judge's room. The three judges froze directly when they saw the big screen with more than 1,000 employees voluntarily working overtime. Mixed up in the business world for so many years they are. I've never seen any employees secretly working overtime behind their boss's back. At this moment, the one who is most saddened inside is Ma Yun. In their internet industry, it's basically like spelling sissy. Lure employees with high wages, using performance QI, squeezing employees and forcing them to work overtime on their own accord. He who has always claimed that 996 is a blessing, never thought of an employee without a performance squeeze. It's amazing that you would voluntarily and secretly work overtime to make your company better. And not a single person touched the fish. Everyone is working hard. Thinking about it, Ma Yun said incredulously, how did this boss fan manage to get his employees to work overtime voluntarily? Wang Jianlin responded with a sincere face. Mr. Ma, after the program is over, we'll have to go on a field trip to learn from boss fan before we can do so. Dong Mingzhu looked at these employees who were secretly working overtime and admired Fanny in his heart. He's taking a very new path. There is absolutely no second boss like him in the country. It's amazing that you can take employee PUA to the extreme and get them to voluntarily sneak in overtime behind his back. Thinking of this, Fanny's handsome young face couldn't help but appear in Dong Mingzhu's mind. That's much more attractive than Wang Zira, who called her Mama Dong. Wagyu purchase. Ice had just come back from the pill-popping girl's words. A boy with black-rimmed glasses was seen pulling a suitcase and appearing in the doorway, only to hear the middle-aged man at the door, who was quite the leader, ask cheerfully, Wu Jun, why are you here too? Aren't you on paid annual vacation right now? Paid annual leave? Bing Bing looked toward Wu Jun, who was pulling the suitcase, with a curious expression. Do superstores also have annual leave? I think it's management or something. This little brother looks young. I guess it's not the management department. It's most likely the R&D department. Was guessing about Icy in the boys department. Wu Jun, who was seen pulling a suitcase, waved his hand at the middle-aged man standing in the doorway and said with a smile, Hello Manager Zhao. When I saw the group message from the R&D department last night, I directly booked today's airfare and flew back from Sonia. How can a good thing like working overtime be missing me? Ha ha ha. General Manager Zhao Yong smiled at his words. Bing Bing, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. Ice didn't care that she had just guessed correctly that Wu Jun was a staff member of the R&D department. To Ice's amazement, this boy, Wu Jun, deliberately flew back from Sonia in order to sneak in some overtime. Convinced, it's just a job. Why do you have to work so hard? What kind of ecstasy is boss fan feeding these employees? One is so attached to the company. Even if more than 1,000 employees sneak in to work overtime, there are even employees who purposely fly back from Sonia in order to work overtime? Boss fan's art of management is awesome. Giving a knee. Like Bing Bing, the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded when they saw the scene. Pretty. Paid annual leave is straight up off the table. Flying back from Sonia in order to work overtime? This R&D guy, he's got a really cool bone structure. It's too awesome. It's not enough to secretly work overtime behind boss fan's back, but there's even someone who came back from Sonia to work overtime on purpose. Why was shop employee, boss fan, please, let us work overtime. I flew back from Sonia just to work overtime. Back from Sonia to work overtime. How do I feel that these employees, more than boss fan, are afraid of the company going out of business? Rex worships boss fan. I dare say there's no other company like this in the world. Ding! R&D department Wu Jun's special flight back from Sonia to work overtime during his annual vacation exploded on the internet. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value, 200. The drunken Fanny, who was currently in the car driving to old Zhang's bridal chamber, was sound asleep, and didn't hear the system's prompts at all. Brother-in-law, when we get there in a few minutes, you're going to have to help me carry my boss upstairs. No problem, brother. The corners of old Zhang's mouth couldn't help but raise as he glanced at Fanny, who was sleeping like mud in the back seat. In the meantime, the three judges who hadn't yet gotten over the thought of over 1,000 employees secretly working overtime behind boss fan's back, again, by this R&D guy who flew back from Sonia. The whole thing won't work. After thinking for a long time, Wang Jinlin asked with a slight stutter. Ma, Mr. Ma, is this normal? At this moment, Ma Yun, who was staring at the screen, shook her head, unable to speak at all. All along, their company has relied on various spies and forced their employees to work overtime. Ma Yun had never seen that any employee was willing to take the initiative to work overtime. There are also employees who don't take their paid vacations in order to work overtime and come back from Sonia on purpose to work overtime. Dong Mingju looked at the screen and couldn't help but say, the reason so many people volunteer to work overtime is because Boss Fan gives 90% of the profits to the employees. So the employees want the company to be better than Boss Fan. Wang Jinlin sniffed and responded. Yeah, but not many bosses can do that with 90% of the profits going to their employees. And I could never do that anyway. When Ma Yun and Dong Mingju heard this, their hearts were filled with emotion. Everyone understands the reasoning, but as Wang Jinlin said, not many people have the same pattern as Boss Fan. Give 90% of your profits to your employees. Not to mention 90%. There are very few bosses who can voluntarily give 10% of their profits to their employees. Chapter 31 Crazy. Everyone gets a month's annual vacation. Wagyu purchase. The general manager, Zhao Yong, standing at the door, patting Wu Jun's shoulder. He spoke in a cordial tone. You kid, leave the suitcase here. I'll keep an eye on it. Go in and try to help the R&D department finish the new product research earlier so you can still go back to Sonia to continue your annual vacation. Wu Jun sniffed and shook his head firmly. That won't do. Manager Zhao, I'm going to wait until that program on the central station has finished airing before returning to Sonia. Anyway, there are 35 days of vacation. This is a critical period for our company. I can't leave the company alone to have fun. After saying that, Wu Jun held up his black-framed glasses, placed his suitcase at the door, and hurried in. Bing Bing looked at Wu Jun's back as he hurriedly went to the R&D department and was stunned in place as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. 35 days? Can a superstore have that long of an annual vacation? That's a lot more than they have in the station with 20 years of service. It is important to realize that the job at Bing Bing Central Station is a career job. Career vacations are great for the community. At the central station, those who have worked for 20 years are able to take 15 days of annual leave. It's also the station's longest annual vacation. For those who have worked for 1 year, but less than 10 years, like ICE, the annual leave is only 5 days. And this R&D guy named Wu Jun is young. Surprisingly, 35 days of paid annual vacation? It's even better to work at Hoyo Purchase than at a staffed organization. ICE couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Judge's room. Ma Yun crossed her arms to her chest, her brows furrowing slightly. Boss Fan is crazy. Give 35 days of paid annual leave for such a young employee? Thinking of this, Ma Yun couldn't help but open her mouth. The longest annual leave for our Alibaba employees is only 15 days. What was this Boss Fan thinking? That he would just give 35 days of annual leave? Wang Jinlin had a bright idea and said with a smile, this R&D guy named Wu Jun is probably a genius teenager, the backbone of Wu Weibai. Otherwise it's absolutely impossible to have such a long vacation. It's normal for such talented teenagers to have longer vacations. Taking a vacation helps stimulate their creativity. Ma Yun and Dong Mingju nodded in agreement as they heard this. If it's not a talented young man, then that 35 days of annual leave does seem a bit of a stretch. That's 2-3 times longer than the annual leave of a civil servant who has been working for 20 years. However, the next image on the screen completely exceeded the expectations of the 3 judges. Just see the middle of the screen. A cleaning aunt who was mopping the floor said to Zhao Yong at the door with a smile as she mopped the floor. Manager Zhao, I was supposed to start my 40-day paid annual vacation the day after tomorrow, but now I don't want to take it. I also want to wait for this program to finish airing before I take my vacation. What? Ice on the sidelines was dumbfounded. Is it surprising that janitorial has an annual vacation? And it's 40 days of annual leave. That's more than the 35 days of annual vacation for that RD just now. Still, their old establishment of 20 years in the central station is only 15 days 20 years in the civil service and less than half the annual leave of a janitor. However, before Ice could slow down, a female cashier who was organizing the checkout counter also said to Zhao Yong at the door, and me, Manager Zhao, I want to take my 30-day paid vacation starting tomorrow, and I want to wait until after the show airs. 2. A barber pushing a cart sniffed and followed suit. And me, Manager Zhao, I'm not taking my 35 days off, either. Zhao Yong responded smilingly. Good. Report directly to your department head tomorrow and I'll approve your work papers. Going to work? People are granting leave of absence. The employees of Hoyo Purchase have gone so far as to voluntarily give up their annual leave to be approved for a work permit. Bing Bing, who heard these words at the scene, seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt. There was a buzz in his head, and his eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. It's not just researchers, even the janitorial staff, cashiers, stockers, all get paid annual leave? All employees get paid annual leave. The most unacceptable thing for ICE is 30 days, 35 days, 40 days. Each one is much longer than the longest 15 days of annual vacation at their station. The shortest 30 days had been a full double of their station's 20-year veteran. This boss fan is too awesome. 3 days on, 4 days off, aggrievement awards, moral damages. 90% of the profits split among employees is enough to make a hitman envious. Now, surprisingly, there are 30 to 40 days of paid annual vacation. What's even more mind-boggling is that this company is still making a profit of over $100 million. ICE couldn't figure out how to do that, because Hoyo Purchase has completely outdone every business she's ever seen. At this point, the viewers in front of the screen saw that all of them had annual vacations, and their eyes showed undisguised eagerness. Brothers, I'm going to apply for a job at Hoyo. I'm going to get a job at Hoyt's. I'm going to get 3 days off and a month's annual vacation. It's not about the paycheck, it's about the class. The key people are not underpaid. I want to go to Wuiwa shopping too. I'm willing to clean toilets too. No wonder they all volunteer to work overtime secretly. If I could meet such a good boss, I'd voluntarily work overtime for the sake of the company. 2. Another day of envying other people's jobs. Being able to work here is more stable than going ashore. Van's boss is really good to his employees. Lots of money, lots of vacations. If I work here, I'll risk my life to keep the company standing. Ding! Netizens are going crazy over the company's 30 to 40 days of paid annual leave for everyone. Reputation value plus 30. Current honor value, 230. At this moment, Fanny was already in the guest room of old Zhang's wedding room, huffing and puffing, and couldn't hear the system prompt at all. Old Zhang moved a chair and focused so much that he sat aside to keep watch, fearing that Fanny would suddenly wake up. Old Zhang's daughter-in-law walked into the guest room and asked, somewhat angrily, "Are you going to guard your boss all night tonight on your wedding night?" Old Zhang got up and hugged his daughter-in-law, consoling her. "Gee, daughter-in-law, commiserate. You know, my boss is very nice to me. I don't feel comfortable with him going anywhere else now that he's like this. In case he wakes up and realizes everyone else is working late. It's over." Old Zhang's daughter-in-law sniffed and spoke helplessly. "All right, you keep watch. I'll go and count the shares I've collected today." Looking at the coffee table, Boss Fan accompanied the $100,000 of gift money in the name of the company today. Old Zhang's daughter-in-law about old Zhang having to stay by Boss Fan's side on his wedding night. I don't know why, but I just can't get angry for some reason. Chapter 32 Unhappy Leave. Management must grant. Judge's room. Ma Yun, who saw that everyone at Hoyo Purchase had annual leave, couldn't help but sigh. It's understandable that R&D takes annual leave in order to stimulate innovation. But how come everyone else gets annual leave? Even the cleaning ants get paid annual leave. Wang Jianlin shook his head. And it's more than twice as much as a civil servant's annual leave, which is so out of line. Afterward, Wang Jianlin spoke again while making calculations in his mind. You work 6.5 hours a day. The store is closed on Tuesdays, and each person has 30 to 40 days of annual vacation. This labor cost is too high. If we can bring these costs down, Yusho's profits will at least quadruple. Dong Mingzhu sniffed and then said in a tone of approval. Exactly. If we can bring down the cost of labor, profits can definitely go up quite a bit. Ma Yun frowned. He really couldn't figure out that they capitalists voluntarily 996 cultivate blessed rewards in order to make their employees voluntarily stay up late and work overtime. It's the one that's thought of a lot beyond setting pie performance. For example, they are more inclined to hire fresh graduates who are blank slates and have no work experience in other companies. The whole thing about having work experience at another business is as impure to the company as a college girl who has lost her virginity. The logic behind this impurity is that it's not good to be PUA'd and not listen. Then again, they promote a wolf culture where only those who work more are eligible for vacation. It's also meant to increase competition among employees and make them consciously inwardly roll up. But now this Hoyo Purchase is a completely anti-capitalist operation. Not only do you get 3 days on and 4 days off, but everyone gets over a month of annual vacation. Boss Van also banned them from working overtime. But it's this anti-capital operation that is. Thinking of this, Ma Yun couldn't help but open her mouth. It's kind of interesting that Boss Fan operates in such an anti-capitalist way. but manages to get his employees to voluntarily and secretly work overtime during their vacation period. Wagyu purchase. Ice was just getting back from the month or so of paid annual vacation that each of them had. Just felt someone tapping her shoulder from behind. Ice held up his sunglasses and turned around. Didn't realize. It was the cleaning lady she had mistaken for a thief. Done. It won't be recognized. After all, she had just spoken to the cleaning boy yesterday. Ice was a little nervous and gradually clenched her fists. These employees could have come in through the back door and secretly worked overtime behind Boss Fan's back. They sure don't want this to be filmed on the show. Otherwise, if Boss Fan finds out, they'll all be laid off. Just as Ice was thinking, the cleaning boy asked, "Why do you keep standing still?" Ice tried to squeeze out a smile. "I just got off the phone with the vendor and their prices are a little high and I'm thinking about how to respond." The cleaning boy smiled at his words before speaking again. "You're from purchasing. Why are you still wearing sunglasses indoors? Can you see?" Ice was momentarily speechless. Why are you suddenly asking her if she can see well with sunglasses on? This cleaning boy must be getting suspicious. Also, been here so long. Shocked by their sneaky overtime and annual vacation froze. It does arouse suspicion. 36 plans. Walking is the best way to go. Thinking of this, Ice hurriedly spoke. "I forgot to take it off. I'll go back to my office for the information first." After saying that, Bing Bing immediately turned around and walked forward with large strides. "Wait!" The cleaning boy raised his voice and shouted behind Ice. Ice bit her lip. What's he up to? Couldn't have found out already. "I just pretended to be a job seeker yesterday and spoke to him. There's a good chance I'll be recognized." The netizens in the live broadcast room also swiped their comments when they saw this. Ice is being discovered by the cleaning boy. If Boss Fan finds out they're working overtime, they'll all be fired. The program has been aired. It's only a matter of time before Boss Fan finds out. It would be great to fire them all. Then I'll have a chance to work at Wu Hyatt's. Upstairs. Take me one. I'm going 2 plus 1. I'm going 2. I'm going to 10086. However, to everyone's surprise, the cleaning boy walked up to Ice and asked in a low voice, "Are you in a bad mood?" "What?" Ice sniffed and looked confused. "In a bad mood? What do you mean, cleaning boy?" No worries about being exposed for secretly working overtime, but worrying about her being in a bad mood? Could it be testing her? Ice, who didn't know why the cleaning boy asked that, could only force a smile. No, you're overthinking it." Before the words left his mouth, the cleaning boy spoke again softly. "For a month after my girlfriend's cat of 10 years died, she cried every day and her eyes were swollen from crying. During that time, she was the same way, in a bad mood, wearing sunglasses everywhere she went." Ice was dumbfounded. Ice, who thought her identity had been discovered. Never in a million years did she realize that the cleaning boy was genuinely worried that she was in a bad mood. Meanwhile, the netizens in the comments section were somewhat speechless when they heard the cleaning boy say this. Cleaning boy, how did she even move her girlfriend out? Wearing sunglasses everywhere I go equals bad mood. Ice, I just wanted to sneak a shot of you guys working overtime. Why are you torturing me like this? Ice is all confused. Can't say a word. Doesn't know how to reply. Cleaning brothers. Bullseye. A comment that directly dumbed down the CCTV host. Wagyu purchase. A bewildered Bing Bing heard the cleaning boy's next words and then suddenly became interested again. "You can take a leave of absence. Our company started this year. There are unhappy holidays. Not happy about the vacation?" Ice was instantly attracted to the cleaning boy's words. Curious, she asked, "Have you ever hired one?" The cleaning boy responded calmly. Invited at the beginning of this year. Took 10 days of unhappy vacation. You don't worry to go to ask for it. Unhappy leave regulations leadership must be approved. Not approved is a violation. 2 words in a flat tone from the cleaning boy. However, it was like a tsunami that instantly set off shockwaves in Bing Bing's heart. 10 days of unhappy vacation is mind-boggling enough. Surprisingly, there is a requirement that the leader must agree. What kind of operation is this? Boss Fan? It's too extreme. There are awards for employees who are aggrieved. Employees are unhappy and have unhappy vacations. 6 The viewers in front of the screen were incredulous when they heard the cleaning boy's words. This is a dream, this is. Surprisingly, there are bosses who care if their employees are happy or not. And unhappy leave management must agree. Boss Fan is awesome. If I work in this kind of place, I really don't dare to touch the fish, for fear of being fired. If I were working for Hoyo Purchase, I would never use upset leave because there's nothing to be upset about anymore. It's inevitable that we will encounter unhappy things in life. And this vacation is really too humanized. People are on upset leave. We only have unpaid leave. oh, 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 oh. Storms cry. Only half a day of work, 1 day of rest per week, 1 month of annual leave each year, 10 days of unhappy leave. What kind of fairy company is this? It's more stable than the public examination. Chapter 33 3 months of vacation a year. And say less? Ding! Netizens are wildly praising the company's unhappy vacation. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value, 250. Although the system prompt rang in Fanny's head 3 times, but Fanny remained unresponsive. He was too drunk to sleep. It's impossible to wake him up now, even if you're banging a drum in his ear. Just then, old Zhang's daughter-in-law, who had just finished counting her share of the money, quietly pushed open the door of the room. Why don't I watch Boss Fan for you? It's been too tiring today. You go rest for a while. Old Zhang looked at his daughter-in-law with some surprise. Daughter-in-law, you're so nice. My boss got too much alcohol from them today. I don't think he'll be able to wake up by noon tomorrow. Why don't we both go to bed? It's our wedding night anyway. When old Zhang's daughter-in-law heard this, her face, which had been smiling like a picture a moment ago, immediately pulled down. You keep a good watch here. If you dare to slack off on Boss Fan, I'll never spare you. Squeak. Although old Zhang's daughter-in-law's tone was irritated, she tiptoed around when she closed the door to her room and closed it gently. Old Zhang looked at the slowly closing door of the room in bewilderment. Wasn't he angry just now, resenting the fact that he had to watch Boss Fan here all night? Why the sudden change in attitude? Don't even want a wedding night? Sure enough, women are fickle. Meanwhile, the judge's room. The 3 judges have pressed on after being shocked by the 10 days of unhappy vacation at Hoyo purchase. This Boss Fan is also too crazy. 30 to 40 days of annual vacation per person is incredible enough. I didn't realize there was a 10-day unhappy vacation? That's just ridiculous. Wouldn't that make employees just think about vacation every day? Wang Jianlin exclaimed with great skepticism. However, in the next second, Dong Mingzhu's speech slapped Wang Jianlin in the face. Mr. Wang, where are the other employees just thinking about vacation? Are they secretly working overtime behind Boss Fan's back? On the point of employees volunteering to work overtime, you guys, what company can do that? Wang Jianlin wanted to retort, but after opening his mouth, he could not squeeze out a single word. It's infuriating. That much vacation time is plainly unreasonable for a business. But people's employees do work serious overtime on their own initiative, behind their bosses' backs. Some even flew back from Sonia on purpose to work overtime during their own annual vacation. Ma Yun cleared her throat and spoke slowly. I founded Husbandry University, which has an MBA program that talks about humane management. It is to emphasize management from a focus on the needs and feelings of employees. It fits in well with the way Hoyo purchase is being managed right now. Before Ma Yun's words fell, Wang Jianlin waved his hand and spoke disdainfully. What kind of humanized management? If I care about the feelings of my employees, then I'm not working for them? It is still most practical to manage employees with performance targets and reward and punishment mechanisms. Humanized management are books on paper. In reality, in addition to when you purchase, serious people who use do you use it? Mr. Ma, hearing Wang Jianlin's question, Ma Yun sneered and shook her head. I don't use it. Who uses it for decent people? Do you use it? Mr. Wang, I don't have to either. After saying that, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin smiled at each other. This was followed by a serious look of contemplation. Unhappy holidays with Hyatt purchase are overly humanized. This is a management style they really don't use. They hadn't seen any company use it before this program aired. But now, really see a company using this kind of humane management style to manage employees, and also managed well. Their hearts have actually turned over, starting to look for ways this might actually work. Just as Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin were thinking, Dong Mingzhu, who was on the side, said tentatively, a month or so of annual vacation is too long for us to emulate for a while, but a 10-day unhappy vacation might actually be something to try. This type of humane management can take the heart. I can kind of see that Boss Fan's employees can voluntarily work overtime because Boss Fan has taken the hearts of his employees. Perhaps this type of management that takes the hearts and minds of the people will be the trend of the future. How about, want to try an unhappy vacation for your company's employees? Dong Mingzhu looked at Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin expectantly. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin smiled at each other once again. Try it. We're not serious people anyway. Wagyu purchase. 1 day off per week is 52 days a year. Annual leave, based on a minimum of 30 days, plus 10 days of unhappy vacation. 52 plus 30 plus 10 is equal to 97. A total of 97 days of vacation a year. I said incredulously. 97 days. That's 3 whole months and a week of vacation. That is to say, as long as they are employees of Hoyo Purchase, no matter whether they are at the grassroots or management level, at least 1/4 of the year is on vacation. Is this the kind of vacation a normal mall should give its employees? It's incredible. However, the cleaning boy shook his head when he heard Ice say 97 days of vacation. How can it be 97 days, right? I don't think so either. Ice responded with a confused brain. The cleaning boy, however, calmly reminded. You forgot? There's still 5 days of spring break. Ha! Supermarkets are still on vacation for Chinese New Year? Ice just thought it was unlikely that the supermarket would have a spring break. But on second thought, this is the Wuiwei shopping center. Boss Fan did this kind of thing with the spring festival vacation. Thinking of this, Ice spoke again. Add 5 more days for spring break and that's a total of 103 days. At this moment, the comments section of the live broadcast was already bursting with netizens. Next door to spelling CC all year round. And Hyatt Purchase takes more than 100 days off a year. I had a feeling that working in an internet company was very high class. But now it seems that I am too short-sighted. Going to work at Hoyo is the ultimate goal of a laborer. It's so awesome. Family members, the salary is higher than civil servants. More vacation than civil servants. The big province of Kaokung said. And you purchase quickly come to our province to open a branch. If you can work at Hoyo, who's going to try to go ashore every day? I really didn't expect the supermarket to be on vacation for Chinese New Year. It's a total assault on the next door's all year round Pixie Hollow. However, the next scene that happened at Wuiwei Purchase once again shocked everyone. Only the cleaning boy scratched his head and thought seriously for a moment before speaking again. You say, we only work 6.5-hour shifts a day, and we're off on Tuesdays, so it works out to a week. It shouldn't be just 1 day off. It should be on 3 off 4. Ice raised his voice in surprise, interrupting the cleaning boy. How did she forget about that? She had done the math just now, and the Wuiwei Purchase was on 3 and off 4. When you do that math, there are more than 103 days of vacation a year with Hyatt Purchase. There must be at least one a year. Chapter 34 Rolling Supplier with poor sanitation. Think what? And working 3 off 4. Do other people work 13 hours, 6, 5 by 2, a day? State regulations state that normal working hours are all 8 hours a day. Okay? The cleaning boy said questioningly. Ice shook his head helplessly. 8 hours? This cleaning boy is totally spoiled by Boss Fan. I don't know anything about the suffering of the people. How many hitmen really only work 8 hours? Who isn't forced to work during off hours? Who doesn't have to humbly respond to work messages during off hours? Some class-flavored hitters. There's probably more than 13 hours of work in a day. Just as Ice was lost in thought, the cleaning boy spoke again. On a normal 8-hour workday, we can only count double time off. That works out to a minimum of 149 vacation days a year for our company. The cleaning boy raised his eyebrows proudly. It is obvious that he is very satisfied with the vacation system of Hoyo Purchase. 104 days of double holidays plus 30 days of annual leave plus 10 days of unhappy leave plus 5 days of Chinese New Year leave equals 149 days. Hearing about the 149 days of vacation, viewers in front of the screen envied. About 5 months of vacation a year. I was once again conquered by that man. This is still a humble person. It's not counted as 3 days off. It's counted as double time off. And annual leave is counted as a minimum of 30 days. The exams in your hand and the public exam materials suddenly don't smell good anymore. Brothers and sisters, the big factory offer I just received doesn't smell good anymore either. Such a good company. The country cannot find the second. The staff must not do well. If I go to work at Hoyo Purchase, I'll have to offer the company like an ancestor. Old Zhang's house, guest room. Ding. Viewers are envious of the company's annual vacation of about 5 months. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value, 270. At the moment, old Zhang, sitting on the chair, was intensely sleepy. I can't keep both eyes open, and my upper and lower eyelids keep fighting. After all, the big day is a real pleasure and a real labor of love. That's all. Old Zhang after he was busy with the wedding. You also have to carry your drunken boss back to your house in case he suddenly wakes up. Meanwhile, the judge's room. The 3 judges stared at the cleaning boy on the screen, their mouths hanging open. Wang Jinlin took a long breath and asked, Mr. Ma, 5 months of vacation. Such humane management, do you dare to try? Hearing Wang Jinlin's flirtation, jaw-dropping Ma was dumbfounded. 10 days of unhappy vacation just now he dared to give his company's employees to try. After all, In Ma Yun's opinion, it was still quite cost-effective to use 10 days of vacation in exchange for hearts and minds, but now with this 5-month vacation, he was really afraid to try. It's horrible. Boss Fan the man completely subverted his mind of what a capitalist should do. Thinking of this, Ma Yun smiled, looked at Wang Jianlin, and joked, I don't try. That doesn't count as humanizing an employee. That counts as over-the-top humane care. We don't even dare to make it up like that in our textbooks at Hoosier Business School. Wagyu purchase. Lin Yang, what are you doing there? Zhao Yong, who was standing in the doorway, shouted at the cleaning boy. The cleaning boy then explained. Sorry, Manager Zhao. Concern for a colleague. Colleagues? Hearing this, Zhao Yong's gaze couldn't help but look towards the girl next to Lin Yang. Didn't this girl say she was from the purchasing department? Why are you still here? Why are you wearing sunglasses and a hat all the time? Something's not right. Zhao Yong walked towards Bing Bing with some skepticism. Looking at Manager Zhao, who was approaching step by step, Bing Bing's heart instantly rose to her throat. A woman's intuition told her, Manager Zhao is coming to check her identity. Thinking of this, Bing Bing immediately turned around and walked forward at a brisk pace. Zhao Yong also unconsciously accelerated his pace, trying to catch up with Bing Bing. Manager Zhou. Just then, Zhao Yong's assistant called out to him in a panic. Manager Zhou stopped and looked toward her assistant. What's wrong? I've come to give you a progress report on the departments. Zhao Yong nodded, signaling his assistant to continue. The assistant understood and spoke up. One good news, one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Hearing the assistant's words, a trace of timidity clearly showed on Zhao Yong's face. At such a critical moment of secretly working overtime behind Boss Fan's back, he only wanted to hear good news, not any bad news. But the assistant's words made him wary. Zhao Yong took a deep breath and said with some panic, let's start with the bad news. The customer service department received a complaint about the poor hygiene at our rolling suppliers processing site. Phew. Hearing the assistant's words, Zhao Yong was surprisingly relieved. He had thought the bad news was that Boss Fan had found out they were working overtime. I didn't realize it was a customer complaint. But what made Zhao Yong wonder was that Hoyo has always been very strict with its suppliers, especially on the issue of food safety. Customers complained about the poor sanitary conditions of the supplier. Is unlikely to show up at Hoyo purchase. That program hasn't ended yet. Could it be that someone is trying to frame Wuiwa purchase in the meantime? Zhao Yong couldn't help but think in his heart. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yong instructed his assistant, notify the investigation team to immediately go to the supplier's processing site and conduct an on-site investigation. Before tomorrow morning, a detailed investigation report must be issued. Never let this matter affect our company's reputation. Okay, manager, I'll inform the investigation team now. Saying that, the assistant hurried off to find the head of the investigation team. Zhao Yong, who had returned to his senses, remembered the girl who had just worn sunglasses and a hat. Zhao Yong looked around, but realized that the person from earlier had long since disappeared without a trace. Zhao Yong felt bad and hurriedly dialed old Zhang. Hey, old Chang, is the boss awake? On the other side of the phone, old Zhang's tired voice came. No, the boss is still asleep. Don't worry, that's good. Hearing old Zhang's words, Zhao Yong's hanging heart finally dropped. Thump! Just as Zhao Yong hung up the phone and was about to turn off the screen, a certain audio headline pushed a news item to Zhao Yong. Hashtag surprise. Hoyo purchases at least 149 days of vacation a year. Hashtag. Zhao Yong frowned slightly and clicked into the news with some apprehension. What caught his eye was the video with Lin Yang's photo as the cover. Zhao Yong, who clicked on the video, gradually turned white. What's the situation? The crew has come in? The one who had just spoken to Lin Yang. It's the show's crew. Something is really wrong with that guy. Zhao Yong immediately opened a certain sound. Slightly trembling fingers clicked into the program live. Just see among the images of the Hoyo purchase. It was the office door of the purchasing department. Chapter 35. Something's gone terribly wrong. The supplier was actually a shell factory. Wagyu purchase. After finding ice in front of the purchasing department, Zhao Yong sprinted to the purchasing department. The purchasing department office was busy with buyers. Some are buried in front of their computers. Others are on the phone battling with vendors. None of them had a moment's pause. Ice was about to check out the other departments. However, he noticed that Zhao Yong was dashing towards him. Ice mumbled, "This manager Zhao, why is he here again?" Bing Bing, who didn't want to be caught by manager Zhao, pulled her legs out and left. Manager Zhao was in hot pursuit behind him. Snap dash. Burying her head in a frenzy, Bing Bing slammed into a tall man. A powerful force bounced back. Bing Bing instantly lost her balance, and her body involuntarily tilted backwards. Eyes on Ice, who was about to fall to the ground. Instead, the tall man in front of him reached out and held it in place. However, Ice's sunglasses and hat had fallen off. When the man looked down to see Ice's face, subconsciously moving away from the large hand holding Ice again. Snap dash. Ice still made solid contact with the ground. The man looked down, a little horrified, at Ice. How did you get in here? However, before Bing Bing could say anything, Manager Zhao then panted and caught up. The man looked at Manager Zhao and then at Bing Bing, who had fallen to the ground, and instantly understood. This host must have snuck in and was discovered by Manager Zhao. The man said worriedly at the thought. Manager Zhao, what should we do now? The boss is definitely going to know about the sneaky overtime work. Zhao Yong waved his hand, gasping for air, and said in a broken voice, Team Leader Ho, you, go ahead and investigate. The supplier of the rolling dough, leave this to me. The taller waiting team leader nodded firmly, eyes signaling the 5 investigators behind him to follow him immediately to investigate the supplier. At this moment, the viewers in front of the screen all moved their small stools and assumed a posture of watching and eating. Ice is discovered. This is going to be a good show. Just now, that waiting group leader dropped the propped up Ice to the ground again. XSWL. The sound of falling on the ground hurts to hear. After Boss Fan realizes they're working overtime and sacks them all. Brothers, we'll have a chance. Ha ha ha. Resumes are ready for the job search. Waiting for the top. Upstairs. Wake up. If there's really a food safety problem in this rolling dough incident, the reputation of Wei Yum Shop will be in jeopardy. You turned off the camera. Manager Zhao ordered Bing Bing. Ice spoke slowly while getting up from the ground. Manager Zhao, I'm sorry. I came in privately to film you guys secretly working overtime. It's really my fault. Ha! Zhao Yong sniffed and sneered. Immediately, looking at Bing Bing standing up from the ground, Zhao Yong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In his opinion, the poor environment in which the supplier is made such issues that affect food safety. It's not going to happen with Hoyo Purchase. Now, he was even more certain that this was someone trying to intentionally discredit Hoyo Purchase. Why else would this presenter have just come in not long ago? And they found out about the rolling complaints? Now that the rolling of the dough has been filmed, might as well just let this host follow the camera. The body is not afraid of the shadow, and the cleaner is the clearer. Now it's too late to worry about getting fired by Boss Fan for sneaking in overtime. It is imperative that Hoyo Purchase be cleared of any wrongdoing. Thinking of this, Zhao Yong said frankly to Bing Bing, why don't you leave the camera on and I'll take you and go with the investigation team the whole time to film the rolling vendor. Judge's room. Dong Mingzhu spoke with some concern. This hasn't even been investigated yet, and Manager Zhao dares to let the program crew follow it? In the event that something goes wrong, it would be an incalculable blow to Hoyo Purchase. As soon as the words fell, Wang Jianlin followed suit. Boss Fan is still too young to understand the art of employing people. People like Manager Zhao are too reckless. Don't even use your brain to think about the possible negative consequences of the program following the investigation team throughout. Ma Ru nodded. Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin were right. The company itself isn't even sure what's going on the supplier's end at this point. Just dare the show to follow it directly. Isn't that asking for trouble? Unless, Ma Yun was shocked and surprised in her heart. Unless Manager Zhao has absolute confidence in Hoyo Purchase in this regard. Otherwise, he won't easily agree to the program to follow the filming. Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard this. How confident does one have to be with a Wagyu Purchase? Only then did they dare to let the program follow the investigation team. This is also a side effect. Hoyo Purchase takes food safety issues seriously. The importance is so great that Joe's manager doesn't even believe that there is such a problem. Only then did they dare to let the show follow them. Seriously, the three of them, as owners of publicly traded companies, neither had such confidence in their company's suppliers. Wagyu Purchase. After the investigation team extracted specific information about the rolling supplier in the purchasing department, then he set off with Bing Bing and Manager Zhao towards the supplier's factory address. 40 minutes later, Joey Mile, the head of the waiting team, was in the car, looking at the address of the information reported in the vendor's registration and double-checking. Jiao Bali Food Processing Factory. No. 102. Jiao Bali Middle Road. No. 102. Jiao Bali Street. Yudu City. Hezhou Province. Team leader Ho's expression gradually solidified. The 5 investigators also clenched their fists nervously. What's wrong? Manager Zhao looked at team leader Wait suspiciously. Team leader Ho pointed to the Joey Mile food processing plant. This is the address given by the purchasing department, and as you can see, this factory is not open at all, and a notice of suspension is posted on the gate. Manager Zhao's heart suddenly tightened as he sniffed. Go! Get out of the car and look around. The crowd got out of the car and approached the notice posted on the gate. ICE also pulled the camera closer to the announcement. The plant suspended operations as of June 19th. The netizens in the live stream saw this scene and swiped their comments. Misty grass. July 2nd of this year. It's been suspended for 12 days. The factories are closed. How did all that rolling come about? The room collapsed. Just one day after I bought Hoyo, the house collapsed. I don't believe it. It could be a misunderstanding. Could the investigation team have misread the processing address? I hope so. I hope Wotsuk doesn't collapse. Let's hope. I hope an Hyatt purchase doesn't collapse. Hey, is the address of the rolling processor Joey's on Joey's Middle Road? One moment. Manager Zhao. I'll check. While waiting for the Manager Zhao clenched his fists and mentally reassured himself. It must not be here. Hoyo Purchase is extremely strict with its suppliers. How is it possible to get a shell factory here to fool the company? If Boss Fan knew about this, he would have to skin these people. Chapter 36. What the hell? How dare you secretly work overtime behind my back? Manager Zhao. The one on Middle Zhou Road is the old address. They moved to Yinhuang Road on June 22nd. Manager Zhao sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. The investigative team has also put their heads down. The viewers in front of the screen voiced their opinions. I told you, it must be the wrong address. How could a conscientious boss like Mr. Fan make a fake factory? Those food introduction boards inside Waiwa shop are a good indication of the importance that Mr. Fan attaches to food safety. I believe in Hoyo. Support Waiwa shop. Poor sanitation is a problem that can't happen at Hoyo. I believe that man. He would never allow this to happen to Waiwa shopping. 30 minutes later, the crowd drove to Yinhuang Road. Hurry up and get it. Hoyo Purchase is picking it up first thing in the morning. Just as he got out of the car, a man's words caught the attention of the crowd. However, as they walked to the front room where the man made the rolling dough, the sight before them staggered everyone. Manager Zhao went from having his eyebrows furrowed to his face gradually becoming ironic. He couldn't believe that right in front of him was the processing place for rolling out dough. But the truth is right in front of us. He had to believe it. Ice couldn't help but ponder in his mind after seeing the dirty and messy processing environment. It's not as bad as that shell factory just now. In order to get a full view of the processing site, Ice held the camera and moved it slowly. Just see the picture in the middle. The sanitary environment of the rolling mill premises is, indeed, poor. The walls of the room were slightly stained. The clutter piled up in the corners also looks cluttered. On the processing table, various ingredients and tools are randomly arranged. The containers holding the ingredients did not look clean either. Obviously not professionally sanitized and disinfected. The ingredients used to make the rolled out dough were not stored properly. Instead, they are directly exposed to unsanitary conditions. The viewers in front of the screen began to question the Wagyu Purchase. What kind of food processing plant is this? This is clearly a small workshop. I did not expect Harmony Purchase really collapsed the house. I dare say, this is all good. Some of the black-hearted workshops are really dirty. There are all kinds of chemicals and disgusting creatures everywhere. It's good to see no technological hard work in this workshop. At least it proves it's made of real materials. It's just that the environment isn't up to par. I'm a delivery boy, and honestly, this is so much better than a lot of merchant stores. The main thing is that people expect too much from Hoyo Purchase, and that's why there's a sense of fallout from the collapsed room. And I'm quite disappointed anyway. Judge's room. Ma Yun, who saw this scene, let out a long sigh. He didn't think that just now. He thought Manager Zhao was confident enough to let the program follow him. Nothing should go wrong. Waiting to see Hoyo Purchase hit the face of the complaining Maru. After seeing the production environment shown on the screen, there was a sense of disappointment. Just then, Wang Jinlin spoke up. It's so hard to regulate issues like food safety. That famous brewery last year where the workers actually urinated in their wine. Dong Mingju shook his head with a look of disgust. That one is really disgusting. It's so much more disgusting than this rolling vendor at Wajiosho. The investigation team invited the person in charge of the rolling supplier back to Hoyo Purchase to be investigated. Half an hour later, the crowd returned to Hoyo Purchase. Get me the catering supervisor, quality control, the buyer who rolls out the dough, the head of purchasing, all of them. The head of the waiting group said sternly at the investigators. In a short while, all the people involved came to the investigation department. Be the buyer in charge of contacting rolling suppliers. After seeing the photos of the scene taken by the investigation team, instantly on fire, he questioned with emotion. What do you mean? Didn't you specialize in rectifying the situation for 3 days the other day? How did it turn out like this? The supplier stammered for half a day and froze, unable to spit out a single word. Bing Bing, who was on the side, saw this and secretly speculated. It seems that this vendor is the one who was up to no good. Odds are it's to reduce production costs or something. Just then, Manager Zhao patted team leader Ho's shoulder and said calmly, Team leader, wait, I'll let everyone who worked overtime go back first. You guys have to work hard tonight to write up the investigation report and give it to the boss in the morning. Team leader Wait nodded in response. Don't worry, manager, the investigation team will make sure the detail report is ready tonight. 12 o'clock in the morning. The investigation team is still scrutinizing the people involved in rolling out the dough and investigating. Bing Bing quietly sat on the sidelines and gave the live feed to the netizens in the broadcast room. Just then, the director's voice rang out on the air. Viewers in front of the screen, the second round of the tournament. A 24-hour continuous broadcast has ended. Next, enter the 30-minute voting session. Before the director could finish his sentence, the comment section was flooded with comments from netizens. How else is this going to be voted on? Pinky stayed up all night and died suddenly. And the poor environment for the production of rolled-out dough at Woyui purchase. The second round of the competition is about employees' vacation time, which has nothing to do with food safety, so I'll definitely vote for Hoyo to win. It's useless even if you invested in Waiwa shop. If the rolling incident is not handled well, it will affect the reputation of Hoyo, and it may even go out of business. Calling on the program to wait until the rolling out incident at Woyui purchase is dealt with before voting. Agree +1. Agree +2. Agreed plus 10,086. After the 30-minute voting period, the other live streams have won 3 companies. There's only the live feeds from Wagyu Purchase and Spelling Sissies. The score hasn't changed much. The program was forced to decide to follow the advice of the network. The director was once again in the live room of Wajiosho and Spelling West, and opened the mic and said, Viewers, Hoyo Purchase and Pound West have encountered a special situation this round. It has been decided, after deliberation by the program team, that the vote will be held after the rolling incident with Woyo Purchase has been dealt with. Meanwhile, more netizens came on the air to watch the investigation team conduct their investigation. This small workshop, it turns out, is only used by suppliers to transition. This supplier is really bad. Let him rectify 3 days. After the inspection, immediately changed again. Heart too bad. This who cannot prevent and yummy buyers are also to blame, especially for quality control. I didn't check the rolled dough carefully, and I thought these rolled doughs were still the same as the previous ones, so I slacked off. Purchasers are so pathetic, looking at the supplier to rectify the finish. Who knows, turn around and get backstabbed. In general, the main problem lies with the supplier, but Woyu Shopping is also jointly and severally liable. July 3rd, 8:30 a.m. Ding! The netizens are dissatisfied with the processing environment of the rolling dough supplier. Reputation value -10. Current honor value, 260. 16 hours of slumber for Fanny. Immediately awake after hearing the system prompt that the reputation value has been reduced. Sitting straight up from the bed. What's going on? Fanny opened the system. Last night's unread system alerts were displayed one by one. Fanny began to scrutinize them one by one. His mouth was opening wider and wider. It's a reversal. How dare you sneak in overtime behind my back? Fanny hurriedly took out his cell phone and searched for last night's live video. Chapter 37, The Rolling Incident. The boss wants to pay more than $700,000? 9 o'clock in the morning. After Van Eyck turned off a certain tone, reaching out, he patted old Chang, who had fallen asleep in his chair. Old Zhang hazily opened his eyes and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, Boss, you're awake. Fanny spoke in a pretense of calm. Old Zhang, you don't have a problem with your sexual orientation, do you? Old Zhang looked suspiciously at the serious-looking Fanny. Sexual orientation? No problem. Are you sure it's okay? Then what were you doing staying with me on your wedding night? What did you do to me? When Fanny said that, old Zhang's sleepiness was gone. Only his eyes widened as he hastily opened his mouth to explain. Boss, you've misunderstood. I was afraid you'd find out. Hearing this, waves rippled through Fanny's heart. Oh, found you guys secretly working overtime, However, Lao Zhang stammered and did not continue. Seeing this, Fanny feigned doubt and asked, Tell me instead, what are you afraid I'll find out? Old Zhang frowned and stumbled over his words. Found out. Found out I'm a 5-second real man. What? Fanny, who had a face full of black question marks, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Old Zhang. This operation of yours is really 9:30 in the morning. Fanny had just arrived at the door of the president's office. He saw Zhao Yong with his head down, facing the wall in the doorway. Ahem. After Fanny coughed softly a few times, he calmly opened his mouth and asked, Manager Zhou, what are you doing here? When Zhao Yong heard Fanny's voice, he immediately turned around and spoke in a panic. Boss, I was wrong. I was the one who took the lead in working overtime. It has nothing to do with them. Boss, this is my resignation letter. Fanny looked at Zhao Yong, who had dark circles under his eyes, with a blank expression, as if he couldn't understand what he was saying. Seeing that the boss did not respond, Zhao Yong continued, Boss, the investigation report of the rolling incident is being printed. Send it over right away. Aha. Fanny answered, then opened the door and entered the office. Zhao Yong still stood in the doorway, stretching his hands, which were presenting the resignation report, forward with trembling. Boss, resignation report. Resignation? Why? Fanny asked with a confused face as he sat down in his chair. Zhao Yong responded with his head down. I'm the one who made them carry you. Overtime. Fanny, who knew everything, snorted coldly in his heart and then asked in feigned doubt. Overtime? Manager Zhao, what are you talking about? Zhao Yong raised his head and looked at Fanny in surprise. Ah, boss, you don't know? Fanny's blank face suddenly became a little stern. Know what? You hurry up and have the investigation department send over the investigation report. Yes. Zhao Yong put away his resignation letter and was about to leave for the investigation team. However, he heard Fanny, who was looking down at the documents, speak seriously once again. Manager Zhao, just this once. It won't happen again. Zhao Yong answered softly. All of a sudden, he had more unknown H2O in his eyes. 5 minutes later, Bing Bing, team leader Ho and manager Zhao all came to Fanny's office. Boss, here's the investigation report on the rolling incident. Fanny received the dense, 18-page investigation report. I'll read the report. You guys sit on the couch for a while. The three had just sat down on the sofa when Fanny spoke again. Manager Zhao, call Minister Yang from the Legal Affairs Department over. Okay, boss. Immediately, Fanny was at his desk, carefully reading the investigation report. Just as Fanny was reading the report, netizens have taken to the comments section to give their opinions on the rolling incident. I stayed up late last night watching the investigation process, and I think it's still the supplier who has the biggest problem. He's just taking a chance and is deliberately hiding Hoyo's purchase. Huayhua Shop is responsible for selling to customers, so Huayhua Shop does have the responsibility to ensure the hygiene and safety of rolling out the dough. 40% of the problem with Hyatt purchase, and the remaining 60% is blamed on the supplier. Upstairs, you're wrong. Hoyo's share is at most 25%. I think and Hyatt purchase accounts for 100%. After all, they are the ones who are in direct contact with the customers. They should be fully responsible for the goods. Hoyu purchase, President's office. In a short while, Fanny finished reading the investigation report. Minister Yang of the legal department also came to the office. Fanny leaned back in his chair and asked slowly, Minister Yang, according to the law, how should we compensate customers for the rolling incident? Minister Yang cleared his throat. Boss, according to Article 184 of the Food Safety Law, producing food that does not meet food safety standards, consumers can demand payment of damages of 3 times the loss from the producer or operator. Hearing Minister Yang's words, Fanny muttered, Triple? Rolled dough is $8 a serving. Triple is $24. When he said that, Fanny's brows furrowed slightly. In Fanny's opinion, this incident, though, is a supplier in order to reduce costs and sneakily change the processing environment. But after all, customers trust Hoyo Purchase and that's why they come to Hoyo Purchase to spend their money. He has already failed his customers in recognizing Hoyo Purchase. It also fails to live up to the community's recognition of Hoyo Purchase. Therefore, he must show enough sincerity to admit his mistake to his customers and to the community. TSK. Van Eyck shook his head in dissatisfaction. Minister Young, is there a higher amount of payout available? What? Bing Bing, who was sitting on the sofa, was directly stunned when she heard Fanny's question. Is it surprising that Van Boss wants to give his customers a higher payout? Crazy. And capitalists, who can't get enough of their own losses. This night, ICE has been following the investigation team. She knew full well that the supplier had produced the rolled out dough in a small workshop. In total, 8 833 copies were sold at Hoyo by. A triple payout is $211. 992. That's over $210,000. That's like 2 or 3 years of pay for a lot of hitmen. Boss Fan doesn't think he's lost enough money? Ice, who followed the movie all night, thinks that this incident is essentially a case of Hoyo Purchase being backstabbed by a supplier. When the supplier changed the processing site, Hoyo Purchasing sent a special supervisor for 3 days to rectify the situation, but no one expected it. This black-hearted supplier has secretly changed the processing environment, which has already passed the standardized inspection. It was at that point that Minister Young spoke again in a sober tone. Boss, consumers can demand up to 10 times the amount of compensation. Upon hearing the tenfold compensation, the netizens who had watched the live broadcast all night in the live broadcast room could not sit still. 10 times 833 copies. Each one pays $80, totaling over $700,000. This is a small matter, and you want to pay more than $700,000? The national stomach can handle anything. If you ask me, just return the $8 for the cold skin. Boss Fan's eyes brightened noticeably. He's not really going to pay out tenfold, is he? It's too much of a loss. More than $700,000. That's 10 years of my salary. I envy you upstairs. $700,000 is my salary for 20 years. I'd have to go without food and drink for 20 years to save enough. Chapter 38 Blowout. 8 pieces of rolling dough. Payout $8 million. Judge's room. Seeing that Fanny was interested in paying out a higher amount, Wang Jianlin said affirmatively, Boss Fan is a bit of a fake. He obviously knew there was a crew filming that. That's why it's a deliberate show of trying to pay out a higher price. In Wang Jianlin's opinion, paying out 3 times is good enough. If this happened to them at the Wanda Mall, triple the payout wouldn't even be possible. This is because, in the eyes of the outside world, it is the supplier who is privately violating the rules, and it is only right that the supplier should be held fully responsible. I would have thought that Boss Fan, for the sake of the show's filming, I'll pay you triple. That's all I'm saying. Who knew that Boss Fan would want to pay out a higher amount? What is this if not showmanship? Just then, Ma Yun smiled and said calmly, Mr. Wang, Boss Fan doesn't call this putting on a show. It's called crisis public relations through professionalism, to maintain and shape the company's favorable image in the eyes of the public. Think about it, if Fan really pays out up to 10 times the price as the lawyers say, in total, it's just over $700,000. $700,000 for the company's reputation. Isn't it worth it? Worth it. Of course it's worth it. Dong Mingzhu, who was on the side, responded with approval. Ha! Very different from Dong Mingzhu. When Wang Jianlin heard Ma Yun's words, he only gave a faint sneer. In his opinion, Ma Yun's words were meant to be pretentious. Talk about professional crisis communications and maintaining a good image of the company. In the final analysis, doesn't the meaning remain a show? Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin couldn't help but read in his heart. Sure enough, bosses with the surname Ma love to pretend. Office. Minister Yang of the Legal Affairs Department held up his glasses and continued to speak stoically. Boss, there are still provisions in the Food Safety Act. If the amount of compensation is less than $1,000, it may be increased to $1,000. But, good, that's the way to do it. Pay out at $1,000 per copy. Before Minister Yang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Fanny in a resolute manner. Minister Yang sniffed and was shocked. The client's initiative in requesting an increase in the amount of the payout. For the first time in his life, he had seen. He was going to say that this one doesn't need to be considered. Minister Yang took a deep breath and asked in a tone of extreme uncertainty, Boss, do we really have to pay out the $1,000 amount? Fanny didn't answer, just looked at Minister Yang with firm eyes. Minister Yang saw this and understood. It seems that the owner is determined to pay the $1,000. Understood, boss. I'll assist the customer service department to do it now. With that, Minister Yang turned and left the office. The netizens in the live broadcast room completely boiled over when they saw the scene. I didn't realize that Mr. Fan was going to pay out at $1,000 a copy. I never thought that Boss Fan would want to pay out at $1,000 a share. Don't take 3 times. Don't take 10 times. Just the maximum compensation. $1,000. $1,000 per serving. Totaling $833,000. For an $8 cold skin, Boss Fan has to pay $883 million. 666. When you meet this kind of boss, lawyers are confused. Stun old iron. The main responsibility does not lie in the Hoyu purchase. Boss Fan still has to voluntarily pay more than $8 million? There's absolutely no need. Boss Fan. It's just a rolling pin. Payout so much. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Yong and team leader Ho were tempted to open their mouths to dissuade Fanny, but when the words came to their lips, they could not utter a single word. They all couldn't believe that the owner had decided to pay out customers at $1,000 a serving. $8 for a cold skin. You lose $833,000. That's over $8 million. At least it can be in a fourth-tier city like you do. It's 10 sweets all paid for. Zhao Yong swallowed his saliva and opened his mouth somewhat timidly. Boss. Sure, press $1,000. Before he could finish his words, Fanny directly interrupted him. Manager Zhao, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and go arrange matters related to the payout. Okay, boss. Zhao Yong had just left with his front foot when Fanny added to the bewildered team leader wait. Team leader wait, you still need to find out who complained about the rolling supplier. I'd like to meet him if I can. Okay, boss. Immediately, team leader Ho also left the office, and Bing Bing, who was sitting alone on the sofa, still hadn't come back to her senses. She couldn't believe that Boss Fan was actually going to pay out customers at $1,000 a serving. Triple the compensation is due. Paying 10 times the amount is sentimental. It pays $1,000. Exactly 125 times. Looking at the whole of Blue Star. That's pretty bombastic too. Sitting on the sofa, Bing Bing, the person was already numb. Meanwhile, the three judges in the judging room were outright confused. That's $8 million. Just now. I thought Boss Fan was going to spend $700,000 for show. It's well worth it to change the company's reputation. Now that I think about it, their pattern is simply too small. Smaller than a sesame seed grain. The other boss, Mr. Fan, didn't even bother to spend $700,000 for a show. Boss Fan is spending $8 million to revolutionize food safety. What a lesson for them capitalists. Wang Jianlin raised his voice incredulously. This Boss Fan. He's crazy. The payout is too much. Dong Mingju immediately nodded. Yeah, for $8 of rolling out dough, Boss Fan has to pay out more than $8 million. Not so much. At this moment, next to her, Ma Yun quietly looked at the screen without saying a word. He couldn't say anything now, because there isn't a single word. It can be more pretentious than Boss Fan's claim of paying out $1,000 per copy. Office. Bing Bing, who had returned to her senses, spoke with some confusion. Boss Fan, can I ask you a question? Aha. Fan E, who was looking down as he swished and wrote on a piece of paper, responded without lifting his head. Ice cleared his throat. Can I take the liberty of asking you why? Why did you pay out so much? Fanny heard this and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he continued to look down and write on the paper. After about 20 or 30 seconds, Fanny put down the pen in his hand and looked up at Bing Bing. Do you think the rolling incident? Was it a minor or major incident? Ice unconsciously reached out and rested her chin on her hand, thinking hard. Meanwhile, the netizens of the live broadcast also discussed in the comments section. I think it's a small matter. All those rolled out dough sold must have been eaten by the customers, but there's nothing unusual about it for so many days. I think it's a big deal when it comes to food safety, but just pay a little compensation as a warning. Mr. Fan really gave too much. I think this is something that can be big or small. Upstairs, what you said is the same as not saying anything. I think the rolling incident is either a big deal or a small one. Chapter 39. I've never touched money. I have no interest in it. Office. Seeing Ice's brow furrowed in great difficulty, Fanny then cleared his throat and said calmly, to you, this may be a small thing that is not worth mentioning, but to Hoyo purchase, it's a big deal. And it's a big deal. What's the big deal? Hearing Fanny say this, Bing Bing's eyes widened. In her opinion, this rolling incident of Wuwei purchase is actually not a big deal, because no customers have gotten sick or injured as a result. The supplier deceived the environment in which the rolling out of the dough was made though. But there is no technology or hard work used in rolling out the dough. At best, it's less clean. Even with this production environment, it's actually a lot better than 80% of the dining establishments out there. Boss Fan is going to pay out $1,000 for every rolled dough on this thing. It's mind-boggling enough. And now you're even saying it's a big deal. Thinking of this, I spoke up suspiciously and asked, Boss Fan, why do you say it's heavenly? The judges in the judging room, meanwhile, were confused. A big deal is a big deal. Why did Boss Fan say a big deal? It's as big as the sky. That's how big it must be. Wang Jianlin said with a face full of disdain. A rolling pin pays out more than $8,800,000. Now it's making a small thing into a big thing. Boss Fan is too pompous in doing things. Dong Mingzhu sniffed and spoke in agreement. The rolling incident is compared to melamine, gutter oil, lean meat extract, formaldehyde duck blood, and so on. It's not worth mentioning at all. It's not even a big deal. And Boss Fan even says it's a big deal? Ma Yun, who was on the side, nodded at his words. He also thought that Boss Fan was deliberately exaggerating and selling out. How many children were brutalized by melamine back then? But only a fraction of the children who became ill were compensated for their medical expenses. Most customers didn't get a dime of payout at all. But now Boss Fan is going to pay out so much to customers who have absolutely no physical damage. And to make a small matter, which in a food safety case is not enough, into a big deal. Thinking of this, Ma Yun faintly uttered 8 words. It's not good to be young. Office. After thinking for a moment, Fanny slowly spoke. For you guys, it's just a rolling pin. But it's really a big deal for Hoyo Purchase. The outside world recognizes us so much and we do something so irresponsible. We have failed our customers and the community who have placed their trust in us. Despite Fan Yi's sincere attitude, Bing Bing listened in confusion. Failing the community? Boss Fan's words are a bit too official, aren't they? Sounds so fake. I've never seen any capitalist lose $8 or $9 million just for failing the community. Fanny couldn't help but think about it when he saw Bing Bing's face full of skepticism. It seems that this host doesn't believe it. Also, a capitalist? For failing the community trust and customer recognition. Just pay out more than $8 million on this matter. It really isn't that believable when you say it. Thinking of this, Fanny smiled sparingly and spoke slowly once again. It's true that the supplier did a poor job in this case. But if our quality control in the catering department had done a good quality check carefully, we could have caught the hygiene problem earlier. So, it's kind of a job loss for us in the catering department. The first time this kind of problem concerning food safety arises, it must be dealt with seriously in order to eliminate future problems. The only way to deal with this is to make it a big deal. Pay out $8 or $9 million to warn everyone. From now on, the food and beverage department will not dare to slack off when it comes to food safety. After saying that, Fanny lowered his head and began to write on the paper. In fact, all along, Fanny has attached great importance to the issue of food safety. Otherwise he wouldn't have purposely built Hoyo Purchase's own central kitchen, have employees be in the food area and make detailed descriptive signs for each food item. In this incident, he genuinely felt that it was they and Hyatt Regency who had failed their customers and the community. That's why you want to pay out the maximum amount under the Food Safety Act. But the thing about a capitalist who pays out $8 or $9 million to his customers for failing society, no one would even believe it if they said it. So, Fanny had to tell Bing Bing that it was to warn the staff. However, after Bing Bing heard Fanny's intentionally confusing words, he came to a sudden realization and was instantly enlightened. So it is. Just say it. How can any capitalist, for failing society, lose out on so much money? If it's to wake up employees and manage them better, let the employees work more seriously so that the company can develop better words. Then it makes sense that Boss Fan handled it that way. Thinking of this, Bing Bing couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. Boss Fan, I didn't expect you to be quite insightful in managing employees at such a young age. And your methods are unique. The netizens in front of the screen brushed up their opinions after hearing Fanny's explanation. Why do I feel that Boss Fan is doing this because he doesn't want to live up to the community's approval? Sympathy. The latter said something about in order to manage the staff. Is afraid of ice do not believe. Really helpless. Upstairs. You guys think too much. Boss Fan has said that when it comes to food safety, heavy fines must be levied to warn the employees. I also think you guys are overinterpreting it. Similar to a language teacher asking what emotion a poem represents. There's no such thing as homesickness. It's all just overinterpretation. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Where is Boss Fan trying to live up to the feelings of social approval? He is simply trying to warn his employees. Ding. Netizens value your attention to food safety issues. Reputation value plus 50. Current honor value 310. Though this time the system broke the record by giving a record high 50 honor value. But Fanny didn't pay any attention to the system prompts, instead burying his head in swishing the words on the paper. Judge's room. Ha! Wang Jianlin sighed remorsefully. Boss Fan turned out to be trying to warn his employees. It seems that I misunderstood him when I said he was being deliberately pompous before. Yes, it's us who misunderstood Boss Fan. Dong Mingzhu sniffed and agreed. Wang Jianlin turned his head to look at the silent Ma Yun on the side and fell into deep thought. It's not good to be young and foolish. Mr. Ma had just faintly used these 8 words to evaluate Boss Fan. Why don't you say anything now? Ahem. Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin coughed lightly and spoke wistfully. Mr. Ma, do you still think that Boss Fan's youthfulness is not a good thing? Ha! Ma Yun sneered a few times before spreading both hands. I didn't expect him to do this for the sake of managing the staff either. But even if it's to manage the staff, it's obviously not cost-effective to lose so much money at once. In my opinion, it's still because the young people of their generation haven't experienced hard times. That's why they splurge their money and don't know how to cherish it. Wang Jianlin didn't respond. Instead, he just turned his head and rolled his eyes at the camera. Mr. Ma said a lot of things in a cloud. It's not that I don't think it's worth spending the $8 million. Just now, he said that $700,000 for the company's reputation was well worth it. Now $8 million to get employees to be cited for food safety issues isn't worth it. Isn't cost effective? The unique way people's van owners manage their employees. Let him say that the young people of this generation are profligate with money and do not know how to cherish it? Be speechless. After Wang Jianlin pondered for a while, he opened his mouth in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Mr. Ma, since when do you still look at whether the money is well spent or not? Didn't you say that you're not interested in money? Ha! After Ma Yun sneered a few times again, she looked meaningfully at Wang Jianlin. Mr. Wang, it's not about money. Actually, money is just a number. All of our wealth is entrusted to us by society to operate. I just don't think Mr. Fan has managed the wealth entrusted to him by society. As you know, I've never touched money. I have no interest in it. Chapter 40, you've lost $8 million. And you want to fire your employees? Fanny took the paper that he had just written on, folded it and put it in his pocket before getting up and leaving the office. Ice was close behind. Fanny walked ahead with a grim face. It looked a lot like the classroom teacher returning to class with a stern face, ready to lecture the class. Bing Bing silently followed behind Boss Fan, not saying a word, not even daring to breathe. Fanny came directly from the office area of Hoyu Purchase to the Superstore. The employees who were working lowered their heads in fear and their voices trembled slightly when they saw Boss Fan. Hello boss. Old. Bored. Boss. Good morning. However, Fanny didn't respond to a single word as if he hadn't heard it. Still striding forward, after Boss Fan and Bing Bing walked away, the employees couldn't help but whisper, I've never seen our boss so fierce. That's terrible. The boss must know about last night's overtime. We might all be fired. The boss didn't even say anything about overtime this morning. The boss only asked about rolling out the dough. Haven't you heard? The boss wants to pay $1,000 for every order of rolled dough. What? 1,000? That's a lot of money to lose. Our boss has always cared about food safety. The catering department will definitely not dare to make this mistake again. Boss Fan and Bing Bing went straight to the catering department, the staff area. It just so happened that the general manager, Zhao Yong, was arranging for the catering department to remove the rolling dough from the sales counter. Lao Zhou, the head of the catering department, and Li Wang, the quality control of the rolling dough, saw Boss Fan coming. Immediately, like a child who had done something wrong, he nodded slightly and spoke in a sincere tone. Boss, I'm sorry, it's all because we didn't do our job properly. We recognize the punishment. Fanny looked at the supervisor, Old Zhou, and slowly opened his mouth to ask, Old Zhou, how do you think you should be punished? Hearing this, Lao Zhou's head sank even lower. Lao Zhou has been following since Boss Fan started his business. He knows exactly every single work rule of the employees of Hoyu Purchase. Boss Fan pays his employees several times above market rate, and several times the vacation time at the same time. It has also always held its employees to high standards. Old Chow knew about this incident and was in the rules of Hoyu Purchase. Both he and the quality controller fall under direct responsibility. It was their failure to seriously test the quality of the rolling out of the dough that led to the current situation. According to Hyatt's rules, they are to be fired outright. But at this moment, Lao Zhou still holds a trace of luck. He argued that it was the vendor who changed locations privately and deliberately concealed the facts in the first place. So, it's very likely that Boss Fan will be accommodating this time and not fire them. Thinking of this, Old Zhou, who had his head lowered, slowly opened his mouth. Boss, how about removing us from our jobs and finding us 3 more years of year-end bonuses? However, before Lao Zhou could finish his sentence, Fanny politely interrupted him. Old Zhou, you've been following me since I started my business. Between us, there's still love and justice. Bing Bing, who was on the side, couldn't help but speculate in her mind when she heard this. Does Boss Fan mean he's not going to heavily penalize old Chow? As well, the main responsibility clearly lies with the supplier. If the supervisor and quality control are given a waiver, 3 more years of year-end fines. It does make a bit of sense. I didn't realize that the grim-faced Boss Fan was still quite sentimental. However, Boss Fan's next words were completely unexpected by Bing Bing. Only Fanny paused for 2 seconds. Then his words turned and his eyes became unusually stern. Old Joe, love is love. And the rules can't be changed. Old Joe sniffed and his hands involuntarily trembled slightly. Because, this is the most common thing that Boss Fan says when he fires an employee. Lao Joe understood that Boss Fan's words meant to let him go, and is determined to let him go. The hint of fluke in Lao Zou's heart was all gone in an instant. Phew, Old Joe spoke with a choked voice after taking a long breath. Boss, you're right. The rules can't be changed. I truly appreciate your cultivation over the years. The years I have worked at Hoyo Purchase have been the most satisfying and enjoyable jobs I have ever had in my life. Hearing the old buddy who used to work side by side in the past, at this moment some choking voice, Fanny's heart is touched. After all, in the beginning, Lao Joe was trying to help him share the burden. Straight away, I volunteered to take over the catering department, which was the hardest to manage and had the most things to do. If it weren't for old Chow, he also couldn't spare enough heart and energy to expand Hoyo Purchase into what it is now. Fearful that he might not be able to control his emotions, Fanny didn't dare to look old Joe squarely in the eye, and didn't dare to speak again. Only Fanny took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong froze directly after reading the contents of the paper. Just then, Team Leader Wade also came with the informant. Seeing that there were many people around, Team Leader Ho went to Boss Fan's ear and whispered, Boss, this is the complainant, called Jean Hai, who delivers raw materials to the rolling supplier. Van Eyck nodded. Then, his eyes signaled Joe Scripture to reveal what was written on the paper. Zhao Yong cleared his throat, his hand holding the paper obviously trembling a little. Catering Department Supervisor Joe Weidong and Quality Controller Li Wang were seriously negligent in their work, taking direct responsibility for the rolling incident. It was decided to dismiss them according to the company's system. Dismissed? The employees around the catering department froze directly in place. Granted, the boss just said the rules can't be changed, but they always feel that their bosses have always been good to their employees. Old Chow has been following the boss again, and it's true that this time it was the vendor who was unorthodox. They all thought that their bosses would only impose heavy fines and not fire them, but everyone was dismayed to hear of the dismissal. Bing Bing and the whistleblower Jean Hai, who were on the side, also had their jaws dropped. They all agreed that this rolling incident was the fault of the supplier. The catering department was involved but not guilty. The whistleblower, Jean Hai, even scratched his head a little embarrassed. How he didn't expect it. It's amazing that both men lost their jobs because of their complaints. This is a hell of a way to destroy people's jobs. Thinking of this, Jean Hai raised his voice and spoke in a panic. That's not right. I reported the vendors. Why did I sack them? Ice nodded approvingly. Yeah, it's clearly the vendors' fault. Hoyo Purchase has already paid out more than $8,800,000. How come they still want to sack them? Netizens who heard about this punishment also took to the comments section. This operation is confusing the whistleblower. Not only did we lose more than $8 million, but we also had to fire the supervisor and quality control. Isn't it just a bowl of rolling dough? It won't kill you. Boss Fan has just said in his office that the first time a problem occurs, it must be heavily penalized, so that the staff will learn a lesson. QC didn't do his job well. Dismissal is understandable. But what's this got to do with Supervisor Lao Zhou? Old Chow is the immediate leader. He didn't supervise his subordinates' work. I have to say, Boss Fan is so ruthless. The rules can't be changed. Old Joe almost cried out. Love is love. And the rules can't be changed. Although I don't think so. I still praise Boss Fan for sticking to his principles. Ding! Some of the netizens praised you for not being able to change your rules. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value 320. Fanny ignored the system prompt. At this moment, he was frowning as Jean Hai and Bing Bing questioned him. Chapter 41 Crazy. Reward the complainer with $100,000? Catering department. Staff area. Fanny thought for a moment before saying firmly, for the health of the business, I must reward and punish, and I must resign. If I'm lenient with employees who make mistakes, then it's not fair to the dedicated employee who didn't make a mistake. When the surrounding employees heard this, they were first shocked, and then they all admired it in their hearts. The boss was right. although the penalty was heavier than they expected this time. But rules are rules, and a major mistake on the job is a firing. You can't trivialize your own problems just because it was the vendor who was at fault first. Only with this clear distinction between reward and punishment, Hoyo will be able to go farther. However, Lao Zhou, who was already choking, could no longer hold back his tears after hearing Fanny's words. For the healthy development of the enterprise, it is necessary to distinguish between reward and punishment. Boss Fan is right, but Lao Zhou really can't let go of this job. As management, he doesn't just get paid millions a year. There's even an extra long vacation and top-notch company benefits. Most importantly, he can feel happiness from this job. Between co-workers, there is no collusion. We are all bent on the company getting better and better. All of them work with a positive and sunny mindset, without a hint of hostility, because they have enough personal time to enjoy life and relax. The more Lao Zhou thought about it, the more he regretted it. Regretting why I didn't supervise the QC's testing of the rolling. Old Chow knew in his heart that such a good job, not to mention in Yudu, you won't find another one in the whole country. If he hadn't been lucky and followed the right boss Fan, he's never going to get a job like that in his life, much less make $1 million a year. Shedding tears, Lao Zhou remembered again the once happy time in Hoyu purchase. Employees cheered when boss Fan announced that he was giving 90% of his profits to his employees. Employees were ecstatic when boss Fan announced that he was bringing the after-tax minimum wage to 8,000. When boss Fan announced the creation of an aggrievement award in moral damages, the employees went from dismayed to moved. Employees were ecstatic when boss Fan announced that each person could take 30 to 40 days of annual vacation per year. Employees were in tears when boss Fan announced that he was adding unhappy holidays this year. Employees glowed with pride when boss Fan announced a profit of $140 million last year. Every image is deeply engraved in Lao Zhou's mind. Hoyo has treated him well and he truly loves Hoyo. Thinking about it, Lao Zhou felt guilty. Due to his work mistakes, it's amazing that his beloved Hoyo purchase has been the subject of such a tainted event as rolling out the dough. Only Lao Zhou took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. Red eyes, squeezing out a smile, said the whistleblower who wanted to argue in his defense. You don't have to blame yourself. This is our rule of Wuwei shopping. It's our work error that caused this problem. Don't worry, even though we were dismissed, we will never retaliate against you for it. On the contrary, we would like to thank you for making Hoyo shopping a better place. Seeing old Zhou holding back his tears and saying these words with a smile, Jin Hai couldn't say anything more. Jin Hai is a native of Yudu. He had only heard before that the employees of Hoyo Purchase loved their company and even treated it as their home. But when he first met a man who had been fired from his company, still shaken to the core by the intensity of speaking up for the company, Fanny's heart seized violently when he saw Lao Zhou choking up and saying these words to the complainant. Unexpectedly, Lao Zhou held back his tears. It's also important to appease the complainant and speak up for the company. Fanny, who was deeply touched inwardly, handed Lao Zhou a napkin and then patted Lao Zhou's shoulder a few times. Fanny then eyed Zhao Yong again, signaling him to continue reading. Zhao Yong took a long breath, his voice noticeably lowered. The management of the food and beverage department, all those in the position of shift manager or above, shall be removed from their positions. Remove them all? This time, Bing Bing and Jin Hai didn't have much of a reaction, because they realized that boss Fan was determined to impose a heavy penalty. Moreover, old Zhou's words just now made them completely understand that, and the rules of Wuyo shopping. However, the surrounding catering department employees, upon hearing this punishment, they all froze as if struck by lightning. They didn't realize that not only did they fire the supervisor and quality control, surprisingly, they are also going to remove all of the management from their positions. A few employees in the corner whispered, "This is the widest range of penalties ever imposed by Hoyo Purchase. Our company is most interested in food safety issues, and there is absolutely no way that the catering department can go wrong in the future." Meanwhile, netizens who heard about the removal of all management were, surprisingly, boiling with joy. Brothers, removing so many people at once. Here's our chance. At least 5 months of vacation a year. Here I come. Are you sure you can apply for the management of the catering department? He's only being removed, not fired. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Food major dream worker. I'm going to fight. Catering department. Staff area. Zhao Yong cleared his throat. Due to inadequate supervision by General Manager Zhao Yong and Store Manager Yuan Ruifang, they are jointly and severally liable for the outcome of this incident. Hearing this, Ice widened her eyes. No way. And Fire Manager Zhou and the store manager? It's so exciting. A bloodbath caused by a piece of rolled dough. Compensate the customer first for more than $8 million. Then fire the supervisor and quality control and remove all management from the food and beverage department. And now you want to fire manager Zhao and the store manager? Boss Fan is crazy. Unlike Ice's surprise, whistleblower Jinhai clenched his fists in panic. Not another sacking. I should have known better than to report it. This is a real sin. Zhao Yong took a long breath and continued to read. Cancel the year-end benefits for General Manager Zhao Yong and Store Manager Yuan Ruifeng. Hearing this punishment, Jinhai was relieved. Luckily it wasn't a dismissal. Otherwise this will cost 2 more people their jobs. Just as Jinhai was celebrating. Ahem. To the side, Fanny cleared his throat and drew up his voice. Since the complainant is also here, I'll make another announcement about the outcome of the process. Jinhai heard that Boss Fan was going to deal with himself, and he couldn't help but tense up. He didn't understand why Boss Fan was still dealing with him. Is it hard to believe that Boss Fan is going to put shoes on him? After all, it was his own complaint that got the story going online. Mr. Fan also lost more than $8 million as a result. Just now Boss Fan fired the supervisor. The thunderbolt of removing all management. It did scare Jinhai a bit. Jinhai couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Is Boss Fan going to ban companies and suppliers from taking raw materials from me? Thinking of this, Jinhai actually couldn't help but open his mouth and beg. Boss Fan, I can't. This is my family's livelihood. Van Eyck? Fanny looked at Jinhai with confusion. What's he talking about? It looks like it's still scared. Never mind. Let's just announce what's going to be done with him. Thinking of this, Boss Fan said with a smile. Jinhai, your complaint is true. And in order to thank you for helping Hoyo Purchase correct its mistake in time, we will reward you with $100,000. Kim Hai? The originally restless Jinhai was directly confused. $100,000 reward? You know, his small business. You can't even save enough for $100,000 a year after the family's daily expenses. Now, because of a complaint, Boss Fan even rewarded him $100,000 directly? Jinhai gulped and asked with some incredulity. Boss Fan, are you telling the truth? Fanny smiled bashfully. You can go to the finance department to collect it now. However, the bonus is subject to a 20% tax to the state. It could be $80,000 in hand. The bewildered Jinhai was stunned in place, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, Fanny turned his head to Zhao Yong. Manager Zhao, take him. Okay, boss. The netizens in the live broadcast room went crazy when they heard about the $100,000 prize and brushed it directly in the comments section. 100,000. That's awesome. This is good money. If this was in any other supermarket, it would have been skimmed off the top. Not to mention the rewards. Other supermarkets will surely say, we don't have a problem. It's the complainant's problem. Last year, an old man reported that the materials used in the construction of the China Railway were substandard, only to have the officials say that they were trying to blackmail them. Rewarding complainants does have a pattern, but the bonus is really too high. In the future, there will definitely be people who will deliberately look for things to complain about and exploit the loopholes. Right. This will give those unsuspecting snakes and devils a chance. Maybe they'll put Hoyo out of business. Judge's room. The 3 judges looked at Fanny on the screen, their thoughts running wild. A $100,000 reward for the complainant? This kind of thing is really unheard of in this lifetime. Dong Mingzhu said worriedly. If Boss Fan does this, won't he give some bad guys a chance? Wang Jianlin, who had not yet slowed down, nodded dumbfounded. Yeah, what does Boss Fan think? With so many rewards, there will surely be many people who willfully come to complain. Ma Yun, who wasn't interested in money, had her eyebrows locked. He's not interested in money, just a little lip service in the media. Businessmen, who could care less about their own interests. But this Boss Fan, it seems like he really doesn't care about money. $8,880,000 for a serving of rolled dough. And now it's rewarding the complainant with $100,000. It's not making a statement. He's got money. Come on, complain about him. Come on, blackmail him? Thinking of this, Ma Yun uttered a sentence full of doubt. There really are such cuties in the world who don't care about money. Ha, pust. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu sniffed and couldn't help but poof a smile. They didn't expect it. Mr. Ma, who is not interested in money. It's amazing to think that one day, one would judge someone as a cutie who doesn't care about money. Chapter 42. In order to open a branch, Big Brother invested $100 million. Catering department. Staff area. Let's go. Go to the finance department. Zhao Yong pulled Jean Hai, but Jean Hai still stood still. Zhao Yong looked helplessly at Boss Fan again. Fanny looked at Jean Hai in confusion. Don't you want a reward? Jean Hai immediately shook his head. No, I want. With that, Jean Hai frowned and asked in great confusion. Boss Fan, can I ask why? Why are you giving me so many rewards? I can't take this money without you saying so. Fanny smiled bashfully at his words. What? You're afraid there's a scam here? Jean Hai nodded and shook his head frantically. Where he was afraid of fraud, he was just completely confused. Completely confused as to why Boss Fan gave him $100,000. He's the one who caused Boss Fan to lose over $8 million. Fanny saw Jean Hai's mouth slightly open. A little confused, so he opened his mouth to explain. Don't worry about getting it. I'm encouraging the outside world to monitor us. Only with your supervision can we improve our quality. Who knows? After hearing Boss Fan's explanation, Jean Hai was even more confused. How confident is Boss Fan in his product? It's only then that he's rewarded with $100,000 straight away in order to encourage complaints. Honestly, as a Yudu, he is well aware of how strict Wagyu Bai is about food safety. In all these years, he had never heard of any problems with food safety at Wuiwe Purchase. He was initially delivering raw materials to suppliers when he realized that they had a poor environment. Originally, it was just a reminder of the Wagyu purchase, but I didn't realize. Hutchison went so far as to reward him with $100,000 for this. Jean Hai, who had just been shocked by old Joe's huffing and puffing words for Hoyu purchase. At the moment, once again, I was blown away by Boss Fan's confidence in his product. Netizens couldn't sit still when they heard Boss Fan's words. Fan boss, thank you for complaining and helping us improve. This logic. It's so patterned. It's so bombastic. Looking at the whole country, who has the guts to reward the complainant with $100,000? This is also a side reflection of Boss Fan's confidence in Hoyo purchase. True gold is not afraid of fire. As long as you can find the problem complaints, reward $100,000. How confident does Boss Fan have to be in his product to reward complainants with $100,000 to encourage complaints? Ding! The netizens rewarded you for being a complainer, encouraging outside supervision. Crazy kudos, and plus 30 reputation value. Current honor value, 350. Zhao Yong took Jean Hai gang and set off for the finance department. The system prompt in Fanny's head then rang out. After Fanny silently turned off the prompt, he said to team leader wait at the side. Team leader Ho, this matter will be handled as just mentioned, and you will issue another report as soon as possible. In the meantime, the judge's room was silent. The three judges were all stunned. Is Mr. Fan paying other people to complain? Dong Mingzhu unconsciously shook his head. Can't read it. Really can't read it. Wang Jianlin stared at the young Fan Yi in the screen. What a unique way for young people to manage these days. Wang Jianlin said on the mouth that unique. But in fact, the heart of this management style is not optimistic. As a wake-up call to the staff, the supervisor and quality control were fired and all management in the food and beverage department were removed. Now, in order to welcome external monitoring, it has gone so far as to reward the complainant with $100,000 directly. Who would dare to believe this is true if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Other businesses have shied away from complaints. How dare he welcome it with open arms? He's really not afraid to put the company out of business. Just then, Ma Yun cleared her throat. It's in our Hoosier Business School program. Wang Jianlin couldn't help but skim his lips when he heard this. Ma is going to start pretending again. It's time to show off his Thai college again. Don't really see what's so obvious about it. A man who went through 3 entrance exams before he was admitted to the Hangzhou Teachers Training Center. Starting to show off your culture now, are you? Ahem. To stop Ma Yun from pretending, Wang Jianlin intentionally coughed. But Ma Yun didn't care about that and continued to put on airs. We call it a customer-centered approach to public participation management in our program. There are 4 benefits to this philosophy. First, this real customer feedback can help improve products and services. Secondly, customer satisfaction can be continuously improved by actively handling complaints and accepting supervision. Thirdly, it also enhances the social credibility of the company. Fourth, and most importantly, with outside oversight, employees can consciously improve their professionalism and service attitude. Wang Jianlin's brows furrowed after listening to Ma Yun's analysis. He didn't expect that this time, what Mr. Ma said actually made sense, especially the last point. This approach allows employees to take the initiative to improve themselves. Wang Jianlin unconsciously opened his mouth. I see. This way, It's like having someone to supervise the employees for Boss Fan. Employees must work conscientiously and spontaneously in such situations. Don't dare to be half-hearted. Dong Mingju nodded and followed suit with his compliments. Boss Fan's management style is truly unique. First use payouts to make employees remember. Then use outside complaints to monitor employees. Employees give back to the outside world and to the company with serious work. Perfect. Ma Yun sniffed, but shook her head and spoke faintly. This type of management is good, but it's a bit costly. Wang Jianlin looked helpless. I just felt that Mr. Ma is a bit level-headed. What's with the money reference again? A man who says he has no interest in money. It's all about money when you open your mouth. But Wang Jianlin couldn't care less about pulling strings with Mr. Ma right now. He now feels that this superstore operates as a model, on a very new path. It's a very different path from their Wanda. He watched, all a bit jumpy. Only Wang Jianlin said to Ma Yun with a smile. Mr. Ma, Boss Fan's management style for this superstore is unique, innovative and appealing. Why don't we invest in a branch? It's not much. Let's both come up with a small goal of $100 million as an investment in learning. Ma Yun sniffed and sneered. He doesn't think much of superstores, but Wang Jianlin had said so. If he didn't agree to look like he cared about money, that's a total of $100 million. That's $50 million each. Alright, while Alibaba has fallen off the wagon in recent years, with revenues dropping, but he could have let Hoosier University trick a few more entrepreneurs in to pay their tuition. Thinking of this, Ma Yun responded with a smile. Okay, vote. Before the words left his mouth, Wang Jianlin couldn't wait to say, then when this round is over, we'll go to Yudu to find Boss Fan. Just then, the director's voice rang out on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the rolling out contingency for the Hoyo purchase has been dealt with, and we're now moving on to the half-hour vote. As soon as the words were spoken, a long red and blue bar appeared on the screen as it had before when playing PK. However, this time, Wagyu purchase changed to the blue side on the right, and Piecing Sissy turns red. The netizens who had voted brushed up their comments in the comments section. What's the point of choosing? I'll definitely vote for Hoyo. The boy who died suddenly in Spelling West is said to have had his compensation increased to $2 million in the end. Sudden death only pays out $2 million. Boss Fan pays out almost $9 million for a rolling pin. The difference, with at least 5 months of vacation a year, and year-round vacation. I'm sure we all know what to choose. I just heard in the judge's live room that Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin are going to invest in Boss Fan to open a branch. I'm going to apply for the job. There's still this good thing? I want to go too. Half an hour later, Blue and Hyatt Regency won by a crushing margin of support. Inside the live room, the director's voice came again. Congratulations to Hoyo Purchase for winning the second round of the competition with 99.8% support. The netizens in the livestream were so excited that they directly exploded the comments section. How come it's only 99.8%? Shouldn't it be 100%? I guess that 0.2% was voted by Pizzi herself. You've wronged me. I'm a Pixie Hollow employee, and I voted for Hoyo. That 0.2% I voted for. I'm afraid I'll be proud of Wagyu. Actually, I'm red blue blind. Upstairs, you're a ing genius. Chapter 43, no way. Boss Fan doesn't want to make money? The internet heat is rising after Hoyo Purchase's victory in the second round of the competition. The whole network's hot search is even directly dominated by the Wayue purchase. Hashtag 8 pieces of rolling dough for $8. 833,000 hashtag. Hashtag shocked. Reward the complainant with 100,000 hashtag. Hashtag management all removed. Hashtag. Hashtag and Hyatt purchase is 99.8% complete. Hashtag. Hashtag business bigwigs investing in small superstores. Hashtag. The online popularity of Hoyo Purchase, fueled by these hot search phrases, instantly topped the entire internet. Netizens have been leaving messages in the comments section, paying out $8.833 million because of a substandard vendor environment. What a niche text. Reward the complainant with $100,000? Bull. Boss Fan is so generous. When is the branch opening? I can't wait. Brothers, form a group to Yudu. Train tickets to Yudu. High-speed train tickets, airplane tickets are all unavailable. You guys are so fast. Ding. Congratulations to the host, winning the second round of the tournament, with an extremely rapid increase in internet popularity and a reputation value of plus 40. Current honor value, 390. Hearing the prompt, Fanny just opened the system to check. Then Ice's words pulled him back to reality. Boss Fan, congratulations. Hoyo purchase has advanced. Ice chuckled as she turned off the camera. Fanny looked at the miniature camera in Bing Bing's hand and frowned. Can you not sneak around and shoot next time? How embarrassing to be discovered. Hey. Ice gave a few embarrassed laughs. Boss Fan. You can't blame me. It's all arranged by the program. Fanny sniffed and looked at Bing Bing with a face full of curiosity. So when is the next round of the show scheduled to be filmed? Ice loads the camera and then puts on the sunglasses and hat she came in. Boss Fan. You're giving me a hard time. In order to prevent you from faking. The time and content of the shooting is unknown to anyone but the director. After saying that, Bing Bing waved her hand and said goodbye to Fanny. After Bing Bing left, Fanny opened the system. Employee happiness value, 1000. Employee capacity value, 1000. Company reputation, 390 out of 1000. A total of 390. 610 more to go for the longevity treasure pill. Fanny thought in his mind. Halfway through the match, I didn't realize that the reputation value had only increased by 390. At this rate, will the honor value still be topped up after the tournament is over? Fanny couldn't help but worry in his heart. A few breaths later, Fanny took a long breath and decided to make a round of the mall before returning to his office, due to the fear of not being able to add enough honor value after the game is over. As he made his rounds, Fanny couldn't help but frown. However, in the opinion of the employees, Boss Fan is going to punish them heavily. The employees were all scared to death just to see Boss Fan pass by. This time, they didn't even dare to take the initiative to greet Fanny. One could only wait for Fanny to walk by and then quietly discuss it. Boss looks horrible today. Just removed the entire management of the catering department. The rolling incident was handled so seriously. The overtime thing is probably even worse. Ugh. Who knew that host from yesterday sneaked in and blended in? I'm so stupid. Yesterday I was concerned about whether she was unhappy wearing sunglasses. Now it's good that she's happy to have completed the shooting. And we're the ones who are unhappy. With a gloomy face, Fanny walked and came to the aquatic area. After old Zhang saw Boss Fan, who was not far away and was walking towards him, immediately pretending not to see, he buried his head and just killed the fish. Snap, snap, snap. Lao Zhang precisely chopped the clean fish into pieces according to the customer's request. Another plastic bag was taken out and the fish pieces were packed and handed to the customer. Here's your fish, a total of 2 pounds and 2 tails. Old Zhang, who raised his head, hadn't finished his sentence. Just noticed that Boss Fan is standing straight next to the customer. Old Zhang immediately slurred. Boss, that eye. Seeing old Zhang's eyes averted, he swallowed. Fanny then calmly opened his mouth to inquire. Old Zhang, you got married yesterday and didn't take a vacation for your honeymoon? Upon hearing about the honeymoon, Lao Zhang immediately responded with fluent words. I won't lie to you. The airfare to the Maldives was booked long ago, but my daughter-in-law's company said nothing about giving her a vacation, so it's no fun for me to go alone. After speaking, old Zhang sighed helplessly. Fanny couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard this. No fun going alone? You're a 5-second real man. Even if 2 people go, it doesn't seem like much fun. At that exact moment, Zhao Yong, who had finished taking the complainant to collect his bonus, hurried toward Fanny with a bottle of beer in his hand. Boss, just focusing on rolling out the dough. Last night? Hearing manager Zhao say this, old Zhang looked at Fanny with some fear. Zhao Yong shook his head as if he remembered something. It was this morning, and there's good news. The R&D department has developed a new homegrown product, a craft wheat beer. Zhao Yong handed Fanny a white bottle of beer in his hand with both hands. Fanny took the beer and scrutinized it. Malt concentration, 12 degrees. Alcohol, 4.7% volume. Snap dash. Van Eyck opens the pull tab of the can of beer. Gollum. A shallow taste followed. Instantly, a cozy smile bloomed on Fanny's face. Crisp and refreshing in the mouth with a strong flavor. Smooth mouthfeel. No astringency. The malt aroma hits your nose. Fanny nodded in satisfaction. Nice. Bitter, sweet, sour, and a perfect balance of flavors. Zhao Yong happily looked at Boss Fan, who praised the beer. Sneaky overtime last night. Finally, a job well done. After taking a few more sips, Fanny couldn't help but say, better than yesterday's wine. Zhao Yong scratched his head awkwardly. Van Eyck continued to chuckle. You guys were so mean yesterday. Just grabbed me and dunked me alone. It's a good thing old Zhang was there, or I would have had to sleep on the main street. Anyone who dares to dunk me in the future will have their bonus deducted. As soon as Fanny's words fell, a passing female customer took the initiative to greet Fanny. Hello, Mr. Fan, where are you going to open your branch? Branch? Van Eyck looked at the customer suspiciously. The internet is now saying that Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun are going to invest in and open a branch of Huayue Shopping. Ha! Fanny's face showed surprise as he heard the words. These two bosses of listed companies worth hundreds of billions of dollars. You want to invest in him? It's not appropriate, is it? He has a very different business philosophy from the two listed company bosses. He has no thoughts of expansion for the time being. Expansion means a bigger workload for employees. The Wagyu purchase has just stabilized for 2 to 3 years, so it's better to take your time. Thinking of this, Fanny said to the customer in a gentle tone, there is no hurry before the branch. Money should be earned slowly. Opening a branch can make more money though, but our workload would be much higher as a result. Employees wouldn't have time for themselves. Hearing Fanny's words, the female customer directly froze. Wagyu Shopping is so hot right now. Is it surprising that Mr. Fan doesn't want to open a branch? No way. In the age of Netflix, are there still people who are famous and not in a hurry to make money? Just as the customer froze, Fanny smiled again and spoke. Excuse me, I'm going back to the office to take care of things. After saying that, Fanny took the beer and walked towards the office with manager Zhao. Chapter 44. After the interview, reject the big guy 3 times directly. Office. Fanny and Zhao Yong discussed the pricing of beer for a full 40 minutes. Let's not argue. Let's take the middle number. $2.50. Okay, boss, then I'll notify them on the shelves now. Fanny looked at his watch and said to Zhao Yong, there's no rush. It's after 12. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch first. Well, just then. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. At Fanny's eye gesture, Zhao Yong, who was sitting on the sofa, got up and opened the door. Upon seeing the person outside the door, Zhao Yong uttered a universal sentence without thinking. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then, Fanny also violently stood up from his office chair. I was going to say the universal sentence for Fanny as well. Think it's not a good idea to say that as the boss and representing the image of the company. So he can't say a word right now, though Fan Yi is crossing over. But he had never seen Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin in person in his previous life either. At this moment, 2 business tycoons worth hundreds of billions of dollars, actually physically standing outside his office door. Fanny's heart was still more or less shaken. Before Fanny could say anything, Wang Jianlin said in surprise, Boss Fan, this Superstore business of yours is indeed booming. As it turned out, he and Ma Yun had just taken a field trip through the mall after disguising themselves. Wang Jianlin also made a special trip to the highest level of the theater, though he knew he could get a half-price refund for a movie here if he didn't like it. Still, when he saw with his own eyes that a customer had actually received a refund, it hit him hard inside. Ma Yun was also there and was shocked by the service. In the clothing and appliance sections, after a series of field verifications, it was only then that Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin were completely convinced that Huayue purchase was real and definitely not an actor hired to play the role. What shocked them even more, however, was this: there are several times more customers here than you see on the screen. It was at this moment that Fanny, who had slowed down, immediately opened his mouth. Come on in. With that, Fanny headed for the door to greet the 2 business bigwigs. However, Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun didn't seem to have any intention of going in. Boss Fan, are you free? If you're free, let's go have lunch together. Wang Jianlin smiled and said to the somewhat bewildered Fanny. Ha! Hearing that Wang Jianlin had asked him to have lunch, Fanny was directly stunned in place. In a breath's time, Fanny slowed down. Sure, I was just about to go to the cafeteria to eat. Hearing cafeteria, Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun seemed to be interested and immediately smiled. Your company has a cafeteria. Ha! I like the cafeteria the best. It's been a while since I've eaten in the cafeteria, and I kinda miss it. Employee cafeteria. The cafeteria is always open during the time that Huayue purchase is open for business. However, due to the special nature of supermarket work, employees are not allowed to leave their posts during their working hours. So, come to the cafeteria at 12 o'clock noon for lunch. It's basically section chiefs and above management that doesn't have to show up at the mall. Seeing manager Zhao come in, everyone greeted him warmly. Hello Manager Zhao. Before the words were out of his mouth, Boss Fan, who was following close behind, came in. Due to what happened this morning when Fanny heavily fined the catering department, at the moment, the employees of the cafeteria were a bit scared to see him, so the greetings were significantly lower and intermittent. Old, bored. However, the words were not finished. Everyone's eyes widened all of a sudden when they saw the 2 people talking to the boss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ma Yun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Jianlin. Seeing everyone staring at her, Ma Yun took the initiative to wave her hand. Hello, everybody. Ma Yun is an English major, so she can still pronounce the words. Although Wang Jianlin felt that Ma Yun was pretending in his heart, he still smiled happily on the surface and greeted the employees. Hello guys. When they finished speaking, the four of them each picked up a dinner plate and headed for the punch window. Inside the cafeteria, the gazes of all the employees followed the four people closely. Auntie Bertie's hand was a steady batch as she served Zhao Yong's food. The hand shook slightly as he served the food to Boss Fan. That was a real Parkinsonian shake when serving Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin. Auntie Wang, if you shake the vegetables again, they'll all be gone. Fanny said calmly. Auntie Beefy took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Only then did he serve Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin some rice. The four of them were carrying their dinner plates and had just found a place to sit. Wang Jianlin then couldn't wait to speak. Boss Fan, any intention to open a branch? Upon hearing this question, the chili fried pork that Fanny had just picked up with his chopsticks instantly fell back onto his plate. He had thought that Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun investing in him to open a branch was just a rumor. Who knows? It's really what the morning customer said. These two big shots came to see themselves and really wanted to come and invest in a branch. Just now on the way to the cafeteria. 100,000 reasons why the two big men launched themselves at him. Looks like he's being scouted, but he really doesn't want to open a branch for a while. Thinking of this, Fanny said sincerely, no ideas for a branch yet. Would like to wait until this one is a little more stable. As soon as the words fell, Ma Yun looked at Fanny and said, right now during the strike period, your company is the most vocal on the program. You need to take advantage of the opportunity to put yourself on the windshield. What's that saying? Anything standing on the wind can take off. Ma Ru trailed off, pretending to think. Zhao Yong, who was on the side, drained a mouthful of rice and picked up somewhat vaguely. A pig can take off standing on the wind. Yeah. Ma Yun smiled and looked at Zhao Yong. But when Fanny heard this, he gave Zhao Yong a speechless look. It wasn't because Zhao Yong called him a pig. Rather, who is this Zhao Yong with? Can't you see he doesn't want to open a branch? Seeing that Fanny still had no intention of opening a branch, Wang Jianlin said sincerely, Boss Fan, we'll invest in opening a branch. As long as we have shares, the store will still be run by you. We won't interfere. How about it? When the surrounding employees who were eating saw the scene, they were all strongly shaken inwardly and disgusted in whispers. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun are really coming to invest in us to open a branch? The owner doesn't seem to want to open it. Still, our boss is great. Two business tycoons begged him to come and open a branch. I heard the owner told a customer that he didn't want to open it for a while because he was afraid of stressing out his staff. The boss is so good to us. He'd rather earn less than have us suffer. Even if it's on fire, the owner doesn't float. If this were any other boss, even if he exhausted his staff to death, he'd still take the opportunity to open the branch. Fanny, who didn't know how to respond for a moment, silently ate a mouthful of chili fried pork. Counting on that, this is the third time the two bigwigs have urged him to open a branch. He'd look a bit ungrateful if he refused outright again. Thud. Van Eyck swallowed a mouthful of chili meat. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin looked at him expectantly. Fanny smiled and spoke slowly. Mr. Wang, if the step is too big. Just as Fanny opened his mouth, Zhao Yong said after him while showing off his ribs, easy on the balls. Fanny gave Zhao Yong a helpless look. Zhao Yong, who hadn't yet figured out the situation, actually took the ribs and smiled at Fanny. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun looked at each other when they heard this. It seems that Mr. Fan is determined not to open a branch. The whole 3 times he mentioned opening a branch, Mr. Fan refused. Surprisingly, I ended up trying to say that it's easy to rip your balls off when you take too many steps. Doesn't that insinuate that the two of them are full of for wanting to open a branch? Wang Jianlin immediately felt that the large chicken leg in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Ma Yun also immediately put down her chopsticks. Chapter 45, Cafe Employee Freaks Out, Brings Fire to Hoyo Purchase. Employee Cafeteria. Boss Fan, you guys eat first, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. After saying that, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin got up and left the cafeteria. The people around them saw this and whispered, looks like it didn't work out. Our boss is really strong. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to hold back and say yes. Yeah, 2 business bigwigs in person. If I had, I would have agreed. Outside of the situation, Zhao Yong looks at the 2 men's dinner plates in confusion. It's not even much to eat, is it? Why are you leaving? You really think people's big brothers like cafeteria food, don't you? Fanny said helplessly. Where is this coming to dinner? Even in the cafeteria. It's just a business culture that lends itself to eating and talking about things. Because he didn't want to look too bad. He actually wanted to say to Wang Jinlin and Ma Yun just now, it's not good to take too big a step. There's no rush for the branch. However, one can invest in this store first. Who knows? Letting Zhao Yang's sentence make the two big brothers angry. Their faces turned green. It was not good for him to go on. In the meantime, 2 videos about the Magic City M Cafe exploded on a certain sound. One of them was a video of a male store clerk getting into an argument with a female customer. Just see the video among. In the entire store, there is just one male barista. The female customer's order is number 344 and the male customer is making coffee number 343. The average time to make each cup of coffee, if you count 2 minutes. He's worked over 11 hours today. And the female customer started to keep picking fights because she waited an extra 2 minutes. What's your name? I'm going to file a complaint against you. The male clerk responded politely as he made coffee. Sorry, I'm doing a hand punch. The next cup is yours. I asked you what your name was. The female customer raised her voice and stepped in to ask a few more times. The male clerks all responded politely. That is, until the female customer took out her cell phone and tried to film the male store clerk. The male store clerk, already overworked for a long time, couldn't take it anymore. He was seen grabbing the customer's cell phone, started to break down and lash out. I have my civic right to my portrait. What are you filming? Isn't 10 minutes about 8? What are you filming me for? Wait or get out. The feeling of suffocation came over the male store clerk as he yelled hysterically. However, after the female customer got her cell phone back from the male clerk, she actually started picking fights again. Hit me if you dare. The male store clerk, whose spirit had broken down, stormed right out. Snap dash. The video ends with the male store clerk slapping the female customer solidly. Another video that blew up was of another store at M Cafe. In the video, it was a female barista arguing with a female customer. What kind of service attitude do you have? You haven't had breakfast. Right. I just didn't eat breakfast. I'm going to file a complaint against you. You complain. Snap dash. The female barista went so far as to spill coffee powder directly on the customer. The events in these 2 videos both happened yesterday. And here's why it could explode today. The 2 baristas in the video, after being fired. I can't believe the salary and hours of work that are directly exposed. Working hours, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 15 hours per day. Job description, make at least 400 to 500 cups of coffee per day. Salary, 3,000 per month. Netizens who originally watched the video and thought they had bad service. After learning the details, it blew right up. Capitalists reflect on this, but with a few more employees, it wouldn't have been so bad that both stores collapsed in one day. But where the pay is higher, they're all afraid of losing the job. It's not easy to be a laborer, making hundreds of cups of coffee every day. Not only do they have to be squeezed by the capital, but they are also threatened by the customers. M Cafe, if you don't do it, someone else will. Congratulations to both of you on losing a job that pays 3,000 a month, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. In such a comparison, Wuwei shopping is really a paradise for laborers. There are many netizens who started to compare the employees of M Cafe with the employees of Wuwei shopping. A netizen named Saigon Cat even came out with an in-depth comparison video, from the payroll to the number of hours worked. Then there are vacations and rewards. Finally, there were even interviews with employees who had worked at M Cafe and Wagyu Purchase. This video went straight through the airwaves when it was released. The comments section is full of netizens who are praising Wuwei Purchase. Looking at the whole country, only Boss Fan's Wagyu Purchase treats its employees as human beings. Not only is the pay good, but there are aggrievement awards and moral damages. And most importantly, at least 149 days of vacation per year. Support Wayo Shop to open branches all over the country. I'm going to apply for a job. I'm going to spend money into the NU Purchase. More stable than the examination of the public bank. More fragrant. Boss Fan YYDS. Only Hoyo Purchase can save my broken mental state. The video, which was consciously reposted by netizens, has made the popularity of Hoyo shopping soar once again. Employee cafeteria. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Internet popularity has increased greatly. Reputation value plus 30. Current honor value, 420. Fanny, who was in the middle of a dry meal, couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart when he heard this system prompt. What's going on? The program just ended this morning, and now it's quietly aired? Thinking of this, Fanny then took out his cell phone. He was originally going to check to see if the show was live. Just turned on a certain sound. What caught my eye was the video posted by Saigon Cat. After watching the video, Fanny was directly shocked. 3,000 per month. Working 15 hours a day. The pay isn't even half of Wagyu's minimum wage. The daily working hours are more than twice as long as with Hyatt Purchase. That's too scary. If it weren't for the capitalist squeeze that broke their spirits. It's not like there are two of these things happening in one day. After Fanny saw that this cafe had many branches, a stronger belief in not expanding blindly. Expansion means more work. With more workload, employee stress increases. At the entrance of Hoyu Shopping, Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun had just come out from inside. After Wang Jianlin sighed helplessly, he slowly opened his mouth. Mr. Ma, isn't Boss Fan a bit ungrateful? Ma Yun snorted coldly. Ma Yun now felt from the bottom of her heart that this person, Fanny, was condescending and arrogant. Just a little bit of fame and you don't know your own weight. He and Wang Jianlin came to find Fanny in person. Van Eyck surprisingly rejected it outright 3 times. The more Ma Yun thought about it, the more unconvinced he became. Over the years, he's been the only one who's turned people down. How dare anyone refuse him? The number of entrepreneurs begging for his investment is endless. But Van Eyck had no sense of humor. Ding 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 ding. Just then, Wang Jianlin's cell phone rang. Think onions. Seeing the name displayed on the screen, Wang Jianlin frowned slightly. It's not good for a son to find his father. Either they want money or they're epileptic. Wang Jianlin somewhat reluctantly picked up the phone. Before he could say anything, See Onion's concerned voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, Dad, how's the business deal with Waiyue Shop going? Waiyue Shopping is even hotter now. It's a hot mess. Chapter 46 would rather stand in line for 2 hours in order to shop here. After some conversation with Wang Si Onion, Wang Jianlin learns of the M-Cafe incident, which takes the heat of Waiyue purchase to another level. Ma Yun, who was on the side, also roughly understood the situation from Wang Jianlin's increasingly surprised expression and words. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianlin said helplessly, Mr. Ma, with such a high level of heat from Waiyue Shopping, opening a branch is sure to be profitable. Ma Yun sniffed and thought a lot. A moment ago, he had thought that Fanny was someone who got carried away and couldn't see his place. This is the kind of person he is not very willing to work with. But now Wagyu purchase is exploding online. As Wang Jianlin said, opening a branch is bound to be profitable. In a fiery internet frenzy, Van Eyck's pride. It even made Maru start to think. It's the kind of arrogance that competent people should have. Thinking of this, Ma Yun cleared her throat and spoke slowly. Mr. Wang, why don't we try again? Just then, a Maybach 62S and Audi A8L, parked in front of the two. Mr. Ma, let's go back to the hotel and rest first. Okay, next time bring cash straight away. I don't think anyone can resist a bill placed in front of them. Employee cafeteria. After discovering that events outside of matches could also add reputation value, Fanny was very happy in his heart. This was followed by a conversation about the events of the M Cafe with the employees who were eating in the cafeteria. Boss, in this comparison, we are really too happy. Boss, if I didn't have the honor of joining our company, I might also be working a job that pays 3,000 a month and 10 hours a day right now. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Zhao Yong's cell phone alarm went off. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock, boss. I've got to go arrange for the beer to be on the shelves. After Fanny gave a soft the two of them got up and left. Unexpectedly, Fanny just got up. Snap dash. She bumped into Lu Xiaoye, the head of the customer service department, who was carrying a dinner tray and walking in a hurry. Fanny was fine, but only the rice on his dinner plate was scattered all over the place. Boss, I'm sorry. After Lu Xiaoye froze for a moment, she panicked and apologized. Fanny looked at Lu Xiaoye suspiciously. Never seen her so furtive. Did something happen that affected your mood? Fanny was about to open his mouth to inquire. However, he heard Lu Xiaoye let out a long breath. Boss, the complaints unit is particularly busy today, so I wanted to eat quickly so I could get back to work early. I didn't realize that. In a hurry, Hearing Lu Xiaoye's words, Fanny was abruptly startled. Is there a time when the complaints unit is particularly busy? Hoyo Purchase has always taken customer complaints seriously. After every customer complaint and Hyatt Purchase are verified, as long as the complaint is true and reasonable, Hoyo Purchase will send someone to deal with it. Customer dissatisfaction with the company. it is also decreasing as they deal with complaints effectively over time. In the past 2 years, there have not really been many complaints. Why are there suddenly more of them today? Fanny remembered the morning's rolling complainer. Jean, hi. It's hard to believe that it's because of the $100,000 reward for Jean, hi. So that some people want to come and take advantage of the situation? Thinking of this, Fanny asked with some alarm, what are all the complaints about? It can't be that the vendor hygiene is substandard, can it? Lu Xiaoye shook her head. No, many customers complained about the crowds and long lines. Ha! When Fanny heard this, he was first surprised and then frowned slightly. In the morning when he returned to his office from the catering department, did notice more customers than usual today, but I don't see a long line of customers in the area. Van Eyck knows that long queues are a serious detriment to the customer's shopping experience. Who wants to come out and shop happily, but it takes a long time to wait in line. Thinking of this, Fanny said to Zhao Yong, wait for the beer first, go to the mall first and see what's going on. Wagyu purchase. Just entered the first floor of the mall. Van Eyck then realized. There were customers on the floor, several times more than in the morning. There were long lines at the checkout counters in almost every area. Staff have also added queuing lanes as a result, specifically optimized for queuing. Some of the customers passing by Fanny complained. I flew in from out of town and didn't expect so many people. There was a line of over half an hour just to buy a dress. Just then, a female customer's growl reached Fanny's ears. I've been in line for an hour. When will it be my turn? Can you guys check me out first? I'm so impressed. I didn't even eat my lunch and I'm here in line. Hearing the roar, the crowd stopped to look toward the source of the sound. Fanny and Jia Yong's eyes also began to search the crowd for the snarling female customer. Until I saw this customer in the jewelry section of the mall. Fanny and Jia Yong immediately walked through the crowded crowd and headed towards the jewelry section. Jewelry district. I'm sorry, the male clerk was just halfway through his sentence when he saw Boss Fan and manager Zhao. The crowd's eyes also shifted from the yelling female customer to Fanny. What's wrong? Fanny asked calmly. When the female customer saw Fanny, she didn't have the aggressive aura she had earlier though, but still spoke somewhat angrily. Boss Fan, just for this one necklace. I've been waiting for an hour and still haven't gotten it. The female customer pointed to the glass counter. A white gold necklace. The female customer then pointed to the clerk standing inside the counter. I was in a hurry for something and wanted him to check me out first, but he just wouldn't agree. The male clerk nodded slightly and explained helplessly. Boss, there are so many other customers all lined up. I can't. Fanny sniffed and looked toward the checkout. The jewelry section is more specific. It's the one that requires the customer to pay first, then take the item. After the customer has looked at the product, the clerk has to open the shopping list first. Wait for the customer to take the shopping list, pay at the checkout counter and get the payment slip. It is only then that the clerk can load the merchandise and give it to the customer. It's true that this set of procedures is a bit more cumbersome than other areas, where you take the merchandise and pay for it directly. However, the situation at hand is 12 clerks in the jewelry section, all of whom were constantly billing, but there's only one person at the checkout counter. Fanny scratched his head in some confusion. Previously customers would often line up and buy their own merchandise. This is because these items are only sold at Weiyo Shop and cannot be purchased outside. But the jewelry here is with a certain Defu, a certain Fengxiang and other chain brands. That is to say, the jewelry here is also available at other chain stores of the same brand. That's why the jewelry section didn't have as many customers as it used to. There are usually no long lines like in the self-serve section. How about today? Thinking of this, Fanny looked at the female customer with a face full of confusion and slowly opened his mouth. These jewels can be bought outside. Why do you have to buy them here? As soon as Fanny asked in a straight man style, the female customer froze straight away. What does Boss Fan mean? Meaning she should stop staying here and buy it somewhere else? Humph, just got famous and forgot your roots. Thinking about this, the female customer spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Boss Fan, Hoyu shopping is on fire now, so you don't see us old customers anymore, do you? Hearing the female customer's words, Fanny hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. No, I didn't mean that. I really want to solve the problem. Only by understanding the real reason why you come here to buy, and understanding the real needs of the customers, can I come up with a solution? The female customer grunted. Boss Fan, if it weren't for your great service, I wouldn't be here. Some of the customers around them heard it and followed suit. Boss Fan, if it weren't for the fact that you like Weiwei shopping, who would want to come and stand in line to get something? Boss Fan, I'm a resident of the surrounding area. and my family only recognizes the service and quality of Hoyo shopping, so we only buy things here. I came here on a whim after reading about Hoyo purchase on the internet and seeing how good your service is, but I didn't expect so many people. I watched the show live and flew in from out of town specifically. Who knew the lines would be so long? Listening to the words of the customers around him, Fanny frowned. The jewelry, obviously, can be bought outside, but customers still choose to come here and stand in line for it. It is enough to prove that customers have recognized Wayusu, but now they are letting their customers down. Ding! Difficulties detected in the host's happy entrepreneurial journey. Searching for a solution. Fanny, who heard the system prompt, stared tightly at the virtual screen in front of him. He was curious to know what could be used. Solve the problem of long queues. As he waited, Fanny's thoughts ran wild. Staff have optimized and added many more queuing lanes. This one is not going to work. How about restricting traffic to supermarkets? Keep the customers to a certain number. And then, there are customers going out so that customers can come in? No. In that case, the customers who want to come in will wait outside for the customers inside to go out. And Hyatt purchase which has put customers. The reasoning behind turning away the door first. Just then, ding! Best solution so far, open a branch. Chapter 47 Employees who secretly work overtime are all fired. Opening a branch? Hearing the program given by the system, Fanny fell into deep thought. Just now in the cafeteria, Fanny had just rejected Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun's proposal to open a branch. Now how come even the system has come to persuade him to open a branch? Host, the only way to split the traffic is to open a branch, so customers won't line up because of the crowds. What about opening an online shopping platform? Fanny suddenly thought. Customers can also save time in the queue by buying directly from the line. Host, the online store can only be used as a secondary strategy. It has been detected that a large number of customers are currently arriving from out of town and will be arriving soon. And customers on their way in? Is Wagyu shopping so hot right now? The traffic is all out of whack now. Surprisingly, there are customers on their way here? Host, please open at least 2 new stores as soon as possible. 2. When he opens a new store, he is afraid that the pressure on his employees will be too much. The system actually lets him open 2 homes? In that case, the employees are even more stressed. Even less personal time. Host, it is possible to recruit some new staff. Recruiting new employees? Easy to say. Hoyo Purchase demands a lot from its employees. Complete training is required before starting the job. These take a lot of time. The host can have an old employee bring in a new employee, not going through the full training. Allow older employees to bring in new employees. Can such a service be guaranteed? Hoyo Purchase is on fire, but it should not lower the quality of service. Just as Fanny used his mind to talk to the system, the female customer said impatiently, Boss Fan, just tell me what to do. Can you get him to bring me the necklace now to settle the bill? Before Fanny could say anything, the other customers next to her then said to the woman, why should I cut you in line? We're all lined up here? Waiting in line for an hour is a big deal, isn't it? I've been in line for almost 2 hours. If you don't want to stand in line, you can just not buy. Why do you always want to cut in line? Is there any quality? The female customer sniffed in anger. She was seen shouting at the top of her lungs. I wouldn't have come if they didn't have good service. Who knows that people are floating now that they're on fire? They don't care about us regular customers anymore. Okay, I won't buy it. Save yourself the aggravation of standing in line here. The female customer was so exasperated that she was about to leave angrily. Fanny, who was on the side, but pursued the question. What if, instead, we opened a few more new stores? Opening a new store? The female customer's eyes revealed surprise. Van Eyck nodded. Sincerely, he then said to the customers around him, your lines are so long that it's hard for us to watch. We're trying to figure out how to open a few more stores these days. With a few more stores, the crowds can be spread out a bit and people won't have to wait in line as long. The originally angry female customer spoke up in surprise when she was sure that Fanny was going to open a branch. Is it really opening a branch? Van Eyck nodded again. Customers around the area were interested when they heard about the opening of the new store. Boss Fan, the rumor on the internet that Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin are going to invest in you to open a store. Is that true? Boss Fan, where is the new store opening? If a new store opens, I'll be there to support it. Boss Fan, when is the new store opening? Can I apply for a job at the new store? Seeing that everyone was quite excited about opening a branch, Fanny was overwhelmed with emotion. He who had just refused Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun. Now it's kind of like realizing what it means to be in a position where you can't help yourself. Fanny cleared his throat and once again said to the murmuring crowd, "Don't worry everyone. We will definitely open the new store as soon as possible. It was our poor consideration today. We didn't expect a sudden surge in customer traffic. To apologize, all items are 10% off today. Now we'll go ahead and implement the new store launch, and we'll let everyone know the exact information when we finalize it." The surrounding customers were a little excited when they heard this. 10% off. That's $325 less I can get for this ring. WooWish Shopping is now considered an online store, so won't it lose money if so many people are getting 10% off? Don't worry. People only wanted to make $20 million last year, but they made $140 million. If this were in any other online business, I'd probably take advantage of the price increase. Just then, the female customer, who was angry just a moment ago, said with a smile on her face in a flash, "Boss Fan, can you open a new store in our Zhengzhou? A lot of people in Zhengzhou like to shop with Hyatt, but it's a 2-hour drive every time they come over." Fanny was shocked when he heard this. Jeonju? That's the capital city of their province. Provincial capital to Yudu. 2 hours each way. It's a 4-hour round trip. People in provincial capitals, in order to buy a necklace at Hoyo that is available in other chain stores, surprisingly willing to spend 4 hours driving? And by the sounds of this customer, she should be a frequent visitor. It seems that this customer is an absolute true fan of Hoyo purchase. Still, site selection is something that needs to be carefully considered before. Thinking of this, Fanny smiled and said to the female customer, "The address is something we need to examine, and we can't be sure yet, but don't worry, we'll definitely go to Zhengzhou to take a look." After saying that, Fanny and Zhao Yong walked towards the office. "Office, boss, really opening a new store?" Zhao Yong asked with some surprise. Van Eyck figured it out. He couldn't bear to watch customers wait in line for hours. While it is true that opening a new store increases the pressure on employees, but special cases are special. As the system says, the best option now is to open a branch. Only in this way can the pressure on passenger flow be alleviated fundamentally. He will try to find a way to balance it out in terms of the number of hours employees work. The system has just suggested that new staff can be recruited. Let the old staff bring in the new staff. Fanny paused for 2 seconds and suddenly said to Zhao Yong with a stern expression as if he remembered something, "You guys secretly worked overtime last night behind my back, didn't you?" "Ha?" Zhao Yong sniffed and panicked. Spinning around, he spoke again in a hurry. "Boss, didn't you say it's not going to happen again? I promise, I'll never make such a low-level mistake again." However, before the words left his mouth, Fanny, who was sitting in his office chair, said in a stern voice, "All those who worked overtime last night are fired." "Zhao Yong? No way. The boss is serious. Just fired the head of catering this morning. Removed all food and beverage department management. And now you're going to fire all the ones who worked overtime last night? But all the employees, they worked overtime last night. Is it hard to believe that the boss is going to fire everyone? That can't be right." Thinking of this, Zhao Yong opened his mouth with a slight stutter in his voice. "Last night, everyone worked late. Then fire them all." Although Fanny said this in a calm tone, Zhao Yong heard it as if he had been struck by lightning, terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 48. A low-level mistake like working overtime. We will never make it again. Desk. Extremely fearful, Zhao Yong couldn't stop his hands from shivering. His heart was filled with remorse and unrest. "It's my fault for having to organize everyone to work overtime in secret. This is great. It's a big mess. The boss is really going to fire everyone." Just when Zhao Yong was in a panic, Fanny, sitting in his office chair, spoke calmly once again. "Notify the ministers of each department that in 5 minutes, a meeting will be called." Zhao Yong, whose brain was blank at the moment due to fear, was unable to think at all, just subconsciously responded, "Good." Kagome remained standing motionless. "Zhao Yong." Van Eyck drew up his voice. Zhao Yong then slowed down. "Notify the ministers of every department that in 5 minutes, a meeting will be held and everyone must be there." "Okay, boss." Although Zhao Yong's voice was still a little shaky, his mind was clear enough to know what Boss Fan had asked him to do. 5 minutes later, the conference room. All ministers are seated at the table. At this moment, only Zhao Yong had his head down and didn't say a word. Each of the others raised an eyebrow, because none of them knew that Van Eyck was going to fire the entire staff. It was at this moment that Fanny walked in. The fat man sitting at the end, the head of the propaganda department, then said excitedly, "Boss, the meeting is about the new store, right? I raise my hands and feet in favor of it." While saying that, The fat man who carried the attribute of a comedian really tried to raise his hands and feet. The chubby limbs looked cute and funny. It caused the other ministers to laugh. However, to everyone's surprise, Boss Fan, who usually likes to flirt with fat people, at the moment it was actually a stern, unsmiling face. The crowd also laughed for a good 20 to 30 seconds before realizing something was wrong. The laughter then diminished until it disappeared. Fanny sat squarely in the foremost chair and spoke slowly. I'm sure you all know about the sudden increase in customer traffic today. Customers complained about the long queues, which seriously affected the shopping experience. So I decided to open 2 more new stores. As soon as the words fell, the fat man at the end of the conference table immediately responded. I agree. With that, the fat man tried to raise his hands and feet again. Once again, it drew laughter from the others. But this time the laughter quickly stopped, because Van Eyck spoke faintly. All employees must be fired before a new store is opened. As soon as the words fell, the fat man, who had been excited just a moment ago, was suddenly startled and looked at Fanny at the very front with his mouth wide open. All fired? If all the employees are fired, who's going to serve the customers? What about new stores? The other ministers all looked at each other in disbelief and did not dare to make a sound. An intense depression swept through the room. The crowd was like frosted eggplants, their heads unconsciously lowered. Clang clang clang. Fanny looked at the lost ministers and knocked on the table 3 times. I assume you all know why you were expelled as well. Hearing this, the ministers' heads hung even lower. They certainly know why the bosses are firing all of them. The fat man at the end lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. Sneaky overtime is fun for a while, but the whole group is dismissed from the crematorium. Fanny heard Fatty make a sound, but since he didn't hear it from a distance, he opened his mouth and asked, Fatty, you have a problem with that? The fat man immediately shook his head with his lips tightly shut. Fanny cleared his throat and continued, but this is a unique situation. We have to get the branch open within a week. Fatty, who really couldn't help himself, heard this and asked fearfully, Boss, how is the store going to open with all these firings and no employees? Fanny paused for 2 seconds before saying calmly, hire all the staff back again. Ha! When the crowd heard this, they all unconsciously raised their heads and looked at Fanny in astonishment. Zhao Yun's mouth was even wider open. Fatty scratched his head and asked with a confused look on his face, Boss, what does it mean to hire back again? Fanny took a long breath. With the urgency of opening a new store, we had to train new staff in the shortest possible time. So, I'm going to train new employees quickly by using veterans to bring in new employees. Hire back 2/3 to the new store and rehire the remaining third back to the current store. Everyone's positions, for sure, will change as well. Hearing Fanny's words, the crowd's eyes lit up. Firing just to give everyone a new position? Ahem. Fanny pretended to cough a few times and said again, this time, the opening of the branch is an urgent matter. I didn't have no choice. Otherwise, I would never have hired you guys back. Don't get lucky with your hearts. If such things happen again in the future. Before Fanny finished speaking, Zhao Yong, who was next to him, stood up violently and said firmly, Boss, I promise, no one will ever dare to secretly work overtime again. The other ministers, hearing this, also spoke righteously. Boss, we definitely won't work overtime behind your back again. Boss, we will definitely not make this kind of low-level mistake again. Fanny said with satisfaction after looking at the minister's determined eyes that looked like they wanted to join the party. It seems that you have already deeply realized your mistakes. I hope that you will take this as a warning and always alert yourselves. If there is a next time, I will never be merciful. After saying that, Fanny waved his hand, signaling Zhao Yong to sit down. Fanny then flipped open the notebook on his desk. Next, assign departmental tasks. First, I need the ministers to make a list of staff transfers for me. Details of the employee, the person's personality traits, the position they propose to transfer to, the more detailed the better. Yes, all the ministers nodded. Secondly, personnel department, you immediately post job openings, preferring to recruit a few more employees, and making sure to keep everyone's working hours still at 6.5 hours. Fanny looked at the Minister of Personnel. Understood. The Minister of Personnel responded firmly. Fanny cleared his throat and continued. Finally, the Research and Development Department did a good job with this beer, so let's use it as an exclusive item for the opening of the new store, so that it can draw traffic faster. The Publicity Department proceeds to prepare the publicity matters. The fat man responded in a calm and forceful manner. Promised to finish the job. Meanwhile, a customer filmed Fanny promising customers a branch in the jewelry section and posted it online. It immediately drew a lot of attention. It directly surpasses the comparison video posted by Saigon Cat. Netizens blew up straight away after seeing BossFan's promise to open a branch. 1,000 calls have come and gone, and BossFan is finally opening a branch. Can you open one in Mordor? The people of Mordor need you. I'm going to apply for a job. Guys, I'm going to 48,000 a month and 5 months of paid vacation a year. I'm coming. Sorry everyone. The people of Udo, one step ahead, are already at the door of Hoyo purchase with their resumes. This video's bursting at the seams. It not only attracts more netizens to come and purchase cards with Hyatt, there are also many netizens who have actually applied for the job directly with their resumes. Ding! The netizens are wildly praising your decision to open a new store. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value 440. Fanny, who had just returned to his office from a meeting. A pleasant system alert was heard. In the meantime, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin, who were at the hotel, saw this video, jumped straight out of bed. They all agreed that since BossFan was now interested in opening a branch, then their investment in opening a branch will definitely work out. Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin even directly contacted the lawyer to start the proposed investment contract. Ma Yun also directly ordered her assistant to send cash over. Chapter 49. After the big brother invested in no avail, he actually wanted to come and join. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Office. Fanny is discussing with Zhao Yong about the location of 2 new stores. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain, while I wait for you again. Just then, Fanny's phone rang. After seeing that the caller ID was Minister of Security, Fanny frowned slightly. Couldn't be too many customers and something happened. After picking up the phone, Fanny hadn't said a word. The anxious voice of the head of security was heard on the other end of the line. Boss, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin are now at the entrance of Hoyu purchase, looking at the battlefield. They want to see you. After hearing that it was Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin, Fanny fell into deep thought. They should have known about the opening of the branch. Otherwise it couldn't have come so blatantly. Today's noon was a trial run. Now this is trying to force my hand. Phew. Fanny spoke stoically after taking a long breath. Let them in. 10 minutes later. Knock. Knock. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin knocked on the office door again, although knowing that outside the door were 2 business tycoons. Still, Zhao Yong, who opened the door, was once again shocked, only to see a group of people standing vastly outside the door. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin even had elaborate hairstyles. I can see that they are winning this investment and the Hyatt purchase. Boss Fan. Hello again. Wang Jianlin said cheerfully. Have a seat, Van Eyck said as he made his way to the couch. Afterward, Fanny sat down on the L-shaped sofa with Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun. Everyone else stood aside. Just as Ma Yun sat down, she eyed a bodyguard, only to see the bodyguard actually take out a 32-inch silver suitcase directly. Splat! A whole box of red bills was shown to the crowd. Ma Yun then spoke somewhat smugly. Boss Fan, opening a store requires a lot of money. This 10 million is just our sincerity. We plan to invest 100 million one after another. Before Fanny could respond, on the side, Wang Jianlin again signaled his assistant to take out the proposed contract. Boss Fan, with how hot Wuyubai is right now, we should at least open one in the core locations of all first-tier cities. If you don't have the energy, you can open up the franchise, and our Wanda's Forever Grey supermarket will just change its name and join as Wuyubai. That way, you won't have to worry about the location of the store, the hiring of staff, the day-to-day operation of the company, and it will save you a lot of work. Wang Jianlin spoke with a fluttering brow, while Fanny listens with a blank face. In Fan Yi's opinion, Wang Jianlin was just talking out of his ass. Liberalization of franchising, but site selection, employees, and store operations are not a concern. To put it nicely, it's called franchising. To put it badly, Wang Jianlin was trying to hang a sheep's head to sell dog meat. What an old fox. It's been a couple years of consumer recession. Vanda's revenue should be down extremely fast. Wang Jianlin is trying to just change his name, get on the hot seat and go on to rake in the cash. At this time, Ma Yun was indignant inwardly after hearing Wang Jianlin's words. Before coming here, Boss Wang didn't mention joining this. That's leaving yourself open to flying solo. Surprisingly, the store and staff were offered directly to Van's boss. Then of course Boss Van would choose to join. But then, there's nothing for me to do. Thinking of this, Ma Yun hurriedly opened her mouth. Boss Fan, not only can I get Hoima Supermarket to join into Hoyu Shopping, I can also assist you in opening an online store. Fanny frowned slightly at his words. He's done nothing but have a seat so far. Not a word. And these two bigwigs are not only tempted with money first, it also offers to open up franchises. Now I can't believe I'm going to help Hoyo by open an online store. They keep adding to the chips though. But Fanny knew in his heart that all this came at a price. The capitalists have their calculations well in hand. He's in a small tier 4 city. A store that made $140 million last year with no heat. Now fueled by internet heat. 10 stores in core locations in core cities. Plus online platforms. That money-making speed is absolutely beyond imagination. But behind this horrible rate of money-making, it's an overdraft on Hoyo's reputation. Just as Fanny was thinking. Ma Yun, who was on the side, said chestily, "Boss Fan, I can also provide live banding for Hoyo purchase." Wang Jianlin sniffed and frowned. Ma brought out the live bandwagon. Granted, live streaming bandwagons have just taken off in the last few years, but when it comes to making money, it's huge. Not only does it cover a wide range of areas, it is not limited by geography. It also brings traffic together more quickly. A small live streaming room that gathers people from all over the country. In accordance with the current popularity of a new purchase, as long as the live broadcast with goods, that is bound to be a lot of attention and a lot of wealth falling from the sky. However, to everyone's surprise, under the constant seduction of the two big men, Fanny, however, said calmly, "I only want to open 2 branches. These 2 outlets. I want to open them myself." Fanny had seen it all. These 2 big shots aren't here to help him open a branch. They're totally here to rub it in. They took advantage of the high traffic and made a huge profit. Eat up and pat yourself on the back. But that's not what Van Eyck was thinking. He didn't want to open a branch because of the fire. Rather, it's because customers wait too long and it affects the shopping experience. It was only by necessity that I opened a branch. He is very different from the underlying logic of the two bigwigs who want to make money while they can. So, they simply can't work happily together. At this moment, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin on the side. After hearing that Fanny wanted to open his own branch, the faces looked at each other. They think that they are good enough on their own terms. Before, Fanny had no intention of opening a branch, and it was still reasonable to reject them. But now Boss Fan is clearly opening a branch. They give money. They give venues. They even arrange for online and live banding. It's amazing that Boss Fan is still so insensitive. The smiles on Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun's faces gradually disappeared. From the joyful smile just now, to expressionless. And then the grimace. Zhao Yong, who was on the side, looked on with a confused heart and an empty head. Wang Jianlin crossed his legs. "Boss Fan, coming out to do business. This temper of yours, you need to change." As the words fell, Ma Yun's eyes glazed over and said faintly, "Boss Fan, if someone else pours you tea, you have to take a sip whether you're thirsty or not." Fanny's brows furrowed as he heard this. What Ma means is that since they have presented so many options, no matter what, Fanny should give face and accept it more or less. Otherwise, it is a breach of etiquette and a lack of understanding of the human condition. That's all that's been said. It's obvious that he's trying to force his hand. He is now either accepting part of the program, either close the door and send the guests away. But these two big guys, if they didn't get what they wanted, maybe it will be at this critical time of opening a new store, tripping him up about something. Fanny is now considered to experience what is called the Jianghu is more than just killing. Jianghu is ing human feelings. Fanny scratched his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Next to them, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin looked stern and silent. The whole room was packed but silent. Suddenly, the atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. Just then, da-da-da-da-da. The sound of high heels hitting the floor sounded outside the door. The sound was getting closer and clearer. Chapter 50, lose $8 million in the morning and earn $10 million in the afternoon? Knock 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 knock. At Fan Yi's eye gesture, Zhao Yong hurried over to open the door. At the door is the head of the finance department, Wang Yan. Manager Zhao, you're here too? As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Yan froze, for she found the office crowded with people. Wang Yan has been busy in the office. Didn't even know that Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin had come. Seeing Wang Yan stunned in place, Fanny cleared his throat. Sister Wang, what's wrong? Wang Yan paused and spoke slowly. Boss, I came to report on the finances, but I didn't realize you were busy. I'll come back later. Zhao Yong sniffed and shouted in a panic to stop Wang Yan who wanted to leave. Sister Wang, wait a minute. You said you'd come back later, but it's almost time to get off work. Have you forgotten how you promised in today's meeting? Hearing Zhao Yong's reminder, Wang Yan immediately stopped. Boss, I'll come back tomorrow. Sister Wang, wait. Before Wang Yan's words fell, Fanny opened his mouth to stay her. It wasn't because he was afraid that after Wang Yan left, the atmosphere would once again fall into awkwardness. Rather, it was because Fanny suddenly remembered the rolling out of the dough to pay out more than $8 million this morning, $8 or $9 million in one go, and now 2 new stores are opening. Wang Yan came to him, most likely after the finance department had done the accounting and realized that there wasn't enough money on the company's books. Thinking of this, Fanny hastily opened his mouth and asked, "Sister Wang, is it true that after paying out more than $8 million in the morning, there isn't enough money in the account to open a new store?" Wang Yan immediately shook her head. No. Although all the money was returned to the customers' payment accounts the same way in the morning, these customers came to spend money in the afternoon. We figured that those customers who had taken the rolling payout had spent a total of $10.028,000 today. What? As soon as Wang Yan's words fell, Fanny, Ma Yun, and Wang Jianlin exclaimed in unison. None of them expected to pay out $8 million just in the morning, and then in the afternoon these customers sent $10 million. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin looked at each other. What kind of reverse operation is this? Now these customers think they are getting to be unreadable. Just then, Wang Yan continued, "Boss, and by the way, our turnover today is record-breaking. As of 5 o'clock, the turnover totaled $5,098,000. What? More than $50 million. Fanny, Wang Jianlin, and Ma Yun once again exclaimed in unison. All three then subconsciously glanced at the time. 5:25. Fanny looked at Wang Yan in surprise. He expected a higher income today. After all, there are so many customers in the mall. But he never expected that it would break 50 million. The highest record for Hoyo purchase is 12 million in a single day. It's only 5 p.m. and it's already more than 4 times the record high. At this moment, Fanny was also a bit confused about the current customers. On the side, Wang Jianlin gradually fell into deep thought. In recent years, Wanda's single-day turnover, the highest record is 20 million. But that's a large mall located in a first-tier city, in the heart of the city. And now, this fourth-tier city's Hoyo purchase has a turnover that's more than double theirs? In the past 2 days, when I saw something about Hoyo purchase, it began to surface in Wang Jianlin's mind constantly. $8 of rolling out dough paid out over $8 million to customers. As a result, they made $10 million. 90% of the company's profits are divided among the employees. As a result, Boss Fan, who originally wanted to earn only $20 million, ended up earning $140 million. Hoyo purchase is not only indifferent to the customers, the staff is even more caring. 8,000 minimum wage, 149 days of vacation, aggravation awards and moral damages. Wang Jianlin couldn't figure out this business tactic of Boss Fan that was completely against the logic of capital. Actually created in pleasant purchase so horrible as such business ability. It's only 5 p.m. and it's surpassed 50 million. That's if you add in after 5 o'clock, peak passenger hours. Today's turnover is likely to get to a small target. Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin couldn't help but lament from the bottom of his heart. Miracle, an absolute business miracle. Ma Yun, who was on the side, was also pondering in her mind. Thought about the hotness of the Wagyu purchase was hot. But I didn't expect it to be so hot. If we can work successfully with Boss Fan, then Alibaba will surely be able to return to the top in the name of Wayue purchase. Thinking of this, Ma Yun hurriedly opened her mouth. Boss Fan, if you're not satisfied with the proposal we just mentioned, or if you have any requests, feel free to mention them, as long as we can work together. Before Ma Yun finished speaking, Wang Jianlin couldn't wait to speak. Boss Fan, if you don't want to open up the franchise, then I can provide you with a venue. Whichever Wanda Mall location you fancy, I'll give you that mall for free. Wang Jianlin spoke with a fluttering brow. Fanny remained expressionless as he listened. In his opinion, Wang Jianlin said that it was free to use. Just trying to get him to use the free venue and owe him a favor first. Find a way to make him double it back in some form later. Thinking of this, Fanny said firmly, the new store, I just want to open it myself. In fact, after saying this, Fanny was ready to be counted by them again. But surprisingly, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin only froze for a second. Fanny clearly felt that their anger had come up. But in the space of a breath, the two immediately smiled again. Boss Fan, it's okay if you don't cooperate now. You can come back to us later when you have an idea for cooperation. Yes, Boss Fan, as long as you want to cooperate. Even if it's the core location of the Wanda Mall, I can give you the use of it for free. Tinkerling. Just then, Zhao Yong's alarm clock went off. Boss, it's time to go off duty. Fanny sniffed and looked at Wang Yan and Jia Yong. You guys go. Management hours are 9:30 a.m. M. 5:30 p.m. M. with an hour and a half break. Seeing that Jia Yong actually purposely set an alarm clock for the end of his shift, Ma Yun frowned and spoke slowly. Boss Fan. Overtime is a kind of corporate spirit. 996 is a blessing for employees. I think you should. Before Ma Yun could finish his sentence, Fanny interrupted him. Mr. Ma, people have their own aspirations. We don't force each other. After saying that, Fanny got up and began to pack his things. It's time for me to get off work. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin immediately stood up from the sofa when they heard this. Ma Yun then signaled her bodyguard to bring a 32-inch suitcase full of bills. After the bodyguard packed the case, Ma Yun smiled. Boss Fan, I won't bother you then. If you have any ideas for cooperation, be sure to contact us. After Fanny gave a soft the two bigwigs left with their bodyguards and assistants. Looking at Ma Yun's back as she left, Fanny was overcome with emotion. Back in the day, Ma Yun was on the side that challenged capital. In 1999, Ma Yun created Alibaba, a strong blow to the big boys of the year's physical industry, though capitalized on along the way. But Ma Yun still threatened to make the world no difficult business. Good point, but what about reality? Ma Ru, who became a capitalist, made business more and more voluminous and difficult. Ma Yun, who became a capitalist, began to poo at employees with the idea that 996 is a blessing for employees and a noble spirit. Thinking of this, Fanny couldn't help but mutter. Once a dragon-slaying boy, he finally became an evil dragon. Chapter 51. The third round of the competition opened, and the opponent was surprisingly a state-owned enterprise. 10 o'clock at night, Wang Si Onion uploaded a video on a certain sound. The video features a business dinner with the big boys. The video went straight to the internet. It was even reposted as urgent news by other media. Just see the video among. Many business bigwigs sat around a marble round table. Sitting in the main seat were Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin. On the other seats, sat Manhwa Tang, Lei Jun, Lu Chengdong, Zhang Yiming, and so on, business bigwigs from all walks of life. The video, from start to finish, features Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin colorfully recounting their day's trip to Huiyue purchase. When Wang Jianlin said that the business of Huiyue shopping is booming, customers are full of people, the other business bigwigs all laughed and agreed. Really? Then it seems that Huiyue shopping is indeed quite hot. This fire is all temporary, but it's just brought up by internet heat. Yeah, in a couple of days, once the heat of the public is over, I guess there won't be anyone left. However, when Ma Yun talked about paying out $8 million in the morning and making $10 million in the afternoon in reverse, the business bigwigs all opened their mouths in dumbfounded disbelief. In the morning, $8 million was paid out for rolling out hygiene. In the afternoon, these people who just got their payouts backhandedly went back to spend money with Hyatt purchase? They actually spent more money? How does this whole thing sound like these customers are all a million years old? Then, before the crowd could slow down, Wang Jianlin also talked about the fact that the turnover of Huiyue had broken $50 million by 5 p.m. In an instant, the business bigwigs all froze as if they had been nailed. A few breaths later, Ma Huateng sucked in a mouthful of cool air and stammered as he asked, "Did you guys talk about working with Boss Fan, or not?" Hearing this, Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun scratched their heads and smiled awkwardly. Netizens blew up straight away after seeing this video. Looking at Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun's reaction, it should be that the deal didn't work out. Two business tycoons paid a visit and failed to negotiate? Boss Fan's determination is more stable than the Dragon King C Pin. Lose $8 million and make $10 million in reverse. Is this Chinese? The bigwigs are straight up human fools. Is this what people do? Turnover of $50 million by 5 o'clock? Oh, my god. The people who went to Ayux today are going crazy. Ding. Netizen congratulates you on making $10 million upside down. $50 million in business. And plus 30 reputation value. Current honor value. 470. Upon hearing the system prompt, Fanny was surprised. The $10 million in reverse earnings and $50 million in business are all over the net? Fanny then turned on a certain tone. After watching the video sent by Wang Si Onion, Fanny set his phone aside. Spinning around, he silently opened the system panel again. Employee capacity value, 1000. Employee happiness value, 1000. Company reputation, for 70 out of 1000. A total of 470. 530 short of exchanging it for the longevity treasure pill. Fanny pondered in his mind. Looking at the system panel, the full staff ability value, Fanny couldn't help but worry. Starting tomorrow, the HR department will be hiring a lot of new employees into the company. It is likely to affect the system's employee competency values. It seems that these days there is nothing but site selection. Gotta work on staff mobilization and recruitment too. The sky is green waiting for the smoke and rain while I'm waiting for you. Just then, Fanny's phone rang. The caller ID strange number. Calls this late in the day. Odds are it's a nuisance call. After frowning, Fanny somewhat reluctantly picked up. Hello, Boss Fan. How are you? I'm the director of the program Pick a Good Company. Director? Fanny was a bit surprised. It's late. Why is the director calling? Before Fanny could return to his senses, the director on the other end of the phone then continued. Boss Fan, tomorrow we will have the third round. Van Eyck was a little puzzled. Don't the crews always start the show quietly? What's with the advance notice this time? Just as Fanny was wondering, the director slowly spoke. This time, we need to install some hidden cameras in your company ahead of time, so we wanted to check in with you. Invisible cameras? It sounds so advanced. Before Fanny could respond, the director then opened his mouth to explain. The invisible camera blends in completely with the fit and is not visible to the naked eye. What time is convenient for you? We'll send someone over to install the hidden camera. Hearing the director's question, Fanny didn't hesitate to speak. Anytime after 9:30 tomorrow. We work at 9:30. As soon as Fanny's words fell, the director said in an anxious tone. Boss Fan, can't we load tonight? It's on tomorrow. However, before Fanny could respond, the director then suddenly reacted. Sorry, I was busy and forgot that your company prohibits overtime, and you don't even have security at night. That's fine, we'll go and install it tomorrow. Sorry to bother you, Boss Fan. The morrow, July 4th, 10 a.m. The third round is on. This 1v1 match with Hoyo purchases a state-owned company called Shugon Power. The main business is power generation and power sales. In the first round of the payroll, Shugon Power finished off Future Motors. In the second round, the staff individual time competition, Shugon Electric Power is even more crushing to win the net also game. At this moment, the screen image of the live broadcast had been split in two. On the left is the Wagyu purchase. On the right is Shugon Power. Seeing that the show is on, netizens have taken to the comments section. The companies that have advanced to this place are not bad ones. The state-owned power company is really a dream laborer. More money, less work, and electric power, a tobacco, treatment are particularly good. Some units even give employees to share housing. Wuiwe shops are treated very well. 2. Minimum wage of 8,000. Only 6.5 hours of work a day. And over 140 days of vacation. The key and pleasant purchase is really treat employees as people. If you are aggrieved, there is an aggrieved award. If you are unhappy, there is an unhappy vacation. But the work of the state-owned power company is really easy. Every day's work content is to drink tea and read newspapers and brush videos. Just then, within the live broadcast, the director's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, for the third round we will be broadcasting live the actual work of the staff. Testers will also be sent. Onboarding companies for immersive inductions. All testers are now ready. So next, please watch the game live. Chapter 52. I came for an interview and you asked me if I had breakfast? At the moment, among the images of Shugon Power, the tester named Su Yang is sitting in the interview waiting room with many applicants waiting to be interviewed. Su Yang looked at the time on his cell phone. This was followed by a long breath and a frown of complaint. It's been over an hour of waiting. Why hasn't it started yet? The other applicants around them sniffed and grumbled. I've been waiting for over 3 hours. I called yesterday to say that the interview would start at 9 o'clock and to tell me not to be late. And I'm here at ING 7 o'clock. Bear with me. It's so hard to find a company with good benefits like Shugon Power these days. It's because of the importance of it that I didn't even eat breakfast and came in early. And now I'm feeling hypoglycemic. Squeak. Just then, a staff member pushed his way in. The grumbling of the applicants came to a screeching halt. The staff didn't even look at the applicants in the room before dumping a pile of paper right on the table. TSK. The staff member gave a disgruntled TSK. It gives the impression that she doesn't want to come in. Immediately, the staff member added in an extremely disdainful tone. Forms, fill them out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the staff member's figure disappeared into the waiting area. The applicants looked at each other in disbelief. In an instant, the applicants each took another form and swished their heads to fill it out. Netizens in the livestream have been leaving messages in the comment section after seeing the staff of Shugon Power. The attitude of this staff is so damn right. All state-owned enterprises are like this. Ignorant. I'm an accountant. And every time I go to the tax office to file my tax return, the staff treats me as if I owe them millions. Didn't they say the interview would start at 9 o'clock? It's after 10 o'clock now, and these applicants have been waiting for over an hour. It's normal. Isn't it always like that when you go to a state-owned enterprise? Not only do you have to wait, you also have to look at people's faces. I'm angry just thinking about it. The last time I went to the bank, I waited for 6 hours, and finally told me that I was off duty, and asked me to come back tomorrow. On the other side, due to the new store opening soon. So, there was a huge crowd at the Hoyo purchase recruitment site. The live feed was also packed. The tester, Jiang Shi, is following the other applicants, lining up one by one to enter the interview waiting area. 5 minutes later, Jiang Shi had just taken half a step into the waiting area. The staff then asked with concern, "Hello, did you have breakfast? Breakfast? I'm here for an interview and you ask me if I've had breakfast?" Hearing this question, Jiang Shi froze for a second. Spinning around, he frowned again as if remembering something. Having been through many interviews, she knew it all too well. What you think of as an interview is when the interviewer asks you questions. But really, the real interview begins the moment you walk in the door. Did you have breakfast? This kind of seemingly offhand question must be a test that the interviewer has already begun to put the candidate through. If you don't answer well, you're likely to be eliminated. Jiang Shi frowned slightly and couldn't help but think hard. How should I answer? She didn't realize that the first question of today's interview would be, "Did you eat breakfast?" What exactly is the interviewer trying to test her on with this question? Jiang Shi couldn't help but speculate in her head. Eating breakfast means getting up early. Getting up early means being disciplined. Having healthy habits. With healthy habits comes a healthy body. With a healthy body, you have enough energy. Having enough energy to get the job done more efficiently. So it is. Jiang Shi came to a realization. The staff asked her if she had eaten breakfast, which was actually a test to see if she was disciplined enough and had enough energy to be able to complete her work tasks efficiently. Although Jiang Shi didn't eat breakfast at all, but at this juncture, in order not to be eliminated, she had to say she had eaten. This is the only answer to pass the first question. At this moment, Jiang Shi had already cleared her thoughts. She now knew exactly how she was going to answer the staff's questions. Surprise STH. Coo coo coo. Jiang Shi's stomach actually growled in an untimely manner. In a flash, Jiang Shi was embarrassed. This stomach, how come it's so uncontrollable? It's called now? Do me a favor. Coo coo coo. Stop screaming. Pass the interview and feed you fondue. Coo coo coo. If you keep screaming, you won't pass the interview. The director won't pay you, and you'll be fed cilantro for 3 months. Coo coo coo. Unfortunately, even if Chang Sai threatens with the most hated cilantro, the stomach that hadn't eaten breakfast continued to growl insistently. Seeing this, the staff member immediately smiled and said, "You must not have had breakfast." "Come on, I had breakfast." Before the staff member could finish her sentence, Jiang Shi interrupted her in a resolute manner. Those 6 powerful words left the staff momentarily confused. I've eaten. What is she yelling about? She scared me." Meanwhile, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also startled by the sudden stern cry. What is this tester stimulated by? Or did he take gun pills? Scared the hell out of the baby. What is she excited about when people hear her stomach growl and say she didn't have breakfast? I was lying on the bed looking at my cell phone, but she scared me so much that my hand shook and my cell phone smashed directly into my nose. It hurt like hell. She just said, "I had breakfast." When she said I've had breakfast, her eyes looked like she wanted to join the party. Just as the staff was frozen in fear by Jiang Shi lowered her voice and explained. "In fact, I get up at 6:30 every day for breakfast and work out for an hour afterward. The energy was used up by working out. That's why I feel hungry now. But it's okay, I'm used to it." After saying that, Jiang Shi gloated in her heart. Though not a single word of those words is true. But how many people tell the truth during interviews? With this statement, she not only demonstrates that she has a good habit of eating breakfast, it also reveals, in an offhand way, that she's a, very energetic person who works out an hour a day. Such a person must be able to complete his work tasks efficiently. Now, have you had breakfast? She had passed this first difficult interview perfectly. Netizens directly exploded the comments section after hearing that Jiang Shi woke up at 6:30 every day and worked out for an hour every day. I didn't see it. This young lady is not only good looking, but also quite self-disciplined. This young lady's routine. Why does it feel so much like my 60-something grandparents? She must be able to get up so early because she can go to bed early too. I envy her. Unlike me, I can't sleep at all if I don't stay up late. No wonder this tester is in such good shape. It's hard to be in bad shape with that kind of routine. Chapter 53, Mom, I've got bread and milk. The staff couldn't help but ponder in their minds after hearing Jiangshi's explanation. This girl must be very hard on her body. Definitely just a workout meal a day or something like that. Since people say they are used to being hungry at this point. Then, the staff smiled and said to Jiangshi, I'll take you to the no-food waiting area then. Ha? Jiangshi was confused when she heard about the no-food waiting area. Lunch waiting area? The staff just asked her if she had breakfast. She said she had eaten. Now the staff is telling her to go to lunch? This is obviously not right. Jiangshi frowned and asked suspiciously while looking around. Lunch? Am I in the wrong place? I'm here for an interview, not lunch. Due to the staff's Mandarin with a slight Udo accent, the netizens in the live broadcast room also heard no meal is lunch. What's with this interview? Breakfast 1 minute, lunch the next? The testers at Hoyo must be in the wrong place. It seems this tester is a dumb beauty. Hurry up and find a place to interview. I want to experience immersive onboarding and Hyatt purchase. After realizing that Jiangshi had misunderstood no meal as lunch, the staff quickly waved their hands and explained. You're not wrong. This is the applicant reception area. Except that our waiting area is divided into a dining area and a non-dining area. This time, the staff paid special attention to their pronunciation of nothing. Jiangshi then realized. So it's not lunch, it's no meal. Just as Jiangshi had just reacted, the workman continued to explain. Some applicants travel a long way to come to interviews early in the morning and may not have time to eat breakfast. That's why we have a special breakfast for them. And we have also divided the waiting area into 2 areas, with and without meals. Judge's room. Hearing the staff's words, Dong Mingju was filled with confusion. Prepare breakfast for the candidate? The waiting area was also divided into areas with and without meals. Why? Is it hard to believe that I heard wrong? Dong Mingju read in his mind. Spinning around, he spoke again in confusion. What did that staff member just say? Wang Jianlin responded with some uncertainty. I think it says they offer breakfast to applicants? Hiss. Ma Ru hissed involuntarily, then spoke questioningly. It can't be. Why should the applicants be provided with meals? It's not like they've done anything for the company. Dong Mingju and Wang Jianlin nodded in agreement when they heard this. Just then, coo. The stomach that hadn't eaten breakfast growled again. Jiangshi smiled awkwardly. Working out is really quite exhausting. As soon as the words fell, a candidate who was feasting on a pancake fruit passed in front of Jiangshi. Gollum. Jiangshi couldn't help but gulp. The staff member saw this and said with some concern. Why don't you just go to the dining area and get something to eat? Just this once. It won't affect your figure management. If I don't eat, the interview will be more than worth it if I'm distracted by hunger later. Jiangshi couldn't help but hum as she smelled the scent of pancake nuts wafting past her. Jiangshi then followed the staff to the applicant's waiting area with meals. 1 minute later, Jiangshi had followed the staff to the waiting area with meals. Just a long buffet-like table. Neatly arranged were eggs, bread, milk, porridge, and several kinds of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, as well as washed fruits. Inside the area, many of the interviewees took food and sat down at tables next to each other to dine. The viewers in front of the screen were all stunned when they saw this scene. I never thought that Wu Hietsu would really provide breakfast for the applicants. Bread, milk, eggs, vegetables and fruits. Kinda nutritious. Carbohydrates, proteins, vitamins. The applicants from Shugong next door are still waiting with hungry stomachs. And here they are already having their meals. Laughing, they're all done filling out the forms. But no one cares about them. They sit there and start CPDD. Judge's room. The 3 judges were all wide-eyed at the moment. Dong Mingju even jumped straight up from his chair. Does Boss Fan really offer breakfast to applicants? Yeah, it looks pretty healthy. Wang Jianlin responded incredulously. Ma Yun, who was on the side, couldn't help but frown and think in her heart. Boss Fan did this. Why on earth? Meal waiting area available. Jiangshi froze in place. Is it true that Wagamama offers breakfast to job seekers? The staff had actually just been genuinely concerned about whether or not she'd eaten breakfast? Jesus. What kind of goddamned company is this? Because you're worried that job seekers won't have time for breakfast, you just have a whole waiting area with meals? It's so warming, isn't it? The thought that he had just actually thought that the staff was testing himself. I can't believe she's saying crap like wake up at 6:30 and work out for an hour. Jiangshi couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Look at the food laid out on the buffet table. Chang Sai recalled when she used to go hungry and attend interviews. Jiang Shi graduated with a second degree and her family has little background. These days, the economy is bad and it's especially hard to find a job. Graduate students aren't even good at finding jobs. Not to mention she's a second-year graduate with no background. To get a steady job. After graduation, she attended many interviews. She was particularly mentally stressed before each interview. Who can be bothered to think about breakfast? The last time a staff member genuinely cared if she had breakfast like this one did today, or when she was in high school and her mom woke up early every day to prepare her breakfast. At that time, she was able to eat a full meal every morning, even if sometimes you get up late and can't make it to breakfast. Mom also made sure to put bread and milk in her book bag, too. Before leaving the house, she would be told to remember to eat. A sense of loss came over me at the thought. If only I had worked a little harder back then to get into a good college. Now that I think about it, I didn't get into a good college and didn't get a steady job. I'm so sorry for all those years when my mom woke up early to make breakfast. Just as Jiang Shi was caught up in her thoughts, a side staff member spoke up. Help yourself to whatever you want. I'm going to take the other applicants. The staff was about to leave when Jiang Shi said from the bottom of her heart, "Thank you." The staff member smiled. "It's okay. Make yourself at home. Go eat." After the staff left, Jiang Shi went straight to get milk and bread. Looking at the milk bread in her hand, Jiang Shi had a happy smile on her face. Hiss. Jiang Shi tore open the bag of bread. Splat. Jiang Shi opened the bottle of milk again. It's obviously just simple bread and milk, but at the moment, she was wolfing down the food as if she was eating some mountainous delicacy. As you eat, the back of her mom making her breakfast in the morning gradually came to mind. When I didn't have time to eat breakfast, the image of opening my school bag, which was bound to contain bread and milk, also came to mind. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but meditate in her heart. Mom, I didn't get to eat breakfast at home today, but I did eat bread and drink milk at Hoyo's. Chapter 54. The travel expenses for the interview are really reimbursed. Meal waiting area available. Jiang Shi, who had finished breakfast, carefully arranged the bags of bread and the empty milk bottles. Netizens were very puzzled by the scene. What is this? What's she doing flattening the bread bag like that? Why is this young lady still brooding over this empty bottle? It can't be that Missy is discovering a business opportunity and wants to collect empty bottles here and sell them for money, can it? Just then, click. Chansey took a picture of herself posing with her stylized bags and milk bottles. A vintage filter was adjusted in passing, and all of a sudden, a sense of reminiscence came out of the photo. Immediately afterward, Jiang Shi posted the photo on her scarf with the caption, "The flavor of memory." The dynamic has just been released and immediately attracted the attention of many netizens. Look, I've got the Hyatt tester in the flesh. Eating a milk bread is just eating a flavor from memory? And you purchase good warm We'll also worry about job seekers are not hungry to interview. Imagine rushing to the interview early in the morning. The company first arranged for you to have a breakfast, which is not touched by anyone. If you're this good to interviewers who haven't even started yet, you must be even better to current employees. For the first 2 rounds, I've been watching Hoyo Purchase, and the Hoyo Purchase incumbents really smell good. It's more stable than the upper bank examiner. In the meantime, train G517 from Yudu to Zhengzhou will be arriving at the station in 10 minutes. Boss, I've made a PowerPoint of a few places for this pre-selection, so you can read it first. Zhao Yonggang took the finished PowerPoint and showed it to Fanny, who was sitting in front of him. A system beep then sounded in Fanny's head. Ding! The viewer finds the company's behavior of providing breakfast for job seekers heartwarming. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value 490. Fanny smiled heartily before closing the system alert. Then he turned to Zhao Yong, who was sitting behind him. This PowerPoint is so detailed. You didn't work overtime last night to make it, did you? Zhao Yong sniffed and hurriedly denied it. No, the PowerPoint is something I just did on the highway. That's good. Saying that, Fanny looked at the PowerPoint carefully. Zhao Yong couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead and meditate in his mind. It's a blessing to have a boss who is always on the lookout for overtime. And the Hyatt Purchase interview site. Jiang Shi, who had finished posting her scarf, looked up and saw a conspicuous Q sign. Once you have finished your meal, please proceed to the no meal waiting area to await your interview. So Jiang Shi got up and followed the signs toward the no meal area. Walking in front of her was a tall boy, the same interviewer who had just finished breakfast in the covered dining area. Just as she walked to the door of the dining free area, Jiang Shi heard the staff say to the tall boy, "Hello, may I ask how you got here?" Hearing the question, the boys looked puzzled. He didn't quite understand what the staff meant. The staff member saw this and explained with a smile. I mean, what kind of transportation did you take to get to the interview? The taller boy realized this and then responded without thinking. I came by cab. At this moment, Jiang Shi, who was standing behind the boys, was confused. What's the staff asking for? Is it hard to reimburse the boy for his fare? How is that possible? It would be nice to have breakfast. Just as Jiang Shi was thinking, the staff member smiled at the taller boy in front of her. We can reimburse you for your cab fare. Ha! Jiang Shi and the boys sniffed and stared in surprise. They couldn't believe that not only did Wagyu Purchase provide them with breakfast, and now they're actually reimbursing them for their car expenses? Jiang Shi was even more half-hearted. How could she not expect to actually reimburse travel expenses to job seekers? This operation, too, is incredible. First a free breakfast, now a reimbursement for travel expenses. The operation of Waywabai constantly refreshes Jiang Xian's cognition. She couldn't help but think of the many interviews she'd taken before. Those companies, let alone provide breakfast, don't even have a water fountain where the interviewers wait. Not to mention the fact that they will reimburse job seekers for their car expenses. The matter of reimbursement of car expenses is purely voluntary for the company, though no reimbursement is the norm. But what made Jiang Shi more angry was, some companies actually decided they didn't want her before she even went to the interview. But the interviewer would still call her to come in for the interview, and would also hint on the phone that she was suitable for the position. When she heard the interviewer say that, she thought she was in for a treat. So, take the time, spend the travel money, and go to the interview on a whim. As it turned out, however, the interviewer just casually flipped through her resume a few times and said perfunctorily, I've read the resume. Go back and wait for the announcement. But not before she walked out of the interview room. The resume is then thrown in the trash by the interviewer. It was only later that Chang Sai learned. These interviewers are, in fact, pulling her for a performance punch. In other words, the company gives every HR a rule on how many people must be interviewed in a month. At the end of the day, she spent her time and her traveling expenses, but it's to help the interviewer punch performance. Actually, it was fine to spend some time, but the wasted traveling expenses were hurting her. Therefore, and you purchase reimbursement of travel expenses this matter. Deeply Jiang Shi's heart. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's still got to be a Wagyu Purchase. Just then, the staff member said to the boys who froze in place, show me the taxi order. The boy pulled out his cell phone with a blank look on his face and opened a certain taxi hailing app. At the moment, he still can't believe that any company would reimburse a job seeker's travel expenses to come to an interview. He opened the order and half-heartedly showed his cell phone screen to the workman. The staff member looked at the amount paid on the order. 27 quick fives. Okay, show me the collection code and I'll scan you. The boy was a bit bewildered, but he subconsciously opened the collection code. Bam! Green mail collection arrived at $27.50. *******, you guys really reimburse. The boys who were skeptical just now finally believed the moment the collection arrived. The audience in front of the screen instantly exploded when they heard the collection queue. Jiao! The travel expenses to the interview, and the purchase is really reimbursed. I've been to a lot of interviews in the past few days. None of them were face-to-face, and I've spent a lot of money on traveling. This is too thoughtful. Very few companies reimburse travel expenses to job seekers. This is for fear that the interviewees won't pass the interview and spend the traveling expenses for nothing. Judge's room. The three judges were dumbfounded to hear that the collection had arrived. They couldn't figure it out. Aren't they just job seekers applying for a job? Serving them breakfast is outrageous enough. And now they're actually reimbursing them for their travel expenses? Ma Ru muttered. Boss fans' doings are something I've never seen before. Wagyu Purchase. Watch as the taller boys in front of you enter the waiting area with smiles on their faces. Jiang Shi was suddenly a little afraid to move forward, because she didn't know how to answer the staff member's question. How did you get here? She just saw it with her own eyes. And Hyatt Purchase is really reimbursing the travel expenses. But she came on the high-speed train early in the morning. High-speed rail fare. $312. Chapter 55. Eat someone else's breakfast, and still have to take more than 300 road tolls? The HSR fee was $312, and the cab ride from the HSR station to Hoyo Purchase was $45, for a total of $357. Jiang Shi read in her mind. $357. It's not even an interview yet. Eating someone's breakfast, not to mention. Now you have to ask people to reimburse you for $300 plus. Why does it feel a bit out of place? Besides, The program had already reimbursed her for the $357 in travel expenses. Just as Jiang Shi was thinking, the staff smiled and said to Jiang Shi, "Hello, may I ask how you got here?" Jiang Shi sniffed and frowned. At the moment, she was genuinely unsure how to answer this question. Although the program has reimbursed her for her travel expenses, but as long as she names her travel expenses now, Hoyo Purchase will reimburse her again. Wouldn't that be like picking up $357 for nothing? That's $357 for now without a steady job for her. It's actually kind of a pretty tempting number. Jiang Shi was struggling a lot inside. Kindly, she thought that the money for the road trip had been reimbursed by the program. Now if we were to get another reimbursement from Hoyo Purchase, sort of a ripoff. Most importantly, Wuiwe Purchase had just made her feel the flavor of her memories. She really didn't want to, and tricked Hoyo into reimbursing her for her travel expenses one more time. Just then, jingle bells. Jiang Shi's phone rings. Caller ID Program Director. Jiang Shi immediately said to the staff, "Excuse me while I take a call." After saying that, Jiang Shi walked to the side. "Hey, what are you standing there frozen for?" "Director, that traveling fee. The program has already reimbursed it. I don't know what to answer." The director raised his voice as soon as Jiang Shi's words left his mouth. "Answer it how it should be answered. And if they reimburse you one more time, won't you still get a few $100s for nothing? Don't worry. This money belongs to you. The program doesn't take it." Jiang Shi sniffed and fell silent. A few breaths later, the director on the other end of the phone spoke in a stern tone. "Say what you have to say about the highway fare and the cab fare, and hurry up." With that, the director hung up. With great reluctance, Chang Sai made her way back toward the door of the waiting area. "Excuse me?" Chang Sai paused and stumbled a bit to speak. Came on a shared bike." At the moment, she's tempted to say that she came by high-speed rail, which, with cab fare, totaled $357. But the words came, and then I remembered the milk bread I had just eaten. She swallowed back the $357 in travel expenses. Ghostly utterance of bike sharing. But it was good, and when she finished, she was relieved. She figured it out. Even though the director's voice was harsh and demanding, she also didn't want to take advantage of the goodwill that Hoyo Purchase had for job seekers. And the director just said that the money belongs to her. The program doesn't take it. Whether the program wants it or not, she doesn't know. But she herself, at the moment, really didn't want it. So she wasn't going to scam another road trip here at Hoyo. However, the netizens in the broadcast room were puzzled when they heard Jiang Shi say that she had come on a shared bicycle. One minute the director asked her to talk about the cost of the high-speed train plus a taxi, and the next minute she said she came on a shared bike? Didn't get it. What is this young lady thinking? I guess it's because the program has already been reimbursed, and she doesn't want Hoyo Purchase to reimburse her travel expenses again. In order not to let Hoyo Purchase reimbursement again, even directly choose backstabbing director? Bull. It's inexplicably kind of funny to think of the director, who is in the director's room at the moment, staring at the screen, having just hung up the phone and backstabbed by a tester's backhand. Judge's room. The judges looked at Jiang Shi on the screen, very confused. She's nothing more than a tester hired by the show. To put it bluntly, isn't he just a temp who gets paid to do his job? How dare you disobey the director's orders? At this time, Dong Mingju was even more. Ju's face was blue. Jiang Shi's behavior reminded her of her secretary, Meng Yutong. Isn't it just that every time you attend an event, you let Meng Yutong give a hot dance first? Isn't it just for her to spend her spare time live streaming and volunteering her labor to the company? She's been touted as Jerry's successor, and she just quits and runs away? It's so heartless. Dong Mingju skimmed his lips. Why are all the little girls so disobedient these days? Ma Yun smiled meaningfully as she and Dong Mingju exchanged glances. He knew that Mr. Dong was alluding to Meng Yutong. After all, he hadn't seen much of Meng Yutong's hot dance. He was whistling and cheering for Meng Yutong, who was dancing on stage. What confused Ma Yun, however, was this. Mr. Dong has all but touted Meng Yutong as Jerry's successor. Meng Yutong still resolutely betrayed Mr. Dong, and this tester named Jiang Shi, but it was just a breakfast at Hoyo's. So you're thinking of Wagyu? Thinking of this? Ma Yun couldn't help but read it in her mind. Although I can't understand Boss Fan's modus operandi, his means of holding people's hearts is truly admirable. I still need to study it carefully. Wagyu Purchase. The staff member smiled again. The cost of the shared bike can be reimbursed. Please show your order. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Shi waved her hand again. No, I have a smooth ride card. The ride over is free. The staff nodded. Okay, it's quite tiring to ride over here, isn't it? You should sit inside and rest for a while. There are quite a lot of people interviewing today, so you might need to wait a bit longer. With a soft Jiangxi headed for the waiting area. Just 2 steps away, the staff member asked again about the next job seeker. Excuse me? I came by high-speed rail. Hearing the job seeker's reply, Jiangxi immediately turned to look toward the doorway. It wasn't because the male job applicant had traveled by high-speed rail like she had. Rather, it was because, with his accent, the job seeker was clearly from her hometown. It's still pretty exciting to see the homies out in the field, especially for Jiangxi. Since she went to college, her trips home to her hometown have been few and far between. After graduation, I also lived in the city where I went to college. Therefore, she was now partly excited to see her old hometown. Just then, the staff said in an apologetic tone to Jiangxi's hometown, "Sorry, no reimbursement for high-speed rail." Ha! Jiangxi was stunned in place. Turns out, high-speed rail fares aren't reimbursed. Chapter 56, My red eyes have gotten worse again. Wagyu purchase. The staff member smiled. While the high-speed rail fee is not reimbursed, the travel expenses from the high-speed rail station to the Hoyt purchase are reimbursed. When Jiangxi's hometown male heard about the reimbursement of travel expenses, he was as baffled on the spot as the taller boy just now, until the staff laughed. "Please let me see the road payment records." The old countryman then woke up like a dream. Bam! PayPal is credited with $45. The folks who received their reimbursements headed toward the waiting area full of joy. But before he could take a few steps, he heard Jiangxi on the side say to him, "You're from Xijing?" The old villager nodded. "What a coincidence. By the sound of your accent, you're from Xijing too." Jiangxi hummed softly, and the two of them found an empty seat in the waiting area together. The old countryman with the attribute of a social cow took the initiative to find a topic of conversation and said, "You came by high-speed rail too, didn't you?" Jiangxi nodded lightly. The old social cattleman, however, frowned. "There are a lot of people at the high-speed train station today. All of them came from out of town for interviews, and it took half a day of squeezing to get a taxi." Chang Sai nodded again in agreement. The old-timer glanced at the reimbursement record and soothed his brow away again with a smile. "The traffic jam was so bad that I was still heartbroken over the taxi fare, but I didn't realize that the company reimbursed me." "Too awesome. You also received it, right?" Jiangxi swept her gaze at the staff members who were not far away and stammered a little. "I came on a shared bike, had a smooth ride card, didn't cost me anything for the road." Upon hearing this, the old folks were instantly dumbfounded. It's 37 degrees outside in the middle of summer. This girl came on a bicycle? It's at least a 2-hour bike ride from the high-speed train station. It's amazing that she's so chipper now. I didn't realize that the girl looked skinny. Endurance is surprisingly strong. Is it hard to be the legendary muscle lowly? But that doesn't look like much muscle. Thinking about it, the old-timer couldn't help but ask, "You rode your bike for 2 hours in this heat and you didn't even take a breath?" Hearing the question of the old township of social cattle, Jiangxi's brain buzzed. At the moment, her brain was blank, and she had absolutely no idea how to answer this question. Riding a bike for over 2 hours in the heat of July and not feeling tired? This, indeed, defies common sense. Just when Jiangxi didn't know how to reply, the staff member who had just asked her, "Have you had breakfast?" brought a candidate to the door of the waiting area. Chang Xia had a flash of insight and said to the old countryman, "Probably, because I work out during the week, I guess. I wake up at 6:30 every morning to eat and then work out for an hour." At the same time, the internet has created a craze for sunshine pictures. The reason for this is that a netizen named Only Dry Rice Smells Good posted a screenshot on the internet of a travel expense reimbursement from Hoyu. It then drew many applicants attending the interview to follow suit. Netizens looked at the screenshots they posted with envy in their eyes. Some even drooled directly onto the screen. The interviewers with Hyatt purchase ate so well that not only did they get free breakfast, but they were also reimbursed for their bus fare. It's not recommended to give job seekers such good food. They can get sick easily. Like me, with red eyes. Since I've been looking at Hoyo purchase, my eye redness has gotten worse again. Jealousy has changed my face, my mom, my basil, my lab coat, my jacket. Why didn't I meet a company like this when I was looking for a job? Sour me to death. I had an interview at Shugon Electric, waited for a long time, and broke the defense. Other side. Jeongju Station has arrived. Please bring your belongings with you. You did a good job with that PowerPoint. Fanny praised Zhao Yong as he packed his backpack. Zhao Yong smiled. Thank you, boss. As soon as Zhao Yong's words fell, a system prompt rang in Fanny's head. Ding! Netizens are envious of the company's reimbursement of travel expenses for applicants. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value, 510. Fanny, who heard the system prompt, couldn't help but fall into thought. He offers breakfast and reimbursement of travel expenses to applicants for 2 reasons. First, he had experienced the ups and downs of interviewing around in his previous life. I was starving in the morning, so I took a taxi to the interview in order not to be late and make a good impression. A lot of money was spent on the road, but the results were, for the most part, unsatisfactory. Second, the system gave him a guide to starting his own business that included this phrase that he remembers vividly. Candidates are able to come to the company for an interview, essentially out of trust in the company, and as entrepreneurs we should respect and value their trust in us, which helps the company build social trust. He also does so because he respects and values the trust that candidates place in the company. It's only then that candidates are offered breakfast and reimbursed for their travel expenses. Just then, Zhao Yang said, "Boss, our company is so hot right now. Should we consider opening a branch outside the province?" Fanny heard this, and pondered unconsciously. Shugang Power, TSK. The young man, around 30 years old, sitting next to Su Yang scat impatiently. Then, he complained to Su Yang with full of dissatisfaction. "It's been a long time since this form was filled out. Why haven't we seen anyone ask?" Su Yang looked at the time and responded helplessly. "It's their lunch break in a little while, so we might have to wait until the afternoon for an interview." "Ha!" The young man's mouth opened wide as he looked at Su Yang in shock. Spinning around, he got up again and headed for the window in the waiting area. Su Yang looked at the young man with a firm pace suspiciously. "What's he doing at the window? It's not like you can't think straight and want to jump off a building, is it? Is the contemporary spirit so easily broken? Wasn't it just a long wait for the interview? This is the 13th floor." Su Yang immediately shouted anxiously. "Not so much, brother. It's just an interview." However, the young man didn't pay any attention to him at all, and even quickened his pace. Seeing this, Su Yang hurriedly got up and tried to pull the young man, but the young man had reached the window by now. Snap! The young man opened the window. Su Yang shouted anxiously once again. "Brother, it's just a crappy interview. Don't think about it." Inside the waiting room, the eyes of the other job seekers went to the window. From Su Yang's words, the crowd also surmised what the young man wanted to do. The crowd screamed in shock at the sight of the man sticking his head out of the window quickly. Just then, Su Yang grabbed the young man's arm from behind. Phew! Su Yang took a long breath. Caught and saved. The netizens in the live broadcast room also put their hearts down when they saw the young man who was pulled by Su Yang. Thanks to this tester's quick eyes, or there would have been a tragedy. The man must have had a bad life in the first place, and then had an emotional breakdown after waiting too long for the interview. If Shugang Electric Power doesn't come to interview someone, it might really kill someone. Someone just left a message in the comments section of the road expense reimbursement chart for the Hoyo purchase, saying that they are waiting for the defense to be broken. So it can't be him, can it? Chapter 57, I'm here for a job interview and you're making me lie down in a massage chair? Shugang Power, interview waiting room. The young man slowly turned his head and looked at Su Yang, who was tightly pulling one of his arms. "Dude, I just wanted to see if that bike share I rode over here is still there." Hearing this, Su Yang was instantly dumbstruck. "I'm saving your life and you tell me you're looking at a sharecropper?" After the young man finished speaking, he turned his head to look out the window again. "Mine was a great ride, and I got a smooth ride card for it. And I was afraid the interview would wait until the afternoon and the bike would be taken by someone else." Listening to the young man's words, the black question mark on Su Yang's face grew heavier and heavier. Just then, squeak, the staff member who had just dumped the paper form on the desk came in. "The person I called to come in for an interview." The crowd looked at the staff with anticipation, all hoping to be called. Ma Chenwei, Wang Hao, Lu Yang, Li Wei Gang, Su Yang. Before the words left his mouth, the staff member's figure disappeared into the waiting area once again. The young man whispered to Su Yang, "Dude, please let go. I have a job interview." Su Yang asked as he let go of the young man somewhat awkwardly. "What's your name?" The young man returned happily. "Ma Chenwei." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ma Chenwei began to rejoice in secret. "Great! If we start the interview now, the bike will definitely still be there when it's over. In the meantime, an Hyatt purchase. Your name is Jiang Shi, right?" The social cow oldtimer said as he looked at the resume Jiang Shi had placed on the table. Before Jiang Shi could say anything, the social cow oldtimer then said in an admiring tone, "I'm Li Q. Nice to meet you, the girl who wakes up at 6:30 and works out for an hour every day." Jiangxi laughed and lowered her head awkwardly. Li Kuei scanned the surroundings of the waiting area before speaking again in confusion. Why do you think there are so many books in the interview waiting area? Jiangxi sniffed and slowly raised her head. Looking around, rows of tall bookshelves were neatly arranged. The shelves are filled with a wide array of books. Jiang Qian observed curiously. Instead of this being an interview waiting area, rather, this is a library. Just then, Li Kuei got up and stood up. Curious, why don't we take a look around the waiting area? It looks pretty big in here. Jiangxi hummed and got up to wander around the waiting area with Li Kuei. It was a shock to both of them. More than just like a library full of books. Surprisingly, there is a self-service eating area. It's a very small area though, but it has everything in it. Not only is there a refrigerator, microwave, but there is also a coffee maker, self-serve beverage dispenser, and a variety of teas. The fridge-freezer section is filled with drinks and sandwiches. The freezer section was also stuffed with all kinds of ice cream. What shocked them the most? It's the innermost part of the waiting area that actually has 4 whole rows of massage chairs. Jiangxi was stunned as she looked at the scene in front of her. A small eating area is understandable. Interviewees who have been waiting a long time can pad their bar points first. But why is there a massage chair here? Is this a job interview or a treat? Netizens were also shocked to see the massage chair. Is this because you're afraid the interviewer will wait too long and get a back strain? This environment is much better than the Shugang side just now. In this comparison, the Shugang side is like a slum. Honestly, I've never seen so many massage chairs put together in my lifetime. Why is that man so nice to all the job seekers? Breakfast and traveling expenses are understandable, but the environment in the waiting area is excessive and a bit too outrageous. The judges, Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu, looked at the waiting area on the screen, dumbfounded. And Hyatt purchase is too good for the interviewer, isn't it? It's just a job seeker. It's good to give a drink of water. Coca-Cola purchase not only provides breakfast to the interviewee and reimburses travel expenses. Now, surprisingly, it offers such a nice waiting environment. However, unlike Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu, at the moment, Ma Yun was swishing notes in a small notebook. Job application waiting area, books, drinks, food, massage chairs. Though he didn't understand why Boss Fan was so nice to the applicants, but he thinks that since Boss Fan's strategy can hold the hearts and minds of the people, then he'll take notes in a little notebook for now. Take note and study it slowly when you get back. Wagyu purchase. Just then, Li Kuei and Jiangxi suddenly saw a familiar figure sitting in the corner reading a book. That guy is the cleaning boy, isn't he? Li Kuei said with a raised voice. Jiangxi squinted her eyes and looked closely for a moment before opening her mouth in astonishment. It's really him. That cleaning boy who earns $8,000 a month and $150,000 a year. Seems to be. Called Lin Yang. Before Jiangxi's words fell, Li Kuei had already walked quickly in the direction of the cleaning boy. Jiangxi couldn't help but read it in her mind. This man's social cattle attributes are so strong. With that, Jiangxi quickly followed Li Kuei. Before long, the two came to the cleaning boy. The cleaning boy, who was reading carefully, was completely unaware of their presence. Li Kuei cleared his throat and held out a hand. Lin Yang, hello, my name is Li Kuei. The cleaning boy looked up with a blank face and subconsciously shook hands with Li Kuei. Hello. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Kuei asked in confusion. Isn't this the interview waiting area? Why are you here? Are you going to the interview too? Jiangxi on the side also looked at the cleaning boy suspiciously. Wagyu shopping is now clearly open for business. Cleaning boy but not at work. Reading a book in the interview waiting area? Just as Jiangxi was confused, the cleaning boy spoke calmly. This is actually the staff rest area, because there are more people interviewing today, so we put some of the interviewees here. Jiangxi and Li Kuei froze for a moment as they sniffed. So it's a staff rest area. Immediately, the two of them exuded envy. Not sure why there are so many books in the employee break area though, but there's food and drink and massage chairs. Boss Fan is too good to his employees too. Netizens were all envious when they realized that this was the staff rest area. The man has never let me down with how good he is to his employees. It's another red-eye day, and our company doesn't have an employee rest area at all because there's no time to take a break. I'm so envious of you guys who watch Wagyu shopping on the air. Unlike me, who is a 2-minute walk away. Upstairs, can I hit you? Wagyu purchase. After pondering for a moment, Li Kuei asked with furrowed brows and extreme seriousness. You guys only work 6.5 hours a day and you need a rest area? Jiangxi sniffed and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yeah, the staff at Hoyo Purchase only work 6.5 hours a day. The boss still won't let them work overtime. Why is there an employee break area? Are they still tired from working 6.5-hour shifts every day? Chapter 58, a whole floor of stores for the recreation of employees? Wagyu purchase. The cleaning boy thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Actually, it can't be called a staff rest area. In the words of our boss, this should be called a staff home. Home? Jiangxi and Li Kuei raised questions at the same time. This is clearly the mall. Why is there a concept of home? Judge's room. Ma Yun's brows furrowed when she heard staff house. I just changed job application waiting area to staff lounge in my notebook. Now it's a staff house? The place is decorated to look like a library. What's that got to do with home? How does Boss Fan's operation make people more and more confused the more they learn? It's harder to understand than high math. Ma Yun put down the pen in her hand in discouragement. Spinning around, images of employees secretly working overtime behind Boss Fan's back, and Jiangxi backstabbing the director in order to prevent another reimbursement from Hoyu purchase came to Ma Yun's mind. Maru sighed and silently picked up her pen again. If it wasn't for Boss Fan's ability to hold people's hearts with his tactics, he wouldn't want to remember it. Never mind the staff house now. Let's write it down and go back and study it. Ma Yun swished and changed staff rest area to staff home on the booklet. Wang Jianlin looked at Ma Yun's serious note-taking and couldn't help but tease. Mr. Ma, employee home, have you learned it yet? Ma Yun, who was concentrating on taking notes, didn't say anything, but just shook her head with a frown. Seeing this, Wang Jianlin said triumphantly, employee home, isn't the meaning obvious? Boss Fan is trying to get the employees to treat the company as their home. Isn't this what we usually tell our employees all the time? Let them make the company their home. Inspire them to feel for the company, and they will be able to work harder for the company. Ma Yun sniffed and came to a realization, unconsciously putting down the pen in her hand and raising her head to look at Wang Jianlin. Hiss, so that's a bit of fun. Ma Yun already knew where the gap between him and Boss Fan was. He lets his employees call the company home in order to get them to willingly 996, but his family is just words, while Boss Fan is different. Mr. Fan has really decorated a home. It looks like a library, and it's really a good environment for working overtime. It seems that Boss Fan explicitly does not allow his employees to work overtime, but behind the scenes there is actually an area dedicated to overtime. It is also called staff home. Boss Fan is really a talent. Thinking of this, Ma Yun picked up the pen again and said with a serious face, I need to memorize what's in Boss Fan's staff home, and then I'll decorate a staff home for Alibaba too. Wang Jianlin looked at Ma Yun, who was taking notes, and said disdainfully, gifted students like me never have to take notes. Wagyu purchase. Seeing Jiangxi and Li Kuei's faces full of doubts, the cleaning boy opened his mouth and asked, do you guys know what floor this is? Jiangxi and Li Kuei glanced at each other when they heard this. After Jiangxi entered, she was followed by a staff member who asked her if she had eaten breakfast. Along the way, her stomach rumbled and she was too embarrassed to pay much attention to the floors the staff brought her to, not to mention Li Q, who nagged the staff along the way. It was at this point that the cleaning boy spoke up when he saw that the two didn't respond. Here, it's the 7th floor. 7th floor? Isn't the highest floor of Hoyo Purchase the 6th floor? Jiangxi immediately asked back. Li Kuei thought about it and followed suit. Right. Last time Bing Bing was here, she even went to the movie theater on the 6th floor. The two said, looking at the cleaning boy with even more confusion. The cleaning boy explained, this is the 7th floor, which is usually not open to the public, and there are more people interviewing today, which is why some of the interviewees are allowed to wait here. Jiangxi and Li Kuei sniffed and nodded. So, it's not open to the public. No wonder Ice only made it to the 6th floor last time. Just then, the cleaning boy spoke slowly with a happy smile on his face. A whole floor on the 7th floor is actually its staff house for employees to take a break. Jiangxi and Li Kuei were stunned when they heard the words a whole floor. A whole floor of stores for employees to take a break? This, too, is outrageous. The viewers of the live broadcast, hearing the words of the cleaning boy, also expressed their skepticism. Zoon do fake do. Why I don't believe it so much. Freeing up an entire floor for employee breaks? This is too fake. I don't believe it even if the King of Heaven comes this time. If there's a whole floor, I'll wash my hair upside down. Wagyu purchase. Li Kuei and Jiangxi were full of questions. Brother, are you kidding me? How can the mall empty an entire floor for employees to rest? Yeah, a whole floor is thousands of square feet anyhow. The cleaning boy looked like I knew you wouldn't believe him. Why don't I show you around? There's a bigger area behind this library. Jiangxi and Li Kuei nodded. The two then half-heartedly followed the cleaning boy. On the other side, Shugong Power. Su Yang and the other 4 job seekers whose names had been called had come to the interview room. Why are we waiting when we've been told to come to the interview room? Ma Chenaway took a long breath and said helplessly. Su Yan looked around with a slight frown on his brows. Do you guys think there could be cameras already in this interview room and the interviewer is testing us in the monitoring room? As soon as the words left his mouth, the other being 4 job seekers subconsciously sat up in a straight posture. With that, Su Yan also straightened his back and sat upright. The crowd was reticent and the interview room was silent. They all thought that the interviewer must be watching their every move in the surveillance room. Wagyu purchase. Jiangxi and Li Kuei were already shocked beyond words by the sight before them, because after you go through the library, there's literally a whole floor of stores. This place is called the staff house. It's not just the spacious, open library and the 4 full rows of massage chairs that were just there. Surprisingly, there is also a well-equipped billiards and table tennis room. A full row of pool tables and a full row of ping-pong tables are on display. Right next to it is the well-equipped gym, treadmills, exercise bikes, ellipticals, rowing machines, dumbbells, shoulder presses. The list goes on. The next thing that comes into view is the KTV and movie hall for employees' entertainment and relaxation. Surprisingly, there is a spacious and tidy bathing area next to it. Within the bathing area are a number of individual bathing studios. Each one is fully equipped with toiletries. The only sound during this tour was the gushing introduction of the cleaning boy. Although Jiangxi and Li Kuei were silent, their mouths were opening wider and wider. The shock inside was like a raging wave, one wave higher than the other. Just then, the cleaning boy proudly asked the 2. Well, not bad, huh? Chapter 59. Employees are more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the owner. Li Kuei and Jiangxi exclaimed when they heard the cleaning boy's question. More than okay. After work, not only can you read a book, get a massage, work out, sing karaoke, but you can even come in for a shower before you go home. After working downstairs, come upstairs and enjoy the recreation and entertainment all in one. It's too cozy. The viewers in front of the screen exploded the comments section directly after seeing these facilities. I don't want to leave. If I were to go here, it would really be like a pig in a poke entering the daughter's kingdom, and I wouldn't want to leave at all. Brothers, I'm a fool for watching this. Anyone who's been there say it's Zundu fake do? I had the honor of going up to the 7th floor once, and the live view was even more exaggerated than the live broadcast. There's everything, you won't want to leave once you're here. People give their employees a whole floor of rest areas, and our company deducts $10 a month from employees for drinking water. Judge's room. Maru put pen to paper. Pool tables, ping-pong tables, gyms. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu on the side had long since looked dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that a company had used an entire floor to build a break area for their employees. They couldn't believe even more that the rest area was so well equipped. Read a book and get a massage. Relax and have fun. Even a bath at the end. This, too, is incredible. Just then, Wang Jianlin suddenly widened his eyes and turned his head to Ma Yun. Mr. Ma, don't memorize it. You can't learn this. However, Ma Yun didn't pay any attention to it, still looking down and taking notes, until he wrote the last word and looked up to see the screen. Snap dash. Ma Yun directly placed the ballpoint pen in her hand heavily on the table. Don't remember. This, he can't really learn. Just now reading a book. Massage, fitness and entertainment area, he can still accept part of it. But now this rest area facility shown in the screen was simply incomprehensible to him. Only the middle of the screen. 3. Woo. 2 men and 2 women were sitting at an automatic mahjong table, happily playing mahjong. Jiangxi and Li Kuei stood dumbfounded at the door of the mahjong room, unable to say a word. It's too much for the human imagination. The billiard room, gym, KTV, movie hall, and bathroom just now were mind-boggling enough. I didn't realize there was a mahjong room, and that's just one of the rooms in the chess area. There are a whole 10 of these individual mahjong rooms. The netizens saw the mahjong room. First their brains went blank, and then they exploded. All sorts of comments poured in. The comments section was instantly flooded. The moment I saw the mahjong room, my cerebellum atrophied. The last time I was so surprised was when I saw Tsishi delivering takeout. Providing mahjong machines to employees in a company is beyond bombastic when you look at the entire universe. In this instant, my CPU burned dry. After serving customers downstairs, you turn around and go upstairs to have fun rubbing hemp? Directly shocked me for 10,000 years. Wagyu purchase. The 4 people who were playing mahjong turned their heads to look at the door. A woman with a woolly curly hairstyle said to the cleaning boy, Lin Yang, who are these 2 people? Come to apply for a job and I'll show them around the lounge area. It was at this moment that Li Kuei cried out in surprise. Is this Majong machine the Sparrow H88T0? The 30,000 plus 1? A man who looked to be in his 30s looked at Li Kuei. Yo, you know your stuff. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang, she said excitedly, you're the purchaser who refused to take a kickback in the first round. The man smiled. Yes, I didn't realize I was so hot now that I could be recognized. Just then, Li Kuei stared at the Mahjong machine and opened his mouth enviously. To buy a Mahjong machine of more than $30,000 just by saying so, Boss Fan is too good to his employees. 40,000. Touch. The male purchaser playing Mahjong touched a 40,000 and then stopped the game. With that, he turned his head to look at Li Kuei and Jiang Shi and said with some pride, I have sourced all the equipment for our rest areas and it is all of the best quality. You guys saw the massage chair, right? Alice A100S. There's also the sound for the KTV, the equipment for the gym. The facilities here cost a total of over $30 million. Li Kuei and Jiang Shi were once again dumbfounded at his words. Boss Fan really dotes on his employees. Other companies don't even always have employee break areas. The staff lounge area here is not only well equipped. I can't believe they're all high quality. Total cost of over $30 million? Li Kuei couldn't help but sigh. It's awesome. No wonder it's called Staff Home. If I could join, I'd like to make this place my home too. However, Jiang Shi was frowning slightly at the moment. She's not a child of the rich and famous. After graduation, it is even more difficult to realize how hard it is to make money. In her opinion, it's certainly good to create break areas for employees. But with these facilities, it's fine to buy average quality. Why does it cost so much? That's over $30 million. It was a figure that would have been unthinkable to her, who could rarely get more than $1,000 on her card. Jiang, she said softly after a moment's hesitation, the cost of these facilities, isn't it a bit they're too high? The cleaning boy thought for a moment and spoke slowly. $30 million is indeed high, but our boss said he did it to serve his employees well. Van Boss service employees? Jiang, she looked at the cleaning boy suspiciously. Boss Fan is the boss. This whole mall is his. Why is he spending over $30 million to serve his employees well? The cleaning boy said with a smile. Our boss says he serves his employees well so they can serve their customers well. Netizens have been leaving messages in the comments section when they hear this. Other people's bosses serve their employees by arranging a $30 million rest area directly. And my boss makes me do a 3,000 page PowerPoint. Our boss not only pays low wages, but also has no rest area at all. Typically wanting the horse to run again, but not giving the horse grass to eat. Bosses serve their employees well so that employees can serve their customers well. Another classic quote from Boss Fan. And a salary of $2,500. Talk about management? I think the classic is still that overtime is against the law. And overtime is depriving others of the opportunity to grow. Wagyu purchase. Right on cue. Woo. The male purchaser pushed the cards down and got up and stretched. No more fights. I'm going to the gym and then take a break so I can be energized for work this afternoon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Kuei eyed the Mahjong machine. Brother, I'll play for you. I haven't touched such an expensive Mahjong machine yet. However, the other three who were playing Mahjong got up. No, I'm going to get a massage and relax so I can be energized and productive this afternoon. It's so cozy. I take a break every day at the staff house and I'm inexplicably more energized at work. I'm not going to lie. Since I built the staff house, I'm more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the owner. Chapter 60 Mahjong machines are key elements that must be memorized. Judge's room. With an employee home, employees are more motivated at work? Can there be an employee in this world who is more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the owner? These two questions lingered in the minds of the three judges. Even though the four people playing Mahjong on the screen had already dispersed, the judges were still staring blankly at the screen. They never thought that a $30 million staff home could actually allow employees to start their own PUA. Can you make employees more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the owner? When employees have this mindset, then they are naturally self-driven in their work. With self-drive, their productivity speaks for itself. When employees work efficiently, the company is sure to grow stronger. Most importantly, this staff home only cost $30 million. That's a lot of money. And for the three public company owners, that's easier than drinking water. $30 million would make the staff more energized. $30 million would make employees more afraid of bankruptcy than their bosses. $30 million is all it takes for employees to really call the company home. They originally scoffed at the idea of a staff home, especially after seeing the Mahjong machine. But now, After they heard their employees say they were more motivated to work and more afraid of bankruptcy than their bosses, they all had an epiphany. Moments later, Maru picked up the pen again that he had slammed heavily on the table. Silently right. Mahjong machine must be bird in H88T0 for it to work. Wang Jianlin looked at Ma Yun, who had a small notebook to take notes, and suddenly committed a red eye. He regretted it, regretted that he hadn't brought his laptop to class. But this lesson is so important. Important enough to directly enable employees to take the initiative to increase their self-drive. It allows employees to really make the company their home. Wang Jianlin was unwilling. He was resigned to the fact that only Ma Yun had memorized everything. At that exact moment, Wang Jianlin had a flash of insight and thought of a way to take notes. Whatever, for the sake of the research and learning staff house, even if I'll be ridiculed by Mr. Ma, I'll give it up, Wang Jianlin murmured in his heart. Immediately, he took another deep breath and stammered a little. Mr. Ma, can you tear me a piece of paper? Lend me your notes to copy as well. Ma Yun snorted coldly and mocked. I thought you said gifted students never take notes. Wang Jianlin smiled awkwardly. He knew that this kid, Mr. Ma, would surely laugh at him, but even that couldn't stop him from wanting to study the staff house. Wang Jianlin cleared his throat. The Mahjong machine is too focused beyond my talent to have to memorize it. Before the words fell, Dong Mingzhu, who was on the side, took out the signature pen he was carrying and turned his head to Ma Yun. Mr. Ma, can you tear a piece of paper for me too? Meanwhile, fighting voice. A netizen named North Lane Ink Dai Turbid Wine showed a video of himself playing Mahjong on the 7th floor with a caption. Employee family members personally test. The environment of the staff home absolute sun. More than 30,000 Mahjong. Really good. Gaga win. Once the video was sent out, it went straight to the internet. In a matter of moments, the number of likes went from tens of thousands. It went straight up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. It then crossed another million, 2 million. 4 million. It continues to rise to over 8 million. Netizens, after seeing not only in the comments section, but also have to send private messages to the North Lane Ink Stain Turbid Wine. Family members can actually follow on the 7th floor. I'm envious. From now on, I'll only look for Hoyo employees. The environment of the staff house is really so top-notch that it makes my red eyes worse again. North Ink Alley. I'll give you $20,000. Take me with you next time you go to the 7th floor. As a family member of an employee, what a blessing. I'm envious. North Lane MO. You must have saved the galaxy in your previous life to be an employee's family member in this life. North Lane MO lay on the bed, looking at the 99 plus unread messages. Expressionless Versailles Road. Isn't it just a matter of being an employee's family member without noticing, and being able to go and enjoy a high quality of life of more than $30 million every day? They make it sound like how lucky they are. Zhengzhou. Outside the high-speed train station, the general manager of Zhengdong New District CBD, Gao Tianyu, politely extended his hand. Boss Fan, welcome to Zhengzhou. Fanny smiled and extended his right hand to shake hands with Gao Tianyu. Hello, Manager Gao. As soon as the words fell, the pleasant system sound rang out again. Ding! Employee house exploded on the internet. Employees are more afraid of company bankruptcy than bosses by capitalist research. Reputation value plus 50. Current honor value, 560. Fanny's brows furrowed. What's going on? What happened? Employees are more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the owner, studied by capitalists? Van Eyck frowned suspiciously. Immediately, he said to Gao Tianyu, Manager Gao, let's head out to the CBD and check out the grounds. Yes. After saying that, Gao Tianyu personally opened the car door for Fanny. After getting into the car, Fanny immediately took out his cell phone. He'd like to see how the employees are more afraid of the company going bankrupt than he is. After he saw the male purchaser's hand, going to the gym in order to get more energy for work in the afternoon, the corners of Fanny's mouth couldn't help but turn up. When he saw among the video, 3 other employees playing Mahjong got up and said, be pumped up and work efficiently. With the staff home, work is more energized. With an employee home, he's more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the owner. Fanny's eyes couldn't help but moisten. He built the staff house to serve his employees, but he didn't realize that his employees were also quietly rewarding him with harder work. Just then, Zhao Yong noticed that Fanny's mood wasn't quite right and asked with concern, Boss, what's wrong with you? Fanny turned his phone off the screen and turned his head to look out the car window. It's fine. The wind and sand in Zhengzhou is too much. It squints a bit. Wagyu purchase. After visiting the staff house, Jiang Shi and Li Kuei went back to the library. At the moment, the two are reclining in a high-end massage chair for a massage. The cleaning boy continued to read at a desk off to the side. Li Kuei said with his eyes closed and a look of enjoyment. This massage chair from AI What's is really comfortable. Jiang Shi, who was originally still a bit restrained, the moment she sat on the massage chair. Suddenly I understand what it means for the boss to serve his employees well so that the employees can serve the customers well. Every day after work if you can lie down for a while in such a high-quality massage chair, the tiredness of the day will be gone in a flash. Jiang Shi, who was lying on the massage chair, couldn't help but meditate in her heart. Over $30 million is obviously a huge sum of money. But at the moment how does it feel like a bit of value for money? The netizens in the live broadcast room saw the two of them lying on the massage chairs and exuded envious glances. Come here to apply for a job. First arrange for a breakfast. Then reimburse the traveling expenses. And now you can actually enjoy a top-notch massage? The testers on the Shugang side are sitting up straight in the interview room. And this side is actually massaging on? And they're using the LSA 100S. The staff here eats too well. The others are acceptable. But the Majong table and massage chair, I'm really mooing. I've said for a long time that the Wagyu purchase is more stable than going ashore. And you still don't believe me. I just saw that the fitness equipment is from Techno Gym. A treadmill for $300,000. Chapter 61, Big Brother. Are you majoring in crap literature? Wagyu purchase. Jiang Shi lay on the massage chair with her eyes closed, her mind involuntarily flooding with images of what she had just experienced. She first ate bread and milk in the dining area, and because of the bread and milk, not willing to cheat and pleasant purchase again reimbursement of travel expenses. Afterward, she and Li Kuei were led by the cleaning boy to visit the staff house. Now, she's actually lying in a high-end massage chair. Thinking about this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the beginning, she came here to apply for the job just to fulfill the director's task and to get paid for her work, but with a step-by-step understanding of the Hoyo purchase, she felt like she loved the Superstore from the bottom of her heart. She is now desperately eager to be inducted and to be part of the staff house. Jiang Shi took a long breath and spoke with anticipation. It's so nice here. I so hope I can work here in the future. Hearing this, Li Kuei, who was on the side, directly sat up from the massage chair. I came here before just to follow the trend, but now I'm really hooked on this place from the bottom of my heart. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Kuei sighed again. But there are so many people interviewing today. I read online that many graduates from prestigious schools are here. How can a college student like me compete with others? Li Kuei silently lowered his head. Jiang Shi, who was lying on the massage chair, was silent. She's seen the long lines for interviews today, too. While standing in line, I even heard the person behind me say that he or she had returned from overseas study. At that time, after Jiang Shi heard it, although there was some pressure in her heart, but not as heavy as it is now. Now that I think about it, there are actually overseas students who come here for interviews. The pressure in Jiang Shi's heart was like an infinite black hole, little by little devouring her hope of being employed. How could she possibly compare to those who graduated from prestigious schools and came back from studying abroad? She also didn't understand why these people were applying for Superstore jobs. In her opinion, these people should be going to industries that need elites like finance, technology, and the internet. But on second thought, it's not just the pay that's good here. And it's only a 6.5-hour shift every day. At least 149 days of vacation per year. There are awards for aggression. If you're not happy, there are unhappy vacations. Just what the saying goes. As long as the pay and benefits are good, janitorial is going to be highly skilled. Cleaning? Thinking of this, Jiang Shi immediately opened her eyes and jumped up from the massage chair. I have an idea. What way? Li Kuei looked at Jiang Shi suspiciously. However, Jiang Shi ignored him and went straight to the cleaning boy who was reading a book. Seeing this, Li Kuei instantly understood what Jiang Shi meant. It turns out that she wanted to learn from the cleaning lady who had already joined the company. Jiang Shi sat down across from the cleaning boy and said softly, "So, excuse me, can I ask a question?" The cleaning boy looked up and gave a soft Jiang Shi just couldn't wait to ask, "How do I get inducted here?" The cleaning boy sniffed, his brow furrowed in thought. Jiang Shi looked at the cleaning boy with expectant eyes. A moment later, the cleaning boy said in a serious voice, "Pass the application and you're in." Jiang Shi's eyes instantly dimmed in anticipation. "Brother, did you major in bull **** literature? Little cutie. We all know that after you pass the application, you'll be inducted." Just then, the staff member said in an announcement through the library, "The next person whose name is called will gather in front of the waiting area to go to the interview room." Xiao Zhong, Wang Cece, Lu Tao, Jiang Shi, Li Kuwei. The staff read a total of 20 names. Jiang Shi couldn't help but sigh when she heard her name. She hadn't gotten any tips on how to get started from the cleaning guy yet, and then it was her turn to be interviewed. Now, she really has no hope of competing with the highly educated job seekers. Disappointed, Jiang Shi stood up and with great reluctance made her way to the door of the waiting area. Just 2 steps out, I heard the cleaning boy say, "Doing what you love with a lifetime of love is the only way to deliver happiness to your customers." Jiang Shi looked back in confusion. What's he talking about? Don't want to reveal how to improve the probability of getting in even if you don't want to. How dare you talk about a lifetime of love? At the moment, Jiang Shi had the expression of a subway old man looking at his cell phone, confused and speechless, but the cleaning boy clenched his right fist with a smile on his face, signaling her to go for it. Netizens were baffled by the scene. This little brother is poisonous, isn't he? The tester asked him how to get in, and he said he could get in if he passed the application. Really tethered Q. Quite good looking, just a bad brain. Unfortunately, he also gave the testers gas? The testers must be feeling like right now, I was going to listen to what the cleaning boy had to say and use it when I applied for a job. Meanwhile, Shugong Power. Su Yang subconsciously glanced at his watch. 11:20. If you don't come, you'll really have to wait until the afternoon, Su Yang thought in his heart. Just then, a female interviewer with red-rimmed glasses pushed her way in. She walked straight to the interviewer's seat with a thermos in her hand. Knock. As soon as the interviewer sat down, he placed his thermos on the table. Then he spoke flatly again. Give me the form that was filled out. Everyone nervously got up and brought their forms to the interviewer. The interviewer mutely picked up his thermos and sipped his hot tea. The crowd grew nervous as they watched the interviewer's calm and relaxed demeanor. Ma Chenwei, who was next to Su Yang, actually unconsciously broke out in fine sweat on his forehead. Knock. The interviewer put the thermos back on the table and picked up their information sheet and read it. On the other side, Wagyu purchase. Jiang Shi and Li Kuei entered a conference room under the guidance of the staff. There were a total of 20 applicants in the conference room. For a moment, the live feed was in stark contrast. On the right, Shugong Power, 5 job seekers sit on the end of their chairs. To the left and Hyatt purchase, 20 job seekers slouch. Netizens brushed up their comments as they watched the slightly dramatic scene. Why do I feel that the interviews at Hoyo are so perfunctory? 20 people interviewed together? It must be because so many people went for interviews today. There are a lot of job seekers at Shugong. Why don't they have 20 people to interview? 20 people. Is this an interview? Or a meeting? Definitely, because there were so many people applying for the job. The staff started to be perfunctory. Judge's room. Mayan stopped the pen in her hand and thought for a long time before opening her mouth slightly questioningly. It's understandable that Boss Fan recently opened a new store and needs a lot of manpower, but it doesn't seem too good to face 20 people at once. Wang Jianlin nodded, his brows furrowed. If the interviews are not emphasized and the employees selected are not competent, Woyo Purchase is going to go from strength to strength. Dong Mingju sniffed and first looked at Shugong Power, then slowly spoke. The interview room at First Steel looks a lot more professional than the one at Hoyt Purchase. As soon as the words left his mouth, the interviewer from Shugong Power cleared his throat and instantly attracted the attention of the judges. Just see the picture in the middle. Chapter 62. Above 35 years of age. We do not recruit as a matter of principle. Shugong Power. The interviewer looked up and spoke slowly. I looked at your resumes, haha. At this point, the interviewer paused, crossing her arms to her chest, revealing her Cartier bracelet. She looked at the 5 with a superior stance. I'm more direct in my speech. The interviewer pauses again. The crowd held their breath in unison. TSK. The interviewer spoke slowly after a disgruntled smack. What about our state-owned enterprises? There are 3 principles of non-recruitment. 3 principles? Su Yang frowned slightly and looked at the interviewer suspiciously. Judge's room. Dong Mingju couldn't help but open his mouth to praise the interviewer when he heard his words. See, Shugong Power's interviews are a little more professional, and actually specify 3 principles. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun nodded in agreement. The two then turned their attention to the Hoyo Purchase. After seeing the picture of the Hoyo Purchase, the two instantly opened their mouths wide. Ma Ru raised her voice in surprise. What are they doing here? They're going to give out gifts to applicants before they even start the interview? Wang Jianlin also pulled up his voice in disbelief. I can't believe they're giving out a notepad and stuffed animal to one person? The words just fell. Wang Jianlin thought of the Majong machine in the staff house just now. This isn't going to be another one of Boss Fan's management schemes to manipulate people's hearts, is it? Wang Jianlin read in his heart. Wang Jinlin subconsciously glanced at Ma Yun and Dong Mingzhu. After realizing that both of them were looking attentively at Shugong Power's screen, Wang Jinlin picked up a pen and secretly took notes. Give applicants notepads and stuffed animals, white bears. After seeing that the staff was still distributing gifts, Wang Jinlin was relieved to move his gaze back to Shugong Power. He was curious about what the interviewer from Shugong Power had just said about the 3 recruitment principles. In the middle of the picture, the interviewer picked up the 5 sheets on the table and spoke slowly. First of all, the first principle is this age issue. Hearing this, Ma Chenwei, who was sitting on Su Yang's left side, and the job seeker named Wang Hao on his right side were visibly nervous. Su Yang heard the two of them take a deep breath at the same time, and glimpsed Ma Chenwei clenching his fists so hard that the veins on the back of his hands were clearly visible. TSK. Just then, the interviewer looked disgruntled at the information sheet in his hand. Wang Hao, you're from the year 88, right? Over 35 years old. We don't recruit in principle. Hearing this, Ma Chenwei instantly loosened his clenched fists. Luckily, he's 31 years old. However, Wang Hao hung his head in frustration. He's actually a PhD student in a power-related field. Only at age 35. I was thinking that with a PhD title, the age limit for hiring might be a little more lenient. Who knows? It was a direct hit on the head by the interviewer. Inside the live broadcast room, many netizens subconsciously had their hearts tightened after hearing the first principle the interviewer said. The first principle was stormed. So it turns out that after 35 years of age will really be abandoned by the workplace. I used to think it was alarmist until this year when I turned 35 and all the resumes I put out were stone cold. Proposed to change the retirement age to 35. When you're young, people say you don't have work experience. And when you're old, you're discriminated against. So it's damn hard to be a human being. Laid off this year at age 40. A buttload of mortgage and car loans. Hey, shed a handful of bitter tears. Continue to go to the delivery. However, the judges were in a very different mood than the netizens' sadness. When they heard that they didn't want candidates over 35, they didn't hesitate to express their deep approval. Those of us at Ali who are over 35 who can't get into management are basically laid off. It's definitely going to be a layoff. They're paid well, but they don't work overtime as efficiently or as receptive to new knowledge as younger people. Yeah, they're getting paid by seniority. Wouldn't it be better for me to hire a few more young people with their paychecks? In the opinion of the 3 listed company bosses, employees are no different from the cattle and horses doing hard labor. They will only consider how efficiently the cows and horses are working. Younger cattle and horses are more energetic and can naturally take on heavier work than older ones. That's why they have to update and iterate their companies and keep hiring young, strong bulls and horses to keep making money for themselves. See, the interviewer from Shugong Power paused after the first principle. The 3 judges then couldn't help but shift their attention to Wagyu purchase. Only the middle of the screen. The staff was handing out notebooks and stuffed animals. The applicants who got the gifts were all smiles. The atmosphere in the interview room was very relaxed and cordial. Contrast that with the Shugong Power side, which took one's breath away. At that exact moment, the staff had just finished handing out gifts to Jiang Shi. Next to Jiang Shi, a man who looked to be in his 30s and a bit balding then asked cautiously, please, is there an age limit for your recruitment? I won't face it if you guys are stuck on age. The middle-aged man's eyes averted, not daring to look at the staff squarely. Jiang Shi looked at the man who was full of embarrassment and had mixed feelings. I think he's been rejected repeatedly because of his age, which is why he's so nervous and embarrassed now. Jiang Shi looked around and realized that 90% of the 20 job seekers were vibrant young people. The kind-hearted Jiang Shi didn't have a superiority complex just because she was young. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man next to him with some heartache. She knows that men at this age actually need to work and make money more than younger men, because not only do they have a mortgage and a car loan, but they also have an elderly and a young. Just then, the staff sensed the man's unease, so she gently placed the notepad and stuffed animal on the table in front of the man and smiled. Don't worry, if you can notify you to come to the interview room, you won't look at your age, just your personal ability. If you're nervous, you can pet or cuddle this stuffed animal to soothe the mood. With that said, the staff went back to handing out gifts to the next applicant. Jiang Shi couldn't help but freeze for a moment when she heard the staff's words. So, it turns out that stuffed animals are meant to help ease the nerves of job applicants. Thought it was something to test. Jiang Shi couldn't help but hold the stuffed animal in her arms. Phew, much more relaxed indeed. The middle-aged man next to her with slightly moist eyes placed his hand on the stuffed animal's stomach. It didn't take long to put it up before the man let out a breath like a sigh of relief. He didn't think that with so many young applicants competing for the job, Hoya would even give him the chance to show what he could do. More than anything, he never thought that he, a 36-year-old man, would be so fond of a stuffed animal in his life. Jiang Shi, who was sitting next to him, vaguely heard the man murmur softly to the staff's back, "Thank you." Netizens were touched a few times inside after seeing the middle-aged man's actions. The stuffed animal is like a pause button for him to stop and catch his breath first. 35 is not scary at all. The fear is that we no longer have confidence. I believe that this plush toy will be able to restore his confidence. Giving you breakfast when you're starving for a job interview. A stuffed animal when you're nervous. Even if it's not enough to fix the staff home for the employees, it's actually so caring to the interviewers. Tears in my eyes. I'm so anxious about the interviews at Shugang, but I'm still comfortable with this side of Hoya purchase. Chapter 63, You don't even want an undergraduate? Give me the whole emo. Jiangju. Fanny was on his way to the CBD of Zhendong New District. Boss Fan. At noon we've arranged the best private dishes in Zhengzhou for you. Before Gao Tianyu could finish his sentence, Fanny interrupted him. Let's go see the grounds first, and dinner will come later. Fanny knew in his heart that if he followed directly to dinner, must have had to fight them tooth and nail. These people must have prepared a variety of ways to fool themselves into signing the contract first. Now that the new store is opening urgently, it's better to get down to business. Ding! The company's provision of plush toys to ease the emotions of the interviewers has been praised by the netizens, with a reputation value of +10. Current honor value, 570. The matter of providing the applicants with stuffed animals was still something that Puffy had suggested to Fanny. Puffy is manager Zhao's daughter, who is 5 years old. Once, Puffy came to play in the staff house and happened to run into a nervous job applicant downstairs. Puffy then gave her the little white bear she was holding. Fanny, who was reading a book in the staff house at the time, noticed a small head burrowing out from beside him with a roaring, milky cry from the evil dragon. Uncle Fan, did you miss me? Puffy raised her fleshy face. Of course I want to. Van Eyck didn't think twice about it. Puffy immediately raised her little hand to cover her mouth and laughed a few milky laughs. That's good. I thought I was the only one secretly missing you at home. Fanny's heart was instantly sprung. Puffy picks at his arm. Like a little adult, he told him about his experience delivering stuffed animals to job applicants. As soon as he thought back to little Puff's adorable beauty blitz, Fanny, who also wanted a daughter, gave Zhao Yong a jealous look. Seeing Fanny's eyes, Zhao Yong was immediately alert. What's wrong, boss? I didn't work overtime. In the judge's room, the three judges were oblivious to the role of the stuffed animals. They all stared intently at the screen of Shugang Power, waiting for the interviewer to say the second principle of recruitment. In the middle of the picture, the interviewer took 2 leisurely sips of hot tea, while picking up an information sheet on the table. Levi Kong, 27, is studying art, right? Aha. Li Wei Gang, who was sitting beside Wang Hao, barely managed to squeeze out a bitter smile. The interviewer glanced at him contemptuously. Our positions here, in principle, do not require an art major. Levi just instantly deflated. The forced smile on his face could no longer be squeezed out. Netizens witnessed the scene and swiped their comments. Not only am I an art student, but I just turned 35. I'd cry my eyes out if I came here for an interview. I'm an environmental arts student. 6 years out of school and 6 years unemployed. 90% of art students can't get a job. Art students have to go into business. Art students come from good families and are better off without a job than us beggars. And the pleasant purchase of everyone holding a stuffed animal, looking relaxed and cozy. The first steal to see my whole body emo. Wagyu purchase. The 2 staff members who had finished distributing the gifts took their seats at the interviewer's place. One of the older-looking female interviewers cleared her throat and the applicants quieted down. As for today, I hope everyone has a good time, whether or not they succeed in their interviews. The interviewer was full of genuine smiles and friendly eyes. Jiangxi hugged her stuffed animal. The corners of her mouth turned up and the corners of her eyes narrowed slightly. Having been through many interviews it's still the first time I've heard an interviewer tell a job seeker so sincerely to stay happy no matter what the outcome. Jiangxi, who was holding the stuffed animal in her arms, felt a wave of warmth surging through her heart. She would never have believed all of this today if she hadn't experienced it herself. Just then, the interviewer held up a notepad. Now, please look at the words on the cover of the notebook. Chansey looked down at the notebook curiously. The red lettering stands out on the gray cover. Love and happiness. Jiangxi scratched his head in confusion and turned the notebook over and over again, realizing that those were indeed the only 4 words. Just then, the interviewer raised his voice. The first question in today's interview had to do with those 4 words. Please talk about your understanding of love and happiness. And now give everyone 3 minutes to think. As soon as the interviewer's words fell, Jiangxi's mind set off 1,000 waves. Wasn't the answer to that question exactly what the cleaning boy had told her? Doing what you love with a lifetime of love is the only way to deliver happiness to your customers. Not only does it combine love and happiness perfectly, there was also a mention of a customer who was closely related to them all. Jiangxi was ecstatic. Turns out, what the janitorial guy said wasn't nonsense. He went so far as to tell himself the answer to the first question directly. Jiangxi straightened her back, and her heart was in the right place. At this moment, she was completely unaware that Li Kuei, who was on the side, was also determined to win. When the judges heard that the first question of the interview was love and happiness, they all frowned. A moment later, the trio shook their heads and turned their gaze back to Shugang Power. In the picture, the interviewer dismissively picked up an information sheet. Ma Chenwei, your major is electrical engineering automation. Ma Chenwei's eyes lit up in a flash. He's under 35. Don't major in art. But his major is a perfect match for the power company. Just as Ma Chenwei was secretly rejoicing. TSK. The interviewer spoke contemptuously. Your graduation school was a second-tier school, wasn't it? The interviewer dismissively put down the information sheet and picked up his thermos. In principle, undergraduate is no problem. But now our master's degree. Doctorate. At least, you have to be a 985 or 211 bar. Ma Chenwei's originally bright eyes instantly dimmed. The netizens of the live chat room had their own views on the principle of high education for the first steal. Are all undergraduates under so much pressure to survive? How can this make us specialists live? Companies don't explicitly say that they only hire 985/211. They say that they prioritize hiring 985/211. There's nothing to spout about this one. Education is not the whole story, but it is deeply correlated with an individual's ability to learn. Having a diploma doesn't mean being educated. Ability is more important than education. Please don't ever believe two things. 1. Diplomas and character are the same. 2. Lend me some money and I'll pay you back in a few days. Chapter 64. A woman is supposed to carry on her family's legacy. What's the point of coming out to work? Judge's room. Dong Mingju's eyes lit up with satisfaction as he looked at the picture of Shugang Power. First rule, don't be over 35. Second principle, don't study art. Third principle, don't have a low education. Shugang Power's 3 principles of recruitment were very much to Dong Mingju's liking. If you sift through it like that, the ones who get to stay must be good. Dong Mingju revealed a rare smile. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun nodded vigorously. These 3 hiring principles summarized by Shugang are pithy and efficient in screening job applicants. Yeah, it saves a lot of time. Otherwise any bull ******* would want to come in for an interview and delay it. It was at this point that the interviewer from Shugang Power once again picked up an information sheet. This move instantly attracted the attention of the 3 judges. Just see the picture in the middle. The interviewer held the frame of his mirror and looked at the information sheet with a frown on his face. Su-yang stared at the information sheet in the interviewer's hand and unconsciously took a long breath. There were a total of 5 applicants in the interview room. Just past 3 people by 3 principals. Now, it was just him and a girl sitting on the far right. Looking at the interviewer's demeanor, she should be even more dissatisfied with this person than the first 3. Su-yang couldn't help but clench his fists. TSK. The interviewer scornfully set the information sheet aside, even purposely picking up his teacup and placing it on top, using the sheet as a coaster. Looking at the interviewer's downturned mouth, his gaze revealed even more obvious displeasure and dislike than earlier. Su Yang's nerves seemed to be pulled tightly and firmly taut by an invisible force. Lu Yang. The interviewer called out a name contemptuously. Su Yang was instantly relieved. Lu Yang, who was sitting on the far right, heard his name. Though her heart followed in her throat, she still straightened her back with a smile on her face. The interviewer looked askance at Lu Yang. You're not working since 2021, are you? Lu Yang gave a somewhat deflated but his body still sat straight. I'm having a baby. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but follow suit. Although Su Yang was male, he knew how low the status of women with children was in the workplace. Su Yang worriedly turned his head to look at Lu Yang. TSK. The interviewer sked, picked up the thermos and took a sip, then put the cup back on Lu Yang's information sheet. Looking at a circular watermark left on the information sheet, the interviewer sneered. Having a baby, right, but you haven't worked in over 3 years. Does it take that long to have a baby? Lu Yang took a deep breath. It was a question that she had prepared how she was going to answer before the interview. Actually, Just as Lu Yang gathered her courage and tried to explain, the interviewer interrupted her unceremoniously. This expected salary of yours is even higher than the one of the second-year graduate and art student just now? Lu Yang still wanted to try and explain, but the interviewer wasn't going to listen. TSK. The interviewer said grimly. I know you used to do pretty well in the private sector, but then, there's definitely a difference between the treatment in a state-owned company and a private one, and you're no better at your job now than you were before you had kids. Lu Yang, who was frequently interrupted by the interviewer, was clearly in a somewhat off mood after hearing these words. However, the interviewer continued to speak with a contemptuous face as if he hadn't noticed. Besides, you're going to get a second and third child on a whim one day and answer the call, aren't you? You're not as good as those three just now. Lu Yang, who had originally tried to explain, silently hung his head and kept his mouth shut. The spine, which had been straight a moment ago, instantly collapsed as if its strength had been taken away by something. Although there were two people between them, Su Yang still heard Lu Yang's suppressed sobs. At the moment, as a male, he is also somehow a little heartbroken for this postpartum mom who wants to return to the workplace. Viewers in front of the screen saw this and commented on it from their own gender perspective. When a girl turns 25 or has a baby, it's like she's violating a heavenly law in the workplace. Women are supposed to carry on the family line. What's the point of coming out to work? I'm a man, and I think it's true that women don't have as much energy and stamina as men. But this interviewer doesn't have to be so snarky. Can't he just say it nicely? I would say in interviews that I was sick, had my uterus removed, and wasn't ready to get married. Who dares to have children? If you give birth to a child, you will be discriminated against in the workplace. Do you want to rely on a man to raise a child and a wife and 4 elderly people alone to pay the mortgage and car loan? Judge's room. Dong Mingzhu, who saw Lu Yang in tears, was depressed. It was a great contrast to the joyful smile I had just heard after hearing the three principles. The interviewer's shifty approach to Lu Yang reminds her of those years when she was alone with her son. At the time, she was just a salesperson for Jerry. On snowy winter days, she walked to and from work to keep her son from catching a cold. The biting cold winds did not defeat her in those years. The gossip of others did not defeat her. She fights tooth and nail to balance work and life. But she also gradually loses herself in putting her best foot forward. She became stronger and stronger and her personality became more and more of a man. But if she's not strong, if she's not as tough as a man, she wouldn't be able to make a place for herself in this male-dominated workplace. Those harsh winter days with my son, the cynical gossip, gradually came to mind. Dong Mingzhu couldn't help but have misty eyes. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin on the side were oblivious to this. They also didn't see any problem with the interviewer's attitude or words toward Lu Yang. Mr. Wang, it's also very true that women who don't have children, how can they have the energy and time for 996? This should be added to those three principles. Yes, women should definitely focus on their families and raising their children after having children. Dong Mingzhu breathed a long sigh of relief. A few more moments of anger in his eyes. She wasn't angry because of Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun's words. It was the kind of talk she'd heard too often on those snowy days. She glanced at the interviewer from Shugong Power with some disgust. Men don't get it because it doesn't have much to do with their careers. But this interviewer, who was clearly a woman, was so snarky. Unwilling to look at Shugong Power again, Dong Mingzhu silently shifted his gaze to Hoyu Purchase. Just in time, the interviewer from Hoyu Purchase glanced at the clock and raised his head to scan the circle. Time's up. Who would like to start with their understanding of love and happiness? Jiangxi raised her head slightly and looked around to find everyone with their heads buried. Already timid and shy, she lost the courage to be the first to stand up and answer. If someone starts a conversation, I'll be the second to say it right away. Jiangxi pondered in her mind. Chapter 65. The child was raised for me by the company? Just then, Social Cow Li Kuei stood up, his voice loud and strong. My understanding of love and happiness is to do what you love with a lifetime of love in order to deliver happiness to your customers. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rest of the interviewees cast envious glances. Then, silently, he bowed his head again. They didn't expect that in just 3 minutes, a great god could answer so well. This subtle answer all of a sudden gave them invisible pressure. The two interviewers looked at Li Kuei, and their eyes were also full of praise. That's a good point. Your name is Li Kuei, isn't it? No need to stand up. Just sit down and answer everyone. The interviewer waved his hand, signaling Li Kuei to sit down. Immediately, the young interviewer put a check mark on Li Kuei's resume. The older interviewer also spoke with a satisfied smile. What Li Kuei said is good. It fits our corporate culture, and he has given everyone a good start. so I hope everyone will speak up next. At this moment, Jiangxi's mind went blank. She had just decided she wanted to be the second to say it, but Li Kuei had already said what she wanted to say. Word for word. What is she supposed to say? Chang Sai hinted to herself to calm down and think of a new answer as soon as possible. It was at this point that a woman sitting in front of Chang Sai raised her hand. After the interviewer's eye signaled, she lowered her hand and sounded energized. I'm 28 years old and have a 2-year-old baby. Hearing this, the applicants around them silently lowered their heads, especially the female applicants. How dare she say she has a child? And it's only 2 years old. That's a big interview offense. Postpartum moms are a marginalized group in the workplace. Jiangxi raised her head and looked at the back of the girl in front of her in shock. I can't believe she just came up and said she had a 2-year-old? This is not the same as telling the interviewer directly, don't pick me. I don't put that much energy into my work. As a girl, Jiangxi though in her heart of hearts felt that these women who wanted to try to juggle family and career deserved respect. But in the workplace, such women really aren't very competitive. Just as Jiangxi was surprised, the girl in front of her spoke with a tone full of tenderness. I feel like my life is just full of love and happiness since I had my baby. Saying that, the girl also straightened her already straight back. Jiangxi could feel it. At the mention of children, the girl in front of her was incredibly proud inside. Just then, the younger interviewer hands the older interviewer a resume. The older interviewer narrowed his eyes at it. A few breaths. The older interviewer put his resume on the table and looked at the girl who had just said she had a child. Your name is Li Momo, right? Aha! Li Mengmeng gave a firm The interviewer glanced down and glanced at the resume on the table again. I see on your resume that you haven't worked in over 2 years, so I assume you're with childcare? Li Mengmeng gave a weak her heart catching up with her. What a pregnancy! Cuddling with a stuffed animal is too relaxing. How could she mention that she had a child at this critical moment? This is the first time I've been out applying for a job since I gave birth. This is definitely out of the question. Just then, the older interviewer returned Li Mengmeng's resume to the younger interviewer and quickly made a check mark in the air. The older interviewer then pulled up his voice. Li Mengmeng just said that her life is full of love and happiness after having a baby. Li Mengmeng sniffed and silently lowered her head. She felt sure she was hopeless. However, surprisingly, the interviewer went out of his way to compliment her. That's a good answer, and it proves that you are a responsible family man. Our company strongly encourages our employees to spend more time with their parents and more time with their families because that is the real source of happiness in our lives. Li Mengmeng raised her head and looked at the interviewer with some gratitude. She is truly happy because of the baby. She had thought that society would not allow such happiness for women in the workplace. So much for regretting my answer. But to my surprise, the interviewer complimented her for it. Li Mengmeng straightened her back and sat in a more upright position. The interviewer scanned the room for job applicants. Both men and women have a soft spot when they have children. We have also set up a children's room for employees with children in order to give them peace of mind. So those of you who have young children are perfectly comfortable joining the program, as long as you have the ability to do so. Having said that, the interviewer also showed all of them pictures of the children's room through the display in the conference room. Inside the photo toys, books, children's snacks, tables and chairs for studying. Judge's room. Dong Mingju looked at the picture of Hoyu purchase and wept sadly. All those years of working in sales by myself and bringing up my son. I didn't get a lot of looks. In those days, it would have been nice to have a children's room like this. In the workplace, it would be nice if others would be less cynical about themselves. Then she probably wouldn't have become as extremely strong as she is now. Dong Mingju couldn't help but speak softly. This children's room should be built for Jerry as well. When Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun heard this, they looked at Dong Mingju in surprise. What's the point of building this for an office? Yeah, the interviews at Hoyo Purchase were so unprofessional. With the stuffed animals and the children's room. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dong Mingju angrily rebuked. How is it unprofessional to buy with Hyatt? How is it unprofessional to help employees with their worries so they can devote themselves to their work? Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun frowned lightly. What's the point of being angry? It's inexplicable. Obviously before the interview, she was the one who said that Hoyo Purchase was unprofessional. Jiangju. Boss Fan. Up ahead is our Jiangdong New District CBD. Gao Tianyu pointed to a high-class looking mall in front of him. Ding! The netizens praise you for building a children's room for the company. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value. 590. When he heard the children's room, the corners of Fanny's mouth involuntarily rose again. Because the children's room was also built because of Puffy. The year that Hoyo was founded was also the year that Puffy was born. When Puffy was 3 years old, Manager Zhao's wife had a serious illness. Manager Zhao is a big man who has to take care of his wife and children at the same time. Van Eyck couldn't bear to watch, so he built the children's room. Miraculously, he realized that since the construction of the children's room, those employees who have children are more at ease at work and are much more efficient. It was even joked about at the company's annual meeting last year. The company helped me raise my child, and I'm going to work hard to repay the company for raising my son. The others sniffed and raised their arms for it. Thinking of the happy images at the annual meeting, Fanny couldn't help but sigh. That's the real reason the employees call the company home and are afraid he'll go bankrupt. It's not a Majong machine. Chapter 66. I am an accountant and my specialty is false accounting. Shugong Power. Listening to Liu Yang's suppressed sobs, Su Yang was apprehensive. Now, he was the only one left who hadn't been inyoned by the interviewer. The hearts of the remaining 4 were all zapped by the interviewer, despite Su Yang's confidence in his resume. But the interviewer's attitude made him cringe inside. Due to the gradual spread of tension and uneasiness, Su Yang suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. When the interviewer picked up the last information sheet on the table, Su Yang subconsciously swallowed, trying to relieve his inner tension and anxiety. Su Yang, 26 years old, Qingbei University. The interviewer slightly tilted his head and glanced at Su Yang. The look of disdain in his eyes dramatically reduced compared to before. The interviewer quickly moved his eyes back to the information sheet in his hand again. Yo, you still have a master's degree in new energy science and engineering. This statement is not overtly derogatory though, but the interviewer's sour tone made Su Yang feel uncomfortable. The 4 applicants next to him turned their heads to look at Su Yang after hearing his message. There was an unspoken feeling in their eyes, a mishmash of envy, jealousy, and defiance. This competitor, named Su Yang, had a resume that was too bright. It was too harsh for them. 2. Su Yang is not only 26 years old, still a master's degree graduate from a top institution. What made them most jealous was Su Yang's specialty, new energy science and engineering. This specialty is not only closely related to the hot new energy generation in recent years. This program is still a top-ranked top program at Qingbei University. Su Yang is young, has a master's degree and graduated from a top program at a top institution. Young and talented, so to speak, he has an impeccable resume. Judge's room. Dong Mingzhu, who was nearly out of control with his emotions just now, did not look at the picture of Shugong Power again. Instead, he kept his eyes on the Hoyo applicants and explained his understanding of love and happiness. Among the screens, some of the applicants said, "Love and happiness are dirty lies the world has made up to make you love life." Other applicants said, "Love is seeing yourself. Happiness is giving to others." Dong Mingzhu listens to these job seekers as they explain their understanding of love and happiness. She seemed to gradually understand why the first question of the purchase with Hyatt was to talk about love and happiness. Boss Fan is screening for people who are like-minded with the company. Other companies' first step is to screen for education, age, specialty, and gender. And Boss Fan's first step is to screen the minds of job applicants. Thinking of this, Dong Mingzhu read in his heart. There's something about the way Boss Fan hires that is so high class that it doesn't belong in the secular world. On the side, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin still stared at Shugong Power. Ma Yun looked at Su Yang in the screen and spoke with satisfaction. Mr. Wang, you see, once those principles came out just now, the talent was naturally elected. Wang Jianlin nodded in agreement. Marwan continued to chuckle. This tester will definitely get hired. His resume would be a steal if he was in our big factory. Wang Jianlin nodded frequently without hesitation. He studied power, now the hottest new energy industry. This kind of talent must stay. With that said, both men stared expectantly at the picture of Shugong Power. Pictures. Su Yang looked at the interviewer's delay in opening his mouth, and inexplicably gained some confidence in his heart. He thought that the interviewer must not be able to find a flaw to troll him. At that exact moment, the interviewer put down Su Yang's information sheet and let out a sleepy yawn. You have a master's degree, don't you? Aha. Su Yang calmly hummed. The interviewer then picked up the thermos again. Su Yang frowned slightly. Was the interviewer not satisfied with his education? Why ask him if he has a master's degree? Is it because he's not a doctor? Just as Su Yang was thinking, the interviewer glanced at the information sheet. You don't have any specialty hobbies, I see. Su Yang was filled with doubt. Specialty hobbies? During his undergraduate years, he studied in the library every day. During my master's degree, I followed my mentor on a daily basis to work on a project. How does he have time to develop a specialty? Usually I do play games when I'm free. But, can we talk about this hobby? Just as Su Yang was in trouble, the interviewer switched back to a contemptuous and dismissive tone once again. We have over 90 master's degrees and PhDs in our head office. You know that, don't you? Su Yang frowned slightly. It was clear to him that the interviewer's subtext was, we have a lot of masters and PhDs like you here. You're not much of a talent. Su Yang had already felt the suppression from the interviewer's words. The interviewer cleared his throat. Those master's degree doctors in our company are very good. They are not only English. Learning ability. All very good. They also play the piano, sing, dance, and more. These specialties are used when the company competes and runs events in all departments. The remaining 4 applicants sniffed and looked surprised. They didn't expect that Su Yang's such a glowing resume could actually be singled out as a problem. Su Yang frowned. Bachelor's to master's degree. 7 years of hard work. No better than singing and dancing? If we need people like that, why don't we hire people who are studying art again? Netizens in front of the screen brushed up their comments when they heard the interviewer say specialty hobbies. Taking a class and having to learn to sing and dance, rap, and basketball first. The last interviewer asked me what my specialty was, and I said I had a specialty in legs. Standard answer to this question. Overtime is a specialty and work is a hobby. I'm an accountant, and my specialty is false accounting. Is that okay? Upstairs, Fortune 500. Take your pick. Judge's room. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin frowned slightly after hearing the interviewer harshly criticize Su Yang for not having any specialties. They sensed something was wrong. Specialties are a plus though, but for a high-end elite talent like Su Yang, what specialties do you want? What's the point of having a bike when you've got a Lamborghini in front of you? Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun were full of confusion, but the interviewer from Shugang stopped again. The 2 men had to move their eyes to Wagyu purchase. The image happens to be of a candidate speaking. I think happiness is not having to work overtime. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun shook their heads in dissatisfaction. With that, it turned to Shugang Power. Pictures. The interviewer picks up the thermos. Purposely rolled up her sleeves to reveal her Cartier bracelet and Cartier blue balloon. The 5 interviewees sat across from each other, arms and legs crossed. They don't know if they should leave or stay now. The interviewer taunted all 5 of them, but it doesn't say to let them go. Just then, the interviewer glanced at the Cartier blue balloon watch. And what about your information? I've got it all. The crowd silently bowed their heads. Listen to the tone of the interviewer's voice. I think it's because they all failed and are going to be evicted. However, to everyone's surprise, the interviewer rose from his seat. What about you guys? Sit here and wait a bit. I'll go recommend the recommendations to the branch leaders and see if they're willing to see you. Hearing this, Su Yang froze. Isn't it 5 people who can't do it? What's with the recommendation to the leader again? You just stomped on everyone and now you're giving everyone hope? The crowd was all at a loss. Instead, the interviewer picked up his glass of water and walked straight out of the interview room. Chapter 67. It doesn't feel right. They're all trying too hard to get ahead. Judge's room. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun were full of doubts. The interviewer left Su Yang alone, which is still reasonable. After all, people's resumes are really outstanding. But the 4 that were left were clearly eliminated based on the 3 principles and the upbirth factor. Why do you let them stay now? And even recommend them to leaders? Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun were confused, but the interviewer had already left the interview room. So, the 2 turned their attention to Wagyu purchase. Pictures. 14 applicants have already explained their understanding of love and happiness. It was at this point that Jiangxi slowly raised her hand. At the signal of the interviewer's eyes, Jiangxi spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Love and happiness. Reminds me of the saying that the essence of love is a giving, and happiness is in that giving. The interviewer looked at Jiangxi with a blank expression. Can you explain what that means? Jiangxi's pretty face blushed. For example, Boss Fan gives 90% of his profits to his employees and treats them well, which is considered a form of love, a form of giving, and for the employees to reward Mr. Fam's giving by working hard and making $140 million directly last year is a blessing. Hearing Jiangxi's explanation, the interviewer raised an eyebrow. You mean what Boss Fan gives us is love, and what we work hard to give him in return is happiness? Jiangxi nodded gently. Yes, you could say it's a 2-way run for the boss and the employee. The interviewer was overjoyed. After interviewing so many candidates, this is the first time I've heard this answer from you. Great. After saying that, the older interviewer personally put a big check mark on Jiangxi's resume. The netizens instantly exploded when they heard Jiangxi's answer. Bosses and employees run in both directions. So envious. But the reality is that you can't run to it at all. The work is done by the employees and the money is taken by the boss. It's better to be tired of rolling yourself than to have a good boss who runs in both directions. Except for Boss Fan. The world's bosses are as black as crows. Jeonju. Grateful heart. Thank you for being with me all my life and giving me the courage to be who I am. Fanny looked at the many employees of the Zhengdong New District CBD in front of him assembled to sing Grateful Heart and got goosebumps. Why do you want the staff to sing this? Fanny asked with a puzzled face. Gao Tianyu, however, said rightfully, to make them appreciate the company for giving them a job. Fanny was shocked in his heart. He was about to open his mouth when he heard a system beep in his head. Ding! Netizens praise you and your staff for running in both directions. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value. 610. A two-way run? Fanny took out his cell phone and quickly checked online. After seeing Jiangxi's answer in the interview room, the corner of Fanny's mouth rose. I didn't realize that this tester named Jiangxi was quite good at talking. Under the guidance of the system, Fanny has long felt justified in treating his employees well, but he did often feel an inexplicable sense of happiness at the silent return of his employees. After the phone goes off the screen, Fanny looked up and couldn't help but frown as he looked at the employees in front of him, each singing with a sad face. Employees singing Grateful Heart to be thankful? If he and the staff count as running in both directions, then the owner of this mall is kidding himself. Shugang Power. The staff member who had dumped the form on the table earlier pushed open the door to the interview room. I just told the company leaders about your information, and a few of them think more highly of you. It just so happens that it's lunchtime, and a table has been set up for all of you, so please eat and talk. Su Yang's heart sank violently. He's a schoolteacher, but he's not stupid. He certainly knew exactly what the meal meant. The interviewer just now first put everyone down, and now he's trying to set up a hongmen banquet. This is trying to be a lion's share. He finally understood why the interviewer had to taunt every applicant. This is to create a sense of crisis in the candidate so that the candidate can give them more favors. Ma Chenaway scratched his head and asked, where to eat? The staff member said with a smile, Dear Stalker, you guys go as soon as you can now. The formal expertise interviews start at 2 p.m. With that, the staff left. Su Yang is not a local, so he took out his cell phone and looked up the restaurant called Dear Ming. Per capita consumption, $610. Su Yang took a long breath. This is a clear violation of the 8 rules. It seems that this pride of lions has a big appetite. The other interviewees also noticed the difference at this moment. After a few moments of silence from everyone, Wang Hao, 36, is the first to walk out of the interview room. Then Lu Yang, a postpartum mom who wanted to get back into the workforce, followed suit. Levi, who studied art, sighed before leaving as well. I could tell from their expressions that they must have gone to that dear restaurant. Just as Ma Chenaway was about to walk out, Su Yang pulled him back. Ma Chenaway looked back at Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head wordlessly. It was at this point that the staff came back into the interview room. Why haven't you two left yet? Su Yang apologized. I'm sorry, I have an emergency I have to take care of first. I'll come back for the professional interview at 2 p.m. The staff member bristled, a fake smile on his face. Good. Take your time on the road then. Don't be late this afternoon, haha. Before the words left his mouth, the staff member's figure had disappeared. Ma Chenaway took a long breath and said helplessly, Su Yang, I know the meaning of this meal, but you have a high education. You can be capricious. I'm a 2nd degree. I have to go. Su Yang looked at Ma Chenaway's resolute expression and silently loosened his hand. Judge's room. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun had also detected the abnormality at this moment. The principles of recruitment that they had just praised time and again were actually a deliberate tactic used to suppress the interviewers. Dong Mingzhu was also shocked in his heart when he saw it. She was just sick of the interviewer's vicious attitude toward the female interviewer. But never would I have guessed that she was actually laying the groundwork for violating the 8 rules. The 3 judges knew it by heart at the moment, but they all tacitly remained silent. After all, it's a state-owned enterprise, and none of them are stupid. The 3 of them silently shifted their gaze toward the Harmony purchase. Right on cue, all 20 applicants for the Wojoy shop talked about their understanding of love and happiness. The interviewer said happily, what about this morning? It's about examining your understanding of corporate culture. And in the afternoon we'll be looking at your professional competence. It's right on time for lunch, so everyone go get something to eat in the morning waiting area where there are meals. And the expertise interviews start at 2 p.m. Netizens saw this and brushed up their comments. The first round of interviews is over. Sprinkle Flowers and Hyatt Purchase are each holding a stuffed animal. So lovingly. It's hard not to be envious when the interview atmosphere with Hyatt Regency is so comfortable. Watching Shugong just now, It doesn't feel right. They're all trying too hard to get better. Chapter 68 Failed the interview. Directly sent 200 yuan shopping card. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Interview waiting room at Shugong Power. Su Yang, who was playing with his cell phone, looked up and around and realized that there were only himself and 2 other unfamiliar job seekers in the entire waiting room. In fact, during this period of time when Su Yang was being interviewed, the other interviewers had already been beaten down by other interviewers and asked to go to the Deer restaurant for dinner. Su Yang looked at the 2 men sitting across from him with serious faces. Apparently, these 2 weren't there for the hunky-dory either. Despite the fact that the interview time has come and gone at the moment, they are reticent and quietly waiting for the interviewer to arrive. Judge's room. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin looked at the picture of Shugong, their hearts as clear as a mirror. Think back to the morning after they raved about Shugong's recruiting principles. The 2 couldn't help but begin to worry that they would be implicated. So, to clear the air with Shugong, these 2 old foxes opened their mouths and said falsely, "This Shugong interview is also too unprofessional. It's already 2 o'clock. Why doesn't it start? Yes, it's so unpunctual. It's still reliable to buy with Hyatt." Hearing this, Dong Mingzhu pondered in his heart. Didn't they both say this morning that the interview with Hyatt purchase wouldn't work? Wagyu purchase. The 20 job seekers who were interviewed in the same batch as Jiangxi were already waiting in the interview room. Just then, the 2 interviewers from the morning walked in with the applicants' resumes. The older interviewer said in an apologetic tone after scanning the 20 applicants over, "This morning's examination of the corporate culture was not well met by 4 of the interviewees." The interviewer picks up a piece of paper. The hearts of the 20 job seekers were instantly in their throats. The interviewer paused. Wang Cece, Li Muran, Zheng Cheng, Su Lele. The 4 job seekers whose names were called stretched their necks. The interviewer said very apologetically, "I'm sorry, but even though I didn't pass the interview, I hope you guys bear." Before the interviewer could finish his sentence, the job applicant named Li Moran stood up from his chair in a huff. The sound of a chair rubbing against the floor instantly attracted everyone's attention. Only Li Marin said with a face full of anger, "I'm a returnee with a master's degree. Why don't you want me? If it wasn't for your good benefits, I wouldn't have come to apply for a job at this stupid supermarket." Jiangxi looked at the enraged Li Meiran, her brows gently furrowed. She clearly remembered what this interviewer had said that morning. "Love and happiness are dirty lies the world has made up to make you love life." This statement is completely contrary to Jiangxi's values. Although Jiangxi was no match for this returnee named Li Meiran in terms of the material aspects of life, but in her heart, she always believed that there was light in the world. The interviewer looked at the angry Li Moran and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, but your resume is really excellent. But your understanding of love and happiness doesn't quite fit with our corporate culture." Li Moran sneered. "Are you kidding me?" When this English sentence came out, the 2 interviewers were confused on the spot. They didn't understand English and didn't know what Li Moran meant by that. The older interviewer picked up a couple of cards from the table. And this is our. The interviewer had just opened his mouth when Li Moran shouted in exasperation. "You guys, what you guys? Interviews don't look at education. They look at ideas? That's hilarious." Judge's room. Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin were dumbfounded as they looked at this returnee master named Li Meiran. They didn't expect a returnee master to apply for a job at the mall. They were even more surprised that this shopping mall had rejected a master's degree from the sea. Dong Mingzhu, who had been watching the interview with Hoyu purchase in the morning, opened his mouth and asked, "Do you dare to hire such people who go crazy in public because they failed the interview? With a higher education?" Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin looked at each other. The 2 then looked at the fuming Li Muran in the screen and fell into deep thought. They have also come across a number of talented people who are highly educated, age and other aspects of their lives. But after recruiting in, it was found that their character was not working. People like this don't contribute much to the company, and they make a mess of it. Ma Ru thought about it. Education does not represent character. It's true that this kind of person can't be hired, but you can only look at the resume before hiring. You can't tell what kind of person he is. Can you? Wang Jianlin nodded. Dong Mingzhu looked at his notes and spoke slowly. "I've been watching Harmony purchase this morning, and these 4 people who didn't make it to their interviews are speaking against the concept of love and happiness." When these words came out, Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun instantly became interested and looked at Dong Mingzhu. Dong Mingzhu continued. "Boss Fan is trying to eliminate people with different philosophies from his own in the first round of interviews. Pick a group of people who are like-minded with you, which can greatly reduce the stress of managing later." Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun nodded plausibly. Dong Mingzhu slowly spoke after a pause. I think that's why Boss Van's employees are able to reward him, because he and his staff share the same philosophy and believe in love and happiness. Fan owners and employees? Love and happiness? Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun remembered what Jiangxi had said this morning. Fan bosses are kind to their employees as a form of love. It is a blessing for employees to give back to Van boss for giving. It's called a two-way run for the boss and the employee. Thinking about this, the two seem to have come to their senses. It turns out that from the very beginning, Boss Van has been straightforward in electing employees who know how to give back. No wonder Van provided the Majong machine. These employees didn't let the game get away from them. Instead, they worked harder. In return for his boss, he was even more afraid of the company going bankrupt than his boss. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun sincerely praised. It is indeed a good way to select like-minded people first without looking at their education. Learned. If you don't say it's still a professional with Hyatt purchase. Wagyu purchase. An angry Lee Muron glared at the interviewer before snatching the door. The interviewer sighed. This man is so hostile that he is completely at odds with our ideas of love and happiness. But, the interviewer suddenly remembered something and shouted at Lee Muron's back. Wait. However, Lee Muron did not turn around. The interviewer had to turn his head and smile at the other interviewees in the room. As always in the morning, I hope everyone has fun, whether they pass the interview or not. However, inside the interview room, the remaining three who failed the interview were disgruntled. Nice try, but how can you have fun without an interview? I've never seen a company that talks about love and happiness first in an interview. I graduated from 211 and you guys can't even look at a small supermarket in a fourth-tier city? The interviewer ignored them and picked up a stack of cards on the table. To keep everyone happy, we gave those who didn't pass their interviews a $200 shopping card from Wagyu. Chapter 69. One is favored. One is slaughtered. That's the difference. 3 unsuccessful job applicants froze momentarily as they looked at the shopping card in the interviewer's hand. I can't believe I'm giving them shopping cards? The others looked at the shopping card in the interviewer's hand and their mouths dropped open. They couldn't believe that there were shopping cards for people who failed the interview. Thought that Wajiasha said to be happy even if I didn't get an interview, but it's just lip service. I didn't realize that people are making you happy in a practical way. $200 is more than a day's pay for a lot of people. Can this not be fun? Jiangxi looked at the interviewer's hand, as if it was glittering with light. Shopping card. Thinking. Breakfast and reimbursement of travel expenses will be arranged prior to the interview. Provide soothing stuffed animals during the interview. Now that you didn't audition, you'll still send shopping cards? Thinking of this, Jiangxi sighed in her heart. Boss Fan not only treats his employees as human beings, he also treats the applicants as human beings too. Just then, the interviewer continued. More than 30,000 people have come for interviews today, but there are only a limited number of posts and we are only recruiting 3,000 people. So don't be discouraged if you don't pass the interview. Take your shopping card and buy something you like and have fun. With that said, the interviewer signaled the other 3 first-round eliminated to come get their cards. The trio walked towards the interviewer and incredulously accepted the shopping card. After looking the shopping card over and over, the job seeker named Cici Wang breathed a long sigh of relief. I've been to over a dozen interviews recently and failed at all of them. You guys are the only ones who care about the interview losers, and I truly appreciate it. Zheng Chang sniffed and choked. I really didn't believe in love and happiness before, but here today, from eating breakfast to shopping cards, you guys are gradually making me feel a human warmth I've never felt before. Su Leilei's eyes were slightly moist and she said softly, I thought love and happiness only existed in fairy tales, but I didn't realize it was real. Thanks. Jiangxi looked at the shopping cards in the hands of the 3 and envied them in her heart. Somehow, inexplicably, I have the feeling that I'm happy even if I fail the interview, and I actually kind of want a shopping card now too. The netizens in front of the screen saw the shopping card and swiped the comments section straight away. I'm raising a big flag for Hoyo, a $200 shopping card. Just give it away. The man never paints a big picture. Straight up shopping cards to make a failed interview a little happier. This didn't interview. Really won't be unhappy. Take the shopping card. Consider yourself out to play. Wohyuko is really a socialist business ceiling. Flashing more than fireworks. The shopping cards people give to people who don't pass the interviews are more than 2 days of my paycheck. Jiangju. Fanny, who was examining the location of the mall, once again heard the system beep. Ding. The netizens praised the move of providing shopping cards for the interview fallout. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value. 630. In fact, Van Eyck prepares shopping cards for those who fail the interview. partly because Fanny has experienced the frustration and loss of a failed interview. On the other hand, it was Puffy who had milked it. Uncle Fan, can you make the people who didn't pass the interview happy too? They look so sad. Looking at little Puffy's innocent face, Fanny agreed without even thinking. Just then, Gao Tianyu said triumphantly, Boss Fan, how is it? We have a good location here, don't we? Van Eyck hummed. This new area of Zhengdong is really well located, with convenient transportation and inches of land, but Wagyu Shopping is a mall for ordinary people. This mall looks too capitalist for his liking, and he disliked it even more that such a high-end mall would require its employees to sing Grateful Heart. Wagyu purchase. The interviewer said to the 3 candidates who failed the interview. All have fun. You guys take your cards and go to the mall and see what you want. The 3 changed their disgruntled attitude from earlier and thanked them. The interviewer named Su Lele even bowed directly to thank her. In the morning, they hadn't yet experienced what love and happiness meant. At the moment, the 3 of them gradually realized this. After the 3 left, the interviewer cleared his throat and addressed the rest of the job seekers in the room. What follows is that we'll conduct a specialized knowledge interview. Before the words fell, the angry moron who had just returned to the interview room, licking his face. That shopping card. Judge's room. The 3 judges shook their heads. Obviously she just ran off in a rage herself. Now you're back for shopping cards? That's it. A master's degree from the sea? Surely a brain corrupted by capitalism. At this moment, the 3 judges understood even more why Boss Fan had to screen out candidates with different philosophies in the first round. Extreme refined egoists like Murray Lee. No matter how educated or capable you are, when you enter a company, it's a curse. Thinking of this, Ma Yun said appreciatively, different paths, Boss Fan has taught me another lesson. After saying that, Ma Yun picked up a pen and tried to take notes in a small notebook. What was the gift for the job seeker this morning? Wang Jianlin glanced at the notes and spoke affirmatively. The gifts were a notebook and a stuffed animal. And the stuffed animal was a little white bear. How do you remember it so well? Ma Yun said in surprise. Wang Jianlin smiled, secretly pleased in his heart. Sorry for sneaking notes behind your backs. Just then, Shugang Power 8, the Hongmen banquet of job seekers, finally returned. The 3 judges looked curiously toward Shugang Power. Only the image of Mr. Zhang. Thank you. If it weren't for your enlightenment today, I wouldn't have been able to come to the realization I have now. You're so diligent and studious. You'll be able to do great things in the future. Su Yang looked towards the door after hearing the voice. Turns out, it was art student Levi Kong talking to his morning interviewer. Cartier Blue Balloon, around 50,000, in the interviewer's hand. It's been replaced with a Cartier White Balloon, 150K or so. When Su Yang saw it, he murmured in his heart, those who study art are really rich. A $150,000 watch is just given away. Su Yang put away his cell phone, and the job seekers who had finished the Hongmen banquet entered the waiting room one after another. Already 4 of the gods were drunk and high, all red-faced and humming a little tune. Lu Yang, who had been demeaned in the morning for giving birth, was lying on the couch in the waiting room as soon as she came in. Su Yang read in his heart, the interviewer must have had a very productive day. These people put up a hell of a fight for the big noon. Just then, a job seeker who smelled of sauce sat next to Su Yang. Man, why didn't I see you earlier? Su Yang coldly returned, probably because I wasn't there. The saucy job seeker sniffed and directly froze, like looking at a little cutie. Seemed to look at Su Yang. Netizens brushed up their comments at the sight of a room full of drunken, inebriated job seekers. It's so hard to be a human being. You get a job, and you have to give people some first. Many state-owned enterprises are like this. Otherwise, how do you think you can buy Cartier with a salary of a few thousand per month? While Wuiwei Shopping gives shopping cards to those who failed the interview, Shugang is trying to squeeze the interviewers. One is favored, the other is slaughtered. That's the difference. Chapter 70, Drinking Saucy Wine. The bitterness you told me about? Hoyo purchase. Interview meeting room. The interviewer handed Li Moran the shopping card. Li Meran sneered and left without looking back. Jiangxi looked at Li Meran's smug and angry figure with a great deal of emotion. There was a time when that awakening took place and many great men stayed abroad to advance their country. They could not see the people suffer. And they could not see the people being oppressed by the feudal government. They led the people to awakening and saved them from dire straits. They took it upon themselves to take up the national cause and break this nation free from the storm and the mud. But nowadays, some people who have returned from overseas seem to have been eroded by capitalism from the inside out. And they only care about their own interests. She was the one who was high and mighty and broke down the door. And she was the one who had the cheek to come and ask for a $200 shopping cart. Yokels are shown to be selfish to the core. Such a person is not destined to pass the love and happiness test. Jiang, she couldn't help but mutter softly. The greatest sorrow of an age is that intellectuals are reduced to refined egoists. Ahem. Just then, the interviewer cleared his throat slightly awkwardly. Apparently, she didn't expect a returnee to have the cheek to come back and ask for a $200 shopping cart. The interviewer shook his head helplessly, then sprinkled it with a smile. The next professional interviews are independent interviews for each person. Those whose names are called take their resumes and come to the next interview room. The interviewer picks up a list. The first to conduct a professional interview is Lu Tao. After saying that, the boy named Lu Tao got up and left the conference room with the interviewer. At this time, the live broadcast. The images of the two companies are in stark contrast. In the picture of Hoyo Purchase, each job seeker is sitting upright, waiting for the examination of professional knowledge. And in Shugang Power, everyone was drunk except Su Yang and two other job seekers who didn't go to the Hongmen banquet. It was a far cry from the demure look of the morning. Judge's room. The three judges looked at the two very different images with remorse. In the morning they both praised Shugang Power's interviews for being more professional than Hoyo Purchase, but they never dreamed that the three principles proposed by Shugang Power would make them rave. Surprisingly, it was the interviewer's way of preparing for the noon Hong Kong dinner, and Hoyo Purchase looks like an off-key love and happiness. It's amazing how effectively you can screen out scourges that are not good for your company. Looking at the Shugang electricity screen of drunken job seekers, Dong Mingju shook his head with disgust. Shugang was really unlikable. The interview was a mess. I blame it on me not seeing it in the morning. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun looked at each other awkwardly. Now that I'm getting older, I'm getting presbyopic. I didn't see it clearly in the morning, but now it seems more professional with Hyatt Purchase. I'm starting to get myopia from looking at Ali's data on the computer every day, and I don't see it clearly in the morning. Just then, the staff of Shugang Power entered the waiting room. It attracted the attention of three judges with bad eyesight. Just see the picture in the middle. The staff member spoke with a fake smile on his face. Su Yang, go to the small conference room next door for a professional interview. Su Yang looked indifferent. He knew that it must be because he did not go to the Hongmen banquet to take his knife. Su Yang followed the staff to the small conference room. In the conference room, 8 interviewers sit in a row. Su Yang sat expressionlessly across from the interviewer. This row of interviewers, 6 men, 2 women. The men are all drunk and the women are all decked out in designer labels. One of the women was the Cartier interviewer from the morning. The male interviewer sitting on the far left attracted Su Yang's attention. Not only was he a slightly balding, beer-bellied man, he had a toothpick in his mouth. Netizens can't sit still when they see this scene. The one with the toothpick in his mouth looks like a leader. The sauce-scented mousy can be smelled through the screen. The power company is really a fat job. All greased up. What the female interviewer is wearing looks more expensive than my life. Shugang Power. Su Yang just sat down. Bah! The male interviewer with the toothpick in his mouth took out the toothpick in his mouth and spit shredded abalone or shark's fin on the floor. I don't know whether. With that, another toothpick was taken into his mouth. Su Yang, right, you study new energy? Aha! Looking at the toothpick man's comical expression, Su Yang wanted to laugh, but still tried his best to keep himself calm and expressionless. Toothpick guy asked dismissively, which area to major in? Light and heat. Su Yang remained expressionless. However, there was a male interviewer who wasn't that drunk, and after hearing Su Yang's answer, his eyes instantly lit up. Photovoltaic power generation is not yet popular, but the country strongly supports it. In order to reach 35 years of carbon peaking, clean energy sources like solar thermal are better off applying for state grants. Looking at the still sober interviewer, he asked seriously, the type of photothermal system, you name it. Su Yang froze for a moment when he heard this question. Such a simple professional question is no less or even more simple than asking him how many 1 + 1 equals. But looking at the interviewer's serious face, Su Yang spoke up. The main types of solar thermal systems are solar collectors, including parabolic troughs. These 8 interviewers were all in the administrative cadre. Can't understand any specialized knowledge at all, but love to ask. A few more people asked some specialized questions that were a piece of cake for Su Yang. Su Yang all but answered nonchalantly. 8 interviewers nodded and shook their heads in a seemingly unintelligible manner throughout. It didn't take long for the toothpick-chomping interviewer to ask, can you start at 4,000? Su Yang revealed a dissatisfied expression and shook his head. It's not that he's not happy with the paycheck. He doesn't want to work for the same company as these people. He is a staff member of the program. but once the interview is successful is going to work in this company. Working in this kind of company is not conducive for him to concentrate on his research. There are all kinds of relationships and gangs everywhere. However, the interviewers seem to be interested in Su Yang's ability to help the company apply for state grants. The toothpick man changed his earlier disdain and said sincerely, "Think carefully about it. 4,000 per month. We do have a bit of a lean time here." When the interviewer said the word bitter, a strong aroma of soy sauce hit my face. Su Yang couldn't help but curse in his heart. Bah! Squeeze a few random job seekers and you get soy sauce wine in fine dining. I don't know how many red envelopes I've received in private. And now we're talking about purgatory? Seeing that Su Yang did not answer, the interviewer continued. We don't pay well here. But the connections. Boo! Just then, the door to the interview room was suddenly pushed open with force. The 8 interviewers jumped out of their chairs when they saw the visitors. The alcohol from earlier was also instantly sober. When Su Yang saw the visitor, he also stood up unconsciously. Because, the one who pushed open the door was no other than Su Zhongzhong, the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau's second bureau. Looking at Director Su's enraged expression, the interviewer with the toothpick in his mouth. The toothpick was no longer in his mouth, and he immediately changed his face and said with a trembling voice, Director Su, what brings you here? Su Zhongyang stared at the interviewer with the toothpick in his mouth. You smell like booze, and it doesn't smell cheap. The toothpick interviewer spoke with a smiling face. Director Su, I had a drink at noon. What do you want to teach me today? I'll host us for a drink when I'm free tonight. However, Director Su acted as if he hadn't heard, speaking directly to the inspection team brought in behind him. All entrances and exits are blocked immediately, and those job applicants and everyone in this company, scrutinized one by one. Immediately, Su Zhongyang turned to Su Yang again. You, first, ha? Su Yang froze in place. Su Zhongzhong signaled his men to take all the interviewers out, leaving Su Yang alone in the small conference room. Chapter 71. The judges hated to slap themselves twice. Judges' room. After seeing that the inspectors had all arrived, the 3 judges looked at each other. At the moment, the 3 are more worried about being implicated for having complimented Shugong's profession. Wang Jinlin was even more unconsciously remorseful. Sinning. What a blind morning. How can you say Shugong majors? Wagyu purchase. The interviewer came into the conference room again. Jiang Shi, come for a professional interview. Jiang Shi quickly got up and followed the staff to the independent interview room. There were 4 interviewers in the interview room. 2 of them were interviewers from the morning and the other 2 were new faces. At the moment, the live feed looked ridiculous. Obviously all professional interviews start at 2 p.m. The testers of Kagome purchase, ready to conduct the test of professional skills. And the testers at Shugong are being scrutinized by the inspectors. The whole thing looks inexplicably funny. Netizens saw this absurd scene and directly exploded the comment section. Shugong Electricity's testers are so pathetic. They didn't make it to the interview. They might have gotten themselves in. I don't think so. He didn't go to dinner. It would be hard to tell if he did. Who would have thought that you would be interviewed in the morning and under investigation in the afternoon? XSWL. Just look at the 3 judges in the jury room full of remorse. Can't wait to slap themselves twice kind of. Hoyo purchase. Independent interview room. The interviewer smiled and complimented Jiang Shi. Your comment this morning that our staff and boss van at Hyatt Purchase are running in both directions is very impressive. Jiang Shi smiled sheepishly and handed over her resume. The interviewer looked at Jiang Shi's resume and asked suspiciously, You studied Chinese language and literature in college. How are you interviewing for cashier? Did you write it down wrong? Judge's room. Wang Jinlin looked at Jiang Shi in the screen suspiciously. For a cashier, a high school diploma is enough, right? But this tester is clearly an undergraduate. Dong Mingzhu nodded. Yeah, she graduated with a degree in Chinese language and literature. She should be interviewing for planning, copywriting, or something like that. Wagyu purchase. Chansey paused. In fact, the show asked her to come in for an interview for copywriting and publicity. The cashier was something she modified after thinking long and hard about it at lunch. She'd been thinking about the cleaning boys line at lunch. Do what you love with the love of your life. Of all the odd jobs she had, her favorite was being a cashier. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi said, I didn't write it wrong. I like being a cashier. The interviewer smiled and looked down at Jiang Shi's resume again. How do you write 5,000 for this expected salary? Jiang Shi timidly lowered her head. Although she knew that the minimum wage for Hoyo purchase was 8,000, but she still feels like she's got 5,000 written all over her. In Jiang Shi's opinion, she has not been a cashier for a long time and is inexperienced. I used to work at a convenience store for $15 an hour. Long oppressed by the capitalists, she always felt that she did not deserve the high salary of $8,000, and some of her previous bosses were giving her work because she wanted less pay, so she thought that maybe by saying less about her salary, she had a better chance of getting in. After all, there were so many people interviewing for the job, and my own education was not excellent in every way. A lower salary is fine as long as you can get into Hoyo purchase. Thinking of this, she said sincerely, 3,000 would be fine if I could get into Hoyo purchase. The interviewer immediately waved his hand. I'm not saying you're overwriting. Our after-tax minimum wage here is 8,000. And there's not a single person under 8,000. She blushed shyly and looked at the interviewer with sincere eyes. I know, but I don't think I'm capable enough. Just then, the male interviewer sitting on the far right, wearing glasses, said, it's not up to you to decide what you're capable of. And since you're going to face the cashier, you'll be quizzed on your professional abilities as a cashier. With that, the interviewer took out 10 bills. All 10 bills are in the greatest color in the world, red. The interviewer spreads out 10 bills on the table. Can you tell which bills are real and which are fake? The viewers in front of the screen squinted their eyes and scrutinized the 10 red bills. I look like the real thing. I'm dumbfounded. The 10 counting machines can't tell the difference between real and fake, can they? I feel like all 10 are fake, because I haven't seen cash in a long time. 1 year HD 90 beginning of the fake currency flood. The boss issued $2,000 in wages, 3 are fake. Then really have reason to cry. The interviewer leaned back in his chair as he prepared to give Jiangxi a few minutes to think. Who knows? Jiangxi just touched the 10 bills once. Just quickly pull out 4 red bills. These 4 are fake. The interviewer's eyes visibly lit up. You specialized in it? Chancy shook her head and nodded again. When I used to work at a convenience store, receiving counterfeit bills would come out of my paycheck. Even though not many people use cash these days, there are still people who maliciously use fake bills. So I taught myself some. The interviewer nodded in satisfaction. Looks like you do have a talent for being a cashier. Jiangxi smiled coyly. The interviewer then took out a variety of cash register tools, POS machines, scanning guns, and electronic payment tools for Jiangxi to use in person. Chang Sai all passed perfectly. The interviewer put away the various cash register tools and continued. It's all about cell phone payments now. But there are many older people who still use paper bills. That's why mental arithmetic skills have to be strong as well, especially for small amounts. With that said, the interviewer took out many different denominations of change from the drawer. Okay, now pretend I'm a customer. She took a deep breath to ease her tension. The interviewer pulls out a drink. I'll buy this drink for $6. Give you 101. You find me. Without thinking, She took 95 yuan out of her change and handed it to the interviewer. The interviewer then tested several similar questions, which She passed with flying colors. Finally, the interviewer pulls out a bag of milk. This bag of milk is $2. The interviewer handed She a $100 bill. She quickly found and gave the interviewer $98. After the interviewer took the $98, he suddenly stopped and stared at Jiangxi. Jiangxi was inexplicably terrified by the look. She didn't know what the interviewer wanted. Moments later, the interviewer pulls $2 out of his pocket. I've got 2. Give me back that 100 I just had. Chapter 72. I come for an interview and you give me a reverse pay raise? She took a deep breath and took the $2 from the interviewer. The interviewer was secretly pleased with himself, thinking he was about to get his big break. However, She opened her mouth with a calm expression. And give me the $98 from earlier. 2. Numerous netizens witnessed the scene and were instantly confused as their brains began to race. The interviewer gave her a total of $102. She should have given the interviewer $100. Why did she ask him to pay back $98? I was ripped off like that, twice when I was a cashier. Shouldn't the milk be returned as well? You don't have to ask for milk. The interviewer has already paid for the milk. If you don't believe me, try it yourself by pretending to be 2 people. Oh, my God, I almost didn't react. This is 2 transactions. Buying milk is the first. 100 for 98 is fine. Trying to exchange $2 for $100 is the second time. And that's a problem. Jiangxi, whose pockets are cleaner than her face, spends her days finessing her life. Such small problems don't matter to her at all. The interviewer smiled delightedly. Okay, that's fine. Congratulations on passing the interview. Hearing this, Jiangxi's nerves, which had been taut, were finally able to relax. Immediately, the excitement came back like a tidal wave. She didn't think she would actually pass the interview with Hoyo Purchase. This way, you can be a part of the staff house yourself in the future. The interviewer looked at the corners of Jiangxi's mouth that couldn't be suppressed no matter how hard he tried, and pretended to be serious. But, the interviewer frowned slightly. Seeing this, Jiangxi's excitement calmed down a little. Why does the interviewer have such a serious look on his face? There's not going to be any change, is there? Jiangxi couldn't help but worry. You can't be paid at 8,000. The interviewer shook his head in feigned disappointment. However, Jiangxi, who heard this, did not lose the slightest bit, but instead smiled happily again. It doesn't have to be 8,000, 5,000 will do. No. 3,000 will be enough. Jiangxi originally felt that she was inexperienced and that $8,000 was on the high side. Besides, one's major has nothing to do with cashiers or finance. She was satisfied to have a salary of $3,000 to $5,000. Jiangxi was once again delighted at the thought of becoming a member of the staff home after joining the company. The interviewer looked at Jiangxi with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He thought this little girl was very interesting, that she had taken the initiative to lower her salary. But she's clearly well above that pay grade. With that in mind, the interviewer spoke slowly. The reason I'm not offering you 8,000 is because I'm going to offer you 10,000 a month and 200,000 a year. Ha! Jiangxi, who was still smiling like a flower just now, her mouth snapped open and her eyes were filled with dismay. How is it higher than 8,000? She clearly said 3,000 to 5,000 would be fine. Why did the interviewer offer her $10,000 a month? She used to meet interviewers who were racking their brains to maliciously undercut the wages of job applicants. How come this interviewer did the opposite? Jiangxi couldn't help but pinch the back of her hand. Hiss is real. The viewers in front of the screen cried out in disbelief when they heard the 10,000 monthly salary and the 200,000 annual salary. What's the deal? A reverse raise? Can I have a dozen interviewers like this? This dude is really an oddball. People don't want 8,000. They just want 3,000 or 5,000. And he's adding 2,000? Cashiers can get $200,000 a year. The exam book in hand instantly doesn't smell good. Isn't there a KPI indicator for the interviewer to press salary? How come it's going up instead of down? Meanwhile, the judges in the judges' room were so shocked that their eyes dropped out. They can't believe that an interviewer would actually offer a raise to a job applicant. 8,000 is high enough, but to raise it right up to 10,000 a month and 200,000 a year? This tester does have some cashiering skills, but as capable as they are, they're still just a cashier. That's a higher wage than a lot of skilled labor in their company. I would have thought that an 8,000 salary for a cleaning boy would have been outrageous enough. I didn't realize cashiers could get paid $10,000 a month. It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. Wang Jianlin's voice trembled slightly as he said, "Did I hear right? Gonna pay this girl 10,000 a month." Ma Yun's eyes were wide with disbelief. This tester, the cashier's ability is indeed there, but there's no need to give 10,000. People have said 3,000 to 5,000 is fine. Dong Mingzhu shook his head with a frown. If this was our company's HR, he would have been fired long ago, not thinking at all about helping the company save money. Just then, the interviewer from Hoyo Purchase cleared his throat and instantly caught the judge's attention. Just see the middle of the screen. Before Jiangxi could return to her senses, the interviewer said calmly, "I recommend that you start preparing for the cashier rating test as soon as possible after you start." Rank test? Jiangxi looked at the interviewer with a puzzled expression. She hadn't gotten over the surprise of making $10,000 a month and $200,000 a year. The interviewer now mentions the grade test? Jiangxi flashed her big eyes and looked at the interviewer with a blank face. The interviewer smiled. "With your abilities you'll have absolutely no problem passing the junior cashier's rank test, which is why you're being offered $10,000 a month." Ha! Jiangxi was confused by what he heard. She still hadn't figured out what the hell was going on with the cashier's rating test. How does one deserve to be paid 10,000 a month? It's a salary she wouldn't dream of. At this moment, Jiangxi even began to wonder if she had traveled. How is it possible that you ask for 3,500 and the interviewer gives you 10,000? The interviewer took out an employee handbook and handed it to Jiangxi. Page 28, Cashier's Level Recognition. Take a look. Jiangxi took the employee handbook and quickly turned to page 28. A form for cashier level recognition is clearly presented. General cashier, 8K per month. 15W per year. With minimal cashiering skills. Junior cashier, 1W per month, 20W per year. Ability to pass junior cashier test. Intermediate cashier, 1. 5W per month, 25W per year. Ability to pass intermediate cashier test. Senior cashier, 2W per month, 35W per year. Ability to pass senior cashier test. Expert cashier, 3. 5W per month, 50W per year. Pass advanced cashiering test and have at least 3 years of cashiering experience. Jiangxi looked at the table in front of her and was stunned. From a regular cashier to an expert cashier, my salary went from $8,000 to $35,000 a month. The annual salary has even gone up from $150,000 to $500,000 a year. She'd had a real eye-opener today. She was under the impression that cashiers were paid a fixed salary. I didn't realize that cashiers here were recognized by rank. It's amazing how the paychecks keep going up as you get better at what you do. Chapter 73, Cleaning has a banana fan. So it pays $500,000 a year? Netizens were amazed when they saw this great recognition form. This is so far ahead of its time. Supermarket cashiers are certified at all levels. Simply curious. What does a cashier who gets paid $500,000 a year look like? Can you count money with your feet? It's so awesome that they actually wrote the promotion and pay raise process directly in the employee handbook. Other bosses' promotions and raises are pie in the sky. But, Mr. Fans is the real deal. Jiangxi looked at the form junior cashier salary of $10,000 per month and $200,000 per year, full of doubts. I obviously haven't passed this beginner level test yet, so why should I be given $10,000? The interviewer turned the employee handbook in front of Jiangxi back one page. Page 29. This page details the skills and knowledge requirements that need to be achieved for each level. After reading the competencies required of an entry-level cashier, Chang Sai realized that she did have all of these competencies. Just as Jiangxi was carefully reviewing the employee handbook, the interviewer was smiling. You see, the $10,000 is what you deserve. Although the interviewer said this in an extremely soft voice, but it sounded like £1,000 to Jiangxi. This is the first time an interviewer has said she deserves a high salary. She used to humble herself and lower her wages to get a job offer. Once they don't humble themselves and give in, those capitalists will give the job to someone else immediately. Then he turned his head and scolded her for not knowing any better. At this moment, after Jiangxi heard the interviewer say that $10,000 was what she deserved, she felt respect. A kind of respect that I've never felt before in my job search. The kind where you were only supposed to make $3,000 or $5,000 on your knees. Instead, the interviewer helps you up and straightens you out, and telling you that you're worth $10,000 feels like it makes Jiangxi's eyes water. Thanks. Jiangxi choked a little. The viewers in front of the screen were slightly moved by this scene. I'll kowtow to the interviewer high and low if he reverses to give me a raise. Not maliciously depressing the wages of job seekers, but instead increasing wages according to ability. There is really being respected. Who understands the meaning of the phrase, "this is what you deserve" in the workplace? I used to be a cow and horse working on my knees. Now I'm a man working on my feet. Woo-hoo-hoo. That man really is a socialist business myth and really treats job applicants like human beings. When the four interviewers saw Jiangxi's mood was not right, they looked at each other and then comforted each other by saying, "Little girl, it's your own ability to get $10,000. You should be proud of yourself. Yeah, there aren't a lot of people who can reach the beginner level without training. Little girl, take the time to prepare for the test and try to pass the intermediate test as soon as possible. Yeah, after you pass the intermediate test, your salary can go up to $15,000 a month and $250,000 a year." As soon as she heard that her salary could still go up, Jiangxi couldn't help but laugh through her tears, her voice sobbing. "So, when's the rank test about? I'll be sure to prepare for it," a female interviewer said without thinking. "Once every 6 months, and the next one won't be until the end of the year. So just go straight to the department head to sign up once you're on board, and then prepare properly." The male interviewer who had just tried to trade $2 for $100 encouraged. "Based on your talent, you'll definitely be able to pass. By the way, the books needed for the test are in the library of the staff house, so feel free to go and read them." Speaking of the library, Jiangxi couldn't help but think of the cleaning boy who was reading in the library this morning. This morning she had wondered how the cleaning boy had been reading in the library. However, the entire time she was in the shock of being in the staff house, she didn't even think to ask. Now that I think about it, could the cleaning boy be preparing for a rank test? No way. Is there a level of recognition for janitorial? Thinking of this, Jiangxi unconsciously opened her mouth to ask, Which positions have rank recognition? The interviewer didn't think twice about it. All of our positions are skill level recognized except for management. And even janitorial gets $500. 000. Ha, cleaning gets $500,000 too? Jiangxi looked quite cute with her mouth wide open and the tip of her nose still a little red from crying. The interviewer smiled. In the employee handbook you scroll back. It should be page 54. It's for housekeeping. Jiangxi immediately started rummaging. In the process of looking through, Changsai not only saw the level recognition of buyers and replenishers, she also saw aquatic workers, salesmen, warehousemen, and more. Jiangxi's mouth opened wider and wider, and the astonishment in her eyes became more and more obvious. She didn't realize that rank recognition would be broken down so much into each position. She'd never seen a company that cared about the careers of bottom feeders. From average to expert, from 15W a year to 50W a year. Jiangxi couldn't help but feel a sense of certainty rising in her heart that as long as she worked hard, she would be rewarded. It made her inexplicably eager for the future development of her work. Finally, page 54. The level determination of cleaning is displayed in front of Jiangxi's eyes. At a glance, the level of cleaning is identified much like a cashier. They are also categorized as regular, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and expert. Salary is also 8K3, 5W per month and 15W 50W per year. Netizens saw the clear and unambiguous identification of the cleaning grade in the picture, which directly triggered the comment section. It turns out that the cleaning boy who earns 8,000 a month is just the most ordinary cleaning. Red Eye is back with a double dose of oboe. I can't believe that the professions of janitorial and cashiering can still be promoted. Originally, I was also self-compassionate that although the cleaning boy gets 8,000, he won't get a promotion or a raise. I guess I'm too small for that. It's so weird that I made fun of men as janitors before. It's my offense. I'll kneel down. The promotion path of others is too fragrant. 50W. No wonder she's willing to be a janitor even though she's so good looking. However, the judges in the judging room were very different from the entirety of the internet audience that was abuzz. The three judges all had their eyebrows furrowed. They felt the level determination was too unreasonable. It's incredible enough that cashiers have rank recognition. How come there's a cleaning too? A janitor gets $500,000? What? Does this cleaning have an iron fan's banana fan? A fan to clear the trash? Isn't that a proper big wrong seed? Boss fan? Just then, Wang Jinlin realized that something was wrong, and as if he remembered something, he quickly picked up a pen and swished it down. Cashier, janitorial level recognition, generalist expert, 15-50W. When Ma Yun and Dong Mingzhu saw Wang Jinlin's move, they were also impatient to open their records immediately. They've just been slapped in the face by boss fans' love and happiness this morning. I'm afraid this is another great learning opportunity, and they missed it again due to poor eyesight. Chapter 74. Excuse me, how many steps does it take to change a garbage bag? Hoyo purchase? In a separate interview room, Jiangxi carefully looked through the employee handbook, her face gradually covered with confusion. She found that most basic positions have level certifications that pay between $150, 000 and $500, 000 per year. She just couldn't understand it. Like janitors, salesmen, restockers, etc. How is it that these kinds of very simple jobs can command such high salaries? That's up to $500,000 a year, which is more than the management of many companies. After Jiang Shixi thought for a moment, she was still full of doubts and voiced her question. It's true that Boss Fan is very generous to his employees, but isn't it too high to give $300,000 or $500,000 for these basic jobs? Can the company really make a profit this way? Ha ha. The four interviewers couldn't help but laugh. In fact, the fact that Boss Fan pays us such high wages is the very key to the company's ability to make money. Ha! Jiangxi's mouth opened wide in shock, her expression growing more and more confused. She even wondered if Boss Fan had been in debt for a long time when he paid his employees such high wages. The interviewer is now actually saying that high wages are at the heart of the company's profitability? Meanwhile, the three bosses of the listed companies in the jury room looked at each other. They were equally puzzled by the interviewer's words. Paying all the basic positions that much and still making money? The three old bosses looked at each other. They are all very curious about how the company actually makes a profit when employees are paid so much. But when the three recalled the authoritative financial statements they had seen in the first round, it is true that Hoyo made a profit of $140 million last year, a profit that is in the upper echelon of the retail industry. Now the interviewer is saying that high wages are the key to making money. which is a trade secret. At that thought, the three judges pricked up their ears, gripped the signing pens in their hands tightly, and stared at the screen with an inquisitive face. Only the middle of the screen. A female interviewer with short shoulder-length hair said, "You don't underestimate these seemingly small tasks. It's never easy to do any job to the best of your ability." Jiangxi nodded and shook her head. That's a valid point from the interviewer though. But basic positions like these in supermarkets, no amount of meticulousness is worth $300, 000 or $500, 000 a year, is it? Another female interviewer with a high ponytail explained. I used to be a jewelry salesman, so let's take this jewelry salesman as an example. The interviewer pointed to the employee handbook, and the page stopped just short of the Great Recognition page for jewelry salespersons. The essential professional skill for a jewelry salesman is visual inspection. Visual inspection? Chang Sai pondered. Is it a visual inspection of the jewelry material or something like that? The high ponytailed interviewer waved her hand. Those are the most common and basic, and to move up in level, you have to be able to visually measure the size. Size? Jiangxi looked at the interviewer with a puzzled face. The high ponytailed interviewer explained. Visual inspection of a necklace, for example, requires the salesperson to be able to tell at a glance how many inches the customer is wearing, and that size has to be worn just right, and at a glance has to be judged with precision. Jiangxi nodded with seeming understanding, though she hadn't worn a necklace before and wasn't sure how many inches would be appropriate for her. But this skill of being able to tell the size of a necklace at a glance was truly unknown to her. The high ponytailed interviewer glanced at Jiangxi's fingers, and eyeballing the ring. You're a slimmer finger. I can tell right away that you'd fit a size 11 ring. Chang Sai raised her hand slightly and turned it over and over, examining her fingers. The high ponytailed interviewer continued to explain at length. And skin tone. White skin like yours isn't picky about color, but Murray will look more radiant. Yellow skin like me is suitable for green and purple system. Can enhance the temperament. Yellow skin absolutely cannot wear yellow system. It will look more colorless. Then again, dark-skinned customers need to be styled in gorgeous colors and should never wear lighter shades. There are also skin tones that are reddish, suitable for light and cool colors. Color saturation should be high. Cannot wear red and purplish. All of this requires an accurate judgment by the salesman at a glance. Jiangxi couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Size from the necklace, to the ring size, then to the colors that work for different skin tones. These actually require the salesman to tell them apart at a glance. Jiangxi couldn't help but nod her head in praise. It is indeed a bit impressive. The high ponytailed interviewer said proudly. Wouldn't this eliminate the need to bother customers with measuring sizes and picking colors? Our jewelry section is all chain brands, but many customers are willing to buy from us. Some customers even travel from out of town, not only because of our great service attitude, but most importantly because we can provide the ultimate in professionalism. Netizens listened to the patient and careful explanation of the high ponytailed interviewer and agreed. I went to a certain Fengxiang, and the counter girl didn't know what she was talking about, and she was dog-eared. Can those jewelry brands come and learn? No wonder a female customer said earlier that she specifically drove 2 hours from Zhengzhou to come here to buy jewelry. It's hard not to love it because of the great attitude and professionalism. Just then, the male interviewer with the glasses spoke up. Take janitorial again as an example. Changing garbage bags. Sounds simple, doesn't it? How many steps do you think it takes? Chang Sai thought about it in a decent manner. Remove the trash bag inside first. Get out a new trash bag again. Finally, put the new garbage bag on. Jiangxi gestured a number 3 with her right hand and said with great certainty, 3 steps. However, all 4 interviewers shook their heads. The male interviewer wearing glasses gestured with his right hand in a pistol position. 8 steps. Ha! Jiangxi instantly froze. It takes 8 steps to change a garbage bag? Is this a garbage bag change or a science experiment? It's not like there were 8 steps in chemistry lab class in high school. In the judging room, the 3 judges heard 8 steps. Just a moment ago, they were still in the writing of the words. They froze in a flash. A jewelry salesman can tell the size and color at a glance even if it's not. Does it actually take 8 steps for janitorial to change a garbage bag? Snap! Wang Jianlin was so stunned that his jaw dropped, and the pen in his hand even fell directly to the ground. Wang Jianlin quickly bent down and picked up the pen. Mr. Ma, can you tear me another piece of paper? It takes 8 steps to change a garbage bag, and 1 piece of paper isn't enough to keep track of it. Dong Mingzhu also spoke pleadingly. Mr. Ma, tear me another one too. I don't have enough to remember here either. However, Ma Yun didn't pay any attention to them and instead turned on her pretending attribute again. Don't argue. You're wasting time tearing up paper. I'll copy it for you when I'm done memorizing it. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu looked at Ma Yun with some resentment. I'm sorry. How did I forget my laptop today? The two took a deep breath and pushed their anger down. Spinning around, the two gathered around Ma Yun again. While looking at the screen, he watched Marwan take notes, afraid he'd missed some key point. Pictures. Chapter 75, Throwing a Piece of Trash. You talk to me about strength and posture? The male interviewer held up his glasses and pointed to a trash can in the corner of the interview room. We have trash cans like this all over the company. Jiangxi looked in the direction of the interviewer's finger. It was a tall cylindrical silver trash can. The first step is to lift the trash can and put a padded cloth under it. Padded cloth? Jiangxi looked at the interviewer quizzically. The interviewer nodded gently. Yes, this is to prevent any trash from falling out during the process of picking up the trash bags. And if it does, it will take time to clean up and will delay the customer. Jiangxi looked at the interviewer with some surprise. That first step makes all the difference. She usually changes trash bags around the house and trash does fall out from time to time. Trash bags that are of poor quality may even leak all the way out directly from underneath. But it never occurred to her to pad something first. The interviewer pointed again to the trash can in the corner. You see, our trash cans are divided into upper and lower sections. 2 parts? Chansey looked toward the trash can again. A little nearsighted. And squinted. It is indeed up and down. There is a tiny slit in the center. The male interviewer continued. We definitely don't allow our garbage to be put out full and then replaced. And it affects our customers if we put it out full and then replace it. No one wants to throw out a piece of trash only to see the trash can overflowing. Right? Jiangxi imagined garbage overflowing and flies flying everywhere. Indeed. It's disgusting. It seriously affects the customer's shopping experience. The male interviewer continued. So the second step is before the trash is over that gap. Just take the top half of the trash can off and put it on a padded cloth. And make sure you put it on a padded cloth or you'll get the floor dirty and have to hold up incoming customers again. Jiangxi nodded seriously. The male interviewer gestured an okay and continued. The third step is to tighten the garbage bag and throw it inside the garbage truck. This is an easy step. Just lift and throw. Jiangxi looked certain. The male interviewer, however, shook his head. Simple? There are requirements for strength, standing position, manner of fastening, sealing of garbage, etc. Jiangxi, who had been firm just a moment ago, her pretty face reddened. Suddenly I feel like a cutie. What's with all the technical terms for taking out the trash? Sealing, standing position, fastening method. These are things she never thinks about. Surprisingly, they are all within the grade test. Fine. Really too fine. Jiangxi counted on his fingers. The first step is to lay the mat. Step 2, take the top half off. Step 3, throw out the trash. This is only the third step? Jiangxi looked at the interviewer in surprise. The male interviewer nodded. Step 4, take a clean garbage bag. Open it and shake it twice to fill it with air. The interviewer speaks while performing an objectless demonstration in the air. Jiangxi didn't understand why it had to be filled with air, but curiosity drove her to look at it attentively. Step 5, hold the mouth of the garbage bag tightly to gather air inside and place it in the trash can and press it down. Putting an air-filled garbage bag in the trash can and pressing it? Why? Jiangxi asked suspiciously. The male interviewer smiled smugly and continued his objectless demonstration in the air. This is for step 6. Think about it. If there is air in the bag, the walls of the bucket and the garbage bag will be very convincing after pressing in the bucket. Jiangxi imagined it in her head. It does seem to be the case. If the garbage bag is propped open, put it into the trash can and press it, then the trash bag naturally fits to the wall of the trash can. She used to just put the garbage bag over it, causes the garbage bag to not fit against the wall of the bucket. The parts that don't fit are filled with air, significantly reduces the amount of storage space available for garbage bags. Thinking of this, Jiangxi unconsciously gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Learned. The corners of the male interviewer's mouth turned up. The next 2 steps are relatively easy. And in step 7, the mouth of the garbage bag opens up and wraps around the wall of the trash can in reverse. Step 8, press on the top half of what you just took off. The male interviewer's words had fallen, but Jiangxi continued to look at the male interviewer expectantly. She still seems to have a bit of a hangover. Netizens heard the 8 steps and gasped directly in the comments section. Stunned. I didn't realize that changing garbage bags was meticulous work. You should be rewarded. You should be rewarded. I blew a burnt steel. No wonder people get paid well for cleaning. Too meticulous. Too civilized. In this comparison, it feels like I'm still an unevolved ape. Sister, Is this way of exchanging garbage bags city? It's so city. Bullseye. I'm lying in bed and I'm calling out to the insiders. In the judge's room, Ma Yun's quill was shaking with smoke. The three judges actually split up the work in order not to miss every detail. Jianlin Wang is responsible for memorizing steps 1, 3, 5, and 7. Dong Mingzhu is responsible for memorizing steps 2, 4, 6, and 8. The two men took turns reciting to Ma Yun. Ma Yun is in charge of the records. Phew. After the last word was penned, all three took a long breath. Finally, the memorization is done. It's amazing how many steps it takes to change a garbage bag. Ma Yun slumped in her chair. Wang Jianlin said impatiently, I have to write it down. Go back and let all the housekeeping of Wanda study and learn. Mr. Ma, I'll tear a piece of paper and copy it myself. Ma Ru waved her hand. You tear it up. I'll take a break. However, just then, the male interviewer on the screen spoke again. Marlene sat up straight for a second and picked up her pen. Give me back my notebook first. You can copy it when it's over. After getting her notebook, Marwan picked up her pen again and stared intently at the screen. Only the middle of the screen. The male interviewer with glasses spoke slowly. In fact, rather than being a company, Hoyo Purchase is more of a school here. The other three interviewers nodded approvingly. It really is a school where everyone is constantly learning and improving in their positions. Not only did we improve our abilities, but we were able to increase our paychecks. I want to work harder after every pay raise. Like this little girl said this morning. Boss Fan gives us a raise. We try to improve to give back to Boss Fan. It's a two-way run for employees and bosses. However, when Jiangxi heard this, she shook her head and spoke firmly. It's not a two-way run. The four interviewers looked at her quizzically. Chang Sai said with a somewhat playful smile. Boss Fan pays his employees well and treats them well. And the employees work hard and keep improving themselves in return to Boss Fan. At the same time, the customer enjoys the ultimate service, which is a three-way run. Chapter 76 Becoming like this was forced by Boss Fan. Meanwhile, Fighting Voice. A netizen named Will Enter the Wine at Cup Mo Stop posted a video. The video was a direct hit on the internet when it was released. The video opens with Will Enter the Wine at Cup Mo Stop talking to the camera. Tell everyone a secret. He. Shogun couldn't help the corners of his mouth from turning up. I started a cleaning company last year, only hiring cleaners who retired from Hoyo Purchase. And now my company has gone straight to no. One in Yudu. With that said, Will Enter the Wine at Cup of Wine cuts the camera back to the rear. Just see the video among. It was a couple of cleaning ants doing cleaning work for a company called Cup Mo Stop Cleaning. Shogun approached an ant who was cleaning the glass of the front door with her cell phone raised. Auntie Zhang. Now the internet is saying that the highest annual salary for the cleaning of Hoyu Purchase can be given $500,000. How much did you have before? Auntie Zhang smiled. 300,000 after my last year of promotion. Shogun sounded surprised. This glass in our company. You cleaned it better than new. I thought you could get $500,000. Auntie Zhang turned and pointed to an ant who was scrubbing the floor. $500,000 right there. Will Into Wine focuses the camera on a janitor who is scrubbing the floor. From a distance, it looked like nothing more than a cleaning lady wiping the floor with a rag. But as the camera gradually got closer, it became clear that the ant was not scrubbing the floor. She was scrubbing the gaps between the floors. It's in the seam. And extremely serious. There was also a bamboo skewer in his hand to clean the stains between the cracks in the floor. Will Into the Wine with a paper towel on the floor with a hard wipe. The paper towel is white as ever. Awesome. Shogun gave an involuntary sigh of approval. Auntie Wang, isn't it hard for you to squat on the ground and wipe like this? With all these people coming and going, looking at you like this, don't you feel embarrassed? Auntie Wang responded as she scrubbed the floor. I was going to be so old that I would just hang out as a janitor and live an uneventful life. It's nice to live an uneventful life, Shogun said from the bottom of his heart. However, Auntie Wang stopped what she was doing and tilted her head. But who knew I'd meet Boss Fan? Who forced me to improve and learn with high wages? General Jinzhou was about to open his mouth, but Aunt Wang said in a serious manner, now it's better to push and push and push and push. And at a handful of years old, it's too bland to be bland. Everything is there. Professional skills and abundance. In the words of the young people of Nim, I've been forced to go to the top of my life. Shogun was speechless for a moment. It's a rear-facing lens, though, and doesn't capture his face. But one could still imagine the dumbfounded trifecta of questions on Shogun's face at the moment. What's going on? What's going on? Why does it feel wrong? Netizens saw the video and frantically liked and retweeted it. It sent the video straight to the top 10 of the Hot 100. then it went straight to the top 5, top 3. Second, it ended up topping the Hot 100, hot search terms. Hashtag I'm too old to be bland hashtag. The total number of comments is even higher at over 5 million. How does it sound to me like Auntie Wang is talking about being forced by boss Fan? But in reality, she's showing off something. Auntie Wang scrubs the floor cleaner than my colleague Wang airs washcloth. Shogun Wine is really a business wizard. Recruitment of a janitor who retired from Wool Hyatt Purchase. The pattern has opened up. The first time I went to Hoyo Purchase, I was embarrassed to go in when I saw the floor and shook my shoes outside before going in. The toilets inside were fragrant. Will into the wine boss. When to come to the capital to open I charge members. Hoyo Purchase is a professional school, and those who can graduate from here are crushing opponents when they go outside. Zhengzhou, CBD of Zhengdong New District. Boss Fan. You reconsider. Van Eyck hummed. Just now General Manager Gao Tianyu has reduced the mall's rent from 20% to a 30% reduction. In the end, a 45% reduction. Fanny knew that this was already their bottom line. Manager Gao was able to reduce it to 45% still because of the online popularity of Wuyubai right now. If they can get the Wagyu Purchase to open in their area, then the rents on the other stores could just go up and make that 45% back. But Fanny couldn't get enough of this mall that smelled too much like capitalism. It's like they're in conflict with each other. Just then, the pleasant system voice once again sounded in Fanny's mind. Ding! The netizens for the company's level of recognition. And the pleasant purchase as a school clicked a meal of continuous praise. Reputation value plus 40. Current honor value. 670. A clicking meal of consecutive likes? Fanny froze for a moment, then held out his hand. Manager Gao, thank you for hosting us today. You're welcome, Boss Fan. This is what I should do. Gao Tianyu extended his hand to shake hands with Fanny. Looking forward to our partnership. Fanny nodded gently. Immediately afterward, he and Yang Zhao took a cab to the next location to visit. Just as soon as he got into the car, Fanny turned on his cell phone. He wanted to see what had happened to the company that could actually make the system say that the netizens had clicked a bunch of consecutive praises. Fanny watched all the videos of Jiang Shi after she entered the independent interview room. From Jiang Shi as long as 3 to 5,000 salary, to the interviewer to conduct a series of skills tests for Jiang Shi, and then the interviewer gave Jiang Shi a raise, and Jiang Shi had tears in her eyes. Finally, the interviewer gave Jiang Shi a colorful explanation of the great visual inspection of a jewelry salesman, and the 8-step trash bagging process for janitors. After hearing Chang Sai say that the boss, the employee, and the customer run in 3 directions, Fanny couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. In addition, Fanny also watched the video of the fighting sound posted by Will Enter the Wine at Cup Mostop. See Will Into the Wine that he opened a cleaning company, recruiting and pleasant to buy retired cleaning, to become the first cleaning company in Yuduen. Fanny couldn't help but blurt out, Shogun is such a talent. Zhao Yong looked at Fanny blankly. What's up, boss? Will the wine come in? You want a drink? Fanny looked at Zhao Yong. What are you drinking in the middle of the day? You need to hurry up and contact the person in charge of the next location. After saying that, Fanny watched the video released by General Wine again. Fanny saw a once familiar figure in the video. Auntie Zhang who cleans the windows, Auntie Lu who takes out the garbage, Auntie Wang who scrubs the floor. Seeing these employees who have retired from Hoyo Purchase and are still loving life and their jobs, Fanny felt an inexplicable sense of relief inside. Upon hearing Auntie Wang say it in a serious manner, Boss Fan forced me to learn and improve with a high salary. Fanny unconsciously wet his eyes again. When Auntie Wang first came to Hoyo Purchase, she was one of the most unsettled when she was doing the cleaning work. It always seemed like she was inferior with all the customers coming and going. But then Auntie Wang realized that as long as she did her job well, no one would look down on her. After Auntie Wang felt the recognition of her abilities, started working hard to learn about janitorial and promote myself to the next level, from regular housekeeping to beginner, to intermediate, to advanced. In the end, Auntie Wang successfully passed the professional level rank recognition by her own motivation. In those days people used to tell Auntie Wang, you are the face of our Hoya shopping, our best business card. Fanny turned his phone off the screen, turned his head to look out the window, and smiled as he murmured in his heart, I'm sorry, Auntie Wang. I accidentally forced you to become a professional grade housekeeper who earns $500,000 a year. Chapter 77, Retail Business Giant. Ed out of business? Hoyo Purchase? Independent interview room. The 4 interviewers all smiled happily when they heard Jiang Shi say 3 ways to go. I find you're quite good at summarizing. In the morning you said a 2-way run. In the afternoon it's a three-way run. Yeah, but running in three directions isn't that easy. It's true that it's a positive cycle business model when the owner pays well, the staff keeps improving, and the customers enjoy top-notch service, but it always felt like something wasn't right. Ouch. What could possibly go wrong? Most companies are stuck on the first step. The owner sheds paychecks. The four interviewers smiled at each other as the words left their mouths. However, Jiangxi frowned slightly. The expertise of the staff is truly awesome, but the boss pays such a high salary. Can the company really make it back? Is it true that you made $140 million last year? Jiangxi spoke somewhat timidly. So, can I ask a question? The female interviewer with the high ponytail nodded. Ask. Since you're joining the company, you should have all your concerns about the company addressed before you start. Jiangxi thought for a moment and spoke doubtfully. Can the company really make back such high payroll costs? Did it really make $140 million last year? Meanwhile, the judges were interested when they heard Jiangxi's question. Although Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin have already seen a new purchase after the explosion of fire, turnover of $50 million by 5 o'clock. This horror-like business capacity. But there was no internet buzz before making $140 million. It kept them in doubt. Just then, in the middle of the screen, the male interviewer with glasses spoke up. Actually, Walmart gets part of the credit for making $140 million last year. Walmart? Jiangxi looked at the interviewer in confusion and amazement. Before the interview, she had made a point of learning about the supermarket retail industry. Walmart she knows all too well. The list of the world's top 500 companies is topped for the 12th consecutive year by Walmart of the Ugly Kingdom. That's 12 years in a row. In this age of advanced technology, it's so hard for a supermarket retailer to be number one for 12 years in a row. Keep in mind that second place is Amazon and third place is a fruit company. It would make sense to make money if Hoyobuy and Walmart were partners. The judges also had a moment of clarity when they heard the interviewer's words. At the moment, they share Jiangxi's belief that Walmart and Hoyo purchase are a partnership. Wang Jianlin raised his voice. I told you that in this economic environment, how could a small supermarket like Wuiwei Shopping make a profit of $140 million last year? So it's backed by Walmart. Ma Ru nodded approvingly. Since it's backed by Walmart, it makes sense that it was profitable last year. It was at this point that the interviewer spoke again. All three judges were glued to the screen. STH. The male interviewer wearing glasses held them up. It's really to Walmart's credit that we were able to exceed our earnings expectations by 7 times last year. I see. Jiangxi nodded knowingly. She now understands why Wuiwei makes money. Partnering with the number one giant in the retail industry. How can that not be profitable? The interviewer with the high ponytail cleared her throat. Walmart has done quite a bit of diversion for us. Diversion? Upon hearing this, Jiangxi became interested. As a young person of today, she probably knows what diversion is all about. Lead generation is the process of attracting potential customers through various marketing techniques. The judges are also fully focused on the screen at the moment. They wanted to see how Walmart, the number one giant in commerce, was helping to drive traffic to their partner companies. STH. The male interviewer with glasses spoke calmly. Walmart opened one across the street from us last year. Jiangxi frowned slightly. Walmart is opening one across the street from Waho Shop to help drive traffic to Waho Shop? This diversion is so unique. Although Jiangxi was a bit puzzled, she didn't say anything and continued to listen attentively. The male interviewer continued. After opening, Walmart started to publicize it heavily. The kind of giant corporations they are, the most they can afford to spend money on publicity. Chang Sai hummed approvingly. The male interviewer spoke slowly again. During that time, Walmart stores opened sales on many items. A lot of customers go to their store every day, and some reps even come from out of town to buy their promotional items. The more Jiangxi listened, the more puzzled he became. Doesn't Walmart help drive traffic to Wagyu? Why does it sound and feel like this Walmart is trying to draw traffic to itself? Jiangxi spoke up suspiciously. When Walmart does this, don't customers go to their store? How do you help drive traffic to Walmart? The female interviewer with short shoulder-length hair smiled. That's something we didn't expect. During that time, a lot of customers had a bad experience at Walmart. Many of them came into our store out of curiosity and ended up becoming loyal customers. Does this count as Walmart giving us indirect traffic? Indirect diversion? Jiangxi looked at the interviewer in surprise. And this diversion? Open a Walmart across the street from the Hoyt shop. Then advertise heavily to draw potential customers in. It was a bad experience when I came. Customers then go to Wagyu shopping. 2-6. Walmart really is a business giant. The marketing idea is really clear. The judges couldn't help but discuss this diversion when they heard about it. Indirect diversion? This kind of diversion is too hip. That's why this business thing is still played by capitalist countries. Yeah, indirectly diverting traffic to a partner company. That's something the average person really can't think of. With that, the three judges swished and started taking notes. However, just after writing a few words, Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin suddenly realized that something was wrong. Mr. Ma, I don't think we saw any Walmart across the street when we went to Wuiwei shopping yesterday? Ma Ru thought about it. It seems like there isn't. It's possible that we were just thinking about working together and didn't pay attention. It's also possible that people close the store after the diversion is complete. Dong Mingzhu added. Wang Jianlin said heartily. That would make sense for Boss Fan not to work with us. People work with the #1 retail giant in the world. How can they look at us, yo? Just then, in the middle of the screen, Zheng Shi asked suspiciously. So it's rumored on the internet that you guys turned down Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin because you were already working with Walmart? Ha! The four interviewers spoke in unison. Spinning around, the interviewer with the glasses shook his head. Looks like you didn't get the memo. Zheng Shi looked at the interviewer in confusion. The interviewer with the glasses did a double take. We're not in a partnership with Walmart. They're trying to come in and compete with us. Competition? Zheng Shi was astonished. Doesn't Walmart help drive traffic to Wuiwei? How did it become a competition? The interviewer with the glasses thought about it and spoke slowly. They do come to compete, but they spend a lot of money on publicity, and customers come in and have a bad experience in every way. Eventually customers came to us and it wasn't long before they couldn't do it anymore and went out of business. Ha! Collapse? Zheng Shi instantly froze. Turns out, Walmart didn't drive across the street to help Wojiata purchase. Rather, it is meant to compete with Wagyu purchase. But, the Walmart that came to compete got ed out of business by Wojiata? The #1 Fortune 500 ranked business giant was ed out of business by a supermarket in a fourth-tier city? Chapter 78 Closing the store on Tuesdays is to leave a way out for your peers? Judge's room. The three judges have just noted down the peculiar Walmart indirect traffic approach to traffic generation. I heard the interviewer say that it wasn't long before they couldn't do it anymore and went out of business. It didn't take long for Walmart to dry up and go out of business? The three judges' jaws dropped as the phrase kept repeating itself in their minds. They are just now reacting to the fact that Walmart is not a partnership with Hoyo Purchase. Rather, business giant Walmart would have wanted to come in and compete, trying to come in and steal the market from Wagyu Bai. But it didn't compete and went out of business. Wang Jianlin slowly came back to his senses. Mr. Ma, Boss Fan didn't reject us because he was working with Walmart. Boss Fan doesn't see us because he ed over Walmart. Ma Yun sniffed and instantly froze. He recalled the scene where he had brought $10 million in cash to Fanny yesterday to talk about cooperation in order to pretend. Ma Yun immediately felt ashamed. At that time, he thought that Boss Fan was nothing more than a small boss in a fourth-tier city. How can you not be impressed by the sight of so much cash? Who knows that not only that day was hit in the face by people's turnover of $50 million. Now it's being slapped in the face by people ing over retail giant Walmart. It was his pattern that was small. It was his underestimation of Boss Fan. He was the one who underestimated Wagyu Purchase. Talking partnership with a man who beat Valmar. He actually smugly brought $10 million in cash. That's just making a fool of yourself. The bullet Ma Yun fired yesterday hit him squarely on the brow today. Ma Yun was ashamed and stammered a bit as she opened her mouth. I wasn't ashamed to take cash over there yesterday, was I? Wang Jianlin smiled awkwardly. Don't you know if it's a shame or not? Just then, Dong Mingzhu asked with a slight question. Mr. Wang, Mr. Ma, didn't you guys see Hoyu Purchase with your own eyes yesterday? Do you guys think it's true that they put Walmart out of business? Ma Yun and Wang Jianlin shook their heads blankly and nodded again. It doesn't sound real in any way. But, the two men looked down at their notes. Majong machines. Employees are more afraid of company bankruptcy than their bosses. Job level recognition. And the 8-step trash throwing method. Everything in these notes doesn't sound real. Doesn't seem like something that should be in the business world. But they are actually happening at the Hoyo Purchase. At that exact moment, the director's voice came over the monitors in the live room and in the judge's room. Hello viewers, the program team. After learning about the matter between Hiwe Purchase and Walmart, the first time to contact the Industrial and Commercial Administration of Udu, it has been established that the stores opposite the Wojiata shop, where a Walmart has been open since February last year, which closed in August, have been deregistered from the business register. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dong Mingzhu pulled up his voice and said incredulously, I can't believe it's true. Walmart has only been open for 7 months. Immediately, Dong Mingzhu let out a deep breath and lowered his voice again. Walmart spends a lot of money on publicity, but customers go to Wuiwei shopping. Walmart must have lost a lot of money in these 7 months. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun frown in silence. What's up with all the Wagyu shoppers? Yesterday, Mr. Fan lost $8 million in rolling out dough, and in the afternoon customers came to spend $10 million. Today, we also learned that customers surprisingly chose between business giants Walmart and Hoyo shopping. Is Boss Fan's business model really that great? I can't believe it's taking the commercial cake from the world's #1 retail. With that in mind, the two men looked over their notes again. They try to figure out from this the answer to Van Boss's defeat of Walmart. Meanwhile, the internet is in a frenzy. Many Udo locals and netizens from abroad who come to spend money at Wuiwei shopping. Pictures or videos have been posted to confirm the forced closure of the Walmart across the street from Wagyu shopping. Some Udo locals posted videos saying, the price and quality of goods at Wuiwei shopping is more conscientious than Walmart. The after sales and service is a million times more attentive than Walmart. There were also out-of-towners who sent out trunks full of purchases made at Hoyo with a caption stating, "Thank you Walmart for tricking me into discovering the conscientious business that is Hoyo purchase." In the midst of this internet craze, the hottest one is a netizen named Just 4 Characters, who posted a video of himself interviewing a customer in front of the Hoyo shopping mall. Just see the video among. In front of the Hoyo shopping mall, a crowd of people, just in time for the 4-character handsome face to appear in the shot. Hello everyone, I'm exactly 4 words, the network known as the 4 Words Emperor. Next follow me to interview the customers of Hoyo purchase. Saying that, the exact 4 characters randomly grabbed an older woman who was about to go into the Hoyo shop to make a purchase. Auntie, did you know there used to be a Walmart across the street? Just 4 characters pointed to the closed mall across the street from Wagyu shopping. The older woman spoke with slight disdain after glancing in the direction of the exact 4-letter finger. I know, that mall didn't stay open long before it went out of business, and I don't even want to go there. Why? Just as the 4-letter word asked with an innocent look on his face, the older woman opened her mouth with a raised eyebrow. Now, I only come to Hoyo shopping, and I get a warm feeling when I come in. It's like coming home. I now come to Hoyo every day, and I don't want to go to any other supermarkets. With that, the older woman waved at the camera and happily followed the flow of people into the Hoyo shop. Exactly 4 words followed with an interview with a long-legged young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. Nowadays, online shopping is so advanced. Why do you still come to physical stores to buy things? Just 4 characters asked suspiciously. The long-legged man thought about it. Let me tell you something. Exactly 4 characters nodded. The long-legged man cleared his throat. I'm from Udo. Once my mother was sick and needed some buckwheat noodles when dispensing medicine. Buckwheat with egg whites specializes in coughs. Exactly 4 characters listened attentively. The long-legged man continued. At that time, I almost ran through the grain and oil stores on the streets of Udo without getting any. Neither did I when I passed by an Hyatt purchase, but they let me leave my contact information. Exactly 4 characters nodded. It was quite frustrating because it takes time to buy online as well, and I thought I'd go to Shoujo the next day to check it out. The long-legged man's expression became slightly agitated. As a result, the next day, 2 Hoyo buyers' employees delivered 4 pounds of soba noodles directly to my door. Hearing this, the exactly 4 characters, who had been calm just a moment ago, were filled with astonishment. The next day, an employee from Wagyu shopping delivered soba noodles directly to your house? Yeah, I didn't think of that either. They said it was their job to take care of their neighbors. Although the long-legged boy's tone was calm, it was like a thunderbolt when he heard it in exactly 4 words. What kind of sick service attitude is that? Not only do we help customers find soba noodles, but we also deliver them directly to their homes. It's hard not to love that. Highly paid employees are also weirdly good. Just then, the long-legged man thought for a moment and spoke slowly. As far as I know, Udo people are supposed to all only shop here. There are also a lot of out-of-state cars in the parking lot, and a lot of out-of-towners come in regularly to buy them. After saying that, the long-legged man said goodbye to exactly 4 characters, and also followed the flow of people into the Hoyo purchase. Exactly 4 characters looked at the long-legged man's back, full of confusion. Is it too late to move to Udo? He kind of wanted to enjoy the ultimate service. 2. When you move here, it would be nice to be inducted into Hoyo purchase and pass the professional level recognition. It was at this moment that a grandfather wearing a white old man's undershirt, holding his Yuga fan and smiling cheerfully said to exactly 4 characters, "Are you guys doing an interview?" Exactly 4 characters nodded blankly. Moncler outlet store. He gently waved his fan and smiled. Why don't you interview me? I want to be on TV too. Just the right amount of 4 characters which came back to life. Moncler, we just want to interview customers about what they think about Wagamama's defeat of Walmart. Moncler outlet store sneer. So what can be the opinion? Just a word. Moncler outlet store. He raised his fan slightly and spoke in an extremely firm tone. As long as Hoyo purchase is in Yudu, a brave second is the only way out for other malls. As soon as the video was released, it directly attracted netizens to swipe the screen in the comments section. Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Summed up eloquently, and the second is the ceiling for the rest of the mall. Is it true that you sent 4 pounds of soba noodles directly to the house? I'm a Yudu local, and it's absolutely true that Hoyo shopping really treats the surrounding residents like family. And that's the only place I go to shop now. Our family buys everything from household appliances to toothbrushes and toothpaste there. Not for any other reason than that we want Boss Fan to make this money. I'm getting ready to buy a house in Yudu. Now I drive to Yudu every 2 weeks to make a big purchase. Do you know why Hoyo is closed on Tuesdays? It's to leave the peers a way out. Chapter 79. Capitalists flaunt their wealth because of cowardice? Exactly 4 words after this video went viral. It was also plugged into the big screen in the judge's room by the program. The judges all froze when they saw the long-legged man say that the staff delivered the soba to his house. Wang Jianlin even jumped straight up from his chair. What is it about the staff at Hoyo Purchase that makes them so supremely good at what they do? Can they, the Wanda bunch of employees, learn from this? If you can provide customers with this kind of service, then of course customer stickiness is high. Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin made a note of the soba delivery again. While taking notes, Wang Jianlin lamented. The customer stickiness of Hoyo Purchase is horrible. Ma Yun and Dong Mingzhu said agreeably. Yudu people all buy things here. No wonder Walmart closed down. Just spend money on publicity. No income. If customer stickiness is so high, all daily necessities, big and small, are bought here. Then with thin margins, they do make back the high costs they pay. All 3 were stunned when they heard Moncler Outlet Online the words, being second is the only way out of the other malls. Immediately, Wang Jianlin couldn't help but be afraid again. Mr. Fan is now going to open his own branch. This branch if opened near their Wanda. That Wanda can't suffer a mall that can take down Walmart. Wang Jianlin immediately looked down at his notes, which clearly noted a 3-way run. Wang Jianlin fell into deep thought. Why is it that other people's employees are able to provide such detailed service to their customers? Just because Boss Van is nice to his employees? Making money by being nice to your employees? Can you take down Walmart by being nice to your employees? Jiangju. Van Eyck was looking at a drawing that Puffy had sent herself. In the painting, it is Fanny standing happily in front of the entrance of Wuiwei Shopping. The entire painting is suffused with a soothing warmth. Ding! Netizens praise the company for putting Walmart out of business. Reputation value plus 20-inch. Current honor value, 690. Fanny frowned slightly. In fact, he didn't even try to Walmart out of business. He even sent manager Zhao to discuss with the head of Walmart at that time to learn from each other. After all, Walmart is a Fortune 500 company. And it does have many advanced facilities that are worthy of learning from Hyatt Regency. Who knows? Walmart head of a condescending face. Zhao manager Grayback. Fanny said to manager Zhao, who was beside him. What did the head of that Walmart tell you last year? Valmar? Manager Joe thought about it. He said he didn't need to learn from each other, and that in less than 6 months Wuyo would have to go out of business. Speaking of this, Zhao Yong couldn't help but burst out laughing. I didn't realize that they fell first on their own. He. Van Eyck smiled. With that, the hot search was opened again. No surprises. No. One on the hot search real-time rankings list. Hashtag WoYusho versus Walmart hashtag. At the top of the list is the video released by the exactly 4 words interview. When he heard Moncler Outlet Store the other malls could only be brave enough to take second place. The corners of Fan Yi's mouth rose slightly. When I saw a comment with a high number of likes that said, we buy everything in our house from Hoyo. For no other reason than we want Van to make that money. Fan Yi's nose was inexplicably sore. As it turns out, it's not just the employees who reward him, but also the customers. Fanny opened the program's live feed again. Pictures. As it happened, Jiangxi was saying with some surprise, it's not just the employees who know how to give back, but the customers too. That's what allows the 3-way run to cycle up and the company to earn back its high-cost salaries. The male interviewer wearing glasses held them up. Yeah. But you're forgetting that most businesses are stuck on the first step, where the owner sheds wages. Hearing this, Fanny guffawed. During that time, Walmart had a variety of promotions to grab customers. But the only thing he did to beat Walmart, Uniqlo, being nice to your employees can really make you money, Fanny said with his mind. Of course, this management model is at least 2 centuries ahead of modern society. Employees and bosses are supposed to win-win. It is just that the contemporary capitalists are too obtuse and all they want to do all day long is to manifest how rich they are and how they have tens of billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. It's actually the inherent cowardice of these people that necessitates the need to constantly oppress others and flaunt their wealth. So, for the sake of healthy and long-lasting business development, the host cheer up. With a soft Fanny closed the system. Immediately, Fanny turned his head to look out the car window again. There is still a big difference between Jeonju and Yudu. As the capital of the province, Jeonju looks more urbanized with its tall buildings, but Fanny always felt that these cold buildings and hurried pedestrians looked as if something was missing. Fanny couldn't help but reach out and rest his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Moments later, Fanny looked at a tall building that whizzed by. Think of the warmth-filled drawing Puffy sent herself. Fanny had a flash of inspiration. After 5 years, he suddenly understood why the system told him to be nice to his employees. Why Wagamama can beat Walmart now. Why does Moncler Outlet Store say that other malls can only be brave enough to come in second? Fanny mumbled in his mind. Because we offer a temperature. A fading temperature of a capitalized business society. Chapter 80 directly claiming high compensation. I'll see who dares to jump ship. 2:40 p.m. At this point in the live feed, both testers are nearing the end of their professional interviews, but the two sides are painted very differently. Shugang Power. The monitoring group has concluded its review of Su Yang. Just as Su Yang got up and was about to leave, Director Su Zhongzhong asked suspiciously, "Why didn't you go to dinner? Most people were there. Wouldn't you feel out of place?" "It won't, because I don't really want to progress much." Su Yang didn't think twice. Director Su laughed out loud. "The most important thing is still to look at their doings. Right, you kid has a backbone." On the other side, Wagyu Purchase. The female interviewer with short shoulder-length hair smiled. "We'll text you later with the time and location of tomorrow's orientation." "Okay, thanks guys." Jiangxi was beaming. Immediately, Jiangxi thought of the level recognition test and hurriedly opened her mouth to ask, "By the way, can I go to the library in the staff house right now and look at the books for the cashier level test?" The female interviewer with the short shoulder-length hair smiled in relief. "You've just started. You haven't even trained yet. And you want to get ahead?" Jiangxi scratched his head sheepishly. She can't wait to use her free time to prepare for the test. She's been through hard times with no money, so now I want to take the opportunity to try to improve myself. After all, it is unlikely that the world will ever again encounter a company like Hoyo Purchase and a boss like Boss Fan. Thinking of this, Jiangxi spoke firmly. "It's true that I want to progress. I want to try to improve myself and give back to the company." The interviewers laughed. "The most important thing is still wanting a raise, right? You're quite motivated." Netizens in front of the screen saw the contrasting scene when both testers finished their professional interviews. Straight away the comments section exploded. Laughing doesn't live up to the fact that the testers at Hoyo Purchase want to progress too much, and the ones at Shugang Power don't want to progress at all. Shugang Power this set up a meal, trying to pit the job seekers, but put themselves in a hole. If I were to join Hoyo Purchase, no matter what the position, I would beg Boss Fan every day to let me advance. The more you progress at Shugang, the closer you get to stepping on a sewing machine, and the more you progress at Hyatt, the closer you get to the top of the heap. I'm one chance away from a chance to meet Boss Fan, or I could get on my knees and beg Boss Fan to force me. I'd be willing to lick the floor if I could be a janitor making $500,000 a year. 10 minutes later, the live feed of the Jiangxi has arrived at the library in the staff house. At the moment, she is carefully searching the bookshelf for books related to cashier level recognition. A sliver of sunlight pours right over her body, and the whole image gives off a warm and serene feeling. However, at this moment, Su Yang looked helpless. As the review is still pending, he was taken to the large, empty conference room by the monitoring group. Su Yang's cell phone was also confiscated before the review, so at the moment, all he could do was sit in his chair and stare. "You're just here for an interview?" Spiritually suppressed by Cartier in the morning, then scrutinized by the IG in the afternoon. What a waste of time. Better think of something useful. That recent research on how to improve the photo concentration system and increase the photothermal conversion is not over yet. Su Yang closed his eyes and began to project various calculation formulas in his mind. Judge's room. Wang Jianlin eyed the screen. "Have you guys ever felt that the Hoyo Purchase screen always looks a little bit different? Even though it's just a library, it looks cozy. and I don't know if it's feng shui or what. Ma Yun sniffed, and also squinted those already small eyes for a closer look. It does seem to be different. After a while, Ma Yun suddenly said, I know what's different. Have you guys noticed that there are no business or marketing books here? It's the kind of book that analyzes business and how to make money and how to market. Ha! Wang Jinlin was astonished. In fact, he had originally thought that the painting style of Wuiwei purchase had an overall soothing look to it, but now by Ma Yun, he then observed suspiciously. There really doesn't seem to be any. It's all philosophy, literature, and reference books that are recognized at their level. Ma Yun looked at the various books on the screen, confused. In his opinion, these business and marketing books that analyze how to earn money are the most practical. Otherwise, he would not have founded the Husbandry School of Business. Specialized courses are given to speak business and marketing. Meanwhile, the audience in front of the screen discovered the end of the staff house library. I have my eyes glued to the screen and I don't see any business books. This is a book for employees. What are employees doing reading this kind of book? To encourage them to quit their jobs and start their own businesses? Yeah, employees reading those books is not good for business stability. If you get a high salary, have money, and run off to start your own business, what about Boss Fan? If you ask me, with Boss Fan as a role model, what's the point of reading books? Wouldn't it be better to learn directly from Boss Fan? Judge's room. Dong Mingzhu thought for a moment before speaking in a firm tone. Boss Fan doesn't provide these kinds of books because he wants to prevent his hard-earned employees from sneaking away. Dong Mingzhu cares most about the loyalty of his employees. She even went so far as to prevent her employees from jumping ship and quitting. Compensation for cultivation costs has been deliberately established. Require employees to compensate Jerry for the cost of training and developing them after they leave. That's the key to her ability to retain staff. After all, no one wants to jump ship and have to lose the company a fortune first. Wagyu purchase. Remember when you said that home is the only castle that continues to run with the river of rice? Jiang Shi, who was looking for a book, the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Shi hurriedly pressed the mute. Caller ID director. Jiang Shi frowned slightly. She remembered that she hadn't listened to the director this morning and had asked Hoyo to reimburse her for the bus fare. The director is probably coming in for a deduction. Jiang Shi picked up the phone. Hey, director. You double-checked that there are no business, marketing, just the kind of books that teach people how to make money in this library. Ha? Jiang Shi was full of doubts. What's the point of looking for such books? On the other end of the phone, the director said, in order to research this company, you'll have to find it first. Well, Jiang Shi responded softly even though she didn't understand. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shi raised her head to scan the labels on the bookshelf where the books were categorized. Philosophy, literature, history, arts, humanities, social sciences, vocational technology. The more Jiang Shi looked at it, the more puzzled he became. There don't seem to be any books of the type the director was talking about. Judge's room. Dong Mingzhu was even more convinced at this moment. Boss Fan is afraid that the trained employees will sneak away. That's why you don't give your employees these books that address how to make money and provide business strategies. Dong Mingzhu said calmly. I understand Boss Fan on this point. Some employees are very heartless, jumping ship or quitting their jobs to start their own businesses because of low wages. But they don't think about it. Do they have that ability to jump ship and start a business without the company training them? Ma Ru nodded approvingly. Boss Fan, this is from the mindset to eliminate the employees from having the desire to start their own business. Dong Mingzhu skimmed his lips. However, I think it's better to do it my way and ask for a high cultivation fee directly. Not many people dare to go. Chapter 81. To be successful, first go mad. Simple-minded rush inward. Wagyu purchase. Just then, Jiang Shi happened to meet the cleaning boy. The cleaning boy had the book in his hand and was about to put it back on the shelf. You're still here. Ha? Jiang Shi was surprised. Aha. The cleaning boy smiled. Now get ready to go take a break. And in a little over half an hour, it's time to go to work. Going to work? Jiang Shi then remembered that Hoya Purchase was working 2 shifts. The janitorial guy is supposed to be working the 3:30 to 10 o'clock late shift today. Thinking of this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise. Since joining, I have only worked 6.5-hour shifts per day. This would give her plenty of time to prepare for the rank test. Jiang Shi secretly resolved to use her free time to prepare for the test. Not only do you get a raise, it also improves your professional skills and provides better service to customers. How did your interview go? The cleaning boy asked. Jiang Shi said with a big smile on her face. Passed. Thanks for the heads up earlier. The cleaning boy waved his hand. It's okay, Congratulations. We'll be co-workers from now on. Jiangxi smiled sheepishly. Immediately, Jiangxi remembered something else. By the way, why are there no business books here? The cleaning boy frowned slightly. You mean one of those books that analyzes business and teaches you how to make money? Jiangxi nodded. The cleaning boy watched the sunlight pouring on Jiangxi's face, suddenly felt a trance, whirling around, and nodding sheepishly and slightly. That, boss Fan said those kinds of books are harmful. So no. Ha? Jiangxi was at a loss. Harmful? These books are everywhere in the bookstore. Ha? How can it be harmful? The cleaning boy wasn't quite comfortable looking directly at Jiangxi, so he turned his head to look at the books on the shelf. While aimlessly pretending to pick out a book, he stumbled a little over his words. Those kinds of books are not only not available in the staff house, the bookstore on the 4th floor of the mall, which is open to customers, doesn't have those types of books either. Ha? Jiangxi opened her mouth wide, growing more and more confused. Why don't you sell them to customers? This kind of marketing, teaching people how to make money book should sell well, right? Jiangxi looked at the cleaning boy with a puzzled face. Why are there no such books? The cleaning boy was made even more shy by Jiangxi's look, so he took out a random book and lowered his head to hurriedly flip through it. Boss Fan said that these kinds of books are full of utilitarianism, more or less with the flavor of success studies. Success studies, you know, right? Successology? Hearing these three, Jiangxi remembered a video she had once swiped from Douyin. The video was of a man with long hair and thinning. Take the microphone and be impassioned on stage. Anyone who betrays me sends $1 million. Those who are loyal to me in the future, that's hundreds of millions. Thinking of this, Jiangxi swung her right hand outward with force and said with some excitement, "Hear the applause." The cleaning boy looked at Jiangxi's appearance, and although a smile sprang up, he forced it down. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room all boiled over when they heard Jiangxi's understand applause. I pointed my nose at him and he didn't send me $1 million. Hear the applause. Spend 300. Listen to a class. Have been listening to understand the applause. Hands are clapping red. By my friend's joke for 3 years. This brainwashing stuff is really awesome. I was a big fan of Zhou Wenxiang for a while until he said that Kobe's last name was Ku and that there were 150 good men in Liangshan. And there's a success doctor who says a 90-something-year-old man who looked at his paintings came back to life. If you want to succeed, go crazy first, and rush in with a simple mind. If you want to work with me, pay $1 million first. Let me tell you a story. Want to hear it? The cleaning boy said suddenly. Jiangxi was instantly interested and nodded her head in a hurry. A glimmer of gloom flashed in the cleaning boy's eyes. I have a friend. The cleaning boy's words came to an abrupt end. Jiangxi looked at Xiao Xiao suspiciously. What's wrong? What happened to your friend? The cleaning boy took a long breath and spoke slowly. He also works here as a publicity planner, and as soon as he gets off work he comes to the staff house. Once passing through the library, he came across a book called It's Not Hard to Make Money. With a heart full of curiosity, he sat in that seat and watched. The cleaning boy pointed to a window seat. He was young and had found a better job than anyone his age, and he became pretentious. After reading that book in one sitting, he felt even more like he had the secret to making money. He was determined that he would succeed. However, after he spends all his paychecks on what the book tells him to do, the results were all failures, which devastated him. But he remains obsessed, and he feels that he is the one who has not learned enough. So, he began to use his time off work to read more of these books. Read a little business achievement every day. Fast and effective ways to make money. 166 super business lessons. And more. He even paid for a number of business training courses. Everything commercial, utilitarian he reads. These books and courses are inherently tinged with success. His mind raced as he watched, feeling certain that you will succeed in making money. He began to immerse himself in it every day until one day he actually forgot to go to work. You can actually forget to go to work because you're reading a book? Jiangxi looked at the cleaning boy in surprise. The cleaning boy nodded gently. He came from a bad family and after reading these books, he always thought he could make a lot of money and be one step away from success. When Boss Fan learned of this, he was so enraged that he withdrew all the business books and gave strict orders that such books should never appear again. At this point, the cleaning boy paused. Jiangxi looked at the cleaning boy and couldn't get enough. What about that friend of yours? Still working here? The cleaning boy smiled. But he's not in the publicity planning department anymore. So what does he do now? Jiangxi wondered. The cleaning boy thought about it. After a month of training, he did housekeeping. Cleaning? Jiangxi was surprised. The friend you speak of, wouldn't that be yourself? The cleaning boy released a smile. Boss Fan felt that he was responsible for me becoming that way. So, he gave me another chance. To keep me from rambling, he makes me do manual labor. After a slight pause, the cleaning boy spoke with a smile on his face. Now after doing the cleaning work every day, although my body is more tired than before, my heart is very solid and happy. Chapter 82 Low Turnover Rate Because of Happiness? She stared blankly at the cleaning boy, and for a moment she didn't know how to speak. Phew. The cleaning boy, however, let out a long breath as if he was relieved. The story is told. Aha. She answered softly. The cleaning boy said in a slightly stern tone after a brief pause. So, anyone who has ever been lost, I urge you not to seek out that type of book. That's all success in the guise of business, and it's all harmful. Chansey guffawed. Turns out, the cleaning boy thought she was going to read this type of book. That's why he told his story, so that she could learn from it. This cleaning boy, people also strange good Lou. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the cleaning boy then persuaded. Boss Fan once made a point of sending me a quote he had excerpted. This passage dissects this type of book to a T. I'll tell you about it, and you can decide for yourself if you want to read this kind of book. She nodded sheepishly. The cleaning boy thought for a moment and spoke slowly. That passage goes like this. All the business training and success studies are not going to make you successful in your career, much less likely to keep you healthy or make you feel happy. The only thing it can bring you is a fevered mind. It makes you feel as if you have the secret to making money. You know what the scariest thing is? What? She asked with a slight frown of confusion on her face. The cleaning boy let out a deep breath. It will turn you on and fill your heart with desire. However, this desire is beyond your control. You think you're going to make money, but you just can't pull it off, and it'll break your whole body. Listening to the serious tone of the cleaning boy, she gradually frowned. Is it that scary? Sounds and feels so suffocating. Viewers in front of the screen heard this from the cleaning boy and left messages in the comments section. This sounds especially like the pie my boss painted for me, which makes you think you can make money by doing a good job, but it just doesn't work out, and I'm really devastated. This kind of stuff is the same as pie in the sky. It's all poisonous chicken soup, all inspirational rhetoric. I personally suffered a lot from it. I used to read a lot of business success stories. They were all chicken feed, and the whole thing became demonic. I've read a lot of books by the originator of success studies, Chen Anji, and why do I feel like I'm failing more and more the more I read? Might as well read a novel for fun. Judge's room. Ma-yun looked at the cleaning boy in the screen, full of doubts. Because of this janitorial, Mr. Van stopped selling business books? But that kind of book fits the human desire to buy it. Teach them business. Teach them to make money. A lot of people would buy that. Before the words fell, Wang Jinlin couldn't help but give Ma-yun a blank look. Mr. Ma, just tell me about your Hoosier Academy and how much business training is useful. How many people are in business and successful after your training? That's still not scamming the enrollment fee. Wang Jinlin realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly stopped his mouth. However, what Wang Jinlin said was genuine. He knows a large number of successful people and business tycoons. And yet, I have never met anyone who was reading success studies to read success. Never seen anyone who was successful after taking business training either. Just then, in the middle of the screen, she raised her face and said to the cleaning boy, so it seems that these kinds of books do harm people. The cleaning boy nodded gently. Yeah, Boss Fan says these kinds of books affect employee happiness. Happiness? She was full of doubts. The cleaning boy nodded again. Our company has an exceptionally low turnover rate. Almost none. And you know why? She smiled coyly. Because, not only does it pay well, but there's a lot of vacation time. The cleaning boy shook his head. It's more than that. It's that sense of well-being that's most important. And it makes everyone very sad to leave. In the judge's room, Dong Mingju became interested as soon as he heard the cleaning boy talking about the departure rate. Low turnover rate due to happiness? She instituted high compensation to prevent employees from leaving. But Boss Fan has a low turnover rate simply by making his employees happy. How does this stuff sound so illusory? How does happiness improve? Dong Mingju couldn't help but look down at his notes. Hoyo purchase, staff house library. I can actually understand what you're saying about happiness. Like when I came in for a job interview today, breakfast was provided and travel expenses were reimbursed. There were stuffed animals at interviews and shopping carts for those who didn't make it through. And that was a blessing. She said with a smile as she recalled. Looking at She's face full of smiles, the cleaning boy couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth turn up. When you come to work, there will be more places where you will feel a sense of well-being, and you will come to appreciate it. Hearing this, an even brighter smile bloomed on Jiang Shi's washed face, and the two deep dimples were particularly charming. The shy cleaning boy subconsciously glanced at the time. That, I should go get ready for work. The cleaning boy was just about to leave when Jiang Shi immediately said, Lin Yang, thank you for today. Let's add a green letter and study level testing together in the future. The cleaning boy was shocked and delighted, but still forced himself to take out his cell phone and open the green letter. I'll sweep you. Meanwhile, on Fighting Voice, a name Yiwen, the netizen, the cleaning brother narrated the content of the original recording screen posted online, with the caption, Reading comprehension. May I ask what the cleaning boy is referring to here by happiness? The video has just been released and has quickly attracted the attention of many netizens commenting on it. I know. It must be a minimum salary of 8,000 a month. I think it's Boss Fan who cares about his employees and has a special Aggrieved award in moral damages. None of this is as good as a full-floor staff house that cost over $30 million to repair. And the key is still available for families to go to. I'll add, raise his hand. 10 days of unhappy vacation. Feeling really respected that the boss actually cares about the mood of the employees. In order to keep employees from going astray, they simply remove all business books. Jiangju. Boss, here we are. It's that mall out front. Zhao Yong pointed to a mall in front that also looked very high-end. Fanny frowned. Are all the malls in Jiangju like this? Ding. Netizens are envious of the company for making its employees feel happy. Reputation plus 20. Current honor value. 710. Fanny opened his cell phone and clicked on Fighting Voice. Seeing Lin Yang speak about that encounter he had, Fanny couldn't help but sigh. At that time, because of Lin Yang, the system deducted 50 points from his employee happiness value. He had wanted to sack Lin Yang, but looking at Lin Yang's eyes that were filled with desire and were lost, Fanny knew deep down that if he sacked him, Lin Yang would be poisoned even deeper. Maybe they'll even get tricked into a pyramid scheme or something. At the suggestion of the system, Fanny then arranged for Lin Yang to do the cleaning. I didn't realize that the kid's happiness value added back up shortly after he did his janitorial work. Looking at Lin Yang now, the light was back in his eyes. Fanny felt inexplicably relieved. Chapter 83, Adults Fall Apart in a Flash. When Fanny heard Lin Yang say that the low turnover rate was due to the employee's sense of well-being, he suddenly seemed to remember something and immediately asked Zhao Yong, what's the price of housing in this neighborhood? Zhao Yong had just taken out his cell phone and was ready to check, when the driver master responded, 12 to 15,000 or so. Fanny's brows furrowed as he heard this. That's not good. He only thought of examining all these shopping malls in Zhengzhou first. I can't believe I forgot one of the most important points when choosing a location for my company. The System's Guide to Starting a Business says so. Company location is a key part of employee happiness. He has to consider the salary of his employees and whether they can afford to buy a house around the company. The average employee in their company makes $150,000 a year. Udo prices are 3,000 to 5,000. An ordinary level employee who has worked for 2 or 3 years can buy a suite in Udo. It doesn't matter how big or small the house is, whether it's luxurious or not. At least get a home of your own. In this way, the happiness of employees can be greatly improved. Otherwise it's too stressful to think about paying the mortgage and rent every day. Over time, the whole state of the person becomes impossible to be happy. If the employees are not happy, they will not be able to provide quality service to the customers. And it's easy to be fooled by the kind of success stories that Lin Yang read earlier. Thinking of this, Fanny couldn't help but think in his heart. 2 major pitfalls of today's business world. On one side, high prices and high spending drain your wallet and eliminate your hope. The other side of the coin is preaching this success story that gets your head in the game and makes you feel hopeful. Fanny took a long breath. Increased materialism is the real reason why success stories can be popular. He can't let his employees be led by the nose by this high materialism. Otherwise, life would certainly not be happy. How can you be happy at work if you are not happy in life? He'd had a hard time saving up enough employee happiness values. It can't be reduced at this juncture. Thinking of this, Fanny opened his mouth to the driver's master and asked, Master, is there any place in Zhengzhou like Udo where the price of a house is 3,000 to 5,000? The master driver thought about it. Yes, it's about the same price over in the new Positive District, the new Secret District, and the Xingyang District. Okay, then please change your route, Van Eyck said firmly. 9:30 at night. Shugong Power, large conference room. Squeak, a monitoring group staff member pushed open the door. You may go. As soon as the words fell, Ma Chenaway dashed out of the conference room. Su Yang looked blankly at Ma Chenowei's back. What's the rush? Su Yang had just walked out of the entrance of Shugong Power. Just saw Ma Chenowei squatting on the street curb. Su Yang originally didn't intend to pay any attention to him, but when he passed by Ma Chenowei, he heard him whimpering. Su Yang remembered him lying on the window in the waiting room today, looking at the shared bicycle. What happened to you? The bike is gone? Su Yang asked suspiciously. Ma Chenowei choked back a sob. No, it's the smooth rider card that expired. Then you run another one, Su Yang said without thinking. Hearing this, Ma Chenowei became more and more choked up. Su Yang instantly understood. This dude is probably broke. Ma Chenowei huffed. Today, seeing as they all give 5- and 6-figure gifts, I didn't come up with the one I bought. After saying that, Ma Chenowei cried out. Crying, Ma Chenowei took out another square box and a small ticket from his pocket. Su Yang ambled down and looked down. 3,218. A certain blessed necklace. Su Yang straightened up and sighed. For over $3,000. Those guys really don't see it. The morning interviewer when he came back from dinner. The one on her hand is a $150,000 Cartier white balloon. Ma Chenowei continued to choke. It was cheap, but it cost me all my savings. Bank card balance now. Can't even renew my smooth rider card. Ma Chenowei took a few long breaths and tried to calm himself. I'm fine. Man. Go away. I'm just having a bit of a breakdown all of a sudden. Su Yang looked down at Ma Chenowei's body that was trembling with the huffing and puffing, and his heart was somewhat touched. A man in his 30s. Crashed when I realized I didn't have enough balance for a smooth ride card. Phew. Adult meltdowns in a flash. Su Yang took out his cell phone and spent 9.8 yuan on a smooth ride card. Then, too, he crouched down on the curb and comforted. I have the smooth rider card too, so you can use mine. It's a little late today, so I thought I'd take the subway back. Saying that, Su Yang opened his cell phone and showed it to Ma Chenowei. Ma Chenowei clearly saw a small line underneath the smooth rider card. Start date, July 4th, 21:32 hours. Ma Chenowei Morbungbu lived, buried his head into his arm. He didn't realize that this brother was trying to comfort himself. Just got the smooth ride card, but he was in the middle of this brother pulling him up by his bootstraps, thinking people are in the way. Right at this moment, Su Yang, who didn't even know that there was a time display underneath the smooth rider card, patted Ma Chenowei's back. My smooth ride card is free for 2 hours. Come on, I'll scan one for you. Ma Chenowei took a long breath. Thank you. I should have listened to you today. Su Yang smiled. You know what I wanted to tell you when I pulled you today? Ma Chenowei looked at Su Yang with red eyes and shook his head. Su Yang thought for a moment and slowly spoke. I would say that this kind of company, even if you are inducted, either that or gradually become like them, under the dominion of materialism, personality becomes distorted. There is no happiness to speak of, and it's hard to live like a human being. It's either that or put yourself in the same situation as today. Netizens heard Su Yang's words and directly exploded the comments section of the screen. One treats his employees like human beings, and one lives less and less like a human being. One full of happiness, one without. It feels like those employees at Wajiosho have a light in their eyes. The staff of Shugong have nothing but endless greed in their eyes. Meanwhile, Waji at purchase. Staff house library. Jiangxi got up from her seat and stretched. The intermediate test is so hard. Jiangxi read in her mind. Just then, Jiangxi had a flash of insight. The mall is almost closed at this hour. There shouldn't be too many customers inside. How about going to the mall and learning how a cashier works? With that thought, Jiangxi put the book back on the shelf and couldn't wait to get to the mall. The mall was still crowded, but it was better than it could have been during the day. Jiangxi stood not far from the cashier's area. Her eyes were unconsciously drawn to a cool New York cashier. That sweet smile, that unique aura, it made Jiangxi, a girl, look pleasing to the eye. Just as Jiangxi was scrutinizing her work, this staff member actually sat down. She actually sat in a chair with a backrest and checked out customers. Jiangxi, who was not far away, instantly widened her eyes. Are employees at the mall actually allowed to sit and work? What a first in her life. Jiangxi immediately scanned the cashier's counter next to her. A chair was found at all the cashier's stations. Then Jiangxi looked at the security guards and weighers. In a flash, Jiangxi froze. She hadn't realized how everyone actually had a black chair with a backrest at their workstation. Chapter 84. 30 cents for a plastic bag. Straight up, people are stupid. Viewers in front of the screen had mixed feelings about the situation of the cashier working in a chair. It's thoughtful to put a back chair on the workstation, so you can sit down and rest for a while when you're tired of working. I've never seen a supermarket where the employees sit down during the workday. I think it's very heartwarming to provide chairs. I've worked as a cashier and it really hurts my back to stand all day. But they only work 6.5 hours a day. And they're offered chairs? Are they here to work or to enjoy themselves? I don't think it matters. As long as I don't miss work. Sitting and standing. Isn't that the same? Judge's room. All three judges frowned. How could they not have expected that the mall would provide chairs for their employees? Upstairs is a whole floor of lounge areas. Not only with Majong machines and massage chairs. It's amazing that you can sit in a chair with a backrest while working downstairs. Is Boss Fan recruiting employees or ancestors? It's really too much of a coddling of the staff. Wang Jianlin skimmed his mouth. How can you sit at work? Isn't that slacking off? If this was at Wanda, it would have been fired a long time ago. Although he was very puzzled by this, Wang Jianlin still picked up a pen and lowered his head to take notes carefully. Wagyu purchase. Jiangxi looked again at the cool and eye cashier not far away. Watching her sit and work, Jiangxi couldn't help but be deep in thought. The line isn't too long at this time of day. Try buying something for the checkout. This not only allows you to get a close-up view of what a cashier does, also stop by and ask why there are chairs at every workstation. Thinking of this, Jiangxi immediately looked up and quickly scanned through the shelves next to her. Eventually, she rested her eyes on a bag of lime-flavored chips. Just this one. Once she got her chips, Chang Sai headed for the cash register. After some observation, Jiangxi chose to stand in the line of cool and eye cashiers waiting to check out. It wasn't because this cashier was good-looking. Rather, it was because the customer at the very end of this line was pushing a shopping cart full of stuff. Under normal circumstances, people would certainly not choose to stand behind him when they see this situation. But Jiangxi's main purpose was to come and learn. So much of it was just good for her to observe cashiering in the field. Jiangxi quickly walked behind this customer who was pushing a cart full of stuff. This customer was a very strong, muscular man. The cuffs of his black short sleeves were held up by his well-developed biceps. Muscle man is on the phone. Dude, well hey, oops, me, I'm slipping in and out of the supermarket that's been so hot here lately. From the muscular man's accent, Jiangxi judged that he was from the imperial capital. Jiangxi then squinted her eyes at the cool Nays cashier's employee sign in the front left. It says, Cashier, Lenny. Jiangxi smiled slightly. I didn't realize that not only was the cashier's demeanor similar to Annie's, but even her name was so similar. 8 minutes later, the checkout line went to the muscular man in front of Jiangxi. At the moment, the cashier, Li Ni, is still sitting in her chair and working. Do you have a membership, sir? The muscular man shook his head. It's my first time here, so you're going to run. Before the words left his mouth, the muscular man waved his hand. It's not going to happen. I'm just following the trend and having fun. I probably won't even come back. It's inconvenient to come from out of town. So you want a bag? The muscular man nodded and asked casually. How much is a bag? Mitsuru. With that, Li and I ripped off a large plastic bag. The muscular man reached for it. He was going to get the bag and bag the items that the cashier had scanned the code for and bag them himself. However, instead of handing him the bag, Li and I unexpectedly said, I'll help you load it. Ha! The muscular man's mouth dropped open. In all his life, he had never seen a supermarket where the cashier loaded his stuff for him. It's all about the cashier scanning barcodes, and after he scans one, he loads one. Here the cashier actually loaded it for him personally? The muscular man couldn't help but lament in his heart. Hey, the service here is really capped. Tutor 4 excellent and great. However, in the next second, the muscular man frowned slightly. Because, surprisingly, Li and I took out 2 plastic bags and put them together. Jiangxi, who was on the side, was not surprised by this, because she'd seen it in today's test book. There are 2 reasons for putting 2 bags together. One is to prevent a bag from breaking or leaking out easily when there is a lot of stuff. The second is to avoid a bag strangling the hand and causing unnecessary trouble for customers. However, the muscular man visibly frowned when he saw Li and I slip the 2 bags together. It was his first time to come to Wagyu shopping. He wasn't sure why the cashier took 2 bags and put them together. 30 cents for 1 bag. 2 bags would be 60 cents. The muscular man was slightly disgruntled, but didn't say anything, until Lenny comes up with the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. At the moment, Li and I had already taken out 10 whole bags, but she continued to take. Lenny puts items like chili sauce, beef jerky, beef paste, and deli items, each in a separate bag. The displeasure on the muscular man's face grew more pronounced. He seriously suspects that this cashier did it on purpose. It's true that he buys a lot of stuff, but he doesn't have to fill a bag with one item. Did this cashier only come in to spend this one time because he doesn't have a membership? So trying to screw him out of his shopping bags? Granted, 10 or so bags don't amount to much in total, but that kind of watching someone treat him like a cutie, like blatantly punking him. The muscular man was just furious. The netizens on the air were all dumbfounded when they saw the cashier take out so many shopping bags. 30 cents a bag. How much does it cost for so many bags? Is it hard to believe that for a 30-cent plastic bag, the cashier gets a 10-cent commission? It's all because of sitting and working. People are getting stupid, I guess. This customer is really tolerant. If I would have been unable to hold back, this is not trying to pit the bag of money. Judge's room. The trio watched in shock as the cashier opened bag after bag on the screen. Ma Yun couldn't help but be surprised. Boss Fan didn't make $140 million by selling plastic bags, did he? Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin frowned. Moments later, Dong Mingzhu stretched out his hand to hold his BA. Another possibility. Could this cashier have done it on purpose? Wang Jianlin nodded. It's very likely indeed. You see the way she sits there working carelessly, like she's deliberately looking for a fight. Wagyu purchase. Just then, the cashier, Lenny, scratched open a new plastic bag. When Lenny had filled a glass, the muscular man couldn't help himself at all. He glanced at Lena and stumbled a bit. You can't be doing this on purpose, can you? Ha! Lianai looked up at the muscular man with a somewhat droll look. The man was actually very angry inside. After all, 30 cents a bag. There must be something wrong with this taking one after the other. But seeing Li Ni's cool and face, still trying to keep his emotions in check, the muscular man made himself speak as calmly as possible. I can understand you sitting and working because you're tired. But why are you using so many shopping bags for me? Is it hard to? Is it because you want to charge more? Li and I looked at the muscular man, then smiled. Sir, don't worry. We only charge for one bag here, no matter how many bags we use. A bag of money? The muscular man, who had been a bit disgruntled a moment ago, was surprised. You mean, a dozen bags were used, but only 30 cents was charged? Chapter 85. Why don't I just add a member? Lenny nodded. Yes, we only charge 30 cents no matter how many bags we use. Viewers in front of the screen brushed up the comments section straight after hearing that they were only charged 30 cents. There are at least 13 bags here, and you're only charging 30 cents? This is too thoughtful. Other supermarkets kind of pull their own plastic bags. Are hidden charges it? Weighing a bag will be charged more 2 or 3 cents. I haven't tugged on a grocery store bag since I learned about the sneaky charge for the bag. I'm from Udu. I'll tell you a secret. If it wasn't for the regulation that plastic bags must be charged, Weiwesher probably wouldn't even charge 30 cents. Wagyu purchase. Linny explained to the muscular man with a smile. In fact, use all these bags to categorize your purchases. Hearing this, Jiangxi unconsciously stood on her tiptoes and scrutinized the merchandise on the countertop that had been divided by Li and I. Separate food and household items. Separate the hot from the cold. Things like chili sauce, beef sauce, and deli items also need to be kept in a separate grocery bag to prevent spills. Fragile ones like glasses must also be packed separately and wrapped in a circle of tape to prevent breakage. These are the ones she read in the book today. The cashier, whose name was Lenny, did indeed do the same. Li and I worked while patiently explaining to the muscular man. It's sorted and packed this way to prevent spills, breakage, and one bag strangling your hand and giving you a bad experience. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room held their own opinions after hearing Li Ni's words. Udu people shouldn't even have to buy garbage bags. A trip to the grocery store for a week's worth of bags. But it feels like it's not necessary, right? It's a bit of a waste to put a bottle of chili sauce in a bag. Doing this, things are really divided up in a very detailed way. Cold, hot, fruits, vegetables, cooked food and stuff are all categorized well. I've gone to buy them, and I don't have to worry at all about breakage, flattening, or anything. The cashiers are careful to pack them well. It's not that I'm black. It's a really good service. But it's so environmentally unfriendly to have so many bags, isn't it? It was at this point that the muscular man also thought about the environment. But, isn't that a bit too much? Why do you think it's a bit wasteful and not very environmentally friendly? Before the cashier could say anything, Jiang Shi, who was on the side, responded. No, don't worry. These plastic bag materials are biodegradable. Biodegradable? The muscular man turned his head to look at Jiang Shi. That's good. After learning that it was a plastic bag that was biodegradable, the muscular man let it go. However, at this point the judge's room, the trio's hearts, however, could not be calmed. Be aware that biodegradable plastic bags are environmentally friendly though, but the production cost is about 2 to 5 times higher than ordinary plastic bags. The cost is higher than that of regular plastic bags. The charges, however, are cheaper than normal. So much for only 30 cents? What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? The 3 judges frowned. After all these years of living, shouting at the business world for decades, I can't believe that I can't see a little bit about the fact that Boss Van's company can turn a profit and take down Walmart and all that. Wang Jianlin looked at the goods that were categorized on the cashier's table and fell into deep thought. Cashiering. Obviously just scan the barcode and collect the money. But this cashier was helping the customer sort through all the items at the checkout. How dare he just accuse someone of slacking off by sitting at work? This cashier is clearly taking it upon herself to increase her workload. Their Wanda employees will not have the awareness to voluntarily increase their own workload even if they are standing. Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Is it possible that a chair that makes employees take their work seriously increase their workload? Wagyu purchase. Li and I presented the packed merchandise to the muscular man with both hands. The muscular man froze for a second. He's grown so much. The first time a supermarket cashier loaded it all up, packed it, and handed it to him with both hands. All those supermarkets he used to go to, he just loaded them up himself. The muscular man happily accepted the packed shopping bag afterward. Lenny presented the small ticket with both hands again. Your little shopping ticket. The muscular man took the small ticket and looked at the bill. The last line clearly states, shopping bag, $0. 30. Seeing this, the muscular man couldn't help but feel slightly guilty. He had just thought the cashier was trying to screw him over by taking so many bags. I didn't realize that not only did the other cashier only charge him 30 cents, he also categorized and packed all the merchandise for him. Even the glass that was just there was taped around the outside several times to prevent bumps. The muscular man watched as his purchases were neatly categorized and wrapped. An indescribable feeling of solidity came from the bottom of my heart. Now, even carrying this pocket back to the imperial capital, and you won't have to worry about spills or breakage, right? Thinking of this, the muscular man said sincerely to Li and I, why don't I add a membership? I'll definitely be back in the future. At the same time, a netizen nicknamed Joair posted online a shopping bag that he saved and you purchase. And with the text, can't use it up at all. Netizens have been leaving messages in the comments section after seeing this. I just saw how carefully the cashier packed and sorted the bags on the live broadcast of the program. You do people. The last time I went abroad, in the supermarket to buy things, the cashier actually do not give load? Directly after the sweep put that, then I was a whole hand and foot. Upstairs, people earn 3,000 a month, stand for 10 hours a day. How can they compare with Wuiwei shopping? It's good to be able to come and check out for you. When I go shopping at Wing Gray Supermarket, the shopping bag is expensive even if it's slightly loaded with priorities. I can't even walk out of the supermarket. Not only does Wajiosho help you pack your bags, the quality of the bags is really good, and I feel bad about using them as garbage bags at home. I have to mention Walmart. Every time I carry back a few things are always missing, and the bag breaks a big hole for no reason. Chapter 86. What's going on? Why are there so many people who love me? On the other side, the main state. A barbecue stand in the Xinjiang district. Fanny and Jiayong were eating barbecued meat with relish. Love the way you walk down dark alleys alone. Love the way you don't kneel. Just then, the phone that Jiayong had placed on the table suddenly rang. He glanced down, an involuntary grin spreading across his face. Yo, it's my daughter-in-law calling to check in on the video. Pick it up. Don't keep your sister-in-law waiting. Fanny signaled Jiayong to hurry up and answer the phone. However, the moment the video just connected, a childish voice came from it. Dad. Hearing this voice, Fanny's heart instantly rejoiced. So, it's Puffy. Zhao Yong asked favorably. Daughter, it's late. Why aren't you in bed? Puffy replied in a milky voice. I've been waiting for you guys to take a break. Where's Uncle Van? Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhao Yong's face obviously dimmed a lot. Just got on the video and asked Uncle Van? Can you care about your own father? Zhao Yong turned his cell phone toward Fanny and said somewhat reluctantly. Here it is. Uncle Van. Puffy has smaller hands and you can feel that she's holding her cell phone in both of her little hands. Lovely beauty dislikes throughout the screen. Fanny unconsciously took his cell phone from Zhao Yong after seeing Puffy. What's wrong? Puffy. Uncle Fan. Wait for me. Before the words even left his mouth, Puffy put down her cell phone and ran off. The only thing left in the shot is the brightly shining light on the ceiling. Fanny couldn't help but wonder, What's going on here? Zhao Yong shook his head with a blank expression. I don't know. Wait. Your 20 skewers of kebabs are ready. The waiter placed the aromatic roast in a stainless steel tray on the table. Van Eyck tilted his head and said to the waiter, open a white beer, please. Okay. Hiss. The waiter skillfully opened a bottle of white beer, and a small amount of beer frothed out of the top. Zhao Yong immediately took the beer from the waiter and poured a glass for Fanny. Fanny had just picked up the cup and wanted to take a shallow sip. Puffy then reappeared in front of the camera. Fanny hurriedly put down his cup and picked up his cell phone. Uncle Fan. Look. Puffy pulled out a small canister of clear boxes filled with $1 coins. Uncle Van. These are Daddy's rewards for riding in the rocking car. Fanny smiled slightly. So much. Before Fanny's words even left his mouth, Puffy said in a serious manner, Uncle Fan. You can have all these little round pieces, and you mustn't tell my father. Once he heard this, Zhao Yong also became interested and perked up his ears to listen. Fanny looked at Zhao Yong and said to Puffy, okay, I won't tell him, but why did you give it to me? Puffy said like a little adult. Yesterday Dad said you're opening a new store, and you definitely need money to open a new store. I'll give you all this I've saved up. There's a lot here. Should be enough to open a new store. Hearing these words, a warmth surged in Fanny's heart. If you give it to Uncle Fan, what will you do with the rocking car? Puffy said without thinking. Uncle Van, don't worry about me. I can ask Dad for more. And these are for you. Puffy once again held up a jar full of coins and waved it in front of the camera. Zhao Yong cried and laughed on the sidelines. That's a leaky little cotton jacket. Puffy, it's time for bed. Zhao Yong's daughter-in-law's voice came from the video. Puffy milked it. Uncle Fan, I'm going to bed first. I'll miss you. Looking at Puffy's fleshy face, Fanny's heart was adorable. Just after hanging up the video, a system beep sounded in Fanny's head. Ding! The cashier carefully categorized the goods for the customers, and the netizens praised him for it. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value 730. While eating a kebab, Fanny opened his cell phone and tapped into Durian. He couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw the video of Lena bagging a customer. Isn't that a cashier's base? In fact, the cashier at Wagyu Purchase did so. He didn't teach it at all. He doesn't know anything about all this categorization stuff. This service, all spontaneously learned and gradually improved by the cashier's department. He remembers a time when a customer bought slightly too much. As a result, this customer hadn't gotten very far before his shopping bag broke, scattering his things all over the place. Quite a bit of food fell to the floor in a mess. The customer was particularly angry, ran over and questioned how the quality of the plastic bag was so poor. After that, the cashier's department figured out this method of categorization on their own. This method is highly effective. Since then, there has never been a case of a customer's shopping bag breaking because they bought a lot of stuff. But then again, this method is a bit plastic bag intensive and environmentally unfriendly. So the company's quality control department proposed the use of biodegradable plastic bags. The purchasing department takes the initiative and actively cooperates in the search for manufacturers. Out of the many manufacturers, the purchasing department selected the best one. This family produces plastic bags that are not only of good quality, but also inexpensive. In Fan Yi's opinion, the matter of classifying plastic bags has little to do with him. The only thing he did was sign the approval sheet. The rest was a collaborative effort by the staff. Ding! Just then, Fanny received a WeChat message. It was a voice from Puffy. Uncle Fan, you must tell me when you come back. Yo, I'm not going to sit in the rocking car anymore, and I'll save all these little round pieces for you to open the store. The corners of Fanny's mouth couldn't help but rise. Usually didn't love your daughter for nothing. All the money saved up gave me a new store. Zhao Yong picked up a skewer of grilled meat with a fake smile on his face. This was followed by a tearful bite of meat on a bamboo stick. It's leaking. This little cotton jacket, at first glance, is not Xinjiang cotton, and it leaks at the age of 5. Just then, Fanny had a flash of inspiration. That's actually the same thing as being nice to your employees as it is to Puffy. Be good to your employees and they will spontaneously improve their service quality. Be nice to Puffy and Puffy will give him the little rounds he saved up for his new store. Fanny picked up his wine glass and took a sip, lamenting somewhat narcissistically. Puffy gives me coins. Employees take the initiative to do the performance. How does it feel to love me a little too much? Am I so attractive? Chapter 87. I come to work and you let me play with my cell phone? Hoyo shopping. A radio alert went off in the mall. Our business hours are ending in 5 minutes, so please head to the register and check out as soon as possible. Li and I said to Jiang Shi with a smile. Hello, What's the membership number? Jiangxi waved her hand. I don't have a membership. Lini's mouth opened slightly, her expression slightly surprised. Seeing as you know our plastic bags are biodegradable, I thought you were a regular customer. Before the words fell, Jiangxi had already opened her cell phone. I'll sign up for membership now. Jiangxi handed Lianai the lime-flavored chips in her hand. Beep dash. Lianai just finished scanning Jiangxi's payment code. Behind Jiangxi in the line, a girl wearing a red hairband then said meanly to Lianai, who was seated, cashiers can still sit at work? That's what it turns out to be like for employees who get to join Hoyo Purchase. Jiangxi frowned slightly. In Jiangxi's opinion, Lianai worked despite sitting in a chair. But Lenny didn't hold back on her work. Neither the assortment of goods nor the work ethic were affected in any way. Lenny said with a smile to the girl in the hairband, I'm sorry, my back is not feeling well. Don't worry. Sitting won't delay your work. Cut. The girl in the hairband said dismissively. I thought how demanding Hoyo Purchase was of its employees. But that's all. Jiangxi's frown grew tighter. Why does this girl sound so sour? Jiangxi couldn't help but look at the girl in the hairband. For a moment, the shopping cart in the girl's hand attracted Jiangxi's attention. Isn't this the same shopping cart that was given to the applicants who didn't pass today's interviews? Looks like the woman is here in her lemonade disguise because she failed the interview. No wonder the tone of voice sounded sour and inactive. Jiangxi had a flash of inspiration and smiled at Lianai. Sister Lianai, I'm actually here for the interview today. The girl behind her wearing a hairband instantly shifted her gaze to Jiangxi when she heard this. Jiangxi said playfully after feeling the girl's gaze. I'm lucky today. I passed the interview. I'm also a cashier. We'll be co-workers from now on. Lianai was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. Yeah, congratulations. However, the girl with the hairband sounded even more sour when she heard that Jiangxi had passed the interview. For a job like this, the people who make it in are not good enough to sit around and work. They're not serious at all. Jiangxi glanced breathlessly at the girl in the hairband. The girl in the hairband continued to be acidic. But it's understandable. The people who do this kind of cashiering don't have a degree. So they're not self-motivated and their work ethic is just like that. Jiangxi stared at the shopping cart in the girl's hand and asked with a smile on her face pretending to be curious. What's your degree? How come you didn't get the job? The girl put away the shopping cart in her hand with an embarrassed look on her face. Then skimmed it. I graduated from a prestigious 985. And small business superstores just don't have eyes. And net like to recruit those with low education and don't work well. Jiangxi said with a smile still on her face. But not work well. The minimum annual salary can get $150,000, an average of $12,500 a month, which is the least. If you work well, you can get up to $500,000 a year. Chang Sai stopped and slowed down to ask curiously. I don't know how much you 985 graduates can get a month. The girl wearing the hairband suddenly gritted her teeth and stared at Jiangxi with a huff. A few breaths. The girl in the hairband turned toward the nearby cashier's counter. However, at that exact moment, the mall's announcement came on again. Our business hours are over. All cashiers immediately closed the counter. I haven't checked out yet. The girl in the hairband raised her voice. The cashier next to her apologized to the girl. I'm sorry, please come back tomorrow. We don't allow overtime here. The girl wearing the hairband sniffed, instantly turning blue, and her fists gradually clenched. However, the cashier wasn't affected by her and continued to look down as she gathered her things. The girl with the hairband huffed and puffed and whisked away. Li and I, who was packing up her things, realized that Jiangxi was still standing by, so she opened her mouth and asked, You're going to start as a cashier, too? Chang Sai gave a soft Sister Li and I, can I ask a question? Say it. Lenny nodded. Jiangxi thought for a moment and spoke with a puzzled face. Why do you have chairs for cashiers? I don't mean anything by it. I'm just plain curious. I see that the security guards and waiters have them too. Li and I explained as she gathered her things. To sit and rest. Of course. Jiangxi sniffed, her face showing astonishment. Lena guffawed. Before there weren't as many customers as there are now. And Van let us sit and read and play on our phones when we were empty. Ah! Jiangxi instantly opened her mouth wide in amazement. Is Sister Li and I speaking Chinese? Bosses letting employees read books and play on their cell phones during the workday? Boss Fan is spoiling his employees a bit too much, isn't he? The netizens in the live broadcast room froze for a second when they heard Lini's words before directly exploding the comment section. No, the boss lets employees take breaks during work? Is this human language? Boss Fan is not treating his employees as human beings. Boss Fan is offering them as gods. Working just 6.5 hours a day and actually getting a break? Red eye patient plus 10,086. I ing stand for 10 hours a day. 4,000 a month. And my paycheck is not enough to cover the medical costs of a herniated disc. Please, if you pass the interview papa, share the job application tutorial immediately and I'll pay for it. Wagyu purchase. Before Jiang she could slow down, Li and I continued. Mr. Fan has been very nice to us. Besides the chairs, there's also this massage cushion. Lenny pointed to the massage cushion at her feet. Chang Sai craned her neck to look. It was a gray square pad. The area is just large enough for an adult to stand. On the mat are many raised spheres of massage particles. After seeing the massage cushion, Jiangxi said unconsciously, "Can I try?" Li and I smiled sweetly. "Sure." Jiangxi couldn't wait to step on it. Phew! A sense of relief instantly swept from the soles of the feet to the entire body. It does feel comfortable. It feels like a massage. Jiangxi exclaimed. The audience, who had just been sitting down and resting, was once again shocked by the massage cushion. This is a job that's all about comfort. This shift is so comfortable, with chairs and massage cushions at work and an employee home at the end of the shift. I've been shocked into skepticism since I found out about Hoyo purchase. I'm tired of saying the word envy. So when will Boss Fan open a branch to our Cantonese capital? Boss Fan has really carved into his bones that he is good to his employees. So detailed that he actually arranges massage cushions for the cashiers. However, the judges were very different from the netizens. At the moment, all three of them were staring at the screen with furrowed brows. Whirling around, the trio looked down at their notes again and scratched their heads. It's a chair and a massage cushion. Should these be memorized? Van's boss says the chairs are for employees to take breaks, read, and play with their cell phones. But how can you get a break and a massage during work hours? Something's not right. Something's not right with this chair and massage cushion. Take the good and discard the bad. These two can't be memorized. Definitely not to be remembered. Just then, in the middle of the screen, Chapter 88 Remember, don't blame yourself if you can blame others. Li and I said to Jiangxi with a smile on her face. Would you like to try the chair as well, to familiarize yourself with the work environment ahead of time? Yeah, Jiangxi responded cheerfully, and then sat down in her chair with joy. Jiangxi leaned comfortably on the back of the chair, her feet lightly stepping on the massage cushion, and the whole person looked relaxed and at ease. Would such a comfortable work environment be less conducive to concentrating on your work? Barely. Li and I couldn't help but poof a smile. Back 2 years ago, we had the same questioning. Jiangxi looked curiously at Li and I, who was on the side. Splat. Lenny sharply locked the cash register, then turned and leaned against the cash register. When Boss Fan said he was going to give us chairs and massage cushions, we didn't have a lot of secret discussions in private. They're all speculating whether Boss Fan is trying to test us. They've never seen anyone's boss treat their employees so well. Jiangxi smiled softly. It's not really visible to the average person. Li and I took a long breath, her thoughts gradually being pulled back to 2 years ago, that vibrant spring. At that time, I had just started my career, and the mall was becoming more and more popular every day, with more and more customers. We were busy every day and I was fresh out of school and had a lot of energy. But the job of cashiering has always been about repetitive actions. There are a lot of customers. Even when I'm fully focused and working carefully, it's still going to be a mistake, if you know what I mean? Jiangxi nodded with deep empathy. Think back to when you used to work as a cashier at a convenience store, constantly swiping barcodes, collecting money, and printing small bills. At one point there was a particularly long line of customers. Even if she was concentrating on her work at the time, I accidentally overcounted the lucky bag in a customer's kantodon. Luckily, she caught it in time and the customer didn't give her a hard time. This kind of repetitive work can cause even machines to malfunction, let alone people. Li and I thought for a moment and spoke with a somewhat grave expression on her face. In March of that year, we received 15 complaints in the cashier's department. It's all about hitting the wrong price tag, or miscalculating. The weighing department also received 17 complaints that month. Jiangxi frowned slightly. This adds up to a total of over 30 complaints. On average, there is at least one complaint a day. Quite a few indeed. Li and I suddenly put both hands behind her back and looked serious. For 3 whole days, from April 1st to 3rd, Boss Fan supervised our work like this, with his hands behind his back and a stony expression on his face. Jiangxi had originally frowned slightly, but she saw that Li and I had followed the example of Boss Fan behind her hand and had a worried look on her face. Somehow, after automatically bringing in Boss Fan's appearance in my mind, I somehow found it a bit cute. Renee dropped her hands and leaned her body back against the cash register. Her thoughts were once again drawn back to 2 years ago, in a conference room. Boss Van was seated in the front of the conference room. In the conference room, employees from the weighing and cashiering departments filled the space. Li and I recollected while telling Jiangxi about the scene in a colorful manner. We were all mentally prepared to have our paychecks docked, because most weighers and cashiers have been complained about at least once. Li and I couldn't help but recall the tense and depressing atmosphere in the conference room at that time. Everyone slightly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Boss Fan. After all, Boss Fan offered everyone such a generous salary, but they actually managed to make such a mistake. It really shouldn't have happened. However, just then, Li and I couldn't help but smile slightly. But you know what Boss Fan said? Jiangxi shook her head blankly. A big smile spread across Lenny's face. Boss Van said that he had carefully analyzed the matter of the increase in complaints from the weighing and cashier departments, and that the main responsibility lay with him. Ha! Jiangxi's mouth opened wide in surprise, looking at Li and I in a million different ways. This is clearly an employee's mistake. What does it have to do with Boss Fan? Hearing Boss Fan put the blame on himself, the netizens had question marks written all over their faces. Boss Fan can really carry things. What does this have to do with him? A word of advice, living is not easy, so don't blame yourself if you can blame others. Boss Fan, here's a song for you. Thinking too much. This boss is good. Employees reflect on themselves first when they make mistakes. Unlike our boss, who only deducts wages. What's this got to do with Boss Fan? They're paid so well. They're all adults. If they make a mistake, they should bear the consequences. Ha ha. Li and I couldn't help but laugh out loud as she watched Jiangxi's mouth open wide with a surprised look on her face. We had the exact same look on our faces then as you do now. Jiangxi scratched his head, puzzled. I can't figure out how Boss Van can say it's his responsibility. It's not like he was the one who miscalculated the money? Li and I smiled sweetly and patiently explained. Boss Van said he scrutinized our work for 3 full days. That's the 3 days of supervision behind the hand? Jiangxi put her hands behind her back with a serious expression. Following Li Ni's example just now, Li and I nodded with a big smile on her face. Yeah, Boss Van said that wasn't supervisory work. He was there to analyze the reason for the sudden increase in complaints. Judge's room. Ma Yun had a puzzled look on her face. Do you need to analyze the reason for this? The employees didn't work hard enough. Ma Yun turned her head to Wang Jianlin and asked, Mr. Wang, what will you want to do when this happens? Wang Jianlin didn't even think about it and blurted out, payroll deduction. Ma Yun and Dong Mingzhu nodded in agreement. At that exact moment, Jiangxi couldn't help but wonder. Then what exactly is the reason that Boss Fan analyzed? Jiangxi looked at Li and I with a slight frown. Li and I thought for a moment and explained further. Boss Fan said that when you are engaged in this kind of repetitive work, it is difficult to avoid making mistakes. Even if you work with great care and concentration, it can even lead to being more prone to error because of the constant high pressure of being in fear of miscalculating yourself. Jiangxi nodded thoughtfully. It does seem to be the case. The more customers you have, the busier you are at work. The more afraid you are of making a mistake. The more afraid you are of making a mistake, the more likely you are to make one. But, Jiangxi wondered, what does this have to do with Boss Van? Does he think he's the one putting pressure on you guys? Lenny shook her head, then smiled knowingly. Mr. Van feels that he is the one who didn't take care of us and wasn't able to provide us with a comfortable working environment. Ha! Jiangxi was astonished. What the hell kind of logic is that? Boss Van? An employee makes a mistake at work, and Boss Van actually thinks it's his own fault for not taking care of his employees? Didn't make your employees comfortable? But there's no such thing as a comfortable job. Chapter 89, Boss Van is harming you. Judge's room. All 3 judges froze. What the hell is Boss Van thinking? It's clearly the employee's own fault. Something as simple as a payroll deduction. How did Boss Van handle it so complicated? Not only do you personally go and observe employees at work, I can't believe he's saying it's because he didn't take care of his employees. Failure to provide a comfortable working environment for employees is what makes them go wrong. What's going on here? Mr. Fan? Wang Jianlin said in disbelief. Is this a case of employees working for Boss Fan or Boss Fan working for the employees? After saying that, Wang Jianlin let out a cold smile. Luckily, I didn't remember the chair or the massage cushion. He didn't want to be like Fanny. The boss blames himself when it's obvious that the employee made a mistake. It's too suffocating. This boss is too stifling for Fanny. He, Wang Jianlin, with his violent temper, couldn't hold back a bit. Wagyu purchase. Jiangxi frowned slightly. Other bosses, they just docked your paychecks. So how can Boss Fan say he's the one who didn't let you work comfortably? Ha ha. Lenny burst out laughing. At first we didn't understand the logic of Mr. Van's boss either, until he said, if we can be provided with a comfortable working environment, we wouldn't be so nervous about making a mistake because of all the customers and stress. Jiangxi's eyes lit up as she sniffed. I get it. It's really the same thing as handing out stuffed animals to job seekers. It's all about calming the emotions. Boss Fan is thinking that with the increase in customers, your work intensity increases and your spirit is easily stressed, and he failed to provide you with a comfortable working environment. So the blame lies with him? Brilliant. Lee and I couldn't help but praise it. At this moment, the comments section of the live broadcast was already bursting with netizens. You don't say. What Boss Fan said is quite reasonable. It's him who didn't provide a comfortable and relaxing working environment for his employees. Bosses. Pattern open. Employees make mistakes. Think more about your own problems. Employee makes a mistake. Other bosses dock their paychecks. Boss Fan, it's my fault. I didn't serve them well. I am not afraid of your joke. I blocked the company toilet last month. Deducted 500. Toilet does not work off my business? I'll ask secretly. Has anyone had their paychecks docked so much that they owe the company money? My salary last month 4,200. Deducted me 4,500. Owed the company 300. The boss said do not accept can leave. I directly with the company's brother strike. Wagyu purchase. Jiangxi leaned back in her chair again and lamented. So in order for the employees to work comfortably, Mr. Pham has equipped everyone with chairs and massage cushions. Lee and I took out her cell phone and smiled. I'm going to show you a video I recorded the day Boss Fan handed out chairs and massage cushions. As soon as she heard that there was a video, Jiangxi was immediately interested, only to see her immediately get up and stand beside Lee and I. Among the videos, Manager Joe pushed the cart. On the cart are reclining chairs and massage cushions stacked separately. Boss Fan is walking next to the trolley and is handing out cashiers in turn. Where's the video? Fanny asked as she arrived at Lee Ni's workstation. Lee and I hummed and thanked him in a joyful tone. Thanks boss. Fanny took a chair and massage cushion from the cart and handed it to Lee and I. Thanks for nothing. It's what I'm supposed to do. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fanny added, it's not convenient for you to videotape, so I'll play it for you. Fanny placed the massage cushion on the standing position where Lee and I had been working and set the chair aside again. Try it on. It's all hand-picked by me and Manager Joe. Try it on for comfort. Yes. Lee and I was thrilled. The video camera pans to the massage cushion at Lenny's feet. Boss, this is not bad to step on. Comfortable? Fanny had a big smile on his face. Lee and I nodded happily, then sat down in her chair again. This chair is also comfortable. Fanny smiled even more broadly and said affectionately, from now on, when you have free time, just sit back and relax. Read a book. Play on your phone. Relax and let your brain change its mind. When you're tired from work, it's okay to sit at the checkout as long as you don't miss work. Thanks boss. Van Eyck waved his hand and proceeded to hand out chairs and massage mats to the next cashier, and the video came to a screeching halt. Lee and I turned her cell phone off and put it in her handbag. Full of joy, I sent the video to my group of girlfriends and guess what they said? Jiangxi shook her head blankly. Lee and I spoke in a pretense of calm. They say Boss Van is doing us a disservice. Ha? Harm you guys? Lena nodded, a little playfully, causing us to like him. Ha ha. At this moment, the netizens of the live broadcast directly exploded the comment section. Who wouldn't like a boss like that? I'm a victim too. Red Eye patients plus 10,086. Victims plus 10,086. The chairs and massage cushions were hand-picked by the owner for the employees. That man is too good to his employees blah blah blah. Boss Fan, in order to find out his own problems, deliberately observes his employees at work for 3 days, and I reward him with a compassionate. Boss Fan learns from his mistakes. Good boy. Judge's room. Ma Yun and Dong Mingju frowned. To give employees a comfortable working environment, Boss Van then personally picks out massage mats and reclining chairs for his employees? The two men silently circled the massage cushions and reclining chairs on their notes. This knowledge is obscure. Gotta go back and work on that. However, Wang Jianlin, who was still not bothering to take notes, couldn't help but spit it out. What's the point of employees liking it when the boss is so stifling? Just then, in the middle of the screen, Jiangxi asked curiously, will this really work, Boss Fan? Will it really reduce the probability of making mistakes? Lee and I smiled sweetly. Since then, the complaints have gradually decreased. And last year we didn't receive a single complaint from the cashier or weighing department. And Boss Van even gave us a bonus for it. Jiangxi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When employees are worried about having their wages docked because of a complaint, Boss Fan was thinking about how to get to the root of the problem. The average boss will just blame the mistake on the employee not working hard enough. Instead, Boss Fan saw a more fundamental problem. It's easy to make mistakes because of the uncomfortable working environment, the number of customers, and the fact that the employees do repetitive tasks all the time. Then punishing employees with payroll deductions. Boss Fan chose to put himself in the shoes of his employees and think about why the complaints were made. This is the way to get to the root of the problem. Van's behavior of giving away chairs and massage cushions looks out of tune. Actually, it's a real flavor. Just then, Lenny guffawed. We are more comfortable working and naturally much more comfortable providing service to our customers. Jiangxi sniffed and thought a lot. That's a great idea. Mr. Fan. The cashier is the last part of the customer's shopping experience. It's the spirit of the whole store. Thinking of this, Jiangxi lamented. A good cashier who makes a good impression on customers is something that can help increase repeat business and increase turnover. Li and I nodded with deep approval and pride. We cashiers were able to get Walmart to close of its own accord last year, and we had a lot to do with that. Jiangxi smiled slightly. Who would turn down an offer to help him sort and pack things? What about a cashier who is serviceable and comforting? And who doesn't make mistakes? Judge's room. As soon as I heard that beating Walmart had something to do with the cashier, the judges all looked like they had realized something. Ma Yun and Dong Mingzhu highlighted the chair and massage cushion in their notes again. Wang Jinlin also silently bowed his head and began to memorize. Where are the chairs and massage cushions, the dregs? These are the cream of the crop for beating Walmart. Ma Yun couldn't help but tease Wang Jinlin as she looked at the note-taking Wang Jinlin. Mr. Wang, didn't you say that this boss is suffocating? Why are you remembering it again? Wang Jianlin smiled awkwardly. Spinning around, he added in a soft, nonsensical voice. Because he is good. Chapter 90 with Little Puffy sponsoring. There's no need to worry about money. Meanwhile, the Duyo hot search. A video was posted by a person with the nickname Passionate Liang Yueying. The video was just released 10 minutes ago. It just went straight to the top 10 of the Hot 100. It then soared into the top 5. Top 3. Second, it ended up going straight to the top of the Hot 100 real-time list. This video is related to Fanny and was edited by the passionate Liang Yueying herself. The video begins with Liang Yueying narrating herself somewhat excitedly to the camera. Brothers, just now, I made an amazing discovery. After saying that, Liang Yueying turned the screen to the rear camera. The chairs and massage cushions are the same as those of the Hoyo staff. Liang Yueying said proudly. Brothers, I overheard that the reclining chairs and massage cushions that Boss Fan bought for his employees were actually imported from me. I'll show the brothers a video. The video is proof. You see if it's Boss Fan himself. Immediately after that, Liang Yueying cut to a video that looked slightly blurry. The video is of neatly arranged chairs. These chairs are numerous and come in a variety of styles, colors, and dazzle the eye. Just then, Liang Yueying's explanation came from the video. These are samples of the chairs in my store. As soon as the words left his mouth, two familiar figures appeared on the screen. Boss Fan in slacks and Manager Zhao in leggings. The thoughtful Liang Yueying labeled the two men's heads with Boss Fan and Manager Zhao respectively. As you can see from the video, Fanny and Jia Yong are trying out the chairs one by one. They were experiencing the comfort of different chairs. The two men did not communicate the entire time, both testing the chairs carefully. After a mere 30 seconds, the blurry cutaway video is over. Liang Yueying's face appeared in the picture again. Liang Yueying turned to the camera and recalled. The video of Boss Fan picking out the chair is something I just found by purposely going through my circle of friends from 2 years ago. I was wondering how both of them didn't say a word and just tried out the chairs. Admiration appeared on Liang Yueying's face. Boss Fan and Manager Zhao have been choosing all afternoon. It was the black chair and gray massage cushion that I finally decided I wanted. Liang Yueying once again captured the same chair purchased by Hoyu into the frame. When I saw this chair earlier in the program, I thought it looked familiar. The thought crossed my mind that this couldn't have been bought at our house. For a moment, I suddenly remembered the two intriguing customers, Boss Fan and Manager Zhao, from 2 years ago. As a result, went and looked through my friends and didn't realize it was really them. Brothers, it's time to say no. Boss Fan is so good to his employees. Wrath Bay. Liang Yueying made the Wrath Bay gesture to the camera and the video ended there. This video immediately attracted the attention of many netizens when it was posted. In addition to topping the Hot 100 real-time list, the comments also went straight past 5 million. In the comments section, the highest number of likes is a nicknamed White Crane UU netizen message. I'm going to hit up Wagyu purchase today. When I went to the Fruitway Inn, I saw that the staff member was sitting down, so I couldn't resist chatting with her. I said, "Boss Fan actually lets you sit and work. It's so happy. When do you want to do this job?" The waiter's eyes immediately smiled into a slit and said firmly, "That must work until retirement." The happiness on her face when she said, "Until I retire." The only time I experienced it was when I was a kid and fantasized about being Deja Ultraman. In the comments section, a portion of the netizens replied to this work until retirement comment. Another portion of the netizens directly exploded the message board. People have to work until they retire. I'm only 23 and I already want to retire every minute of every day. If I were to join Hoyo, I could work until Boss Fan's grandson retires, not to mention until I retire. In the video, Boss Fan is so serious about picking out chairs, and he's really good to his employees. Boss Fan, win the championship soon. After winning the championship, the management model of Wuyubai can be popularized nationwide. I finally understand what it means to say that choice is more important than effort. People chose a godly boss like Boss Fan. Why did I choose a spiteful boss like Chao Wang? Jiangju, barbecue restaurant. Zhao Yong finished jerking off a skewer of grilled cashews, with a few grains of cumin and chili remaining in the corners of his mouth. Boss, of these malls we looked at today, I still think the first one we went to, Zhengdong New District CBD over there is good. Fanny drew out a tissue and wiped his mouth, asking in a dry, concise tone, "Where is it better?" Manager Zhou waved her hand in a colorful manner. Manager Gao is offering a 45% rent waiver, and that's a prime location. As I understand it, they only reduce it by 20% for other merchants, at most, giving us a direct 45% reduction. Manager Gao is full of sincerity. The more Zhao Yong talked, the more excited he became. In his opinion, the location of Zhengdong New District CBD is the best choice. Zhao Yong picked up a skewer of roasted cashews and just brought it to his mouth, and then as if he remembered something, "Boss, with 2 new stores and 3 times as many employees, costs are going to skyrocket." Fanny raised his eyes to look at Zhao Yong, and he understood that Zhao Yong was worried about funding. "You don't have to worry about money. Don't I have Puffy's sponsorship now?" When he said that, a warm smile appeared on Fanny's face, and Zhao Yong's face clearly had more than a few polite and extremely forced smiles on it. Smiles that looked like they had taken a lot of effort to squeeze out. Van Eyck looked at the beer on the table, lost in thought. In fact, Fanny had already asked the system. Hoyo purchase has exploded all over the internet after the last few days of the program. The potential customers have skyrocketed and the future market is huge. When a new store opens, new beers from the R&D department are put on the shelves of the new store to drive traffic to the new store. He just had to do what the system had taught him before, running 2 new stores with heart and treating the staff as well as ever. Turnover is definitely only increasing. There is absolutely no need to worry about the increase in staff and the opening of a new store, resulting in insufficient funds. Just as Fanny was caught up in his thoughts, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The netizens praised the company for providing chairs and massage cushions to its employees. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value, 750. Fanny picked up his cell phone from the table and was about to check out the relevant video when the system alert sounded again. Host, the system patch has finished downloading. You can view the related videos without having to use your cell phone. Click on the link below and the relevant video will play directly on the system panel. Splat! Fanny heard the system prompt and then put his phone back on the table. He used his mind to click on the link at the bottom of the system prompt. In an instant, the video related to the chair and massage cushion appeared in front of Fanny's eyes. A virtual screen that only he could see. The video begins when Jiang Shi asks Li and I why she assigned chairs to cashiers. Fanny leisurely jerked his skewer and sipped his drink while watching the video. When Fanny saw Li and I behind her hand, she followed his example and observed the employees at work. Fanny frowned slightly. It's too much of a learning curve. Clearly a suave and beautiful man. Let them learn to walk like Mr. Zhang in the next village. Not long after, Fanny, who was drinking a beer, heard Li and I in the video say, "Boss Fan is trying to make us like him." Ahem. Hearing this, Fanny somehow managed to choke on his beer. "Is everything okay?" Zhao Yong immediately asked with concern. Van Eyck waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine." Fanny gently patted his chest a few times with his hand, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose again. "I didn't realize that I'm really quite charming." Fanny couldn't help but think of a sentence in his mind. There are 2 types of people in the world who are the most fascinating. One kind is like him, and one kind is like him. Chapter 91. Live police lights flash and the program is forced to end. At that moment, the video on the system panel switched to the fighting sound video posted by Passionate Liang Yuanying. Fanny looked at himself in the video trying out the chair, and his thoughts couldn't help but be pulled back to that afternoon. All afternoon, the man he tried was numb. He first tried all the chairs one at a time with manager Joe and selected some of them. Then try it again in a chair that the two of you choose together. From these chairs another batch will be selected, and so on until the last hand is selected. When Van Eyck saw the most liked comment, the waiter said he was going to work until he retired. Van Eyck smiled in relief. Of course he wants his employees to follow him into retirement. Stability of personnel is critical to the company. With the system's education, Fanny understands that employees and bosses are more like partners. The performance is all done by the employees and the customers are served by the employees. If he doesn't treat his employees well, he makes them want to quit at the drop of a hat. The company's efficiency will not be much better when the mobility of the staff increases. Gobble, gobble. Fanny raised his head and gulped down half of his beer, memories of his past life flooding into his mind. In his previous life, he was not only extremely uncomfortable at work, going to work every day is like going to the grave, and it's heavy and depressing, and the paychecks are pitiful. Truly, he prefers to call his previous life's salary nest egg. Those wimpy fees are so uncomfortable to earn. They're a real pain in the ass. Phew. Fanny took a long breath. In my previous life, if only I could have met a boss like myself who was trained by the system, I would have been fine. Don't worry about not spending enough of your paycheck. Work comfortably every day. Sweetie pie. Wouldn't want to follow that into retirement. Hoyo purchase. Main entrance. Li and I looked at Jiangxi and asked with concern, "Where are you staying tonight?" Jiangxi thought about it. "I'm going to book a hotel nearby, and I'm coming to the office for orientation at 9:30 tomorrow morning." Li and I said sincerely, "Why don't you stay at my place? There just happens to be an extra guest room, and we can both come to the office together tomorrow." Chang Sai nodded and gave a soft hm. Normally, she wouldn't dare to stay at someone else's house, but today somehow, the people and things related to Wotsuk always gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Shortly after Jiangxi and Li and I left, the screen of the live broadcast room, and the screen of Hyatt Purchase, became dark. At the moment, the images of the two companies are once again in stark contrast. Shugang Power Inn. Although Su Yang has long left, but the company building was still lit up. 4 police cars can also be seen in the footage, and people are being escorted to them one after another. Just then, Shugong's screen suddenly went black. The director's voice rang out on the air. "Hello viewers, this is the end of the Shugong Power vs. Hoyo Purchase match, the next voting session." As soon as the director opened his mouth, the netizens immediately began to swipe the screen. "Brothers, the voting session is here. Don't go red blue blind this time. Red is either on the left or on the right. Remember, no need to vote this game. Sweetie, all know how to pick. Underscore. Whoever dares to vote for Shugong Power is trying too hard to get ahead. Oh, this round has given me a red eye, and all I see in my world now is red." However, it was a surprise. The director paused for a few seconds before speaking slowly. "The voting session is cancelled. No voting is required for this game, and Wagyu Purchase wins." Upon hearing this, the netizens were directly abuzz. "I heard that those 8 interviewers today were set up by another faction of the company to organize the whole thing, and that the installation of the camera head was deliberately kept from them. I threw it, just want them to blow themselves up. Not even give them a chance to get on the Reddit list. I just heard from my husband that their various gangs were tearing each other apart and most of the company ended up going in. What happened to the job seekers who gave gifts? Who knows? I'm all set with 20 cell phones to support Woyue Purchase. How come this is not voting again?" The netizens hadn't swiped many comments before the livestream was shut down by the program. Judge's room. The 3 judges looked at each other. Wang Jianlin spoke in a worried tone. "Hoyu Purchase has won 3 games in a row. If we win one more, Boss Fan's management model will have to be popularized nationwide," said Wang Jianlin as he looked at his notes. Boss Fan's management style is unheard of for traditional entrepreneurs like them. Van Eyck's management style with his employees is too bold. Will these really work? Maru looked at her notes as well, lost in thought. This round gives job seekers breakfast, reimbursed travel expenses, stuffed animals and notebooks, employee homes repaired for employees, Majong machines, job level recognition, chairs and massage cushions, and the last 2 rounds. Minimum salary package of $150,000 per year, 149 days of extra long vacation. This is if it's all implemented for Alibaba. Wouldn't that employee be lawless? Take such a long vacation and get paid well. The employees are certainly happy, but But how can he ask his employees to 996 as a blessing in the future? Marwan scratched his head. Let's do it this way. Let's pick a few of Boss Fan's management methods and test them on a small scale in the company first. If it doesn't work. Ma Yun looked meaningfully at Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu instantly understood. Mr. Ma means he wants to pick a few to try first. If it doesn't work, find a way to make Wajiashu lose in the 4th round. After pondering for a moment, Wang Jianlin slowly opened his mouth. Massage cushions and chairs are something to try. Dong Mingzhu remembered the last round of the vacation tournament. And that unhappy vacation. It's just 10 days. Try that too. Hiss. Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun sucked in a breath of cool air. Ruma glanced at her notes and spoke tentatively. Shouldn't we try the Majong machine too? Chapter 92, Mahjong machine? 40-meter machete out. Mahjong machine? Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu raised their voices in unison. Immediately afterward, the two faces were instantly covered with approval again. Afterwards, the two men nodded their heads and said they were in full agreement with the Mahjong machine proposal. After all, just this morning, the ones who played Mahjong in the staff house claimed after playing Mahjong, they will work harder. They are even more afraid of the company going bankrupt than Boss Fan. This rhetoric convinced the 3 judges that the employees had been successfully pooed. I can't believe I actually called the company home. I can't believe I actually took the company to heart. The shock this caused to their hearts was no less than Harmony Purchase defeating Walmart. The 3 judges thought that they could try with a Mahjong machine first. If it works well, you can even create an employee home that is the same as the Hoyo Purchase. Wang Jianlin broke his fingers and began to count. 1 is a chair and massage cushion, the 2nd is 10 days of unhappy vacation, and the 3rd is a Mahjong machine. Ma Yun and Dong Mingzhu nodded in recognition. We'll give Alibaba a try tomorrow. I'll tell my secretary to set Jerry up right now. Dong Mingzhu had just pulled out his cell phone and was about to call his secretary. Hiss. This fellow, Wang Jianlin, however, spoke with a worried face. But what if it doesn't work well? What if all the employees stop working well because of it? Ma Wan waved her hand without a care in the world. Oops. Those who don't work properly, just dismiss them directly. The company can turn away from anyone. Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin nodded in deep agreement. Makes sense. It can spin away from anyone. It's just a matter of furloughing a couple of employees. And we have to try to get ahead of it. In case it doesn't work, we'll all be screwed when Boss Fan wins the title and his management model is spread nationwide. After saying that, the 3 of them looked at each other meaningfully. They know in their hearts that if the attempt is unsuccessful, they must do everything they can to stop Boss Fan from winning the title. Their capitalist's path to sustained money generation should never be cut off by Boss Fan. Meanwhile, the 3rd round is the semi-final stage. There are 4 participating companies. In addition to Hoyo Purchase and Shugang Power, there are 2 other companies, and these 2 are still competing as if they were in full swing. However, the match between Shugang Power and Hoyo Purchase is much more exciting than those 2. That's why the vast majority of the internet's attention is focused on it. The moment when the match between Shugang Power and Hoyo Purchase was forced to declare an end, netizens immediately took to the internet, creating a raging frenzy. Hoyo has won 3 games in a row, and the calls for Hoyo to win the title are growing louder. Netizens are hoping that after Hoyo wins the title, it will open all over the country. The ability to spread Boss Fan's management style across the country. A netizen named Ancient Wine Westhorse Thin Wind posted a video on the internet. The video took the internet's clamor for Wojosu to win the title to a whole new level. At the beginning of the video, Ancient Wind Westhorse Thin Wind said to the camera with a disdainful face, I don't believe in Hoyo Purchase at all. Hoyo Purchase is nothing more than a media gimmick to appease us beatniks. Yue Shopping is not a good supermarket at all. And Boss Fan is definitely not a good boss. So don't be fooled. Some of the people who have been to Hoyo Purchase and are grumpy internet users. As soon as he heard this, he was instantly enraged. Some just drew their 40-meter machetes. There were also some slightly better-tempered netizens who clenched their fists tightly. But at that moment, the Ancient Wind Westhorse Thin Wind turned the tables and said righteously, why did I say in pre-order was fake? Because it's not open in my city. What's the point of serving only the Yudu and only the Yudu people? Why should Yudu people eat so well? I won't believe it until Boss Fan comes to Mordor and opens one. Seeing is believing. Brothers, hearing this, the cranky netizens put back the 40-meter machete they had just drawn. Hard, advising you to talk to the point, almost moving the knife. Didn't Mr. Fan say he'd open 2 new stores? 2 is not enough. We have to open all over the country. Coordinates Woo-do. Unless and you purchase opened in my home downstairs, or beat me to death do not believe. Woohoo has won 3 rounds in a row. Family, the championship is just ahead. Supporting Wagyu purchase to win the championship. Must promote the whole country. Can't only you do people eat so well. The grill. Fanny and Zhao Yong had already eaten about as much as they could. Go. Fanny said calmly, but the two men hadn't had time to get up. Fanny's ears then rang with the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the 3rd round. Honor value plus 30. Current honor value, 780. The 3rd round is over so soon? Fanny was a bit surprised. And then he turned to Zhao Yong. Sit down for a few more minutes. Hearing this, Zhao Yong was filled with happiness. So, boss, can I order 10 more skewers? After Fanny gently nodded his head, he opened the system panel with his mind. Employee capacity value, 1000. Employee happiness value, 1000. Company reputation, 780/1000. Total 2780. 220 to go for longevity. Bao Dan. Fanny slowly let out a sigh of relief, silently expecting it in his heart. Hopefully the 4th round will start early and save up 3,000 values early. Thinking about it, the doctor's statement that he would not live to be 30 years old came to mind. Fanny is 29 years old, but the year is already half over. In 6 months, he'll be 30, an age when doctors pronounced him dead. Phew. Fanny exhaled with a despondent look. Zhao Yong asked with concern. What's wrong? It's okay, there's still 6 months left. Fanny replied absent-mindedly. Zhao Yong sniffed and was filled with doubt. 6 months? Look at Boss Fan's sad face. Although Zhao Yong was curious in his heart, he didn't dare to ask more questions and could only speculate in his heart. What's wrong with the boss? What does half a year mean? Did he really guess? The cost of opening a new store and hiring employees is too high. It's causing a cash flow? I think the boss is saying that there's only enough money to last 6 months. 90% of the company's profits are divided among us, and this money is still paid monthly. No, gotta help the boss. He can't be left to carry everything alone. My daughter's little money for the rocking car ride isn't enough. We'll have to gather the people in the company to raise the money. Thinking of this, Zhao Yong took out his cell phone, was about to send a message to the rest of management, but as soon as he saw that Fanny was sitting across the table, Zhao Yong hurriedly put his cell phone back on the table. Better get back to the hotel and post again. Don't message didn't make it, but was instead seen by his boss and mistakenly thought he was working overtime. Chapter 93, All Leave of Absence. Can the company survive without anyone? Day 2, July 5th, 9 a.m. Zhengzhou, Xinjiang District, a 5-star hotel. Knock, knock, knock. Fanny, who was brushing his teeth, suddenly heard several rhythmic knocks on the door. Fanny subconsciously glanced at the time and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It's not even time to go to work yet. Why is Zhao Yong here? With a heart full of doubts, Fanny opened the door to his room, but as soon as he opened it, Fanny instantly widened his eyes and froze directly in place. Just outside the door was a crowd of lessees and principals from various shopping centers. Mr. Gao, the manager of the CBD of Zhengdong New District, is standing right in the middle of the crowd. Boss Fan, how are you considering it? Manager Gao waved his hand and raised his voice in concern, but before Fanny could answer, the others at the door said, Boss Fan, you're welcome to open your new store to our Xinjiang. We've specially applied for a government subsidy for you. Boss Fan, I've come from Guangdong City specifically to talk to you about choosing a location for a branch of Wayou Purchase. Boss Fan, I'm from Magic City, and I believe that if we work together, it's sure to make Hoyo shopping better and help push Hoyo shopping to go international. It turned out that all of these people had rushed here immediately after the 3rd round. In fact, they had wanted to come to negotiate with Fanny before the start of the 3rd round. But when they saw that the rivals of Hoyo Purchase were state-owned enterprises, they are all a little afraid that Hoyo will lose and fall off the face of the earth. Now that Hoyo Purchase has won the contest again, the online buzz is even more intense. The heads of major shopping malls all want to let Wayou shopping help bring popularity to their areas. It would be nice to have the new store of Hoyo Purchase open in your own territory. Then they are bound to make a lot of money as a result. The people in charge of the field all bought high-speed rail tickets or airplane tickets overnight to come here after the victory of Hoyo Purchase. They are afraid that the meat and potatoes of Hoyo Purchase will be taken by someone else first. However, Fanny, who saw the crowd outside the room at the moment, frowned gently and said vaguely, Sorry guys, it's not time to go to work yet. We start at 9:30. Snap. Fanny closed the door to his room without hesitation. The people outside the door looked at each other, all at a loss for words. In fact, Fanny was quite anxious about choosing his site. But he felt like these people were looking at him like hungry wolves who wanted to eat him alive. So many people standing in the doorway early in the morning looking at themselves in their pajamas with their hair loose. Still brushing his teeth, the toothpaste foam in his mouth almost fell out. This caused Fanny's sociopathic attribute to suddenly be activated. Zhao Yong, who lived next door, opened the door to his room and poked his head out when he heard the commotion. "Why don't you guys go wait in the conference room on the first floor of the hotel and come over when it's 9:30 and it's time for us to go to work?" "Thank you, Manager Joe." After everyone had thanked them, they went forward to the conference hall on the first floor. Meanwhile, Alibaba, Engineering and Technology. Ma Yun was watching with a gleeful face as the installer installed the Mahjong machine in the conference room of the technical department. "Master, this is the bird in HT880T, right?" The master who was installing the Mahjong machine nodded. Ma Yun looked at the soon-to-be installed Mahjong machine and thought a lot. As far as he was concerned, the Engineering and Technology Group had always been his most loyal 996 advocates. He was confident that these people wouldn't be in any great trouble just because they had adopted Boss Fan's management style. That's why he is confident that the Engineering and Technology Department will be the department that experiments with unhappy vacation, Mahjong machines, chairs and massage cushions. Just then, an ordinary technician from the technical department came over to Ma Yun with a leave slip. The technician spoke in a slightly shaky voice. "Boss, I'd like to take 10 days of unhappy vacation." Ma Yun's brows frowned slightly, but then they stretched out. "Granted. Go ahead." With that, Ma Yun took out the signing pen he had with him to sign the leave slip. Just after signing it, another general technician came toward him. "Mr. Ma, I would also like to take 10 days off." Ma Yun's face became visibly upset. Moments later, Ma Yun said in a stern voice, "Give me the vacation slip." Ma Ru took the leave slip and once again approved the technician's unhappy vacation. However, it wasn't long before a third technician came along. "Mr. Ma, Ma Yun looked at the leave slip in his hand, and the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. "Unhappy vacation declared at 9 o'clock. It's only 9:15 and 3 people have come in for vacation?" At the risk of sounding like Tech is his biggest 996 believer, Ma Ru snatched the leave slip out of the third technician's hand. While signing, he chimed in, "The company can turn around without anyone." Before the words fell, the most bullish research and development project, the company's aorta, bald little Lu, also slowly walked over. Ma Yun watched Xiao Lu's steps toward him with anxiety. "This isn't going to be a leave of absence as well, is it?" Ma Ru reassured herself. "It won't." Xiao Lu is the backbone of the R&D department, and he is usually the one who likes to work overtime the most. He was often the last one to leave work in the R&D department. There was no way he was going to shake the belief that 996 was a blessing just because of Boss Fan's unhappy vacation. However, just then, "Boss, I'd like to invite too." Warda Xiao Lu reached out his hand and handed his leave slip to Ma Yun, but Ma Ru didn't pick up. At this moment, the anger in Ma Yun's heart had long since gone straight to her head. He never expected this group of programmers who usually obeyed him and were most receptive to 996 being blessed. Only just 15 minutes after adopting Boss Fan's management style, it became like this. The consequences of this would be simply unimaginable if it were to be experimented on for all sectors. Ma Yun looked at the core aorta of the R&D department in front of her and let out a deep breath. Ma Yun counted 3 silently in her mind, forced down her anger, and spoke faintly. "Recently, that new project of the company, it's quite busy. You have to worry more." However, Xiao Lu pretended to dislike it suspiciously. "But didn't you just say that the company can turn around without anyone?" At that exact moment, the rest of the R&D department stood up from their workstations. They all had their backpacks on and their leave slips in hand, ready to leave on leave. When Ma Yun saw this scene, she was scared in her heart. "Look at this. Are they all taking a vacation? That's not good." Ma Yun plucked up her voice and chided. "All 3 of those who just took a leave of absence are dismissed. Unhappy leave is cancelled." The crowd bristled, full of helplessness, and silently sat back in their seats again. Looking at these most loyal 996 believers, Ma Yun frowned. What are they unhappy about? What a joy it is to practice blessings every day. 996. I can't believe everyone wants to take an unhappy vacation. Ma Yun took a long breath. In his opinion, these technicians are trying to exploit the situation. This won't work for Boss Fan. Absolutely not. Chapter 94, Taking money for eating grass and doing the work of a cow or a horse. Alibaba, Engineering and Technology Department. Technicians have been venting their frustrations in small groups of green mail. the aorta of the technical department. Xiao Lu took the lead. I haven't had a break in a long time and can't figure out what's the point of working endless hours of overtime every day. All the work is clearly ours to bury. And it's him who buys billion-dollar-plus mansions one after the other. Technician 1 enters immediately after. I heard he even bought himself a 4-room house in Kyoto. Technician 2 followed suit. I feel like we're all being fooled. I thought there was value in working overtime. Isn't it said that 996 cultivates blessings? Then why doesn't he 996? Technician 3 wondered. Why is it that a retail superstore like Woyo Shopping, located in a Tier 4 city, is able to achieve common wealth, and we, as an internet powerhouse, can't make our employees and bosses rich together? Technology Department aorta Xiao Lu, full of indignation to enter again, getting paid to eat grass and do the work of a cow or a horse, but shouting the mantra of being a wolf. By the time you reach 35, you have to face abandonment and layoffs. Most of those laid off in our company in recent years have gone to delivery. This paragraph was just sent out a short time ago. All the employees in the technical department looked up at each other in unison. There was weariness and discontent in their eyes. Some even unabashedly exuded the urge to go on strike. Meanwhile, Sheijing, a certain Wanda shopping mall, Wang Jianlin chose the location of the experiment to be the Yongdai supermarket in the Wanda shopping center. He thought it would be the best place to experiment as the business here is more similar to Hoyo Purchase. At the moment, the head of the cashier department is handing out chairs and massage mats to the cashiers at the Forever Grey supermarket. The cashiers who got the chairs and massage cushions were initially happy to sit in their chairs with smiles on their faces. It's really quite comfortable to sit and work like this, and with the massage cushion you won't get tired after standing for a long time, a cashier said with joy. However, while all the cashiers were basking in the joy, the head of the cashiers department, however, trailed off. 106 for the chair and 60 for the massage cushion, for a total of 202, to be deducted directly from your paychecks by the Treasury at the end of the month. Immediately after this statement, a cashier stood up and said without hesitation, "Supervisor, I don't want it. You take it." Immediately afterward, more cashiers rose to their feet. "I don't want it either. And me." Instead, the supervisor threw up his 2 hands and put on a look of helplessness. It's the boss's rule that everyone must have it, and anyone who don't have it shouldn't come to work. Upon hearing this, the cashiers, who were all smiles just a moment ago, instantly looked sad. Is this posting a chair and massage cushion? This sends a tiger bench and ankle bracelet, right? Why does it hurt like hell to use it? Once the supervisor left, the cashiers started talking to each other. If you don't want to post it, don't post it. What are you charging for it? Really? It's only $3,000 a month. Now I have to be deducted another 202 for nothing. The boss is too stingy. We have a chain of more than 1,000 supermarkets nationwide, and we have lost $8 billion in the past 3 years. Can we not be stingy? I really don't understand. The boss is so stingy can still lose money? The boss is so generous to his employees. Not only is the pay high, but there's a whole floor of rest areas, and that rest area is over $30 million. So how can people make money? Sisters, since watching Hoyo Purchase I have realized that you don't only make money by desperately squeezing your employees. The cashiers couldn't help but look inside the supermarket, where customers were few and far between. Co-workers are also lethargic. A cute-looking cashier with a bobbed haircut couldn't help but read in her mind. $3,000 a month and a disguised deduction is too harsh. I used to be just poor, but now I'm working part-time and I'm tired and poor. This cashier pulled out his cell phone and was ready to touch the fish, but just as I opened Doojum, I saw a picture tweeted in white letters on a black background. They devour our souls and deprive us of our happiness before they can allow themselves to stand at the top of the tower as victors. Them? Devour us? What do you mean? To figure out what the passage meant, the cashier opened the comments section. Blind guesses that they hear is my boss and your boss. They devour our souls. The phrase is so vicarious that beatniks don't deserve souls. The all-abominable capitalists climbed over our dead bodies. Woohoo! It turns out that this tired and poor life is just a stepping stone on the way to the boss's success. So cruel. The cute-looking cashier looked as if something had touched her inside. The ghost had to forward the image to a small group in the cashier's department. In less than a minute, the group of cashiers all blew up. Deduct this 202 today and sponsor another screw for the boss's luxury car. I don't even have the heart to say that last month's paycheck docked me $28.67 to $133. I really don't want to do it. I can't move without being docked. I'm not going to this stupid class. 9:30 in the morning. Fanny and Jiayong were already sitting in the conference hall on the first floor of the hotel. Leaseholders and principals of various shopping malls voluntarily lined up at the entrance and entered the conference hall in order to negotiate. The first one to come in was the high manager of the CBD of Zhengdong New District yesterday. Manager Gao just came in, took out the carefully prepared PPT and business plan, and could not wait to say, "Boss Fan, you see, this is our elaborate design program." When? Fanny frowned slightly. These are obviously temporary downloads from whatever website. The watermark on the bottom line hasn't even been removed yet. The whole design looks fancy but is actually not practical at all. He's opening a mall where ordinary people shop, but this is designed like an auditorium, looking so luxurious and expensive. Who would dare to come in for a casual stroll? Manager Gao raised his right hand and compared it to a number 5, saying in a sincere tone, "Mr. Fan, we've decided to give you a 50% reduction in your rent." Zhao Yong was inwardly surprised when he heard this. Yesterday it was raised from 20% to 45%. Now at 5%. That's the same as just waiving the rent by half. Manager Gao took out the contract from his briefcase and handed it to Fanny. "Boss Fan, I've drawn up the contract. Take a look." However, Fanny didn't seem to have the intention of looking at it. He had learned yesterday that the house prices in the CBD of Zhengdong New District were between 12 and 15,000. This house price is not conducive to the early purchase of a house by the average level employee of the company. Employees who are unable to buy a house of their own around the company after 2 or 3 years of employment is very detrimental to the system's employee happiness value. Fanny pushed back the contract that Manager Gao had handed to him, and politely refused. "Manager Gao, let's stand by for now." A hint of surprise flashed in Manager Gao's eyes. 50% rent-free and it's still pending? Zhengdong New District CBD, but Zhengzhou inch of gold. Although Manager Gao was upset in his heart, he still said with a smile on his face, "Okay, you can call me anytime if you have any questions." Then the second person who came in was the head, male, from Mordor. The man in charge wore gold-rimmed glasses and was covered from head to toe in luxury. The whole person from inside to outside reveals the kind of sophistication and foreign style that is exclusive to the people of Magic City. "Hello, Boss Fan." The head of Ala Mordor Guixin Mall, Alan. Alan politely hands out his business card. Business card metal with 3D embossing. Not cheap to look at. Alan pulls his MacBook out of his black, old-fashioned, donkey briefcase. Then he opened the prepared PowerPoint and showed Fanny the planning of Magic City Guixin for Hoyu purchase. Fanny nodded in satisfaction. "This one is pretty well done. At least it looks like a mall." It was obviously much more serious than what that high manager had just done. And they've made a point of improving the environment in terms of the customer experience. After presenting the PowerPoint, Alan pulled another contract out of his donkey handbag. "Mr. Fan, as for the mall rent, you can fill in as much as you want, okay? Chapter 95 within 3 years. Listing NASDAQ." Van Eyck froze for a moment. "Rent?" Van Eyck immediately takes on the context of the moment. And then he recalled the 26 letters he had learned in his previous life. He had already guessed that the word would mean rent. What this person in charge means is that the rent is filled in as much as you want? Fanny was just about to open his mouth, wanting to help the company save money. Zhao Yong asked tentatively, "Is that okay if I don't fill it out? I mean, is rent-free okay?" Fanny glanced at Zhao Yong in shock. This kid's good. Although Fanny wanted to ask this, he didn't dare to ask for fear of being beaten. "I did not expect the manager." Zhao opened his mouth, directly to the other generals. However, what made Fanny even more surprised was that Alan didn't even think twice about it. "Of course, Manager Zhao, no problem with free rent," said Alan with a gentlemanly smile. Zhao Yong and Fanny looked at each other. They had thought Alan wouldn't agree. "I didn't think I'd say yes without even thinking about it. There's no fraud here, is there?" Before the two could return to their senses, Alan said confidently, "Boss Fan, according to the super high popularity of Weiwa shopping now, I'll believe, with our full assistance, within 3 years, Hoyo will be able to go international. Surely you can go ring the NASDAQ bell across the ocean." Fanny and Zhao Yong's brows were locked as they listened carefully. It was indeed a bit of a struggle to hear this Chinese, English, and Mordor language mixed together. If you don't have the great 9 years of compulsory education, now they might not really understand what this friend of Mordor was saying. Fanny knew in his heart what this head of Magic City meant by that. Isn't it just that they want Hoyo purchase to go international and list on NASDAQ with the help of their Magic City capital? Fanny pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. "Sorry, we're not really interested in going public for the time being. 90% of the company's profits are distributed to employees. So such a corporate mechanism should not be able to go public either, right? Alan heard this and fell silent. On the point of 90% of profits going to employees, he had actually thought of a countermeasure a long time ago. If the new store opens in the Magic City, when he opened, the first thing he wanted to do was to eliminate the requirement that 90% of profits be distributed to employees. After all, this is the biggest factor affecting the listing. If the profits are distributed to the employees, how can we persuade the shareholders to invest? In retail, you make the difference in the price of the goods, and that's hard money. How can you make money faster than cutting leaks in the stock market? Depending on the current hotness of the Hoyo purchase, just do good PR. Once listed, the initiative to send rice leaks must be countless. After a few waves of harvesting, it's straight up making it and Hyatt purchase more money than it's ever made in its life. Alan held up his gold-rimmed glasses. He still had to find a way to get Boss Fan to come to Mordor and set up store first. The issue of 90% profit-sharing employees will be worked out later, Alan said with a sly look. Boss Fan, Ala here is a prime location, the core of the core area of Magic City. Giving you free rent can help you cut costs significantly. With less cost and more traffic, you'll be able to make a lot of money. Fanny took a long breath. Not only is the rent free, the core area of a super first-tier city has high traffic for sure, and this location is very accessible for customers. The business plan shown by this person in charge just now is also well done. However, in addition to going public on NASDAQ, housing prices are also a problem. The Magic City housing prices should not even be cheap. Thinking of this, Fanny asked suspiciously, "Your Guaxin Mall, what are the prices around it?" Alan, upon hearing these words, speculated in his mind about Fanny's intentions. Boss Fan asked about the prices of the surrounding neighborhoods. Supposedly, they wanted to test the lot for gold. After all, a core location just has a natural commercial advantage. It's just that it's a better money magnet than other locations. Thinking about it, Alan said nonchalantly, "Boss Fan, the average house price in our Huangpu district is around $100,000, but our mall is a core area. The average home price around here is around $250,000. $250,000 a square foot?" Zhao Yong's eyes widened in surprise as he asked incredulously. Alan nodded softly with some amusement. Zhao Yong unconsciously looked at Fanny, his eyes saying 1,000 words. "Boss, what kind of prime location is this? This is simply the king of legends. The average price is actually $250,000 a square foot? Obviously we all live in the same world. Why are the prices in Udu only 4,000 or 5,000, and people that want 250,000? Fanny rested his chin on one hand and spoke slowly. "With such high prices, it does seem quite sincere of you to give free rent." Hearing this, Alan smiled slightly with confidence. He felt that the matter of letting Hiwashu go to Magic City to open a store would work in 9 cases out of 10. After all, it's so tempting to be able to go rent-free in the heart of the Magic City, where every inch of land is expensive. Now he's already fantasizing about ringing the bell at NASDAQ. However, Fanny frowned lightly and continued, "You do save a lot of costs by giving malls free rent, but you're so expensive that employees can't afford to buy around here." "Ha?" Alan's mouth dropped open in amazement. Before Alan could slow down, Fanny explained again sincerely, "The house prices are so expensive, and the rent over there must not be cheap either. Employees can't afford to buy a house, and most of their paychecks still have to pay rent. Then the employee will definitely feel anxious and depressed. They can't serve customers better if they're anxious." Hearing this, Alan's face instantly sank. This guy's toxic, right? There's money to be made? I can't believe you're considering employees who can't afford to buy a house and have to pay rent on their salary? Wouldn't it be enough for him to rake in his own money so he can afford a mansion himself? People in small towns just don't have the vision. Fanny gently breathed a sigh of relief and rejected it outright. "The prices are really too high for us to consider," Alan said with a forced gentlemanly smile. "Boss Fan, you have my business card. If you have an idea, feel free to call me." Fanny nodded slightly. Alan collected his contract and laptop and left the conference room. It was at this moment that Zhao Yong said to Fanny, "Boss, I'm going to the bathroom." Van Eyck gave a soft Actually, Zhao Yong went to the bathroom to check on the fundraising. After Boss Fan rejects Alan, Zhao Yong is even more certain that the company is underfunded. Boss Fan was clearly interested when Alan said rent-free just now. Zhao Yongban also thought this was going to be a success. But in the end, Mr. Fan actually refused because of the expensive price of the house. Other than Boss Fan, what boss cares if his employees can afford to buy a house or not? Care about whether employees are emotionally anxious and happy in their work life? Boss Fan so put himself in the shoes of his employees. Zhao Yong's heart was deeply moved. Chapter 96, Mall Rent? Mayor, free rent in perpetuity. 11:30 in the morning. Fanny and Zhao Yong interviewed a few more principals, but it still hasn't found the right spot. Phew. Zhao Yong took a long breath. It's so hard to choose a site. Fanny shook his head helplessly. It's not the lack of transportation. It's just not a good environment. Either that or house prices are too high. Just then, 3 men in suits walked in. The one in the center looks like a hall of fame. Quite official. Sven on the left. The one on the right is plain. The man on the left side of the sesame spoke first. Hello, Boss Fan. This is our Mayor Yang of Xinjiang City. Fanny and Zhao Yong's pupils instantly shrunk. The mayor of Xinzhou? Open a new store and the mayor comes? What a surprise. This is too much sincerity from Xinzhou City. Xinzhou City was the exact downtown area where their hotel was located at the moment. Like you do, it is under the province of Yu. Hello, Mayor. Fanny and Zhao Yong stood up from their chairs in a hurry. After some brief pleasantries with the mayor, several people sat down one after another. Through the exchange just now, Fanny learned. To the left of the mayor, Sven, is the mayor's secretary, and to the right of the mayor is the head of the Times Mall in the new Positive District, Li Hongliang. At Mayor Yang's eye gesture, Li Hongliang took out a thick stack of information from within his briefcase. Boss Fan, this is the Hoyu purchase plan that we made overnight. Please take a look at it. Fanny took the business plan and flipped through it with Zhao Yong. Just as they turned to the first page, the 2 men looked shocked. I can't believe that the area for storing shopping carts has been widened for the sake of Wagyu shopping. So meticulous? Li Hongliang noticed the surprise in the eyes of the 2 men and said with a smile, Boss Fan, we've purposely sent people to inspect Hoyo purchase. The reason for widening this place is that we found that Wuiwei shopping is trying to give different customers a better shopping experience. 7 different functional styles of shopping carts are provided. There definitely wasn't enough room before. That's why the shopping cart storage area was specifically made wider. Fanny nodded in satisfaction. Improvements were made to the original mall after a special inspection. The sincerity of this is indeed full. And on the second page, they also presented a rendering of the 7 shopping carts stored. Baby shopping carts, children's shopping carts, small adult shopping carts, large adult shopping carts, double-decker shopping carts, shopping basket carts, shopping carts for the elderly. All 7 shopping carts are able to be seen on the rendering. This was able to clearly show what Hoyo shop will look like when it opens. Van Eyck continues to flip through. The information that follows is even more detailed and nuanced. From the fresh food section, to the fish section, to the appliance section, to the clothing section, and more. All have been meticulously altered. All changes are accompanied by a clear 3-sheet diagram. 1 was before the change, 1 is altered, and then there's the effects. 3 charts followed by detailed descriptions. Explain why the change was made, and what are the benefits of such a change. Van Eyck said incredulously. This was really made in one night? Li Hongliang responded with a smile. Boss Fan, I didn't sleep a wink last night, and I've been working with my handlers to catch up on this plan. The mayor smiled graciously and inquired. Mr. Fan, how is it? Are you still satisfied with this plan? Satisfaction, Fanny replied without hesitation. Can you not be satisfied? The mayor is here in person. Plus, even if the mayor doesn't come, they've done a really good job with this plan. 2. The best he'd seen so far. This was done by people overnight. Seeing Li Hongliang with panda eyes, Fanny couldn't help but be concerned. Must have been tired after working all night last night. Although Fanny spoke these words in a concerned tone and calm manner, but these words were like a bolt from the blue in the ears of the others. Li Hongliang even unconsciously pinched cold sweat. Bad. Just focus on the business plan. I can't believe I forgot that Boss Fan hates overtime. But Boss Fan has clearly said that overtime work is immoral. It was obvious that Boss Fan was very satisfied with the business plan just now. But why did he or she have to say more than that it was made overnight? We're not going to lose the deal just because we worked late last night on the plan, are we? Mayor Yang is still here watching. Li Hongliang, who couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth, stammered a little. Boss Fan, don't worry. We never don't work overtime. Last night was a special case, and we will never ask you to work overtime, and we will never interfere with your management of your staff. Mayor Yang, who was on the side, swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but feel nervous inside. Work with Hoyo Purchase on this one. It is beneficial to drive economic development in Xinzhou City. Hoyo not only provides local residents with quality goods to enhance their quality of life. If Hoyo is able to expand in Shinsho City, it would also provide employment for the local strikers. 2. After all, there's no one who doesn't want to come to work at Hoyo Purchase. This is a good thing for the benefit of the people of Shinjin. He hoped to make it happen during his term of office. If it develops well in the future, it can also become his political achievement and accomplish a good story. But now this is a matter that is likely to fail. Just because Li Hongliang worked overtime all night to make the business plan, Mayor Yang appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he had already been flustered. While this was happening, Fanny looked at the nervous Li Hongliang and waved his hand. You misunderstand. I have no right to interfere with your overtime issues, but my employees should never work overtime. Hearing this, several people's hanging hearts fell to the ground. Zhao Yong, who was bent on saving the company money, asked, So, do we get a discount on rent here? Mayor Yang said with an affable smile. This year is considered a trial run, and the rent is free. After that, it will be negotiated on a case-by-case basis. If the results have been consistently good, New Orleans residents are highly satisfied with Hoyo Purchase. It can also be a permanent full exemption. Permanent full exemption? Fanny and Zhao Yong's mouths were slightly open. Whether it works well or not is up in the air. What a great move by the mayor. The new store must do well. The effect must be pulled full for Shinshoichi. Residents of New Orleans must be served. Mayor Young continued. I just learned that Boss Fan is more worried about employee housing. Fanny nodded slightly. Mayor Yang said amiably. We've decided that as long as you're an employee of Hoyo Purchase, you'll get a 5% to 10% discount on any home purchases around the company. How about that? Fanny and Zhao Yong were dumbstruck. Not only is the rent free, but there are also purchase incentives. Shinsho City is really too sincere. Prices here are slightly more expensive than you do. Now Mayor Yang gives concessions later, just about the same as you do. But, Mayor Yang's tone became serious, and Zhao Yong and Fanny's brows furrowed slightly, their hearts lifting right along with them. You can only buy one discounted home per person, and if both husband and wife are employees of Hoyo Purchase, that's one per family. Fanny was beaming with joy. One set is enough. He was originally trying to solve the problem of just needed housing for his employees. Well, Boss Fan, satisfied? Mayor Young asked with a smile. Fanny also replied with a smile on his face. Satisfaction. Chapter 97-3 Listed Bosses. Victimized by Boss Fan. Thank you, Mayor. We will do our best to do the best we can. After a few words of politeness, Fanny shook hands with Mayor Yang and said goodbye. Phew. Zhao Yong took a long breath and lamented. What a way to get to the top. Fanny moved his shoulders and neck and smiled. Let's go. Dry lunch. We'll talk about the rest this afternoon. The thought of having a new store site to talk about. Zhao Yong's brain then involuntarily hurt. Boss, what do you say we open both new stores in Xinjiang City? Anyway, Mayor Yang said that if you do a good job, you'll be free of rent permanently. Fanny looked at Zhao Yong with a slight frown. Why does this guy only care about rent today? The head of Mordor came in to talk. Manager Joe asked people directly if they could have their rent waived. Meet the people in charge of other places. The only question Manager Joe asked was also about rent. What? Are you afraid Puffy's going to scam more money out of him to open a new store for me? Just as Fanny was speculating on Zhao Yong's thoughts, Zhao Yong, who was on the side, also speculated about Fanny's mind. When these principals came in to talk today, the owner's main concern is the surrounding housing prices. Even if the high manager of the other CBD gave a 50% rent waiver, the bosses don't even agree. Just because the prices are high, the owner doesn't care about rent for the sake of his employees' well-being, only the price of the house. I'll have to think about saving on rent. I also wonder how much money the director raised. If you talk in the afternoon, the mall does not give rent concessions. Is the money raised enough to help the company out? Thinking of this, Zhao Yong hurriedly opened his cell phone and took a look. The office manager who can be busy raising funds. Haven't heard back from him yet. Ahem. Fanny deliberately cleared his throat. Zhao Yong sheepishly turned off his cell phone immediately. Fanny spoke stoically. Another new store. It's better to open in a different downtown. Let Hoyo Purchase get used to adapting to the rest of the world. This is more conducive to the future expansion of Wojabi. And, Van Eyck said firmly, rent is not the most important thing. It's the house price that counts. Meanwhile, Ma Yun, Wang Jianlin, and Dong Mingzhu were in a video conference. Wang Jianlin said angrily, I was at a Wanda Lane Wing Gray supermarket in the morning, experimenting with chairs and massage cushions. Now, all the employees of that Forever Gray supermarket are on strike. Slap. Before Wang Jianlin's words fell, Dong Mingzhu slapped his desk in anger. What a reversal! Those customer service guys have been playing Mahjong all morning in the after-sales service department. Neither Wang Jianlin nor Dong Mingzhu responded to each other. Instead, he continued to vent to himself. They're the ones using the chairs and massage cushions. Isn't it normal for the money to come out of their paychecks? If I hadn't bugged the Mahjong machine, I wouldn't have known they were so vicious about me. Really convinced. It's even if those people go on strike. They're actually pulling black and white banners in front of the mall saying we're devouring their souls. Those customer service actually said they would have gone on strike if it wasn't for the high cultivation fees they had to pay out to the company. And they called me an exterminator. Just as Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu were spouting off. Ma Ru, however, remained silent. Wang Jianlin took a few deep breaths and asked curiously after calming down slightly. Mr. Ma, why aren't you talking? How's it going over there? Ha, Ma Yun sneered, lit a cigar that Lao Su had given him, and took a sharp drag. With that, he exhaled light blue smoke and said with a grimace, the tech department is all gone without a hello. Silence. 3 seconds of deafening silence. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu opened their mouths wide in unison. The two then surreptitiously opened the app under Alibaba. Black screen. All black screen. Wang Jianlin's eyes widened as he asked incredulously. Mr. Ma, you gave the core test directly? Ma Ru hummed grimly. Just because I didn't grant Lu 10 days of unhappy vacation. Wang Jianlin frowned and fell into silence once again. Is 10 days of unhappy vacation that much of an afterthought? Luckily he hasn't started trying this one yet. But what does Mr. Ma think? So confident? I can't believe it's being tested directly at the very core of the tech department. It's too conceited. It's true. People who love to pretend don't have a good end. Grateful hearts. Thankful for you. Just then, Wang Jianlin's phone rang, and it was his son again. Wang Jianlin reluctantly picked up the phone. Dad, they made quite a big deal out of that banner thing in front of the mall. The netizens are starting to explode into black. The stock price followed suit and plummeted. On the other end of the phone, Wang Si Onion said emotionally. Although Wang Jianlin gradually clenched his fists, his tone remained faintly calm. Spend some money, shut up the media, get the job done, buy you. Before Wang Jianlin finished speaking, his own son raised his voice and exclaimed, it doesn't work. I've tried everything. The media can't even manage it now. A bunch of people who can't afford to drink Fiji's water and want to turn around by striking and protesting. Can't stop it, Dad. Can't stop it at all. Wang Jianlin's face turned blue and he was silent. Phew. The Wang Si Onion on the other end of the phone slowly opened his mouth after calming down a little. But we're not so bad. Jerry's been hacked worse. One customer service agent went right to the high payout fees they had to pay when they left their jobs. Dad, that Jerry is really bad. Asking for grooming money from his employees? I can't even watch it. At this moment, Dong Mingzhu, who could hear Wang Si Onion's voice, had black lines clearly visible on his face. Wang Jianlin was just about to open his mouth when his own son continued. The worst is still that Ali. The tech department is all on strike. The app is all paralyzed. When the Nasdaq opens, the stock must plummet all the way down. It's very likely that it will instantly fall below the lowest level ever and directly trigger the meltdown mechanism. Hearing this, Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu looked at Ma Yun in the screen. Although Mr. Ma was still expressionlessly smoking a cigar, but they all saw a flash of viciousness in Ma Yun's eyes. Marwan took out the notebook he had kept. Splat. Turned on the lighter and burned it straight away. Barely. The laptop fire gradually leapt up. The anger in Ma Yun's heart also burned hotter and hotter. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu watched without saying a word. Moments later, Ma Ru's eyes were red as she took a drag on her cigar. Then, he slowly exhaled grayish-white smoke. That Van guy cares the most about food safety, right? Chapter 98, Harassment of Male Co-Workers? It's outrageous. Hotel restaurant with window seat. Sucking. This hotel makes really good chowder. Zhao Yong said vaguely as he ate his noodles. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The netizens evaluated the company as the standard answer for a company with a conscience. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value. 790. The standard answer for conscientious business? Filled with curiosity, Fanny clicked on the relevant link at the bottom of the system prompt. The virtual page in front of you instantly jumped to the topic that was ranked no. 1 in Shake Shack's hot searches. Hashtag standard answer for companies with a conscience. Hoyo purchase hashtag. Fanny used his mind to open one of the most liked videos. The video was posted by a netizen nicknamed Love Chestnut. The video is about the consequences of the 3 bigots following the example of Wagyu purchase. Video with text. Conscientious enterprises have told you the standard answer. But the three gods, copying homework cannot understand. The video was posted just half an hour ago and already has a whopping 8 million likes. The number of comments has also reached a whopping 6 million. The hordes of netizens are rocketing in and the numbers are still breaking upwards. Fanny inhaled the chowder while clicking on the video with his mind to play it. Just see the video among. The sweet-looking chestnut lover spoke with a face full of exasperation. Baby, I'm sure you've eaten all 3 melons today. I was really pissed off. The standard answers are given to them. How to copy homework cannot understand. Come on. Chestnut will give baby a shallow breakdown today. Click click click. In the middle of the video screen, a line of striking red letters appeared. Jerry installs a Majong machine that actually has a bug in it? Love Chestnut's mouth is tightly closed as he tries to hold in his laughter. Barely. Love Chestnut eventually couldn't hold back his laughter and covered his mouth with his hand. Ha 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 ha. A few breaths. Love Chestnut said with a forced laugh. Baby, I'm really sorry. This should have been taken seriously. But I really can't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. I can't figure out with 10 brains why Boss Dong installed a wiretap. Isn't she asking for trouble? Did she want to hear how the staff complimented her behind her back? As soon as the words left his mouth, the video inserted a shaky and violent footage that was obviously a sneak peek. The scene shows Dong Mingju furiously yelling at the Mahjong player. You're all fired. Don't come to work from now on. Boss Dong's tone was furious and his look was horrible as hell. However, the 4 people playing Mahjong at the scene were not the slightest bit afraid. 2 stripes. Ho ho ho. 258 bars. A fair-skinned girl even smiled at Boss Dong after she won the hand. Ha 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 ha. Really? As I recall, you don't have to pay the company for training when you quit, right? Dong Mingju was so angry that he was silent. She established the training fee to prevent employees from jumping ship or voluntarily quitting to start their own businesses. It's true that you don't have to pay high training fees to a company when you're fired. The 4 Mahjong-playing customer service agents glanced triumphantly at Boss Dong. With that, he instantly pushed back the Mahjong and grabbed his backpack with the speed of a man afraid of his boss's backlash. A few people also deliberately raised their voices to provoke Boss Dong. Great! If it wasn't for that high training fee, I would have quit and gone on strike. If I had known that I would be fired for playing Mahjong, I would have just bought my own Mahjong machine and sent it over. Work hard to earn a salary, and at the end of the day you have to double it back to the company. That's a shrewd calculation. Finally relief. Thank you Mahjong machine. Muah. You are the savior of the customer service department. The video picture quality was blurry, but you could still see that Boss Dong was already shaking with anger. Love Chestnut commented in all seriousness. Look at you, Boss Dong. You didn't copy your homework carefully. I've learned from Mr. Fan's Mahjong machine, but I haven't learned the essence. That Mahjong machine of others, Mr. Fan, is a high-end machine of more than $30,000. Why does this Mahjong machine look like a second-hand one? You must change it next time. Boss Dong learned from me? Fanny's chopsticks fishing for braised noodles stopped in midair and raised his eyes to the panel. Rewinding and re-listening to Love Chestnut's last review. Did Boss Dong learn the Mahjong machine he gave his employees from him? Fanny's brows furrowed as he remembered the previous program where a few employees were playing Mahjong in the staff house. Fanny understood in a flash why Boss Dong had given his employees Mahjong machines. This is to allow employees to make the company their home. What a way to get employees to work harder. Sucking. Fanny took a mouthful of chow mein and pondered in his mind. Boss Dong attempted to scare his employees by firing them. Instead, they were disliked by the employees on the basis that they did not have to pay high training fees. Pust. Fanny couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Yong, who was on the side, was puzzled. What's wrong with the boss? What are you laughing at? It's okay. The last time I heard of a ransom fee for leaving a brothel was in ancient times. Employees work hard to earn their paychecks, and in the end, they have to pay it all back to the company. Is this company signing a labor contract or a contract of sale? Fanny shook his head in dissatisfaction and clicked with his mind to continue playing. Just see the video among. Love Chestnut said with extreme indignation as he changed his appearance of holding back his laughter just now. Working people's tribe. This whole giving chairs and massage cushions to employees is just infuriating. The company has to send employees. You say you send it, but from people's wages deducted 202. What is going on? It's really intolerable. Babies. Do anything payroll deduction? I work my ass off to earn that $3,000 paycheck. Who would have thought that the boss of someone worth hundreds of millions of dollars would be thinking about that $3,000 as much as I am? Hearing this, Fanny stared at the panel with a furrowed brow. His boss in his previous life was particularly fond of wage garnishments. late deductions and all that are nothing. What infuriated Fanny the most was, he's a big man, talked to the male coworker at the next workstation. The conversation was about getting together at lunch to order takeout. As a result, his boss rightly said he was harassing his male coworkers. $500 straight from your paycheck at the end of the month. It's been 5 years since I've traveled. And I remember that month's paycheck said, $500 for harassing a male coworker. Fanny was still very angry. He's a gender male. How's that for harassing a male coworker? It's outrageous to open the door to the outrageous. Outrageous to the core. If you want to dock your paycheck, just say so. In a roundabout way here. Just in time for the video. Love Chestnut posted a photo that hit the internet this morning. This photo is of the entrance to a Wanda Mall in Shijing. A striking white banner hangs across the mall entrance. On the long white banner was a line of large black letters. They devoured our souls, exploited our happiness, and stepped over our corpses to climb to the top of the tower. Many of the employees stood on either side of the banner in a white coat. The customers, who were already sporadic, were even more deterred from going in when they saw this scene. Fanny couldn't help but have his mouth slightly open as he looked at the bizarre image. When he saw the photo, one of the employees was still holding a gong and gong mallet. Boring, boring, boring. Fanny brainstormed a scene of this employee banging on a gong. Oh, why does this image feel weird? If you want to give out chairs and massage mats, do it properly. Why are you docking your paycheck? Look what it's driving the kids to. Fanny couldn't help but sigh. He gives his employees chairs and massage mats for their comfort. But Mr. Wang gave his employees chairs and massage cushions to haunt them. It's not that this homework won't be copied. It's the copying that sucks. A $500 deduction for harassing a male coworker in a previous life. Fanny extremely hates these bosses who don't move and deduct wages. Chapter 99 Employees Cultivating Blessings While You're Transiting? Fanny couldn't help but wonder what the netizens thought about Big Brother copying his homework. He instantly tapped the video comments section with his mind. In the comments section, netizens have long been in a fury. Why Wabai has given you all the standard answers of a conscientious enterprise. Can't even copy your homework? Go home and play in the mud. The tiger can't be a dog in the making. The core of the operation is just one, treat employees as human beings. Do you understand? It's not that they don't understand copying. They're pretending to be confused. Upstairs, they are not pretending to be confused. They really don't understand. Employees have always been nothing more than money-making tools for them. I am a lawyer. And yesterday a boss preferred to spend $100,000 to get me to fight a lawsuit against his employee rather than give the employee the $5,000 he was supposed to give him. This is not an example. This is the inertia of many bosses. Rather spend money to make their employees diaphragmatic than spend money to make their employees comfortable. Ha ha ha, I admire Alibaba the most. Copying a homework assignment, he even copied himself directly into the bad. I can't live with this. Alibaba copied himself badly? Fanny, who saw this comment, was puzzled. He immediately turned off the comments section and continued to play the video posted by Love Chestnut. Only the image of snap dash. Love to split a chestnut with your bare hands. Chestnuts instantly crumble into crumbs. A portion of the crumbs even flew directly onto the camera's lens. Hiss. Fanny sucked in a breath of cold air. This chestnut blogger is so fierce. Looking at the cute and cuddly. Thought it was Lori. I didn't realize it was the demon. Love Chestnut calmly wiped the crumbs off the lens and spoke in a soft voice. Babies, Boss Ma copied the homework is much more ruthless than I split chestnuts with my bare hands. Yo, come on, give the babies a picture. Click here. In a flash, the entire video screen was filled with several comparison images. First comparison chart. On the left is Ma Yun at a concert. On the right, the tech department collectively stayed up late and worked overtime. Second comparison chart. On the left is Ma Yun watching Man Yutong dancing hot. On the right, the tech department collectively stayed up late and worked overtime. Third comparison chart. On the left, Marlene is buying a quadrangle. On the right, the tech department collectively stayed up late and worked overtime. Fourth comparison chart. Black screen on the left side of the horseshoe. The tech department on the right is empty. What do you mean? Van Eyck looked confused. The first three comparison charts he could read at a glance. The intended meaning is obvious. It is obviously the employees who stay up late and work overtime. But it is the boss who enjoys it. But what does this last comparison picture mean? Ma-Ru blacked out. No one in tech? Why? Where did it all go? Just as Fanny was wondering, the soft-looking chestnut said sincerely, if you ask me, the employees of the technical department are all good people who know what they are doing. especially the aorta of the technical department. Lou, little Lou, you know what's good for you? Van Eyck was interested. Can't it be that this Mr. Ma has smart roots and copied his homework well? The tech department employees are actually starting to repay him? Love Chestnut explains seriously. Babies, think about it. Mr. Ma sends out kindness every day and lets his employees 996 cultivate blessings. But what about himself? Not only does he himself not cultivate his blessings, but he goes out to cross over. Either you go to various places to buy a mansion to cross over, or you watch beautiful women dance hot to cross over. Ha! Buying a mansion is a dodo? Watching a pretty girl dance hot is a crossing? Van Eyck realized something was wrong. That's sarcasm, isn't it? Ma Yun said employees 996 are practicing blessing. Love Chestnut asked him a rhetorical question. If 996 is a blessing, then you're buying a mansion to survive? This blogger is bound to satirize Boss Ma next. It's okay. Give this blogger a follow. Not only can he split chestnuts with his bare hands, but he knows the art of talking. Love Chestnut shook his head helplessly. The technical department can't bear to see Boss Ma out there alone crossing the threshold. They were all worried that they had repaired all of Boss Ma's blessings. The aorta of the technical department, Xiao Lu, was moved to ball by the video posted today. Click click click. The video posted today by Lu Jr. of the technical department appears in the picture. I saw Xiao Lu pick up a bottle of eye drops and clicked and poured it on his cheek. So, that's how you cry? Row by row. Interesting. Xiao Lu eyes with hot tears. Voice feigned choking. Look grateful. The boss sacrificed himself alone and suffered calamity outside every day so that we could cultivate our blessings in the company. We were deeply moved inside. Boss, we can't thank you enough for your kindness. But don't worry. I'll leave the entire technical department on strike right now and accompany you outside to cross over. We must not let you suffer alone in your pleasures outside. Woo hoo hoo. The video ends with Xiao Lu pouring some more eye drops under his eyes. A programmer who was balding at a young age looks comical as he pretends to be in tears. This Thanksgiving cry is hilarious to watch, but it's fake. But Fanny always felt that he could see a real sense of sadness in Xiao Lu's eyes. This kind of internet company. The surface says 996 to fix the blessings. In actuality many times the fix is more absurd than 996. These companies have a few sudden deaths from overtime each year. After the end of the video of the aorta Xiao Lu, the love of chestnuts full of emotion to open the mouth. So touching. The staff in the technical department can't thank Boss Ma enough for his kindness. We can only go on strike as a whole and accompany the boss to cross the river. All of Alibaba's apps were also blacked out and silenced to accompany them through the robbery. What? All black screen? Fanny quickly picked up the cell phone on the table. Nice guy. Even the nails are blacked out. 6 Why is Mr. Ma messing with the technical department? The work is done by the employees. And instead of thinking about how to serve them well, he only cares about his own enjoyment. There you go. The whole group transited. Collective ascension. This is the end of the video for Love Chestnuts. Fanny closed the virtual panel in front of him. These so-called bigots are nothing more than that. The world does not stand up to scrutiny. Out of. Fanny took a long breath and sighed softly. The world is one giant haystack. Chapter 100. The company is going bankrupt. And the whole group is getting a wage increase? Huffing and puffing. Fanny gasped for air and ran for his life through a dense primitive forest. Sasha. 3 masked, ruthless men, pistols raised, were in hot pursuit behind Fanny. Huff puff. Fanny was exhausted and his running speed gradually slowed down. Finally, Fanny couldn't run anymore. He asked at the 3 masked men not far away. Why are you chasing me? Why are you pointing guns at me? Because you're good. The 3 shouted in unison. Good people? The good guys get to have guns pointed at them? 3 ing guns? What kind of bull asterisk reasoning is that? Boo! The man in the smooth mask fires a shot at Van Eyck. Don't run, Boss Fan. You can't hide. Boo! The man in the Eggman mask also fired a shot at Fan Yi. Boss Fan. Little flying egg is here. Boo! The woman in the Mayo mask fired a shot at Fan Yi. Young man, what's the point of pretending to be a good guy when there's nothing else to do? Go to hell. 3 bullets whizzed towards Fanny at speed. Fanny's mouth opened wide in horror, his eyes staring straight at the speeding bullet. Boom boom boom. The sound of the heart beating was becoming clearer and clearer. Fanny's entire body froze in place. Suddenly, an amazing scene took place. The 3 bullets became abnormally slow like a slow-motion shot in a movie. Fanny could even clearly see the engravings on the bullet's head. 1 I and 3 letters. MWD. When the 3 bullets were just a centimeter away from the eyes, Fanny subconsciously closed his eyes tightly. Rumble. There was a loud bang. 3 bullets exploded violently. 3 clusters of dazzling white light engulfed the entire forest in a flash. Fanny, whose eyes were tightly closed, also felt the extremely blinding white light. Is this heaven? Fanny slowly opened his eyes and looked around nervously. Phew. So it was a nightmare. False alarm. Boom boom boom. The feeling of being hunted down in the dream just now was incredibly real. It made the real Fanny's heart beat faster along with it. 13:59. Van Eyck looked at the time. Worked. Fanny gently disliked Zhao Yong, who was still napping next to him, with his elbow. Zhao Yong immediately sat up as a reflex and rubbed his eyes. In a flash, Zhao Yong then woke up from his sleep. At Fan Yi's eye gesture, Zhao Yong got up and pushed open the door to the conference hall. It's starting. Bring your information and line up in order to come in. Over 3 hours. Time rushes by in the midst of intense negotiations, but Fanny still hasn't picked the right mall location. Fanny glanced distractedly at the time. 17:10. The horse commutes. 3 masked men and 3 gunshots in a dream during a nap. The realism is overwhelming. Why are you chasing me? Why are you pointing a gun at me? Because you're good. Boo, boo, boo. It is logical that one would not remember what happened in the dream. But today's dream, every detail of it, was vivid in Fan Yi's mind. Every now and then it would come to mind, and it was a little depressing. Phew. Fanny couldn't help but take a long breath. Squeak. A slightly built, gentle-looking woman pushed open the door to the conference hall. Boss Fan. Manager Zhao. Hello, my name is LV Xinshin. LV Xinshin smiled and handed over her business card. I'm the head of the New Fragrance Future Life Plaza. New Fragrance? Hearing the name of this place, Fanny couldn't help but feel close to it. Xinjiang, like Yudu, is affiliated with Yudu. House prices are comparable to Yudu. The environment is also good for living. If everything else is okay, consider. Here's our business plan. LV Xinshin presented a pile of information to Fanny with both hands. Here's the parking lot, conveniently located right next to the mall. This is where you park your electric car. This is the first floor of the mall. After some detailed introduction by LV Xinshin, Fanny was quite satisfied. This place has not been purposely altered like Shinsho City though, but the original build was fine. Just make some simple changes. Transportation is also very convenient. $3,000 to $5,000 is a reasonable price. Pretty much the same as you do. The average employee works for 2 or 3 years and can buy a set of just. Zhao Yong couldn't wait to ask, how much can you get off mall rent? Lu Xinshin visibly frowned. She has no advantage when it comes to rent. She had just been outside and heard someone else's favorable rent. The minimum are at 35%. Some are even rent-free. Lu Xinshin spoke with some hesitation. The rent. That. I've done my best to get us 20% free rent. Van Eyck nodded. LV Xinshin scratched her head and spoke with some embarrassment. Boss Fan. The 20% rent-free can only last for 1 year. After that there will be annual increments on a case-by-case basis. Yearly increments? Hearing this, Zhao Yong frowned slightly. That could increase the cost considerably. The funds are all just enough to last 6 months. And yet there's going to be an incremental increase in rent next year? That's not very good. However, just as Zhao Yong was about to open his mouth, Van Eyck, however, said on the spot, yes, we'll take a field trip to Shinuka tomorrow. If that's okay, then it's settled. LV Xinshin looked surprised. She didn't expect that Boss Fan would agree. And in the morning, I turned down the head of that straight-up rent-free Magic City. Now it actually agrees that she is 20% exempt. Is it true that Boss Fan cares the most about the price of the house, as they have rumored? After LV Xinshin's surprise, a happy smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Boss Fan, I'll be waiting for you and Manager Zhao at the mall tomorrow. Van Eyck nodded politely. Just as LV Xinshin left with her front foot, Zhao Yong said worriedly, Boss, won't this rent be a bit high? And it has to increase every year. Not high, Fanny said without thinking. Zhao Yong pulled out a Zhaoshan bank card from and pushed it in front of Fanny. Boss, I had the company's management conduct a fundraising today and raised a total of $12,800,000. Fundraising? Fanny looked at Zhao Yong suspiciously. Zhao Yong said firmly, Boss, we want to do our bit for the company. Fanny was full of doubts. Zhao Yong hurriedly explained. There is not enough money on the company's books if this store, New Hyung, is not rent-free. Ha? Fanny was astonished. Who told you it wasn't enough? Zhao Yong thought about it. You said yesterday at the grill that you had 6 months left. 6 months? It dawned on Fanny. Seems like you had a mouthful last night? 6 months is his life expectancy. It's amazing that manager Joe thought that 6 months was money on the books. Employees are afraid the company will go out of business. Raising money for the company? It's a long time to live. Fanny was a bit touched and inexplicably amused. Fanny cleared his throat, reassuringly. Don't worry, there is enough money. Keep going at this rate. Plus the new hires coming on board will each get a $500 pay raise next month. Zhao Yong? Wage increase? He's worried that the company doesn't have enough money. Instead, the owner said the money was not only enough, and a raise for all the employees? Really fake? That's another new store to open and a new employee to bring in. The cost must have increased substantially. Even if the internet has exploded in the last few days and traffic has increased. But you can't afford to go up $500 per person. Fanny handed Zhao Yong his cell phone. Here's yesterday's profit. Zhao Yong was instantly dumbfounded. Total sales of $80 million. Profit of $3 million. Goodness gracious. P.S. Not in chapter word count. Chapter 100. Ferrying out the papapas. I was supposed to write something about ZBJ, but it was too aggressive and got stuck, so I finally put it out. Chapter 101, Unscrupulous marketing number. Used as a gun by the Grey Wolf? Before Zhao Yong could slow down, Van Eyck then continued. If it weren't for the fact that the suppliers can't keep up with the goods lately, the profit would have been even more. Zhao Yong looked at Fanny with his mouth wide open, and then incredulously looked down at the financial data on his cell phone. Yesterday's profit was $3 million. He actually thought the company didn't have enough money and called in management to raise money for the company? Looking at the bank card on the table, Fanny couldn't help but ponder in his mind. Finance Sister Wang is very ethical. Specific financials will only be reported to him whenever the end of the month. At the end of the year, tell the employees the profit. That's why manager Joe doesn't know the exact financial situation these days. However, Van Eyck feels that the ability to get employees to take the initiative to fundraise for the company, he was worth it as a boss. Fanny thought in his mind. So, the employees are really more afraid of the company closing down than I am. I thought they were joking. Fanny smiled sparingly and spoke slowly. The traffic has increased dramatically in the past few days. The guys are exhausted. Do you think it's time to raise wages? Zhao Yong stared at his cell phone and nodded frantically at the profit of $3 million. It's time to go up. It's time to go up. I'm the one with the small frame. Boss. In Zhao Yong's opinion, it was really his pattern that was small. He actually doubts the company's ability to make money. Zhao Yong, who has been in the field with Fanny for the past 2 days. It is not at all known that Wuiwei shopping is now as hot as a scenic spot. Zhao Yong returned the cell phone to Fanny and awkwardly placed his hand on the bank card on the table again. Boss, then this. Put it away. Van Eyck chuckled. Mo felt that even if he didn't end up exchanging it for the longevity treasure pill, to be able to cross over to meet this group of employees who are more afraid of the company going under than he is, it's worth it. At that exact moment, a system beep sounded into Fanny's ears. Ding! The company had a food safety incident. Reputation value -30. Current honor value 760. Minus the honor value again. Reduce your height. Don't even reduce your honor value. Fanny shook his head helplessly. Please ask the host to solve this food safety accident as soon as possible to increase the honor value. Oh. Fanny immediately opened the link at the bottom of the system prompt. A couple of videos posted by the Do Sound number appeared in front of us. The titles of these videos are basically hashtag and the joy of buying a collapsed house. Hashtag Van Boss collapsed the house. Hashtag. Fanny then clicked on the one with the most comments. Just see the video at. A female employee in overalls is cooking noodles. Fanny was puzzled. Isn't that normal? How is it related to food safety? Video. The woman used chopsticks to fish a noodle out of the pot. With that, squatting down, he ate this noodle he fished out. Fanny was in a million pieces. Isn't that normal? When you cook the pasta, taste if it's cooked or not. How can you bring up food safety issues and subtract 30 honor value? However, what Fanny didn't expect was this. The employee actually put the chopsticks he had just used into the pot of boiling noodles again. Fanny immediately grimaced. What the hell is going on in this catering department? Rolling out the dough just went wrong. How come there's a problem with cooking noodles now? It is clearly stated in the dining department's employee handbook. In the process of making food, if you need to taste the food, then you must change the utensils after tasting. How can you stick used chopsticks back into the pot? It's because there are too many customers and I'm too busy to remember. Fanny opened his cell phone and searched for trend karami. Find the video of the female employee eating noodles just now at the top of this Duo number. Take a look. Fanny handed his cell phone to Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong took the phone suspiciously and looked at it carefully. As the video played, Zhao Yong's brows gradually tightened. After the video ended, Zhao Yong looked through some other videos posted by the account and calmly said, "Boss, I'm guessing this was filmed on purpose." Why? Fanny was filled with confusion. Does Manager Zhao mean someone is deliberately hacking the company? But the employee in the video is indeed a company employee. This incident also did happen in the company. At this exact moment, Zhao Yong, as if remembering something, directly called the head of the customer service department, Lu Xiaoye. "Xiaoye, have any customers complained in the past few days about the food service staff tasting the food and not changing the cutlery?" Lu Xiaoye on the other end of the phone, obviously froze for a moment. "Hold on, manager. I'll check." Moments later, Lu Xiaoye spoke in a resolute tone. "Manager, I've checked 3 times and I can't find any complaints about not changing the cutlery." "Okay, got it." Zhao Yong hung up the phone and said to Fanny without hesitation, "Boss, I surmise that someone is trying to mess things up on purpose." Fanny looked at Zhao Yong with a puzzled expression. Zhao Yong patiently explained, "Think about it. What would the average shopper who comes in and finds out about this do?" Fanny thought for a moment and spoke slowly. "The first thing you'll do when you find out about something like this is go to customer service and file a complaint." "Right," Zhao Yong said in an affirmative tone, "because our company gives bonuses to complainers. And the other day on the live program, it directly rewarded the complainant with $100. 000. Zhao Yong paused and continued. "In addition to complaining, customers are likely to post the incident on their video numbers. It's like the complaint about the rolling man 2 days ago." Van Eyck nodded. Zhao Yong rested his chin on one hand as he continued to speculate. "But this video of eating noodles, the customer service department didn't even receive a complaint about it. The filmmaker, also, did not post the video on his video number. Instead, the video was posted directly to Unscrupulous marketing numbers." "Unscrupulous marketing numbers?" Van Eyck was confused. He doesn't know much about this media stuff. "My usual hobbies are playing games and reading books." Zhao Yong took out his cell phone, opened the account of Trendy Karami and explained to Fanny. "This account, with all the videos in it, is headline-grabbing news taken out of context. Take this headline. For example, hashtag never sleep plugged in at night hashtag Sigma, degree winky face." Van Eyck looked at the headline in shock and stumbled over the question. "This can be passed off as well?" Zhao Yong clicked into the video, convinced. The video, in fact, says that you can't sleep with your charger plugged in when you go to bed, or it will explode. It'll be life-threatening. Fanny scratched his head awkwardly. "What's going on? Why does he seem a bit dull?" Zhao Yong took a long breath and continued to explain. "These marketing accounts are headline grabbers, aiming to suck in traffic and get eyeballs. Or they are being used as a gun by some people to deliberately create public opinion and bring up the tempo on the internet." "A gun?" When he heard the word gun, images from his dream flooded into Fan Yi's mind. "Why are you chasing me? Why are you pointing a gun at me? Because you're good. Boo, boo, boo." A strong sense of reality struck again. Fanny couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 102, the bag of tricks should be cooked for a while longer before it tastes good. Smurfs, Eggman, and merry-go-round. The figures of the 3 masked men flooded into Fanny's mind. 3 bullets flying in slow motion also surfaced. The engravings are clearly visible on the bullet. 3 letters in one eye. MWD. Fanny came to a realization. "I can't help but think of the video posted by Love Chestnuts during lunch. In the video, Love Chestnut constantly taunts the 3 masked men for not being able to copy their homework. The one wearing a Smurf mask is even copying his homework and breaking himself." Fanny frowned. "They can't copy their own homework, but they're pointing a gun at me? On what grounds? What's going on here? Shouldn't the fact that they didn't do a good job point to themselves? Shouldn't we reflect on that? How is it that the Grey Wolves always like to find a backstabber for themselves to cover up the mistakes they themselves made?" At that exact moment, Zhao Yong said with a serious expression, "Boss, take advantage of the fact that tasting noodles didn't change the cutlery before it festers up on a wide scale. We must contact these marketing numbers as soon as possible and get this thing over with." Phew. Fanny took a long breath. Since he had already guessed that this incident was directed at himself, then there should never be a rush. People are most likely to make mistakes when they are in a hurry. If you didn't take care of it because you were in a hurry, it is very likely to fall step by step into the traps carefully designed by the Grey Wolves. At that point, there's no guarantee that Woyobai will actually go out of business. Fanny spoke in a calm tone. "Let's contact the employee who cooked the noodles first." Zhao Yong gave a hesitant and then a whirlwind of approval. "Wow. Zhao Yong quickly slid his cell phone and looked through his address book, eventually dialing the number to the head of the catering department. On the other hand, Fanny opened the Douyin, staring closely at the video released by Trendy Karami and fell into deep thought. The three gray wolves came up with a heavy punch. Food safety issues. Straight to the point. It's not just because Van Eyck himself cares most about food safety. What customers care about most, too, is food safety. What's the difference between the gray wolves doing this and the game's behavior of just firing a big move as soon as they see an enemy? Although they looked fierce, it was a side effect that they were in a hurry. They were so anxious that all they could think about was killing. That's why it's a big move as soon as we meet. Behind this rush, there must be a lot of brokenness. Fanny shifted his gaze to the number of likes on the far right of the video. 993. The video was just released a short time ago and has not yet attracted much attention or discussion. As of now, the number of likes is only 993. The number of comments is only 228. Van Eyck clicks through to the comments section. Just to see the comments section. Most of the netizens think that Hoyo purchase has flopped. Only a small number of users are still convinced that there is no problem with the Wagyu purchase. It's only been on fire for a few days, and then the house collapses. It's too much of a slap in the face. The rolling out of noodles incident just happened, and now it's cooking noodles without changing chopsticks. So I guess there are still a lot of food safety incidents that haven't been blown up yet. What restaurant cook doesn't taste the food? I don't see them changing the dishes. Besides, the environment of Hoyo's restaurant is much cleaner than outside. No matter how clean it is, what's the difference between this and eating someone's saliva directly? Upstairs, according to you, don't even open hot pot restaurants or spicy hot pot or anything like that. Aren't all these stores eating other people's saliva? Wagyosho boasts that it focuses on food safety issues, so it's natural for people to expect more from it than from the outside. Fanny turned his phone off and turned his head to ask, well, did you get in touch with the employee who cooked the noodles? Zhao Yong gently shook his head and replied helplessly. The employee was on the morning shift at the hot pot stall and went back from work at 3:30. Fanny let out a deep breath and pondered in his mind. The bias waited until after this employee's shift was over before posting the video. The purpose of this is simply not too obvious. If the employee is contacted now to come back, it will be for working overtime. Again, this is contrary to one's own statement that overtime is prohibited. But without contacting this employee, things can't progress smoothly. Zhao Yong suggested to Fanny, why don't we contact these marketing numbers and ask them to take the video down first? Don't let this fester any longer. Fanny shook his head decisively and firmly. Wait a little longer. Fanny knew deep down that since there were gray wolves behind these marketing numbers instructing them, then you can't contact these marketing numbers so easily. Once contact is made, it means he's panicked. It shows that Hoyo purchase is in disarray. Most importantly, these marketing numbers, if they are direct, will be the ones that contact them about Wagyu purchase, and expose them online. Isn't this tantamount to an indirect admission by Wojoy purchase that it is they who have the problem? This isn't eating noodles? This is clearly a commercial war. Meanwhile, Snan Fondue, a seafood hot pot restaurant in a very secluded location at $2.500 per person. The interior of the store features a mid-century European vintage decor. European courtly colors are strong. It looks more like a medieval European manor. All the waiters were dressed in black and white suits and bow ties, cool as butlers on the estate. Hiss. Anyone passing by takes a random breath of air and their nostrils are filled with the smell of capitalism in a split second. In this hot pot restaurant, a private room called Rome, 3 big gray wolves were sitting around French vintage dining table. Gobble gobble gobble. Inside the fondue pot on the table was lobster bisque that was boiling. Ka. Wang Jianlin picked up a slice of Eastern Star spot that had been put into the pot a minute ago. Seeing this, Ma Yun immediately stopped it. It's already in the bag. You can't get away with it. Cook it a little longer to make it tasty. Saying that, Ma Yun raised her hand and made a gun gesture. Slowly point the gun at the empty European chair with its delicate carvings. Ma Yun smiled evilly and gently spat out a word from her mouth. Boo! Shinsho District. Hotel Conference Hall. Achoo! Achoo! Van Eyck sneezed twice in a row. All right, boss? Zhao Yong asked with concern. Fanny waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Love the way you walk down dark alleys alone. Love the way you don't kneel. Zhao Yong's cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Lu Xiaoye, head of customer service. Zhao Yong immediately picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Before he could say anything, Lu Xiaoye on the other end of the phone said anxiously, Manager, didn't you just ask me if I had any complaints about not changing the cutlery? Aha! A male customer came in a minute ago and complained. The complaint is about a food service employee who tasted noodles and didn't change the utensils. I've sent you the video taken by the customer on your green mail. Zhao Yong and Fanny had a tacit understanding to look at each other. Got it. Zhao Yong quickly hung up the phone and opened the green letter. Unsurprisingly, the video sent by Minister Lu had exactly the same content as the one on the marketing number just now. It just doesn't have the marketing number to go with it. That horror-inducing music. Chapter 103 Eating Noodles Incident. Internet heat explosion. Fanny's brows furrowed slightly, his heart filled with doubts. What's this about? The person making the video sends it to the marketing number first, and then go to the customer service department to complain? Is this also at the behest of the three masked men? But why instruct the person who took the video to complain to the customer service department, letting Hoyo know in advance before things have fully festered? If it wasn't for the system prompt, Van Eyck wouldn't know right now that someone was secretly messing things up. That's not right. Look at it from the standpoint of the three masked men. There's no reason for him to know about it before it's widely spread. Is there? Isn't that giving him leeway? In giving him a chance to deal with it early? There's no such thing as a guy who comes in with a big move and wants to kill you, and you have no mercy? It doesn't make sense. Van Eyck rested one hand on his chin. Unless that's what the person who took the video decided to do on their own and complained to the customer service department. Chances are he's after the $100,000 complaint bonus. Took money from three masked men. Still trying to make another buck from Hoyo purchase? Make one video and try to get paid twice. The sky is the limit. The world is a place of profit. It's extremely likely that the person who made the video is trying to collect two payments. Fanny said to Zhao Yong, have Minister Lu reward the complainant with $500 and some gifts from our Wuiwei shopping. 500? Zhao Yong's mouth was slightly open, his face full of confusion. $500 shouldn't satisfy this man's appetite. Last time I rolled out my dough, I rewarded the complainant with $100,000. Wait, Fanny said firmly after a slight pause. Don't give $500 either. Ha! Zhao Yong's mouth opened even wider. Fanny didn't hesitate to speak. First, let Minister Lu give him some of the company's usual gifts to thank him for his complaint. Then have Minister Lu tell him that the company will contact him again when the verification is clear. If the video is true, he will be offered a cash reward. Zhao Yong nodded thoughtfully. The boss is afraid that if he gives a cash reward, it will be a direct confirmation that the employee is at fault. There is a problem with food safety at Hoyo Purchase, so wait for the company to verify the situation before choosing whether to award or not. Fanny glanced at the door to the conference hall and asked, there's no one lined up out there, is there? Zhao Yong shook his head. Nope, high prices are straight out of the picture this afternoon. So the talk was quicker. Just now Xinxin Lu of Xian Xiang was the last one. Ding 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 ding. As soon as the words fell, the off-duty ringtone set on Zhao Yong's cell phone rang. Van Eyck looked down at the time. 17:30. Just in time. Get off work. Zhao Yong was filled with consternation. But this whole tasting noodles thing. Tomorrow, Fanny said without thinking. Zhao Yong stared wide-eyed at the blithe Fanny. A few breaths. Zhao Yong took a long breath. He understands. The boss is trying to keep things the same. The originators behind these marketing numbers are clearly flustered to have come up with this trick. A panicked enemy will always reveal itself without realizing it. Snam's Hot Pot Restaurant. Blah blah blah. Jianlin Wang is shivering the leg of an Alaskan king crab. Mr. Ma, are we in a hurry? This fourth round hasn't even started yet. We should have waited for the show to air. The show comes with a traffic boost and the results will definitely be better. Maru picked up a piece of Eastern Star spot from the pan and placed it in a mouthful of plates. Hold two chopsticks in one hand. Snap. The chopsticks instantly zap a hole in the center of the tender fish. Then Ma Yun held the chopsticks and crushed. Even without the program live. He won't get away with it. Wang Jianlin glanced at the ruthlessness in Ma Yun's eyes and couldn't help but spit in his heart. Still pretending here? What a time it is. Gollum. Dong Mingju took a sip of the Golden Palace abalone and shark's fin thick soup and asked suspiciously. That employee tasted a staff meal, not a meal sold to customers. This investigation has revealed how customers care about the food safety of employee meals. Ha! Ma Yun sneered. Splat. Marwan lit a cigar. You're so unhygienic even cooking staff meals. So how do I know what it's like when you make a meal for a customer? Do I have reason to suspect that you're this unhygienic when you make meals for your customers? Maru took a sharp drag on her cigar and exhaled grayish-white smoke. As long as we let the marketing numbers guide public opinion as they do, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Ma Ru smiled smugly. Dong Mingzhu sucked in a breath of cool air. Indeed. This logic makes sense. As long as there are marketing numbers spreading propaganda, there are bound to be a lot of people following the trend on the internet. Slip STH. Wang Jianlin inhaled a mouthful of Tunisian pomegranate juice and spoke slowly. Suppose Boss Fan handles it again as seriously as he handled the rolling of the dough. What about the direct payment of more than $8 million? The dismissal of the employee who was mainly responsible, and the netizens taking his side? Maru exhaled grayish-white smoke and sneered. Sacking employees? Then let's say they were over-penalized and violated labor laws. That's what those beatniks hate the most. They hate it when companies sack their employees whenever something goes wrong and use them as a shield. The marketing numbers just carry public opinion. They don't even have to bother. Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin instantly comprehended. That's no matter what Boss Fan does with it. Whether it's turning a blind eye, a lighter penalty, or a serious one. Marketing numbers can find an angle to bash him. This Boss Fan can't do it anyway. That was a great shot. Lightly, Boss Fan is missing an arm, a leg or something. The heaviest case is a death sentence. The business community has not been able to find this person since. The three gray wolves raised their glasses high. Bam! Crisp toasts echoed through the booth. The three of them gracefully sip a sip of Lafite. Spinning around, they all happily ate the seafood hot pot that they exchanged mouthfuls of. The next day, July 6th, 9 o'clock in the morning, after a whole night of fermentation, the noodle-eating incident has exploded on the internet. In the top 10 of the Hot 100, 8 of them are about this event. Hashtag in Hyatt serious food safety issues. Hashtag surprise. Noodle-eating incident by female employee. Hashtag is it the noodle that sells? Or is it the spit? Hashtag. Fanny clenched his fists as he looked at the negative hot search phrases. Today, it was destined to be a hard-fought battle. Last night Fanny had returned to Yudu, leaving manager Zhao alone to go on a site visit to the new store. After simply cleaning up, Fanny left for work. Fanny's home is near the company. Walked to work every day. 10 minutes later, Fanny had just walked not far from the company. Just see the company entrance. In addition to the customers, there was a large number of journalists carrying cameras and microphones. Fanny originally did not want to tangle with the reporter, but just turned around. Boss Fan! Boss Fan! A large group of reporters darted toward him. Before Fanny could react, he was already surrounded by reporters. Boss Fan, what do you think about your company's noodle cooking incident? What do you think about the netizens' comment that your company sells not noodles, but spit? Boss Fan, what would you do with the female employee involved in the video? Chapter 104, letting you zoom in. You put on staff meals? At that exact moment, the head of security, the 1 meter 93 Li Anhu, arrive in a hurry with a security team. Move over. Li Anhu drew up his voice. The security team then carefully escorted Fanny into the company, and keep all the media reporters out. Sorry, you can't go in there. 9:30 a.m. Conference room. The investigation into the noodle-eating incident has officially begun. Now, the noodle-eating incident is making a big splash on the internet. Under the impetus of those marketing numbers, many netizens felt that Hoyo Purchase had collapsed the house. Fanny and the members of the investigation team sat squarely at the conference table. The atmosphere was tense and serious. Squeak! Wang Liang of the monitoring team pushed open the conference room door and raised his hand. On this flash drive is the surveillance trace of the customer who took that noodle-eating video yesterday. Fanny nodded and signaled Wang Liang to play the video. Ka! Wang Liang plugged the USB flash drive into the display in the conference room. Only the middle of the screen. A man wearing a khaki-colored ducktail hat stood out. The man held up his cell phone. A shot here, a shot there. The customers who come to hit the spot, though, hold up their cell phones and keep taking pictures. But this man in the duck-tongued hat was very different. He held up his cell phone without looking at the screen. Instead, he kept looking around. The man paced slowly from the first floor to the 6th floor. Fold back from the 6th floor to the first floor again. From 9:30 a.m. When the mall opened. It continued this way back and forth until 1:30 p.m. Surveillance shows the man in the ducktail hat making many trips back and forth, eventually stopping at the hot pot stall in the catering department. After the shot of tasting the noodles without changing the cutlery, the man also chatted with the staff member before leaving in a hurry. Fanny pondered in his mind. This man, in no way, looks like an ordinary customer clocking in for a souvenir. Instead, it's more like a deliberate prick looking for a fight. It seems that the previous guess was correct. If the marketing number is the gun of 3 masked men, that man on the monitor, that's the bullet they're loading and waiting to fire. After watching the surveillance video, Lena, the noodle-tasting woman, timidly pushes open the door to the conference room. Fanny couldn't help but raise his eyes toward the door. Only the tip of Lena's nose was red and her eyes were red from crying. "Come in," Fanny beckoned and said softly. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, the crowd heard Lena burst into uncontrollable tears. Lena choked out a sob as she lowered her head. I've discredited the department." The trembling voice made the hearts of the crowd clench. None of them expected it. Lena's concern at the moment is not whether she will be penalized. Her biggest concern was actually that she was discrediting the department and bringing bad publicity to it. The crowd felt a strong sense of guilt in her words. "Woo." Lena sat down and continued to sob incessantly. The always serious leader of the group, Ho, also lowered his voice and asked in a soft tone, "Did you forget to change the cutlery then?" Woohoo! Lena's cries became louder and louder. This was followed by a deep breath to calm his emotions. Lena huffed. "These days there's an unusually high number of customers, and I'm hell-bent on making sure people can eat early." Crackle. The recorder on the sidelines tapped his fingers quickly on the keyboard, recording every word Lena said. Lena continued to choke. "All of us in the hot pot stalls have been with the company for 2 or 3 years. They are very close to each other and usually get along like family. We all eat together and pinch each other's food. So I overlooked that detail yesterday." Fanny's brows furrowed slightly. "Eating together? Pinch each other's food?" Team leader Ho obviously also noticed the abnormality and opened his mouth to ask, "What do you mean when you say you're pinching each other's food like family?" Lena choked out an explanation. "The noodles we cooked yesterday were a staff meal at our hot pot stall. I was in too much of a hurry and wanted everyone to be able to eat early. So," Fanny suddenly frowned. "Employee meals? This employee was actually cooking an employee meal in yesterday's video? Those 3 masked men. They went to great lengths to find someone to shoot, just to pose a staff meal question for him?" Fanny followed up with a face full of confusion. "Did the customer who was taking the video at the time know that you were cooking an employee meal here? I see on the surveillance that you were chatting." Lena nodded. "He didn't post the video he took later. I had explained to him at the time that this was a staff meal." Woo-hoo-hoo. Lena suddenly let out a loud cry. "He was smiling and told me that it was hard work, having lunch so late." Van Eyck listened with a frown on his face. Lena continued to choke. "When I do customer meals, I follow strict standards. Yesterday was really because I was too busy to make the staff meal with the idea of trying to save. It's true that I did something wrong. I discredited the department. I discredited the company. And I'm willing to accept the punishment." Fanny breathed a light sigh of relief. He already had a general understanding of what was going on. First, the man was in the mall, picking holes all over the place. It was a full morning of searching and 4 hours of holding up a cell phone and shooting. Finally, 1:30 p.m., the man found that the employee tasted noodles without changing chopsticks handle. After learning that the meal cooked was a staff meal, the man still chose to give the video to the originator behind the scenes. But why make an issue out of staff meals? Employee meals have little effect on customers. This should be pretty self-explanatory. Just then, the other employees of the hot pot stall entered the conference room. As a member of the hot potato family, I also have an unavoidable responsibility. It's the fact that we think of each other as family, so it's our job to neglect our work standards. I am a member of the hot pot stall and we will make sure that we don't bring our habits towards our families and life to the office in the future." The more Fanny listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. The noodle eating incident and the rolling incident are both food safety issues though, but the two are, in essence, worlds apart. The rolling incident is a potential food safety threat to customers and is of a more serious nature. It can be based on what the employees of the hot pot stalls have said. Tasting the noodles is more likely not cooking for her family, just a taste of raw and cooked. This incident did not cause any harm to the customer. How could a distraught enemy have fired this painless shot? Unlikely. Fanny's eyes signaled team leader Ho to continue his in-depth investigation, while he himself got up and returned to his office. Squeak. As soon as Fanny entered the office, he dialed manager Zhao. Van Eyck doesn't know much about the media side of things. He couldn't figure out why the 3 masked men had taken the inconsequential shot. He even began to wonder if he was overthinking it. Perhaps this is just one simple customer who wants to complain about the prize. And this customer, and the 3 masked men, had nothing to do with it. Chapter 105, The Bitter Meat Trick? The CPU is all add up. "Hey, how's it going over there at the venue?" "Boss, I just got to the mall in Shenzhen. That noodle eating thing, you need to help analyze it." After a conversation, Fanny told Zhao Yon what he had just investigated. Originally, Zhao Yong on the other end of the phone exclaimed after a slight pause. This gun makes it steady, accurate, and vicious. Fanny was puzzled. Zhao Yong spoke eagerly. They're trying to put us in a dilemma. How? Zhao Yong let out a deep breath. Boss, how would the company have handled this incident if the meal was cooked for a customer? Fanny didn't hesitate to speak. According to the company's rules and regulations, operating this way for a customer is an extremely serious workplace error and should be dismissed. Zhao Yong continued. But it's a staff meal now. If we think it's not a big deal, what would those media marketing numbers say about a lighter penalty? Or no penalty at all? How? Van Eyck thought about it and spoke innocently. Let's just say it's a staff meal and doesn't affect the food safety of the customers. No. Zhao Yong hurriedly denied it. Knowing what I know about marketing numbers, they're bound to say that staff meals are like that, and customer meals are likely to be like that too. It can't be. Lena has already explained that it's because she's too busy with work due to the recent heavy traffic. That's why she's. Van Eyck jerked to a halt. Yeah, lately the traffic has been heavy and work has been busy. Therefore, it is more likely that when preparing a meal for a customer, there were also instances of not changing the cutlery. But, Fanny spoke in a difficult tone. It wouldn't do to dismiss Lena directly because of this. Her fault isn't to this extent. Zhao Yong sniffed and hurriedly said, Boss, sacking is even worse. The crime is not this. If dismissed, the marketing number will say we are using the employee as a shield. It was only to try to put the matter to rest for the company as quickly as possible that the employee was dismissed. Now that the strike is so bad out there, that's the last thing people are looking at. Hiss. Fanny sucked in a breath of cold air. After Zhao Yong's analysis, the staff meal is too vicious a move. If it is a customer meal, then this employee is a serious work failure. According to the rules of Hoyo purchase, only dismissal. But now it's an employee meal. No matter what the punishment is, it won't work. Marketing numbers always find reasons to criticize. Just then, Zhao Yong sighed and slowly spoke. Boss, why don't we just take a lighter punishment and explain to the outside world that the cooking was a staff meal? Even if the marketing number would say that the customer meal might be like this, but it's better than sacking an employee and being called a shady business that uses them as a shield. Fanny pondered for a long time and said calmly, it's still treated as a dismissal, and I'll talk to Lena personally. Resignation? Zhao Yong on the other end of the phone was stunned. Didn't the boss understand? Before Zhao Yong could return to his senses, Fanny said calmly, trust me, you scout the grounds. Snap. Fanny hung up the phone and immediately called Team Leader Ho, who was in the conference room. Tootsie. Team Leader Ho, have Lena come to my office for a moment. Okay. 10 minutes later. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Fanny immediately got up from his office chair and personally opened the door for Lena. Squeak. Sit down. Fanny pointed to the sofa and said to Lena. Lena, who had just cried, couldn't stop sobbing at the moment. Lena sat on the edge of the couch, her head hanging low. Looks like a little sheep who did something wrong. Van Eyck sat down on the other side of the L-shaped sofa. Can you do me a favor? Fanny asked in a cordial tone. Lena's eyes were red and she looked at Fanny with a puzzled face. Fanny paused and continued to ask. Do you know about the bitter trick? Aha. Lena nodded softly. I'm going to sack you and put on a bitter show. Before Van Eyck could say anything, Lena sobbed again. Woo. Lena broke off and choked. Boss. It's me who was wrong. It's me who discredited the company. It's me who was wrong. I accept all the company's punishment. You just taste it when you cook for your family. Fanny looked at Lena and said firmly, trust me, you won't be really fired from the company. Lena looked up suspiciously, her eyes timidly looking at Fanny. Van Eyck nodded slightly. Trust me. Fanny pulled a tissue from the draw box and handed it to Lena. Come on, let's go to the conference room together and finish the survey. 11:30, conference room. The investigation team has largely concluded its investigation into the noodle eating incident. Team leader Ho spoke in an uncertain tone. Boss, really firing Lena? Aha. Fanny nodded his head. Firmly. Put together a survey and send it to me. What everyone just said must be written word for word on the report. 12:40. Office. Lunch break. Fanny stood quietly in the primitive forest with his hands in his pockets. Sasha. 3 masked, ruthless men, armed with pistols, darted towards Fanny. Just as the 3 masked men approached, Fanny asked, are you guys sure you want to chase me? To point a gun at me? The 3 masked men looked at each other. The 6 eyes under the mask were visibly wide. What's going on? Why is Boss Fan out of line today? Shouldn't we ask why we're chasing him? Why are you pointing a gun at him? The man in the smooth mask grunted and shouted somewhat angrily. I'm beating you. Click. The three men loaded their pistols at the same time. Slow down. The three looked up at Fanny. 1, 2, 3. Fanny counted silently in his mind. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Countless rifles fell from the sky. All three masked men subconsciously held out their arms to shield their heads. Van Eyck raised a pistol he kept in his pocket and pointed it at the sky. Boo! The three masked men looked at Fanny strangely. Boo! Van Eyck takes another shot to the sky. The three masked men froze in place. What's Mr. Fan doing? Fish for brains, huh? The three men looked at each other. With that, he raised his pistol and aimed it at Fanny. But before he could shoot, countless hands actually broke out of the muddy ground. Wow! Countless hands instantly take away all the rifles that fall from the sky. The three masked men look down and around in alarm. Boo! Van Eyck fires another shot into the air. The Eggman masked man couldn't help but ask, what are you doing, Boss Fan? My CPU is drying out. As soon as the words fell, a group of bare-chested tough guys violently broke through the ground. Each of them hissed, rifle in hand. In a flash, the tough guys surrounded the three masked men on all fronts. The hard men raised their rifles and aimed them at the three men. Boom, 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 boom. Blood splattered everywhere. Van Eyck wiped away a drop that had splashed on the corner of his lips. Boom! A dazzling white light jetted out from the crowd. The whole forest was swallowed up in a flash. Chapter 106, first sentence. I've discredited the department. Phew! Fanny slowly opened his eyes. He understood the meaning of the dream. Universally abhorrent. The last dream reminded him that the three masked men wanted to kill him. This dream tells him to defeat the three masked men by using those hidden underground. This coincides with Van Eyck's own thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots. Calling in the hard men who are hiding. This first shot was spoken with Lena at noon. Bitterness. Thinking of this, Fanny immediately got up and walked quickly towards the conference room. 5 minutes later. Squeak. Fanny pushed open the conference room door and asked softly, how's the investigation report coming along? Team leader Ho looked up and returned. Just printed it. Fanny immediately sat down and scrutinized the entire 14-page, densely packed investigation report. 40 minutes later. Well done, Fanny said with satisfaction. This investigation report not only describes what happened extremely clearly, it also provided a detailed explanation of the dismissal program for tasting noodle employees. Most importantly, each person who was investigated, their statements, were recorded verbatim. First is Lena's statement at the time of the investigation. This was followed by statements from all the employees of the hot pot stall. There are also catering supervisors and customer service staff. Even the head of HR was interested in how to process Lena's resignation, and views on the incident, all included. Fanny turned to page 3 of the report and said in a firm tone, go ahead and post this page electronically. Team leader Ho took a general look. Boss, this page only says 2 things. Employee cooked employee meals, and firing the employee. Just the 2. Van Eyck said calmly. Group leader Ho sniffed and immediately connected his computer to the large screen in the conference hall. Click. Page 3 of the survey was instantly posted to the official Wuyo purchase bucket list. Just a second after it was released, the loading logo appeared on the big screen in the conference room. Loading. Team leader Ho frowned helplessly. The computer is stuck. Fanny clenched his fists and stared nervously at the big screen in the conference hall. A few breaths. Out. It's coming out. The investigators raised their voices in excitement. In the blink of an eye, the marketing numbers have begun their mindless bashing. The hottest one is the marketing account called Trendy Karami yesterday. The account took the survey page that was just posted and made a video directly from it. Knock knock knock. The video opens with 3 seconds of music with a horror-heavy vibe. It was followed by a familiar AI female voice. The female employee tasted just the staff meal, but Wuyo Shop dismissed her outright. This is a clear attempt to quell the matter and put the employees on the back foot. And Hyatt Purchase is in violation of labor laws. There is absolutely no way this is a staff meal. In order to hide the fact that it was a customer meal, Hoyo Purchase used the excuse that it was a staff meal. Pity us hitmen, we can't help it. Whenever something happens to the company, they have to be pulled out as a scapegoat. At the end of the video, Trendy Karami also put up a screenshot of Lena when she tasted the noodles. Somehow, by his explanation, Lena in the picture looked pathetic. In addition to Trendy Karami, various marketing numbers on Doujin followed suit and incited public opinion in a big way. For a while, many netizens felt that Hoyo Purchase was unforgivable. I agree with this blogger that it may not have been a staff meal at all. but just a way for this young lady to be the backstabber. Aren't all capitalists like this? When something happens to a company, they immediately look for employees to be scapegoats and help the company clear the air. The last time a takeout boy had an accident, a certain group said it was an outsourced staff member who had been dismissed. But what about the truth? Why do I think this blogger is wrong? Whether it's a staff meal or a customer meal, she's just doing it wrong. Upstairs, it's a customer's meal, so it's understandable that you'd be fired. But it's a staff meal, and you're still dismissing them? Punishment is too much, right? It's even more certain that the staff is the scapegoat. On the other side, Ma Yun, Wang Jianlin, and Dong Mingzhu were on video. The three men raised their champagne glasses high in their hands. Bam! The three clinked their glasses to the camera. The camera is glowing with them. It's very different from the downward spiral of failing to copy homework before. Wang Jianlin takes a sip of champagne and gives the camera a thumbs up. Mr. Ma, that's a good move. Ha ha. Ma Ru cracked a smile, spinning around, and with a stern look in his eyes, he said, I didn't expect Boss Fan to be so stupid as to both say it was a staff meal and dismiss people. Isn't that looking for a scolding? Humph. Dong Mingzhu snorted coldly. Boss Fan is asking for trouble. Now these bottom feeders both like to make gods, but they like to see them collapse their houses even more. As the words were spoken, the trio smiled wickedly at the camera. Bam! Once again the three men raised their victorious glasses high. At the moment, the #1 hot search has been a slamming video of trendy karami. Hashtag and Hyatt purchase violates labor laws. Shady business. Hashtag. More and more netizens, incited by marketing numbers, believe that Hoyo Purchase is making its employees scapegoats. Conference hall. On the big screen, Fanny clearly saw the official account's backstage private messages, which were instantly 99+. Let's see what the netizens have to say in private messages. Fanny turned his head to Team Leader Ho. Team Leader Ho immediately opened the private message. The private messages from the netizens were displayed in the big screen of the conference room in a blink of an eye. The vast majority of the netizens were verbally abusive, outwardly proclaiming how good they are to their employees. But when something goes wrong, they take the blame. It's definitely not a staff meal. You guys forced the staff to say that for the sake of your reputation, right? Bad Silver. Boss Fan, you're so ruthless in deceiving the last fantasies of our laborers. It's obviously a staff meal. Why do you want to dismiss it? Is it that serious? I am a resident in the neighborhood of Hoyt Shop. I believe in Hoyt Shop. Go Fan. Let's go. Mr. Fan. Black-hearted enterprise. If the company can't solve this problem, let the employees take the fall. Seeing these private letters, the head of Ho and the investigators were anxious. Boss, what should we do? What do they think? And how are we a black-hearted enterprise? Obviously. Yesterday we were praised as the standard answer for conscientious companies. Team Leader Ho clenched his fists, his face full of worry. Fanny crossed his arms over his chest and spoke in a calm tone. Now post all 14 pages of the survey. The words were immediately executed by the leader of the Ho group. Click here. All 14 pages of the survey were released. The report immediately attracted many netizens once it was issued. Netizens were ready to attack with all kinds of slurs, but their eyes couldn't help but be attracted to the tasting surface employees cliché. I discredited the department. Seeing the first sentence, the netizens' hearts tightened. This young lady is so pathetic. How much she must love her company. It's not until the first sentence says, I've dishonored the department. When Netflix sees it, we usually just dish each other out like family. We treat each other like family, and that's why we lose sight of our work standards because we're so busy. The netizens were moved by the sight of this. When the platitudes of all, word for word, are displayed in the report, netizens were then convinced that the employee who tasted the noodles cooked a staff meal, and she didn't change the cutlery because she treats her co-workers like family. The netizens who have read the report have directly exploded the comment section. She just brought the habit of cooking for her family into her work. What's wrong with her? Dictation from employees in their department really feels like family. How much team cohesion does it take to say, I've discredited the department in the first sentence? I can't help but cry when I see I've discredited the department. I only made the mistake of hitting the palm of my hand, but what you show went straight to the whip. It's just a staff meal. The penalty is too heavy. I'm going to call Hoyo Purchase and plead for Missy. Intercession plus 10,086. Chapter 107, Internet Voting, Businesses Be Warm. Meanwhile, the trio partied while having a video on, while swiping the latest news on another cell phone. Did I discredit the department? Why do you somehow feel sorry for this employee? Wang Jianlin scratched his head, puzzled. Ma Yun smiled contemptuously. The employees are so pitiful. The netizens should sympathize with the employees even more and feel even more that Hoyu Purchase is a black-hearted enterprise. Is Boss Fan moving a stone to hit his own foot? With that said, Marwan called the PR manager. As soon as the call was connected, Ma Yun spoke harshly. Tell those marketing numbers to step it up and keep hacking. At the moment, marketing numbers are all over the place, trying to sit on the fact that Hoyu Purchase is a shady business that pulls the rug out from under its employees. Netizens see all this malicious propaganda and don't care about any shady businesses. Netizens are extremely empathetic to the employees who taste the noodles. They don't want employees who taste the noodles to be fired just like that. They all think that Hoyu Purchase is scapegoating its employees. Employees, however, are afraid of discrediting the company. The more the marketing number makes a big deal of hacking Wuyubai, the more sympathetic the netizens become. At Fanny's gesture, team leader Ho opened the backstage private message again. Don't fire the lady who tasted the noodles, please. She's just cooking for her family to get a taste. I've discredited the department. Does that have any meaning? She's already won if she dares to eat what she's cooked. Who's in the way if I cook for my staff? Colleagues don't mind. Customers don't eat. And you're firing them? Fanny was as calm as water on the surface, but the slightly upturned corners of his mouth gave away his inner joy. The first shot, a bitter trick, took it without a hitch. Just hold steady for a moment and let the bullets fly a little longer. Van Eyck is waiting. He was waiting for the moment when the netizens' sympathy reached its peak. 2:30 p.m. Squeak. Lu Xiaoye pushed open the door of the conference hall with an anxious face. Boss, the customer service department is swamped with calls, all pleading for Lena. Some of the grumpy ones can't be persuaded to keep fighting. Fanny wasn't the least bit flustered and turned his head to team leader Ho. Go live. Ha! Team leader Wait froze for a second and immediately opened the live stream. Van Eyck sat in front of his computer, looking into the camera. Eyes moved to the number of people online in the upper right corner. 100, 1000, instantly breaking through 10,000 people. A large number of netizens keep coming in. It opened without warning though, but just 1 minute into the broadcast, the number of people online soared straight to 100,000 people. Van Eyck waved his hand at the camera and spoke slowly. Hello everyone, I'm Van Eyck. I'd like to talk to everyone about staff tasting noodles. Fanny's tone was sincere, and the number of people online was still climbing. At this moment it has already exceeded 500,000. Van Eyck let out a deep breath and looked at the camera sincerely. The employee in the video did do wrong, but she just brought her habit of cooking for her family to work. The netizens were touched inwardly when they heard this. She was wrong, but she just brought the habit of cooking for her family into her work. And that's such an oxymoron. Emotional intelligence, intellect, human feelings, it's all in this sentence. A little touching what's going on. Listening to Boss Fan's tone, it seems like he doesn't want to fire his employees. Boss Fan is speaking for the employees. Why? Isn't it to dismiss and pull the employee as a scapegoat? Fanny glanced at the number of people online. 158 million plus. The data continues to grow linearly. Van Eyck's gaze shifted to the camera as he continued. In communicating with the employee, the first thing she said was, I've discredited the department. Fanny paused, an inexplicable feeling of emotion flooding his heart. He knew the gold in that statement. Yesterday employees went behind his back to raise money for the company in fear of him going bankrupt. Today employees actually take the company's reputation more seriously than they do. Fanny could feel that the employees were genuinely good to him and genuinely good to the company. Thinking of this, Fanny's heart warmed. He could not let this employee leave the company. He also didn't want the employee to leave the company. Fanny was full of sincerity and said in an earnest tone, in fact, the employees themselves are the ones with the hardest hearts in this case. All people in the community take food health and safety very seriously. This employee did make a mistake and needs to be held accountable. Fanny's words changed, but along with strict management, businesses need to be warm. Do businesses need to be warm too? Before the netizens could react, Fanny spoke again. So, for this incident, we have decided that we will take an online vote to decide what to do. Ha! Inside the conference hall, the wait leader and the investigator looked at Fanny blankly. The netizens in the live chat room were all confused when they heard that they had to vote on the resolution. Voting? What do you mean? Vote on whether to keep or not to keep the Taste of Noodles employees? Zundu? My god. First time at a high-level voting meeting like this. Is this a democratic rating? It was at this point that the adjustments were made by the waiting team leader and the investigator. Straight from the background, are the words of the statements of the employees involved in the investigation report. I've discredited the department. Left and right programs appear at the bottom of the screen. Option 1, left dismiss the employee and maintain the original disposition. Option 2, right employee is demoted for a 3-month study period, transferred out of this position, and reassigned to a non-food processing position. In less than a minute, Option 2 had a crushing lead in favor. Netizens don't want the employee to be fired. Fanny's voice came into the live broadcast. After a deep reflection, we believe that Hoyo Purchase should be a company with a warm heart. Therefore, we have decided to adopt a democratic voting method. Please vote on the outcome of the employee's treatment, and the company will take the option with the most support. The vote lasts 1 hour. Fanny stared closely at the number of votes and read them in his mind. Second shot. Borrowed knife. Since the masked man used the employee meal to force him into a dilemma, then he had to find another way. Let the hidden netizens pick up their guns. In the meantime, Wang Jianlin was puzzled. What is Boss Fan up to? Screen STH. The number of votes for option 2, employee downgrade for 3 months, is increasing. Ma Yun gradually clenched her fists. Just now, I thought that Boss Fan had lifted a stone to smash his own foot. I didn't realize that he was deliberately trying to gain sympathy, putting the black heart in dismissing employees. The warmth of a democratic review is turned into a democratic review. No way. Can't let him get away with it. Maru again called the PR manager. Let the marketing number step up its efforts. Bring the tempo. And find water armies to vote for option 1. This employee must be sacked. Snap. Before the PR manager could respond, Ma Yun hung up the phone forcefully. 5 minutes later, many marketing numbers and sailors flooded the live stream. What kind of crap company is this? 1 minute this, 1 minute that, no credibility at all. Must be dismissed. Seriously jeopardizing food safety. Go home and farm. Why are there so many brainless black people all of a sudden? Sacked? Cooking for your family, tasting a bite, such a small thing. You're giving a death sentence straight away, aren't you? Garbage company that sells mouthfuls of rice, operated by marketing numbers and a sea of sailors. The support rate of option 1 has actually gradually caught up with that of option 2. Fanny rested his chin on one hand and stared intently at the comment section. I can't believe I'm looking for a sailor? Thought Netflix was a cutie. Can't you tell? They were really hungry. Can't really sit still. If this mindless hacking continues, netizens are bound to turn on them. Just like in the dream. Chapter 108. Don't come to work if you can't win. Punk. At this moment, on the internet, 2 major forces are in the air. On one side are the marketing numbers and sailors who constantly post malicious black reviews on the air. Crazy to vote for option 1, resignation. On the other side, many netizens and bloggers have taken action. They do this by posting videos and updating their circle of friends. No effort was spared to canvass for option 2, no furloughs. The game anchor with millions of fans. Amori who loves scrambled eggs with spinach. What's more, in his millions of fan accounts, he posted a video that made netizens extremely concerned. In the video, Love Spinach is straight up boozing it up and power pulling for option 2. Just see the video among. Love Spinach caused the original God Walnut, standing in front of the camera, and behind her, the perimeter of the pile of pecans. Among them are masterfully crafted hand-me-downs. There are also tons of pecan pillows, blind boxes, pins and more. Love Spinach said quaintly to the camera. Day. The sun comes out to bask in the sun. The moon comes out to bask in the moon. The 77th Master of the Hall of the Living God. We're not going to talk about the game today. Today, the Dawn is going to canvass for option 2 of the Hoyo by Live. Love Spinach turned sideways and raised his hand to the perimeter behind him, gesturing in a circle. As long as you vote for option 2, with a screenshot private message to the Hall Master, the Hall Master will send a free walnut perimeter. Oh. Love Spinach picks up a beautifully crafted walnut hand puppet in his hand and brings it up to the camera for a detailed display. Look good. The first 10 to send the limited edition hand puppet in the hands of the Hall Master. Oh. Love Spinach put the hand-me-downs down and said sincerely to the camera. The Hall Master wants that employee to stay for no other reason than that. Like Boss Van said, she did do wrong, but she just brings the habit of cooking for her family to making staff meals. Love Spinach pulled out the spooky doll behind him and spoke playfully. Everyone go vote for option 2. Screenshot private message Hallmaster. Hallmaster will never renege today. Oh. As soon as this video was released, Spinach-loving fans swept right into the comments section. Donor. Look at the private message. I vote for option 2 in seconds. I want the top 10 walnut hand puppet so much. The game blogger, who has been a fan for several years, Actually personally canvassed for Hoyo purchase. And must be supported. Hall Master. If I pull 10 votes, can I get 10 perimeter? I've already voted for it. Those black fans are so hateful. They make the staff look like they are unforgivable and should go to the Hall of the Living if they don't quit. Have voted for option 2. Dismissal. The marketing number said that the violation of labor laws, and now do not dismiss, and said that people endangered food safety. Abominable. Love Spinach's canvassing video was an instant hit in the gaming community when it was released. Netizens have gone to the live stream of the Wuyo purchase to vote. There are those who are trying to get a tantalizing pecan perimeter. Some are trying to harden the black man and clean up the internet. Then there are those who simply want that employee to stay. In addition to loving Spinach, the million-fan gaming blogger, there are also tons of bloggers posting videos urging people to vote for option 2. Netizens also share the live broadcast to their friends, family groups, school groups and so on. For a while, everyone was actively canvassing for option 2. Everyone opens their friends' circles and the copy that comes to mind is, she just tastes it when she's cooking for her family. What's wrong with her? She's already won if she dares to eat what she cooks. Brothers, cast option 2. Come guard the tower. Prevent Blackie from stealing the tower. When you open the major media platforms, you are also flooded with canvassing videos and copy. At this moment, the two forces that tasted the event were fighting. On the one hand, the media marketing numbers and the water armies are brainlessly trolling and insisting that the employees must be sacked. On the other side, various netizens came together and voted for option 2. The two forces, from the initial evenly matched and deadlocked situation, have a 50-50 split in support. Gradually, it evolved into a 4-6 split thanks to the efforts of the netizens. Option 2 has 60% support. Instantly, support soared to 65%. This was followed by a direct break of 70%. Fanny stared nervously at the screen. At this point, there is only half an hour left before the polls close. Never take it lightly until the last minute. Suddenly, Fanny clenched his fists. Because of the 70% approval rating just now, it was pulled back to 60% by the buffs again. It also continues to decrease. Fanny's fists couldn't help but clench tighter. Meanwhile, Ma-yun received a call from the PR department. The PR manager said anxiously as soon as the call was answered. I can't, boss. There are just too many netizens who voted for option 2. I've already done my best. Ma-yun looked at the 55% support rate of option 2 on the screen and roared angrily. What are you doing? You can't even do this little job? If you can't win the vote, you don't come to work. Rubbish. Snap dash. Ma-yun hung up the phone angrily. He can't lose. How many years he stood at the top of this tower. He couldn't lose to a fledgling brat. Thinking of this, Ma-yun also unconsciously clenched her fists. Alibaba, PR, Zhou Shuai, the PR manager, stared blankly at his cell phone. What are you doing for food? Rubbish. The roar from his boss's phone kept repeating in his head. Over the years, his main duty has been to try to wipe his boss's ass when he does something bad. He knew in his heart that his boss was doing something wrong, but there's no way around it. For money, for life, he could only go against his conscience and harden his heart. He really did his best to run this noodle-eating event, but the boss still had to call him a loser. Phew, Zhou Shuai let out a long breath. He knew that even if he managed to handle the noodle incident well, the boss will still treat him with the same disdain as he treats the paper he wipes his ass with. For so many years, he worked for his boss every day against his conscience. His heart, which was already shrouded in darkness, it was as if it had stopped beating after being called a loser by his boss. Zhou Shuai opens the Yue purchase live. Looking at the background of the live feed, the survey was displayed. I've discredited the department. We're usually like family. When Zhou Shuai saw that in the comment section, some people had been swiping what Boss Fan had just said. The employee's heart is the hardest part. And while she was wrong, she just brought her habit of treating her family to work. Seeing this sentence, Zhou Shuai frowned. He could sense that Boss Fan was actually pleading for his own employees when he said this. Explain it to the public for your own employees. Zhou Shuai's heart rippled in layers. This female employee was blackballed by Waterman and marketing numbers. But Boss Fan tried his best to explain to the public from the employee's point of view. Zhou Shuai is the man behind the water army. He understood that Boss Fan was using the sympathy of the netizens to help his employees whitewash. Chapter 109, Hoyuyubi Internet Company, was born. Zhou Shuai sighed. The employees who tasted the noodles were escorted by Boss Fan. But what about him? He tried his best and his boss had to call him a loser. Phew, Zhou Shuai let out another long breath. He inexplicably felt a blockage in his heart. So, Zhou Shuai hurriedly went downstairs and quickly ran outside the office building. Hiss. Zhou Shuai took a few deep breaths of fresh air, trying to relax himself, but it doesn't help at all. It was as if he had 1,000 pounds of stone pressing down on his heart, so heavy that he was about to suffocate. Splat! Zhou Shuai lit a cigarette. Can't even do this little thing right? Punk! The boss's words lingered in his mind. Zhou Shuai took a sharp drag on his cigarette. He really did his best. For years, he has been wiping the ass of his boss after he has done something wrong. He's sorry for his conscience. I'm sorry for those who have been hurt in that ass-wiping process, but he never apologized to the company. Not to mention no apologies to the boss. Zhou Shuai exhaled thick white smoke. Wagyu Purchase's employees do the wrong thing. Boss Fan will stand up for his employees and plead for them, but he's forever licking his boss's chops behind him, trying desperately to do a good job. The boss would still just call him a loser. Zhou Shuai's nose was sore. A two-way run between the van owner and the employee. He had never been more eager to have. Zhou Shuai took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and looked at the message sent to him by the bald little Lou of the technical department. Lao Zhou. I want to start my own business. I want to be an internet company that treats its employees as human beings. Like Wagyu Purchase. You may be the PR manager, but I know you have no choice. Back in the day, you were the top art major in Qingbei. I've rented the office. Let's do it together. You'll be in charge of art and design. I'll be in charge of software development. Zhou Shuai looked at the screen, his eyes slightly moist. I didn't think anyone would remember that he's a loser who was an art student. He thought he would spend his life in the darkness of wiping his boss's ass. Crackle. Zhou Shuai typed in the chat dialog box. You kid can do a like and you purchase like the internet company. Sounds good. Address send me. Now go. Ding. Bald little Lou returned in seconds. 1128. Building 1. Huaxin Center. No. 401, Gilin Road. Binjiang District. Linen City. Old Zhou. The votes for this option 1 are almost surpassing those for option 2. You can't bear to see Wagyu Purchase being hacked? Zhou Shuai looked at Xiaolu's message and froze. He certainly didn't hold back. Over the years, the waste of conscience to help the boss to do those things, each in the intolerance. Zhou Shuai exited WeChat, opened the address book, and dialed a phone number without a note. To Dolu. Hey, pull the votes out of option 1 and put them all in option 2. Ha? The person on the other end of the line said blankly. Hiss. Zhou Shuai inhaled a mouthful of smoke and inquired. Can you clarify this for Wagyu Purchase? $500,000. As soon as he heard money, the person on the other end of the phone didn't hesitate. No problem, brother Zhou. As long as the money is there, I'll pick you off even the stars in the sky. Slap. Zhou Shuai hung up the phone and directly took a taxi to the address that Xiaolu had just sent him. An internet company like Weibo. This kid is a ing genius. Zhou Shuai couldn't help but read in his heart. For some reason, Zhou Shuai, who got into the car, looked through the window at the office building that was gradually moving away from him, as if he was relieved. Magic City. Inside a humble office, a middle-aged man with a large gold chain and a beer belly sat at his desk. He had a lollipop in his mouth and his legs rested casually on his desk. Brother Zhou is really my god of wealth. Yo, all these years rely on Brother Zhou alone to support me and the company, the middle-aged man said to himself. Whirling around, humming a little tune again, he swiped his cell phone. Tada! Middle-aged man in a chat group called Network Headquarters. Enter. The client has changed his claim, and is changing his vote to option 2 at speed. And by the way, help clear the air for Wagyu Purchase. $250,000 after the deed is done. As soon as the message was sent out, there were countless replies from the group in an instant. $9 billion girl's dream, okay. Kung. 18K pure gold, Kung. How come the client even turned back on himself? Are you sure? Tiger, 18K. Do whatever Kung tells you to do. Why do you have so many questions every time? Django hummed a little tune and continued typing. Get on with it. There's not much time left to vote. Conference hall. Fanny stared intently at the number of votes on the screen. Support for option 2 has remained in a 55% to 60% situation. There are only 10 minutes left in the voting period. Fanny was afraid that these sailors would suddenly counterattack in the last few minutes. Just then, Fanny's eyes lit up. Option 1 and option 2, which had been deadlocked for a long time, actually began to change. Support for option 2 went straight from 60% to 70%. In the blink of an eye it broke 75% again. 80%, 85%, straight through 90%. Support for option 2 continues to grow. Bear with me. Van Eyck and the investigators all jumped up from their chairs. What's going on? How did the votes for option 1 suddenly drop so fast? Win-win-win. Option 2 crushing victory. Calm down. There's still the last 5 minutes. The investigators stared intently at the screen. But it's got to be steady. Van Eyck shifted his gaze to the comments section. Misty grass. Am I blind? How did the number of votes for option 1 suddenly drop so much? What's with the sip of water? All of a sudden? Where are those black guys? Speak up. I guess it was too cheap for a dime apiece and ran away. Cowboys. Brothers. Hold on. There's 3 minutes to go before the polls close. Van Eyck looked at the time on the big screen. 15:38. 15:39. 15:40. Phew. Fanny took a long breath. Slap. The investigators couldn't help but high-five each other in celebration. Lena doesn't have to go. Great. Justice is in the eye of the beholder. The netizens are amazing. Shoo. Team leader Ho extended his index finger to his lips, signaling the investigators to be quiet. The investigators then reacted to the fact that it was still live. Everyone immediately settled back down at the conference table. Fanny's voice came into the live broadcast. Voting time is over. Thank you all. We will take option 2. Employees are demoted for a 3-month study period, transferred out of their position, and transferred to a non-food processing position. Upon hearing this, netizens instantly exploded the comment section. Now I'm relieved. It's not worth the call I made to the customer service department today. Really too much for the employees. Boss Fan actually spoke for the employees before the vote. If my boss would have told me to get lost. Bullseye. Brothers, taste the face, employees won't be fired anymore. Democratic rating, take it down. I realized. That's what Boss Fan said about the need for the business to have a temperature while being strictly managed. Chapter 110, you're the one who scolded the most fiercely. And now you regret it? Inside the live feed, Fanny sat at the conference table with his back straight, facing the camera solemnly. Thank you for the overwhelming turnout, and the investigation team will then craft a new disposition report. New reports will be posted on this official account as soon as they are available. Van Eyck gives a little wave to the camera. That concludes today's broadcast. Thank you all again. After saying that, the group leader Ho, who was at the side, closed the live broadcast. Once the live stream was closed, the data related to the live stream was clearly displayed on the big screen in the conference hall. The total length of the live broadcast is 75 minutes. The number of viewers is 6.85 million. Number of fans growing, 3,250,000. The investigators each looked at the big screen with amazement. This is the first time that the official account of Woyobai has opened a live broadcast. A live broadcast? Actually directly rose powder more than 3 million? Almost close to half of the number of people who watched it were successfully converted into fans. The boss is too strong. Meanwhile, the internet, under the orders of the head of the water army, Kung, numerous marketing numbers began to delete the videos that had previously discredited Woyobai. The water boys have also been deleting their own malicious black comments on the incident. In this taste noodle storm, the most famous marketing number, Trend Karami. It was even the first to release a video that didn't mince words in praising Woyo purchase. Just see the video among. Trendy Karami starts by playing a portion of the live recording. The recording screen presented the investigation report and what Boss Van had said. I've discredited the department. Our department treats each other like family, and we usually dish out food to each other like family. She's done wrong, but she's just bringing her habit of treating her family to work. Actually, it's the employees who have the hardest time in their hearts. After playing the recorded screen, Trendy Karami even appeared in the picture wearing an Ultraman mask, detailing his thoughts on the event. Even envied the two-way running between Van's boss and his employees. In the video, Trendy Karami spoke in a leaning tone. What a great team cohesion Wagyu purchase has. It's what makes the first thing on the employee's mind after the taste thing is that he or she has discredited the department. Click here. Screenshot of employees as they taste the noodles. Screenshots from the live broadcast with Boss Fan appear in the video footage. Trendy Karami, wearing an Ultraman mask, said in an infectious voice, it's not only the employees who are worried about discrediting the department, discrediting the company. Boss Fan also opens a live vote for his employees to stay, and stand up for your employees before you vote. Trending Karami gave a thumbs up to the camera and praised it. This treatment with a human face warms the bodies of our beatniks, and I would call it a textbook treatment. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Trendy Karami turned to the camera again and confessed. The previous video that said Hoyo purchase was bad has been removed. I admit, at first it was just to rub it in, so I posted those videos. Now, I have deeply realized my mistake. Textbook handling, bull, peace. Trendy Karami makes the peace gesture to the camera and the video ends. Because of the trendy karami in the incident before and after, the attitude of the contrast is too large. Attracted a lot of netizens in the comments section of the crazy screen. You're the one who scolded people the most. Now you regret it? I threw the previous video of the black and pleasant purchase. He actually deleted all of them. It seems to be really reformed. On the internet, I've seen people hit in the face by others, but I've never seen myself hitting my own face. A ruthless man. It's true that mindless hacking of people before was unseemly, but this video complements the textbook handling of the situation. And I agree. Textbook treatment. Agree +1. Agreed +2. Agreed +10,086. Conference hall. Boss, let's immediately add the internet voting process to the investigation report in text form as well. Team leader Ho said. Fanny nodded slightly, then glanced at the time and asked. It should be done by the end of the day. No problem. The investigators spoke in unison. They were sad in the morning, pitying Lena for being fired for cooking for her family. The faces of the survey team members are now beaming with happiness. How could they not expect that the boss would actually stand in Lena's shoes and personally explain for Lena to the entire network? The investigators read in their minds as they modified Lena's treatment plan. What a blessing it is to be pampered by your boss as a battering ram. However, Fanny, who was on the side, was worried at the moment. What's going on? How come the reputation value hasn't increased yet? Isn't the problem solved? Just as Fanny was wondering, a pleasant system sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully resolving the tasting noodle incident. The food safety crisis is lifted, and the reputation value is restored. +30. Current honor value. 790. Phew. Fanny took a long breath, finally added it back. That's a relief. Before Fanny could close the prompt, the system voice rang in his ears once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The way this tasting noodle incident was handled has been recognized by the netizens as a textbook way of handling the situation. Reputation value +20. Current honor value. 810. Textbook handling? Puzzled, Fanny opened the link at the bottom of the system prompt. When he watched the regretful streaming video of trendy karami, Fanny couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. Looks like the extreme increase in support at the end was due to their internal backlash. I didn't realize that there was such an unexpected reward. He had only wanted to borrow the gun of the netizen. I didn't realize they were fighting in a nest and shooting at their own people. They're pulling down a little bit with this team cohesion, aren't they? Fanny gently shook his head. In fact, the choice to sack employees in the morning was driven to desperation by those unscrupulous marketing numbers. If it is not handled strictly enough at the beginning, then the image that Hoyo has built up before, focusing on food safety, will collapse instantly. The reputation value that had been built up with great difficulty was bound to drop again and again. After all, everyone takes food safety extremely seriously these days. However, if this matter is dismissed as it was at the outset, it is being handled too strictly. Again, it will chill the staff and the public because it is just a minor issue of staff meals. The pressure of public opinion would then suddenly increase. Those unscrupulous marketing numbers will surely take the opportunity to incite public opinion, accusing Hoyo of violating labor laws. At that point, not only the value of reputation, but also the value of employee happiness might follow. Therefore, Fanny did not dare to take this matter lightly as to how to deal with it. After thinking long and hard about it, he could only skillfully use the direction of public opinion to lower the penalty. In this way, both successful retention of employees and preservation of team cohesion and happiness values. It has also steadily preserved the reputation of Hoyo Purchase. Chapter 111. Share the money together and carry the burden together in case of accidents. Tick-tock. The screen of the cell phone Fanny had placed on the conference table suddenly lit up. The green letter beeps, too, kept ringing. Fanny picked up his cell phone. It was a 99 plus green letter message from Manager Joe. Ahead are 99 plus videos and pictures of the new Positive Zone Mall. Finally, a quote from Manager Joe. Boss, this wave of operation is too sick. Learned. Mayor Yang is still a good guy. I thought that after this incident, he would terminate the cooperation or something. Unexpectedly, Mayor Yang even turned around and comforted me by saying that being upright is not afraid of shadows. Fanny looked at the screen of his cell phone and thought a lot. Mayor Yang actually didn't fall on his sword? This is kinda surprising. Tada! Fanny gently tapped the phone screen and typed in the dialog box. Hard work. The video and photos were taken in enough detail to look exactly like the ones in the previous proposal. You can say something about Shinuka. I'll go with you tomorrow. I can't make it today. You'll be off work when you go over there later. Shoo, The message was sent successfully. Fanny turned his phone off the screen and turned his head to whisper to Team Leader Ho. I'll go back to the office and let me know when the survey is done. Okay. Team Leader Ho nodded. Fanny immediately got up, but just opened the door to the conference hall. Fanny then saw Lina standing quietly in the doorway with red eyes. She's been standing here all this time? Fanny showed surprise on his face and wondered in his heart. Before Fanny could open his mouth to inquire, Lina choked out a sob. Boss, thank you. Fanny scratched his head in some embarrassment. He was at a loss as to how to respond to this sincere thank you. It was at this moment that Fanny remembered the way the other employees at the hot pot stall, who were doing the investigation today, pleaded for Lina. Impress him. Fanny cleared his throat and stumbled a bit as he spoke. Don't forget to come back and visit the hot pot stall after that. Transfer. Well, Lina raised her face and answered softly with a smile through her tears. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The latest survey report of Hoyo purchases uploaded to the official account on time. The full process of online voting is clearly documented in text in the report. Once the report was released, netizens instantly exploded the comment section. It's finally here. It's been a long time waiting. This is solid. This is too detailed. And it really shows the company's dedication to its employees. Having been a corporate scapegoat, I envied it fiercely. Absolute textbook handling. Unlike other companies that, when something goes wrong, say the employee is a temp or an outsourcing company, Webtoon realizes the ultimate form of socialist commerce, where money is shared together and accidents are carried together. Wabi-sabi makes me feel like the world is magical, but it's a real thing that's happening, and I just voted for it. Meanwhile, Linen City, Peach Blossom Garden, in a $1 billion mansion in Gangnam. Snap dash. Ma-yun directly slammed her cell phone hard on the ground. Clunk. Maru was so angry that she stomped on it repeatedly with her foot. He had wanted to make a last stand before the new investigation report was released, but Zhou Shuai's phone couldn't be reached. The PR department is also in disarray. Without his staff, he looks like he's been broken. For a moment there was no idea what to do. Ma-yun roared angrily. Spend the money to hire a couple more employees tomorrow. As long as I have the money, the company can still turn around without them. Ding dong dash. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ma-yun got a good look at the person outside the door through the display inside the mansion. What are they doing here? Outside the door were 4 national-level leaders of the financial sector. Next to them, a dozen police officers stood. One of the policemen said seriously, "Please come with us." Hearing this, Ma-yun couldn't help but worry in her heart. It can't be that there's a problem with the listing of Marmite Goldfinger. Usually with these leaders, government public relations, are Zhou Shuai, Rongqing, Ruihua Special Courtyard. Wang Xiqing staggered down the stairs, surprised. Dad, the gossip is that Mr. Ma has been interviewed by the financial department above. Ha? The financial sector? Wang Jinlin was surprised. Immediately, Wang Jinlin reacted all at once again. It was only a matter of time before Mr. Ma was interviewed. No one who loves to pretend ends well. Sky says he's not interested in money, but long ago, the means of earning money penetrated into every aspect of the lives of ordinary people. Ma Anthem Goldfarb is clearly a financial lending company. Ma Yun, on the other hand, nonetheless said it was a tech company. What does lending have to do with technology? What's most breathless is that it's actually clamoring for an IPO? Lenders go public. It's obvious that it's all about ringing up more money and cutting fatter leaks. The person who says he cares the least about money, actually, it's the one that cares the most. Wang Jianlin sighed. Why do you have a vague feeling that this is going to change? Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin turned his head to his own son. Hey, you're fine to get in touch with Boss Fan more often. You're both young people and can talk. Wang Si Onion nodded. Dad, do you think Boss Fan will win the next round? Wang Jianlin's words reached his mouth, but he wanted to stop. 5:30 in the afternoon. Hoyo Purchase, Office. Fanny, who won the business battle of tasting noodles, packed up his things with joy and prepared to leave work. Knock knock. A couple of very soft knocks sounded on the door. Before Fanny could react, a small head poked through the doorway. Puffy? Fanny was pleasantly surprised. Puffy stood on her tiptoes, holding the doorknob with one hand and cradling the deposit box with the other. Seeing the money jar in Puffy's hand, Fanny's heart thumped. Puffy had said before that she was going to give him all the money from her rocking car ride to open the new store. What he promised Puffy he'd tell her when he returned to Yudu. But because of the tasting noodle incident, Fanny had forgotten all about Puffy. Fanny immediately got up and walked towards Little Puff. smiling with a doting face. Puffy, are you here alone? Puffy let go of the doorknob and the door swung open with the inertia. Puffy said in a milky voice, holding the deposit box in both hands, Mommy is singing on the 7th floor. As soon as the words left her mouth, Puffy pouted in exasperation. Humph, Uncle Fan, you came back without even telling me. Puffy was angry, but she didn't forget to shove the deposit box she was holding at Fanny. This twisted little look made Fanny laugh and cry. Fanny hurriedly took the deposit box and said curtly, Uncle Fan is wrong. Why don't Uncle Fan treat little Puffy to a ride in the rocking car? Okay. Hearing this, Puffy immediately beamed with joy. I don't need a shaker. I'll keep all the money and open a new store. Van Eyck shook the deposit box in his hand. Then I'll put these in the safe first, okay? Puffy nodded without hesitation. Pop. Van Eyck smiled and put the deposit box in the safe. Little Puffy supported Fanny's arm and spoke in a sticky voice. Uncle Fan, these little round pieces should be enough for you to open many stores. Chapter 112, the final round opens. Open 100 branches first? Fanny bared his teeth. Why do you think Puffy was sent from heaven to supervise his store? Van Eyck chuckled. Of course it's enough. One little round piece can open a store. How many little round pieces are in this deposit box? Without even thinking about it, Puffy opened her two little hands and waved them around, answering loudly. There are so many. There are 100. Fanny's mouth was slightly open, somewhat petrified on the spot. He knew that 100 was the biggest number in Puffy's perception. Could open 100 branches. It was too much of a task for him. I guess. Fanny wouldn't dare to agree to Puffy so easily. Because this kid, he has a good memory. Fanny took one of Little Puff's small hands and changed the subject. Come on, let's go to the 7th floor, okay? Puffy raised her fleshy little face. Good. Uncle Fan is going to open 100 new stores, so I can sing with my mom in peace now. Fanny was speechless. He looked down at Puffy, that happy look of dancing hands, and couldn't help but pull a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth. How about a Puff's coin inlaid on a plaque at every branch from now on? And put numerical numbers on the coins for counting. If he can't open 100 stores in his lifetime, then let Puffy grow up and open her own. 7th floor, staff house, many off-duty management, and employees on the morning shift, take their breaks here. Some are working out. Some of them are reading books. Some of them are massaging. There are also people who are team rubbing. When they saw Boss Fan come in holding Puffy, they all greeted him warmly. Hello boss. Oops, Puffy has grown taller again. Boss. Oh yo, little Puffy is so cute. Come on, auntie hug. It was at this time that Fanny inadvertently glanced at the wall of the staff house and saw an additional row of banners made of stainless steel, along with strict management. Businesses need to be warm. Isn't that what he said on the air today? Fanny looked at the sign on the wall suspiciously. An attentive male employee of the catering department said with a smile after observing Fanny's expression. Hey, boss, that's what a couple of the employees resting at the hot pot stall just got up there. The words even glow when the surroundings are dark. Glow? How come the hot pot stalls are still quietly installing this? Nice style and goes well with the staff house decor. It also looks kind of inexplicably high class. Before Fanny could say anything, little Puffy tilted her little face up and prayed. Uncle Fan, can I have hot pot? Ha ha. Fanny gently pinched little Puff's fleshy face and said with a smile. Good. Dinner in the cafeteria to eat hot pot and staff home rest of the uncles and aunts to eat together. Okay yeah. Puffy nodded in excitement. 7 p.m. Employee cafeteria. The table was filled with fondue ingredients, and a dozen copper pots for fondue. Fanny, without the air of a boss, drank small wine and ate hot pot with his employees. Bam! The clinking of glasses resounded in the staff cafeteria. After the group had a shallow drink, the scene became more and more lively, and a few employees said with slight emotion, Boss, it's not that I'm kissing ass. It's really too happy to work in our company. I think so. My parents threatened me that I had to do a good job, and they can't let go of the staff house any more than I can. I do admire what our boss said for Lina during the live broadcast today. It showed me what it means to rationally protect a calf. Fanny listened to them with a smile on his face. In fact, he did all of this just to renew his life without dropping the system's reputation and happiness values, but never thought that in the process, it actually brought real happiness to the employees. For some reason, while the employees felt happy, Fanny's heart was also warmed up. After eating hot pot in the cafeteria, Fanny went straight back home. Squeak. Once inside, Fanny went straight to the bedroom and fell asleep. Phew. This noodle tasting fiasco is finally over. I'll have to thank Manager Joe tomorrow. If it wasn't for his accurate analysis of the marketing numbers, I probably wouldn't have read it by now. Fanny's consciousness gradually blurred, and he then fell soundly asleep. This night, his heart was at peace, and he slept a dreamless night. Day 2, July 7th, 9:30 a.m. After Fanny had simply packed up, he was ready to take the high-speed train and head to Xinjiang to take a field trip to check out the mall. Fanny opened the green letter and typed in the chat box with Manager Zhao. Off we go. See you at the new fragrance mall. Manager Zhao returned in seconds. Good drop. I'm off too. Meanwhile, the fourth round of the Pick a Good Company program quietly kicked off. This round is the final round. The PK with Hoyo Purchase is the securities company called Zhongxin Securities. Sonova Securities ranks first in the domestic brokerage industry in terms of overall strength. The hidden cameras that were installed in the last round were not removed. At the moment, the screen of the program's live room split in two. Shown on the left is the Hoyo Purchase. On the right, we have CNS Securities. In the picture with Hyatt Purchase, customers are gathering and the staff is already busy. It's only been open for a few minutes and there are actually customers checking out at the register already. However, strangely enough, the screen of the CNS is empty. The live stream had just opened, and the netizens who came in saw the scene and left messages in the comment section. The final round is on. I thought CNS was on strike, but it's Sunday, and CNS is closed. Securities firms are really cool, working 4 hours a day, 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. and 13 to 15 o'clock p.m. Not only are they on 4 hours a day, they are also on double time off every week, and when the stock market isn't open, they are on vacation, with a minimum of 110 plus days of vacation per year. Vacation is not worse than Hoyo Purchase. The salary is still more than Hoyo Purchase. The minimum in this is 20,000, right? Is there anyone who understands? Another day of envying other people's jobs, and this time 2 companies outright. Today's red eye is the plus version. Zhongxin Securities is very powerful, but the requirements are high. Inside are highly educated elites. And you purchase I can still work hard. Zhongxin I do not even dare to think about it. It was at this moment that the director's voice rang out on the air. Hello viewers, this round is the final round. In this round, the main focus is on live streaming what the employees are really doing. The program team will arrange for testers to be admitted as needed. The length of the round will depend on the specifics of the test. In the comments section, a large number of netizens had already flooded into the live broadcast at this point. Director Chunson is on vacation, so we'll watch Wagyu shopping today? What's the point of this? It's too meaningless. Maybe the employees of China Sun Securities will also secretly work overtime, just like Hoyu Yosho. I just checked. This is the #1 securities company in the country. The welfare treatment is great. I feel that the financial industry is so profitable, and it's not a dream to earn $1 million a year, but it's hard to get in, and a cowhorse like me doesn't dare to hope. Judge's room. Ma Yun did not show up today because she was interviewed by a government department. However, the show has invited another judge. Lon Shirley, founder of Tunghing Airways, Tunghing Group. Lon Shirley said dismissively as he sat in the leather swivel chair on the far right. Hoyo Purchase gives 90% of its profits to its employees. It's not even eligible for listing. Wang Jianlin glanced at Lon Shirley. Isn't that bull ********? Who doesn't? With him? Lon Shirley, this person, Wang Jianlin still understood a little, was in jail in this country for several years for tax evasion. Then he smuggled himself across the border and was jailed again for several months in his new homesplash for a false passport. His Tunghing company went bankrupt within a few years of going public. Now it seems to be some kind of soda business. This kind of vain person, Wang Jianlin couldn't even look at. Wang Jianlin couldn't figure out how the program team had found him. Just then, Lon Shirley continued to speak contemptuously. Listing is the biggest contribution to the society. And the listing of CNX Securities for many years is a great social contribution. The kind of company that doesn't even qualify to go public, like Woboyu, doesn't contribute anything to society. Chapter 113 A fish in a fishbowl can actually stand in military posture? Wang Jianlin frowned slightly and couldn't help but think in his heart. This just started, and Ransom Force dislikes Woyue Purchase? Why does it feel like someone is intentionally looking for Ransom Force to stomp on Woyue Purchase? Wang Jianlin anticipated that there might be interference in the fourth round. After all, if Wojiata wins, the management style of 90% of the profits being distributed to employees will be implemented nationwide. Honestly, it's harder on the bosses than it is on them. In fact, Wang Jianlin himself did not want to win with Hyatt Purchase, but the news that Ma Yun was interviewed by the government. It forced him to look at the situation before he spoke. Just then, Lon Shirley spoke again in a pretentious manner. The social value of Wagyu purchase is too low. It is the capital value after listing that makes a company's greatest contribution to society. Businesses that share their profits with their employees have no social value whatsoever. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu were silent as if they had discussed the matter. Neither of them wanted to get into trouble until the situation was clear. However, the netizens in front of the screen were all enraged when they heard Lon Shirley accusing Hoyu purchase of having no value one after another. Some netizens even cursed ***** at the screen. Eye-opening. It turns out that in their eyes, distributing money to employees is worthless. This one didn't remodel well in there. We Gohan people call him Lon Liar. Isn't it a social value when employees' welfare is good and customers enjoy a high quality of service? And Hyatt has confirmed that we can live without ZBJ. But ZBJ has never confirmed that they can live without the hitmen. Lon Shirley's words are hard to hear, but they are the heart of ZBJ. In their view, Wagyu purchase is of zero value if it doesn't satiate the capital predators. Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast, the CNS remains empty, and the screen of Wagyu shopping is randomly switching to different areas of the Superstore. Garment district, baking area, jewelry district, aquatic areas, amenities, and so on. At that moment, a netizen with the nickname Stonemer Eyesight took a screenshot of a picture of the aquatic area. The extremely sharp-eyed scorpion kept enlarging the picture, until after seeing the fish tanks in the aquatic area, Sher Kaobing was immediately dumbfounded. Is this real in the real world? Scobin incredulously typed in the comments section. Does the aquatic area at Wagyu purchase look like this? Is this for real? Attached image. Many curious netizens clicked on the pictures sent by Sher Kaobing. The netizens in the live broadcast room jumped straight up from the sofa after seeing Sher Kaobing's picture, instantly exploding the comment section. I jow. Man, you're so sharp-eyed. All I see is a screen full of customers. Misty grass. Boss Fan is so awesome. Did he give the fish a higher salary? Why are the fish so obedient to him? I wanted to invite my friends to enjoy it with me, but I was afraid that wild boars would find it difficult to eat the fine chaff, so I stopped and enjoyed it alone. A blessing for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's as if the sins of my past life have been eliminated all at once. Soothing. The water in the fishbowl is clearer than a college student's stupid eyes. Director. It's time for the testers to make their appearance. This picture is a fake Zundu. Under the netizen's strong request to be, the program group sent testers into the Wagyu purchase. Just a glimpse of the Wagyu purchase. A big sunny boy in a white t-shirt appears in the aquatic area. An informative presentation of the testers followed on the live screen. Name, Zhong Yinbin. Age, 23. After 10 seconds, the tester's profile disappears. Zhong Yinbin, with his invisible camera, looked around. Eventually, locking his eyes on the fishbowl that Scorpion had just handed out, Zhong Yinbin quickly approached. In the process of approaching, Zhong Yinbin was surprised to find that, in addition to the diagram that Sher Kaobing had just sent, the water in the other tanks, all clear. The seafood in the tank, though not as neatly arranged as in the picture, but it all looks very clean and healthy. Finally, Zhong Yinbin came to the fish tank in the picture. It's actually true. Zhong Yinbin softly shocked. He had lived 23 years, and for the first time he had seen a fish in a tank in military position. Zhong Yinbin glanced at the side, at old Zhang who was weighing fish for customers. This person seems to be the one that Boss Fan gave along with the $100,000 dowry in the name of the company. If I remember correctly, Boss Fan called him Old Zhang. Zhong Yinbin pointed to the fish tank in front of him and asked Old Zhang, "Hello, are the fish always like this here?" Old Zhang handed the weighed fish to the customer and then probed at the fish tank. Surprised. Why are they all in one piece? Old Zhang froze for a second before explaining with a smile. It didn't used to be like this. Today was a coincidence. Ha. Hearing Old Zhang's words, the netizens were collectively confused. Is this a ing coincidence? These fish are starting to parade, and you call that a coincidence? This fish has an IQ of 2,600? I can't even stand this well in military training. People are worse than fish series. These fish are anticipating that they are going to be on the show and posing first. One of the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries. The fish standing in a military position with Hyatt purchase. Is it the fall of fish morality or the distortion of fish sex? Fish, the boss gives $8,000 a month to open the salary. All consciously stand up, cannot give the company lose face. Chapter 114, Knowing My Experiences and Enjoying My Body. Hoyo Purchase, Aquatic Area. A Moncler outlet store in a hurdle undershirt is walking slowly in the direction of Zhong Yanbin. Old Zhang was sharp-eyed, and as soon as he saw this grandpa, his face immediately blossomed into a bright smile and asked enthusiastically, Mr. Wang, you're here. What do you want to buy today? At this time, Wang's eyes were attracted by the fish in the tank, those fish that are like standing in a military position. Moncler Outlet Online Wang could not help but shout in surprise. Yo, these carp are standing really neatly this day. Ha ha. Old Zhang smiled brightly and laughed. Mr. Wang carefully scrutinized the neatly arranged carp, and then stretched out his finger and pointed to one of the carp, saying, I'll take the one on the far right. Look at the way he's standing. He's so majestic. He looks like a commander. Center. Old Zhang nodded with a smile on his face, followed by quickly taking out his fishing tools. Splat! Old Zhang held the fishing pole in his hand and carefully stuck the fishing net at the front of the pole into the bathtub. As the nets gradually go deeper, the fish, which were quietly arrayed, are keenly aware of the approaching danger. They had swung their tails desperately, and the fish instantly scattered like exploding fireworks. Clunk! With his skillful fishing techniques, he was able to accurately fish the commander into the fishing net that Mr. Wang had chosen. The commander, caught in the net, struggles to break free from his dying bonds, but all in vain. The commander couldn't help but grumble in his mind. How is it that I work so hard to command them to stand still and pretend to be demented? And how is it that I'm still being faced by humans? The big sunny boy, Zhong Yanbin, suddenly raised his voice as he swept his eyes over the fish in the tank. Why is there a little card tied behind these fish? Judge's room. All three judges squinted and stared intently at the screen with curiosity on their faces. These little round cards are blue on one side and white on the other. What the hell is this for? How come there's one hanging behind every fish? It was at this time that the voice of Wang Dajie came from the middle of the screen. On the white side of the card, there's a QR code. That's the fish traceability code. Trace code? Zhong Yanbin couldn't help but bend down and put his face close to the fish tank to take a closer look. Sure enough, the card did have a QR code clearly printed on it, and the cards are obviously carefully waterproofed and plasticized. The QR code on it is as clear as day and shows no signs of blurring. Whoa! Old Zhang lifted his hand and fished the commander out of the fish tank, then patiently explained. This traceability code is the equivalent of a fish's ID card, and by scanning it with your phone, you can clearly and unambiguously see their entire experience from birth to the present. The commander, hearing this, fought his way through the nets while mumbling helplessly in his mind. Not only do I get to know what I'm going through, but I get to enjoy my body with confidence. Zhong Yanbin then took out his cell phone and inquired to Moncler Outlet Online Wang. Master Wang, can I sweep this fish you want? Moncler Outlet Online Wang smiled and nodded in agreement. Zhong Yanbin immediately opened the green letter. Click on the upper right of the plus sign. Enter the sweep function. Old Zhang purposely pulled the card carefully out of the fishing net. Shoo! In an instant, this commander's slippery high-definition nude photos, clearly displayed in the phone screen. Below the nude photo are the details of the commander. Product code, A5801875067. Model, Carp. Place of origin, Penzi District, Heilongjiang Province. Number of monitoring sessions, 3 of 3. Vacancy, 2024. 6. 27 to 2024. 7. 6. Usage, and so on. What's empty foster time? Zhong Yanbin looked at the cell phone screen and softly wondered. On the side of Wang, looking at the bewildered Zhong Yanbin, in his heart secretly thought, this young man looks like he's from out of town. Residents around the area may know that the aquatic products purchased by Wu Wei are kept empty before they are sold. Mr. Wang enthusiastically explained to Zhong Yanbin. Empty stocking means not feeding the fish food. Seafood from Hoyo purchase before it is sold. All of them have to be kept empty at the breeding site for a minimum of 10 days first, during which time they will not be fed any food. Ha! Zhong Yanbin's mouth opened slightly, surprise written all over his face. Can that fish live without fish food for 10 days? Hearing this, Old Zhang responded with a smile. The microbes and stuff in the water are a natural food source for fish. These carp, when not fed fish food, usually live for about 2 weeks. Zhong Yanbin nodded thoughtfully. So, I didn't realize that fish were quite resilient. Just then, Old Zhang's words took a steep turn. However, these fish are raised in captivity and are used to eating synthetic fish food from a young age. So deaths during empty rearing still exist, with a mortality rate of about 10%. 100 fish. After 10 days of stocking, will probably survive 90. Hearing this, Zhong Yanbin immediately furrowed his brows slightly. Zhong Yanbin's family runs a kiosk, influenced by his environment from a young age. He is very good at calculating the cost and profit of goods. In his opinion, the operation of empty breeding is completely retailers in the autonomous increase in costs. Obviously you can just bring it directly from the supplier and sell it, but you have to first empty it for 10 days with a 10% loss. Besides, it costs money to invest in an air-raised base, doesn't it? These costs are clearly unnecessary for retail merchants who make the difference. Thinking of this, Zhang Yanbin asked, full of confusion, why keep it empty? Doesn't that add to the cost of operation? In the judge's room, Lon Shirley snorted coldly and said with disdain, can this Wu purchase do something of social value? Keeping it empty for 10 days. Isn't this farting with your pants down? There's nothing to do, adding costs to yourself. Although Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingju didn't want to talk to Lon Shirley, they were both curious about the 10 days of empty nursing. This practice of raising seafood in the air is something they have seen and heard about in their lives. In high-end Cantonese cuisine, to take seafood to the next level, not only will the seafood be kept empty and hungry all the time for a few days before cooking, specific water flow simulators are also placed in the empty holding tanks to force the seafood in the tanks into constant motion. When seafood is carefully nurtured in this way before cooking, the meat will become tighter and more bouncy. The taste is bound to be excellent as well. But why should a supermarket like Wuwei Shopping, which caters to the common masses, keep seafood empty? Is it also to improve the taste of seafood products? That doesn't seem necessary. Most of the common people only care about filling their stomachs. Where does one go overboard with any flavor levels? Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingju curiously stared closely at the screen. Just see the middle of the screen. Chapter 115 Seafood items must be kept empty for 10 days to flush out toxins. Lao Zhang said with a smile. Keeping them empty for a minimum of 10 days before selling them does add a lot of cost to the aquatic. The words had not yet fallen, and Moncler Outlet Online Wang could not wait to grab it. Boy, so that's why I only buy my fish at Wow. Zhong Yanbin quickly turned his head and looked at Grandpa Wang suspiciously. Moncler Outlet Online Wang continued to be excited. The cost has definitely increased, but keeping it empty for 10 days removes a lot of toxins from the fish, so we can eat it without worrying. Flush out the toxins? Zhong Yanbin froze for a moment. He sort of heard it completely. Wuyubai is committed to providing customers with healthy and harmless fish. Rather than increase your own operating costs, start with 10 days of empty nursing to flush out the toxins. Although this is difficult to understand from a retailer's perspective of controlling costs, but from the customer's point of view, it's a living god, I have to say. It's pretty much in line with the rumored image of Hoyo purchase on the internet. But, Zhong Yanbin asked suspiciously, are there toxins in the fish? When Moncler Outlet Store Wang heard this, he couldn't help but look at Zhong Yanbin with complicated eyes. This young man, still too young. Seafood food, drug residues can be seriously low. Old Zhang patiently explained. In fact, the problem of drug residues in aquatic products has always been higher than that of pigs, chickens, cows and sheep, which are meats. Like enrofloxacin, the state regulates 100 milligrams per kilogram, but the levels in a lot of seafood are way over the limit. Zhong Yanbin nodded with seeming understanding. Old Zhang continued to explain. In order to rule out these drug residues, we can only raise them empty first and sell them after they pass the drug test. Otherwise it's really hard to put people's minds at ease. Hearing this, Zhong Yanbin couldn't help but praise sincerely. You guys have really put a lot of effort into food safety. As soon as the words fell, a slightly agitated Wang said, my grandson has been sickly since he was a child, and had been following his parents to school in Mordor. But he was always sick and had no choice but to send his grandson back, and both of them work in Magic City. Just because of the guaranteed food safety of Hoyo purchase, it's reassuring to feed your child. Hearing this, Zhong Yanbin was inwardly surprised. To feed the grandchildren well. Surprisingly, it moved back to Yuta from the Magic City, a super tier 1 city, 666. However, as a sports student, Zhong Yanbin knows that in addition to exercise, if you want to have a good body, and eat absolutely unrelated, as the saying goes, 7 parts depend on eating, 3 parts depend on refining. Moncler Outlet Store Wang lowered his voice and said, I'm a very strict control when it comes to my grandson's diet. I've even gone through the seafood market to find out about the seafood market so that my grandchildren can eat good fish. Speaking of this, Grandpa Wang waved his hand and spoke with a face full of disgust. Young man, you don't know that some fish sellers actually feed their fish miles of birth control pills in order to make them big. Birth control pills? Zhong Yanbin was confused on the spot. The birth control pill still has that? It's a long time coming. People take birth control pills for contraception and fish take them to grow up? How it's still kind of inexplicably funny when you think about it. Master Wang shook his head in disgust and said somewhat helplessly, there are also businesses that don't change the water for the fish and put potassium permanganate in the water to reduce mortality and costs. Zhong Yanbin listened with seeming understanding. He's a gym student. And he's kind of a schmuck when it comes to academics. What exactly potassium permanganate was, he wasn't sure, but it's birth control pills and potassium peroxide. It already sounded like it was full of technology and hard work to him. It was at this point that Moncler Outlet Online Wang suggested sincerely, young man, the fish at Yue purchase is genuinely good. You can try it. I had previously run to many markets and bought many fish, purposely having them tested by my daughter-in-law who works at the institute. The test results showed that only the fish purchased by Hoyo had little drug residue and far exceeded the national standard. The netizens in front of the screen heard Moncler Outlet Online Wang say that it far exceeded the national standard. And they all sat down. The netizens went straight to the comments section in a frenzy. Far beyond the national standard. Too conscientious. I said how come those fish can stand in the military position? So it's because they don't have drugs in their brains. Smart The national standard is just for businesses not to have no lower limit. Not for them to have no upper limit. And unfortunately some businesses can't even reach the lower limit. The people of Yudu were so lucky to have Hoya Shopping as a strict gatekeeper for their food. I regret it. There used to be a netizen from Yudu who wanted to be with me, but I refused because I was too far away. And now I'm regretting it all. Upstairs. It's not too late. I'm 183. From Yudu, 28 years old. My father is a senior shopper. CPDD. Judge's room. The three judges. Long ago, were stunned. The matter of drug residues in seafood products. They all know it by heart. Especially Wang Jinlin, once the richest man in the world. Their family demands the highest quality of ingredients. Even when you drink water, it's only Fiji water. The seafood they eat at their house is naturally the most expensive and high-end. Because Wang Jinlin knows that cheap is not good. Drug residues are often very high in those cheap ingredients. But luckily he has money. If he spends it enough, you'll be able to buy food that is more organic, healthier, and good for your body. Wang Jinlin had just taken a closer look. The price of seafood at Wuiwei purchase was a far cry from the ones he usually ate. It's safe to say that the price of the Hoyo purchase isn't even a fraction of the price of the ones he has. Inexpensive seafood like Hoyo purchase was something he would never normally eat. But Wang Jinlin how did not expect. And you purchase such a civilian supermarket. I can't believe you'd give seafood 10 days of empty feeding? Is it surprising that ordinary people can pay a small fortune for seafood that is free of drug residue? Hiss. Wang Jianlin sucked in a breath of cool air. It's like, he's a high-end player who spends a lot of money on air freighting and even getting specialists to farm to get healthy food. People civilian players can get the same great quality for a couple bucks. This slightly irked him. Human nature is so strange. When a high-end player's sense of self-superiority is challenged, they are inexplicably angry. His kryptonite to play the game is to prove his differentiation from the civilian players. But when he recrypts, he gets the same quality of food as a civilian player. It's not scientific. In a sense, he even felt that it wasn't fair. Just then, Lon Shirley said again in a conspiratorial manner, "What can you do with so many days of empty breeding and flushing out toxins? Can it go public? Companies that don't go public have no social value at all." Wang Jianlin looked at Lon Shirley, the outlier, and chickened out. "Mr. Lon, do you think it's a social value to let ordinary people eat seafood without drug residues?" Chapter 116. The prettier a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. Lon Shirley glanced at Wang Jianlin incredulously. From the moment he stepped into the jury room, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by a strange atmosphere. All this time, it was Lon Shirley who was alone in his gushing. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu remained silent, not bothering with him at all. However, just at this moment, to Lon Shirley's surprise, Wang Jianlin took the initiative to talk to him. This was the first time Wang Jianlin had interacted with him, and it was still Wang Jianlin who took the initiative. Wang Jianlin actually broke the mold and addressed him as Mr. Lon. It was reasonable to say that with Wang Jianlin's lofty status, there is no way he would take the initiative to talk to a down-and-out entrepreneur like him. In the eyes of an old fart like him, Wang Jianlin must have wanted to hear something special from him when he asked such a question. Does it count as social value to make seafood free of drug residues available to the average person? Wang Jianlin's question kept repeating in his mind. Lon Shirley pondered in his mind. How should I respond to this thorny issue? Lon surely racked his brain, trying to figure out what exactly Wang Jianlin's true intentions were in asking him this. Is it full of expectation that he'll answer that it counts as a social value? Or are you more inclined not to count it? He had to think before he answered. His answer had to be satisfactory to Wang Jianlin. To put it bluntly, this was an opportunity, a chance for him to hug his leg, to say what Wang Jianlin wanted to hear, and to seemingly effortlessly, but in fact do everything in their power to climb up and curry favor. Just as Lon Shirley was deep in thought, netizens were enthusiastically leaving messages in the comments section, improving the food safety of the residents. What else is there to think about? It's undoubtedly a proper social value. That's not necessarily true. This value is recognized by the people, but definitely not by the capitalists. Fish, I'm starving to give my life for you guys, so count me in for some social value. According to Lancelot's thunderous statement just now, in his perception, there is no social value other than going public. Look, Mr. Lon is going to answer. Judge's room. Lon surely cleared his throat and spoke softly with a smile on his face. Mr. Wang. Wang Jianlin turned his head toward Lon Shirley at the sound of his voice, and his brows furrowed slightly in response. I also wonder if this dirtbag can say what he wants to hear. That strong sense of superiority he has as a high-end player. There is a sense of physical and mental offense in learning that you can get healthy seafood on the cheap, but he couldn't say anything in the way of the current situation. That's why he deliberately set up a trap to ask Lon Shirley. In fact, inside, he desperately didn't want Lan Shirley to say that there was social value in doing so with Hyatt Purchase. It was at this moment that Lon Shirley said with a face full of fawning and extreme curtness, if we have to count this little thing as social value, then Wanda, as a publicly traded company, has created much more than that. Hearing these words, Wang Jianlin's face instantly blossomed into a brilliant smile. He never thought that this native old man would actually find another way, cleverly skirting the question of whether drug residues create social value. Instead, they unapologetically and highly praised Wanda. This Ren Shili is a bit earthy, but his eyes are still there. Wang Jianlin gave Lon Shirley a score in his heart. In fact, Wang Jianlin's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew full well that Lon Shirley was deliberately trying to curry favor by blowing him off. But ask, who in this world would not like the feeling of being held up and praised by others? Lon Shirley looked toward Dong Mingzhu, who was sitting on the far left, and spoke sincerely. There's also Jerry, who is also a publicly traded company, which is worth far more. Dong Mingzhu couldn't help but be filled with smiles even as he heard these words. Psychology has proven that it's not only men who like to be complimented and courted. Women have an equally difficult time with this trick. Still, the world is a giant straw man. It's sometimes so easy to succeed in a hug. Just be willing to put your foot down and see the blow by blow. Give the emotional value in place and you're bound to get a good leg up, whether it's a big leg up or a small leg up. Obviously, Rancelai knows this, only to see him continue to pat the horse's ass with a sincere face. He said, Mr. Wang, the capital value brought by the successful listing of your company. That is the greatest social value. Just these drug-free seafoods have no business being compared to the social value you provide. Wang Jianlin was all smiles. Though Lancelot didn't answer positively the question of whether drug-free residual seafood counts as a social value, but Lon Shirley touted to Wang Jianlin's sincerity. It made him feel like his superiority as a high-end player was back. This dirtbag has a good head on his shoulders and can carry it, Wang Jianlin thought in his heart. However, the smile on Wang Jianlin's face did not last long before it immediately disappeared without a trace. Because of the screen. Mr. Wang praised Lao Zhang sincerely and with gratitude. You guys are amazing. Wang thumbs up, excitedly said, we are all grateful from the bottom of our hearts to be able to make safe, healthy food available to local people. My oldest grandson has been with us for 2 years, and his health is obviously much better now than it was before. Hey, old Zhang smiled nervously, revealing a mouthful of white, neat teeth. I remember your oldest grandson's name is Linlin, right? Wang Moncler Outlet Online nodded gently. Old Zhang spoke from the bottom of his heart. I saw it at the park the other day, playing with some kids, and Linlin did look quite a bit stronger than before. When Zhong Yanbin, who was on the side, heard this, his eyes were filled with envy. He couldn't help but think in his mind, if I'd had that when I was a kid, I'm sure I could have grown at least 5 centimeters taller, growing to over 5 feet 8.5. Not only can you take your own high jump career to the next level, the whole person's image and temperament can also be upgraded by a notch. Thinking of this, Zhong Yanbin sighed softly helplessly, because his ex-girlfriend, surprisingly, ran off with his best buddy from his college dorm room last month. And his ex-girlfriend's reason for breaking up is even more humiliating. Break it up. Your buddy is 5 feet 9 inches and taller than you. I like him. The words were like a spell, recurring in his mind in the month since this breakup. Been together for 6 months until my ex-girlfriend broke up and said this. It took him a moment to realize. Turns out, his ex-girlfriend is an unabashed height snob. This is because athletic students are generally taller. The ex-girlfriend's purpose with him was to keep scouting for classmates and friends around him. Phew. Zhong Yanbin couldn't help but take a long breath. It's true. The prettier the woman, the better she is at cheating. To his ex-girlfriend, he's a pure tool of a man, whether it's on or off. Chapter 117, Growing So Tall, How Would You Like to Poke the Sky? Hoyo Purchase, Aquatic Area. Zhong Yanbin looked at the fish in the fish tank that had passed through the empty breeding, and an idea couldn't help but pop up in his mind. At 23, he should still have a chance to grow taller if he works a little harder. Thinking of this, Zhong Yanbin said to old Zhang with firm eyes, "Give me one of these fish too." "Okay, wait a minute." Old Chang held up a small hammer. Snap dash. Hands up and down. The movement is precise and powerful. The hammer hit the commander on the head. With a single hammer blow, with just the right amount of force, the commander stopped struggling instantly. The body of the fish looked like it was walking away incredibly peacefully, dripping blood. What a sharp hand. Zhong Yanbin couldn't help but secretly praise it in his heart. This old Zhang looks like an experienced and not low-level aquatic worker. In accordance with Hoyo Purchase's requirements for job-level recognition, old Chang should know these aquatic products very well. Thinking of this, Zhong Yanbin hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, which seafood helps you grow taller?" "Ha!" Both old Zhang and Grandpa Wan looked up at Zhong Yanbin, who was half a head taller than them, and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "This young man is already so tall, and he's still thinking about growing taller?" Seeing Zhong Yanbin's clear and expectant eyes, old Zhang patiently said while weighing the fish, "If you want to say that it helps to increase height, shrimp is the best choice. Shrimp is rich in protein, calcium, phosphorus and other nutrients, which are extremely important for the development of bones." Before the words fell, Zhong Yanbin couldn't wait. "Then give me another pound of shrimp." "Center." Old Zhang nodded and smiled again to Moncler Outlet Store Wang. "Master Wang, a total of 2 pounds and 2 catties. $38.08. This fish today. What to do with it? We're going to make carp soup today, so just watch over it." Wang did not think twice about it. The tone of his voice shows a strong sense of trust in Lao Zhang. Old Zhang nodded and continued to advise Zhong Yanbin as he skillfully handled the carp on the tablet. For growing taller, there are also oysters, which are rich in zinc. It helps in the synthesis and secretion of growth hormone, which, to some extent, can also have a positive effect on height growth. Zinc, growth hormone? Zhong Yanbin was astonished. Worthy of being a soldier under Boss Fan's hand. Ah, the aquarist from Wuiwei Purchase. The expertise is so great that you actually know everything. Zhong Yanbin listened to old Zhang's professional explanation and fell into deep thought. According to Lao Zhang, shrimp is rich in protein and calcium, which is the best choice for growing taller. Oysters also promote growth hormone, which can be used as a growth aid. If these two are eaten together, they will surely get twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Zhong Yanbin said with a slightly agitated mood, "Brother, you're such a pro. A pound of that oyster too." "Ha ha." Center. Hearing the customer praise his professionalism, Lao Zhang laughed out from the bottom of his heart. After all, who doesn't like to be complimented? The pride of having one's self-worth recognized can't help but come from the bottom of one's heart. Old Zhang was busy killing the fish in his hands and did not forget to continue to introduce Zhong Yanbin. Salmon can actually help with height gain as well. Salmon is not only rich in protein, it is also rich in vitamin D and unsaturated fatty acids. Vitamin D promotes calcium absorption, favoring bone growth and strengthening. Zhong Yanbin was dumbfounded. Salmon has this effect? It's been a long day. Boss Fan's management of his employees is so awesome. Obviously it seems to be just a plain old aquatic worker. But you know all the nutrients contained within all the aquatic products and their effects, like the back of your hand. Experiencing the professionalism of the Hoyo Purchase staff on site can be much more shocking than watching it on a program. In order to increase the height of Zhong Yanbin, his eyes shone brightly and said to Lao Zhang, "Then please salmon too." Before the words were finished, the aside Wang tilted his head and looked at Zhong Yanbin in astonishment. "Young man, by so much seafood, you want to poke the sky? You're so tall, you still want to grow?" Netizens were also confused when they saw the behavior of the testers. What's wrong with this little brother? Why does he want a caddy of whatever old Chang says? A fish, a pound of shrimp, a pound of oysters, and a pound of salmon? He's not afraid of gout. He's 23 and still wants to grow taller? Actually, I'm 32 and I want to, but I don't say so. It's hard to eat chaff for once, so you have to show it off. You're already 5 feet 8 inches and you still want to grow taller? Can you give my less than 5'7" self some face? Hoyo purchase, aquatic area. Zhong Yanbin slightly lowered his head and looked at the surprised face of Wang Daqi, and could not help but scratch his head in embarrassment. He didn't want to be 23 and still agonizing over his height, either. But it's been a month since the breakup and he's just pissed off. The girlfriend ran off with her best buddy because she was shorter than him. It really is. Who can stand that? The ex-girlfriend didn't know to lie to him a bit and make an excuse about personality differences or something. Just outright dislike him for being short? Phew. It's a real killer. He, a big man, had secretly wiped his tears under the covers at night over this. Just then, old Zhang, who killed the fish, also realized that something was wrong. How is it that when he introduces one, this customer has to buy a pound? That's a lot of seafood that helps increase height. Is it hard to buy them all? Thinking of this, old Zhang persuaded in a concerned manner. I hear your accent is a foreigner. Now the heat. Buy too much take back certainly bad. Too wasteful. 1 fish, 1 pound of shrimp, 1 pound of oysters is definitely enough for you. As if remembering something, Mr. Wang couldn't help but pat Zhong Yanbin's arm. By the way, young man, you're from out of town, so don't take these back with you. After you buy it, you can cook it here for you. Seafood is fresh only when it is killed and eaten now. Ha! Zhong Yanbin was surprised. Not only do you keep it empty for a minimum of 10 days to get rid of the toxins in the seafood, after you buy it, you can even cook it on site? He had thought about buying it and taking it to a hotel, or finding a restaurant to do it for him. I didn't realize that Wagyu purchase comes with its own processing and production. That's too sweet. Old Zhang handed the cleaned fish to Mr. Wang. Master Wang, your fish. You are welcome to come back. Wang Moncler Outlet Online took the loaded fish with a smile and said to Zhong Yanbin, boy, they have a good cook here. Today would have to be a homework assignment for my oldest grandson to create a dish with fish as the main ingredient. I'll just make it right here and bring it back for dinner. It's frugal and delicious. Zhong Yanbin showed his big sunny boy smile. Thanks for the heads up. I'll definitely try that today. Master Wang carried the fish in one hand raised and waved at Zhong Yanbin and old Zhang. Outside the regulator's gate, 3 cannons. Wang Moncler Outlet Online hummed a little song and prepared to leave. But just 2 steps out, Wang turned his head again, said righteously, forget that. In addition to being frugal and delicious, you never have to worry about food safety. Chapter 118. The aquatic area is bursting at the seams and will be profitable this year. Train G128. Business class. A female-voiced announcement blared through the compartment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fuxing locomotive train. The entire train is non-smoking. Tada! Fanny walked towards the business class with a black backpack on his back. The 2 stewardesses looked at each other, inwardly excited. However, due to the status of stewardesses, they could only say in their heart of surprise, I didn't realize it was really Boss Fan. I'm so lucky today. Boss Fan is even more handsome than in the live broadcast. I wonder if it's possible to take a photo. On the attendant's backstage machine, only the passenger's name and seat number are visible. To protect passenger privacy, the rest of the private information is not visible on the back-end machines. This is why high-speed train attendants check tickets from time to time. When the 2 female stewardesses were on the backstage machine and saw a passenger with the same name as Boss Fan, they both silently hoped in their hearts that the person was Boss Fan. The girls were prepared in their minds, though, but when he saw Fanny himself, he still couldn't help but get excited. A dignified-faced, slightly older-looking stewardess said to Fanny, who had just entered the business class, hello, Boss Fan. Van Eyck nodded politely. Another sweet-looking, younger stewardess suppressed her inner excitement and spoke in a soft tone. Boss Fan, your seat number is 3C, right? I'll take you there. Good. Van Eyck smiled politely. Actually, there aren't many seats in business class at all, and they're pretty easy to find. But the stewardess was too enthusiastic, and Fanny couldn't refuse. Van Eyck was recognized several times by passers-by on his journey from his home to the high-speed train station. This was a bit uncomfortable for Fanny, who had just been famous for a few days. It was all he could do to force a polite response. The stewardess brought Fanny to his seat and said thoughtfully, Boss Fan, here are snacks and water prepared for you, as well as slippers, blankets, and eye masks. If you need anything else, feel free to let me know. Yes, thank you. The stewardess blushed prettily and inquired in a low voice. Boss Fan will be arriving at the station in a while. Can we take a picture? Fanny nodded gently and the stewardess left. After the stewardess left, Fanny casually pulled the low door on the side of the seat closed. The business seat instantly creates a private space. Inside there is not only food and drink, but also chargers, small tables, etc. Van Eyck took off his backpack and sat down in his chair. Splat! Van Eyck placed his backpack on the small table next to the sitting chair. Whirling around, he lifted his wrist again and subconsciously glanced at the time. 10:30. It takes about an hour to travel from Yudu to Xinxiang by high-speed train. Examining the site takes a minimum of 2 to 3 hours. If it goes well, you can just schedule someone to break ground on the new store. Thinking of this, Fanny took out 2 coins from his pocket. It was a special trip to the office to pick it up as he passed by the office. Fanny hurriedly opened the zipper of his business backpack. Ka-chow. With that, the small pocket on the inside of the backpack was opened. Van Eyck carefully took the coins that Puffy had given him and put them in a small pocket. That's something to put in a door plaque. Watching the 2 coins land safely, Fanny closed the backpack with satisfaction. Let's squint for a while. Fuel up for the site visit in a bit. Thinking of this, Fanny casually pressed the smart button on the side of the seat. Wow! The seat gradually stretches out until it becomes a recliner. Fanny's body also fit into the chair's stretch and reclined. It's so cozy. Fanny took out the eye mask that the stewardess on the side had prepared and put it on directly. But at that exact moment, the system beep sounded in Fanny's ears again. Ding! The netizens burst into praise for the aquatic area being empty of seafood and not having to worry about the food safety of seafood. Reputation value plus 30. Current honor value, 840. Fanny took off his eye patch and looked at the system prompt on the virtual screen. Empty seafood farming has been exposed? Fanny immediately opened the relevant link at the bottom of the system prompt. Just see the virtual screen at. Carp are strikingly presented in a picture of them in military position in a bathtub. In a blink of an eye a neat row of carp filled the entire virtual screen. Fanny's mouth slightly open. Obviously want to say something, but the brain is poor words. A time cannot say anything. Still, Fanny's body was so honest that he sat up instantly from the recliner. What's going on? All the carp in the aquatic area have become sperm, haven't they? It's not just about standing neatly in military position. One had eyes that were still determined as if they were going to join the party. This can't be God's will, can it? Fanny froze for a few seconds before slowly lying down again. In the virtual screen in front of him, it also began to play live clips of Wang Daki coming to buy carp. When Fanny saw old Zhang skillfully fishing for fish and killing them, the testers were also given a thorough and professional presentation on which fish helps when it comes to growing taller. An inexplicable sense of pride slowly rose from the bottom of Fanny's heart. Lao Zhang is a senior aquatic worker of Hoyu Purchase, and his professionalism is unquestionable. If Lao Zhang works harder this year, he will surely be promoted to the professional level of aquatic worker at the end of the year. The video of Wang buying carp continues to play on the virtual screen. When Fanny saw Mr. Wang leaving with the fish, he didn't forget to praise the food safety of Hoyu shopping. Fanny, who should have been feeling proud, was unexpectedly frowning. Fanny unconsciously took a long breath, the sense of pride in his heart transforming into a sense of helplessness. In fact, the aquatic area is the only area where Hoyu Purchase has yet to make a profit at the moment. Management has gone to great lengths over this. The decision was made last month after much discussion. If the aquatic area remains unprofitable this year, it will have to be gradually downsized starting next year. After watching the video, Fanny helplessly closed the virtual screen and put on the eye patch again. Want to get seafood that is free of drug residues? It would have been an extremely costly endeavor. Otherwise, those rich people wouldn't pay high prices for healthy seafood. Although the staff at Wagyu Purchase have done everything in their power to keep the cost of seafood empty feeding down, but still high. First of all, it is the construction of an air-raising base, and a lot of costs have to be invested in terms of space and manpower. Secondly, there is also a 10% mortality rate in the process of empty stocking, and the dead fish are also a costly loss. In the end, the fish that survive will lose significant weight as a result of the empty feeding. Losing weight naturally reduces the selling price, which is also considered a cost of attrition. The system suggested that he increase the selling price by about 10%. To ensure quality and at the same time a reasonable profit. At the time he asked the system if it would be profitable. The system keeps saying it can. He wondered if the system was stuck in a bug. Everything was predicted correctly, except for the fact that the aquatic area made money that never materialized. The aquatic area has basically made little profit after all costs these past few years. It's not like Hoyo is going to be able to sell seafood to the rich and set the prices extraordinarily high to cover the costs. In order to make healthy seafood affordable for everyone around, their prices for all categories of seafood are basically only about 10% higher than the market price. That means what's marketed at $10 outside, they sell for roughly $11. For $20, they pretty much sell it for $22. Such a price is set. Combined with and the high cost of the empty breeding needs, aquatic districts must rely on thin margins if they want to make money. Profitability can only be achieved if sales volumes reach great magnitude. However, in its current state, sales in the aquatic area only cover costs and do not bring in profits. Ding! Just then, Fanny's cell phone beeped, a message from manager Zhao. Van Eyck removed his blindfold and opened it to view it. Boss, the aquatic area is going to explode. The celebrities are all praising our seafood after eating it. The aquatic area is finally seeing the light of day and will definitely be profitable this year. We don't have to close the aquatic area. Fanny looked at the message from manager Zhao and was confused. Stars? What star? Chapter 119 Jiang Yan personally cooks. Many stars call. Fanny looked at the two video links sent by manager Zhao. First, video title. #Starburst and Hyatt Regency Seafood #. Fanny casually clicked on the first video. A woman, who looked gentle and sensual, appeared in the cell phone screen. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan? Who is it? Fanny blankly tapped into the account homepage and looked at it. That's how I learned that Jiang Yan is an actress. And with a quick glance, the videos posted by Jiang Yan are basically cooking in the kitchen. Seeing this, Fanny was instantly energized. There are actually actresses who love to cook? What a surprise. Fanny returned to the video he had just watched and continued to watch it. Only the video. Jiang Yan was unpowdered, but like a clear water hibiscus, her beauty was pure and moving. Ginger Rock turned to the camera and spoke cordially. Today, we're going to make a little seafood in a chowsugi fishing sauce. Saying that, Jiang Yan took out many seafoods from the shopping bag of Wayue purchase. There are scallops, clams, abalone, octopus, shrimp, and more. Jiang Yan spoke softly as he cleaned the seafood. All these seafood were bought by my assistant at the Wuiwei shopping supermarket, which is very hot these days. My assistant, knowing that I like to cook, made it a point to buy me a lot of ingredients when she went to that supermarket to clock in. Just in time to come back from taping the show and have the day off. Let's make them a plate of small seafood in a fishing sauce. Eating small seafood in the summer is not only refreshing but also nutritious, and a little wine can be cozy. Jiang Yan smiled warmly at the camera. Gobble gobble gobble. Soon the water in the pot was boiling. Ginger Rock blanches different categories of seafood one by one. Van Eyck watched the video attentively. This actress is so grounded. He obviously has a star face, but he's cooking in big short sleeves, and it was done with style. Not like a show, rather like a real love of cooking. In the video, Jiang Yan takes out a large square plate and arranges the blanched seafood neatly in the plate. Snap. Jiang Yan picked up the seasoned secret tip sauce and evenly sprinkled it over the seafood. Then, opening the large double-door refrigerator next to him, he smiled. Refrigerate them for 2 hours first to marinate them in flavor. They'll taste better that way. After saying that, Jiang Yan put a whole plate of small seafood into the refrigerator freezer section. Video transitions. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Small seafood marinated in ginger rock and fish sauce, perfectly presented in the screen. The image zooms in as the camera gradually draws closer. Fanny in front of the screen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This fishy little seafood looks so appetizing. In the video, Jiang Yan eats seafood while softly praising it from the bottom of his heart. The quality of seafood at Hoyo purchase is so good. Before the words left his mouth, Jiang Yan asked the assistant at the side again, "How much did you pay for this?" The quality of this feels even better than the ones flown in from abroad, with a distinctive seafood flavor. The assistant, who was busy showing off the seafood, slurred back, "I think it was 300 or 400. I don't remember it being expensive. Just the usual market price." Ginger Rock dazzles a mouthful of scallops and says modestly, "It's purely because of the good ingredients that today's fishy little seafood is so delicious, and it has nothing to do with my cooking skills." Hearing this, Fanny couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. The actress, who was still oddly likable, though the seafood at Wagyu purchase is 10% more expensive than the market price for the common man. But Fanny felt from the bottom of his heart that this was the price of his conscience. After all, the cost and quality are there, and you'll know it when you eat it. There's no way he's going to lower his prices and lose money to do business. To do business at a loss is to go rogue. This video of the making of the fishy little seafood was posted by Zhang Yan yesterday. In fact, Zhang Yan's previous cooking videos posted on Douyin were not very hot. And the reason for the sudden explosion in popularity of this fishy little seafood, it's because the show was exposed for raising seafood empty. Netizens are extraordinarily concerned about this. As of now, the video has upwards of 8 million likes. The number of comments continues to soar. After watching the video, Fanny smoothly clicked on the comments section. But to his complete surprise, the top-ranked comments were actually all stars. Zhao Lixing, Sister Rock. If I also use the ingredients from Wuiwei purchase, can it be as good as what you make? Wang Sulom, Sister Rock. You're being modest. The little spice sauce you mixing the soles of shoes are delicious. Look at it all fragrant. Yu Shuxin, Sister Rock. I'll come to you tomorrow and bring my own Wuiwei shopping ingredients. He. Wang Shuming, little seafood and fish sauce. One more dish for Chinese restaurants in the future. White Road, wow. Boss Fan is too good. Empty seafood is not expensive. You can realize the freedom of seafood in the future. Watching so many celebrities call for the aquatic area of Wuyu shopping, Fanny understood what manager Zhao meant when he said that the aquatic area was going to burst into flames. With so many stars, it's impossible not to be hot. In fact, Fanny knew in his heart that most of these stars were here to rub off on the traffic. Fanny curiously returned to green letter. The first video all burst into flames. What was the second video link sent by manager Joe? Title of the second video. Hashtag Harmony purchase seafood drug testing hashtag. Testing? Fanny became more and more curious. However, what Fanny didn't expect was that this test was actually done by Wang Si Onion. Video. Wang Si Onion sat on the sofa while 3 assistants did the test. The reason why Wang Si Onion did this, it's because his father instructed him yesterday to exchange more contacts with Boss Fan. That's why Wang Si Onion came to Huoyu shopping early in the morning. Unfortunately, I didn't see Boss Fan, but I did see the aquatic area on the live stream. He usually loves seafood very much. Immediately, he had his assistant go and acquire a lot of seafood to test at the hotel. He simply couldn't believe that there was nothing left of the drug in such cheap seafood. He seriously doubted that it was a business gimmick. The video shows 3 assistants working away. Wang Si Onion, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and glared at his cell phone. The assistants were totally unaware. What Wang Si Onion is watching at the moment is not a female anchor dancing and rubbing edges. Instead, it's a picture of an adorable 1-year-old baby girl. Chapter 120 Master. Please take care of it. The young master is having a seizure again. Video. 3 assistants are concentrating on 3 portions of seafood. Testing for drug residues. The camera slowly closes in on the assistants testing the desktop. Test strips and utensils for testing are clearly presented in the screen. Fanny's gaze was focused on the testing tools they were using, and he fell into deep thought. The testing methods they use are not complicated. The professional name of the test is colloid layer immunochromatography. It sounds bluffing, but it's as simple as breathing. Simply purchase test strips for testing at your regular drugstore. Then, follow the test strip prompts to perform a series of related actions. Finally, it is sufficient to observe the degree of color development of the subject on the test paper. This method does not require complex specialized instruments. Neither does it require specialized knowledge and skills. Even the average person has no difficulty operating it. Most importantly, it's fast. Within 15 to 30 minutes, the test results are available. It's a lot easier than going to the lab. Van Eyck stared confidently at the screen. The more sophisticated instruments and laboratories have difficulty detecting drug residues. These portable test strips are even less likely to detect it. However, the video suddenly transitions and in the blink of an eye comes 20 minutes later. A cool Lin Gangshin's assistant was filled with shock and blurted out in disbelief. Oh my god, there's actually a real medicinal residue. Hearing this, Fanny's brows furrowed slightly. No way. Precision instruments can't detect it. But let the portable test paper detect it? Hearing this, Wang Si Onion immediately jumped up from the sofa and took big steps towards the workbench on the side. At this point, the 2 test papers on the table were showing color. The cool assistant, Lin Gangshin, explained to the test paper in front of him. The left side of the test paper is Zone C, which appears red, and the right side is Zone T, which also appears red. The fact that both sides show color means a positive, proving that there is indeed drug residue within the seafood. Wang Si Onion picked up the test paper and flipped it around, opening his mouth to ask, "Where did you buy the seafood this test strip measures from?" The cool Lin Gangshin's assistant took out a black plastic bag and said, "I bought this at the food market." Wang Xianyan sneered and opened his mouth in a self-important manner. Expectedly, how can cheap seafood not have drug residue? And eat those dozens of dollars of beef and lamb rolls they sell at hotpots. I would never eat them anyway. At that exact moment, another cool assistant who looked like Chun-Hee said, "This is seafood I drove to Wingdash to buy, and the test strips showed drug residue as well." Wang Xianyan looked down at the color on the test paper and was filled with doubt. How come that T-zone was red a while ago, and this one has deepened in color to a purplish red? Saying that, Wang Xianyan also took out the test paper from the food market just now to compare. It is true that the T-zone of the Forever Grey test strips is a bit heavier in color development than the food market strips. The cool assistant Chun-Hee scratched his head in embarrassment and didn't say anything. Fanny in front of the screen saw this and understood. Zone C is the reference zone and Zone T is the test zone. The darker the color of the T-zone, the higher the concentration of drug residue. This assistant probably thought that Yongray was closely related to Wanda of Xianyan's family, so he didn't dare to say it outright. In the video, Wang Xianyan also reacted. It's not like the darker the color, the more drug residue there is it? The cool assistant who looked like Chun-Hee nodded gently, but to everyone's surprise, Wang Xianyan didn't feel displeased by this. Instead, he said with a self-deprecating smile, "Wingdash actually has more drug residue than the food market? It's kinda SB, ha ha." In his opinion, these are cheap seafood. It's normal to have drug residue. It's absolutely impossible to not have drug residue. For him, Wingray is cheap, but it's one of the largest supermarkets in the country. Since the seafood at Forever Grey has drug residue, that and the Hyatt purchase must be hard to avoid. Wang Xianyan is now even more convinced that what Hoyu purchase said about empty breeding is a business gimmick. Thinking of this, Wang Xianyan stared closely at the last one made by the third assistant, the test paper that had not yet produced a test result. Moments later, the color of Zone C gradually appears on the test paper of the Hoyo purchase. First it was a light pink color, and then it got darker and darker. It ends up showing the same red color as the first two. However, the T-zone of the test paper is slow to develop color, pure white as ever. The three assistants looked at each other when they saw this scene. Wang Xianyan inquired anxiously, "What does this mean? How come there's no color in the T-zone?" The cool Chan-Hee's assistant explained, "The lack of color in the T-zone means negative, which proves that there is no drug residue in the seafood purchased by Hoyo." "Ha? No way," Wang Xianyan retorted without hesitation. Spinning around, he asked reluctantly, "How much was the seafood purchased with Hyatt?" The assistant took out the shopping slip in his pants pocket and looked at it. "I got small Boston lobsters for $89 apiece." Hearing this, Wang Xianyan was instantly stunned. Boston, and no drug residue? He usually has to eat a Boston with no drug residue. It's 4 figures anyhow. Turns out people eat it for $89? Though he's not far off. But this feeling of missing out on $100 million made him feel a little less good all of a sudden. The assistant took out her cell phone and opened the photo album to show the pictures she had taken at the Hoyo purchase. "And I made a point of taking pictures." Wang Xianyan glanced at the photo. Small Boston lobster, $89 per each. The water in the tank is clear. Boston looks very spiritual. The landowner's stupid sishen couldn't help but laugh at himself. "I'm really convinced that the Wingray supermarket we work with has the highest level of drug residue. Even a small supermarket in a 4th-tier city can't compete." Wang Xianyan this kind of hit his own face words. It made the assistants cry and laugh, but they all had the good sense to remain silent. Wang lifted a small Boston lobster off to the side and examined it repeatedly. For some reason, at this moment, he actually admired Fanny, whom he had never met. As a rich second generation, Wang Xianyan has seen too many gimmicks and fancy business tactics. Got tired and sick of it a long time ago. He had thought that the empty Foster of the Wuiwei purchase was, in all probability, also a business gimmick. After all, empty Foster costs are exorbitant. But how could he not have expected that Hoyo purchase would be so sincere? Not a whole lot of flowery work. If you say there's no drug residue, there really isn't? This whole thing was completely beyond his imagination. Wang Xianyan thought in his mind. Sincerity is really a sure thing. Boss Fan is a good guy. A photographer on the sidelines asked cautiously, "Is this video still posted?" Wang Xianyan replied without hesitation. "Send it. It must be sent. I even dare to publicly scold my own family's hotel. I'm still afraid of his eternal gray." The video ends here, and Van Eyck smoothly opens the comments. The first comment is from Wang Xianyan himself. Wang Xianyan, the first time to see the drug residue so high supermarket, but also their own family cooperation. Pust. Fanny in front of the screen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Si Onion even slapped himself when he started to be cruel. Funny. Numerous netizens have replied to Si Onion's comments. Wang Jianlin is sweating profusely at the moment. Ha 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 ha. That's a very Si Onion-y speech. So many rich second generation. Just like Wang Si Onion, this straight boy. Say dislike. Aside from the quick change of girlfriends, it's still kind of cute to be a frequent power pitcher. Master, take care of it. The young master is having a seizure again. Chapter 121, like father, like son. Wang Si Onion this detriment to himself and benefit others. It's kinda fair, but it's a bit of a heartbreaker. Fanny smiled lightly. The phone was then turned off and set aside, and the blindfold was put on again. The star herself cooks the seafood purchased by Hoyo. The landowner's stupid son is not convinced and does drug residue testing for seafood, but gets punched in the face instead. With this wave of heat, sales in the aquatic section should increase quite a bit. Gotta ask the finance department. Before work, Fanny couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he remembered the picture of the carp standing in military posture. Seriously doubt those fish standing in military positions are providential. If you don't stand early, you don't stand late. You have to wait for the show to start. This is not standing in the military position. This is dedication to the aquatic area. To get financing. Unico, this couldn't have been arranged by you, could it? Host, this is a bit complicated. Standing in military posture may seem difficult, but it's actually not simple at all. Van Eyck, it's really like listening to a king. A few breaths later. Host, don't forget the first lesson in happy entrepreneurship. Lesson number 1? Fanny's mind quickly flashed back to the first lesson Unity's son had taught him. You can make money by not squeezing your employees and treating them well. Stick to a decent, honest business and make money without dishonoring your conscience. Judge's room. Old Chang, better give me another pound of salmon. Wang Jianlin looked at the testers on the screen and frowned slightly. The testers were all clearly carrying handled seafood just now and left, but now they are returning to the aquatic area. Asked Old Chang to bring him another caddy of salmon? Wang Jianlin skimmed his mouth. What's wrong with these young people nowadays? Aren't you afraid of gout if you eat so much seafood at one meal? You don't want to be healthy just to grow taller? Wang Jianlin shook his head with a disgruntled expression. Just then, Wang Jianlin's phone rang. I'm going to walk from south to north, and I'm going to walk from white to black. Wang Jianlin took out his cell phone and the caller ID. The old boss of Forever Gray. Mr. Zhang Song. Wang Jianlin pressed the mute button with a frown on his face. He recalled those employees of Wing Gray, who had pulled a banner at the entrance of Wanda Gate 2 days ago. It was like a funeral. The Wanda in Shijing, the one that made all the noise, had zero turnover for the past 2 days. What is Zhang Song looking for him for now? Wang Jianlin walked out of the judge's room with extreme reluctance and picked up the phone. Just after the phone was connected, Zhang Song said loudly as if he was in a hurry. Mr. Wang, your precious son is denigrating Forever Gray by name on the internet. What? It can't be. After some conversation, Zhang Song told Wang Jianlin about Wang Si Onion's seizure on the internet. Wang Jianlin had gone from being stunned at first to being furious and red in the face at the moment. It's really the inverted Big Dipper's own son, backstabbing me online again at the drop of a hat. Wang Jianlin hung up the phone and immediately followed the network cable to open the test video made by Wang Si Onion. I didn't realize that the seafood from Wuyu purchase really didn't have any drug residue. 89 a piece of small Boston lobster. Surprisingly no drug residue. Wang Jianlin gradually clenched his fists. Once again, the superiority of being a high-end player is violated. If the average player can easily get what they can only get at a high price. And what is he making money for? Wang Jianlin let out a deep breath. Then, opened the comments section. In the comments section, the most liked comment was that of his own son, Wang Si Onion. Wang Si Onion, the first time to see the drug residue so high supermarket, but also their own family cooperation. Wang Jianlin was instantly enraged. It's a real ing son. He's usually quite resourceful. It's the mouth that's a real pain in the ass. For better or worse, open your mouth. The more Wang Jianlin looked at it, the angrier he got, and reached out his hand to handwrite input on the cell phone screen. Eventually, the ghost replied to Wang Si Onion's sentence. I've never seen such a brain-dead rich kid, and he's even his own son. Just this one sentence shows all the mutual dislike between father and son. That one sentence alone has once again taken the heat of this testing video to a new level. Just this one sentence. Let more netizens see this video, and learn about the seafood empty raised by Wuyu purchase. There is no drug residue. These two amuse me to death. Forever Gray, this is great. Everyone knows my seafood has a medicinal residue. Master, calm down. A tiger's father has no son. Like father, like son. Wang Jianlin, is it too late to open a new number? I'm going to go seafood shopping at Hoyo, and the little Boston lobsters at 89 a piece are so flavorful. Is there a group? Group +1, +2. Hoyo purchase, aquatic area. Zhong Yanbin just bought a pocket of seafood. There is a large group of customers toward the aquatic area. This Boston lobster, the one in Principal Wan's video. Come to. Buy a few more. Go back and follow Jiang Yan's tutorial and make a small seafood with fishing sauce. The seafood at Hoyu is really clean, and it's earned with a conscience. So let's buy more to support Mr. Fan. Zhong Yanbin was pushed back by the swarm of customers. What's going on here? How come so many people are suddenly in the aquatic area? Zhong Yanbin raised the seafood in his hand and squeezed through the crowd. Finally squeezed out the aquatic area. The seafood processing kitchen is not far away. Zhong Yanbin immediately walked toward the kitchen, not daring to delay. So many people in the aquatic area. There must be a lot of them coming in for processing later. Gotta hurry. At the moment, there are people lined up at the processing kitchen, but not many. The processing kitchen is fully transparent. Outside, you can clearly see the chef's every move inside. Zhong Yanbin looked up from the processing kitchen menu as he stood in line. After some thought, Zhong Yanbin decided on his menu. Cassoulet, oyster casserole with garlic, crucian carp soup, wasabi salmon. Bad. I just came to stand in line and didn't buy a side dish. Garlic oyster casserole. You need to buy vermicelli. You need to buy tofu for the carp soup. Just as Zhong Yanbin was planning to go to the fruit and vegetable area and purchase some side dishes before coming over to the kitchen for processing, as soon as he turned around, he saw a girl who was 5'8" and wearing a lolita pass by, and in this girl's hand, she happened to be holding vermicelli and tofu. In order to buy the side dishes as soon as possible, Zhong Yanbin hurriedly inquired, "Miss, I'm sorry to ask, but where did you get this vermicelli and tofu? Can you point me in the right direction?" Hearing someone speak, the girl tilted her head. "Wow, it's so high." The girl froze a little. "Hello? Can you tell me about it, please? I'm trying to process seafood and need to get some side dishes." Zhong Yanbin looked at the frozen girl, shook the seafood carried in his hand, and asked again. The girl slowed down and somewhat sheepishly raised her hand to point in the direction. Zhong Yanbin thanked him and was just about to go over. The girl asked, stopping him sharply, "So, are you alone?" Zhong Yanbin nodded in disbelief. The girl continued, "This is a side dish I just bought, but there are suddenly a lot of people over at the seafood." Zhong Yanbin looked toward the aquatic area. There was already a long line, and old Zhang was busy. The lowly girl held out her hand. "I see you bought seafood. If you don't mind, this side dish is for you. There are so many customers over there. The line will take forever, so I'll just eat something else." "Ha!" Looking at the dishes the girl handed over, Zhong Yanbin froze for a second. Chapter 122 Fear that the customer will not know how to make it and provide the recipe directly. Zhong Yanbin took the tofu and vermicelli handed by the girl and spoke in a sincere tone. "I've heard that the chef here is quite good at what he does. Why don't we share a table and eat together?" Zhong Yanbin lowered his head and looked at the girl with eyes full of sincerity. The girl tilted her head, a shy blush creeping up her cheeks. In a flash, the gazes of the two men met unexpectedly and intertwined, and it was as if time stood still at this moment. The comments section of the live broadcast instantly exploded with netizens knocking up this sweet pair of CPs. "Wow! This is the most adorable height difference. So good. Quickly kill me as seafood to give them a boost." Frustratingly, relationships are more fun when you watch other people talk about them. Marry, please marry where you are at once and immediately. No more pretending. Showdown. I'm a knockout CP pro. Meanwhile, the judge's room. Wang Jianlin walked in with an iron color and hurried footsteps. Dong Mingju looked at the furious Wang Jianlin, his brows furrowing slightly as he couldn't help but ponder in his mind. "Mr. Wang's face doesn't look right. Nothing's going to happen. It couldn't be that something went wrong on Mr. Ma's side. He's involved." Dong Mingju glanced at Wang Jianlin, who was sitting next to him, and unconsciously worried about whether or not he would be implicated as well. Thinking of this, Dong Mingju slightly tilted his head sideways towards Wang Jianlin, lowered his voice, and asked softly, "Mr. Wang, what's wrong? What happened?" Wang Jianlin, who had been exasperated by his own son, helplessly waved his hand, signaling that nothing was wrong. Immediately, Wang Jianlin, who was filled with anger, raised his eyes and glanced at the two people in the screen who were facing each other with four eyes. Wang Jianlin immediately frowned and asked in a straight male style, "What's going on here? Is the network stuck? Why is the screen not moving?" Dong Mingju opened his mouth to speak. At that exact moment, the picture in the screen unexpectedly moved. Only the lowly girl nodded shyly and adorably. Yeah. Seeing that the girl agreed to share a table with him for dinner, Zhong Yanbin immediately smiled with a big smile. Immediately afterward, the two silently turned and lined up together. The girl tilted her head to look at Zhong Yanbin and asked curiously, "But, how did you buy so much seafood by yourself?" Zhong Yanbin reached up and gestured on his head as he replied, "To grow taller, these seafood are good for growing taller." "Ha?" The girl's mouth opened slightly, full of doubt. "But, you're already tall," Zhong Yanbin said calmly as he looked down at the girl. "But, I want to grow taller." The girl was puzzled, and couldn't help but ponder it in her mind. That's weird. He's already this tall and he wants to grow taller? This is not going to let us little potatoes live. At that thought, the girl grimaced and tilted her face up, somewhat playfully. "It's a shame that as tall as you are, you have to bow your head when you look at me." Ha ha. Zhong Yanbin couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's right. This girl is so cute. Zhong Yanbin then lowered his head and inquired, "What's your name?" "Dai Yusin." The two then lined up and chatted. As the conversation progressed, the two talked more and more. Moments later, the two then lined up at the window of the processing kitchen. Zhong Yanbin picked up the seafood in side dishes directly in his hands and placed them on the countertop. The staff member in charge of ordering food asked enthusiastically, "Hello, may I take your order?" Zhong Yanbin replied without hesitation, "Ask for a cassoulet of prawns, garlic oyster casserole, carp soup and wasabi salmon." Okay. The staff quickly categorized the ingredients brought by Zhong Yanbin according to the dishes. "Any contraindications, please?" Zhong Yanbin looked down at the lowly girl Dai Yusin beside him. Dai Yusin shook her head. Zhong Yanbin turned his head to look at the staff. There are no taboos. Zhong Yanbin observed the fully transparent kitchen with its neat countertops and couldn't help but stare. This seafood cooking kitchen looks really clean. The stovetop is spotless. The stainless steel countertops don't have a single stain. Even the walls don't have any grease spots on them. All items look shiny and new. Start by entering and purchasing with Hyatt. Every nook and cranny scene was cleaned up by housekeeping, both on the floor and on the walls. Even the most dirty aquatic section of the supermarket. It all looks crisp and clean. Not a single water stain on the floor. This kitchen is even far more neat and clean. Empty raised seafood, plus a transparent and visible processing environment. There's something indescribably reassuring about eating here. Thinking of this, Zhong Yanbin couldn't help but praise the staff. "Your kitchen is so clean." As soon as the words fell, Dai Yusin, who was on the side, sighed softly. "The ingredients are fresh. The cooking is hygienic. And we could live at least 10 more years if we ate like this every day." Dai Yusin tilted her head, her eyebrows arched and her smile sweet. Zhong Yanbin shyly averted his gaze and scratched his head at a loss for words. Looking at the busy chef, Zhong Yanbin said somewhat stiffly, "This live seafood cooking service is pretty sweet." Beep. The staff, though ordering from the machine, sensed the pink bubbles in the air, and Auntie smiled and spoke up. "Thank you. This seafood kitchen is something I proposed to the company." You proposed this to the company?" "Yes." Zhong Yanbin and Dai Yusin both had their mouths slightly open in disbelief. There's something wrong with that. Usually when companies ask employees what advice they have for the company, isn't most of it just cosmetic? It's like going to school and filling out a form at the end of the semester asking students what advice they have for the school. What can that suggest? Even if it was written all over the place, no one would care. Making suggestions is nothing more than unspoken formalism. But Wagyu Purchase actually does care enough to take the staff's advice. This seafood cooking kitchen was the idea of this employee. How it feels a bit outrageous but normal. When the staff saw the two people's faces showing astonishment, they continued. "And that shelf of recipes for various seafood preparations was also suggested to the company by me." The staff member pointed to a black shelf immediately adjacent to the processing kitchen. The shelves are lined with a variety of cards. Zhong Yanbin curiously took 2 steps in the direction of the shelf and took out a card. This card has 3 big, bold words written at the top. Fish in red. The steps for making braised fish are detailed below. Each step is accompanied by clear pictures. Zhong Yanbin was full of incredulity as he took out a few more cards. Stir-fried flower nail, spicy crawfish, pepper salt pipi shrimp, and so on. A wide variety of seafood recipes are available. Zhong Yanbin walked back to the kitchen window with a few cards and shared them with Dai Yusin. Dai Yusin looked at the recipes and said with a face full of astonishment, "It's so detailed. Looking at it feels like I'd do it myself. Zhong Yanbin asked suspiciously. Are all these recipes free? Beep. The staff member responded in a tone of extreme certainty as his hands busied themselves with printing the price tag. Of course. Chapter 123, Employee Makes Suggestion. Company rewards $500. Netizens in front of their screens were amazed to see these recipes in the comments section. With these, Mom no longer has to worry that I don't know how to cook. The eyes seem to see that it will. Find a chance to try the hands to learn it or not. The recipe looks really good, but it doesn't teach me how to turn on the gas stove, so I can't cook it. Other supermarkets are worried about how to sell the food, but Hoyo has already started to come up with recipes to teach customers how to cook. High-speed train. Train G128. Fanny, who had just squinted and rested, was suddenly awakened by a system alert. Ding! Netizens praised the company's service of providing customers with seafood recipes. Reputation value plus 10. Current honor value, 850. Seafood recipes? Fanny took off his blindfold, rubbed his eyes, and opened the link prompted by the system. The seafood recipe was indeed presented by this employee. In the video, it was also approved by him personally. Seafood is a bit more complicated. Yudu is in the north, and seafood is not a common food, so there are a lot of customers who don't know how to cook seafood, learning online and being afraid it won't taste good. These recipes, he had asked manager Zhao to specifically find chefs from 5-star hotels and write them himself. Fanny clearly remembers that there were customers who called the customer service department to praise them for this. Hoyo purchase, aquatic area. The staff member said with slight pride as she posted the price tag. I heard customers say before that they wouldn't know how to cook seafood when they bought it back, so I suggested that the company create a seafood menu, and I didn't realize that it was really adopted by the company. Hearing this, Zhong Yanbin praised from the bottom of his heart. Your company really listens to advice. I can't believe it takes suggestions made by employees. The staff member shook his head and corrected himself. It's not the company that listens to advice. It's Boss Fan who listens to advice. And Boss Fan will personally look at all the comments our employees make. A happy smile spreads on the staff's face when they talk about Boss Fan. The staff glanced at the recipe card in Dai Yusen's hand and continued. But some customers feel that even with the recipes, cooking their own seafood at home is still a bit of a hassle, and there's no guarantee of flavor. So I suggested to Mr. Pham that he build a processing kitchen, and I didn't expect it to be adopted again. Adopted again? Zhong Yanbin frowned slightly. Listen to this staff member. The recipes in the kitchen were suggested by her to Van's boss. But why? What's in it for her? Isn't this adding to your workload for no reason? Obviously you can get a good salary and just do your job. Thinking of this, Zhong Yanbin said softly, Can I ask a question? The staff nodded. Zhong Yanbin spoke curiously. Why are you always giving advice to the company? Obviously. The staff did not expect Zhong Yanbin to ask this question. The staff thought about it and smiled. If the suggestions made are accepted, the company will reward us. What reward? Cash. $500 minimum. Asterisk. Really? The human genes in the sunny big boy's body instantly awakened. The boss will not only personally approve suggestions made by employees. Employees are also given cash incentives for adopting suggestions. $500 minimum. Zhong Yanbin asked with a face full of sincerity. What's the minimum reward of 500? And what's the maximum? Staff thought about it. The most I've seen is $100. 000. And the rewards are based on customer satisfaction. $100,000? Yeah. 90% of the company's profits are distributed to us in the form of various bonuses and benefits. Zhong Yanbin was instantly dumbstruck. His family owned a commissary and he had a bit of a wild accounting knowledge. If 90% of the profits are given to employees for bonuses and benefits, then the employees' salaries, your employees' wages are included in the cost, right? The staff nodded. It's awesome. Society, and most companies, are pretending to let their employees make suggestions. Some of them even adopted the suggestions of the grassroots staff. The odds are that the reward will also just be a so-called certificate of honor to send the employee. First time I've seen this kind of taking the opinions of grassroots employees seriously. Companies that give straight-up real cash prizes, from standing in military positions, to air-feeding seafood to flush out toxins, and then detailed seafood recipes. Now, it is surprising to learn that the company will respect the suggestions of the grassroots employees. This is not the same as the grassroots employees also have a say in the company. 23 years old, and today was a long day to live. How many treasured secrets are left undiscovered in Hoyo purchase? Looking at the light in the eyes of the staff, Zhong Yanbin could not help but ponder in his heart. Set up cash rewards for employees who make suggestions. Obviously, Boss Fan is encouraging his employees to innovate. Continuously innovate the company's services through suggestions from grassroots employees. Now that I think about it, that's the most effective way to progress in the service industry. In retail, this is because in these industries, it is the grassroots employees who are in direct contact with the customers. It's the person who directly understands the customer's truest needs. Listening to employees' suggestions about the company is much more useful than those so-called experts. With the enthusiastic admonition of these employees, Hoyo Purchase is bound to be a company that is always on the path of progress. Just then, the staff member said with some pride, "Those little details of attentive service can be accumulated only by the active suggestions of our staff." Judge's room. Lon Shirley looked at the big screen with disdain. Why does Hoyo always do something useless? Surprisingly, they give cash rewards to employees who make suggestions? Wouldn't those employees have to pick on the company every day for the rewards? Just this kind of company that revolves around its employees will never go public in this lifetime. Lon Shirley said contemptuously. What does Boss Fan think? Isn't it good to put all this heart for the employees on going public? Net do something that has no social value. After saying that, Lon Shirley secretly glanced at Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu. Seeing Wang Jianlin's stern face, Dong Mingzhu looked at the screen seriously. Neither of them had any intention of ignoring him, so Lon Shirley stopped speaking. Hoyo Purchase, Seafood Processing Kitchen. Beep. The staff prints the last price tag. Thereupon, the price tag was neatly affixed to the food bag and handed to Zhong Yanbin. Hello, there are 4 dishes in total, and this is the price tag for the processing fee. You take these small bills, go to the register and check out, and I'll call you when the food is ready. Zhong Yanbin thanked him and turned with Dai Yusin to head to the cashier. The staff looked at the back of the most adorable height difference between the two and was full of anti-smiles. Actually, right. The reason we make suggestions, besides the cash incentive. What's more, everyone is bent on making the company better. Zhong Yanbin looked around at the employees who were working. Another glance back at the seafood processing kitchen and the nearby recipe racks couldn't help but be inwardly impressed. It's no wonder that grassroots employees have a light in their eyes when their ideas are respected. Chapter 124, Sky Power School. Slop Day Trip. Meanwhile, the internet. A knowledge blogger with millions of followers, Zhou Jiao I Care, posted a video. The video is a voice of justice for a young boy in 3rd grade. Once the video was released, it was like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded all over the internet and caused a furor. The video opens with Xiao Jiao first giving a thumbs up to the camera full of praise. Hoyo Purchase's ability to be open-minded and listen to the suggestions of grassroots employees is truly admirable. Xiao Jiao retracted her thumbs up and opened her mouth with some indignation revealed in her expression. But what is so frustrating is that in other social organizations, most people who make valuable suggestions in good faith are often ruthlessly ignored. They ostensibly let you make suggestions, but it's a formality, purely for the sake of going through the motions and to flaunt their fake democracy. Xiao Jiao took a long breath. Like what happened to this little boy next? Click. The video transitions instantly. A sneak peek, clearly shown. The image is of a spacious and grand conference room. A striking red banner hangs at the top of the wall directly in front of the conference room. The banner reads plainly, Exchange of opinions between students and parents of Tenri School, Nejiang, Seishan Province. On the podium of the conference room sat a group of serious, hallowed men and women. Among them are both government and school leaders. The conference room was filled with parents of all shades and slightly more restrained children under the podium. After the government leaders had finished their speeches, the principal, who was sitting on the far left, smiled and opened his mouth to ask, Parents and children, do you have any valuable opinions about the school? Everyone can speak freely. For a moment, the room was silent. A seemingly amiable smile spread across the principal's face. While this was going on, a young 3rd grade boy looked around cautiously. When no one raised their hands, the little boy raised his right hand shakily. The principal was going to pretend he didn't see it, but the little boy's hand went higher and higher. The parents on the sidelines couldn't pull them away. The principal stole a glance at a few government leaders next to him. The government leaders, it was found, were actually focusing their eyes on the young boy who wanted to speak. Out of respect, the principal had to eyeball the assistant to pass the microphone to the young boy. The little boy stood up and politely took the microphone. The little boy's hands were visibly shaking due to excessive nervousness. The little boy eased the microphone to his mouth before any sound could be made. However, the little boy's tears fell uncontrollably. The boy hurriedly stretched out his little thin arms to wipe the tears from his eyes. The principal saw this and spoke softly in a comforting voice. Children, Don't be nervous, speak boldly and without fear. The young boy let out a deep breath and tried to adjust his emotions, choking back a sob as he spoke slowly. I've been going to school here since first grade. And then, the cafeteria food often had ants, bugs, and flies in it. Parents heard this and their eyes went to the boy. The little boy continued to huff and puff. We asked the teacher, but he said it was black pepper. Turns out, black pepper has wings, legs, and blood. As he talked, the little boy gradually stopped being nervous. The voice, which was originally childish and trembling, also became firm. However, several of the children's mothers present could no longer contain their inner emotions and their eyes were slightly moist. When the government leaders heard the little boy's words, their brows gradually tightened and their expressions became more and more grave. But to one's surprise, the principal continued to speak kindly to the boy. My little friend, if you feel that what you are saying is correct, then you are indeed to be commended for your brave expression now. If, after investigation, it turns out that the uncles and aunts in the school cafeteria really did something wrong, don't worry, we will seriously criticize them. Speaking of which, the principal actually gave a thumbs up and complimented the boy with a fake smile on his face. You did well to speak up. You were really brave. Upon hearing this, a few parents sporadically applauded the young boy from the stage. They agreed with the principal's compliments to the boy. In the presence of government leaders, school leaders and many parents, a child who was only 10 years old was able to muster the courage to bring up the problems in the school. Courageous indeed. Everyone thought the boy's speech was about to end when the assistant approached the boy, ready to take back the microphone the boy was holding. The young boy, however, raised his voice, his eyes blazing as he looked straight at the principal and spoke in a serious and firm tone. Don't you change the subject. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room froze for a second. Parents are just waking up like a dream. It turned out that the principal was changing the subject by complimenting the little boy. When you think about it, it sounds like a compliment to the boy, but it's a perfunctory one. The principal just said the virtual sentence. What if, in his rhetoric, this is proof enough that the principal does not even recognize the young boy's opinion that the school cafeteria is not clean. More accurately, he probably knew it in his heart, but he wasn't going to correct it at all, so he pretended outwardly to disapprove of it. This principal was totally trying to change the subject by giving a couple of compliments, so that the little boy would hurry up and sit down. But the shrewd principal never thought that a 10-year-old child could read his mind, and outright berating him for not changing the subject. At this moment, although the principal still had a smile on his face, he was so embarrassed that he was on pins and needles and didn't know what to do. The parent who stole this video said softly, "Don't change the subject." Good point. Looks like a new brain after all. I almost didn't react. When the boy saw that the principal was silent, he continued impassionedly. The food in the cafeteria is really slop for a day and tastes like. The little boy spits out every word. Parents were angry or bitter when they heard such blunt expressions as slop and asterisk 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 asterisk. In a whirlwind, several of the students' moms couldn't help but weep. Because, they're precious children. They eat these ungodly things every day. The little boy got angrier and angrier as he talked and became more and more agitated. And how bad that meat stinks. Try it for yourselves. After saying that, the little boy's skinny body trembled again, and his tears rushed out like a flood that broke the dike. The principal glanced nervously at the government leader next to him and pretended to be sincere. Don't worry, little friend, we'll certainly rectify the situation. As soon as the words fell, the parent who took the video couldn't hold back his inner anger and pulled up his voice in exasperation. You guys are really going too far, the principal said to the boy as if he hadn't heard him and kept to himself. It's definitely going to change. There are so many government aunts and uncles at today's meeting. Chapter 125. Why have meetings when they don't change anything? Before the words were out of his mouth, the little boy wiped his eyes and straightened his back, retorting without hesitation. The meeting is only for this one day. You said it would change, and it's only going to change for this one day. Hearing this, the principal's face instantly grimaced, but his voice remained forcefully composed. Kids, the meeting itself doesn't change anything. In fact, we're just trying to express our resolve to everyone in this way. Parents were wrapped up in the principal's grandiose words, and the little boy, who always remained conscious, questioned loudly and without mercy. Meetings don't change anything, so why do you need meetings? The little boy said the words with a resounding thud. The parents who heard this all froze. Why have meetings when they don't change anything? A breath of time. Reacting parents applauded the little boy. Snap! The applause echoed through the conference room. Parents can't help but wonder. The new brain is real good. Almost got the dog principal wound up again. It was at this point that the little boy choked back another sob into the microphone. This morning, before these government uncles and aunts came, we were still eating yellowed buns. The government leaders on the stage were all frowning. They all heard the seriousness of the matter. However, the principal is still unrepentant and continues to say shamelessly, "It's okay, kids, we'll offer a more varied and nutritious breakfast." Before the principal could finish his sentence, the parents, who could no longer hold back, directly and loudly disliked him. Yesterday they said they'd rectify the situation. This morning they're still yellowing buns. How many years have we been rectifying the situation? Every day they talk about rectification, but they don't actually solve the problem at all. Do you have a conscience or not? You're giving this to a child. Click. The video of the little boy giving his opinion comes to an abrupt end. Knowledge blogger, Zhou Jiao, is back in front of the camera. Those of you in the Kawarthas should have heard of Tenley School. It is a chain of private schools, and private schools charge quite a bit more expensive annual tuition compared to public. Snap dash. Xiao Zhao explains in the video footage, posting a screenshot of Skyforce Education stock. I've looked it up. Sky Power School is a chain of educational groups and a publicly traded company. Speaking of this, Xiao Jiao let out a long breath and spoke with righteous indignation. Even though I look calm now, inside I've really been burning with rage. The hygiene of the meals in the Tenley cafeteria, as far as we know, is a serious problem. Parents and children have made numerous comments, but the school has always paid lip service, and they don't allow students to take out food for the benefit of the cafeteria. However, none of the teachers at their school eat in the cafeteria and only order takeout. It's why, and I think we all know why. Xiao Jiao gradually clenched her fists, forcibly restraining herself from wanting to curse, and appealed in front of the camera. To quote the little boy, meetings don't change anything, so why do you need them? I would like to strongly urge the community to learn from Hoyo Purchase, those leaders on high. Please listen carefully to the voices and suggestions of the people at the bottom, and if you don't want to hear it, please don't pretend to make us mention it. Xiao Jiao spoke slowly after calming down a little. Thank you to the parents who put the video out there. Now with public scrutiny the school should not dare to do anything to the little boy in the video. With that said, Xiao Jiao waved her hand at the camera. That's it for today's video, and I'd like to call Hoyo Purchase a model for listening in contemporary society. At the end of the video, Xiao Jiao puts in a photo with a black background. Immediately afterward, a clear line of white letters appeared on the photo. Please don't mock those who are brave. The light he fights for will one day shine on you. Millions of fans of Xiao Jiao. Once the video was released, it was like a prairie fire. Directly detonated the whole network. Netizens were heartbroken as they watched the helpless and brave little boy in the video. Meetings don't change anything, so why do you need meetings? The hitman empathized hard. We have a complaint box at our school, but there are 3 monitors pointed at the complaint box underscore. Look at what it's driving the children to. And I believe times will get better and the state will step in to fix it. Schools should not be listed. The sanctity of teaching and education should not be poisoned by capital. Wu Purchase deserves to be a model of listening to persuasion. Not only do they listen, but they also give cash rewards. Exemplary listening. Agree +1. Agreed plus 10,086. Train G128. High-speed rail. Dear travelers, the train is about to arrive at Xinxiang Station. Passengers getting off the train are requested to pack their luggage items in advance and get ready to get off the train. Fanny stretched comfortably and lazily removed his eye mask, with a few sleepy eyes still on his face. At that exact moment, a crisp and sharp system beep suddenly entered his ears. Ding! The netizens evaluated the company as a model for listening to advice. Reputation value +30. Current honor value, 880. A model for listening? Fanny was filled with doubt and quickly opened the link to the system prompt. The video posted by Xiao Jiao was instantly displayed in the virtual screen in front of him. As the video played, Fanny's brows gradually tightened. Don't you change the subject. Ha! Fanny's brows stretched. Nice guy. Kids these days have really quick minds. This would have been some adults. 80% of them will be filled with joy that the leader is so nice. Not only immediately promised to investigate and rectify the situation, but also did not forget to praise the bravery of his subordinates. Fanny couldn't help but admire the young boy who was only 10 years old. Not long after, Fanny heard the little boy questioning again in a firm and vocal manner. Meetings don't change anything, so why do you need meetings? Swish dash. As if electrocuted, Fanny sat up violently directly from his chair. Kid brother is too good. The words are true, and the sentences are deadly. Meetings don't change anything, so why do you need meetings? Wonderful. A brain that hasn't been capitalized on is so clear. Children as young as 10 years old. It went so far as to speak of Fanny, who was a humble laborer in his previous life. Heartfelt words that I've never dared to say. At the moment, Fanny wanted to send this to his boss in his previous life. Nay, the mountains are high and the waters are far away, and I am afraid that we will not be able to see each other again in this life. Hear Joe Jiao blogger say, none of the teachers at Tenley School eat in the school cafeteria. Aha! Is it difficult to do this by having school leaders and teachers eat whatever the students eat? It's not hard, is it? At Hoyo Shop, we eat what our customers eat, and it's kinda hassle-free. After watching Xiao Jiao's video, Fanny had a lot of thoughts. The principal in the video shouldn't have expected to get a hard reference and a lesson from the kid brother. Chapter 126, Ma and Jean Fu listed on the stock market. The state urgently called for a halt. An education industry like schools shouldn't go public. It shouldn't be over-commercialized. Fanny couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he saw this comment in the comment section. In his opinion, there are very few listed companies that are good companies. Even Huawei, which he admired the most, such a great enterprise, was not listed. The reason for this is because Huawei is not short of funds, not to mention the lack of visibility, so there is no need to cut leaks. However, in the stock market, there are a lot of companies intentionally or unintentionally rubbing Huawei heat to make up your own brain. See the shameless virtue of Tenley School. As a publicly traded company, Fanny made up his mind to never let the Hoyu purchase of such a livelihood-related industry. Overcapitalization. He knew that without capital to help the business expand, Hoyo purchase would have been slower to grow. But, Fanny read in his mind, slower is as slow as it gets. There's Puffy to take over anyway. Fanny opened his cell phone, tapped into Zhaoshan Bank, and logged into his account. Total assets, 252893882, 89. Over 20 million. Fanny projected in his head. After the program aired, traffic skyrocketed. Yesterday's profit was $3 million. At this rate of development, when a new store opens, just run it properly, even if 90% of the profits are distributed to employees. 6 months later, he could also be worth hundreds of millions. Fanny turned his phone off, then turned his head to look out the window. If you can survive, give yourself an annual vacation. Take a break, go out and travel. If I can't survive, I'll leave all this money to Puffy, as a way of paying her interest. Tink, the beep of Fanny's cell phone rang. 2 pushed news hits, displayed below the time on the phone screen. The first hot tip. Hashtag Ma Anthem Goldfinger suspends listing. Ma Yun turns white overnight. Hashtag. Horsense raise $3 billion to leverage $2 trillion from banks. On the eve of the listing, the state urgently stepped in and called off the listing. An impending financial nuke was averted. Saved millions of people's families. The second hot tip. Hashtag Tenet education shares plummet. School cafeteria closed. Hashtag. The children revolt en masse. The stock plummeted instantly. Parents unite in protest against formalism. Day after day, activities are organized to collect class fees. And once parents have a problem with it, they are branded as intentionally affecting their children's physical and mental health. The school's cafeteria manager, who escaped overnight, was arrested. The principal was removed from office and wept and confessed when he was arrested. Guardian of my Chinese youth. Everyone can be fearless and outspoken. Van Eyck didn't open his phone to access the app to check the details, just scanning through the summary of the news push on the screensaver. He turned his phone off. Phew. Fanny leaned back into the back of the seat and turned his head to look out the window once again. Manager Joe was kinda right. It's true that it's easy to rip your balls off when you take too many steps. At that exact moment, an announcement alert on the high-speed train came into earshot. Dear fellow travelers, the train has arrived at Xin Siang Station. Fanny picked up his backpack, slung over one shoulder, and headed out of the train. Just as she reached the door of the compartment, the sweet-looking stewardess pulled out her cell phone. Boss Fan. The group photo. Good. Fanny nodded gently. The flight attendant immediately handed the cell phone to a colleague. Click. Shot. Thank you, Boss Fan. Fanny smiled and waved his hand as he hurried away. The flight attendant opens a friend's circle and posts a photo with a caption. Meet the divine boss. 12:30 noon and the sun was shining. In front of the new fragrant Future Life Plaza, Zhao Yong, the person in charge, LV Xinshin, and a line of staff stood on the side of the bustling road. Everyone's complexion was slightly anxious as they were waiting for Fanny to arrive. LV Xinshin was wearing a well-tailored professional outfit today. The original plump figure added a bit of maturity and dryness to this outfit. The boss is here. Zhao Yong's sharp eyes, saw not far away a slowly approaching business car. Rushed to say. LV Shinshin sniffed and immediately raised her hand to gently ruffle her slightly messy hair. Her face then blossomed into a warm and eager smile. As soon as Fanny stepped off the bus, the person in charge, LV Shinshin, couldn't wait to greet him and said with a big smile, "Boss Fan, let's go eat first." Fanny raised his wrist and glanced at the time, then nodded slightly. Lu Shinshin hurriedly said, "Boss Fan, we've already booked a private room for you. It's right next to the mall, so you can go check out the mall directly after lunch." Good. Not long after, the crowd came to the Xin Dongsheng Yu restaurant, Qingfeng Yuan private room. As soon as we sat down, the waiters served beautiful dishes one after another. After some pleasantries and courtesies, the crowd began to move their chopsticks. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There was very little left on the table and lunch was drawing to a close. LV Shinshin, who was sitting on the side, cautiously inquired, "Boss Fan, is today's food still to your liking?" It was at this moment that the system beep in Fan Yi's ears sounded once again. Ding! One of the company's employees has experienced a sharp drop in happiness, with a happiness value of -30. Current employee happiness value 970. Fan Yi immediately frowned, his heart filled with doubt. Happiness value decreases? What the hell is going on here? There's no link to it in the system tip either. The crowd looked at Fan Yi's expression and their hearts tightened as they stopped the chopsticks in their hands. Boss Fan wouldn't be dissatisfied with today's dishes, would he? Fan Yi looked at the time, then gently raised his left hand and said to the crowd, "The food is good. Wait, I'll send a message first." The crowd couldn't help but look at each other. Zhao Yong, who was on the side, was also unsure. Fanny pulled out his cell phone, entered the management's green letter group, and quickly typed, "I was in Xinjiang today with manager Zhao to inspect the company. How are all the departments? Nothing wrong with the company, right?" All the department heads, almost all of them responded in seconds. Chief of Staff, all clear. Planning Department, no problem. The new store publicity plan is ready. Marketing, our departments are normal. Procurement, no problem. Just busy. Goods sold too fast. Afraid of suppliers cannot supply goods. Looking at the contents of each departmental minister's reply showing normal, Fanny felt more and more puzzled. Strange. How can the happiness value suddenly decrease? Just then, a message came from the HR department. HR, boss. There's a guy in the security department who wants to quit. DSS, huh? Who? Personnel department, Zhao Weifeng. Zhao Weifeng? Zhao Yong, who saw the message from the group, couldn't help but glance at Fanny. Fanny looked at the cell phone screen, and Zhao Weifeng's vibrant face instantly appeared in his mind. Zhao Weifeng resigned? He had seen Zhao Weifeng yesterday, and it looked like he was in pretty good shape. Yesterday morning, he was surrounded by reporters. Zhao Weifeng also stepped forward to save him. What's with this sudden resignation? Fanny immediately typed in the chat box. Why did Zhao Weifeng resign? HR, he barged right into the HR department and said he was quitting. His words were vague and his whole state didn't look right. I found a small empty single room for the interview and was ready to talk to him. DSS, he's on the afternoon shift today. And I just asked a few members of the group that when they saw Zhao Weifeng yesterday, he was fine. Fanyi, see if there's something going on at home, and report back to me anytime there's a problem. HR, okay, he's already in the single room. I'll go over and talk to him now. DSS, okay, I'll go ask a few more team members. Chapter 127, a job that's better than an iron rice bowl. And you quit? Meanwhile, the director's office. The director stared intently at the live feed on the screen. At the moment, the screen of the CNS is still empty, and the screen of the Wagyu purchase is switching randomly. Looking at the decreasing number of people online in the live room, the director said with a furrowed brow and a displeased look, "Can you guys look closer? The show isn't interesting at all right now. Online viewers are plummeting." The director, his face full of anxiety, turned and strutted towards the monitoring team on the sidelines, only to see many small images of surveillance, densely presented in a dozen large-screen computer screens. The director tapped the surveillance team leader on the shoulder. "Look carefully on the surveillance. I don't believe it. Installed so many invisible cameras." Still, no sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the surveillance team members raised his voice. "Director, there's a man here who doesn't look right." The director sniffed and immediately took a big step over. A tall young man was seen, huffing and puffing into a small room. With that, he sat down on his butt in a wooden chair. The young man lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly as if he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The director across the screen could feel his uncontrollable anger. Jingle bells. Just then, The man's phone rang. However, no sooner had the call been connected than the young man roared into the phone. Don't push it. I'm quitting now. Quickly. Cut the footage of this shot into the live feed. Click. Inside the live room, a scene of interviewing a small single room all of a sudden appeared in the screen of Hoyo purchase. The layout of the small single room is very simple. There was only one rectangular desk, located in the middle of the room, two reclining chairs, one on each side of the desk. A young man sat in a chair near the door, his fists clenched. At that exact moment, a middle-aged woman, with a bottle of juice drink in her hand, pushed the door and walked in. Here, have a drink first. Don't rush, the middle-aged woman said gently. The young man took the drink and casually placed it on the desk in front of him. The middle-aged woman sat obediently in the chair opposite the younger man. The middle-aged woman took the lead. Zhao Weifeng. The middle-aged woman had just opened her mouth when the young man said in a determined manner, Sister Zhang, I have to resign today no matter what. The netizens in the live broadcast room instantly exploded when they heard the word resign. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room also soared extremely fast. Resignation? There's no way. You don't want such a good job? This guy's got no heart, right? I've always dreamed of getting into the Hoyo shop, so go ahead and do it. What about the family members? For the high quality of life in the staff house, the family members should be persuaded too. How can you be so thoughtless? A job that smells better than an iron rice bowl, and say you don't want it? Not that I'm saying, it couldn't be that there's some dark information about Hoyo purchase that hasn't been blown out. Right. Jury room. When Dong Mingzhu saw this scene, he instantly became interested, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Boss Fan can't do it. Isn't there a resignation here? There was something earlier about low turnover because of happiness. It's all a lie, right? What's the point of happiness? A white wolf is always a white wolf. She would like to see how Boss Fan could keep his white-eyed employees without claiming high training fees from them. Lan surely realized that Dong Mingzhu's originally dark eyes had obviously brightened, and immediately said like a licking dog, companies like Hoyo Purchase, which have no capital value, can't retain employees. Employees leaving is the right thing to do. There's not much future in this kind of company. As expected, upon hearing these words, Dong Mingzhu turned his head to look at Lan Shirley. From Dong Mingzhu's eyes, Lan Shirley saw 4 words. Nice work. Just then, the screen. Zhao Weifeng took a long breath and forced himself to calm down. Sister Zhang, my daughter-in-law has been scolding me every day lately, saying that there's no future in working as a security guard in our company. I really can't take it anymore. Zhang Xiaoxia opened her mouth to ask with concern after a slight pause. Did you have a fight with your daughter-in-law? Zhao Weifeng lowered his head and nodded slightly again. Zhang Xiaoxia patiently persuaded. Explain to your daughter-in-law how our company's security has no future. The job level recognition for your security. You just passed junior last month. Continue to promote next. It's a long future. Zhao Weifeng was silent, but his head was buried even lower. Seeing this, Sister Zhang asked with concern. Junior security is making, what, $200,000 a year now? Did something happen to the family that didn't pay enough? Zhao Weifeng's lowered head gently shook and remained silent. Zhang Xiaoxia saw this and fell into deep thought. She heard that it was a quarrel between the young couple. When people are angry, they can say anything, especially with such a young couple who don't let anyone get to them. Zhao Weifeng is now mentioning leaving his job because he's in a fit of pique. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoxia softly comforted. You are only 24 this year, right? Before also served in the army. With your qualifications, in the future at least is also a senior security. It can be professional grade with some effort. It's this, you want to go back and think about it for a few days. Don't be impulsive. 2 couples, quarrel. Before Zhang Xiaoxia could finish her sentence, Zhao Weifeng choked. Sister Zhang, it really can't wait. I have to resign today. With that, Zhao Weifeng added softly. I can't stand it when you don't even make me lunch, and scold me in front of the kids, said the stout Zhao Weifeng, his eyes actually gradually moist. At this moment, the netizens in front of the screen brushed up their comments. I thought it was and you purchase black material it. Make half a day as a quarrel between the young couple. Ah, little brother, come to me. As long as you try to level recognized, the child I bring, I do the meal. Your salary to me on the line. It's definitely true love. He'd rather not have a high-paying job with Hyatt Regency than not have his wife. Brothers wake up. Women will only affect the speed of your sword. Zhang Xiaoxia looked at the red-eyed Zhao Weifeng and frowned. Zhao Weifeng's wife, Xiao He. Zhang Xiaoxia came across it twice at the staff house. Xiao He is more introverted. Not much of a talker. and Zhao Weifeng is about the same age. Their daughters, estimated to be around 2 years old. Xiao He didn't work again after she got pregnant, but she has been taking care of the baby wholeheartedly at home. You know, that caring for a child is never easy. It's real hard work, but no matter what, Xiao He cannot be confused and let Zhao Weifeng resign. You can't find another job this good. Maybe he's been staying at home with the kids for a long time, leading to bad moods? Zhang Xiaoxia pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Tell you what, you take a vacation and rest for a while, 10 days of unhappy leave, or just take an annual vacation. Spend good time with he, take him out, travel abroad and relax. Bringing up a child is quite tiring. In the future, we can put our daughter in the mother and baby room, so that Xiao He can do what she wants to do without worrying. Chapter 128. Is there an end to the resignation and the need for a startup fund? Meh. Before Zhang Xiaoxia's words fell, Zhao Weifeng actually let out a burst of laughter that was bitter to the core. Zhang Xiaoxia was uncertain and looked at Zhao Weifeng with a puzzled face. What's going on? Had she said something wrong? Moments later, Zhao Weifeng slowly spoke. Sister Zhang, my quitting my job has nothing to do with what you're talking about at all. Zhang Xiaoxia looked at Zhao Weifeng with a slight frown. Zhao Weifeng continued immediately afterward. She's been trying to find someone to get into the bank to work for almost 3 months now. Zhang Xiaoxia nodded slightly. So he's not at home with the kids. He's working at the bank. Could it be that? Was the argument because they were both working and no one was watching the kids? Zhang Xiaoxia was about to ask. Zhao Weifeng then let out a long breath. Then, as if to himself, he stared at the drink on the table and spoke in a somewhat choked tone. Sister Zhang, I really can't think straight. I've always had a clear conscience towards her. As long as it's what she wants, I'll give it to her. If she wants 200,000 dowry, I'll give it to her even if she borrows money. After I got married, I also gave her all of my paychecks and didn't keep a penny. I'm not going to lie. I usually make my cigarette money from my odd jobs. Zhang Xiaoxia quietly looked at Zhao Weifeng. As the head of HR who reads a lot of people, she was able to see that every word Zhao Weifeng said was true from the bottom of his heart. And on weekdays, Zhao Weifeng's character was really good. Zhang Xiaoxia nodded her head, signaling Zhao Weifeng to continue confiding. But even so, I feel happy because of her, my daughter, and our company. Zhao Weifeng had a happy smile on his face, but the smile flickered and passed. Zhao Weifeng continued. I make 3 or 4 times her salary now. Even though she's working now, I still turn in all my paychecks without complaint, because I think that's what a man should do. Zhao Weifeng took a long breath and his voice became even more choked. Ever since she went to work at the bank, she's been complaining about how little I make and how capable her co-worker's husband is. Zhao Weifeng paused for a moment and clenched his fists. Last week for Yuzu's 2nd birthday, the family got together for dinner. We all rode the elevator together. My parents, her parents, and my sister and brother-in-law, the 2 closest relatives. We were all happy, but as soon as the elevator doors closed, she opened her mouth and counted my incompetence. You can only work as a security guard, unlike my brother-in-law who can run a business and be his own boss. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxia froze. This is too much. How dare you criticize your husband in front of the 2 closest relatives? Where does this make Zhao Weifeng and his family lose face? Zhang Xiaoxia was puzzled. No one contradicted her then? Zhao Yong shook his head helplessly. Everyone was confused, and when they reacted, my sister tried to dislike it and was held down by my parents. Zhang Xiaoxia nodded helplessly. Zhao Weifeng's parents. This does not want to affect the relationship between the young couple, and I don't want the 2 families to bring things to a head. Thinking of putting up with it, Zhao Weifeng spoke with some exasperation. Today she was on vacation and saw a colleague's designer bag in her circle of friends and scolded me again. I was going to put up with it, but she went so far as to just hold the baby, point at me, and call me a father who was a poor man with no skills. Zhang Xiaoxia's brows locked tightly. I didn't realize that he was such a person. Looked quite shy and quiet. A look of knowledge. How did the climbing mentality get so bad? Calling out your own husband just because a co-worker has a designer bag? Zhang Xiaoxia sighed lightly. In her middle age, she has seen many people with iron rice bowls in banks, as teachers in schools, and so on. Granted, they don't get paid much, yet they all get to drive luxury cars and wear nice watches, because a lot of them are just people whose families have money and are just hanging around the system. There's a real climb-down mentality here, because none of them have suffered a social beating. For the same reason that students who haven't suffered the social beatings of society will compare what shoes they wear. Zhang Xiaoxia opened her mouth full of worry and asked, so what are you going to do after you quit? Zhao Weifeng replied without hesitation. Go start a business. I'll prove it to her. Ha! Zhang Xiaoxia's mouth opened slightly. Zhao Weifeng is not a rich kid. There was no family to underwrite him. What if the business fails? Just to prove it to Ho? Such a good job. Just don't want it? But those who despise you, no matter what you become, how good you become, she despises you. Zhang Xiaoxia sighed helplessly. It's better to talk to Boss Fan first. Looking at Zhao Weifeng's face full of determination, she couldn't be bothered to say anything more. She couldn't go scolding people. Xiao He. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoxia said to Zhao Weifeng, why don't you sit here for a minute, and later, I'll pull up your file and take a look at it. Judge's room. Dong Mingzhu snorted coldly. See, the employees are white trash. If you don't have to keep them on a leash with high training fees, you simply can't keep them. On the side, although Wang Jianlin's eyes were looking at the screen at the moment, his mind had long since flown off into the distance. He had to find a way to stabilize Wingate. If Wingray gets angry, he will no longer work with Wanda. What about those empty storefronts? Wanda will surely lose a lot of money as a result. It hurts to think about it. What kind of sin did I commit in my last life to give birth to such a son? New fragrance, future Times Square. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, Fanny's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID as the head of HR, Sister Zhang, Fanny immediately stopped and pointed to his cell phone, saying to the crowd following him around to inspect the site, I'll take a call first. With that said, Fanny took a few steps towards the outside of the crowd. Hey, Sister Zhang, how's the situation over at Zhao Weifeng? Boss, I just found out why he quit. After a conversation, Fanny learned of Zhao Weifeng's exact situation. Boss, what the hell is this little hoe thinking? I'm getting angry just listening to him. Hearing this, Fanny fell into deep thought. According to his understanding, Zhao Weifeng had been a soldier, had a good heart, and was emotionally attached. But to be degraded like this every day by one's own daughter-in-law is surprising. Alas, Fanny couldn't help but sigh lightly. This is if you were on your own. You would not be able to bear it and just get a divorce. But, it wasn't like he could get Sister Zhang to persuade Zhao Weifeng to get a divorce now. It's not appropriate. After all, marriage is a private matter for people. Just as Fanny was feeling confused, Sister Zhang on the other end of the phone said softly, Boss, let's not talk about it for a minute. He's here. Ha! You go and see. If you can't keep him, let him go. Resignation benefits are according to the rules. Okay. Snap. After the phone hung up, Fanny shook his head helplessly. Finding a wife can be a real skill. No wonder the old saying goes that a man who marries the wrong wife ruins the family for 3 generations. Chapter 129, Venture Capital Fund. Is this a woman or a female ghost? Hoyo Purchase, Personnel Department Office. The HR team members all went about their business of hiring new employees. Only Sister Zhang, who had just ended her call with Fan Yi, was alone in the office. At this moment, Xiao He was standing at the door, and he actually didn't look the slightest bit angry. Instead, he looked incredibly pitiful. Ho, you're here, Zhang Xiaoxia greeted. Xiao He replied coyly. What about Zhao Weifeng? It turned out that Zhao Weifeng just entered the interview single room, made that call. It is to Xiao He. Xiao He was incredibly angry at Zhao Weifeng for daring to yell at her over the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xiao He immediately came to the company in a huff, and even forgot to bring a cell phone. Zhang Xiaoxia's brows knitted slightly, and with a soft heart, she decided to persuade Xiao He after pondering for a moment. Xiao He, sis is from the past. It's common for young couples to quarrel, but after Zhao Weifeng quits, what will you two do with your income? Yuzu is only 2 years old, and it costs a lot of money to raise a child these days. Hearing these words, Xiao He's expression didn't change in any way, and she still had the same pathetic look. Zhang Xiaoxia looked at Xiao He, waiting with anticipation for her to respond. However, a full 2 minutes passed. Xiao He, however, remained silent. Looking at Xiao He's pitiful appearance, Zhang Xiaoxia couldn't help but ponder in her heart. Is it hard to believe that Xiao He regrets it? Don't want Zhao Weifeng to resign? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoxia immediately said to Xiao He, Zhao Weifeng is there. Come with me. Zhang Xiaoxia took Xiao He to the interview's small single room. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw Zhao Weifeng staring blankly as he pinched the empty bottle of drink in his hand. What are you doing here? I told you I'm quitting. Zhao Weifeng just saw Xiao He, and his entire body instantly jumped out of his skin. Seeing this, Xiao He revealed a face full of fear and subconsciously ducked behind Zhang Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaoxia raised her hand slightly and said to Zhao Weifeng, have a conversation. Zhao Weifeng sat back on his chair with his butt, the anger value in his heart increasing dramatically. But he tried desperately to restrain himself from looking calm on the surface. Zhang Xiaoxia pointed to another empty chair and said, Xiao He, you sit down first, I'll go. Before the words were finished, Xiao He walked over to Zhao Weifeng's side, leaned down, and whispered something in his ear. A breath away, Zhao Weifeng violently jumped up from his chair. You're finished. Want me to ask the company for startup funds? Dream on. Zhao Weifeng roared loudly. Netizens in front of the screen heard entrepreneurial fund have left messages in the comments section. This woman actually wants a startup fund? This woman is good tea. Looking at me like I see pity, but said the most unethical words. What's wrong with leaving your job and wanting a startup fund? The calculator is so smart. Trying to squeeze the last drop of value out of his husband's purchase at Hoyo. Harmony purchase. Interview small single room. Venture fund? Zhang Xiaoxia, who heard this, froze for a moment. She had thought that he was regretting it. I didn't realize that people were here to remind Zhao Weifeng to ask the company for startup funds. Having done personnel work for over a decade, she, feeling most helpless every time I see this kind of person who is soft on the outside but has a bad stomach on the inside. At this moment, the skinny and small Xiao He stood opposite the stout Zhao Weifeng. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw the scene, they would definitely think that Zhao Weifeng was bullying Xiao He. He lowered his head and whispered softly, Venture capital fund. A must. Zhao Weifeng's suppressed anger miso came up. He was only seen clenching his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead instantly flared up. The already lanky figure looked as if it was a cheetah that needed to be eaten. Zhao Weifeng raised his hand. Zhang Xiaoxia immediately realized that the situation was not right and rushed to try to go forward to stop. Snap! Zhang Xiaoxia closed her eyes in fear, and her foot, which had just taken half a step, unconsciously retracted. When she opened her eyes again, it was actually discovered that on Zhao Weifeng's cheek, there were 5 more very clear fingerprints. Zhao Weifeng's anger from earlier had also vanished. In its place, a face full of shock. Zhang Xiaoxia's mouth opened slightly as she slowly shifted her gaze to Xiao He. Only Xiao He crossed his arms in front of his chest and spoke calmly. What? Still want to hit me? You deserve it too. Just calm down for a second, okay? People like you are too impulsive and simple-minded. I don't want to argue with you. Zhang Xiaoxia on the side was directly confused in place. You can still play like that? It was clearly you who scolded people and encouraged them to quit. The one that stirs up people's anger. And now you're taking the high ground and calling people uncool? Zhang Xiaoxia immediately frowned. I didn't realize that he was such a person. It's horrible for a man to take a woman like that as a wife. She, a female, felt shaky. Zhang Xiaoxia looked at Zhao Weifeng with some heartache. Xiao He, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Zhao Weifeng, then walked straight toward the door. Xiao He. Zhang Xiaoxia gently pulled on Xiao He, still trying to dissuade. Who knows that Xiao He actually did not hesitate to fling it away with force and viciously said to Zhang Xiaoxia, when an employee leaves his job to start a business, it's right for the company to give some startup funds, right? Otherwise, what gives you the right to claim that you treat your employees well? After saying that, Xiao He even gave Zhang Xiaoxia an evil smile. Looking at Xiao He's face, Zhang Xiaoxia's pupils shook. This little ninny has 2 ing faces. Just then, Xiao He glanced back disdainfully at Zhao Weifeng, who was still in dismay, and threatened with sharp words. I'm telling you, don't come back until you get your severance package and startup funds. Not a bit of ability. My daughter and I despise you. After saying that, Xiao He actually left as if nothing had happened. Judge's room. The originally absent-minded Wang Jianlin actually opened his mouth wide at this moment. Is this Xiao He a woman or a female ghost? See, Onion must not bring back a daughter-in-law like this. If we find such a daughter-in-law, we'll kill his mom and me and ruin the Wang family. Thinking of this, Wang Jianlin couldn't help but say with some alarm, this woman is horrible. Yeah. Lan Shirley immediately responded. Wang Jianlin looked at Zhang Xiaoxia in the screen and spoke thoughtfully. Hoyo Purchase isn't really offering this employee a startup fund, is it? Dong Mingzhu snorted coldly. That's ridiculous. You left your job to start a business of your own accord, but you turn around and ask the company for startup funds? Why? After decades of being in business, this was the first time she had seen such a bombastic severance package. Thinking of this, Dong Mingzhu couldn't help but accuse angrily. What a bunch of white wolves. Leaving their jobs and trying to ask the company for startup funds? What do they have to do with the company when they start a business? It's good that the company doesn't ask them for training fees. Chapter 130. I will never take a penny from the company. Interviewed for a small single room at Hoyt Purchase. Zhang Xiaoxia looked at Xiaoyi's fading back and couldn't help but sigh secretly in her heart. I used to think that Xiaoyi was quiet, but now she looks like a bimbo. Zhang Xiaoxia's brows furrowed slightly, forming a few shallow lines. He has a quiet face and a decent figure. Now it seemed that she had been confused by his appearance until this moment. Not only is Xiaoyi extremely gold-digging, her heart is surprisingly deep. How come I didn't see it before? If Xiaoyi were her daughter, she'd have to break a leg. Right at this moment, Zhao Weifeng, who had gradually slowed down from his party's dismay, spoke in a calm tone. Sister Zhang, I'm really sorry to make you laugh. Zhang Xiaoxia sniffed and turned her head to look at Zhao Weifeng. Only the fingerprints on Zhao Weifeng's face that had been slapped had become red and swollen at the moment, and looked slightly shocking. That, Zhang Xiaoxia wanted to say something. She originally wanted to ask Zhao Weifeng if it hurt. Do you need an ice pack or something to ease the pain? But then changed his mind in a flash. Because most men are extremely facetious, Zhao Weifeng thought that he would not want the matter of him being slapped by his daughter-in-law to be brought up again. However, Zhao Weifeng mistakenly thought that Zhang Xiaoxia wanted to talk about the startup fund. So, with a resolute attitude, he hurriedly said to Zhang Xiaoxia, Sister Zhang, don't worry. I've never thought about the startup fund. It's all her. Speaking here, Zhao Weifeng unconsciously stopped and sighed lightly. Hey, Sister Zhang, don't take what she just said to heart. Zhang Xiaoxia awkwardly squeezed out a smile. The two terrible faces of Xiaoyi just now instantly surfaced in her mind. Who are you to claim you treat your employees well without giving them startup funds? Zhang Xiaoxia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This little ninny, her heart is really bad. Always bullying the honest and good people. Always trying to take advantage of the kindness and goodness of others to get more for themselves. Thinking that Zhao Weifeng is good to her, she recklessly squeezes Zhao Weifeng in disguise. Now Xiaoyi thinks the company is good, so he tries to get more cheap from the company. It was at this moment that Zhao Weifeng said with sincerity in his eyes, Sister Zhang, it's a blessing that the company treats me well. I would never blackmail a company into giving startup funds because of this. That was all totally her idea alone. Zhao Weifeng scratched his head and muttered softly, she's shameless, and I still want. Zhang Xiaoxia smiled in relief. And Hyatt Purchase screened employees. I'm sure they are decent people with hearts. In the live broadcast room, netizens instantly exploded the comment section when they heard Zhao Weifeng say she's shameless. Buddy, so you know this kind of woman, resolutely cannot want. If you want me to say you shouldn't quit your job either, don't ruin your career for this kind of woman. One sentence summarizes this kind of woman, who is extremely possessive of other people's money. Brother, this kind of woman, you still keep it for New Year's Eve? Just then, the live feed of Zhao Weifeng said to Zhang Xiaoxia with a calm face, Sister Zhang, please help me with my departure procedures. Zhang Xiaoxia returned helplessly. Sit down first, sit down and talk. With that said, the two resumed their seats on either side of the desk. Zhang Xiaoxia slowly opened her mouth after a moment's reflection. Company benefits for departing employees. Separation benefits? Zhao Weifeng immediately interrupted Zhang Xiaoxia. Only Zhao Weifeng raised his hand slightly and waved it, speaking in a resolute manner. Sister Zhang, I don't want the severance allowance either. Ha! Zhang Xiaoxia was full of doubts. The company has always had a low turnover rate. Most of the employees who leave their jobs do so because they have made serious workplace mistakes. Separation benefits are mandatory for every departing employee by the company. There were only 2 employees like Zhao Weifeng who took the initiative to leave. One is because of his own body. The other is because of family matters. But no one ever said they didn't want severance pay. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoxia said, separation allowance, which is clearly defined by our company. Zhao Weifeng thought about it and explained in a sincere manner. Sister Zhang, it's my fault that the company has been so good to me, but I resigned at the critical juncture of opening a new store. So a severance package is something I would never want. In the judge's room, hearing that Zhao Weifeng doesn't want severance pay, the 3 judges' brows were furrowed as they stared at the screen with disbelief in their eyes. Did you hear me right? The company gave him money and he didn't even want it? Just because the company was nice to him? How is that possible? In today's materialistic society, there are actually such people who value feelings over money? At that exact moment, in the screen, Zhao Weifeng's words made the 3 judges stunned once again. Only to see the screen, Zhao Weifeng slowly opened his mouth. Sister Zhang, I've worked a total of 5 days this month, so don't forget about my salary for those 5 days. Ha! Zhang Xiaoxia was a million times more puzzled. Not only do you not want the subsidy, but now you don't even want this month's paycheck? This is if we go back and let Xiaoyi know. Must be pissed off. Hey, Zheng Xiaoxia sighed lightly. How come people are so different? How did Zhao Weifeng find a woman like Xiaohe? Talked to Zhao Weifeng so much. Zheng Xiaoxia was able to see that Zhao Weifeng was a person who was full of passion, knew how to be grateful, and was sentimental. Because the company was good to him, he felt sorry for the company by leaving voluntarily, instead of wanting benefits and salary. In today's society, such people are really rare. When it comes to women like Xiaohe, who is good at exploiting other people's feelings in order to get benefits for herself, Zhao Weifeng really met a bad person. Zheng Xiaoxia lamented in her heart. Just then, Zhao Weifeng once again spoke in a determined manner. Sister Zhang, you can just do my separation directly. It's my problem, and I'd be out of line if I took another dime from the company for it. The judges in the judging room had long been dumbfounded at the sight. Can the staff of Wagyu Purchase actually have this kind of awareness? Employee departures they have encountered. It's not about asking for N+1 paychecks and sticking with the company and refusing to leave. It's all about finding a way to rake in compensation from the company before you go. The personnel department of their company, the most important thing every day is to deal with these uneasy employees. If only all the employees of their company could have the awareness of this male employee of Hoyo Purchase, well, that'll save personnel a lot of trouble. However, the screen. Chapter 131, can someone come and take a piss to wake him up? What the judges didn't expect was for Zhang Xiaoxia to retort without hesitation. Salary settlements and severance packages are clearly defined by the company, and these you must have. The judges looked disgusted when they heard this. Wang Jianlin couldn't help but say, this personnel is simply a loser. The employees don't want it. She has to give it? Lon Shirley immediately responded. Right. People are leaving and you want to give money? What's the point of creating social value when you give all the money to the employees? Dong Mingju was even more contemptuous. This employee is quite sensible. But if this kind of personnel were in our Jerry, they would have been fired long ago. Harmony Purchase. Interview small single room. Hearing Zhang Xiaoxia say that subsidies and wages had to be paid, Zhao Weifeng lowered his head slightly. Zhang Xiaoxia said with some softness, that, I'd still like to urge you to seriously consider it again as a member of the staff house family. Hearing these words, Zhao Weifeng, who had his head lowered, couldn't help but moisten his eyes. For a while, he was a little confused as to whether Sister Zhang was his family or Xiaohe was his family. In the staff home, he feels the warmth like family. Instead, in a real home, one faces never-ending scolding. Zhang Xiaoxia went on with a piece of kindness. Why don't I grant you an annual vacation and you take a break for a while? Let's take care of things at home first, then we'll talk about resigning or not. Zhang Xiaoxia sighed helplessly. Hey, I'm from the past. Zhao Weifeng, you should know that career can be more important than anything, especially for men. There are plenty of good girls out there, and with a successful career. What kind of girl? Zhang Xiaoxia stopped when she said this, and then tactically coughed twice. Zhao Weifeng lowered his head in silence. He understood in his heart that Sister Zhang was sidestepping her advice to divorce him. To be honest, he genuinely couldn't let go of the company. But Xiaohe was his first love, his former school goddess. The old Xiaohe was obviously a sweet and kind girl. How come people have changed since we started talking about marriage? The reason why Zhao Weifeng didn't give up on Xiaohe, it was because he always felt that there was still a possibility that Xiaohe could change back to her original innocent and cute self again. Recently, after the constant verbal stimulation from Zhao Weifeng's stubbornness from when he was a soldier came up, he just had to prove it to Ho. Sister Zhang, I'd better resign, Zhao Weifeng said firmly. Zhang Xiaoxia took a long breath. Looking at the fingerprints on Zhao Wei's cheek, Zhang Xiaoxia fell into deep thought. Moments later, Zhang Xiaoxia said helplessly, okay, why don't you sit down and I'll get the exit forms and you can fill them out. Aha! Zhao Weifeng gave a soft Not long after, Zhang Xiaoxia came over with the relevant materials. Thanks. Zhao Weifeng thanked him, took the separation form handed over by Zhang Xiaoxia, and swished it and began to fill it out. Zhang Xiaoxia looked at a piece of A4 paper and slowly spoke. I've already counted your severance package and salary. Zhao Weifeng immediately stopped the pen in his hand and looked at Zhang Xiaoxia, saying in a resolute manner, Sister Zhang, I really don't want the subsidy or the salary, so don't make it harder for me. Zhang Xiaoxia smiled awkwardly and couldn't help but ponder in her mind. Where am I making things difficult for him? It's clearly him making things difficult for me. These are company regulations that must be given, and if I don't give them, it will be a mistake in my work. Zhao Weifeng continued to bury his head in the form. It didn't take long for Zhao Weifeng to put down the pen in his hand. Fill it out, said Zhao Weifeng as he pushed the separation application form towards Zhang Xiaoxia. Netizens in front of the screen were sorry to see a scene and swiped their comments. I'm really too stubborn. I can't believe I'm still insisting on resigning after all the personnel have said to me. Who's going to take a piss to wake up Zhao Weifeng? I'll give him 50 cents. I want to stick my hand in the screen and give him a big slap in the face to wake him up. She's so mean to you even when you have a good job. And she's sure to look down on you even more if you don't have a job anymore. You can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. Without further ado, I'm going to fill in tomorrow and apply for a job as a security guard. Jingle bells. Just then, Zhao Weifeng's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhao Weifeng glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. How come it's my mom? Is it possible that she ran to mom and told her off? Zhao Weifeng's anger rose again. Hey, mom! It wasn't his mom on the phone. It was his dad. Only Zhao Weifeng's father was heard roaring in anger. Where have you two been? How do you leave Yuzu alone in the house? Yuzu accidentally ate Xiaohe's skincare product by mistake. Ha! Zhao Weifeng was instantly shocked. Your mom and I are on our way to Central Hospital. So hurry over here. Zhao Weifeng hurriedly hung up the phone, and Sister Zhang, who heard the sound on the side, immediately urged, Go on, the baby is important. The resignation will wait until afterward, and I'll get you a leave of absence from security today. Zhao Weifeng nodded his head repeatedly and immediately ran towards the hospital in a hurry. The live feed followed Zhao Weifeng until it was not far from the entrance of Hoyu Purchase. To our surprise, Xiaohe was standing in a piece of unoccupied shade. Zhao Weifeng was so nervous that he was calling for a car on his cell phone and didn't even notice Xiaohe. Instead, he came over to me in joy. Well, got a deal on the startup fund, right? Zhao Weifeng glanced at her in surprise and growled angrily. You're still concerned about that? Do you realize that Yuzu misused your skin care products? Xiaohe instantly panicked. She snapped to the fact that she was unwrapping a high-end skincare set before she arrived. That's a little over 20 grand for that, he said with some exasperation. This kid can't eat anything but this. I'm really convinced that none of you two are any easier to deal with. Zhao Weifeng looked at Xiaohe dumbfounded. Shouldn't you be worried about how Yuzu is doing now? He skimmed his lips and muttered in a small voice. It's not like I made her eat it. At that moment, the car Zhao Weifeng called arrived. Just opening the car door, he scurried in with a whoosh. Zhao Weifeng grimly got into the car as well. Tail number 7456. The master was entering the tail number when he muttered again. I don't know how much is left, but don't give me all the hokey pokey. Hearing this, Zhao Weifeng instantly became enraged. No longer able to bear it, he instantly pulled open the car door. Before Xiaohe could react, he roughly dragged him out of the car. What are you doing? He questioned angrily. Without saying a word, Zhao Weifeng got into his car and left. The driver looked through the car's rearview mirror toward, and twice. Seeing the stocky Zhao Weifeng's anger, the driver did not dare to say a word. Zhao Weifeng spoke with a gloomy face. Master, drive faster. My daughter is in the hospital. Chapter 132. If you work hard enough, you'll lose your pants. Hoyo Purchase, Personnel Department. The hour hand at 5:10 p.m. Had just gone by. Zhang Xiaoxia looked up and hurriedly glanced at the time, followed by quickly opening her cell phone and dialing Zhao Weifeng's number. Hey, Sister Zhang. Just after the call was connected, Zhang Xiaoxia inquired with concern. How's Yuzu? Zhao Weifeng lowered his voice and whispered in response. The doctor washed his stomach and he's lying in a hospital bed in a sling. Just fell asleep and the doctor said he'll be in the hospital for a few more days for observation. Zhang Xiaoxia's heart was filled with pain when she heard this. Children as young as 2 years old suffer from gastric lavage. It hurts to think about it. Zhang Xiaoxia said with concern. Just devote yourself to taking care of the kids and dealing with the family for a few days, and I'll grant you an annual vacation. Zhao Weifeng took a moment to think and slowly opened his mouth. Sister Zhang, I'm planning on divorcing Xiaohe, and I've already told my parents about it just now. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxia couldn't help but feel a burst of joy inside, but her tone remained calm as she said, Okay, then you'll take care of things at home for the next few days, and then you'll be back in a while. Before the words were finished, Zhao Weifeng on the other end of the phone said firmly, Sister Zhang, thank you, but I've decided to leave my job to start my own business. In fact, although Zhao Weifeng decided to divorce Xiaohe, but stubbornly, he still wanted to go into business. He wanted to prove to Xiaohe that he was capable and that he was far from incompetent. Viewers in front of the screen instantly exploded the comment section when they heard that Zhao Weifeng insisted on quitting his job to start his own business. In fact, we all understand that no matter how good the company's welfare is, it is still a part-time job, and it is only $200,000 a year. But entrepreneurship is different. If you work hard enough, you'll lose your pants. I worked my ass off to save $1 million and lost it all in 1 year of starting my own business. I really don't know what I'm in for. I haven't found a job in 4 months, and I don't want such a good job? Hey, this little brother is really stubborn. Don't want to say anything about the blow. Say something nice. Wish him success. Hoyo purchase, personnel department. Seeing that Zhao Weifeng's mind was already made up, Zhang Xiaoxia understood that it would be useless to continue persuading him. So, Zhang Xiaoxia took out Zhao Weifeng's filled-out separation materials from the drawer and said, "Now that you've thought about it, I'll have finance call you directly for the severance package and this month's paycheck." Sister Zhang, don't argue. I've already reported your situation to Boss Fan. The ones that are given to you are the ones that the company says you must have. Zhang Xiaoxia's attitude was strong and resolute, and Zhao Weifeng no longer refuted it. Zhang Xiaoxia looked at the calculated compensation amount on the A4 paper and said methodically, "First of all, you worked a total of 5 days this month for a paycheck of $1,666.66. Then, you've been with our company for exactly 1 year, and according to the regulations, the subsidy is 10,000 yuan for each year of service. Finally, there is a 2-month salary supplement for departing employees. In the year before, you were at the general grade with an annual salary of $150,000, an average of $12,500 per month, or a total of $25,000 for 2 months. The total of the 3 items comes to $36,666.66. You do the math. And if it's okay, I'll have finance credit you now, right off the clock." Hearing these words, Zhao Weifeng on the other end of the phone had mixed feelings in his heart. The netizens in front of the screen heard this amount and swiped their comments directly and feverishly. Misty Grass, HR active to 2N. Family, who understands hitting the corpse of a worker takes a bludgeon. I was fooled into signing a separation contract by personnel and didn't get a penny, and now I regret it. I've been with the company for 10 years, and when I left, I had a long fight with the company, and in the end, I only got in +1, and my heart was so tired. 30,000 or so? They're both laborers. I'm a bull and horse selling my life, and they're a working aristocrat. In the judge's room, Dong Mingzhu had been stunned and couldn't help but say, "Over $30,000? Is this what the White Wolves deserve? Isn't it just a security guard?" Lan Shirley glanced at the somewhat exasperated Dong Mingzhu and immediately responded, "Why isn't this money spent in the right places? Always thinking of giving it to employees? You have to give it even after you leave the company. No wonder it's not listed. This kind should demand cultivation fees. Without the training fee, these white-eyed wolves will just run away." Dong Mingzhu said indignantly. "Hoyo purchase, personnel department." Zhao Weifeng on the other end of the phone said with some resistance, "Sister Zhang, it's not that I'm being pretentious, it's that the company is giving just too much. 36,000 plus. Speaking of this," Zhao Weifeng sighed lightly. Zhang Xiaoxia spoke in a strong tone. "Come on, it's a company rule. You deserve it. Don't you make it difficult for me. If the subsidy is not in place, it's a failure of my job. You know the consequences of failing at your job." Zhao Weifeng sniffed and fell silent. Zhang Xiaoxia continued, "That's it. I'm going to report it to the finance now and have them credit you before the end of the day." Zhao Weifeng pondered for a long time. He suddenly realized that if he did a good job in the company would not treat him badly. It will even go beyond expectations and double down on him. But his unconditional kindness to Xiao He was rewarded with nothing but scolding. Zhao Weifeng remembered that he was paid $8,000 for his first month. Every holiday, the company will give out bonuses and benefits. Also, in order to pass the examination of the junior, he often went to the staff house to read and study. Passed the test last month and got a raise to $200,000 a year. The thought that if you give to the company will double the amount you give. This tall and lanky man's eyes gradually reddened. At 5:20, in front of the new fragrance Future Times Square, Fanny said with satisfaction, "It's a really nice place, and it's well equipped for fire protection, so we just need to make a few changes and we'll be fine." After saying that, Fanny looked at Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong nodded and turned his head to LV Xinshin with understanding. "Could you please send me the contract? I'll have legal look it over, and if there's nothing wrong with it, we'll sign it." "Okay," Lu Xinshin responded with a smile. Fanny said with a glance at the time, "That, and I have one last question. You say, can we start construction straight away tomorrow if the contract is signed?" "Sure, we're almost done with work too. So thank you for today. Fanny waved to the crowd and got into the business car with Jia Yong that had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, ready to leave. Just as he sat down, a system beep sounded in Fanny's ears. Ding! Zhao Weifeng has left the company and received a severance allowance. Employee happiness value restored, plus 30. Current employee happiness value, 1,000. How Zhao Weifeng still chose to leave. Fanny couldn't help but lament in his heart. It was at this moment that the system beep once again entered Fanny's ears. Ding! The netizens evaluated the company as a model representative of labor law compliance. Reputation value plus 20. Current honor value, 900. Chapter 133 You broke the law and you hit Demon Zero? Fanny opened the relevant link at the bottom of the system prompt, only to see the virtual screen in front of him, instantly filled with a doujinshi video. The video was posted by a netizen nicknamed Chihiro. The video opens with Chihiro, wearing a cute pom-pom hairstyle, speaking to the camera. Hello, everyone, I'm Chihiro, the money-hungry and horny one. Just now I saw the separation allowance of the Wuiwe purchase. My whole body was greatly shocked. As a battering ram I was deeply stormed inside. After saying that, Qiansun released the live clip of Zhang Xiaoxia calculating Zhao Weifeng's exit subsidy. Fanny's face was expressionless after reading it. In his opinion, this is a stipulation of the Wagyu purchase. It's routine. Nothing shocking. However, Chihiro in the video was full of surprise. I'd like to ask what company's HR would voluntarily give an employee a severance package? And Hoyo purchase is giving so much that the employees are embarrassed. Speaking of which, Chihiro suddenly sighed. There was a programmer from Kyoto who posted a video of himself leaving his job and it exploded all over the internet. Everyone should have swiped it. Chihiro raised his hand, somewhat exasperated. Seriously, watching it made me want to stick my hand in the screen and slap that HR twice. It's hard for me to imagine that Hoyo Purchase is even in the same era as this kind of company. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Chihiro released a video about the Kyoto programmers. Just see the address shown at the bottom left corner of the video at the locator. Kyoto Neokos Technology Company. A male programmer and a middle-aged woman appear in the video footage. The male stewardess wore glasses and looked civilized. The middle-aged woman looked fierce. Her eyebrows were the kind that were tattoo-like, dark green in color, making them stand out. You're fired, the middle-aged woman said faintly. The male programmer froze for a second. He knew the company had been laying off employees recently, but he really didn't expect to be able to cut himself. The male programmer asked in a calm tone, although he was full of doubts. My question to you is that I work overtime every day? I'm dedicated, and I haven't done anything wrong. So why fire me? Hearing this, the middle-aged woman instantly stormed out, speaking in an irritated tone. What's your attitude? How dare you ask me back? That's the attitude you have when you talk to your boss? If you don't fire me, who will you fire? The male programmer's brain short-circuited instantly. It didn't seem to him that he had much of an attitude. He was just inquiring about the reason for his dismissal. Why is this personnel person furious? The male programmer's brow gradually tightened. It seems that HR is trying to fire him and is purposely looking for a fight. Luckily he came in with the video on. The male program reminded. That compensation. Just as she opened her mouth, the middle-aged woman chided loudly. You don't want compensation. The middle-aged woman looked viciously at the programmer, her two dark green eyebrows looking increasingly menacing. She has helped the company optimize many of its employees over the past few days. Now that the internet is so advanced, these cows and horses have brains. Learning from people online to ask for compensation from companies isn't as easy to fool with as it used to be. Everyone is asking her for compensation and she is getting really tired of it. She was on a mission to not pay compensation, but these cows and horses are always giving her a hard time. She didn't want to spoil this bunch of bulls and horses anymore. You're leaving and you want to get another payment from the company? Dreaming. All by people on the internet who say they are getting compensation. Realistically, how many people can outfight a company? Capital? The male programmer looked at the middle-aged woman's fierce gaze and said in a still calm tone, compensation is mandated by labor law. The middle-aged woman disliked it condescendingly without even thinking about it. Labor law, right? I'm just going to break the contract illegally now. What can you do to me? Ha? The male programmer was dumbfounded on the spot when he heard this. No. How does it feel obvious that she broke the law? Let her say it. But it doesn't seem like a big deal, even as much as she was doing the right thing. The male programmer wondered. No. What makes you illegally discharged? The middle-aged woman snorted coldly and said arrogantly in Kyoto. What do you care if I break the law? The male programmer breathed a long sigh of relief. No. You have to follow the law. The middle-aged woman spoke aggressively again. I'm willing to break the law. Can't you understand human language? You get the hell out of here right now. Right now. Fanny looked at the screen with a frown on his face. What's with this guy? Make violating labor laws look like it's as easy as eating and drinking. In the video, the male programmer calmly says, I'm arbitrable if you fire me without cause and don't pay workers' compensation. The middle-aged woman looked at the male programmer with contempt and emotion. You go to arbitration. I have plenty of people in the first and second trial. I'll take my time with you. You can't find a ING job for 2.5 years, and I'll have food next month anyway. Figure it out for yourself, alright? There's no good in being stubborn with me. Hearing this, the male programmer, who had been forcing himself to be calm, had his anger clearly showing on his face. It is clear that the company dismissed itself without cause. Not only did he not pay compensation, but he also used such words as someone from above to intimidate him? It's too much of a bully. The male programmer clenched his fists in exasperation. You have no sense of law. Pust. The middle-aged woman smiled contemptuously and said loudly in a provocative manner, I just don't have a sense of the law. I'm telling you, I'm breaking the law. What can you do? Fanny couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the woman who was messing around in the video. It's really a showman's encounter with a soldier, and you can't reason with him. Just then, the male programmer said angrily, I'm taking a video and I'm going to post it online. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman became even more enraged and directly pointed at the programmer's nose and cursed, try uploading one if you damn well dare, and I'll beat the demon spirit right now. With that, the middle-aged woman took out her cell phone and dialed demon spirit. She was seen cursing as she typed the number on the screen. The money is ours. The company is ours. We call the shots. I don't care what kind of law you have. The company can get you killed for $1 million. Fanny's brows knitted. Is this a company or a triad? Just then, Chihiro, with her pillboxed hair, reappeared in front of the camera, indignant. Families, see, this company would rather break the law and spend $1 million screwing their employees, nor are they willing to pay compensation according to labor laws, and, most infuriatingly, are condescending enough to say that they just want to break the law. Chihiro took a long breath and continued. The programmer in the video just now has already gone through the legal channels and got 2N in labor compensation. Why is it that in the same era, Hoyo Purchase can follow the labor laws, but this company has to act like a gangster? That was the end of Chihiro's video, and Fanny then clicked on the comments section. Because this company's main business is breaking the law and ING up, covering his face, may I ask who are the people in the first and second instance of labor arbitration? Specifically which ones are? Shoo, she broke the law and she hit Missy Zero. Is this a surrender? Wajiosho is definitely an exemplary representative company that complies with labor laws. Exemplary representatives of compliance with labor laws. Fanny looked at the comment and thought about it. He clearly remembers the first company he joined in his last life. Toward the end of his internship, personnel came to dismiss him on the grounds of incompetence. His first reaction was to blame himself, thinking that he had done something wrong that led to his resignation. After all, he was new to society and his first job, and at the time he blamed himself for a long time. But later, after learning more, he learned the company is just trying to squeeze cheap labor out of the intern and finding random reasons to fire him. Today, under the teachings of the system, Van Eyck understands the importance of respecting the rights of all employees. Compliance with labor laws and regulations is the cornerstone of long-term business development. This Kyoto company, which treats its employees like this, will certainly not live long. Just like the company that sacked him in his last life, it went out of business within 2 years. Fanny couldn't help but read it in his mind. Companies and employees should be allies in creating value for the organization together. How can a business last if the company puts its heart and soul into counting its allies? Chapter 134. Take a yacht ride and you discuss the way the word koan is written? Meanwhile, on the vast and boundless sea, the sunlight poured out, and the sparkling sea was mirrored by the clear sky. A luxury yacht sails smoothly on the sea. It is like a mobile palace on the sea. The deck of the yacht was furnished with 2 comfortable lounge chairs and a fine dining table. Zhang Siyuan, the 58-year-old boss of Zhongxin Securities, was dressed in a pair of black swimming trunks, lounging leisurely on a recliner. His eyes were slightly closed, and his bronzed skin exuded a mature masculine charm in the sunlight. Beside him was the 5'8", long-legged young model, Sugar, 23 years old, in the prime of youth. Sugar was dressed in a sexy yellow bikini, and her pale, snow-like skin seemed as if she could pinch water out of it. Her delicate face was like carved jade, and her long, dark, shiny hair fell casually over her shoulders. Her long, Slender legs were folded as if they were a work of art, a delight to the eye. Together, the two lay on the deck loungers, soaking up the warmth of the sun. The many waiters around them stood quietly, ready to provide attentive service. Just then, the assistant came out of the cabin in a hasty manner and said softly, "Mr. Zhang, that security guard at Hoyu Purchase divorced his wife." Zhang Siyuan raised his eyes slightly and glanced at his assistant, his eyes revealing a trace of imperceptible contemplation. Seeing that Mr. Zhang did not take a stand, the assistant continued with a more nervous expression. That security guard's resignation fiasco has, in turn, raised the status of Hoyu Purchase in the minds of netizens yet again. Zhang Siyuan still didn't make any movements, nor did he have the slightest expression on his face. While this was all unexpected, it couldn't cause waves within him for the time being. The assistant saw this, but grew more and more apprehensive and continued to report. In order to calm this departure fiasco, Hoyu Purchase gave that security guard more than $36,000 in subsidies. That security guard only worked for a year, and netizens praised Hoyu Purchase as a model company that complies with labor laws. Mr. Zhang waved his hand impatiently, signaling his assistant to step back. He had originally planned to make Hoyu Purchase a storm just today, taking advantage of the fact that CNX Securities was on vacation. However, there is not the slightest chance of starting with the internal staff of Hoyu Purchase. He had no choice but to think in terms of his family. He originally wanted Xiaohe to irritate Zhao Weifeng and then make Zhao Weifeng mess with the company due to his emotional state. But I did not expect. And the pleasant purchase actually gave a security guard who has been working for a year, more than 36,000 resignation allowance. That's pretty bombastic, even in the case of CNS, which also adheres to labor laws. Chunhwa's salary is high though, and compensation is given for leaving the company. But being in finance, they definitely spend every penny. They will only give high salaries to the very core few departments. Employees in other departments are only considered financial migrant workers. Zhang Siyuan did not expect Hoyu Purchase to be so generous to a small security guard as well. What's more, I didn't expect that it would bring another wave of positive reviews to Hoyu Purchase. Just then, Sugar, who was on the side, used one long leg to gently support the other long leg, which looked very charming with its thin and white legs. Sugar said delicately, "Mr. Zhang, is it still necessary for that Xiaohe to remain in the bank?" Zhang Siyuan said with a disdainful cold snort. "Just find any excuse to take the fall. She doesn't have any use for her anymore." Sweetness looked towards Zhang Siyuan and winked charmingly, her eyes full of pout. "Mr. Zhang, you are so cruel to women. That Xiaohe has now been scolded by the netizens. Now she is going to be fired from the company and even divorced. How can she live in the future?" Zhang Siyuan stretched out his hand, which had a few age spots, and placed it on Sweet's white and tender leg, gently pinched it twice and said with a smile, "What does what happened to her have to do with me? Those unrealistic desires were her own in the first place. I'm merely creating an environment that will tickle the desires of her heart." After saying that, Zhang Siyuan coldly laughed a few times. In fact, Ho's life was like Truman's world to him. From a young age, Ho's co-workers flaunt their wealth in front of her intentionally or unintentionally. To the designer bags carried in luxury clothes worn by the passers-by Xiaohe saw, even the various messages full of consumer traps that Xiaohe swiped on his cell phone. All of this was arranged by him. All the information that Xiaohe is exposed to in her life is suggesting to her that other people are enjoying a life of high-end luxury. She, on the other hand, could not enjoy such a luxurious life because she had found a husband with no money and no skills. Thinking of this, Zhang Siyuan signaled the waiter to hand over a glass of champagne, took a shallow sip, and said contemptuously, "The nice thing about the information age is that it's easy to use information to put a person in an information cocoon. The Todd himself is oblivious to this, and he grows to feel that this is the way the world is. Not many women can resist being bombarded with, everywhere you look, high consumerism messages." Zhang Siyuan gently ticked Sweetie's chin. Sugar said with a wink, "Mr. Zhang, you won't do the same to me in the future, right?" Zhang Siyuan put down the champagne glass in his hand and said with a smile, "Of course not. You're not like them. They're easily swayed by desire, whereas you are desire itself." Hearing this, Sweetness arched her eyebrows and her cheeks gradually colored a faint blush, adding a few more points of charm and shyness. Zhang Siyuan, who was in his 50s, looked at the yukai in front of him, and his body was instantly set ablaze. Zhang Siyuan directly pounced on Sweetness, the intensity as if he wanted to integrate her into his body. The waiter on the sidelines had the good sense to leave, leaving them with a private deck space. Zhang Siyuan and Sweetie were on the deck of this yacht. listening to the sound of the waves gently lapping the water of the yacht, bathing in the warm sunlight, immersed in a world that only belonged to them. Moments later, sweetness slowed down and pawed at Zhang Siyuan's chest like a gentle kitten, pampering him. Mr. Zhang, tomorrow Zhongxin is going to work, and if Wei Weibai wins in the competition, most of the company's earnings will have to be distributed to the employees. How about taking most of the profits and shuffling them around and putting them in my account before distributing them to employees again? Think about it, put it with me so you can have a guarantee later. Zhang Siyuan smiled bashfully. He knew in his heart what Sugar was up to, but looking at the youthful and beautiful earthly creature in his arms, he couldn't be angry in the slightest. Zhang Siyuan joked. What? Don't they give you enough in general? Sugar said without thinking. Enough? You usually give enough. Don't I want you to have a guarantee in the future? Sweet's voice became more and more delicate, and her eyes looked at Zhang Siyuan with anticipation. If all the profits are distributed to the employees, what about your usual expenses? I don't want you to lower your quality of life. Zhang Siyuan was lost in thought. Usually the bosses of those listed companies have to lick him. There were plenty of people who gave him money in order to go public. He just eats and drinks every day. Such a high quality of life. He indeed did not want to lose. He had greeted the company side, and didn't even let the employees work overtime today when they were supposed to. Human society. All have relied on connections to get to the finals. With a little more use of elite contacts, Wagyu can't win. Zhang Siyuan said calmly. Don't worry. There's no way Hoyo Purchase will win, and I won't treat you badly. Saying that, the turmoil in Zhang Siyuan's heart began to run again, wanting to invite Sweetie to discuss the writing of the word koan once again. Chapter 135, China Central Securities. Intern leaks IPO materials. However, just as the two were about to go hot and deep, Zhang Siyuan's assistant arrived in a hurry. I saw the assistant holding the latest iPad Pro in her hand. Her face was full of anxiety, and she raised her voice eagerly. Mr. Zhang, something's wrong. Zhang Siyuan frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of displeasure as he said in a deep voice. How many times have I told you not to panic when things go wrong? Keep your head steady, the assistant said, lowering her voice slightly as she tried to calm her panicked emotions. Mr. Zhang, Bureau Wan's son leaked company secrets online. What? Zhang Siyuan violently jumped up from the recliner. In his mind, Zhang Siyuan recalled the information about Wang Bureaucrat's son. Wang Bureau's son, Wang Jiarui, was born when Wang Bureau's was in his 40s. Wang Bureaucracy has a son in his old age, so he pampers this son extraordinarily. Wang Jiarui is a freshman this year and is a sports student studying martial arts. Wang Bureau's asked him to help arrange for his son's internship with China New Securities a while ago, although Bureau Wang has retired. This person should not be underestimated. Bureau Wang has not only held key positions in officialdom, but has also served as a leader in a leading company in the financial industry. Wang Bureau's connections and resources are extremely rich, whether in the officialdom or in the shopping mall. All have a pivotal position. Zhang Siyuan also looked at Wang Gu's connections and potential benefits before allowing Wang Gu's son to enter the company as an intern, gilding the lily for his baby boy's resume. Thinking of this, Zhang Siyuan said without much concern, "It's just an intern. What secrets can he divulge?" The assistant rushed to hand over the iPad. "The only thing I saw on the screen was a news story that had been released 5 minutes ago. The news headline was particularly eye-catching, and those big words seemed to hit Zhang Siyuan's heart like a heavy hammer. CNS Securities intern leaks IPO company information." Seeing this headline, Zhang Siyuan's heart tightened violently. Wang Bureaucrat's son actually leaked information about the IPO company? We should know that such IPO companies are important clients of their securities firms. Client information is required to be kept absolutely confidential. Once leaked, the consequences are unimaginable. Not only will some of your securities peers take advantage of the opportunity to go after clients, clients will also be doubled up by the SEC as a result. When the SEC pays attention, it scrutinizes them more closely. It may even affect the process of taking a client company public, and the credibility of the CNSC will be greatly undermined by this. Zhang Siyuan was slightly alarmed in his heart, but his tone remained calm. How did he leak customer information? He posted the Shake Shack video, which captured customer information, the assistant said without thinking. The assistant then pulled up the video directly on the tablet. Wang Jiarui's video is accompanied by the text, "A day in the life of an intern at CNS Securities." The video opens with Wang Jiarui driving a brand new Porsche 911 as he slowly makes his way to the office. On the steering wheel, the Porsche logo shines luxuriously in the sunlight. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Jiarui began to put in work. He proudly captured the various materials and notes on his desk, as well as his computer desktop, into the video. Just then, an assistant on the sidelines hit the pause button, only to see that it was clearly written on Wang Jiarui's computer screen. Financial Diagnostic Report of Wang Yuan Intelligent Technology Company. Zhang Xiyuan's brows tightened as his face grew more and more somber. Surprisingly, financial information? The assistant added. This company's main business is pool cleaning robots. Previously submitted listing application failed and withdrawn. Zhang Xiyuan rose and raised his hand, signaling his assistant to shut up. This company he naturally knew. After withdrawing his listing application previously, the company gave him a lot of favors in order to list again. He's also got his connections pretty much in order. But now, on the verge of going public, the information was leaked out by Wang Jiarui. Zhang Xiyuan looked at the number of likes and comments on the video and realized that there weren't many. He was only slightly relieved. Once the netizens' attention increased, all those connections he had made would be useless. The SEC will surely scrutinize this company more closely under the pressure of public opinion. Otherwise, after the listing, if the shareholders find out the problem, it will lead to unnecessary big trouble for them. Zhang Xiyuan pressed the continue playing button of the video. Only in the video, the financial diagnostic information of Haiyu Innovation and Fruit Energy Information Control is also clearly displayed in the screen. The video then transitions to 2 p.m. Wang Jiarui once again drove his dazzling Porsche sports car to the golf course to play golf. The video ends with Wang Jiarui taking a selfie in the mirror, showing off his high-fashion suits and watches. Sidebar, this is a day in the life of a CNN securities intern. Paid $20,000 a month. Zhang Xiyuan clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with anger. It's okay to rely on his dad's background to come out and do an internship to get some gold. What's with the short videos to show off your wealth? And it's still at a critical point in the race for this program. What the hell is going on in these stupid second-generation minds? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiyuan remembered something and asked his assistant, does this matter have anything to do with that fan boss at Wuiwei Shopping? The assistant shook his head. I don't think so. It's unlikely that Boss Fan knows anyone from Wang Gongzi's circle. Zhang Xiyuan rested his chin on one hand, pondering. In his opinion, if one divides people into three classes, Boss Fan, Wang Jianlin, Ma Yun, and other commoners belong to the bottom, because they all need to make money. Securities like his, banks, etc., belong to the middle tier. His mission is not to make money, it's to operate it, it's to manage it. At the very top is the King's Bureau, a class that presses for money but has endless wealth. This class uses money to control the two classes below them and keep them busy running for money all day long. There is no time to see the world as it really is. Boss Fan now knows at most Ma Yun, Wang Jianlin from the same class. It's impossible to cross paths with the king's son at the top of the food chain. Wang Jiarui shouldn't just be showing off his wealth either. He probably really wanted to document his internship. Someone like Wang Jiarui who combines the second generation of a rich man with the second generation of an official. Never know what the community at large sees. They also don't understand what problems the bottom feeders are facing. In their view, an average college student should go into investment banking. Just should be driving a Porsche and getting paid 20 grand. They've never been exposed to the underbelly. Just like the ancient man who said, if you don't have food, why don't you eat meat? The man who said, if you don't have food, why don't you eat meat? Just then, the assistant on the sidelines said, Mr. Zhang, let's have the PR department send out an announcement now while this matter hasn't attracted much attention. Zhang Xiyuan nodded his head and said after thinking for a moment, call Bureau Wang. The assistant hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Bureau Wang's number. Zhang Xiyuan said in a tone that tried to remain calm, Bureau Wang, this is C. Yuan. The Wang Bureau on the other end of the phone didn't say anything. Zhang Xiyuan continued, our family Rui accidentally took the company information of 3 IPOs and put it into a short video. It was only when he heard this that Wang Bureau spoke slowly. Yeah, it's nothing, is it? Zhang Xiyuan responded in a hurry. Don't you worry, it's not a big deal. It's just the company's financial information. I've asked the PR department to send out an announcement. Bureau Wang said, okay, kids are young and don't know any better. Zhang Xiyuan immediately said, what are you talking about? I also need to trouble you to let Jiarui delete the video first. Wang Bureau softly hummed. Zhang Xiyuan said, then you go ahead and get busy. I'll visit you someday when you're free. The phone hung up, and Zhang Xiyuan's flattering face from earlier instantly disappeared. Zhang Xiyuan ordered his assistant, get someone else to keep checking on that Huawei purchase and see if there can be any dark information. Chapter 136. A Roman who had to do what a cow or a horse did. It was only a small amount of time after the phone call with Wang Bureaus. An announcement from CNS Securities has yet to be made. A storm, then, has quietly risen through the network. Netizens, with their great insight and desire to explore rapidly on the identity information of Wang Jiarui, launched an in-depth investigation. They wisely chose the Porsche's license plate number, Jing JR 8999, as a key entry point. Starting with this license plate number, netizens dug all the way down to the bottom, leaving no stone unturned. As the investigation continues, the luxury Patek Philippe watch is shown in the video. Any detail such as the golf course becomes a clue for the netizens to dig deeper. Soon, a hot topic with the theme of the background of the intern of the new securities. In just a few minutes, it was a strong top with amazing speed. Douyin real-time hot search list 1. In the hot topic, netizens have enthusiastically spoken, leaving a variety of messages and conclusive evidence. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "The license plate number checks out an address that doesn't show up on the map at all. This is too mysterious." Others have been brave enough to break the news. "This is my high school classmate, Wang Jiarui, a physical education student who scored 298 points on the college entrance exam. I still don't understand why I went to Majong University of Science and Technology, HUST, which is a 985 university, with this score." This statement immediately sparked an uproar on the internet as people marveled. "Misty, with such a low score, it's hard to go to a college, but how can you go to 985? Sports students into the financial industry's top investment banks. His father definitely has the money ability." Then a more in-depth revelation appeared. His father is very powerful. Once the director of the Securities and Futures Commission, and later the chairman of a capital management company in Kyoto. Seeing the amazing information about Wang Jiarui's father, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Turns out it's the SEC. No wonder a gym student can get into an investment bank. Admiring the young master's casting technique, the good father is also the SFC and the chairman of a financial company. At this time, the luxury yacht on the sea. "Mr. Zhang, then I'll go check on Hoyu purchase first," the assistant said respectfully. Zhang Xiyuan waved his hand, signaling his assistant to leave. However, the assistant had just taken 2 steps when, on the tablet in his hand, he saw the top-ranked real-time hot search, hashtag Chinese in New Zealand Securities Internship Background hashtag. "Mr. Zhang." The assistant looked grave and hurriedly handed the tablet to Zhang Xiyuan again. Zhang Xiyuan looked at the messages and revelations from the netizens and instantly whitened his eyes. This information age is ing magical. It can both easily push bottom feeders, like Ho, to the brink of destruction. It can also expose the identity of an upper-class person like Mr. Wang. This group of netizens, surprisingly, even found out Wang Jiarui's college entrance examination scores, the university he was in, and so on. How is it that there is still partial information about the work that the King's Bureau used to do? Watching the netizens pick out the information about Wang Bureaus, Zhang Xiyuan was instantly confused. Zhang Xiyuan clenched his fists and asked eagerly, "Wang Jiarui deleted that video he posted, right?" The assistant responded with a few quick swipes of the tablet. "Deleted." But some netizens recorded and saved the screen. Hearing this, Zhang Xiyuan involuntarily paced back and forth on the deck, something that not many people were paying attention to just a few moments ago. How is it that with one phone call, all of a sudden it's rushed to the top of the hot search? And there's so much Netflix. In this age of information explosion, it is true that public opinion is not as easy to control as it used to be. Just as Zhang Xiyuan was in a panic, Wang Bureau's phone call came back. Zhang Xiyuan hurriedly answered the phone and said in a respectful tone, "Wang Bureaus, I heard Jiarui say that this matter is very hot online, and the netizens all know his identity information." Zhang Xiyuan frowned. For a moment I really didn't know how to reply to Wang Bureaus. In his opinion, Wang Jiarui was really stupid. You can drive a Porsche, play golf and wear $1 million watch as a freshman. Isn't it nice to just enjoy the privileged life of a cockney? Why would someone who was born at the top of the food chain have to play any kind of self-promotion? Obviously born to be a Roman in Rome, but have to do the things that bulls and horses do? This Wang Jiarui is really childish, completely unable to recognize his own position. Although Zhang Xiyuan was extremely unhappy in his heart, his tone was still curt as he said into the phone, "Bureau Wang, don't worry, I'll deal with it now." Before the words left his mouth, Wang Bureaus on the other end of the phone said worriedly, "Jiarui said that the netizens now know information about my previous job?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiyuan instantly understood that Bureau Wan was pointing him out. Only Zhang Xiyuan said in a firm tone. Don't worry, Bureau Wang. We'll send out an announcement right now, and we'll definitely help you set aside those unfounded speculations from the netizens. Wang Bureaus gave a satisfied then slowly spoke. Jia Rui is a good boy, just young and uninformed, not quite mature yet. He also plays with his own self-publishing account behind the family's back. And don't say too much about your child's personal information. Hearing this, Zhang Xiyuan looked disgruntled. Wang Jiarui's college entrance exam scores were all picked up by netizens. Even if he doesn't say anything, the netizens have pretty much raked it over the coals. This Wang Jiarui is really stupid. How can you put your own license plate number and all that into a video without a care in the world? If this was his son, he would have slapped him. How come Wang Jiarui hasn't inherited a bit of Wang bureaucrat's IQ? People who study martial arts are stupid. Although Zhang Xiyuan was extremely dissatisfied in his heart, he still said calmly, don't worry Bureau Wang. Jia Rui is a good boy. I know he didn't mean it, and we definitely won't say too much about his information. Hearing this, Wang Bureaus hung up the phone with relief. After the call hung up, Zhang Xiyuan directly slammed his cell phone hard on the deck of the yacht. Snap dash. He has been very careful at this critical point in the game, but 1,000 precautions were taken, but not against this male. Why on earth did Wang Jiarui post the video? Zhang Xiyuan took a long breath. In fact, this show is whatever it turns out to be. It won't affect the lives of the top people like Wang Bureaus at all. The outcome of the game will only have an impact on middle and bottom feeders like him, because they're the only ones who need money, and as long as they need money, the top people can control them forever. The show, in his opinion, is not so much about picking good companies, rather, it's the people at the top who are trying to make the bottom and middle better at self-governance. Let the people choose the good company in their mind. Just don't continue the strike and disrupt the normal functioning of society. Regardless of who wins, the interests of the people at the top will not be threatened in any way. Zhang Xiyuan clenched his fists. But if he loses to Wagyu purchase, his interests would be damaged off a cliff. Zhang Xiyuan roared. Hurry up and have the PR department send out an announcement. You heard what Bureau Wang said just now. The assistant hurriedly nodded and immediately turned to leave. Chapter 137 Complaints are too professional for normal people to do. 6:30 in the evening. CNS Securities released a statement about it on the bib. Today, a college student Wang Mumu, in the new securities research during the shooting video triggered social concern. The company attaches great importance to this and set up a working group to investigate it the first time. The student was verified to be a Huachong University of Science and Technology freshman. His father, a non-public official, has never worked in the financial regulatory sector and has never been involved in the financial industry. Regarding the information of the company's customers involved in the video, the company will try its best to minimize the impact on customers and effectively safeguard their rights and interests. The statement immediately sparked a furor on the internet. However, many netizens did not buy this statement. Someone questioned, his father is nothing. How did he get into a top investment bank as a gym student? You have to sign a non-disclosure agreement before entering an investment bank. If you don't know how to keep a secret, how can you go in for an internship? There are also many netizens who found out from the notes in Wang Jiarui's video. Wang Mumu's notes. There are 3 companies to open the invoice, back to sign the contract, which is to do false accounting, doing income before going public. Invoicing, knowing what you know, is 100% preparation for false accounting. There is even a strong call from the internet. Leaking customer information will definitely jeopardize the company's interests. Since he has no background, CNS should sue him. Sue him +1. Sue him +2. Sue him +10,086. Kyoto. In a valuable courtyard house, Wang Jiarui was sitting leisurely on the sofa, swiping his cell phone. He was annoyed when he saw netizens calling on CNS to sue him. Is it that bad? Isn't it just a matter of making a video and documenting your life as you go along? Just now his dad told him to delete the video. Now these netizens are being nosy. It's so annoying. Wang Jiarui said accusingly. Dad, the netizens told CNN to sue me. Is there a problem with what I'm doing? I'm just trying to document life. The nearly aged Wang bureaucrat looked at his own son favorably. Even though he knows it was his son who did the wrong thing, he doesn't try to blame it. Wang Jiarui is the son he got in his 40s, when he was close to 50. That's the only son he has. As long as he was there, no one could possibly hurt his precious son. Wang Bureaus comforted. Don't be afraid. It's not a big deal, said a lawyer in a suit, led by the butler, walked in. It turned out that Wang Bureau was not at all assured of Zhang Xiyuan's ability to do the job. and had long since called the lawyer to come over. The lawyer stood respectfully in front of the throne room with his briefcase. Bureau Wang said in a strong tone. On one condition. No matter what it takes. This whole thing has to be taken off Jia Rui's hands. The lawyer nodded slightly. Respectfully. Okay. The lawyer then began to teach Wang Jiarui what to say in his favor. Wang bureaucracy was on the sidelines, feeding the koi in the pool while mentally calculating. Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast, and the screen of Hyatt purchase switches randomly, and CNS, still empty, judge's room, Wang Jianlin yawned, asked at the surveillance director, when will the game end? There's been no one in Zhengxin. The director's voice came in immediately. The time of the game is uncertain, and the time of this game will be determined on a game-by-game basis. Wang Jianlin bristled in dissatisfaction. Just then, Lon Shirley's phone suddenly rang. After seeing the caller ID, Lon Shirley immediately went to the bathroom. It didn't take long for Lon Shirley to return. Just in time, and Hyatt purchase. Customer Service Department. A man wearing Gucci sunglasses and an inch-long haircut enters the Customer Service Department. He was wearing tight pants, a donkey clutch bag under his armpit, and a square brown box in his right hand. He was seen walking straight towards the complaint window, placing the brown box in his hand. He thumped it on the complaint window table. As the live feed gradually drew closer, netizens were able to read the words on the box. Selected lightly dried sea cucumbers. The live camera then quickly pulled away again, until both the male customer and the customer service agent at the complaint window were captured in the frame at the same time. The man took off his Gucci glasses and said angrily, "How come the sea cucumber I bought from you for $6,000 is a sugar-dried sea cucumber with excessive sugar?" Sugar-dried sea cucumbers? Upon hearing this, the customer service agent froze. This is the first time a customer has come to complain about sea cucumbers. The customer service agent quickly, in his mind, recalled the information about the sea cucumber at the time of the level recognition examination. Sugar-dried sea cucumbers are processed with a large amount of sugar. Because of the low price of sugar, it not only adds weight to the sea cucumber, it also has the ability to make the color of the sea cucumber darker. The Senate body looks fuller and more aesthetically pleasing. However, there is a large amount of sugar in this type of sea cucumber, which will destroy the nutrients of the sea cucumber and reduce its nutritional value. It can also have adverse effects on the body and increase the risk of diabetes. Processed sugar, which contains a number of impurities and harmful substances, can also be burdensome to the body's liver, kidneys and other organs. The state has long been expressly prohibited the production and sale of sugar-dried sea cucumbers. With that in mind, the staff member opened the brown box that the male customer had placed on the table. A whole box of sea cucumbers, excessively dark in color, was instantly displayed before her eyes. The customer service agent frowned. This box of sea cucumbers does look like sugar-dried sea cucumbers in appearance. Just a moment, sir, However, before the customer service agent could finish his sentence, the man said impatiently, "What are you waiting for? You are breaking the law." A supermarket this hot is actually selling sugar-dried sea cucumbers, which are banned by the state. With that, the man opened the donkey brand bag clipped to his armpit, from which he took out a test report and placed it on the table. "After I bought it back and soaked it, the water became very cloudy and different from what I bought before. So I went to the testing center and had the test report done. So you can see for yourself." Knock knock. With the knuckle of his index finger, the man taps the test report on the table 3 times. Staff picked up the test report. The camera gradually closes in on the test report. Only the test report, in the sugar column, clearly states, standard requirement, less than or equal to 3. Test result, 21.9. Individual conclusions, non-compliant. The amount of sugar does not match. GB 31602, 2015 National Standard Requirements. The man's voice rose in exasperation. See, a whole 7 times over the limit. The netizens in front of the screen saw this scene and directly exploded the comment section. "I didn't expect it." The 2 companies that made it to the finals, both had accidents. Why do I find it a bit strange that a normal person who eats something wrong would just send it in for testing? This complaint is too specialized for the common man to do. Not that I'm saying how it is that not long after the Zhongxin intern thing, something happened to Wuyue purchase. You guys are thinking too much. It's possible that people are afraid that Wuyue purchase fooled him, so they went ahead and sent it for inspection. Chapter 138, Straightening the Air is illegal. Boss Fan wants to go in and step on the sewing machine. Hoyo purchase, Customer Service Department. The customer service agent with the bobbed hair is talking to the man who complained about the sea cucumber with a grave look on his face. The customer service agent said politely. Excuse me, sir, could you please show me your purchase record? A small shopping ticket or payment information on your cell phone. It's all good. The man frowned slightly and pulled his cell phone out of his donkey tag purse. He slid his finger across the screen a few times before handing the phone to customer service. As the camera closes in, netizens can clearly see the large letters on the page. Hoyu Shop Yudo Store. 6000. Below the large letters is the detailed payment information for the order. The man said with a displeased face, "What do you say? I buy from you out of trust. I didn't realize that for all that money, I was getting banned goods." The customer service agent handed the phone back to the male customer and rushed to respond. "I understand your feelings, sir. $6,000 is not a small amount. Still, we need to verify that the product is not really defective." The man became even more agitated as he listened. He was seen raising his voice in anger. "What do you mean? What else is there to verify? The sea cucumber, the test report. I've brought them all to you. I've also shown you the purchase records." Despite the man's anger, the customer service agent continued to insist on verification. The customer service agent soothed. "Sir, calm down and wait a few minutes. It'll be quick. I'll have a coworker get a couple boxes of sea cucumbers that are being sold in the store and come over and test them." That said, customer service quickly called the person in charge of the sea cucumber. In fact, this customer service has been keenly aware of what's going on. The sea cucumber brought by the customer was indeed a sugar-dried sea cucumber. The test reports, too, are indeed those issued by authoritative organizations. The purchase record is also correct. It is a sea cucumber purchased from Hoyo Shopping. This information, if shown to the average person, would be absolutely unnoticeable. You can identify the authenticity of customer complaints as a must for the customer service department of Hoyo Purchase. Besides, the staff member was a senior customer service agent. Definitely have a couple of tricks up their sleeves when it comes to identifying the authenticity of customer complaints. The staff realized after careful observation just now, and reasoning in their heads, if you combine all the information provided by the customer, the entire timeline of events is problematic. The customer purchased the sea cucumber at 5:25 p.m. today. The time on the test report for the results to come out was 6:20 p.m. The time, now, is 10 minutes past 7. Let's say the customer arrives at the store at 7 o'clock sharp. The return time from the testing center to Hoyo Purchase is normally 20 minutes. It can be 6:20 to 7 o'clock depending on the time provided by the customer. 40 minutes away. This is actually quite understandable. After all, it's rush hour. Recently, there are more customers coming to Hoyo Shopping and there will be a slight traffic jam. What can be problematic is the time it takes for a customer to buy a sea cucumber. There was only a 55-minute gap between the results of the test and the results. 5:25 to 6:20. Even if the customer goes directly to the testing center after purchasing the sea cucumber, there's no traffic in between, and it takes at least 20 minutes to drive. 55 minutes minus 20 minutes equals 35 minutes. This suggests that there was only a short 35 minutes to actually do the testing. Here's where the whole thing gets suspicious. The test report provided by the customer had a very complete list of items, except for the sugar content. The report also includes physical and chemical tests, organoleptic tests, pH tests, moisture, microorganisms, heavy metals and more. A comprehensive test like this usually takes a minimum of 7 to 10 business days to produce results. The fastest it can take is 4 to 6 hours if the customer pays extra to expedite the test. But from the timeline provided by this customer, the test took up only 35 minutes. Either that or the testing center is using some kind of machine that is not yet available and produces fast results. Either that or this customer is lying. It was at this point that the man said angrily, "I've got my test reports right here. You guys are selling something illegal and you don't want to admit it, do you? How am I supposed to know what you guys bring in later if it's been tampered with?" The customer service agent hung up the phone and said seriously, "Sir, you can rest assured that we are from the counter of the sale, directly taken over the test. There will be absolutely no hands in the middle of what you said." The man said, still exasperated, "I see you guys just don't want to admit it. You can either give me a statement now or call the police." Jury room. Lon Shirley spoke with a face full of disdain. "How dare you sell illegal goods? I think that boss fan wants to go in and step on a sewing machine. Not only does his supermarket have no social value, but he is creating a social hazard by blatantly selling prohibited items." Saying that, Lon Shirley unconsciously reached out to touch his nose. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu looked at the screen, their thoughts running wild. These two have been in the business world for decades. At the moment, All of them were somewhat suspicious that this was someone deliberately looking for trouble at Hoyu Purchase. From the time the show invited Rancelai, he balked at the idea that the listing was the social value. So far, CNS has been on vacation all day and the game camera has not even shown one person. And not only did Hoyu Purchase employees quit, but now there are illegal sea cucumbers. What made the two men most suspicious was that the live feed had just been switching randomly inside the mall, but somehow it got cut to the customer service department behind the scenes. Immediately afterward, this male customer showed up, as if he had been set up. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu glanced at each other as they both sensed something fishy. The two have been informed that the interns at CNS Securities have leaked secrets. They know though that those at the top of the pyramid are the ones who really control the times, but what they can't see is whether those at the top want Hoyu Purchase to win or CNSC to win. How can it be so coincidental that Hoyu and Zhongxin Securities are in trouble at the same time? Hoyu Purchase, Customer Service Department. Just then, the male staff member selling the sea cucumber hurriedly arrived with 2 boxes of the same type of sea cucumber in his hand. The complainant's face showed a hint of panic when he saw it. He was seen silently putting on his Gucci sunglasses in an attempt to hide his unease. The staff put the 2 boxes of sea cucumbers they brought on the table and spoke in an apologetic tone. Sorry to keep you waiting. There are a bit too many customers. The male customer crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the 2 boxes of sea cucumbers on the table without a word. The staff and the customer service just now then opened the plastic sealing skin on the sea cucumber box. The man was wearing sunglasses, but the way he bit his lip directly exposed his inner nervousness. Slap. 2 boxes of sea cucumbers were opened by the staff and placed on the table together with the box brought by the complainant for comparison. The man with the Gucci sunglasses instantly panicked. What does he know about sea cucumbers? It was someone who was going to give him $200,000 to do that. All the words and processes were explained to him many times. What was thought to be foolproof? I didn't realize that the staff here had to verify the comparison with a sea cucumber from the store. Will he go to jail if he is found to be faking? The thought of escape sprang into the complainant's mind. Chapter 139. I'm an intern. Can the company give me secrets? Just a glimpse of the Wagyu Purchase. This person, who had come to complain, turned and was about to walk towards the door. The 2 staff members saw it and raised their voices in confusion. Where are you going? Sir, I'm going out for a smoke. The man who wanted to cover his face stammered a little in response. Just then, the bobble-headed customer service agent suddenly exclaimed in shock. It really seems to be a sugar-dried sea cucumber. The male staff member who brought over 2 boxes of sea cucumbers said incredulously. No way. I got them straight from the counter. How can they all be sugar-dried sea cucumbers? Hearing this, the complainant stopped and turned his head to look at the sea cucumber on the table. The 2 staff members also ignored whether the complainant left or not, and looked down and concentrated on inspecting the sea cucumber. They just squeezed it with their hands and found that the ginseng body was very hard and not easy to break. They then stuck their tongues out and licked it, noticing a distinctly sweet flavor. From the expertise they've learned at Hoyu Purchase, these sea cucumbers are indeed sugar-dried sea cucumbers, both in terms of their appearance and their softness, etc. The netizens in front of the screen were all shocked when they saw this scene. I don't think so. Is there a lawyer? Is it illegal to sell sugar-dried sea cucumbers? Final round. 2 companies all illegal? Also convinced that one sells to illegal food and the other helps with financial fraud. When you look at it that way, CNS's mistakes seem smaller. Hoyu Purchase, Customer Service Department. The staff said. Sir, I'm really sorry. However, before the words were out of his mouth, the complainant toed the line. How dare you blatantly sell goods that are banned by the state? The customer service agent frowned. As a senior customer service agent, she still can't believe that 35 minutes can produce such a detailed test report. Sir, leave your contact information and we'll contact you when we've verified it. What else is there to verify? Both of your boxes are sugar-dried sea cucumbers. You're not trying to fake it, are you? I'm telling you, the show is live, so don't you dare run away. The man growled in exasperation. The customer service agent said patiently. Don't worry, it's ours. We'll recognize it. The workflow needs to be verified again. You can sit here for a while if you're not sure. It'll be quick. The staff member pointed to a couple of chairs available to customers. The complainant walked straight to the chair with his small purse clutched. Just wait. On the other side of the fence, the internet heat continues to rise over the leak of secrets from CNN Securities. Just then, a female reporter with short, shoulder-length hair and casual attire appeared on the screen of CNS. The reporter held up the microphone and said to the camera, "Hello everyone, I'm reporter Zhang Heng. The incident involving the interns of CNS Securities has attracted widespread attention today. Now let's connect the dots. The interns in this event. Within a few seconds, Wang Jiarui picked up the phone. The reporter opened his mouth and asked, "Hello, you're Wang Jiarui, the intern from Zhongxin Securities, right?" "Right." Judge's room. Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin glanced at each other. Both men knew that the press connection was 80% for whitewashing. Who would seek out a reporter to connect the dots after making a mistake? Unless it's an attempt to take the opportunity of a press connection to clear his name. The two who just now didn't know who the top man wanted to win. The consensus at the moment is that CNS is the program's built-in champion. Otherwise, how come the 2 boxes of sea cucumbers brought by Wuyubai are both illegal sea cucumbers? And CNS is already looking for journalists to connect the dots to clear the air. With that in mind, the two men stared intently at the screen of the CNS. The reporter asked in a standard broadcast accent on the screen, "Hello Wang, netizens say you scored 298 points on the college entrance exam, but you were able to attend a 985 school like Huazhong University of Science and Technology. What do you think about that?" Netizens heard this question and directly exploded the comment section. This is a tricky question. I'd also like to hear how I got into 985 with over 200 points. A moment ago I thought I was here to wash my hands of the problem. And when this question came up, my mind changed. A lot of rich people's education is bought. I know a compound but this master's degree. He is very serious that he passed the 10th grade of English in the university. Schools work hard to improve their reputations just so they can sell their degrees for a good price. Wang, I was able to go to 985 just because I have a good father. CNN Securities. After a short delay in connectivity, Wang Jiarui slowly spoke. I was able to go to UWTSD because I'm a sports specialty student who won the Asian Wushu Championships. Waldron University of Science and Technology broke the rules and admitted me for the sake of diversity in enrollment. A look of adoration came over the reporter's face when he heard this answer. I didn't realize that Wang was an all-Asian martial arts champion. Wang Jiarui said calmly, "This tournament, one of the highest level and standard martial arts tournaments in all of Asia. And I have the photos to prove it." As soon as the words left his mouth, a picture appeared on the screen of the live broadcast. In the photo, Wang Jiarui is wearing a gold medal and a red flag. Behind it, on the blue back wall, white print reads, 2022 Asian Wushu Championships. Netizens saw the photo and brushed up their comments. It turns out that it's the little brother himself who's good at what he does. Champion of all of Asia. No wonder he got into 985. Upstairs, don't be naive. Misty grass. I went online and looked it up. And he really is the champion. Let's just say money talks. Is it hard to recognize that others are good? CNN Securities. The reporter continued to ask. You're a gym student. How did you get an internship at a financial firm? After thinking briefly, Wang Jiarui spoke calmly. I just wanted to try a different career. So I put in my resume. To be honest, I didn't think my resume would go through. The reporter continued to ask. Then why did you leak company secrets? Wang Jiarui replied in a sincere tone. I didn't even know it was classified. I just wanted to document life. The person in charge who gave me the information didn't tell me it was confidential. Besides, I'm an intern. How could the company give me secrets? Luxury yacht. When Zhang Xiyuan heard Wang Jiarui's reply, veins rippled on his forehead. Wang Jiarui ing dumped the pot to Zhongxin Securities. The internship was let to him by CNS. The secret was given to him by the staff of CNS. How could he, a white rabbit, have access to company secrets? Nice play on innocence. But if he hadn't been stupid, how could this have happened? It seems that Wang bureaus have sought guidance from someone high up to instruct his stupid son. That's tough. An announcement from CNS Securities to help them clear the air. Instead, they turned around and sold CNS again. Zhang Xiyuan sighed helplessly. What can he do? There was no way he was going to fight back against Wang Jiarui. Eggs can't touch stones. In order to keep Hoyo Purchase from winning, he had to get an employee to come out and take the blame. Chapter 140, Falsification of Academic Qualifications. But there is a gray industry chain? In the picture of the CNS, the reporter's eyes were glued to the camera, and he asked seriously, Mr. Wang, one last question. From the video you posted, we can see, you usually drive a Porsche sports car, wear a $1 million Patek Philippe, and go golfing after work. We want to know how you are able to enjoy such a luxurious life at such a young age. Does that have anything to do with your family background? A trace of imperceptible panic flashed across Wang Jiarui's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Only his words were firm in response. All those videos about me that are circulating on the internet right now have been maliciously edited. It was cobbled together from elsewhere by people with bad intentions. My original videos have long since been deleted and those are now online. It's all maliciously edited by them to create buzz and for eyeballs. When this statement was made, the netizens in front of the screen were instantly confused, and some of them even began to doubt themselves. Edited? Why do I feel like it's exactly the same as what I saw in his account before? I wonder if my nearsightedness has gotten worse again. I think maybe it's really those marketing numbers that are intentionally doing malicious editing for eyeballs. No, you really believe him? I can only say that, placed in the Great Ming Dynasty, this Wang Gongzi must be surnamed Zhu. Changhua Securities is just harming the company's interests, but Huayue Purchase is directly violating the law. Family members, various points of view are being discussed on the internet in full swing. CNN Securities. The reporter held up the microphone and smiled. Mr. Wang, thank you for connecting. Wang Jiarui let out a soft then waved at the camera. This is the end of the press link. The picture of CNS is once again back to an empty office building. Judge's room. Although Wang Jianlin was frowning, his heart was already clear. This intern named Wang Jiarui must have a very tough background. That reporter just now appeared to be conducting a normal interview, but in reality it must have been arranged in advance. Totally whitewashing this intern. The first question was meant to draw out the fact that this intern was an all-Asian champion. I got into a 985 university on my own merit. Not only did he push back against questions about his academic credentials being falsified, also gave him a plausible reason for getting into 985 at 298. However, Wang Jianlin understood in his heart that Wang Jiarui's martial arts champion should not be from the right path either. Wang Jianlin has seen too many such parents. In order to get their children into a famous school, directly to the school donated a laboratory building, or pay for a rowing competition or something that sounds like a great championship. It can be said that there is a well-established gray industry chain for academic degree counterfeiting. Ordinary people with no money or power naturally have no access to it, but in rich and powerful circles, it's an open secret. The second question asked by the reporter also skillfully helped Wang Jiarui to clear the responsibility of leaking company secrets, emphasizing that he's just an intern. How could the company give him secrets? Thereby successfully dumping the pot on the securities companies. The reporter's third question was even better. Even took the opportunity to directly let Wang Jiarui deny all the evidence in front of the netizens. Claims that none of the videos are real. Whether netizens believe it or not, as long as he doesn't admit it, the law can't do anything about it. These three questions ring true. Each person question appears to be a reporter digging a hole for Wang Jiarui. In fact, it is a perfect opportunity for Wang Jiarui to clear his name. Wang Jianlin reached out his hand to stroke his chin, secretly marveling at the ingenuity of these questions in his mind. Wang Jianlin turned his head close to Dong Mingzhu and asked softly, "What's this intern's background? Anyway?" Dong Mingzhu shook his head slightly, his eyes equally filled with confusion and bewilderment. The intern has such a strong background, and the two of them have no idea? Looks like it's only going to be the top tier. Just as the two speculated about the intern's background, Lon Shirley, who was on the side, had long since panicked. His face turned pale and some fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He was sent here by CNS. Just now on the phone, someone told him about the purchase of sugar-dried sea cucumbers by Huayue and asked him to take the opportunity to fan the flames. But no one even told him that this intern would suddenly come on the air to connect the dots and dump CNS. A handful of CSCs, Zhang Xiyuan, had promised Lan Shili. If Lan Shirley is in the jury room to bring up the tempo and discredit Huayue Purchase and CNSC ends up winning, Zhang Xiyuan then helped to list Lan Shirley's new disc of Soda Factory. But now, CNS is being thrown around so much by the interns, it's a little hard to get a handle on it. Oh, Nakanishi if he can't win. What about his soda plant IPO? Lancelot has gone into debt in order to go public. He had to rely on the soda plant going public to harvest a few waves of leaks and turn the tide. Thinking of this, Lan Shirley decided to go to the bathroom and call Zhang Xiyuan to ask for specifics. The screen of Huayue Purchase shows a customer service agent busily making call after call. These calls were made to customers who had recently purchased sea cucumbers from Huayue Purchase. Hello, is this MS Wang? I'm the customer service of Huayue Purchase. The customer service agent's tone was soft. A response came from MS Wang on the other end of the line. Aha, what's wrong? The customer service agent continued. I see that you purchased a box of lightly dried sea cucumbers at the Huayue yesterday morning. Is that correct? Right. Have you opened it and looked at it? Is there anything wrong with the sea cucumber? MS Wang replied. No, I just ate it. It's the same as the ones I bought before. Okay, sorry to bother you. The customer service agent hangs up and moves on to the next call. However, none of the customers reported problems with the sea cucumbers. One righteous big brother even voiced his suspicions to the customer service agent over the phone. I watched on the game show where a guy said he got sugar-dried sea cucumbers at Hoyo's. Little girl, you guys need to check it out. Like us common folk, when you eat faulty food, you will surely come to Hoyo shopping first to file a complaint and get compensation. Who goes to a testing center first and still pays for their own testing? Some merchants sell sea cucumbers of the same quality outside for $10,000, and some even for $20,000 to $30,000. There are even more shady ones that sell for $100,000 while you guys are only selling for $6,000. In my opinion, there must be some peers who are jealous to play tricks. You guys feel free to check it out. I always buy this sea cucumber from Hoyo and feel free to contact me anytime you need me. The customer service staff warmed to the idea, but with the successive return visits, the customer service staff more and more depressed. The customers she returned to said they had no problems with the sea cucumbers they bought. Why is there a problem with the 2 boxes of sea cucumbers brought in by this complainant and those brought in just now? At that exact moment, the male staff member who had just come over with 2 boxes of sea cucumbers returned to the customer service department again. The customer service agent instantly brightened up. Chapter 141 Illegal Goods, only pitched at the rich? However, the male staff member turned to her and shook his head helplessly. Turns out, in the work of customer service agents returning customers, this male staff member went to the surveillance room to check the monitor. But what's puzzling is that there is nothing unusual about the surveillance. The complainant, who was sitting on the sidelines, clutched his small donkey-branded purse and rose impatiently from his seat. Are you done yet? Dare to sell illegal goods and don't dare to admit it, right? The customer service agent frowned, both from the 35-minute detection time, still looking at the callbacks to other customers just now. She could even see that the complainant was lying. But how is it that you just can't find direct evidence? The male staff member soothed. Don't worry, sir. We've blocked off all the sea cucumber counters. Right now my colleagues are checking the counter. All the sea cucumbers of this brand. All sea cucumbers? The complainant's brow furrowed, though he wasn't sure if the other sea cucumbers, had a problem. But he felt that since the person who approached him was able to switch both boxes of sea cucumbers brought in by the staff, this person, then, should have the rest set up as well. Just then, the male staff member said to the customer service agent with the bobbed hair, you go ahead and keep returning customers. I'll go help at the counter. The netizens in front of the screen brushed up their comments. Some netizens went so far as to think that selling illegal sea cucumbers was pretty good behavior. The sea cucumber from Wuiwei shopping is not really a problem, is it? $6,000 a box. Dozens of dollars of fish. He does not pit people. Get clean. It turns out to specialize in this kind of expensive goods. Why do I think this is quite good? Specializing in the rich, not the poor. Selling illegal goods. How can I say that I have to go in and squat for a few days? Xinjiang City, a barbecue restaurant. Fanny and Zhao Yong both decided to finish the barbecue. Zhao Yong heads to Xinjiang district tomorrow morning, while Fanny stays in Xinjiang. Both malls open together tomorrow. Fanny put down the grilled tendon in his hand, took out a coin from his backpack, and handed it to Zhao Yong. Remember to take this coin tomorrow and set it into the front sign of the Wagyu purchase. Zhao Yong jerked the skewer while reaching out to take the coins. This is from Puffy. She told me to open 100 stores with the coins she saved. Hearing this, Zhao Yong was inexplicably a bit jealous and said in a sour tone, good. Just then, a system beep sounded in Fanny's ears. Ding! Netizens say the company specializes in pitting rich people. Reputation value -20. Current honor value, 880. Specializing in the rich? Fanny opened the link prompted by the system. After watching a video of a customer complaining about a sea cucumber, Fanny was puzzled. What's going on? This sea cucumber has been sold for several years and has been widely praised. How can it be a sugar-dried sea cucumber? Fanny frowned with both eyebrows. He had a vague feeling that someone was deliberately smearing. How else did it happen to go wrong in the final? And judging by the reaction of the customer service agent in the screen, they should have sensed something as well. Fanny opened his cell phone and entered the live broadcast. If the staff couldn't solve it, he'd have to go back to Yudu and visit the site. It was at this point in the picture of the Wagyu purchase. A gangly-looking staff member hurried to the customer service department. You can feel his flamboyant personality through the screen. Van Eyck focused on the screen. He knew that the staff member's name was Hongyuan Jin. The person looks a little cynical though, but he was a professional level salesman in the dry goods section. Joined Hoyo Purchase at the age of 23, with a bright natural talent. In just 2 years, at the age of 25, he has reached the professional level of $500,000 a year. He knows all the dry goods in the Wagyu Purchase like the back of his hand, arguably the best salesman in the dry goods section. Obviously, he came to check out the specifics of sugar-dried sea cucumbers. On the screen, Jin Hongyuan nodded slightly at the complainant, then walked straight to the table at the complaint window. The customer service agent hung up and got up from his chair. Jin, you're here. Jin Hongyuan nodded. The customer service agent held out her hand and gestured on the table. This box was brought in by a customer, and these 2 boxes were just picked up from the store. Jin Hongyuan didn't say anything. Instead, they started directly on the 3 boxes of sea cucumbers, examining them carefully and meticulously. He pulled a magnifying glass, ruler, moisture meter, and other tools out of his pocket. The audience of the live broadcast at this time suddenly began to brush up their screens, reporting a hint. Family members, drooling. The more the staff looks like a one-man Wang Yuya. How can you take out so many test kits in your pocket? I don't know what I'm talking about. This dude's temperament really looks like Wang Yuya. I want to see him perform the Wind Queen's Strange Door live. I can't understand what he's doing, but it feels really powerful. This gangly face. Love it. Judge's room. Lon Shirley had already briefly finished talking to Zhang Siyuan on the phone. He learned from Zhang Siyuan that CNN Securities had no knowledge of the intern connecting with the reporter. In other words, this incident was not arranged by CNS, but Zhang Siyuan had already arranged how to resolve this matter. As long as Lancelot continues to lead the beat on Black and Hyatt purchases, Lon Shirley looked at Jin Hongyuan in the screen and mocked. Just a supermarket employee. Does he know how to test sea cucumbers? I think Weiyue Shopping is just stalling for time. This time, Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu actually broke the mold and agreed. Yeah, who knows if it's taking this long to verify, or if it's just a trick. If you ask me, Weiyue Shopping should have admitted to selling illegal sea cucumbers in a big way and then admitted their mistake to their customers. Lon Shirley looked at the duo with some surprise. Why are these two actively catering to themselves? Hoyo Purchase, Customer Service Department. The male staff member from earlier once again returned to the Customer Service Department. Brother Gene, all the sea cucumbers of this brand on the counter are open all right. A few random boxes were also opened in the warehouse and they were normal sea cucumbers as well. Before Jin Hanyuan could respond, the customer sitting on the side actually jumped up directly from his chair. What do you guys mean? Meaning only these 3 boxes are questionable? Who knows for so long? Did you guys move around and change all the sea cucumbers on the counter for fear of being checked? The male staff member and the customer service agent clenched their fists and forced down the anger in their hearts. They could all see that the customer was lying. But you just can't get the evidence. There's nothing unusual about the surveillance. There are no abnormalities in the box of the sea cucumber. The factory label. Granted, customer service projects a time difference, but that's not considered strong direct evidence. I just called the supplier and the supplier looked into it and couldn't find anything wrong with it. Now I can only pray that Kim, who is a professional level in the dry section, can figure out the problem. Fanny's heart was in his throat as he looked at Jin Hanyuan on the screen. Chapter 142. The complainant actually admitted it himself? In fact, Jin Hanyuan had already seen the problems with these 3 boxes of sea cucumbers. Right from the start. Nowadays, the reason he still feigns serious observation, it was because he was pondering over the whole course of events, pondering over how he should extract the words of the complainant. At this moment, Jin Hanyuan was already very sure that the 3 boxes of sea cucumbers had been opened, and all the sea cucumbers in it have been dropped. However, there was no surveillance and a lack of direct evidence, since those with evil intentions planned this. Surveillance and the like, things that leave direct evidence, are necessarily avoided. It will be difficult to find out even if the police come at a moment's notice, but now the show is live, and if the company is penalized for it, or even just shut down, where's he gonna find such a good job? He's got to do something. He must help right the company now. Just then, Kim Hongwon whispered a few words to the male staff member next to him, who then turned around and left. Jin Hongyuan then picked up a sea cucumber and walked towards the complainer. The complainant had just been staring at Jin Hongyuan, who was conducting a professional inspection of the sea cucumber. Seeing the powerful aura of Jin Hanyuan walking towards him, the complainant gulped a little nervously. New fragrance. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Fanny looked at Jin Honyuan in the screen suspiciously. "Boss, what are you looking at?" Zhao Yang asked. Fanny then opened the circular support ring on the back of the case and placed the phone on the table. Watching it live, a guy came in to complain about the sea cucumber, and Jin Honyuan is watching. Zhao Yang turned his head and Fanny stared intently at the screen. However, not even a second later, Zhao Yang asked seriously, "Boss, is this overtime?" Van Eyck responded, "I'm watching the live program, the show." At that exact moment, the screen in, Jin Honyuan sat directly next to the complainant and handed the sea cucumber in his hand to the complainant. "This doesn't seem to be a sugar-dried sea cucumber." "What do you mean?" the complainant exclaimed impatiently. Jin Honyuan raised his other hand and touched the thorns on the sea cucumber. "Feel the spines of this sea cucumber and see if they are straight and regular." The complainant reached out and touched it, frowning as he scrutinized it. "The thorns do seem to be a bit hard." Jin Honyuan took out another small lamp, directly attached to the bottom of the sea cucumber in his hand, opened the lamp and shone up. "Look at this translucency." The complainant sniffed and looked down carefully. Before he could see anything, Jin Honyuan turned off the small light again. "And look at the overall darkness of the sea cucumber and how evenly the color is distributed." The complainant nodded slightly, then shook his head frantically. Jin Honyuan handed the complainant a magnifying glass. "Look again at the folds of this sea cucumber, the roots of the spines, for tiny natural crystals." Jin Honyuan gently breaks off one of the sea cucumber's thorns to show the root directly. The complainant looked closely through a magnifying glass. It does have some natural crystallization. It looks kinda nice. This staff is really professional." Just then, Jin Honyuan opened his mouth and asked, "Isn't it?" The complainant frowned. He can't differentiate between sea cucumbers at all. Truth be told, he had never eaten a sea cucumber in his entire life, let alone made the distinction. Is it or isn't it? The complainant was a bit puzzled by the situation at hand. The person who gave him the sea cucumber for him to come and complain about said it was sugar-dried sea cucumber. The two staff members just now also said it was dried sugar. But how do you listen to the most professional-looking staff member with all the jargon, after you personally test it yourself as well? It seems, and it isn't. Seeing that the complainant was lost in thought, Jin Honyuan suddenly said, "The guy offered you $500,000 to file a complaint?" The complainant took a magnifying glass and denied it without thinking. 200,000. The customer service agent who heard this had his mouth directly open. 200,000? Can it still operate like that? Jin is bullish. She had just been listening to Jin's words, and the more she heard them, the more wrong they became. What with the even distribution of color and the natural crystallization of the roots? Aren't these all the most essential characteristics of sugar-dried sea cucumbers? How could Jin even know that? Now she saw that this was Jin testing the complainer. The netizens were straight up abuzz when they heard this. Someone is really looking for trouble on purpose. Bull ********. The complainant suddenly admits it himself? This Wang Yuya guy. He's great. He's got $200,000. It feels like this complainant is still in authority. Hoyo Purchase, Customer Service Department. Jin Honyuan looked at the complainant and was silent. The complainant then responded, raising his voice in anger. "What do you mean? Purposely set me up? No, don't get me wrong." Jin Honyuan waved his hand and softly soothed. Jin Honyuan asked again with a serious face, "Aren't you puzzled? Why did that man take a box of such sea cucumbers and ask you to complain? What is it that he wants from you?" The complainant looked at the sea cucumber in Jin Honyuan's hand and was confused. He also wondered what was going on. "I don't know." Judge's room. Lon Shirley's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. How did this complainer just recruit? How is it that if you don't pay attention, you'll have to wash your hands of Woyo Purchase? What's he going to do with his soda plant listing when he cleans up with Hyatt Purchase? It won't. No one can stop his soda factory from going public. He had to harvest leaks by going public. Rancelite unconsciously reached out and unbuttoned the buttons on his polo shirt, as if that would allow him to breathe a little easier. Lon Shirley stared intently at the screen, the look of a panicked cheetah, while still trying to find his prey, ready to strike. He had long since lost his composure and thinking power. While this was going on, the male staff member from earlier came over with a book, and a box of the same sea cucumber. He walked straight to Jin Honyuan and handed over the book and the sea cucumber. Andrew Kim turns to page 58 in his direct book. I could tell he knew the book like the back of his hand. "Here, look, here's the difference between the different types of sea cucumbers on the market." Jin Honyuan's opened book and handed it to the complainer next to him. "This one is lightly dried. This one is salt-dried. And this one is illegal sugar-dried. In addition to the text description, there are many pictures to compare, so you can see for yourself. I don't know what kind of magic Jin Hongyuan has, but the complainant really holds the book and looks at it. However, somehow, the more the complainant looked, the more wrong it became. That's not true. How come the staff just showed him this? Lu looks like a sugar-dried sea cucumber. No, this staff is so professional. It shouldn't be wrong. The complainant thought to himself. He even said it wasn't dried sugar. So I guess I was wrong. The complainant unconsciously looked up at Jin Hongyuan, who said confidently, "Well, it's not sugar-dried sea cucumber, is it?" The complainant sniffed and, even more skeptical that he had been mistaken, looked down and looked again. A few moments later, the complainant was even more confused. "No, why do I feel weird? Where's the weirdness?" Saying that, Jin Hongyuan opened the fourth box of sea cucumbers that the male staff had just delivered. At the sight of the box of sea cucumbers, the complainant's eyes visibly lit up. This box is obviously different from the 3 boxes we just had. The complainant looked down at the pictures and summary descriptions of other sea cucumbers. That's not true. So much for a comparison and a combination of knowledge from the book. It does feel like those 3 boxes are sugar-dried sea cucumbers, and this 4th box is the real light-dried sea cucumber. The complainant scratches his head. Something doesn't feel right, but how can he just not tell? Chapter 143, 36 Strategies. Going for the top. The complainant slowly lifted his head and looked once again at Kim Hongyuan. Jin Hongyuan remains confident. "Well, am I right? It still doesn't feel right," the complainant said in a somewhat uncertain tone. Jin Hongyuan was a million times more puzzled. "What's wrong? This box seems to be lightly dried. The one you just showed me was dried sugar." "No way. Let's see." Jin Hongyuan took the book directly from the complainant's hand and looked at it carefully. "Oops. Sorry about that. There are so many types of sea cucumbers. I can't believe I remembered them backwards." Saying that, Jin Hongyuan put down the book, put both hands together, and opened his mouth with a face full of sincerity. "Brother, I'm so sorry. It's thanks to you that I was there today, or I would have been thinking that I was remembering things correctly." Judge's room. Lon Shirley chided loudly like a drowning man grasping at straws. "These employees at Hoyo Shopping are so bad at their jobs. They can even remember the wrong information about the illegal goods. With this low level of their employees, no wonder the company is not big enough to go public." Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin glanced at him with eyes that looked at a retard. Old vixens like the two of them. Fanny pays his employees high wages and gives them a share of the money, and they can't see how it's possible. But all sorts of insidious business tactics, be they masculine or conspiratorial, they do understand at a glance. From the moment the complainant said $200,000, they had looked convinced that Jin Hongyuan was acting. The staff member's acting, however, was truly impressive. If the identity of the complainant is switched with theirs, they are not sure that they will also be cheated. Hoyo Purchase, Customer Service Department. The complainant looked at the sincere-looking Jin Hongyuan and thought a lot. Did this staff member really misremember, or was it intentional? Looked like he really misremembered. Jin Hongyuan suddenly said seriously to the complainant, "Did you just say that someone offered you $200,000 to file a complaint?" The complainant instantly clenched both fists. Thanks to him, he thought the staff member had really misremembered. Now how does it feel like it's a deliberate attempt to set him up? This staff is so real. They could win an Oscar. Jin Hongyuan said worriedly, "Brother, the packaging is made too fake. Those people are deliberately harming you." Hearing this, the complainant involuntarily frowned slightly. Jin Hongyuan turned over the box containing the sea cucumber. "You see, this brand of sea cucumber, the place of origin is Hadning, and the 3 boxes of sugar-dried sea cucumbers with thinner spines from Shirt East. How can a sea cucumber from Shirt East run into a box of sea cucumbers from Ning? And this plasticized film?" Jin Hongyuan signaled the staff to bring over the plasticized film of the 3 boxes just now. "With this sea cucumber, the original package's plastic wrap is smoke film." Saying that, Jin Hongyuan pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket. "It's the film that wraps cigarettes, and the plasticized film on these 3 boxes of sugar-dried sea cucumbers. It's cellophane. Smoke film. Cellophane?" The complainant's mouth was slightly open, full of confusion. Jin Hongyuan held up 2 types of plasticized film and said to the light, "Cellophane is a little more translucent than cigarette film." Against a light source, the complainant could tell the difference between the 2 types of plasticized film at a glance. Cellophane is indeed more translucent. Jin Hongyuan continued to explain. Sea cucumber manufacturers use smoke film because it is heat-sealing and seals in flavor. Think about it every time you open a pack of cigarettes. Doesn't the smell of cigarettes hit your nose? The complainant nodded in agreement. Jin Hongyuan spoke in an affirmative tone. The plasticized film and the origin of the sea cucumber, both of which are clearly different from the original. From this it can be easily surmised that the 3 boxes were opened, replaced with sea cucumbers and resealed. The complainant was full of black lines. I didn't realize it would be so easy to see. When the guy gave it to him, he said he promised not to see it, and said it must be okay. He had thought about biting the bullet and just doing this one. Then you'll have money to go back home and build a small house. Netizens were instantly stunned when they saw the Golden Horizons Analytics plastic cover. You don't say. You really don't say. This little brother is really something. You know all about plastic wrappers? Is this the professionalism of the Wu Hyatt purchase staff? Kicked in the teeth. And knows how to hedge his bets. And knows how to mold a cover. Complainant, what's going on? Today's opponent, extraordinarily strong. Jin Hongyuan put down the plastic bag in his hand and stretched out one hand to rest his chin. Guessing. It was prepared so hastily that the cellophane molding should have been done at a nearby florist as well. Because cellophane is transparent and good-looking, florists generally like to wrap flowers with. Hearing this, the complainant's heart shook with disbelief. Because the man, indeed, was at a florist's store giving his goods. I can't believe this is even visible. What's going on with this staff? It is not possible to distinguish between sugar-dried sea cucumbers and lightly dried sea cucumbers. And yet, you can surmise the florist from the plastic cover? Meanwhile, a flower store called Flower Little Lay. A middle-aged man, wearing large shorts and flip-flops, with a slightly blonde figure. He instantly jumped up from his chair when he heard Jin Hongyuan speculate about the flower store. Fogweed. Can you guess the florist from the plastic cover? Is the strength of the staff of Wagyu Purchase so horrible as this? Thought they had escaped the surveillance and they had a reasonable. Keep speculating like that. Should be able to find out which florist soon. No, can't just sit back and wait. The 36 stratagems. Walking is the best. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man took his cell phone, spread his flip-flops, and immediately walked towards the outside of the store. Boss, pack a bunch of crushed ice blues. No more sales. No more sales. We're closed for the day. Boss, my girlfriend is celebrating her birthday today, so you can help me. The middle-aged man didn't pay any attention and quickly pulled down the roll-up door, drove toward the airport in a Nissan SUV that was parked on the side of the road. Hoyo Purchase, Customer Service Department. Jin Hongyuan said to the complainant in a worried tone. I know, you're compelled too. They're doing it so carelessly. It's obvious that you'll be the one to carry the load if something goes wrong. The complainant bowed his head slightly and said nothing. Jin Hongyuan continued. If the decision was made to let you carry it, then the surveillance from the time they gave you the delivery, the evidence that proved you were being directed by them, should have been cleared as well. Chapter 144 Giving away a box of sea cucumber. The customer bought 2 boxes instead. Jin Hongyuan's aura as a person was marvelous, elusive, yet comforting. The complainant bowed his head and sat quietly in his chair, reticent. In fact, the flower store owner promised him $200,000. Only a $10,000 deposit has been paid so far, as well as this designer outfit he was now wearing. In fact, he was a man who made a living by doing hard labor. There is no chance, on a normal day, to eat such an expensive ingredient as sea cucumber. The complainant knew in his heart of hearts that he had done wrong in the matter of the sea cucumber. But at the time, I thought, though it was against my conscience, but judging from all the florist's flummoxing, it should be an easy task to accomplish. However, he never expected things to be so difficult. At this moment, in addition to the complainant, the male staff member standing aside was also unusually nervous, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Jin Hongyuan tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on the male staff member's face as he slowly opened his mouth. Lil, how long have you been working at Hoyo Purchase? Lear replied with forced composure. I just got here. Jin, it's been a week. Jin Hongyuan shook his head slightly and spoke in a firm tone. No, it should be 8 days. I remember you came on June 30th. It was my birthday, so I remember everything that happened that day extraordinarily well. As Lear listened to Jin Hongyuan's words, his heart grew weaker and his eyes wandered. Jin Hongyuan guessed seriously. You've just come to Hoyo Purchase not long ago, but with so many employees in the dry goods area, how come you, a new employee, are the only one left to handle the complaints? And it just so happens that the 2 boxes of sea cucumbers you brought in were the only ones with problems. and it just so happens that you were the one who checked the surveillance. Jin Hongyuan's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Urban's already flustered heart word by word. Meanwhile, the grill. Upon hearing Jin Hongyuan's words, Fanny and Zhao Yong, whose hands were originally holding a skewer of grilled meat, stopped in mid-air. What's all just right? What a coincidence. Lear is undercover? No way. Fanny couldn't help but move his gaze to the comments section. What's going on? They all want to screw Hoyo? Why don't we just let them win the championship? It just so happened that he was new. It just so happened that he was the one to handle the complaints. And it just so happened that the 2 boxes he brought in were the only ones that had anything to do with it. He also happens to be the one who went to check the surveillance just now. With the rolling out, the noodle tasting incident, and now the sea cucumber. One can only say that Hoyo Purchase has moved some people's cake. Watching Hoyo Purchase to win. The capitalist is in a hurry. It's really Chloe's mom opening the door for Chloe. Hoyo Purchase, Customer Service Department. Jin Hongyuan slowly got up, gently patted Lear's shoulder and asked again. Are you saying all this is a coincidence? For a moment, various excuses and explanations flashed through Lear's mind. Eventually, he decided to smile and reply. Jin, don't kid yourself. It's quite a coincidence to have you say that. In fact, the 2 boxes of sea cucumbers were indeed prepared by him a long time ago. He had thought that it was seamless, and that Yui purchase could not be justified. But I didn't expect to actually be seen by Jin Hongyuan. However, there was no surveillance or substantial evidence. All that Jin Hongyuan said can only be considered personal speculation. At that exact moment, 6 police officers walked into the customer service department. It turns out that the customer service agent had just secretly reported it to the police. Upon seeing the police, the complainant instantly jumped up from his chair and tried to run away in panic. But the officers reacted quickly and easily subdued him. Hand over all your cell phones and go to the police station immediately now to cooperate with the investigation. The police officer's words were succinct and powerful. The inviolable majesty was felt by everyone present. After a brief conversation, the customer service agent, the complainant, Kim Hong-won, and all 4 of Lear followed the police to the police car. The next day, 9:30 a.m. The finals are still going on. Employees of both companies have started working. There are a lot of netizens in the live stream waiting for the results of the investigation of the sea cucumber incident of Yui Purchase. I stayed up all night staring at the Hoyo Purchase, fearing that someone would come and organize something again. I have a feeling that sea cucumber yesterday, it was definitely messed up by CNSC. Upstairs, how you say what's on everyone's mind. There are too many people who want to engage in Hoyo purchases, not just CNS, and whoever is not willing to share money with their employees is suspect. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hoyo Purchase and CNS Securities surprisingly made company announcements at the same time. And Pleasure Purchase announcements. After police investigation, the sea cucumber complaint incident was a false complaint deliberately orchestrated by someone. The owner of a flower store, Luo Mumu, is the mastermind of this case. Although Hoyo Purchase said not to pursue responsibility, but Luo Mumu has been severely punished by law. The complainant, Kong, was instructed by Luo. This person has been understood by Tetra Pak and will not be held accountable. The dry goods area staff member, Lee, has no actual evidence to link him to this case. This person has left Hoyo and will not be held accountable. There is another line below the announcement. A free box of sea cucumber for customers who cooperated with the customer service agent's investigation yesterday. Netizens have been brushing up their comments after seeing the announcement of Hoyo Purchase. The biggest boss is the flower store owner? I don't believe it. I guess Boss Fan knows they are all little caramels, and that's why he doesn't hold them accountable. Wu Hyatt gives customers a free box of sea cucumbers? It's $6,000 a box. How generous. Give a box to a customer. But the customer comes over and buys 2 boxes. I know the routine of Weiweshu, New Fragrant Future Plaza. The workers were already on site, and Fanny was about to get down from the business car when he heard the system beep. Ding! The sea cucumber complaint has been resolved. Reputation value restored. Plus 20. Current honor value. 900. Ding! Netizens praise the company for giving a box of sea cucumber to a customer who cooperates with the investigation. Reputation value plus 30. Current honor value. 930. Fanny immediately took out his cell phone and typed within the management's chat group. The sea cucumber complaint was proposed as a $100,000 bonus for Jean in the dry goods section. The message was just sent out and the management of each department responded in seconds. Publicity Minister Fatty, I second the motion. Sister Chang, Head of Personnel, seconded +1. Yan Wang, Minister of Finance, seconded +2. General Manager Zhao Yong, seconded +10,086. Fanny turned his cell phone off, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The sea cucumber thing. Thanks to Jin Hanjuan. I can't believe I was able to come up with the words of the complainant in a hurry. Technical work. The reward. Fanny, with his backpack over one shoulder, got up and got out of the business car. He looked up at the sky. The breeze was light and extraordinarily soothing. When it matters, it's still up to the employees. As long as the service employees, the company has something, they are really on a. On the other side of the coin, CNS Securities announced. It was found that one of the team leaders of the study violated the law by giving IPO information to the interns. The company has dismissed the person in charge and will hold him seriously accountable. New notes on the intern's work. After investigation, there is no assistance in financial fraud, etc. And the company is under the supervision of the regulator at all times. Netizens who saw the announcement from CNS Securities condemned it and tweeted online for the sacked employees. The person who leaked the secret is fine. You blame the one who gave the information. This is obviously finding an employee to take the blame. Do you think we're stupid? The sand sculpture intern is fine? Isn't that what capitalism is all about? Finding an employee with no background to take the blame when things go wrong? Chunghwa's new PR shows the ugly face of capitalism. Judge's room. Lon Shirley was sitting on pins and needles with two panda eyes. Last night, he stayed up all night. He even went to a feng shui master overnight. Attempts to try to make CNS Securities win and Hoyo Purchase lose through practices and other mysterious forces. Lon Shirley rubbed his temples, trying to keep himself awake. I don't know how good that feng shui master is. The law that was done last night, does it work? Chapter 145. $1 million a year is just as much of a capital molehill. At that exact moment in the screen, on both sides of the screen, the party was clear. In a split second, the sky of the CNS was covered with dark clouds. Immediately afterward, raindrops crackled and slammed sharply from the sky. Summer rainstorms always come with so little warning. CNS, a small one-room HR department with no cameras. Zhang Wenchuan, who was dismissed from her job, is having a furious fight with the head of the personnel department. Why did you dismiss me? Stop it. This is a unanimous decision of the company's management. Just tell me if it was you who gave the information to Wang Jiarui? Zhang Wenchuan held her waist with one hand and her forehead with the other. She felt a nameless fire that went straight to her head, so she held her head. Again, she felt that being inexplicably dismissed made her hold her back and straighten up, so she held her back. She knew management was asking her to take the fall and find a scapegoat for the company. But on what grounds? Zhang Wenchuan said with dissatisfaction. The information was given to us by our section chiefs. Everyone knows that the content of the investment bank's work has to be kept secret. It's Wang Jiarui himself who wants to make a video to leak it. So what's it got to do with me? The Minister of Personnel was unwilling to say any more and spoke in an extremely cold tone. You've been dismissed. Please leave or I'll call security. Zhang Wenchuan's heart was irritated though, but as a coachy hitman, she still wanted to keep a shred of decency for herself. Zhang Wenchuan took a long breath and silently got up. Squeak! Zhang Wenchuan pushed several times and finally pushed open the door of the small single room feebly. She walked straight to her workstation and began to pack her things. Other co-workers, all focused on their work. No one cared about her at all. Zhang Wenchuan's workstation is by the window, but the window seemed to have been left open, and a few drops of torrential rain from the window flew right through the crack and splashed her right in the face. Somehow, the cold sensation had caused her eyes to gradually moisten. Having worked in a securities firm for a few years, she knows that the financial industry is not as accessible as it used to be. The ones coming in now are all government officials and rich kids with families. There are very few serious small-town question makers like her who put it together on their own. But a company that doesn't just need a tough background like Wang Jiarui, it also needed a few people who could actually work. And she was one of them. She had thought that the whole intern thing had nothing to do with her. But management can actually blame themselves for giving information? During her study period, Zhang Wenchuan studied as hard as she could. Although it is not Qingbei, it is also a first-class university in Zhejiang province. With a double master's degree in finance and math, she had worked her ass off to move up from the small town to the magic city, where she had settled and was the pride of her parents. But in the end, it's just a Roman scapegoat. Just then, Zhang Wenchuan received a text message. It's a repayment reminder for a house loan, seeing 5-figure repayments every month. Zhang Wenchuan's tears were finally unable to hold back. Surrounded by co-workers, still no one cares about her. Even the workstation next to hers, with whom she was usually on the best of terms, was crackling away at her keyboard without looking up at her. Jiang Wenchuan couldn't help but ask herself in her mind, if I get fired just like that, will other securities firms still want me? What should I do about my mortgage next month? This place, Magic City. The house price is much more expensive than their hometown. She is 30 years old and just married. The total value of the house is $20 million. She and her husband took out a loan to buy it. In Magic City, this kind of house is nothing to those rich kids. Those rich kids' houses are hundreds of millions of dollars a pop. But the $20 million house is what she took out a 30-year loan for. She had calculated that the house was worth a total of $20 million. And the interest was about $12 million. I thought I was at a securities firm, making millions of dollars a year. The loan can definitely be paid back, but now suddenly dismissed. Jiang Wenchuan feels the road ahead is bleak. The company dismissed her on such grounds. The odds are that other securities firms won't rehire her either. She's in the securities industry, which currently equates to a state of social death. But as soon as she graduated, she worked at a securities firm. Now that she doesn't work in the business, what is she going to do? At the moment, the confusion about the future was like a black hole that kept swallowing her. A feeling of fear gradually swept through his body. Jiang Wenchuan decided to talk to the HR department again. She decided to have a better attitude this time. Maybe the company could keep her. However, just as she turned around, she saw the Minister of Personnel appear behind her. The head of HR whispered in her ear, "You hurry up and don't hold up everyone's work." Seeing the Minister of Personnel, the co-workers' gazes then flocked to Jiang Wenchuan. The thin-skinned Jiang Wenchuan felt embarrassed and began to speed up her packing. In a short while, Jiang Wenchuan was holding the calf leather cardboard box, taking the elevator, and preparing to leave. Ding! Just after entering the elevator, Jiang Wenchuan received a WeChat message. The message was from her husband. "Wife, the announcement from your company said that the one who resigned was named Zhang. It wouldn't be you, would it? It's okay if it's you. Don't be afraid. Your husband is here." Jiang Wenchuan once again couldn't help but wet her eyes. She typed in the chat box, "Hubby, I'll be relying on you for the mortgage and car payment from now on." A few tears dripped onto the cell phone screen in a split second. However, after thinking about it for a while, the strong Jiang Wenchuan, after all, did not send this message out. Jiang Wenchuan returns to the chat list. Just then, she realized that her friend circle showed Wang Jiarui's avatar. He still has the heart to post friends? Jiang Wenchuan frowned and opened her friend circle with some curiosity. What came into view was a half-body photo that Wang Jiarui had taken in the mirror, the familiar high-fashion suit, and the familiar $1,000,000 watch. Photo caption, "Internship at Sinji Securities today." Snap! Jiang Wenchuan's cell phone and the craft box in her hand fell to the ground at the same time, and all sorts of items were scattered all over the place with it. On what grounds? It's obviously Wang Jiarui's fault. Why should someone who makes a mistake turn around and get into a top investment bank? And she, Jiang Wenchuan, would have to roll with the punches? Her future is uncertain now, and other securities firms won't take her lightly. But the Romans. The more Jiang Wenchuan thought about it, the more humiliated she felt, the more angry she became, as if something had suddenly exploded in her body. Jiang Wenchuan pressed the elevator back to the 26th floor and went straight back to her workstation. Her co-workers didn't notice her. The intense cerebral work of investment banking requires extreme focus. Once you get serious, it's hard to notice the outside world. Jiang Wenchuan violently opened the window. A gust of wind and icy rain slapped her in the face with reckless abandon. She laughed. She laughed without a care in the world. The sudden sound of the rainstorm and laughter caused several colleagues to unconsciously look up at Jiang Wenchuan. But the co-workers were too late to react. Jiang Wenchuan had actually climbed up to the window, from the 26th floor, and leapt down. Jiang Wenchuan slowly closed her eyes and couldn't help but ponder in her mind. I thought I was fundamentally different from the underpaid laborers. In the end, it turns out that $1 million a year is just as much a mole at the feet of capital. When they're happy, they give you millions. When they're not, they feel free to smash your job. With a bang, passers-by under the office building screamed. The torrential rain slapped Zhang's body and washed away the blood seeping out of her body. Chapter 146, which is the best of the grassroots. The financial industry is all Shang. Director's office. The director was leisurely sipping his coffee and relaxing as he watched the big screen in the live room. However, all of a sudden, the director was dumbfounded and his expression froze instantly. His hand holding the coffee squeezed unconsciously hard. The coffee lid flew off with a bang, spilling a handful of coffee with ice cubes. The director simply threw his coffee cup on the floor. and his coffee-stained hand wiped carelessly on the clothes of the assistant next to him. Then he stretched his neck and quickly moved closer to the screen. At the request of one of the leaders, Zhang Wenquan is being urgently dismissed within Zhongxin, in order to avoid filming Chang Mansuan bringing unnecessary trouble to Changhua, especially worried about her being caught on camera in the heat of the moment, acting out. So instead of filming inside, the CNS footage has been switching back and forth between the outside of the office building and the first floor lobby. Last night, the leader emphasized again and again that it must be after Zhang Wenquan left the company. Only then can you cut back inside the company for normal filming. But what the director did not expect was that the accident came so suddenly. Without realizing it, the CNN stock footage actually captured the employee's fall. The director looked at the sudden surge in the number of viewers in the live broadcast and shouted angrily to the monitoring team on the side, "Cut it out. What the are you guys doing?" The director's tone was filled with anger and horror. The members of the monitoring team were startled by the sudden roar, their hearts pounding, and their hands scrambled to switch between the new images. However, the netizens seemed to have an extraordinarily keen insight. As early as the same moment Zhang Wenquan jumped off the building, the internet exploded. Misty grass. Someone jumped out of a building at CNS just now. Can this be broadcast? Originally, I was afraid that someone had framed Hoyo purchase, and I kept staring at the screen. So why did I seem to catch a glimpse of a new employee in free fall? I saw it too, and I thought I was blind. What's going on? It wouldn't be the same employee who took the fall for the company, would it? It's so sad to fight workers. The sudden death of the one from Pinky's, and this one from Sonova jumping off a building. What's wrong with the world? Judge's room. Cold sweat broke out on Lon Shirley's back, and that coolness spread from his spine to his entire body. This bull feng shui master. Why do you vaguely feel that last night the master practice, to do the new securities to go? This employee is really something too. If you don't jump early, you don't jump late, you have to jump in the final. Lon Shirley gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The palms of his hands had been deeply stung by the nails due to the excessive force. If not for Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu, Lon Shirley must have swung out his fists and slammed them hard into the screen, venting out this belly full of uncontrollable anger of his. Zhang Wenquan's death was really too much of an eyesore and an obstacle for him. Wang Jianlin's eyes widened and he couldn't help but say, "Just now, it seems like someone jumped off a building? It couldn't be that Zhang who was sacked, could it?" Dong Mingzhu let out a light breath. "Cootie. It's all obvious that Zhang is the scapegoat for CNS. How can this be blamed on a person who gave the information? The intern who leaked the secret should be blamed. Also, how does a gym student get into investment banking? Who recruited him? There must be some unspoken interest in the middle. In that case, it would seem that the person who recruited the gym student to the investment bank is more than deserving of being sacked." Dong Mingzhu helplessly shook his head gently. CNS was meant to be a whitewash, but it was a misadventure and a misadventure. It's true that God's will is unpredictable. Just then, the screen of CNS suddenly went black. An announcement appears on the screen. "We are very saddened by the tragic death of one of our employees today. The investigation revealed that the employee suffered from severe depression and the jump was due to a flare-up of the condition. Our company has set up a special team at the first time, and the staff's family members to face the sudden changes together, and properly deal with the related matters. For the internet rumors of jumping employees for our company dismissed Zhang, as well as jumping video and photos. I hope that we respect the deceased. Do not believe rumors. Do not spread rumors." The announcement remained on the screen for a full 10 minutes and still hasn't disappeared. Netizens have been blowing up the comment section, each comment filled with anger and skepticism. It's out to fool the public again. Do you think we're 3 years old? Don't blame depression for everything, okay? It's all over the internet. The one who jumped off the building was the employee who took the blame. If you don't dismiss people or push them, they won't get emotionally out of control. Hey, if you're not afraid of death, are you afraid of these evil capitalists? Which is the best of the straw men? The financial industry is all show. In fact, more than just netizens were outraged when the announcement came out that CNSC said the employee who jumped off the building was depressed. Even the work faction responsible for the work in Sonova Corporation has stopped their busy work. What depression? That's ridiculous. The work is ours to do. The sin is ours to suffer. And the blessings are theirs to enjoy. Every day for the company's performance. The head is fried. To the company to earn $1 billion. Only share me $1 million. The results also have to be the company backstabbing. That's tough. I watched Young jump. Some of the work parties took out cardboard. Some put together several pieces of A4 paper. And with a marker pen on it, He wrote a slogan appealing for Zhang Wenxuan. We're here to work, not to take a back seat. Don't use depression as an excuse if you respect the deceased. Zhang Wenxuan fought injustice with her life. She can't be allowed to die so in vain. All of them held up improvised appeal signs and chanted at the company. For a while, the company was in chaos, and everyone's emotions were like a volcano about to erupt. Director's office. The head of the monitoring team said anxiously, Director, a lot of employees on this side of Zhongxin, running around the company building with signs, shouting at the top of their voices. The security guards can't control it at all. There's no way to cut into the live feed. The director's body was tense, his eyes dead set on the surveillance of the CNS. Nakasan is the program's in-house champion, but the screen of its live broadcast had been blacked out for 15 minutes. At this rate, how can the game go on? The director shifted his attention to the comments section on the big screen of the broadcast room. Director, cut to the new company screen. It's been almost 20 minutes since the announcement. I've heard that there's a mess inside CNN Securities. The insiders sent out the video. You guys go and watch the landmine of a China New Securities. Misty Grass. The video in this number is really cool to watch. Riot. Employees revolt en masse. Show me the red warm up. What capital has driven a bunch of high-class beatniks to? Looking at one comment, the director's palms were unknowingly sweaty. He was terrified and his heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand. This really doesn't cut it back to the CNS stock footage. If it cuts, and the netizens get a glimpse of the riot within Nakanishi, Nakanishi will be completely out of the title picture. The director was extremely disturbed inside and couldn't help but pace back and forth. He reached out a hand, made a fist, put it to his lips, and clenched the third knuckle of his index finger. Moments later, Chapter 147, You have one vote, I have one vote, and Hoyo purchase will be on the road tomorrow. The director's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a ray of light in the darkness. Now ready to go to the polls. The director turned to operations. Operations looked at the director in disbelief. The director explained, there is still room for maneuvering in the voting, and it would be bogus to cut into the picture and let CNS win again. Anyway, the announcement has already been made that the employee jumped because of depression, and it has nothing to do with Zhongxin. In fact, the director has made ample preparations today to whitewash CNS and discredit Hoyo purchase, but before anything could be put into effect, Nakasan actually rioted. Operation came to a realization and nodded hastily. The vote is ready. Live stream. The director's voice came in with a calm tone. Hello viewers, we're moving on to the final round of voting. The vote is half an hour long, and the company that wins this vote will be the winner of the contest. As soon as the words left his mouth, all the screens of the companies on both sides went black. At the top of the screen, long red and blue bars appeared. The left side, with the Hyatt purchase, is red. On the right, CITIC Securities, it's blue. As soon as the voting started, the support for red and pleasant purchases instantly rose to 90%. Most of the netizens are swiping for Hoyo purchase in the comments section. The warm atmosphere was as if Hoyo had already won the game. Wahyuko wins the championship. Wahyuko wins the championship. Wahyuko wins the championship. And Hyatt purchase wins the championship. If I don't win the championship, I'll eat Xian live. However, the polling time has just come to 15 minutes into the countdown. Support for the blue side then began to slowly rise, from 10 to 15%, and then 20%, 30%, finally, 40%. It still continues to rise. The netizens all stared in disbelief when they saw the ever-increasing approval ratings of CNS. Hands were actually shaking involuntarily even as I typed in the comments section. What's going on? Who the hell voted for Manhwa Securities? It's speechless. Using employees as scapegoats? Employees are jumping off the building, and still voting for Chunson? How can that be? All the votes for Manhwa Securities are cast by capitalists, right? Shady. The show is definitely shady. Is there some kind of masochistic fetish for people who vote for Chunson? May your whole family be dragged out by the capitalists to take the blame. China New Securities, inside the office building. Hurry up and vote. Our company's votes are catching up. Hurry up and vote for Hoyo purchase. A male trader shouted. The crowd, which was throwing up its arms, took out its cell phones. Vote and pleasure purchase. I just want to get the entitlements I deserve. It's necessary to vote for Hoyo purchase. Otherwise we'll all be scapegoats for the company in the future. Have you guys noticed that this Nakasan support is growing at an overly regular rate? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1 just increase in that pattern. With a false glance. At one time, countless cities, countless streets, countless neighborhoods, A group of people had opened their windows and yelled outside, "Hoyo purchase, a sure win. 1 vote for you, 1 vote for me, and Hoyo purchase will be on the road tomorrow." There were even a number of motorcades in the streets. People opened their sunroofs and peeked out of them, shouting with their loudspeakers, 10,000 fathoms, we're in this together if we win PK. Finally the tower is guarded brothers. The tower is guarded for Hoyo purchase. Washi no fantasy games. Zhou Shuai, a former Alibaba PR manager, holding a tablet. Xiao Lu, the art design for this character is done. Take a look. After seeing the character design, Xiao Lu instantly opened his mouth wide and said with extreme satisfaction, "Awesome old Xiao. I knew you could do it." Zhou Shuai suggested, "Why don't we give this figure away for a limited time to the people who voted and pleasure shopped? And you can see the score." Seeing the score that was gradually being caught up by Zhongxin, the bald little Lu raised his voice. "This program group, there are definitely shady practices. We all voted for Hoyu purchase just now." Zhou Shuai shrugged helplessly. Xiao Lu immediately said to the game operation, "Now immediately post an announcement in the game that those who voted for the Wuiwei purchase, with a screenshot, will be given a free limited edition character." At this moment, it seems that everyone is pulling for Hoyo purchase. The support for the Wagyu purchase did look like a blue offense for a few more minutes. However, it only attacked from 55% to 65%. Then, it started to fall. Eventually, it even dropped straight down to 52%. Only the last 5 minutes remain until the end of the voting period. The netizens went completely crazy looking at the support that was about to be surpassed. Some netizens sent out comments that were even full of asterisks. That anger burst through the screen in a flash. Who the hell is voting for Zhongxin? Obviously, everyone around me is voting for Hoyu. The program team, the winner is determined. But still then, asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll go smash the program if Wuyubai doesn't win. So annoying, feels so weak, just 2% short of being passed by the dog in the new. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Director's office. The director's face became very ugly as he looked at the comments section full of swear words. "You're going up slowly on this score. Don't make it too obvious." The director yelled at the operation. Operations nodded, staring intently at the screen. The game is down to the last 3 minutes. The approval rate of Hutchison Purchase and CNSC is now 52%, 48%. Next, just every minute, get CNS up a point. The final score would be 49% to 51%. 2 minutes left in the match. And the support on the air is 50% to 50%. At the moment, the comments section was blown up. But all the comments were basically all asterisk signs. None of it will pass muster. I'm not going to write about the specifics. It's a watery word count suspicion. And the comments section is full of images. Please make up your own mind. Netizens can't wait to just smash the phone in their hands at the moment. Some of the netizens who took their computers to watch the live broadcast directly raised their keyboards and slammed them down again. Some of the grumpy ones went so far as to smash their keyboards directly into the screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go programming. Shady. Director's office. The director seemed to have immunized himself against the full number of comments. His eyes fixed straight on the time stopwatch on the screen. 60, 59, 58. Jingle bells. The director's phone rings and it's the station's biggest leader. The director quickly picked up the phone. However, the voice coming from the other end of the phone was actually not that of the station's leader. Instead, it was the very familiar voice of another director. The reason the voice was familiar, it's because he hears it on the newscasts all the time. Director Che, to make a long story short, I don't care what method you use, no matter who you are under the orders of. Now Hoyu purchase must win. Snap dash. The phone was hung up straight away. The director shouted at the operation with a face full of astonishment. Let's let Wagyu purchase win. Hurry up. Let Tesco win. Operations thought he had heard wrong and looked at the director blankly. At the moment the live feed is 49% to 51% in favor. The support of Hoyo purchase has been overtaken by CNS. The director scanned the stopwatch. 20, 19, 18. Hurry up. You bastard. Let Hoyo win. Oh. Operations nodded dubiously and obediently buried his head in his hands. The support on the live feed instantly changed back to 50%, 50%. The director stares dead at the chronograph stopwatch. 8, 7, 6. The support becomes 51%, 49%. Last second. 52%, 48%. This concludes the voting period. Chapter 148. Together we beat the capital this summer. The live feed of the red and blue score bars above the sides are now set in stone. 52%, 48%. Everyone was just now still anxious and cranky because of the support rating of China New Securities, which had overtaken that of Hoyo Purchase. At the moment, however, they were all staring at the screen incredulously. Is this a win? Really? What's going on? Is it stuck? At that exact moment, the director's voice slowly came into the crowd's ears. Hello viewers, voting time is over. I hereby solemnly announce that the winner of this Pick a Good Company contest is. The director occupationally seems to stop. Everyone in front of the screen had their hearts beating like drums, all tense inside. It was just a few seconds that seemed to be stretched out indefinitely. Just then, the director's voice spoke steadily and forcefully. Hoyo Purchase. These 3 words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Netizens cheered when they heard the words Hoyo Purchase. The excitement within them was hard to contain. Many netizens leapt straight up from their couches, from their beds, and from their computer desks. Some netizens threw down their cell phones and excitedly opened their windows to yell outside. Hoyo Purchase, brothers and sisters, we won. Some netizens crackled and typed in the comments section, which was extremely boisterous, with countless comments coming in like a tidal wave. Celebration, champions, and Hyatt Purchase won. It's been such a rough ride. Together, we beat the capital this summer. Tears in my eyes, family. Thought I was going to lose. When I heard it was the winner, a moment did not hold back. I have a low tear point, let me cry first. What touches me most is not that Wu Yosho won, but those who are blind but still stick to the backstage counting of votes and the live room operations. Meanwhile, in the square, many residents gathered to watch this final on the square's big screen. When they heard, the winner is Hoyo, the face instantly overflowed with excitement and joy like never before in his life. Someone got up from the small bench and clapped their hands. Some people can't help but cling to the stranger next to them. Others couldn't help but cry tears of joy because they were so happy. Barbecue stall owners who were setting up stalls in the square also unconsciously stopped their hands. He lifted his head and stared blankly at the big screen. Fog weed. Wagyu Purchase really won. Just yesterday they went on strike because the bosses were maliciously defaulting on wages. Today and Hyatt Purchase wins. The corners of the barbecue stand owner's mouth couldn't help but rise. It's not in vain that I just gave a free skewer of barbecued chicken wings to all the customers who voted for and purchased from Hyatt Regency. It's a sure thing. This wave of chicken wings is a solid giveaway. The stallholder put his head down again and yelled as he grilled the meat. 6 skewers for $10. 6 skewers for $10. Boss, doesn't it say $10 for 3 skewers? The joy is certainly doubled when Hoyo Purchase wins the championship. Judge's room. Lon Shirley was seething with rage. The 3 words Hoyo were like a sword, a thunderbolt, and a bullet right in the center of his eyebrow to him. Lon Shirley's face was grim. His fists clenched. Lost. CNS actually lost. Zhang Siyuan is a stupid dog. I thought it was a sure win in the innings, but I didn't expect to lose just like that. For Ranch Lei, winning the title with Hyatt Purchase is worse than just killing him. What to do now with his long-prepared plan to take the soda plant public? Oopsie. Rancelai vented. At this moment, his heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. He's already been disparaging Wagyu Purchase constantly during the game. He had done everything Zhang Siyuan had asked him to do, but Zhang Siyuan does things. It is really unreliable. Can't even control an employee under his hand who jumps off a building. CNS is all screwed out of losing by him. But what to do about the money-grabbing scheme of the soda plant IPO? Is this how it's going to be aborted? Oopsie. What a loser. Lon Shirley's fists clenched, veins rippled on his arms, and he strutted toward the screen with a face full of anger. Boom dash. Rancelai slams his fist down hard on the big screen in the judge's room. Numerous cracks like scattered flowers instantly appeared on the screen. Lon Shirley's knuckles became reddish as a result, and a few drops of blood flowed out from the broken skin of the knuckles. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu's mouths were slightly open as they looked at Lon Shirley with astonishment. What's wrong with this guy? Don't your hands hurt? Why are you so angry? It's not necessary. This Lon Shirley guy is really low class. However, what the director said next in the live broadcast room also made Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin's hearts rise up in anger. The director spoke in a calm tone in the judge's room, in the screen of the body disabled. According to the rules of this competition, the company that wins the championship, its management model, will be implemented nationwide. Wang Jianlin clenched his teeth and his cheeks bulged slightly, instantly displaying a look of rage. Dong Mingzhu's face turned blue, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. It was obvious that she was trying to suppress the anger inside her. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu have tried out the management mode of Hoyo Purchase in their own companies before. They know in their hearts what the results of the attempt were. Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu looked at each other and couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question in their hearts. Does the anti-capital management model of Hoyo purchase really work? The two shook their heads firmly. No, the management model of Wagyu purchase is not feasible for a little bit. Previously with Ma Yun just tried Mahjong machines, 10 days of unhappy vacation, chairs and massage cushions. These 3 initiatives, there's not a single one of the 3 listed companies that hasn't suffered greatly. None of them can withstand the consequences it brings. All 3 initiatives were complete failures. But now, it is actually going to implement the management model of Hoyo purchase nationwide? Dong Mingzhu and Wang Jianlin's stubborn eyes also revealed an unwillingness that could not be concealed. They are not willing to spend decades figuring out how to manage hitmen and how to run a company's capital model. It was completely overturned because of a broken program. If the subsequent national rollout fails as it did in their previous attempts, then wouldn't their decades of hard work for the company go down the drain in a matter of moments? Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu are 2 old foxes, though silent and outwardly calm. In his heart, however, he had already begun to make secret calculations. Various thoughts raced through their minds. However, what Wang Jianlin and Dong Mingzhu didn't know right now was, Ma Yun has long recognized the current big picture after being interviewed by the country's top brass. At this moment, Ma Yun had already taken her family and quietly boarded a plane to the country of the small days. Live stream. The director paused briefly before continuing to speak calmly. Next, we will work with government departments and collaborate to organize companies from all walks of life to go and learn from Hoyo purchase. Strive for the management model of Hoyo purchase and start implementing it across the country as soon as possible. This tournament has come to an end. Thank you for your support of this program. And once again, congratulations to Yudu's Hoyo purchase for winning the championship. As soon as the words were spoken, the live feed, various heartwarming and mind-blowing live clips of Wojangbai are played. Chapter 149, Heaven is Going to Kill Me. Zhang Xiyuan, capital invasion of the country turns into clouds of smoke. China New Securities, Chairman's Office. Zhang Xiyuan looked incredulously at the 98-inch giant screen TV broadcast on the wall, listening to the employees of his own company outside, chanting for the victory of Hoyo purchase. Zhang Xiyuan's 3 lifetimes of anger was completely ignited at this moment. A bunch of, Zhang Xiyuan angrily rebuked. If he didn't usually spend a high price to maintain his body, Zhang Xiyuan would definitely be so angry at this moment that he would spit out blood. Zhang Xiyuan took out his cell phone and dialed the director's number over and over again. Unfortunately, there has been no answer. Zhang Xiyuan's long-accumulated anger instantly erupted like a volcano. With all his strength, he smashed the latest model of Fruit's cell phone against the 98-inch giant screen on the wall. He left his young model Sugar behind last night and rushed back to the company overnight just to deal with the intern. But never thought that it would end like this? Then thought to combine capital and take care of the program. CNS taking the title is the nail in the coffin. But in the end, it's a backstabbing by the program? The Go programmers have really grown into it. Wagyu purchase is also traitorous luck. A broken supermarket that can win a championship? Ridiculous. How dare those sand sculpture beaters out there not do their jobs properly and wave the flag for Hoyo purchase? Zhang Xiyuan only felt a wave of anger rush straight to his head. What's wrong with the world? How did it become so magical? At home, capital can't control those at the top with power in their hands for the time being. But can't the capital hold those tiny ants? And so on. It's not right. Top people with power? Zhang Xiyuan's eyes snapped open and then clouded over. He seemed to understand something. No wonder the program backfired. Zhang Xiyuan instantly jumped up from his chair, and the veins on his forehead rippled with it. There was a loud clatter. Zhang Xiyuan swung his hands violently on the desk, and most of the things on the desk were swept down. Papers, pens, laptops, and other items were scattered all over the place. Zhang Xiyuan's face turned red with rage, spreading from his cheeks to the roots of his ears. Interns are the top people. It's the same ING people at the top who made CNS lose. When the times call for capital, you turn toward it. Now that you don't need it, pull out and abandon your capital mercilessly. Sleep and run? Jag. What a slag. Zhang Xiyuan let out a long breath and sighed in his heart. Heaven is going to kill me. Zhang Xiyuan. Capital invasion of the country turns into clouds of smoke. Zhang Xiyuan was tempted to laugh it off. But nah, the smile was all ing bitter. His chest rose and fell violently, the anger inside him still not venting. For a moment, it was as if a large, invisible hand was at the throat of his destiny. Zhang Xiyuan subconsciously took the blue silk tie and pulled it down with force. The tie instantly lost its original regularity and hung loosely. But this tugging at the tie seemed like a futile struggle. Zhang Siyuan still felt something choking him. Anger also continued to churn in his heart, and a feeling of powerlessness came over him like a tidal wave. Zhang Siyuan picked up again the only solid gold ashtray still left on the desk. Boo! The ashtray slammed hard into the giant screen on the wall, only to hear a click sound. The giant curtain instantly cracked. Just as the ashtray hit the ground, the door to Zhang Siyuan's office was actually broken open by the employees. Looking at a group of employees who were holding up appealing signs and constantly shouting, Zhang Siyuan heckled loudly, "What do you want? Get out!" However, the employees approached Zhang Siyuan step by step as if they didn't hear him. Only then did the anger within Zhang Siyuan's heart slowly subside, replaced by a sense of fear that could not be escaped. Meanwhile, the stock exchange market. The stock price of CNX securities. From 9:25 a.m. Pooled bidding just started with a straight-up bonanza. Buy now. At 11:15, it was straight down in a matter of moments. This huge gap, so that all the people who listened to the gossip, China and the new as a fixed champion, all into a deep fear and anxiety. They had thought that the new and medium-sized stocks they were holding would be the meat and potatoes of the market. They will also trick countless bottom feeders into coming in and giving away money as their receivers, just like they always do. But now I can't believe I can't fool a bottom feeder. You can't sell a single lot of stock in your hand either. Quite a few of Zhang Siyuan's friends, family members, and capitalists who are in bed with him, politicians, etc. All of them will thus be buried alive in the capital markets where they used to bury retail investors on a daily basis. Unprecedented buried alive by retail investors. On the other side, Xin Xiang, in front of the Future Times Mall, Fanny stood there with a straight posture and a torch-like gaze. He was giving his undivided attention to several construction workers. These workers are hanging a signboard with the name Hoyu Shopping on the front of the mall. To the left, Fanny raised his hand slightly and commanded with a serious expression. A little more to the right, Van Eyck dropped his raised hand. Okay. Ding. Fanny received a WeChat message. After seeing that it was a voice from Puffy, Fanny was overjoyed and immediately clicked play. Uncle Fan. I heard on the program that Hoyu won the championship. Uncle Fan. I'm so happy. Where are you? When he heard champion, Fanny froze for a second, and then immediately pressed voice to reply to Puffy's message. Puffy. I'm happy too. I'm newly scented now. Uncle Fan promised you a new store few dash. The message had just been sent out, and a crisp system beep sounded like heavenly music into Fanny's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for defeating Chungsun Securities in the finals. Winner of the tournament, reputation value plus 60. The moment he heard the prompt, a bright smile immediately bloomed on Fanny's face. However, the smile hadn't lasted a second before the system's voice continued to ring in his ears. Current honor value, 990. Fanny was slightly stunned, his face full of incredulity. The honor value is only 990? The game is over, and I'm surprised it didn't fill 1,000? Fanny hurriedly opened the system panel, only to see it clearly displayed. Employee capacity value, 1,000. Employee happiness value, 1,000. Company reputation, 990/1,000. Fanny's brows were furrowed, and the man who had been smiling happily the last second was now inwardly overwhelmed with anxiety. And Hyatt Purchase took the crown. This pick a good company contest is clearly all over. How come we're still 10 points short of honor value? What should I do? What should I do now to exchange it for the longevity treasure pill? Fanny's heart seemed to be weighing down a huge stone. Heavy. Chapter 150, a random person is worth more than my life. At that exact moment, a crisp system beep suddenly sounded. Host, this contest live is not over yet. Oh, there is still one last step. The last step? Fanny was filled with doubts, countless question marks instantly surging in his mind. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you. Just as Fanny fell into deep thought, the phone rang slightly abruptly, breaking his thoughts. Subconsciously, he took out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. A director? Could it be about the final step of the race? Fanny hurriedly picked up the phone, his mood both nervous and curious. Just as soon as it was connected, the director's calm and familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Boss Fan. Congratulations on winning this competition. Fanny smiled blandly and didn't say anything, but a hint of pride welled up inside. This program would not only allow him to gain reputation value in exchange for the longevity treasure pill, it also showed him the silent rewards his employees gave him behind the scenes. Refused to take high kickbacks on purchases. The employees who play Majong are more afraid of the company going bankrupt than he is, so they work extra hard. Employees strive to improve themselves by learning specialized knowledge in order to provide better service to customers. All the employees secretly worked overtime at the company behind his back during the second round. Even employees on annual leave in Sonia came back to work overtime secretly. Although, Fanny was really upset about the matter of employees working overtime. But he could tell that the employees were just trying from the bottom of their hearts to put the better side of the company on the program. That's why he's secretly working overtime behind his back. On the side, it's kind of a sneaky way to repay him and the company. However, this kind of thing must never happen again. Just then, the director continued. Boss Fan, the government has joined forces with the program to organize the chairman and management of companies from all walks of life to go to your store to learn. Need you to exchange management experience and business model with them on site. When do you think is convenient? The president and management come to the store to learn? Fanny frowned slightly, pondering in his mind for a moment before asking, are there a lot of people coming? The director paused for a few seconds and spoke slowly. There are over 600 confirmed so far, partly from the 16 companies that participated and partly from others. 600 or so? Fanny frowned and pondered in his mind. Was this going to be a lesson for him to give to the 600 or so company executives? Seems like the odds are that this is where the last 10 system reputation points are. Thinking of this, Fanny's hanging heart finally dropped. Only he immediately said to the director, tomorrow morning at 10. I'm looking at new stores today. The director also responded immediately. Okay, thanks boss Fan. I'll see you tomorrow then. And by the way, tomorrow's meeting will be streamed live as the closing film of the tournament. Van Eyck gave a soft On the other end of the phone, the director's joyful and enthusiastic tone actually came through. See you tomorrow, boss Fan. And congratulations again on your championship. Thanks. After the phone hung up, Fanny continued to watch intently as the construction team made changes to the new fragrance grounds. His eyes filled with anticipation. First time opening a store outside of Udo. I hope the Hoyo purchase doesn't get watered down. Nearby residents passing by see the mall front just hung up a new purchase sign. Suddenly excited, have taken out their cell phones to shoot. Families, the new store at Hoyo Shopping is actually opening downstairs from my house. Boss Fan. That's Boss Fan. I'm sorry brothers, my humble servant will have to eat the fine chaff first. Ha ha ha. When it opens, I'm going to find a boyfriend who works in it, get married without a dowry, and bring my own $1 million to accompany me. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since he was recognized by many passers-by, which seriously affected the construction, Fanny entered the interior of the mall. Ding! Just then, Zhao Yong sent a green message. Boss, the Xinjiang site is done. Fanny looked around and scrutinized the altered surroundings of the mall's interior before typing in the chat box. The new fragrance site is almost done. Tomorrow you have to worry more. Watch the suppliers to stock both shelves, and the warehouse to prepare the goods. The director of the program said he's going to take a tour of the Udo store tomorrow, so I'll be back in Udo in a little while. Zhao Yong replied back in seconds. Okay, I'll have the purchasing and inventory stocking departments arrange for a few people to come over for tomorrow's stocking preparations. Don't worry. The next day, 10 a.m., Udo, and Hyatt purchase. Van Eyck and a few members of management waited quietly at the door. At this exact moment, the vast 10 luxury buses drove slowly, and finally stopped in front of the entrance of the Hoyu purchase. The scene was extremely spectacular, like a long dragon lying on the side of the road. The first to get out of the car were the program's car director, and the camera brother carrying the camera. Hello, Boss Fan. The car guide extended his hand in a friendly manner with a warm smile on his face. Afterwards, Wang Jianlin also slowly stepped out of the car. Hello, Boss Fan. We meet again. Next, Dong Mingzhu, Lon Shirley, Zhang Siyuan from CNSC, Huang Zhang from Pound West, and even Chao De Wang from the first round of the tournament came. Zhang Siyuan was wearing a hat and mask, and there were still some bruises at the corners of his eyes. Chao Duan looked visibly much more vicissitudes, his face haggard, his eyes revealing exhaustion and helplessness, probably because the workers are on strike. The factories are shut down, and they can't deliver the goods. Afterwards, Zhang Yiming, Lei Jun, Ma Huatang, Lu Chengdong, and so on, bigwigs from all walks of life have come down from the car, except for the fact that Ma Ru didn't show up. Even Wang Xianyan came to study with Hyatt Purchase as the president of the esports club. Some of these 600 people came voluntarily, like Wang Xianyan. Most are actually forced by the government to come and study. The surrounding customers and passers-by, after seeing so many bigwig celebrities, took out their cell phones and took pictures while marveling. Families, Live footage. See? So many big shots. I guess they're all here to learn from Boss Fan. A random person is worth more than my life. Misty grass. The program didn't lie to me. They really all came to study. The whole country is coming to learn how Wuyubai treats its employees. Boss Fan punched the duck. Seeing more and more passers-by gathering has affected the access of customers. Van Eyck made an immediate decision. Everyone go in through the employee walkway in the back. The crowd nodded slightly, and under the protection of the security department, they followed Fanny and the management through the staff passageway. Hoyo purchase, large conference room. On the tabletop in front of each seat was a square transparent box. The box contains cut-up fruit, and a disposable fruit fork. The cut fruit looks extremely neat, so neat that every piece of watermelon, cantaloupe size, was cut amazingly consistent. It was as if it had been carefully measured with a ruler. Next to the cut fruit is a bottle of water, as well as drinks and juices from Wagyu Bai's own. Chapter 151. Giving an employee $20,000 in salary is worse than taking his dog's life. Wang Xianyan entered the conference hall, saw the cut fruit on the table, but could not help but pick up a box. Marveled. Dad. The fruit is cut too neatly. The neatness of the arrangement aside, each piece of cut fruit was surprisingly the same size. The staff at Hoyo Purchase are truly awesome and do such a detailed job with a small thing. Wang Jianlin didn't say anything, but instead gave Wang Xianyan a meaningful glance. So many people were there today and the media was around to film. You're the one who had to come here with me. You'd better keep your mouth shut today and talk less. Wang Xianyan understood Wang Jianlin's eyes for a second, so he had to shut up first and sat down resentfully. The crowd entered the conference hall and took their seats. The director, Fanny and 3 government officials who had come to supervise, sat at a long table on the stage of the conference hall. The cameraman brother gave an okay gesture towards the director, who nodded his head gently. Inside the live room, netizens entered one after another. Foggy grass? No notice again. Quietly start broadcasting? I just saw a passerby posting a chance encounter online. Fan boss class. In session. Why don't you see my Yoon? Inside the large conference room, the director muttered a few words in Fanny's ear, and after Fanny nodded slightly, the director spoke into the microphone. Today's organization of companies from all walks of life to come and learn from Hoyo Purchase is a response to the national call together with government departments. I hope that after today's study, you will be able to better manage your own company, using the Hoyo Purchase method. Now it's up to Boss Fan to first tell us a little bit about what he's learned from managing his employees and running his company. Fanny looked at the bigwigs on the stage, but he wasn't even the slightest bit nervous. As far as he was concerned, it was all a straw man anyway, nothing to be nervous about. Fanny calmly and with a smile on his face said into the microphone, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I have one thing I've learned about managing employees. The crowd's eyes instantly focused on Fanny. Van Eyck continued, just be good to your employees and serve them well. Hearing this, some of the bigwigs seated on the stage clenched their fists, a complex emotion welling up in their hearts. Some of the corners of their mouths involuntarily twitched, as if to say, just this? You have the nerve to take it out and say it? Others felt physically uncomfortable and directly averted their gaze from Fanny in disgust. At a glance, there was actually only Wang Xianyan who raised his hand in preparation for a round of applause. However, he was kicked under the table by Wang Jianlin, who was on the side. Wang Xianyan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. His newly raised hand could only pretend to cheerfully pick up the fruit fork and eat the fruit cut. Seeing no reaction from the room, the director spoke into the microphone. Well, through this insight from Boss Fan, we can see that he has summarized his management philosophy very eloquently. Moving on to the question period. If there are any questions in regards to the future of mimicry and Hyatt Purchase, feel free to ask them now. The crowd first looked at each other, then they all silently bowed their heads, pretending to drink water and eat fruit cuts. The government guys, they're still on stage overseeing it. None of them are stupid. Isn't being a standout at this point tantamount to getting into trouble? Ma Yun is the best example. It has to be behind the scenes, leading the way for the fan boss. Now not only is Ma Anthem suspended, but even Hoosier College has been quietly blocked. In fact, all these top executives of companies from all walks of life on the stage had thought about being masculine before they came. The government has arranged work for them. They should cooperate with each other, and they must be able to save face. But now if they are told to change immediately, really change the company to the way Wagyu Purchase manages its employees, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just the one about giving employees a 90% share of the profits. They just can't accept a little. There's also a high salary. and 149 days of vacation. It's a pipe dream. In their view, high wages and long vacations go against the grain. If a worker wants a high wage, he must give up his vacation and work like a perpetual motion machine for the company. Why else would you hire a laborer? That's not so bad. Some people on the stage even felt that even if they sold their lives, these battering rams were only worthy of a monthly salary of 3,000. However, the level identification of Wagyu purchase can be partially borrowed. This is because it can monitor the spontaneous progress of grassroots employees. But progress is progress, and jumping up in wages is not an option. Give out a progress award. Give 2 barrels of oil nice. The company is clearly in their name, so why should they treat their employees so well? How else are they going to buy mansions and keep mistresses if they don't squeeze their employees? At this moment, even Wang Xianyan, who wanted to speak very much, also under Wang Jianlin's successive intimidation, he obediently ate the fruit cuts and kept his mouth shut. 2 minutes had passed, and there was no response from the crowd on stage. The director cleared his throat awkwardly. If there are no questions, we will move on to the next segment. Just then, Chao De Wang, who was sitting in the corner, choked up. I have questions. The crowd looked curiously to the corner of the conference hall. The much older-looking Chao De Wang continued. The factory employees are on strike and I can't deliver my goods now. Even if we learn from Hoyo purchase and give our employees a wage increase, the employees are determined not to come back. Hearing this, the netizens in front of the screen instantly exploded. Misty grass. The immoral Chao Wang actually knew his mistake and actually gave his employees a raise? The person who is most reluctant to give a paycheck takes the initiative to give employees a pay raise? If he doesn't raise his salary, he won't be able to deliver the goods he promised his customers, and he'll have to lose his money in compensation. Boss Chao, if the employees don't come back, it must be because you didn't raise their wages enough. Dog's head. Fanny looked at Chao Wang and asked, how much of a raise do you give your employees? Chao Wang responded condescendingly. Already gave everyone $1,000 increase in their monthly salary. Black lines loomed on Fanny's face. He remembers the monthly salary of those workers in the glass factory, which used to be 4,000. After it goes up 1,000, it's 5,000. But motionlessness will be used to dock the employees' wages for being late or something. And those workers in the factory are working at an extremely high risk to their lives. The most detestable thing is that Chao Wang went so far as to buy insurance for his workers in order to get the insurance compensation for their deaths. Chao Wang is trying to squeeze the last drop of blood out of these bottom-feeding workers. Thinking of this, although Fanny was a bit angry inside, his tone remained calm. I think that the kind of frontline production jobs in glass factories that are seriously damaging to your health are less than 20,000 a month. Chao Wang's heart thumped. Van Eyck continued. As I understand it, workers in glass factories are considered good for 10 years of work. A lot of people will leave or even die because they won't be able to do the job for long for medical reasons. Chao Wang clenched his fists and angrily squeezed out 2 words. No. Paying an employee a high salary of $20,000 is simply worse than the netizens calling him unethical and asking him to kill his dog. Being able to pay up to $5,000 a month was his limit. Boss Fan went so far as to say that he would give these employees at least $20,000. Chao Wang was like a fish in his throat, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Fanny sighed lightly and said slowly, Chapter 152 A philanthropist who has 16 beautiful housekeepers? Boss Chao, if I remember correctly, you should be extremely enthusiastic about doing charity. As soon as these words came out, Chao Wang's originally raging anger actually receded in an instant like a tidal wave without a trace. At the moment, sitting at the corner, he raised his head proudly. Before Fanny could finish his words, Chao Wang grabbed the opportunity to speak. That's right. I do often devote myself to charitable causes in my day-to-day life. In total, a whopping $26 billion has been donated so far. When Wang Jianlin and Wang Xianyan, who were seated in the front row, heard this, they couldn't help but skim their mouths. In their opinion, those rich people who are keen on charity can be broadly categorized into 3 types. The first type of person is one who truly cares nothing about money anymore and gives generously of their excess wealth. The second kind of people, on the other hand, because they usually do too much evil and fear retribution in their hearts, must seek peace of mind by doing charity. The third type of people, who ostensibly donate to charity, are doing so to skillfully avoid taxes. Obviously, Chao Wang belonged to a combination of the second and third types of people. Wang Jianlin and Wang Xianyan, the straightforward father and son. It had always been hard to look at people like Chao Wang, who ostensibly trumpeted that he was a philanthropist while being extremely hypocritical behind his back. Seeing Chow Wang being condescending, Fanny opened his mouth and asked, "Boss Chow, in your opinion, is it a great thing for you to donate these $20 billion for charity?" Without hesitation, Chow Wang raised his voice and responded without thinking, "Absolutely. It's certainly making a great contribution to society." Before Fanny could open his mouth again, Chow Wang continued to ramble on. Up and down the country, how many people are able to come up with more than $20 billion to donate? This is definitely an extremely great thing. At these words, many bigwigs on the stage frowned. Manhwa too glanced at Chow Wang even more disdainfully. He gave $40 billion to charity, but he never used the media to build up an image as a philanthropist in a big way, as Chow Wang did. This is really too low. Wang Si Onion, who was in the front row, let out a cut in contempt. Fanny's brows were locked, his heart filled with irritation. For the sake of his reputation as a philanthropist, Chow Wang does not hesitate to squeeze his employees. Is that really great behavior? Fanny opened his mouth to ask with some indignation. Employees work so hard for the company by putting their lives on the line, yet they are paid so little. And what will the employees think when you take over $20 billion for charity? The words fell out of his mouth, but Chow Wang responded full of concern. Why should I care what my employees think when I'm using the money I make for charity myself? If they're capable, they should go and donate $26 billion too. Hearing this, Fanny was instantly enraged. Spinning around, he laughed again at the absurdity of the words. Van Eyck's eyes signaled the head of the office on the stage. The chief of staff immediately took heart, only to see her pick up the remote control and gently press it against the large screen behind Fanny. Instantly, the big screen in the conference room lit up. The eyes of the crowd on stage went to the screen. The government officials and directors on stage also turned sideways to look at the huge screen behind them. The chief of staff skillfully selects a video file and clicks start play. Just see the video at. Many workers were working in the glass factory, both men and women. The high temperature environment in the workshop is so thick that the naked eye can see the fiberglass roiling. Workers toil in a glass factory without air conditioning on a hot summer day. The heat was unbearable and everyone was thoroughly hot in the hot environment. Sweat soaked through their clothes like rain. Many male workers carrying glass. The body is abnormally swollen from sweat. The edematous legs even stretched the pants. Each of them worked mechanically, numbness and exhaustion written on their faces. Suddenly, one of the workers collapsed from heatstroke as he could not stand the heat. Just then, a scream cut through the dreary air. A worker's finger was cut off on the spot by the incredibly sharp glass, and blood splashed out like a fountain. The video slowly shows a sentence in typed form. Working in high temperatures, fainting from heatstroke, and having a part of your body accidentally cut off are all part of the daily routine for glass factory workers. The video then transitions to a hospital. A former glass factory worker, now suffering from pneumoconiosis, lies quietly in his hospital bed. His face was gray, his lips were purple, and his body was as thin as a dry twig. His breathing was rapid and labored. This hospital, and a worker with electro-optic uveitis. His long hours at the glass factory caused him to be extremely intimidated by light. The tears always kept flowing and the eyes spasmed. In addition to ophthalmia, this patient suffered from deafness. The eardrums have suffered severe damage simply from prolonged exposure to a very noisy work environment. The video, once again in typewritten form, shows a quote. They are all beings who work hard and desperately every day, but instead of getting the reward they deserve, they get a death sentence. They are all prisoners of the capital squeeze. The video plays to this point, but the depressing feeling it creates lingers for a long time. Fanny took a long breath. The workers in the glass factory are literally working hard with their lives. How can Chow Wang still have the face to say that it's all his own earned money? Fanny remembered his previous life, when he worked hard every day and ended up dying suddenly, and the boss takes his work and gets a new house and a new car and a daily health regimen. Thinking of this, Fanny said to Chow Wang, the $20 billion or so is not just what your boss earned, but the blood and sweat of every employee's worth. Chow Wang nodded slightly and was silent. Fanny sneered. That $26 billion you donated was accumulated piece by piece of glass, wasn't it? But Boss Chow, which piece of glass came from your hand? Chow Wang remained silent, not saying a word. Van Eyck continued. The more than $20 billion you donated, that's what all the employees traded with their blood, sweat, dignity and character. Would you have gotten that money without their hard work? Hearing this, Wang Si Onion applauded. Now, he was getting to like Boss Fan. On the one hand, he deeply felt that Boss Fan was different from other hypocritical bosses. On the other hand, Boss Fan was now directly disliking Chow Wang, whom their father and son detested. in front of so many people. Wang Si Onion's heart was surprisingly cool. However, other than Wang Si Onion, the others remained silent. Van Eyck continued. Employees put their lives on the line, but you pocketed all the money. You'd rather donate that money to show how great you are. You'd rather have 16 beautiful housekeepers in your home to show off how rich you are. Nor are they willing to give back some of the money that their employees have sweated and toiled for. Hearing this, Chao Wang, who had felt great and high and mighty just a moment ago, silently lowered his head at this moment. Chapter 153. Can't afford a raise? Then wait for death. Fanny's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the wage deduction at the glass factory. He gripped the microphone and continued in a slightly emotional manner. This whole payroll deduction thing is outrageous. Not only do they not give the workers their fair share of wages, they even wantonly deduct their hard-earned money. These workers, who work with their lives every day, are docked $200 for being late just once. They have to handle hundreds of pieces of glass every day, but as long as there is a mistake in one piece of glass, the same will be fined $200. How can you work in such a hostile work environment and perform extremely repetitive tasks without making the slightest mistake? The netizens in front of the screen saw this and swiped their comments with righteous indignation. We put our lives on the line for a few $1,000s in wages, and you want to withhold it for all sorts of assorted reasons. So where exactly did all that money that was withheld go? It must have been taken to charity. The equivalent of taking an employee's salary for his own honor. Boss Chow donated more. So I support Boss Fan. Right and wrong will be judged by the world. No wonder Chow Wang was beaten out by the whole village. Corner of the conference room. Chow Wang closed his eyes tightly and folded his hands together, his appearance looking extremely pious. He mouthed the words and prayed for himself in a very low voice. May I, under the Buddha's compassionate protection, use the Dharma as a boat, and use philanthropy to cross the sea of suffering in my life, and find that peace of mind and salvation. Fanny's gaze was firmly fixed on Chow Wang on the stage, and he questioned loudly and nonchalantly, how ugly and ungrateful is such charity? And who are you to boast of how great you are? Is what you are doing really worthy of the sacred word charity? Each of Fanny's words was like a heavy bomb, constantly breaking down Chow Wang's mental defenses. Chow Wang's face gradually turned pale, and his hands trembled slightly. Fanny sighed lightly and quickly scanned a circle of the crowd on the stage before slowly opening his mouth. The question of wages is really quite simple to say. Hearing this, the gazes of the crowd were like spotlights on Fanny, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Fanny raised his voice and spoke in a firm tone. Employees must be paid in such a way that they feel the job is worth doing and are willing to work tirelessly for it. This is a simple matter. It's not like you can't make it happen. All businesses are able to make it happen. Fanny paused for a few seconds before speaking bluntly. It's just that you can't afford to give it up. The bosses on stage, who were paying their employees fairly well, nodded slightly in agreement. And bosses who pay their employees low wages scratch their heads in embarrassment, then silently bow their heads again. Boss Fan's spot-on words were too revealing and hard to hear for them. They do afford to pay their employees higher wages, just can't internally afford to invest too much in employee wages. They always felt that Boss Chow was right. High wages are not conducive to employee struggle. Fanny spoke in a serious tone. If you can't give it up now, you're waiting to die, and it's impossible not to die. The bosses who gave low wages looked up at Fanny again. As Van Eyck said, their company is indeed in jeopardy right now. Not only are there far fewer employees on the job, but they are also all passive. Some companies have even gone on all-out strikes and company shutdowns. They were eager to hear why Boss Fam said that shedding their paychecks was just waiting to die. Van Eyck explained. Society is progressing and employees now have a scale in their minds. The pay is low and he must find a way to steal from the company. Stealing? The crowd was as if they had been enlightened. They originally thought that employees stole because they loved to take advantage of the company. Bosses always think it's the employee's own character. They never want to admit that it's the reason the paycheck wasn't paid enough. Chow Wang lowered his folded hands and stopped the prayer on his lips. Fanny's words reminded him of the rampant kickbacks in the company's purchasing department. There are also sales departments that deliberately inflate prices to pocket the difference. Even some workers steal glass from factories and take it out for money. Van Eyck continued. Wages are the bottom line. Or as the saying goes, don't talk about management when wages are low, and employees who can do the job are giving you face. Hearing this, the bosses on stage who pay low wages frowned. Chow Wang woke up as if from a dream. His thoughts were all over the place. Earlier in the first round, he had scoffed at Fan Yi's remark. Now the workers are striking en masse and the factory is unable to continue production. Now that Chow Wang heard these words again, he couldn't help but start thinking deeply. It seems like the staff is really different now than it used to be. These young people, now, seem to be gradually awakening. Not as good a PUA as it used to be. Inside the live broadcast room, netizens were passionately discussing in the comments section. Boss Fan is so right. Low wages and incompetent employees are giving you face. Employees should be rewarded for their efforts. It's really time for these bosses to do some soul searching and not just think about their own interests. $2,400 a month. Printing, shipping, stocking, warehouse, and cleaning for the boss's family. Tell you guys a joke. The boss wants our paramila's services for less than $2,000 in pay. Fanny's words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard on the hearts of the crowd. Just as Fanny was about to continue, Chow Wang in the corner suddenly asked, "Give the shop workers a raise to 10,000. For starters, will that do?" When the bosses who paid low wages heard this, they all froze and looked at Chow Wang with shocked faces. What's going on? Boss Chow, who said that high wages are not conducive to employees' struggle, is their spiritual leader, and now the leader wants to pay the workers $10,000? They clearly remembered that just now. Boss Chow had said that his limit was 5,000. How come it's just doubled again now? It's not that it can't be realized, it's just that it can't be shed. Fanny's words just now surfaced in the boss's minds once again. At this moment, even Wang Si Onion and Wang Jianlin, who were in the front row, turned their heads to look at Chow Wang in astonishment. How could they not expect that the hypocritical Chow Wang, nowadays, they are even willing to take the money from charity and use it to raise the wages of their employees? Fanny looked at Chow Wang's sincere gaze and pondered in his heart. If you let Chow Wang raise the workers' wages to 20,000 all at once, Chow Wang definitely couldn't accept it. It is desirable to go up to 10,000 first and then slowly rise after that. Wagyu purchases paychecks are also slowly rising. It didn't start out as an 8,000 minimum. Thinking of this, Fanny opened his mouth. It can go up to 10,000 for now, but there should never be any more malicious deductions from employees' wages. Chapter 154, you can both drive a luxury car and get a high salary. Chow Wang clenched his fists tightly and looked at Fanny with steely eyes. It looked as if he had made a great determination. Okay, I'll have the administration department come up with a new program as soon as possible on the issue of payroll deduction. Boss Fan, if it's convenient for you, I'll take the new proposal to you to go over it until it's revised until you're satisfied. Chow Wang, though his face was calm and his tone was firm, but everyone present could hear that Chow Wang was clearly praying to Boss Fan. He went so far as to say that he would modify his factory's new program until it satisfied Fanny. Isn't this just begging Boss Fan to help him? You should know that Chow Wang is a glass king who is worth tens of billions of dollars and has long been notorious for squeezing his employees and withholding their wages. At the moment, the glass king is actually praying for a small supermarket owner to help him develop a new management program. The expressions on the faces of the people at the scene were even more shocked than when Chow Wang had just said that he was going to pay the workers $10,000 in wages. Some were full of amazement and couldn't believe their ears. Some of them were wide-eyed, their eyes full of shock. Others mingled and whispered about this incredible change in Chow Wang's attitude. Wang Si Onion said softly to Wang Jianlin, who was at the side, "How bad does the glass factory's current situation have to be to make Chow Wang say something like that to Boss Fan?" Wang Jianlin looked as calm as water, but his heart had already been flooded with waves, as if he had been greatly shocked. He pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. "As far as I know." Wang Si Onion slightly tilted his head, full of curiosity, and approached his father. But Wang Jianlin said in a serious manner, "Forget it, I know nothing." Wang Si Onion was instantly speechless to the extreme, sticking out his thumbs and whispering in exasperation, "You are truly my living father." After the crowd was stunned for a moment by Chow Wang's prayerful words, they unconsciously turned their gaze back to Fanny on the stage. They were all incredibly excited to see how Boss Fan would answer. Will Boss Fan help Chow Wang review the program or not? Fanny on the stage apparently froze for a few seconds as well. After some conversation with the system and his brain racing, Fanny spoke in a firm tone. "It's no problem to look at the program for you, but I have one condition." Chow Wang in the corner and the people in the back row of the conference room all stretched their necks and looked at Fanny curiously. Fanny paused for a few seconds and spoke slowly. "You'd better do another program to improve the working environment in the workshop and improve the safety of the workers' operation, and I'll help you review the two programs together." Hearing this, Chow Wang instantly wilted, and his elongated neck shrunk back. A fleshy sensation hit his entire body. Paying workers a higher salary would have been a considerable expense. Now Boss Fan is proposing to improve the environment. That's another big expense. Van Eyck pointed to the screen behind him and continued into the microphone. "You all saw the video that was just shown. Workshop workers carry helmets and goggles, and the quality of this equipment is left aside. But the most important thing is that the masks worn by the workers are, surprisingly, of the cheap kind. As far as I know, only KN100 rated dust masks work in a glass factory working environment, with an extremely low penetration rate of 0.3%. These masks protect the lungs and greatly reduce the risk of pneumoconiosis. Hearing these words, the director sitting on the sidelines couldn't help but admire Fanny in his heart. I had expected today to be a live meeting to fool the government and the beat workers. Unexpectedly, Boss Fan actually went out of his way to find out what kind of masks worked best in the glass factory in order to help the workers there. It's true, people who are seriously focused are the most attractive. The director mentally marveled. He could see that for this meeting, Boss Fan had really prepared with care. Fanny continued in a calm tone. And also in the workshop, you have to have dust removal equipment to remove as much dust contaminants as possible from the workshop. High-powered exhaust fans also have to be installed to ensure air circulation. Soundproof enclosures and sound-absorbing materials are used to reduce noise. And air conditioning or ventilation equipment is installed according to the season. Areas that require high-temperature operations, such as near glass furnaces, can have localized cooling equipment, fans, cooling sprays, etc. In a flash, not only the director, but everyone present was stunned. They all came to this meeting, but they all came to play along under the compulsion of the state. But judging from the various suggestions made by Boss Fan, he had really studied the glass factory carefully. Dust, air, cooling in the workshop are a few aspects that Boss Fan has surprisingly taken into account. While everyone was thinking of a perfunctory job, Fanny was fully focused. At this moment, Fanny seemed to be out of place in the world around him. But somehow, this grunge is extraordinarily admirable. Under Fanny's influence, the crowd couldn't help but straighten up and sit upright, listening attentively. Wang Si Onion softly marveled. Boss Fan is truly a born boss saint. The holy body? Wang Jianlin was puzzled. Wang Si Onion explained in a small voice. It's just being great at something and calling it some kind of holy body. Wang Jianlin nodded his head, seemingly comprehending something, and muttered in a triumphant whisper. Then I am the heavenly living Father holy body. Conference room. Under Fan Yi's sincere advice, the crowd on stage gradually began to get serious. Van Eyck, on stage, turned to the microphone and continued. All this equipment that improves the environment and improves safety has to be of good quality. And you can't save that money. Chao Wang's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. Countless thoughts tumbled through his mind. If we follow Boss Fan's suggestion, we'll have to hemorrhage money. Chao Wang couldn't help but calculate the gains and losses in his mind. It's good enough to pay your employees well. Why do you need to improve the environment? Spend money to give them good working conditions. Will they just really work well? Just then, Fanny spoke up. The janitorial trucks we use for our company's janitorial work are 400,000 to 500,000 apiece. Hearing about the $400,000 to $500,000 janitorial car that Hoyo purchased instantly stirred up 1,000 waves in the comments section. And Hyatt purchased a janitorial truck for $400,000 to $500,000. Zune de fake doo-doo? Really? This Yudu people testify that it is imported from the German country. It seems to be some kind of Richie brand. Boss Fan really never treats his employees poorly. Wow. He really, I'm crying my eyes out. The janitorial car, the price of a BMW 5 Series. I'd be willing to work as a janitor. I can drive a luxury car for fun and still get a good salary. Conference room. Fanny continued with eyes full of sincerity. Boss Chow, as long as we can improve the work safety of the workshop employees, make them as comfortable as possible at work, there's no need to bother with this money. Chao Wang in the corner grimaced. The staff is comfortable, but he is disturbed. After Fanny sensed Chao Wang's emotions, he spoke with a determined expression. Chapter 155, A dog lifts the curtains of a door, all by a mouth. Boss Chow, the only way to make this kind of highly repetitive work less prone to mistakes is to make employees feel comfortable while working. Just like the massage cushions and reclining chairs we provide for our employees in the program. It's all about. Before Fanny could finish his sentence, Lon Shirley yelled, "What's the point of being so nice to your employees? How can the company go public if all the money is spent on the employees? How can we create social value if we don't go public?" The crowd's attention was instantly attracted by the sudden shout, and they all turned their heads to look at Lon Shirley. Wang Jianlin complained in a small voice. Ouch. It's annoying, Ranchley is at it again, and he's been screaming about it in the judge's room. Wang Si Onion's brows furrowed as he guessed. Living father. This sand sculpture must have been instructed by someone. Why does it feel like he's a listed lickspittle? Wang Jianlin approached his son's ear and gossiped. Don't mention that at the end of the finals, he smashed the screen in the judge's room with a straight punch. Ha! Wang Si Onion's face was full of incredulity. Wang Jianlin continued. It was the end of the show and didn't capture the scene, so I had someone look it up and he recently had a soda factory that was preparing to go public. Soda factory listing? Wang Si Onion frowned and fell into deep thought. Just then, Lon Shirley continued loudly. Going public is the greatest contribution to society. Before the words fell, Wang Si Onion, who could no longer hold back, raised his voice. Lon Shirley, right? You have a brain pit. You're in the soda factory. Why did you put soda in your head? Soda still bubbles in your brain, right? Hearing this, Lon Shirley was instantly confused. He never expected that someone would dislike him on this occasion today, and it's still a direct personal attack dislike. Obviously, Lon Shirley, who was in jail before, didn't know how lethal Wang Si Onion's mouth was. Wang Jianlin slapped Wang Si Onion's thigh. He was beyond wanting to shut the stupid son up. However, this time, Wang Si Onion didn't take it into account, but continued to dislike it. According to you, is going public the only criterion for social value? Meanwhile, netizens on the air have been leaving messages in the comments section. I bet if Wang Jianlin hadn't stopped him, Wang Si Onion could have cursed even harder. I still don't understand what social value there is in going public. Going public is not about serving society. It's about capitalists raiding the wealth of the poor. Don't let Ranshili come out and call out. It doesn't look like good karma at first glance. I used to scream for him. I thought it was so bad to be in jail. Now I hope the state will put him back in. This man is so bad. Conference room. A somewhat confused Lon Shirley glanced at Zhang Siyuan who was diagonally in front of him. Zhang Siyuan, who was wearing a hat and mask, glared at him fiercely. Lon Shirley took a deep breath and responded. Only the capital value of the listing is the greatest contribution to society. Wang Si Onion couldn't bear it and directly stood up from the chair and turned around. He wanted to see this sand sculpture called Lon Shirley. What kind of look is it? Lon Shirley's aura visibly lowered when he saw Wang Si Onion's face. His eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and his earlier bravado disappeared without a trace. Wang Jianlin, who was on the side, pulled the corner of Wang Si Onion's coat, but Wang Si Onion didn't listen to the advice at all. Wang Jianlin was helpless to the extreme and lowered his hand. Forget it. Let the stupid son go. The director on stage signaled the cameraman to give Wang Si Onion and Lon Shirley close-ups. This is a shot that promises to be hot. It must be seized. Fanny frowned. He was about to open his mouth to persuade him, but ultimately decided to let it go. To change these capitalists, this battle of dislike cannot be avoided. Wang Si Onion pointed at Lon Shirley's nose and cursed. Don't you push it? What is social value? Hoyu purchases air-farmed seafood, providing customers with seafood that is free of drug residues. Does that count as a social value? Lon Shirley was silent. Wang Si Onion, however, got angrier and angrier and his voice got higher and higher. Does it count as a social value for Mr. Fan to establish a central kitchen and produce his own vegetables for the sake of his customers' food safety? If the movie is not good, you can refund half of the ticket price. Such a conscientious business. Our home theater can't do it. Hearing this, Wang Jianlin cursed in his heart. How did you give birth to a brain-dead son? After backstabbing Wing Ray, it's time to backstab your own movie theater. I think you're the one with the heavenly living father's holy body. Wang Jianlin's face was ironic. Wang Si Onion, however, didn't notice in the slightest and continued to shout angrily at Lon Shirley. I'm just asking you, is it a social value to make your employees happy and provide quality services to the people? Lon Shirley looked grave and never said a word. Talk. Is this a social value? Lon Shirley still didn't make a single sound. The atmosphere became tense and depressing. Everyone unconsciously held their breath. Some stared at Ransom Force. Some eyes gathered on Wang Si Onion. The netizens in front of the screen were extremely comfortable the entire time they saw Rango being disliked, especially when he heard that Wang Si Onion was ruthless enough to dislike even his own movie theater. He was laughing so hard that his mouth was grinning up to his ears. It also has to be the mouth of Wang Si Onion. Interesting. Why did the program seek out Lansdowne Power? And what was its role? It could be that he plays a role in being scolded. It's extremely comfortable to listen to. Wang Si Onion can retire from the net, but this mouth has to stay. Wang Si Onion saw Lon Shirley like a mute. Reticent. Directly scolded a SB. Employee-oriented. Customer-oriented. Never the whole false. I'll ask you, The whole country. There are a few companies can do and you purchase like this? Wang Xianyan turned his head to give Fanny a thumbs up. With that, he added to Lon Shirley. On the contrary, Boss Fan is the most competitive. If you ask me, Boss Fan is worthy of enjoying the Imperial Temple. Hearing this, Wang Jianlin looked at Wang Xianyan with some surprise. Silly Sun turned out not to be so silly. Silly Sun is getting close to Boss Fan and showing his loyalty. Wang Jianlin pondered in his mind. It's also good for him to get in good with Boss Fan. I'll make friends with these capitalists. Our masters and I will each stand on a team. No matter what the outcome is, in the end, our Wang family will be the winner. Lon Shirley kept his lips closed, and Wang Xianyan found it boring as hell. So, a final curse. I think your soda brain just didn't get it in jail. After saying that, Wang Xianyan sat back in his seat with his butt. Wang Jianlin said softly, silly big boy. You can do it. A dog lifts the curtains. It's all in the mouth. However, Lon Shirley was seething with rage at the moment. He hated it when people mentioned jail time, because he felt wronged. Lon Shirley stood up from his seat, braced his hands on the desktop, and shouted at the back of Wang Xianyan's head. Hoyu Purchase has just over 1,000 employees, but after listing, tens and hundreds of thousands of shareholders benefit. It is extremely narrow-minded for Hoyu Purchase to only think of distributing the benefits to a few employees. Wang Xianyan turned his head and just wanted to continue disliking. Ranshili's eyes could be seen to be rounded and his face reddened, looking somewhat terrifying. Wang Xianyan was actually speechless for a moment. Lon Shirley continued to roar. You just said that there are a few companies like Hoyu Purchase? Okay, I'll ask you too. Up and down the country, how many companies that have value to society are not listed? If you don't go public, what social value is there to talk about? A female company executive finally sat down when she heard this and simply raised her voice. We Basking Mom is not listed. Don't we have social value? I don't think we are worse than those listed companies. Chapter 156 in front of the mayor. I can even walk sideways. Hoyu Purchase. In a conference hall with a heavy atmosphere, the eyes of the crowd were turned curiously to the representative of the company of the Basking Mom. Sitting there, however, was not the old Mrs. Tao herself, as she was known to all. Instead, it was a young girl in her early 20s with a pillboxed head, although she is dressed in professional clothes, but still cannot stop the youthful vigor. This little girl was none other than old Madame Tao's most beloved and dear granddaughter, Li Miao Miao. In recent years, Lu Ganma has deteriorated in the hands of Mrs. Tao's two sons. The root cause of this is because Tao Huabi's two own eldest children did not hold fast to their principles. They're all compelled by capital, by short-term gain. Now, has been over 70 years old Mrs. Tao, really cannot bear to see their own hand-founded enterprises into decline. So, the old lady resolutely took her own granddaughter to retake over the Basking Mom. Li Miao Miao has never been in the public eye before. That's why most people are so unfamiliar with her. Lon Shirley snorted contemptuously and said with a face full of disdain, You're a little girl. Do you know what listing is and what capital value is? Don't talk if you don't know. Li Miao Miao was furious when she heard this and immediately responded. What value can there be in capital invented by the Jews? Isn't it just trying to suck other people's blood by any means possible? If you like going public and capital so much, go be a Jew, and stop screaming in Dasha. The netizens in the live broadcast room, hearing this, brushed up their favorable comments. Some even directly put down their phones and clapped their hands. Who is this young lady? What a nice way to put it. Lon Shirley, go be a Jew. Don't be in Dasha. Lon Shirley's Soda Factory. It's the Wuhan 2 factory? Oh my. It's right next to my house. I used to love it when I was a kid. He's just sticking a second factory brand, trying to borrow a shell to go public. Every day, he calls for good capital, and when he's finished circling the people's money after listing, he'll go abroad to run away. Conference room, off stage. Lon Shirley was so infuriated that his body was trembling, and the anger in his heart was burning. Wang Xianyan has a deep background. Therefore, he could still endure it when Wang Xianyan scolded him. But this wild girl in front of him, who came out of nowhere, even dared to spread wildness on his head as well? Lon Shirley angrily pointed at Li Miao Miao and just wanted to say something, but was momentarily speechless. You, Li Miao Miao said nonchalantly. You what you? My grandma set up 4 principles when she founded Lu Ganma. No listing, no loans, no equity participation, no financing. Hearing these words, Lon Shirley's fingers obediently lowered again, and his irritated temper suddenly subsided by half. Lon Shirley couldn't help but curse in his mind. I didn't realize that this little girl was Tao Huabi's granddaughter. How come all these young people have backgrounds? Either Wang Jinlin's son or Tao Huabi's granddaughter. Is he, Lon Shirley, the only widow in this world? Li Miao Miao continued to accuse. For someone like you who only thinks about capitalizing on money all day long and also evades taxes and eats jail time, in my grandmother's words, there's no place to put your face as a human being. Hearing this, Fanny on the stage lowered his head and bared his teeth. Li Miao Miao's words reminded him of a news story he had read when he was a child. In the eyes of old Mrs. Tao, there is no room for a bit of tax evasion. Fanny clearly remembers when Tao Huabi went to the government to cause trouble. Just because the government undercollected the amount of taxes due to basking mom, Tao Huabi has publicly stated that he is determined not to evade taxes. The tax that should be paid, not a dime less. Earned money must be for the sake of the country. It is essential that the country be allowed to have funds for development. Those were the years when basking mom was at her peak. Tao Huabi pays at least $1 billion in taxes to the government every year. Tao Huabi is the kind of entrepreneur who can walk sideways in front of the mayor. As long as the government dares to cut taxes, Tao Huabi will definitely make trouble. The government doesn't have to worry about her evading taxes at all. The amount of taxes paid by Tao Huabi is only a little more. The government, in order to thank, can only send Tao Huabi a few leopard license plate number. License plate numbers like 6666, 7777, 8888, 9999 that look forced. Over the years, many domestic and foreign capitals have approached Tao Huabi, wanting to help her Lu Ganma expand and go public, but they were all flatly rejected by Tao Huabi. Old Mrs. Tao had already seen the ugly face of capital decades ago. She always insisted on not going public. We will not allow capital to suck the blood of the people through the use of the word basmati. Though Basilica doesn't share 90% of its profits with its employees, like Wuyo Purchase does. But Mrs. Tao has always insisted on being nice to her employees as well. Not only does she give her employees a great benefits package, she also treats her employees like family. Mrs. Tao's relationship with her staff is like family. Back in the day, when she was in power, she not only knew all the employees' names, but she could also remember their birthdays. Even grassroots employees get married and invite her to be a witness. Even if she was busy with work, Mrs. Tao would gladly agree. And a great gift for the couple. Such affectionate relationship with the staff greatly increases the cohesion of the Bakama enterprise. Old Mrs. Tao's philosophy of running a company was something Fanny had studied in the system. He got a lot of inspiration from it to run his company and manage his employees. In the name of the company, to the wedding employees to accompany the $100,000 of the share, is from this epiphany. Thinking of this, Fanny generalized in his heart. I have to admit, Tao Huabi's two sons really can't. But Mrs. Tao is still very respectable. She has the spirit of a daxia entrepreneur as it should be. Just the fact that she knows that she has to serve her country after making money and never thinks about tax evasion. It would have killed countless evil capitalists in the guise of entrepreneurs. Conference room. Off stage. Although Li Miao Miao's words were hard to hear, still, Lon Shirley's voice lowered significantly and his tone eased considerably after he learned that she was old Mrs. Tao's own granddaughter. Little girl, you're still young, and you have to realize that basking mom would have gone public 10 years ago, or 15 years ago. There's a whole range of basking products coming out all over the place today. If the year listed, Basil Dry Mother has long monopolized the entire seasoning market in daxia, will never be like this performance cliff decline. Overall, it's still the lack of capital awareness and lack of perception that leads to. Li Miao Miao rolled her eyes in extreme anger and cursed in her heart. It's almost like talking to a cow. At this moment, Li Miao Miao's grandmother's admonition to her surfaced in her mind. Your father and your great-uncle were compelled by capital to do these things. Mio Mio, you have to remember, if all the bosses in daxia are poisoned by capital, there will be no cure for daxia's businesses. Even the whole of daxia will become a slave to capital. So, even if it's hard, you can't forget the beginning. Chapter 157, What Conditions? It's amazing that you don't bother to go public. Li Miao Miao was just about to open her mouth. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a goatee, who looked like a standard polytechnic man, said to Lon Shirley in a calm tone. I want to ask, is the lack of capital awareness a lack of cognition? But our company doesn't go public, not because of a lack of awareness, but because we don't care to go public. It's not that we don't have a social contribution to make by not going public. It's that we're so focused on social contribution that we don't have time to go public. What? Not bothering to go public? No time to go public? What's the point of pretending? The crowd stared at the middle-aged man with wide eyes, full of shock. A few capitalists had a wave of revulsion welling up in their hearts, and were about to curse. Don't pretend to be a pussy here. But when they realized that it was Wang Tao, the founder of Dajang, who spoke, they all chose to keep their mouths shut. It's not that people are crazy when the founders of the big rivers say that, and it's not that they're pretending to be anything more than they are. Rather, people really deserve it. Fanny's eyes instantly lit up when he saw Wang Tao. Wang Tao's Dajang technology, too, had been a case study given to him by the system. Dajang has always been good when it comes to employee compensation packages and benefit policies. It is worth mentioning that Dajang will also provide employees with study subsidies and a professional training system to continually improve the professional skills and knowledge of our employees. Of course, as with Hoyo purchase, salaries go up as employees' expertise improves. This is how employees are happily forced by their bosses to learn and get better. In fact, the post-level recognition of the Wagyu purchase is where Fanny got his inspiration from. It is because of this incentive for employees to improve their professional skills. It is only through this that Taejun has been able to occupy an irreplaceable and important position in the global market for drone technology, especially civilian drones. Even in the ugly country that is known as the #1 country in technology, Omi also has a market share of over 76%. Throughout the world, Daegang's market share is even more than 80%. Not only that, Taejun also holds more than 4,000 international patents related to drones. When it comes to civilian drones, no one in the world dares to say first when our Dajang says second. In addition to patents and market share, Taejun's drones have made outstanding social contributions in a number of ways: agriculture, forestry, firefighting, police, military, industry, and more. Taejun's technology helps these areas to work more efficiently in a linear fashion. That's why Wang Tao said their company, due to its focus on social contribution, doesn't have the time to go public and doesn't care to go public. That's not true at all. In Fan Yi's opinion, this is the kind of business that Dacia really needs. Dacia needs companies like this that have been in their field of technology and are deeply involved in technology. Such an enterprise will never be easily shaken by capital throwing out olive branches. Such a company can, in terms of technology, insist on breakthroughs. Dacia, there should be more businesses like this. Only such a business will not be floundering for capital. Only such a company can help Dacia move from an industrial power to a technological power and then back to the top of the world. Unfortunately, there are actually only a handful of such tech companies. A lot of tech companies, like Ma Anthem, are under the guise of tech, doing the dirty work of lending money to students and inciting them to pay high tuition. Fanny sucked in a breath of cold air. If Ma and Jinfu really goes public, it's scary to think about it now. Luckily, the state stepped in and called it off in a hurry on the eve of its IPO. Otherwise, it leads to obvious consequences. The 140,000,000 people of Dacia will pay for the capital. If you don't get it right, part of the wealth of the whole country will be harvested as a result. And that money, surely, will be borrowed in some kind of laundered to the capitalist countries overseas. It was never simply a listing. This is the oppression and exploitation of developing countries by capitalist countries. It is an economic overdraft on developing countries by way of capital borrowing by capitalist countries. Fanny breathed a light sigh of relief. I hope that Dacia will have more tech companies like Dajang that don't forget their beginnings and have national righteousness. Off stage, Lon Shirley was speechless, because Wang Tao was right. Dajang doesn't go public because it doesn't have time to go public. It's because it doesn't bother going public and playing capital tricks. But his soda plant needs. He doesn't have the technology. He can only rely on capital, on going public, and on making up stories to fool the bottom feeders of Dacia. Seeing Lon Shirley disliked by Wang Tao for a moment, Wang Si Onion was secretly happy in his heart and couldn't help but flirt. People's globally renowned technology companies aren't in a hurry to go public. You're in a hurry as a soda factory. It's true that the emperor is in a hurry. Lon Shirley lowered his head and smiled to himself. At the moment, he felt as if he had become a target. But it shouldn't. There are clearly a lot of people here who are grey wolves in sheep's clothing. How come no one came out to help him? Quite a few people here are beneficiaries of capital. Why don't they come out and speak for capital? These people are enjoying the money, wealth and status that capital brings them. But why? Why don't these people stand up for capital? Lon Shirley looked at Zheng Siyuan with a prayerful look. However, Zheng Siyuan only glanced at him indifferently, posing as if he doesn't want to deal with Ranshili at all. Lon Shirley shook his head helplessly. Wang Si Onion plucked up his voice and continued. To put it bluntly, capital is a. However, before the words were finished, A middle-aged man sitting behind Wang Xianyan cleared his throat. Ahem. Wang Xianyan glanced at him, then turned his head away, lips tightly closed. No more words. The crowd stretched their necks to look at the middle-aged man. He was seen to have an extremely powerful aura despite his glasses and long beckoning ears. Just by looking at him, you can sense that he must be a big shot. The big man spoke slowly and frankly. We have to recognize that capital can help businesses grow quickly. With the help of capital, a business can achieve success faster and keep expanding. This will not only increase the local GDP, but also create more job opportunities for the people. It's good for the country, for the public, and for the individual. Hearing those words, a trace of disgust flashed in Fanny's eyes. The man speaks in a moralistic manner, but Fanny knows that all these benefits that capital brings are just appearances. GDP is up, but wages are not. There are more job opportunities, but there are still a whole lot of unemployed. Because capital never hires a reasonable amount of employees for a company. Because capital needs to maintain a large unemployed population. Because only by maintaining a large number of unemployed people can the capitalists wantonly exploit the employees on the job. It has always been the usual tactic of capital to squeeze employees. Chapter 158 Temperature and Capital. The Farmer and the Snake. Surprisingly, even without Wang Jianlin's reminder, Wang Xianyan this time actually controlled his mouth. Did not dislike this capitalist big brother. Because this bigot is no one else. It's none other than the richest man in Daxia, Suguru Zhong, founder of Farmer's Fist, the king of mineral water. For 3 consecutive years, Zhong Sanshan has dominated the top of the Daxia rich list with a fortune of $450 billion. It's just a mineral water seller. It's actually worth more than all the owners of internet and tech businesses. Zhong Sansui's wealth is directly more than Manhwa Tang's by a whole mayun. Although Wang Xianyan knows a lot of dark information about Zhong Swan, but for the time being, due to his wealth and status, Wang Xianyan sensibly did not choose to dislike him. For a while, the conference hall was silent. In complete contrast to the quietness of the conference hall, the netizens in the livestream were speaking feverishly in the comment section. Where's Xianyan's mouth? Where's Xianyan's mouth? Who took it? Give it back. Born to dislike the holy body. Why don't you dislike it? This person is Daxia's richest man. Zhong Sansan. Wang Xianyan doesn't dare to dislike him. Why do I feel that Suguru Zhong is right? Capital expansion can provide us with jobs. Upstairs. Wake up. Whoever pisses yellow, wake him up. Conference room. The silence, if not interrupted in time, once sustained, gradually becomes more and more difficult to break. After a long time, the director on stage held the microphone. Just as she opened her mouth, sitting next to Li Miao Miao, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, said calmly and comfortably, behind the expansion of capital are all sorts of intrigues and plots. He will make people blinded by profits, and make people who are already ill-intentioned, even more greedy and sinister. The middle-aged woman's voice was not high though, but the conference room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. The crowd's mouths were slightly open as they marveled in their hearts. Who is it that dares to dislike the richest man? This woman is even braver than Wang Xianyan? Isn't this the same as directly scolding the richest man for being scheming and ill-intentioned? Although selling mineral water can sell to the richest man in Daxia, there must be all sorts of fancy capital maneuvers missing, less greed and sinister. But it was just an unspoken thing that no one was stupid enough to reveal on the spot. The crowd narrowed their eyes to see the face of this warrior woman, only that she was somewhat slightly chubby. The skin is smooth and white, and the features are exquisite and atmospheric. The nose is high and straight and looks slightly English. Zhong Sugo frowned at the sight of the woman wearing a black mourning flower on her chest, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. It's so wrong. Zhong Sugo straightened his spine slightly, like it was a way to get back the calmness and composure he had just had. Fanny had a keen insight into the annoyance in Zhong Sancho's mind, because the middle-aged woman who disliked Zhong Sansui just now, exactly his nemesis, Wahaha's current chairman, Zhang Fury. He is also the founder of Wahaha, the only descendant of Zhong Qingho. As far as Fanny knows, Zhong Qingho passed away in February this year. Subsequently, his daughter, Zhang Fury, took over WoW. Wahaha is also one of the few good companies in Daxia that hasn't gone public yet. Same with Basilica and Omi. There had been a lot of capital throwing olive branches to Wahaha, but the patriarch rejected them all. The most hateful is the mighty group of the French state. When Zhang Lao rejected it, he threatened to make Zhang Lao suffer a lawsuit forever. However, Zhang Lao was not afraid in the slightest. After being slandered and rumored about one after another, Zhang Lao still led Wahaha to survive with great difficulty. Zhong Lao has always been good to his employees, and Waha is also a warm company. Not long ago, the company's employees and the surrounding public learned of the obituary of Zhong Lao's death. All involuntarily wept. Off stage, Zanfury was wearing a professional outfit with a black flower with the word filial piety written in white on her chest. Since my father had just died recently, after hearing his father's nemesis, Suguru Chung, make excuses for his hypocrisy and greed, Zanfury, who didn't want to cause any trouble, still couldn't help but dislike Jong Sugo. She sat diagonally behind Suguru Jung. At this moment, looking at Jong Sugo's moralistic back, Zhong Fuli was furious. Just then, Ranshili said to Sufri, I think Mr. Jong is right that rapid capital expansion drives GDP and provides jobs. As for your claim that there's a conspiracy behind the capital or something, it's all a woman's opinion. Wang Si Onion cursed softly. Jinai MLGB. What a bare ass pulling a mill. Spinning around in a circle of shame. Zanfury's eyes were full of anger. She reached up and touched the morning flowers pinned to her chest, trying to restrain herself from lashing out. Who knows? Jong Sugo opened his mouth faintly without turning his head back. Behind all capital are complex considerations. And as for the unfounded accusations, they are but the narrow views of those who sit on the fence. When this statement was made, many capitalist bosses complimented it. Yes, Mr. Jong is right. What are the intentions of these people who always accuse the capital for no reason? You're sitting on the fence yourself and accusing others of progress. One of the suited bosses even turned directly to Zanfury and perked up. You should learn more about the logic behind capital instead of blabbering here. People Jean led the entire mineral water market. Zanfury mentally apologized to her father. Then, no longer able to hold back his anger, he said, Farmer's Fist leads the mineral water market. May. Sufri said sarcastically to Jong Sugo. Mr. Jong is now a capital predator. I don't think your company should be called Farmer's Fist. Shouldn't that be Farmer's Fist? What do you mean? Is it called Predator Mountain Punch? The crowd looked at Sufri with curious faces. Only Jong Sugo looked ahead expressionlessly. Zanfury snapped angrily. It should be called Farmer and the Snake. When these words came out, there was a tidal wave of pop-ups in the broadcast room. The Farmer and the Snake? Isn't this a fable? What's the story about? Someone help me remember. It was the farmer who was kind enough to save a dying snake from death. Conference room. On stage. Hear the words Farmer and the Snake. Fanny's mind recalled the feud between Farmer's Fist and Waha. The reasons Zanfury said that. It's because of the story of Waha and Farmer's Fist. It's the story of the farmer and the snake. Zhong Lao's Wawa is the farmer. Sugar Chung's Farmer's Fist on the other hand is that viper. Jong Sugi was outwardly moralistic. The truth is that he is an ungrateful villain. Back then, Jong Sugi was desperate, penniless, and couldn't survive. Zhong Qingho, who was a hometown boy, saved him and let him work at Waha, and it's being an agent for the whole of Hiram. But Jong Sugi actually sold the goods from Haimang to Guangdong privately, because Kwangtung's price is higher. He can make more difference and get more profit. Private stringing is allowed and will disrupt the market. This is absolutely forbidden in WoW. Zhong Qingho warned Zhong Sanson, but Zhong Sanson was unrepentant. Zhong Qingho had no choice but to fire Zhong Sanso. Who knows? Zhong Sanshan actually used the first bucket of money earned in Waha, stealing from the channels previously approached at Waha to create Farmer's Fist. Not only that, Jong Sugi, the Viper, had spread rumors indiscriminately to discredit Waha, who had saved her life. Chapter 159, How dare you refer to Waha as condoms? In the conference room, the atmosphere was extraordinarily heavy. At this moment, other than Zhong Sanso, everyone's eyes were like a beam of blazing spotlights, focusing on Zhong Fuli in unison. Of all the people in the room, there was a part of them that knew nothing about the feud between Waha and Farmer's Fist. Especially those young representatives of the various companies. They were full of doubts, with intense curiosity and disbelief in their eyes. They don't understand why Zanfury would suggest that Farmer's Fist be renamed Farmer and the Snake, which sounds a bit absurd. How can the Farmer and the Snake be worthy of the richest man when it's clearly a more negative fable? Just then, Zanfury's gaze was like a torch, and her words were as fierce as a burning flame. Back then, if it wasn't for my father's kindness, goodness to take you in, I'm afraid you would have starved to death in that cold, biting winter. If my father hadn't specially arranged for you to work for us at Waha, you'd probably be in some dark corner begging for a living right now. Upon hearing this, the crowd unconsciously leaned slightly and their ears perked up high. They were afraid of missing a single word, a single detail in this gossip fest. Their eyes were locked on Sufri. It was as if they were trying to find out more about the unseen inner workings of her every expression. Zanfuri's voice gradually turned a little shaky, and her tone was filled with extremely complex emotions. My father saved you, but you? Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you hurt us again and again. When you worked at Waaha, you disregarded the company's rules and regulations and recklessly disrupted the market for the sake of your own little short-term gains. After you left Waaha, you even made malicious rumors and maligned us. Waaha. Sam Chung, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Do you remember who reached out to you when you were in the greatest distress? Who saved you? Speaking of this, Zanfuri's tears began to well up in her eyes, as if they would break out at any moment. She felt bad for her father. Zanfuri shook her head slightly. Dad, you fed your good intentions to the dogs. How could one help such a treacherous, profit-driven abomination? Sufri raised her head, and held back the tears that were about to flow. Today, she finally gathered the courage to say the words buried in her heart for 28 years. When she thought of her own father, who had tolerated all of Zhong Sugo's evil behavior over and over again when he was alive, Zhong Fuli was depressed. Even though Farmer's Fist always uses rumors to disparage Wow, intentionally or not. But Waha has never said half a bad word about Farmer's Fist since the beginning. However, at this moment, Zhong Sanso looked calm to the extreme, as if she was a lake with no waves. Not only that, but he was actually equally at peace within himself. The nasty things John Sung Sang did to Waha for the sake of profit, he knew it in his own heart, but in Zhong Sugi's opinion, these dirty deeds were just to help him stand taller. He had to do it, because the world only remembers the winners. There is no doubt that he has become the richest man in Daxia, not only a winner in this war on drinking water, still the deserving winner in all of Daxia's commerce. There was not a single person in Daxia who was worth more than him. Zhong Sugo looked bland. Because of what Zanfuri said, he never cared. No matter how many dirty things you do, if you can win and be on top, it's worth doing. He doesn't give a about Waha, even if Waha had saved him. So what? It's just a defeat. Zanfuri's voice choked as she continued to speak. In 2005, our R&D department at Waha, after half a year of hard work, finally succeeded in developing nutritional fast present. That's the culmination of countless days and nights of research and development, and a promise to our consumers. Zhong Sugo's brows suddenly tightened as if she remembered something, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Just as he was about to open his mouth to interrupt, Sufri raised her voice. The sound seemed to penetrate the walls and shook everyone to their core. Our nutritional fast now is carefully developed according to the dietary structure and nutritional status of the country's people. It contains a variety of nutritional elements. But what about you? Instead of focusing on your own product development, you only spread rumors to discredit our new product. It's clearly a normal protein gel phenomenon. And you spread rumors that we added rubber. Even. Sufri took a long breath and tried to calm herself. Even referring to protein gels as condoms. Rumor has it that our nutrition fast now is made from condoms. Condoms? Hearing this, everyone present instantly widened their eyes, and a thunderbolt seemed to flash through their minds. Those who were a little older had guessed back then that it was a business war full of malice. But now that I heard the person in question say this, my heart was still flooded with a different kind of shock. And the representatives of the younger companies only reacted at that moment. So, it turns out that the NutriQuick condom claim was a malicious rumor. They had complex expressions of shock and regret on their faces. They lamented on the one hand for the history that had been distorted by rumors. On the one hand, it feels like it's just a normal capital business tactic. Sufri continued to rebuke angrily. The richest man, the capitalist predator. Ha, do people like you still have a heart? Why rumor the normal protein gel phenomenon as a condom? Sufri clenched her fists, her knuckles gradually turning white from the force. She had been teased by her classmates over the incident during that rumor-filled time. At that point, she felt as if she was in a dark abyss. At the time, she was lonely, helpless, and angry. She had a big fight with her father over it. She didn't understand why her father chose to be patient, why he didn't fight back hard. She wanted to scold and retort to Zhong Sujen, but her father wouldn't countenance it. Her father only told her that the more she described it, the darker it would get, so it was better to clear the air. In the end, Waha simply released a statement. Informed the public that nutrition now meets the requirements of all national safety standards. But this tiny little splash of water didn't help at all. Malicious rumors, once spread, are like wild horses out of control. In those days of closed information, the cost of clarification far outweighed the cost of rumor. The general public is easily misled by such rumors because they cannot easily learn the truth. Ever since the rumor spread that NutriBullet was made with condoms, NutriBullet sales have plummeted. Many supermarkets and convenience stores have been forced to take down their nutritional fast food products under public pressure. Meanwhile, the netizens in the live broadcast room had gone completely crazy, with various comments coming in like a tidal wave. Ah, was the condom incident a fake? I haven't even had a nutritional quickie since then. I just went and looked it up. And back then a professor even did an experiment saying that the gel was a natural phenomenon, but not many people read it. Malicious commercial warfare is really so outrageous that you can call a normal protein gel a condom. Talent. I used to drink a bottle of NutriQuick in the morning to fill me up and top off my hunger, and then I couldn't get it anymore. Misty grass. Misunderstanding business fast now more than a decade. Always thought it was a condom. This rumor making is too vicious. Chapter 160. What the hell? Farmer's fist is the conference room. Jong Sugo feigned calmness and sophistry. Please watch your words. Don't be willfully slanderous. This thing you are talking about has not a single thing to do with me. Hearing this, Zanfury directly stood up from her chair, her eyes burning with anger. Never mind? Ha! Then the one who spread the rumor that Waha is pure water that is not nutritious and non-fusanquin is mineral water that is healthier and can replenish the body's nutrients should be you. Jong Sugo's heart tightened at once. It was indeed he who said this, and there are video records on the internet to prove it. Back then, he had just founded Nongfu Shanquan, in order to raise its popularity as soon as possible. So engage in misleading consumer rhetoric and disparage the then hottest WoW to gain attention. This formula is based on the advice of a foreign capital. It does work. Directly make mineral water healthier, more nutritious words early into the hearts of consumers. Consumers are still convinced of this today. Wahaha's sales have also fallen off since then. Farmer's Fist completely rules the drinking water industry. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Zhong Sancho's mouth. Zanfury snapped angrily. You use two kinds of water to raise daffodils in order to compel the public. The result, of course, is that the flowers watered with Farmer's Fist grow better, because it's no wonder that flowers raised on manure don't grow well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the word, the crowd tried to stifle their laughter. They all know in their hearts that this isn't just a sarcastic reference to the fact that Farmer's Fist is a turd. Manure raises better flowers than water. Of course, Zanfury continued indignantly. There are already enough minerals in everyday food. Drinking mineral water for a long period of time will only lead to an overload of minerals in the body, which you are not mentioning at all. I just want to ask you, the richest man in Daxia, the king of mineral water, do you drink non-fushanquin yourself? Do you yourself drink the mineral water you produce? Although Joan Sansho was expressionless, her heart was already rolling like a shocking wave. Mineral water from Farmer's Fist. Of course he doesn't drink it. As someone who sold water to become the richest man in Daxia, he knew better than anyone that drinking water was only for replenishing water molecules. Drinking mineral water for a long period of time can cause an excess of minerals in the body and affect your health. Farmer's Fist is, to put it nicely, mineral water, nature's porter. To put it bluntly, it is to save costs, not carefully filtered and sterilized. Find a bottle and sell it. Jong Sugo gave an evil grin. But so what? It doesn't matter if he drinks it or not. As long as consumers drink it and consumers are willing to pay for it. Ha! Zanfury let out a cold laugh that was filled with mockery and anger. Zanfury's voice then rose higher and higher. And Farmer's Punch is a little sweet. Just nature's porter. Are you funny? Instead of focusing on the product itself, they only study how to market it and how to degrade others and elevate themselves. You've been using rumors to deceive the public for so many years. Have you lost your conscience for money? Jong Sugo, are you sitting comfortably in this richest man's position? Zhong Shiji turned her head to look at Sufri and retorted without hesitation. Don't take your word for it. However, the enraged Zanfury continued sarcastically as if she hadn't heard him, ignoring him at all. Never mind. Of course you are at peace. How can an ungrateful viper have a conscience for the public? With that said, Zanfury placed one hand on the morning flower on her chest and once again said sorry to her father. She shouldn't lose her cool. Shouldn't bother with an ungrateful little man like Zhong Sugi. But looking at this kind of people crazy, their own family business by this kind of people malicious slander, Zongfuli heart very hard. It was as if there was a boulder pressing down on her heart, getting heavier and heavier, leaving her breathless. Zanfury breathed a light sigh of relief and said no more. Jong Sugo didn't make any more responses either. He was deliberating on how to respond in order to turn things upside down. Just like old times. A phrase that is just a mover and shaker of nature. A simple daffodil experiment. A condom rumor. It can then mislead countless consumers. For a while, the conference room fell silent once again. The atmosphere of the sword was so tense that everyone dared not breathe a word. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room had long been unable to sit still, and the comments section was erupting like a volcano. Is what Sunfury said true? Farmer's Fist has been making up rumors to deceive consumers? We only use Wahaha's water in our lab because Wahaha's water is the cleanest. In order to help Sunfury stabilize the kingdom, I'll only drink Wahaha from now on. Farmer's Fist used to be substandard in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, so I never drank it. Farmer's Fist learns from Hoyo Purchase and maliciously spreads rumors, so please compensate all consumers on your own. Farmer's Fist was once fined $200,000 by the government for unfair competitive practices. Know what I mean? Conference room. Fanny, who had been silently observing from the stage, held up the microphone in front of him. The capital side or the conscientious business side? Now, it's time to take a stand. Fanny spoke slowly in a calm tone. In fact, according to the testing of bottled water on the market by our and Hyatt's professional quality inspectors, the water quality at Waha is the best and cleanest. Fanny's words were undoubtedly like throwing a powerful bomb into a calm lake. Boom dash! The soundless roar seemed to hover in everyone's ears, and the strong impact caused waves of shock to rise in everyone's hearts. The crowd's eyes focused on Fanny in unison. Boss Van, who is currently the most popular voice, is taking a stand? I didn't expect The first exit was directly chosen in the opposite side of the richest man in Dasha. How dare you confess that Wahaha's water is the best and cleanest? Where does it make Farmer's Fist look bad to be so blatantly supportive of Wahaha? Jong Sancho's face instantly became extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Wajiatsu to come out in favor of Wajiatsu at this point in time. Boss Fan thinks he's so great, doesn't he? Wasn't it just lucky to win a tournament? Abominable. I should have known not to let Zhang Siyuan's Zhong Xin Securities into the final. That's bad luck. Can't even manage a superstore in a tier 4 city. And what a capitalist. Zhong Sancho's brain raced and began to think of a way to deal with it. And Zanfury raised her chin slightly and looked at Fanny with a grateful glint in her eyes. She knows that with the support of Wagyu Purchase, inside this conference room, this battlefield without smoke, she had friendlies. In fact, she kind of liked the Wagyu Purchase, though for some reason, Wow didn't even make it to this live tournament. But after the program aired, as the Wayue Purchase in the network burst into flames, every day to dominate the hot search, Zanfury also watched some clips online about the Wayue Purchase match. She always felt that Boss Fan had a spiritual aura about him that she couldn't quite put her finger on. I always felt that Wojosu could win and change something for the current business environment. The hotness of the Wayue Purchase in the past few days has also given her a lot of confidence. It showed her that her father had made the right choice by not compromising with capital and insisting on being a warm business. Zanfury wore a smile on her face and sent a thank you to Fanny through her eyes. Chapter 161 Aiding a Certain Island. Farmer's Fist is a bit nuclear. It was at this moment that Jong Sugo feigned composure and opened her mouth to defend herself. I don't know much about the quality of Wahoo's water, but it's just pure water. And Non-Fuzanquin's mineral water provides the body with the minerals and trace elements it needs on a daily basis. I respectfully disagree with the idea that minerals are bad for you as you mentioned earlier. Based on what I've learned about water over the years, it's true that purified water isn't as healthy compared to mineral water. Hearing this, Sufri shook her head helplessly. All along, Suguru Chung has been using the media to spread all sorts of alarmist-sounding lies. It's what causes people to consistently misunderstand pure water. Drinking water is clearly just for hydration, not for minerals. Too many minerals can be unnecessarily taxing on your body if you consume too much of them over a long period of time. But somehow, why are consumers more willing to believe the capital marketing nonsense that mineral water is healthy and pure water is not nutritious? Even if the state gets experts to come out and dispel rumors and do experiments all in vain. Phew, Zanfury breathed a light sigh of relief. That's probably what makes capital so great. Extremely good at marketing. The product is not great, but it always captures the consumer's mind and creates a lie that the consumer is convinced of. Zanfury felt tired. She didn't want to argue. When it comes to rumor mongering and marketing, she can't beat Sam Chung. Her father didn't teach her that aspect either. Her dad only told her to be honest and hardworking in her business and products. Her dad also told her the most important thing to remember is that she must be nice to her employees. Over the years, Waha has been able to survive various rumors and malicious boycotts, relying on the strong cohesion of the company's employees. No matter how much the outside world denigrates the company, the employees always stay with the company. The employees are even more afraid of the business going under than her dad. It is because of these cohesive employees that Waha is still able to make more than $1 billion a year in profit in an environment where capital is curbing its existence. This profit, far less than Zhong Sanshan, but enough to feed a large family of employees at Waha. Zanfuri suddenly remembered the scene when her father passed away and the company's employees were each in tears. Zanfuri couldn't help but swear in her heart, "Dad, you'll forgive me, won't you? Just this once today, and I'll never say another word of nonsense related to that heartless viper again. I'll listen to you, and I'll definitely run the company in a down-to-earth manner, guarding the Wahahaha for our Zong family and guarding our large family of employees." Zhong Sugo couldn't help but gloat in her heart when she saw Zhong Fuli's reticence. "Zanfuri, you're still young. Your father can't even defeat me. Just you? Humph. Wahahaha, wait for the closure." Right at this moment, Li Miao Miao, who was sitting next to Zhong Fuli, slowly opened her mouth. "As far as I know, it seems that Farmer's Fist has a production line to aid the Fukushima nuclear power plant in the country of Little Day's journey to put into production nuclear drinking supplies." "What? Aid in building a small day country? Nuclear drinking supplies?" The conference room completely exploded at these words. The representatives of the company whose seats were a little farther away from Zhong Sanso were whispering, "Seriously? Fukushima nuclear power plant? Isn't this nuclear contaminated water? Can this be drunk? If this is real, the richest man's heart is too dark. Fake. I guess it's Tao Huabi's granddaughter making it up." Wang Xianyan was sitting right in front of Zhong Sanso, so he didn't dare to say anything to inquire. Instead, he gently bumped Wang Jianlin next to him with his leg. Wang Jianlin frowned, his eyes signaling Wang Xianyan that he did not know the details. Lan Shirley questioned aloud, "What do you mean it seems like there is aid? Little girl, you should speak with evidence. Otherwise it's slander and libel." Several capitalists sitting around Zhong Sanso followed suit. "Yeah, it's all on your side. Young girl, you're too young to open your mouth. It's a rumor. Aid for the Fukushima nuclear power plant. That's no small thing. You can't pay lip service to that." Hearing these words, a wave of revulsion surged through Fanny's heart. These are the dogs under Sugi Zhang's command. Fanny just wanted to say something on behalf of Li Miaomiao. Li Miaomiao then opened her cell phone and showed a photo to the crowd. Speaking in a tone of extreme certainty, "Farmer's Punch's This Whiskey White Peaches Bubbly Water says clearly that they use Fukushima white peaches from the land of small days. It's written by Farmer's Fist himself. I didn't just make it up, so if you don't believe me, see for yourselves." The crowd narrowed their eyes slightly. At Fan Yi's eye gesture, the office director got up and walked towards Li Miaomiao. "I'll throw the picture on the screen for a bit. Is that okay?" Li Miaomiao nodded and handed her cell phone to the office manager. After some maneuvering by the office manager, the big screen instantly displayed this whiskey white peach drink. Just see the screen at. It's a white bottle with a black cap for drinks. The bottle has some cherry blossom pink elements printed on it. The tagline on the bottle clearly states, "White peach soda sparkling water. Natural water source. 0 sugar 0 calories. Produced in Fukushima Prefecture." Next to the bubbling water, the words "non-fusangquin" were printed vertically. Wang Xianyan couldn't help but spit in a small voice. "Fogweed. Dad. I can't believe it's true. Farmer's Fist uses ingredients from Fukushima. That's what they wrote themselves." For a moment, the crowd was all dumbfounded. No one expected Zhang Sugi to make such a mistake. The netizens in the live broadcast room instantly stormed out when they saw it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there are no available white peaches in the country? No wonder I feel the energy in my body is getting stronger and stronger. So it's because I drank too much Farmer's Fist. Seriously, been misled by that Farmer's Punchline about nature's movers and shakers. Woo-hoo-hoo. And Farmer's Punch is a little sweet because the jingle supports Farmer. Won't love again? The capitalist of all evil. Gnome spoke Mountain Fist is a little nuclear. New jingle for the richest man in the world. Everyone here is responsible for Zhong Sugi becoming the richest man in the world. Conference room. Zhong Xiangxi's face was calm and her tone was composed as she tried to weasel her way out of the situation. "The whiskey white peach printed on this product is just our tagline. There is nothing from Fukushima in the ingredients." Before the words were finished, Wang Tao of Dajiang asked back in a calm tone, "You mean you're using propaganda words to deceive consumers? But why use Fukushima, the country of the little days, as a propaganda line? Wouldn't the white peaches of Dacia be suitable for your propaganda words?" Chapter 162. What's going on? Chao Wang even has virtue? At this tense moment of close call, Wang Tao's impactful 3 consecutive questions shot out like a cannonball. The crowd froze in unison for a few seconds. Just a few seconds, as if time had suddenly stood still. However, a few moments later, The expressions on the faces of the crowd then instantly displayed extreme shock. Shofu tried to weasel his way out of it, claiming that he didn't have any Fukushima white peaches from the land of lesser days in his product. The words printed on the bottle are merely promotional words. However, Wang Tao actually pinpointed the loopholes in the logic of the richest man with amazing insight. Are you using propaganda words to deceive consumers? Why are you using little day state propaganda? Wouldn't dasha be the right word for your campaign? These three questions from Wang Tao are just too tricky. Like three incomparably sharp swords. Each sword stabbed Zhong Shijazhuang straight in the vitals. Zhong Sanzhou was filled with confusion and was momentarily caught in a dilemma, struggling to get in and out. Wang Si Onion's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim in a small voice. Wang Tao is so awesome. It's almost like he's driving big against the richest man in the world with his face plastered. Wang Jianlin was filled with doubt. Stick to the face and open wide. What's that supposed to mean? Wang Si Onion was afraid that Zhong Sanzhou behind him would hear him, and his body unconsciously leaned forward as if he were a thief. Seeing this, Wang Jianlin immediately leaned forward with him. The two drew closer. At the moment, father and son look actually a bit like a pair of gossipy old ladies at the village entrance. Wang Si Onion lowered his voice and explained. In your face open big is a word from the game. In reality it can be interpreted as farting in your face, which is not only damaging but also extremely insulting. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianlin couldn't help but poof a smile and flirt. Then Wang Tao, this is also a god fart. Ha? A fairy? For what? Wang Si Onion was at a loss. Wang Jianlin replied with a smile. Because the gods fart differently. At the same time, Li Miao also exclaimed to Zone Fuli who was at the side. Wang Tao is so powerful. The brains of a polytechnic man are just great. Zon Fury nodded with deep approval. Wang Tao, the three questions. It's a direct way to put the ungrateful Zhong Xiangxi to death. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Sanzhou who had no way to retreat. They are all speculating on how the richest man will break the game. A government official on the stage, frowning. The serious look was like a major case was about to be tried. He wanted to see what the richest man in Dacia thought. Is it deceiving consumers or is it a pro-little day country? However, before the richest man could open his mouth to make a response, Fanny took the lead and held the microphone. Fanny knew deep down that Zhong Sanzhou must not be given any chance to react or explain. Sam Chung is eloquent, articulate and well-versed in marketing. Once he was given the chance, Zhong Sanzhou was likely to turn black and white upside down again and confuse the public. Fanny spoke slowly into the microphone, his voice steady and strong. Since 2011, we have explicitly banned the import of any food from Fukushima. If this soda can be successfully launched, it must have passed the strict national testing standards. I believe that our country will never allow Fukushima white peaches with nuclear radiation to appear in the products. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was confused. What's wrong with Mr. Fan? Just now you said that Waha has the cleanest water. Now why are you speaking for Nongfu Shanquan? Whose side is Boss Fan on? Zhong Xuanchuan stared intently at Fan Yi. He couldn't fathom Fan Yi's intentions. Was Fan Yi genuinely helping him, or was there a trick in his words? If he was genuinely helping him, then Boss Fan was quite sensible. It was at this moment that Fan Yi suddenly turned his words around and said sharply, the state will help us to strictly test the quality of the drinks, and there can never be any nuclear radiation. As for why Mr. Chung used Fukushima as a promotional phrase, perhaps it's because Mr. Chung simply prefers foreign countries, like abroad? Is Boss Fan insinuating that Zhong Sanzhou is a foreign admirer? At these words, the expressions of the three government officials on the stage instantly froze. The hearts of the people on the stage fluttered. Boss Fan is swinging for the richest man. However, Boss Fan was right. Zhong Sugo did worship foreigners. The circle is well known. At this moment, Zhong Sanzhou was calm and collected, and didn't even look the slightest bit angry. He doesn't see anything wrong with foreign admiration. He is beating his heart that foreign is better than domestic. The moon is just fuller abroad than at home. Otherwise, he would not have been able to transfer his son's nationality to the ugly country. With Zhong Sanshan's many years of marketing experience, products are sure to sell well as long as they are labeled as foreign. When it comes to sales, he's especially fond of using the land of small days as a promotional tool. Actually, except for promoting it with Fukushima's whiskey white peaches, other products are also advertised with citrus oranges from Miyazaki Prefecture or something. In his mind, there was nothing wrong with it, and it even showed his superior taste. However, Zhong Sugo is not stupid, and issues like kissing a small day can't be said in front of the program's live broadcast. Zhong Sanzhou opened her mouth slightly and was about to argue. when Fanny immediately continued. At this meeting, our theme is going to be about how to manage employees and run a company. So, I would also ask that you focus on discussing staff management. Just before the words fell, Chao Wang in the corner immediately stood up from his chair. Boss Fan. Director. Sorry, I have to go back to the factory first to implement Boss Fan's proposal just now, especially the wage increase and the workshop environment improvement program. Chao Wang was filled with joy, as if he had won the jackpot. In fact, Chao Wang, who was sitting in the corner, hadn't even bothered to watch the big drama between Waha and Non-Fusion Fist just now. Since Boss Fan's proposal was finished, the striking workers then kept calling the factory. Chao Wang, on the other hand, had been sending green letter messages with his assistant. At this moment, the people on stage all looked at Chao Wang with considerable shock. Boss Fan just made the suggestion. Boss Chao is anxious to go back and implement it now? What's going on? What about the promised low wages that are not conducive to employee struggles? Boss Chao, you've changed. I can't believe you're going to leave behind the low-wage believers here and go back to the factory and sneak in progress on your own. I've never seen you so active when you go home to meet the beautiful housekeeper. Chao Wang completely ignored the eyes of the onlookers and thanked Fanny. Boss Fan, thank you. The workers just called after seeing your offer on the program. They said if I accept all your offers, they'll go back to the factory and keep making glass. Things are rather urgent, and I must go back and watch them myself. Chao Wang was overjoyed. His eyebrows fluttered, and the more he talked, the happier he became. It's a far cry from the downtrodden look he had before the meeting. His promised goods to his customers are finally ready for delivery. Chao Wang had just done a sneaky mental math. How much can it cost to raise wages and improve the workshop environment? As long as the workers are willing to come back and keep doing it, ability to deliver on time to customers, then none of this is a problem. Thinking of this, Chao Wang continued. Boss Fan, add a green letter. The program comes out. I'll send it to you first. Chapter 163. Chao's foundation is poor, so I'll trouble Mr. Fan to worry more. Fanny smiled bashfully. Boss Chao is stabbing himself with a knife and finally knows it hurts. I hope Boss Chao's program will be implemented successfully. Don't go back to being the unethical boss. Fanny took out his cell phone and responded. Okay, then you can go back to the factory first. Tada! Chao Wang took his cell phone and walked quickly from the stage to Fanny. Van Eyck flashed the green letter QR code. Beep dash. Chao Wang lamented as he clicked on the screen. Boss Fan, I didn't think that with a few words from you, that group of workers would come back voluntarily. Your way of manipulating the bottom feeders works so much better than my donation of over $20 billion. Fanny scratched his head helplessly. What's going on? How come Chao Wang's words still sound like the smell of a million evil capitalists? Boss Chao's day is back, but it doesn't seem to be much. Workers' wages have nearly tripled. The workshop environment has been improved, and there will be no malicious deduction of wages in the future. The benefits package can be described as a quantum leap. Of course the workers were willing to come back and keep working. In the final analysis, it was a collective strike by the workers that brought about some awakening in Chao Wang. He's just going along for the ride and making a few suggestions. Fanny persuaded sincerely. If you implement everything you just said, not only will you be able to deliver to your customers, but your employees will be able to work in your factory for a longer period of time. Chao Wang nodded with seeming understanding. As long as the worker is now willing to come back and keep working, he can deliver to the customer. Staff longevity and all that. Again. However, this time, Chao Wang was really impressed with Boss Fan. Workers he couldn't even beg to get back. With just a few simple words and a few suggestions, Boss Fan was surprisingly willing to come back. Chao Wang was full of smiles as he waved with the crowd and left with his ass in the air. Meanwhile, the extraordinarily warm atmosphere of the live broadcast, netizens saw Chao Wang's transformation and emotions ran all the way up. For the first time, Boss Chao looks like a human being and walks away refreshed. Chao Wang has been honest and begs to be spared. Honest my ass. It's all for his own benefit, to deliver to his customers. What the heck? The treatment and working environment will just improve. It's a real good thing for us. Chao's foundation is too poor, so I'd like to trouble Mr. Fan to teach him more in the future. Conference room. The crowd looked at Chao Wang's departing back and looked at each other. Boss Fan is so awesome. Just by making a few small suggestions, he revitalized Boss Chao's glass factory. What a powerful personality that is. I really didn't think that not only hitmen eat this up, even a capitalist like Boss Chao listens to Boss Fan? The crowd whispered. Boss Chao's face changed too quickly. Before he lost the match, he even posted a small essay in his circle of friends to scold Boss Fan. I saw it too. The scolding was pretty nasty, saying that boss Fan doesn't know how to manage, and I even liked it. Wang Si Onion in the front row couldn't help but praise it. Dad, let's just say that boss Fan is a natural boss saint, right? Listen to him and you'll win in a packet. Look at a few words from boss Fan. And all of Boss Chow's employees came back obediently. Wang Jianlin glanced at Zhong Sanzho behind him with his afterglow and asked in a low voice, "Who do you think will win? The one in the back or Boss Fan?" Wang Si Onion frowned slightly. After the war of words just now, the scene is already very clear. Li Miaomio of Basilica Mom, Wang Tao of Dajiang, and Boss Fan of Hoyuyubi are all speaking in favor of Wahaha Zongfulis. As it stands, the four of them are definitely a team. As for who's on the team with Sam Chung, Wang Si Onion turned his head and scanned the circle. The director said this morning that there were 628 company representatives attending the meeting, including Boss Fan. After Boss Chow left, there were 627 left. Wang Si Onion shook his head slightly. Except for the four on Boss Fan's team, the remaining 623 company representatives present, they should all be on Suguru Zhang's team. In terms of numbers, Suguru Chung has the absolute advantage. Nope. It should be 622. Wang Si Onion snapped to mind that there was still himself. He's not on either team. He's a stirrer in the middle. Thinking of this, Wang Si Onion, whose personality had always been flamboyant, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, either team is actually. He was the only one who was the wittiest stick. Wang Jianlin was puzzled. What are you laughing at when I asked you who would win? Wang Si Onion glanced at his dad disdainfully and thought in his heart. The Wang family still has to rely on me. This stupid father of mine. He can't carry his brain. Just then, a male government official on the stage held the microphone in front of him and slowly spoke. Mr. Zhong. As soon as those two words came out, the conference room, which was still slightly noisy, instantly froze. Zhong Sugo's heart skipped a beat. This government official had an upright posture and slightly raised sword brows. His gaze was sharp, staring intently at Zhong Shijiazhuan. Answer the three questions Mr. Wang asked just now. Zhong Sugo instantly grimaced. The three government officials on the stage. Both are his men. Just now talking this two-sleeved, clean and honest, cannot be bought in the slightest. Money bribes do not want. Beauty temptation is not moved. I had thought that Chow Wang would come with such a small episode, and that the matter of whisking white peaches would be over. Didn't realize. Zhong Sancho's face became extremely ugly. At this time, Lon Shirley, seeing this situation, instantly had a calculation in his heart. He was determined to cross Zheng Xiyuan. It even crossed over to everyone in the room and went straight to hugging the richest man's thighs. In his mind, the soda plant's path to market must not be blocked. For that, he would pay any price. Lon Shirley lifted his head without a care in the world. This sparkling water has been tested by the state and the quality is definitely fine. Fukushima's white peaches are nothing more than a buzzword for the product. Just think about it. Many products are used to using foreign elements as promotional words. This is simply to cater to the psychological needs of consumers, who like it, and we can't do anything about it. The few people sitting around Zhong Sujian heard this and agreed. Yeah, that's what consumers like, so what can we do? Anyone in business understands that the same product with a foreign label just sells better than the one without. If this is problematic, then many products in the country are problematic. Zhong Sugo's frown gradually stretched out. If you make a big deal out of it just because the tagline is Fukushima White Peach, then isn't Dacia a bit small-minded and well-disposed? Dacia small-minded? A frog at the bottom of a well? Fanny was speechless to the core. Come on, you're the richest man in Dacia. It's the people of Dacia who make the money. Many of the products that can be made are advertised in the land of small days. Isn't that a bit much? Does this match the richest man in Dacia? Zhong Xiangxi seemed to feel that she couldn't get enough and continued. We have to admit that the quality of foreign products is just better than domestic. That's why consumers also prefer to buy products with foreign taglines. Chapter 164, Elder Rin personally delivered a cell phone. Huawei triple folding screen. At these words, Wang Tao was directly anxious. As the richest man in Dacia, you should focus on making Dacia's own products instead of publicizing them for foreign countries. It's not that consumers like to buy foreign products. It's that you people have been deliberately leading them on. It is your intentional propaganda that makes consumers think that foreign products are better than domestic ones. Hearing these words, Fan Yi's thoughts ran wild. What Wang Tao said is very true. The information consumers see is carefully crafted by these traders to foreign capital. They are focused on marketing and bragging about the quality of foreign products, but never put their minds to improving their own products. The young and exuberant Li Niamia opened her mouth with a puff of air. Daxia's richest man. What on earth are you thinking? Why are you so keen on using a small day country for propaganda in Daxia? Before the words left his mouth, Lon Shirley hurriedly defended himself. You don't have to exaggerate. As you have just said, this is normal in the market. The rest of the company representatives chimed in. The fact that Zhong can become the richest man in the world is enough to prove that the market recognizes his product and that there is no problem with the propaganda words he chose. Yes, as long as consumers are willing to pay for it. Why get hung up on how it's advertised? For a while, the 622 company representatives, led by Zhong Sanshan, were like a pot of boiling water, eagerly defending Farmer's fist. You spoke and I spoke, and the conference room was instantly in disarray. Wang Tao argued his case and engaged in a heated debate with the crowd. Li Miao Miao also argued with the crowd. A war without smoke is being fought with few against many. The clamor is extreme. Zanfuri bowed her head and caressed the morning flowers on her chest. She didn't want to say anything else related to Zhong Suzhen. Fanny frowned, pondering what to do. The three government officials, for a moment, did not know what to say. The scene is extremely chaotic. Even Wang Si Onion stick cannot help. While this was going on, I don't know who shouted out a sentence. The quality of foreign products is just better than domestic. Don't be a ing frog in the well. Wang Tao and Li Niamia were about to open their mouths in anger. The door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Upon seeing the visitor, everyone's mouths were open and unable to say a word. Some raised their hands, too, and stopped in midair. It was as if the world suddenly pressed the pause button and everything came to a screeching halt in an instant. The crowd was dumbfounded and sat back in their chairs in silence. Even the richest man, Zhong Sansho, didn't dare to say another word. The three government officials on stage were the first to rise from their chairs. Elder Ren, you're here. Three government officials personally walked toward the door to greet them. Fanny and the director also got up from their positions. Everyone present had no idea that Ren Zhengfei would be here today. The director reacted and immediately smiled. Elder Ren, you sit here. Elder Ren's face was rarely serious, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Just now at the door I heard someone say that foreign products are better than domestic ones, and that Daxia is a frog in the well? Hearing this, the crowd from Zhong Suzhen's faction buried their heads even lower. Elder Ren held a red square box and walked toward Fanny. Fanny's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. This is Ren Lao. It was the Huawei boss he admired the most. Elder Ren handed the black box in his hand to Fanny. Boss Fan, first time meeting, this is a gift for you. Fanny was flattered and hastily accepted the red box with both hands. Elder Ren continued. It's Huawei's yet to be released tri-folding screen phone. A triple folding screen phone? The crowd's eyes couldn't help but gather on the black box in Fanny's hands. Open it up, Elder Ren said with a smile. Fanny nodded slightly, then opened the red box. Chapter 165. This is not a cell phone. This is the Emperor's Zhangshi. With the opening of the red box, the back of a burgundy-colored cell phone gradually unfolded in front of Fanny's eyes. This phone is encrusted with ebony bezels. The burgundy and ebony color combination exudes a sense of aristocratic sophistication. Above the back of the phone is a unique octagonal camera. Below the camera, printed in a row of small, vertical letters in gold, Huawei Mate XT Ultimate Design. At first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it, except that it looks good. The crowd was craning their necks to find out what was going on. A triple folding screen phone? Doesn't this look like a normal cell phone? What does trifold mean? Fanny's gaze carried the same question as he subconsciously glanced at Elder Ren. Elder Ren confidently gestured for Fanny to take his cell phone out. The phone had just entered his hand, and Fanny immediately sensed that something was wrong. An inexplicable shock instantly surged through his heart. Fanny couldn't help but widen his eyes. For a moment, it was as if Fanny had touched the door of future technology. He couldn't wait to get the phone out and set the box down on the side table in one smooth motion. Fanny stared incredulously at the cell phone in his hand. He finally understood why it was called a trifolding screen phone. At this moment, Fanny very much wanted to say asterisk, but it did not match his status, so he could only force down the marvel in his heart. Fanny slowly unfolded his cell phone. When the second screen in the inner fold unfolded, the crowd was unresponsive. After all, folding screen phones are now on the market. But the moment the third screen in the outer fold unfolded, everyone was dumbstruck. In that moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. Wang Si Onion even stood up from his chair and exclaimed loudly, this is not a cell phone. This is the Emperor's Zhangshua. When Li Miao Miao heard this, she couldn't help but poof a smile. The rest of them stared at the cell phone in Fanny's hand with a deadly stare, never able to take their eyes off of it. Under Rin Lao's guidance, Fanny turned his cell phone on. The screen lit up, and the words Hongmeng's system appeared on the screen with it. Fanny couldn't help but stack the 3 cell phone screens into one. In an instant, the cell phone screen is automatically adapted to a single screen. Once again, Van Eyck unfolded the screens in turn. The same picture first adapts perfectly to both screens unfolded. This is then perfectly adapted to the 3 unfolded screens. Feeling the charm of technology, Fanny couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Folded up, it is as thin as a cicada. When unfolded, it can reflect the sun and the moon. It's more than just cell phones. It is a technological innovation that combines a cell phone, tablet and computer. In the live broadcast room, the netizens in front of the screen saw the triple folding screen phone. Several exclamations of surprise involuntarily rushed out of their mouths. Misty grass. Quotation team, make a quotation. I want it. Fashion is a reincarnation. It is like the Zhengsher that I approved back then. At this rate, I can pull a piece of LCD TV out of my pocket. It feels like something I can't afford. I'll buy it in a couple years. Maybe it'll be blinds by then. Conference room. On stage. Ren Zhengfei sat in the very center. Not angry. Fanny sat to the left of Elder Ren, his expression full of admiration. He had heartfelt admiration for Ren Zhengfei, especially after being in the system and learning the way Ren Zhengfei managed the company. In Fan Yi's opinion, Huawei could become the light of Daxia, cannot be separated from Ren Zhengfei's over-the-top management model for employees. Fanny even thought that in some ways, Huawei treated his employees better than Huayu Purchase. Ren Zhengfei, however, has 35% of the shares, and the profits are all distributed to the employees. That's why Warwick can be technologically innovative. Because, like Huayu Purchase, all of the employees at Huawei are genuinely interested in making the company a better place. At this moment, in the conference room, the situation between the capitalist side and the conscientious business side was instantly reversed. With Ren Zhengfei's move to give Fanny a big gift as soon as he arrived, Fan Yi's team is now bottoming out. Everyone knew that Elder Rin didn't just represent Huawei. Elder Rin is here today. He must have been sent by the state. It could be said that Ren Lao's attitude towards his staff today, towards this meeting, represented the topmost meaning. On the stage, 3 government officials took their seats at the 3 remaining positions. The director, on the other hand, stood self-consciously off stage with the cameraman. Ren Zhengfei held the microphone and spoke slowly. The tri-folding screen phone that was just sent to Boss Fan. The most difficult thing to overcome is this 10-inch UTG flexible screen. Fanny nodded slightly. He doesn't understand the terminology. But once these 3 screens are unfolded, the field of view when playing King Pesticide should all be 3 times more than others. Thinking of this, the corners of Fanny's mouth rose, and his heart leapt a little. Must try it tonight. Let's see if we can rage on 3 stars. Ren Zhengfei said with a smile on his face and some pride. This folding screen technology of ours is the only one in the world that unfolds to a thickness of only 3.6 millimeters. 3.6 millimeters? The unfolded screen is only 3.6 millimeters. Wouldn't that be only 10.8 millimeters for all 3 screens together? You know, the world's favorite to do folding phone sunching. 2 folded screen thickness is also 13.5 millimeters. The Huawei trifold, on the other hand, is surprisingly only 10.8 millimeters. The Fruit Phone Pro series, without folding, has a single screen of 8.25 millimeters, and the Warwick single block is only 3.6 millimeters, less than half the thickness of Fruit. As we all know, the thinner the cell phone, the higher the demand for semiconductor chip technology. Although Ren Lao did not say much, it was enough to prove that Huawei's current chip technology had reached new heights. Fan Yi's face was quite astonished. It's only 3.6 millimeters. No wonder it was so thin in my hand just now. The Lei Jun under the stage had adoration in his eyes. Thinking back to 5 years ago, Reagan's treatment of other businesses in the media was, life and death is not a matter of concern. Today, there has been a huge shift in Rei's attitude in the media. Can't do it. Can't really do it with Huawei. Huawei is definitely the forefront technology company in Daxia, and even in the world. Warwick is one of the most ruthless companies in terms of competitive strength. Warwick is really strong. Just as the crowd was stunned, Ren Zhengfei spoke in a calm tone. This tri-folding screen phone, we will release it on September 10th at 2:30 p.m. Details will be announced then. September 10th? Fanny looked at Ren Zhengfei in surprise. This was the day the Fruit Phone was released. Is this Huawei's way of going head-to-head with Fruit phones? Lei Jun and some of the bosses who were doing tech-related things on the stage were dumbfounded. They've only seen tri-folding screen concepts made by Sanxing before. Sanxing, a giant global cell phone company, can only make concept phones. But our Huawei is now actually directly mass-producing tri-folding screen phones. There is a huge technological divide between concept and mass production. And from the trial just now, it seems to be a pure-blooded Hongmeng system, self-developed chip, self-developed system, paired with the world's first mass-produced tri-folding screen. Warwick seems to be really far ahead this time. Lei Jun offstage couldn't help but feel ashamed of himself. The rest of the companies that make cell phones are rolling in performance and rolling in price. Even rolled pixels. Even Fruit, which leads the cell phone industry, is rolling with camera placement and number of buttons. Throughout the world, only Huawei of Dacia dares to innovate today. From the Kirin chip to the Hongmeng system, to the Beidou satellite. Then there's the world's first mass-produced tri-folding screen. Chapter 166, Ren Jingfei couldn't even enter the rich list. The cell phone industry, as a whole, hasn't been this exciting in years. Warwick is at least a year ahead of the market this time. Lei Jun's heart was pounding, and he became more and more energized. The trifold screen was released on the same day as the Fruit. Huawei never fights an unprepared battle. How confident is Ren Jingfei about this phone that he dares to challenge the Fruit by releasing it on the same day as it? Lei Jun surreptitiously pulled out the Huawei X5 cell phone from his pocket. Personally set the alarm for September 10th at 2:30 p.m. With this trifolding screen phone from Huawei, he had to stay in front of the screen to watch the launch. After setting the alarm clock, Lei Jun couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Huawei is in charge of technological innovation, and I'm in charge of beating the price down for the brothers. He. Just then, Ren Jingfei on the stage slowly opened his mouth. Everyone knows that our main business in Huawei is actually not cell phones. Our most important business is to do base stations to engage in communications. We are the best at 5G, and we are the best at microwaves. There's only one company in the world that does both 5G and microwave well, and it's still us, Warwick. The more Ren Jingfei spoke, the prouder he became. Ha ha. He was only seen smiling sprightly and with pride in his smile. Ren Jingfei is genuinely incredibly proud of his Huawei. Inside the conference room, the crowd applauded. Moments later, Ren Jingfei spoke with a serious expression. Who just said we're frogs at the bottom of a well? Ren Jingfei's words carried a hint of dominance. All of the Zhang Sujil faction on stage hung their heads. Even Lei Jun nodded silently. Although he hadn't defended Zhong Sujin just now, didn't join in that heated exchange of words. But his true position in this meeting was on the side of Samchung's capital. Ren Jingfei spoke with a slightly smug tone. The West is just a big rural area, and we're the only ones in the world with base stations in Huawei. We have a lot of things that foreign countries can't research on their own, so they have to buy them from Huawei. This is the bottom line of Huawei and the bottom line of Dacia. It's not us who are sitting on the fence. It's you who are saying this. Ren Jingfei's voice gradually raised. Fanny on the side also became more and more excited the more he listened. The live broadcast instantly sparked a furor, and netizens instantly exploded the comment section. There should be applause here. Well said. It's you who are sitting on the well and watching the sky. After decades of reform and opening up, you're still looking at Dacia with old ideas, listening to the blood boiling and shouting up to the sky. Huawei can be expensive, but he can't kneel. Huawei is really much more expensive than Mimi or something. Huawei is the future of Dacia technology. Why does the ugly kingdom suppress Huawei but not Xiaomi? Conference room. Ren Jingfei paused briefly and spoke slowly. The ugly countries sanctioned us and boycotted us. They thought that if they arrested Meng Wanzhou, we would collapse. But after the arrest, we didn't collapse in Huawei. Not only are we not collapsing, we're moving forward and growing faster. Ren Jingfei smiled bashfully and said jokingly into the microphone, I guess they probably caught the wrong one. Ha ha. Snap snap dash. The conference room, once again, applauded. Surprisingly, he directly flirted with the ugly kingdom for catching the wrong one. Ren Jingfei, this is what kind of courage? What kind of pattern? It's only then that you can mock the ugly country for arresting the wrong person. Wang Tao clapped his hands while swearing in his heart. The future Dajiang must become a national technology enterprise like Huawei. However, instead of clapping and applauding, Zhong Sanzhou on the stage lowered her head and looked at her cell phone with a serious expression. Ren Jingfei spoke in a smooth tone. I'm here today to share with you the management model of Huawei. The reason why Huawei has not collapsed and why it is growing faster is because of Huawei's model. Hearing this, Fanny instantly brightened up. Some of the company representatives on stage were curious. They all wanted to hear what kind of management model had made Huawei such a great company. There is also a portion of company representatives that are frowning. Ran Zhengfei glanced at Zhong Sanzhou and slowly opened his mouth. At a glance, quite a few of you are at the top of the Daxia rich list, worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Hearing this, Zhang Sanshan, Ma Huatang, Huang Zheng, and other bigwigs on the rich list couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths rise. They stiffened their bodies with force, and their entire essence increased dramatically. To be able to stand out from 1.4 billion people and be among the top of the Daxia rich list, they were proud of it. Ran Zhengfei continued. In terms of wealth, I can't compare to everyone here. My wealth doesn't even make it into the Great Summer Rich list. Ha ha ha. Ran Zhengfei smiled sparingly, then said from the bottom of his heart, but I'm not interested in making the rich list either, because once I do, good businesses like Huawei will be gone. Ran Zhengfei patted Fan Yi's shoulder and said to the crowd, I know that the hardest thing for you to accept in terms of promoting the Wojoibai management model is to share 90% of the profits with your employees, right? Hearing this, the faces of the crowd instantly darkened. 90% profit is indeed their main concern. I didn't expect Ran Zhengfei to directly poke through the window paper. Who in their right mind would want to take the money from their pockets and give it away? And it's still being given to the same group of employees who are usually dependent on the company. Zhong Sanzhou was even more gloomy. He's worth $450 billion. If 90% of the profits are given to the employees, that's $405 billion to be distributed to employees. He will never be able to sit in the richest man's seat again. At this moment, everyone on stage was unusually nervous. They are all afraid that the state will use strong-arm tactics, forcing them to arbitrarily divide 90% of the family business among the beatniks. Just then, Ran Zhengfei continued, not forcing you to share 90% of your profits immediately. I'm just here today to talk some sense into you. The crowd was relieved to hear this. However, Ran Zhengfei spoke sharply. Only a boss with a small frame of mind would think an employee is worthless. In my opinion, employees are the most valuable asset of a company. We have 35% of the shares of Huawei. Profits, all to employees, I only 65%. If it weren't for the 200,000 employees of Huawei, Huawei wouldn't be where it is today. The comments section of the live broadcast instantly detonated when these words came out. This old man is too forward-looking. 35%, higher than the Huawei purchase. Ran Lao is worthy of enjoying the temple. It is rumored that there are researchers at Huawei who make $500 million a year. Ran Lao, our leadership pattern is so small. Every day we consider how to lower the wages of employees. I'm from the countryside, and I only had $2,000 on me when I joined Huawei. But now I have more than $7 million on my card, and my heart is so solid. My husband, Huawei's, lost at least $4.780 for not going to work for a day. Huawei is the only company that isn't listed and can still go one-on-one with top foreign tech companies like Silicon Valley. Chapter 167. My daughter is great, isn't she? The conference room was silent. It was a far cry from the lively hustle and bustle of the comments section of the livestream. It's unusually quiet here. So quiet it's scary. The crowd's eyes were falsely focused on Ran Zhengfei. At the moment, their hearts were full of resistance. In the view of most people on the stage, Ran Zhengfei's words were tantamount to asking them to give 90% of their profits to their employees. This is really unacceptable to them. Zhong Sanzhou was even more sarcastic in his heart. The old man is truly epileptic. Does he think he's smart? In fact, we all think he's a douchebag. 35% of the share profits are distributed to employees, and they themselves account for less than 1%. Huawei's business is so wide-ranging and spread out. But this old man is worth less than a third of my zero. How dare he come out to do business with such a business mindset? If I'd had Huawei, I'd have been worth hundreds of billions of dollars. I'd be the richest man in the world. I don't care about being the richest man in Daxia with this 100 billion renminbi. 100 billion RMB and $100 billion are not the same order of magnitude at all, okay? Thanks to this old man who talks so proudly about giving his employees 35% of his shares. It's ridiculous to think of stupidity as sentimentality, and it's a disgrace to our businessmen. At the moment, the entire conference room was filled with a deadly atmosphere. Most of the people on stage had a look of contempt on their faces. It was a sharp contrast to the warm atmosphere of the crowd that had earlier applauded for Ran Zhengfei. In their minds, Huawei gives employees a share of money. That is Ran Zhengfei stupid. They can give cuties, applaud and pretend to be a cuddler, but let them all look to Huawei and give their employees their cut. Dream on. Who the hell wants to be a boss when you're doing this? Being a boss and not getting as much as an employee. Not only can't you buy a mansion, you can't get a second wife. It's embarrassing to even talk about it. It was at that moment that Sufri raised her hand. Ren Zhengfei nodded slightly in greeting. Sufri slowly got up from her chair and spoke in a gentle tone. Hello Elder Ren. I'm Zanfury from Waha. Ren Zhengfei's eyes clearly lit up when he heard Waha. Zanfury continued. Along with my father, you're an entrepreneur I've always had great respect for. Zhongfu Li's tone was soft to the extreme. A far cry from the way she had been when she had angrily rebuked Zhong Sujin just a moment ago. At the moment, she looked elegant and sensible. There was a special charm of a mature businesswoman that made many people in the room look at her. Ren Zhengfei was smiling. He was not familiar with Zanfury, but he and Zhong Qingho were of similar age and had crossed paths before. He and Zhong Qingho were somewhat similar, and at the same time appreciated each other. Both of them don't mix with the capital circle, and both of them insist on doing a good job in industry. After the death of Zhong Qingho, to honor the memory of Elder Zhong, Mr. Ren Zhengfei also provided Waha products such as Nutritional Express and AD calcium milk for Huawei employees. Zanfury continued nonchalantly. Elder Ren, it's impossible for Waha to suddenly give more than 90% of its profits to its employees like Huayuyubi or Huawei. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. It's impossible to give 90% of your profits to your employees. Well said. Zanfury is so brave. Surprisingly, he took a direct stance. Still too young and not smooth enough. Anyways, we have to push Ren Zhengfei and Boss Fan first. Wait until they get ugly before you say where you stand. Several company representatives changed their complexion and muttered in whispers. Waha, shouldn't he be on the same team as Boss Fan? How come you're the first to stand up against it? It's not that simple. There are no friends, much less teammates, before interests. Yeah, if your teammate asked you to give all your money to the minions, would you want to? Isn't that pure piggybacking? It was at this moment that Zanfury said in a calm and composed tone, Elder Ren, your words just now inspired me. If it weren't for the 200,000 employees of Waweep, there would be no Waweep today. Same with Waha. Actually, if it weren't for the 30,000 employees of Waha, Waha wouldn't have been able to survive so many years of slanderous rumors. Zanfury's tone was calm, but the image of employees being loyal and united to WoW comes to mind. Zanfury would always be deeply touched inside. Afraid of losing control of her emotions, she stopped with a smile on her face, but the people who heard these words instantly sensed that something was wrong. Just now she had said that it was impossible to give her employees a 90% share of the profits like Ren Zhengfei. Why are you saying things like that now? Actually thanking Ren Zhengfei for inspiring her? That doesn't sound right. This stupid daughter of Zan Lao is up to something. Just then, after a slight pause, Zanfury continued. Elder Ren, Waha is currently distributing 24.6% of its shares and profits to its employees. 24.6%? Wahaha is also a sandman. The crowd bristled with disdain. Compare it to Wagyu Purchase and Huawei. Wahaha half-assed it. Before running a company, can you figure out who owns it? The owner and the employee are in an employment relationship. Employees are just moneymakers for their bosses. A fraction of a percent is too much to give employees a share of the profits. While Woyo Purchase, and Wahaha, three little cuties. Boss, it's almost like they're all in the same boat. Zanfury didn't care about the others, but looked at Ren Zhengfei. Elder Ren, now I've decided to take the 24.6% that was originally given to the employees and raise it to 35% first, depending on the operation. Aim to grow 5 to 10% every year until it's like yours. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zanfury heard the company representative sitting behind her, softly cursing ********. However, Zanfury completely ignored it and continued to ask in a humble tone. Elder Ren, do you think this is feasible? Ren Zhengfei said without hesitation. Of course it works. Immediately, Ren Zhengfei held the microphone and complimented. Waha gave us a good start. Dividends to employees rising slowly like this. One step at a time is actually the best. Managing a business is not child's play. You can't eat it all in one bite. Ren Zhengfei smiled brightly. Next to him, Fanny and the three government officials applauded in unison. With that, the crowd on stage also clapped their hands with great reluctance. For a moment, the room resounded with another round of applause, but the applause disappeared unusually quickly. The last few sporadic rounds of applause were actually laced with a hint of sarcasm. Ren Zhengfei didn't care and jokingly said to Zanfury, then Wahaha's equity dividend structure certainly cannot be listed in the future. Zanfury smiled bashfully. My father turned down a lot of capital that wanted to help Wahaha go public when he was alive. Since I inherited my father's Wahaha, then of course I must also inherit his faith of insisting on not going public. Yes, Ran Zhengfei said aloud without thinking, his tone full of admiration. Lao Zong, you not only left the cleanest water for Dasha, you're also raising a good boy for Dasha who doesn't blindly follow capital. Ren Zhengfei seemed like an old man at the moment. He squinted his eyes slightly, but he actually saw Zong Qingho's hand resting on Zong Fuli's shoulder, proudly showing off towards him. How about it? Old Ren, my daughter is great, isn't she? Chapter 168 Water merchants don't sell. Bottle masters don't accept. However, the vast majority of the people on stage scoffed at Sufri's words, especially Zhang Sugi. He actually cursed in his mind. Hands down defeated. Not going public because it's stupid, because it's not capital conscious. How is ignorance still a religion? How dare you get into a father-daughter legacy? Not bad for Zhang's daughter. Oddball. The speed at which capital makes money is simply not on the same order of magnitude as industry. If not for the help of capital, there was no way that he, Zhang Sugi, could sell water to become the richest man in Daxia. Thinking of this, Zhang Sugo had a flash of insight. Good thing too, if it weren't for these ignorant fools who can't utilize capital, my position as the richest man might not be secure. Conference room. Zanfury was a little nervous though, her heart pounding, but she thanked the camera with eyes full of sincerity. Today I would love to take this opportunity to thank the employees who worked at Waha, including those older employees who have retired. Zanfury gave a slight lurch. When my father died, more than just the entire active staff sent flowers in his honor. Many others had worked at WO for decades. Employees who are now in their 50s, 60s, and even 92 years old and have retired. They came from out of town in the rain in the middle of the night in front of the Waha building to see my dad off. Saying this, Zanfury's voice couldn't help but choke up as she forced back the tears and continued. I've been living in the shadow of my father's death these past few months and haven't even thanked you. Today, I finally said what I've kept bottled up inside for decades. What my dad wouldn't let me say. It's been 5 months, and it's time for me to get over the emotions of my father leaving. Please reassure your aunts and uncles who have retired. I would definitely take the current staff. Take the wahahaha that you have left behind only after breaking through all the difficulties and move steadily forward. Zanfury's tone was firm, her eyes revealing a strong determination. Ren Zhengfei on the stage. I don't know when his eyes have been slightly moist. He saw the shadow of Zong Qingho and Zong Fuli. See that Zong Qingho who insisted on not laying off employees and on being compassionate to them. Ren Zhengfei nodded slightly to Zong Qingho's phantom. Don't worry about going. I'll be helping Flurry in the shadows from now on. The comments section of the live broadcast was completely abuzz with netizens. Waha has been around for 30 years and the quality is proven. Those words, Sofuri actually wanted to say them to her father. Right. I'll deliberately buy Wahahas from now on. Sufuri's future is in everyone's hands. So take care of it. It's so hard to get Wawas on our side. The shelves won't let you put them in. Annoyed SKR people. Downstairs store cabinet is full of Nongfu Shanquan. So big cabinet. Cannot accommodate a bottle of Waha. Meanwhile, a sizable scrapyard. Beverage bottles are densely stacked. The owner of the scrapyard wore white, blue trimmed, hemp-knit gloves on both hands. At this moment, his face was full of anger and his eyes were on fire. His hands were like the wind, fly-picking through bottles of mineral water and drink bottles from Farmer's Fist. His every movement was filled with hate, like there's an unholy grudge against these Farmer's Fist bottles. The owner stomps and flattens the picked-out bottles of Farmer's Punch and packs them on a string in a clean, flowing motion. Then he threw a large bundle of bottles out the door with a disgusted look on his face as if he were throwing out something foul. Afterwards, take out your cell phone and turn on the video recording function. He was seen speaking into his cell phone in a firm and angry tone. No more bottles of Farmer's Fist. The junkyard owner stretched out his arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Farmer's Punch is wrapped in plastic to save money. And Waha insisted on packaging in cardboard boxes for decades, not only to protect water quality. Zhang Lao is also trying to give us bottom feeders who collect rags a little bit of life. Speaking of which, the junkyard owner can't help but take off one of his gloves and salute the camera. With that, the junkyard owner took out another piece of white paper and wrote on it with a red pen. Effective immediately, no bottles of Farmer's Fist will be accepted at all. The price of Wahaha's bottles goes up 50 cents per pound. Click. The video shoot is over. The boss opens the green letter. Post the video in a group chat called The Ragman and His Friends. Moments later. Ding 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 ding. Countless messages from my peers came in like a flood. Jagged Dragon, King, I'm not charging for Farmer's Fist either. Enzo Recycling gave notice to all the Moncler Jackets outlet underhand that none of the bottles from Farmer's Punch would be accepted. Midiramador, my lord. I will accompany you one. On the other side, inside a convenience store run by a young couple, the man and woman were sitting in front of the glass case where cigarettes were sold at the first entrance, watching the conference live. At the moment, the hostess, with a sad face, suggested in an indignant tone, "Hubby, let's not sell this Farmer's Fist. They forced us to use the Farmer's Punch freezer and only sell Farmer's Punch. I didn't know the inside story until I watched the meeting today. And no, I'm going to sell woohoo." The man in the big flip-flop shorts, without saying a word, got right up from his stool. He moved decisively, striding toward the door, leaving behind only two firm words. "Wait." In a moment, the man of the house came back hauling a van full of AD calcium milk, Nutri-Quick, and Wahaha mineral water. The hostess was puzzled. "What are you doing, honey?" The man handed the hostess a bottle of calcium AD milk. "You don't have to care. You're responsible for sitting here and having a drink." The hostess smiled brightly and happily accepted the AD calcium milk handed to her by her husband. "It still tastes like it did when I was a kid. It's so good." With that, she brought the AD calcium milk in her hand to his mouth. He bowed his head slightly and took a small inhale. "Yummy." The man of the house smiled sparingly and continued to bury his head in the sand. It didn't take long. All of the Farmer's Punch that had been sitting in the freezer was taken off the shelves. In its place, there are a variety of WA products. The hostess looked at the freezer full of Wahaha and was pleasantly surprised. But then, still a little worried, he said, "Honey, that's not very nice." The man of the house responded full of concern. "It looks fine to me." "No, you use a cooler that says Farmer's Fist for Wahaha. How nice and soothing to look at." The hostess guffawed and pulled out her cell phone to take a picture of the man in the freezer full of wow. Spinning around, the hostess, full of joy, posted the photo to her Duo, with text, his and her Wahaha. The photo has just been released and has caused a furor on the internet. Netizens have been leaving messages in the comments section. "Bull. Boss. Business is booming. The water merchant won't sell it. The bottle master won't take it. Is Jongsang embarrassed? Waha make beer." It's not a good idea for people to drink AD calcium milk every day in their middle age. Talent. My family owns a convenience store too, so I'm going to get it now. I'm already so screwed up. Ha ha, sitting around waiting for Jongsang's salesman to scold me and sue me. Chapter 169. When I finish reading the 3 folding screens, I will give you a shoutsai. Da xia. From Jiangsu, Zhujiang and Magic, where shipping is included, to Nishinai, where shipping is not included. From the free Mond, to the contracted Ryuki, to the righteous Fontaine, the battle-loving Nata. One is surprised to find a remarkable megatrend. Anyone from Daxia, regardless of age, status, or gender, is boycotting Farmer's Fist. The owners of the scrapyard, who refuse to recycle the bottles of Farmer's Fist. Individual merchants in front of the house. The drink of the Farmer's Fist red light. Without exception, they chose to refuse to sell Farmer's Punch. Numerous customers are shopping for beverages, but they are also skipping non-fusanquin in favor of Wahaha. The 3 words, Wahaha, seem to be some kind of pilgrimage in people's minds at the moment. Meanwhile, an extremely talented netizen, Suchi, who loves to eat flower crabs in golden soup. 3 pieces of white text on a black background were posted on the doujinshi platform. Once these 3 graphics were released, they stirred up 1,000 waves on the internet, with countless netizens liking and commenting on them. Only in the text, Suchi wrote this. Drink Farmer's Bounty and sip a life of betrayal. Drink Wahaha water and enjoy a lifetime of purity. The fruits of enmity and vengeance are evil, and the pursuit of profit leads to disaster. Self-destruction becomes a laughingstock, and the road ahead is confused in size with depression. It wasn't Woohoo that played Farmer's Fist to death. It was Farmer and the snake himself. These critical words of Suchi have triggered a strong resonance with countless netizens, although it is just a few simple sentences. Netizens also praised Suchi for being cultured. I'm going to give you a title of Shokai after I finish reading Huawei's triple folding screen. The ungrateful Jongsang has not only negated Wahaha, but also the consumers who have always believed in him. Zhongfuli and Ren Zhengfei's 3 children are all Daxia nationals, but Zhongsang's son has already taken the nationality of the ugly country. Jongsang is gripping Deha's money and giving it to Ugly Kingdom's son to inherit. If you look at the character of a rich man, look at the citizenship of his children. Transferring citizenship to your children is a way of transferring assets, and everyone understands that. The comments of the netizens were like a sharp sword, stabbing Jong Sanson straight in the vitals. Meanwhile, In front of the Farmer's Fist building, a rookie CCTV reporter, Susui Mangosteen, releases a news story filmed here. In the news, Sojui Yamatake exposes Nongfu Shankan's inhumane labor system. Netizens did not expect that Nongfu Shanquan not only used capital marketing to create rumors and deceive consumers, they even used dirty tricks to bully serving employees. What Farmer's Fist has done puts the face of all evil capitalists on display. Just see the video among. Sojui Yamatake takes the microphone and stands in front of the Farmer's Fist building. A light breeze blew through his hair and caressed his cheeks. His eyes clear and his words clear. Hello everyone. I'm reporter Susui Yamatake. We're here at Farmer's Fist to interview them about what they really think of pure water. Is it true that pure water is unhealthy and their mineral water is healthier? As they advertise to the public. It was at this time that Sushui Shanju glimpsed a middle-aged man sitting on the opposite side of the road. The man buried his head, his shoulders shaking slightly. Su Shanshuizhu saw that the man was wearing the red coveralls of Nongfu Shanquan, and immediately realized sharply that there was something wrong. He strides toward the middle-aged man, with his camera brother following close behind carrying a video camera. Just as he approached, Su Shanshuizhu saw the back of the man's vicissitudes. The knuckles were thick and abrupt, and the skin was not only dark, but frighteningly rough. Su Shui Shanju asked in a concerned tone, "Hello brother, how can I help you?" The middle-aged man looked up, tear-stained and helpless in a heartbreaking way. Su Shui Shanju hurriedly handed the man a few tissues. "Thanks." The man spoke without showing his teeth. That mouthful of teeth, too, was waxed and yellowed from long smoking. When the man reached out to receive the tissue, Su Shanshuizhu then saw the calluses covering the man's palms. The middle-aged man glanced at the cameraman behind Su Shanshuizhu. "You guys, from the TV station?" Su Shanshuizhu replied without hesitation. "I'm a reporter. If you're not comfortable with that, we'll turn off the camera." Hearing this, the man pondered for a moment. It was as if there was a fierce internal battle going on. Finally, he said firmly, "No need to shut it down. I'm going to expose Farmer's Fist for forcing employees to leave their jobs." The man's voice was full of anger. That anger did not stem from a moment of anger, but was an emotional outburst that had been suppressed for a long time. Su Shanshuizhu handed the microphone to the man. "Brother, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. What do you mean by forced departure? Why do you want to force a departure?" Before the man could open his mouth to answer, he couldn't hold back a choked sob. He took a long breath and spoke slowly. "Because, if we are forced to leave our jobs voluntarily, the company can circumvent labor laws and not pay out high compensation. I was forced to leave my job by the company." The man blushed, and the more he spoke, the angrier he became, and the higher his voice rose. Su Shui Shanju continued to pursue the question. "Brother, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. How did Farmer's Fist force you?" The man lit a cigarette, and only gradually did his emotions calm down as the smoke curled up. "When you work at Farmer's Fist, if you don't grow your business in 3 years, or if you're a little bit older, they'll force you to leave." Su Shanshuizhu nodded slightly, signaling the man to continue. The man flicked the ashes of his cigarette. "Starting 6 months ago, they kept reassigning me and transferring me away from unfamiliar positions and even out of town, to very remote areas. I said that I had a family to take care of and it was not convenient for me to go out of town for work. They just said they were looking at my abilities and wanted to rehire me and train me." The first time Su Shanshuizhu was full of doubts. Transferring out of the position to work in a different position. This clearly sounds like they are looking at competence and are developing a comprehensive understanding of the company. "How can you say that the company forced the resignation?" Just then, the man said in an indignant tone, "The constant changing and transferring of posts is actually waiting for me to make a mistake." "Ha!" Su Shanshuizhu came to a realization. "Geez, it's if he's on his own. He will surely trust the company and think that it really sees him and really wants to train him. Turns out, the constant changing of positions was waiting for him to make a mistake. Damn it." The man took a sharp drag on the cigarette in his hand and continued. "I was just familiarizing myself with a position for less than half a month and they immediately switched me. And then frantically picking fights and having co-workers purposely cold shoulder and isolate me." Su Shanshuizhu frowned and listened attentively. "I know they are forcing me to resign, but now I have an old man and a small child. I really dare not quit my job easily. I've been holding out for 6 months, and today my co-worker told me I have no skin in the game, and it's all over. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I came out to get some air." Chapter 170, 3 meals included. More than 7,000 a month? They've really gone too far. "Let's go. I'll go with you to the personnel. We're from the TV station." The personnel should Sushan Shueju was furious, but before the words were out of his mouth, the man shook his head. No go. I've thought it over, and after I'm done with you guys, I'm going to quit. The man held a cigarette in one hand, the other resting on the arm that held it, his body leaning slightly against the large tree next to him. Su Shui Shanju asked suspiciously. They're so tough. You guys didn't go on strike? Meh, the younger ones. I know a few that have gone on strike, but people like me, who have an elderly family and a car loan and a mortgage, don't dare to go on strike so easily. Sushan Shueju sighed softly. That's right. It's not easy to raise a family. The calluses on this big brother's hands are hard and yellow. Sushan Shueju was full of concern. So where do you want to go after you quit? I want to go wah. The man didn't think twice, and his body suddenly stood up straight, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Wah-aha! Susui Yamatake was very puzzled. The man crushed the short cigarette with his foot. Yeah, I was afraid that I'd be too old for Wah-aha to want me, but now I've decided to give it a try anyway because Wah-aha never lays people off. Never layoffs? Seriously? There was a glint in the man's eye. Really? I have a friend who works there, and at the time I laughed at him for going to a failing company with no future and no prospects. It's silly to think now that we both started work the same year, and he's always had a higher salary and better benefits than me. He just got into Waha with 3 meals and lodging included, and he got 7 or 8,000 a month. A while back I was spouting off to him about Farmer's Fist forcing employees to voluntarily quit. He said he doesn't have to worry about getting laid off at all at Wahoo. Su Shui Shanju was filled with astonishment. 3 meals are included and you're still making 7 or 8,000 a month? And no layoffs? Su Sui Yamatake exclaimed. I only heard online that Mr. Zong was good to his employees. I didn't realize it was true. The man gave a pristine smile, the lines at the corners of his eyes clearly visible. He took out his cell phone and opened a video. My friend also sent me a clip of what the patriarch said during the staff meeting. Man clicks video to play. Only Zone Lao was seen sitting on the conference room stage with a firm tone. I never fire people. It's okay to be older and less capable. As long as they're willing to work. As long as they follow the law. They're all good employees of WoW. Zone Lao turned to continue in a somewhat serious tone. Let me emphasize one more thing. Those over 45 years of age, with an older and younger generation. You have to think of your family, mind your own business, and not break the law. As long as I don't break the law, I'm determined not to lay off anyone, and I must let everyone work until they retire. The video ends here and the man puts away his cell phone. Su Shan Shueju was overwhelmed with emotion. It's so rare these days to find a business that doesn't lay off employees and treats them like human beings. The man nodded. Yes, when choosing a company, don't look at how big the company is, make sure you choose a good boss is the most important thing. Wah-aha! And the recent explosion of Wayoshop, they all have a good boss. No matter how big the company is and how much money it makes, it's still the boss's and has nothing to do with us. Farmer, that boss is worth $450 billion. So much money. Are we a bucket of water, a tank of water carrying earned? But he played tricks on us in private, forcing employees to leave their jobs in order not to pay out that small amount of compensation. At that, the man couldn't help but sigh. Do you know why the owner of Waha doesn't lay off people? Su Shan Shueju shook his head. The man continued. Back then, Waha was put into debt of $60 million. The company had a total of 200 employees, and Zhang Lao did not lay off a single one. Su Shan Shueju was instantly mesmerized by what he heard. This is if you put it on the average boss. When a company loses money, the first thing they do is cut the employees. Then, increase the workload of the employees on board. It is also known as the legendary cost reduction and efficiency. But Zhong Lao was $60 million in debt, and he actually didn't lay off a single one of them. The man spilled a smile. As a result, the next year Waha turned a profit. Until now, it's been profitable even when it's been screwed. Asterisk. Sure. Brother Camera couldn't help but exclaim. Su Shan Shueju also froze instantly. Turning a profit the next year because there were no layoffs? What a niche text. The video of the Sosui Shamrock was just released and it was like an atomic bomb dropped on the Farmer's Fist. The power was immense, and the netizens were outraged. This dude is telling the truth. I learned it the hard way, and was driven to quit at Farmer's Fist. I just passed the Waha interview today. 3 meals included. More than 7,000 a month. Ready to do it for a long time. Bless me home people. Newcomers are over 7,000. Almost catching up with the lowest 8,000 in Hoyo purchase. Awesome. Farmer's Fist is making such a big deal that it's all going to be ugly nations in the future. Sooner or later, Jongsang will have to become a small-time countryman. For a while, the netizens were in an uproar, chanting, "Brothers, Jongsang is too unethical," forcing employees to leave their jobs. Farmer's Fist live storm gathering, being cheated by Farmer's Fist for so many years. Collection +1, gathering +10,086. Meanwhile, Farmer's Fist live. The number of people in the live room skyrocketed. It went from a few dozen to a few hundred in cross 10,000 in an instant. 50,000. 100,000. The Farmer's Fist anchorwoman was ecstatic. What the hell? Makabaka. Is this going to sell out today? Why are there so many people suddenly? However, when she shifted her gaze to the comments section, her face instantly turned blue. Farmer's Fist is a great way to raise flowers, and manure is better for plant growth. Drink Farmer's Bounty. Savor a life of betrayal. Drink Wahaha water and enjoy a lifetime of purity. Honestly, Wahaha tastes really better. Farmer Kojiro, go to hell. Don't try to clear your name this time. Whoever keeps the money in Dacia. I'm for it. I'm for Wahaha. Various tirades and boycotts of Farmer's Fist continue to hit the screen. Operation after operation pulls the plug. And it doesn't matter. Soon the number of people pulling the plug was at its maximum. But the boycott talk in the comments section continues to stretch on. Operations rushed to signal the anchor on his headset to go off the air. Clueless in front of the screen, the anchorwoman then opened her mouth. Sorry, that's all for today's broadcast. Before the words fell, Farmer's Fist's live broadcast was immediately forced to close. At this point, netizens across the internet were furious. Betrayal of WoW from Suguru Chung. In order to make money, they deliberately create rumors that pure water is unhealthy and mineral water is healthier, deceiving consumers. To marketing using promotional words from the land of small days. Transfer of the son's nationality to the ugly country. Finally, in order not to pay termination indemnity, the use of transfer away from the job to force the employee to resign voluntarily. Netizens have been sending all the evils of non-fuging to their circle of friends and posting them on social media such as Durian. For a while, one only had to open a social media program to see talk of boycotting Farmer's Fist. At this moment, the people of Dacia are working together just to pull Daiso Zhong down from his position as the richest man in the world. Conference room. Zanfree had just finished a few words of thanks to the active and retired employees. Suddenly, Zhong Sugo then got up violently with an extremely gloomy face. The chair shifted back abruptly with a harsh scraping sound. Chapter 171. When a word is spoken, it is difficult for any horse to follow it. There. In the conference room, an ear-piercing scuffling sound rang out abruptly, and the bodies of everyone present jolted. That's a terrible sound. It's like a fingertip scraping a chalkboard with force. It makes the scalp numb and physically uncomfortable. However, Suguru Zhong seemed unconcerned about it. He looked down at his cell phone and didn't say a word as he walked straight toward the door with an expressionless face. Seeing Zhong Sugo's back as she left, the crowd's thoughts were then pulled back from the piercing sound. Why did Mr. Chung leave? Is Mr. Chung trying to make things happen? A thought instantly flashed through the minds of the crowd. Shouldn't it be because of what Zhong Fuli just said? Mr. Zhong was stimulated. Going out to shake people now? However, the next second, many of the bosses present received an urgent green letter message from their secretaries almost simultaneously. Boss, Farmer's Fist's share price has suddenly plummeted, and the market value has evaporated by $200 billion. In the screenshot sent by the secretary, a large tombstone negative line pokes right at the very bottom of Farmer's Fist's stock price. $200 billion evaporated. The 600 or so company representatives looked at each other in disbelief. If it keeps falling like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. On top of that, the boss's secretary sent over all the outside mass boycotts of Farmer's Fist. Wang Si Onion and Wang Jianlin glanced at each other with ulterior motives. With just this one look, the father and son with the same heart read each other's mind. The netizens have revealed all of Zhong Sugi's old secrets this time, to the extent that even the nationality of his son's ugly country has been revealed. It's hard to wash your hands of nationality when it's right there. I'm afraid Mr. Chung will get his comeuppance this time, but the capitalist predator doesn't seem so vulnerable. The public opinion of the masses for a short period of time is unlikely to bring down the richest man in Dacia. For the Wang family, the safest thing to do was to get Zhong and Boss Fan on both sides of the relationship. Wang Jianlin said with a grave expression, "Make sure you get along with Boss Fan from now on. Remember." Wang Si Onion nodded with extreme approval. He recalled that he had just praised Boss Fan for being worthy of the Imperial Temple in front of so many people. Compliments to Mr. Fam for the great social value of his business. He's already kissing boss fans as so much. He should be able to get along with him. Wang Si Onion is confident. Wang Jianlin slightly tilted his head sideways and came close to Wang Si Onion, saying somewhat uneasily, "Si Onion, as long as you get along with boss fan, the PR fees will all be reimbursed. And on top of that, you'll be given an additional $200 million in pocket money." $200 million? Really? Wang Si Onion was pleasantly surprised. Wang Jianlin frowned slightly and said seriously, "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Wan Walder dog, ja 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 ja." What? Wang Si Onion was full of black question marks. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Wang Jianlin glared at Wang Si Onion in anger. "All those years of sending you to Great Britain to study were for nothing? Can't even understand English?" Wang Si Onion remained at a loss. "It's ing English. Washing your hair upside down live." Wang Jianlin slightly stretched out his fists and explained while making a writing motion. "One word go. Ja 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 ja. A promise is a promise." Wang Si Onion was petrified on the spot. This living father. Who taught English to the living father? Step forward and I promise I won't beat him to death. Wang Jianlin closed his fists and spoke in a resolute tone. "Just go ahead and do it. Make a good relationship with boss fan. It will benefit our Wang family in the future. $200 million. Not a penny less for you." Conference room. The representatives of the companies are on pins and needles at the moment, not knowing what to do. Farmers Fist this sudden stock plunge. Let them know what the outside world thinks of Farmers Fist now. At this point, they were like a group of ants that had lost their leader. The look of panic and inner anxiety. The director opened his mouth in a bit of a panic. "It's just about time for dinner. We've arranged meals for everyone, so we'll eat now and continue in the afternoon." However, before the words left his mouth, Zhang Siyuan was the first to stand up from his seat. He walked out of the conference room with his hands in his pockets without a word. Ransalai, with his beer belly, followed close behind. Later, Ma Huatang, Huang Zhang, Li Jia Chang, Su Jiayin, more and more company representatives, one after another, walked out of the conference room in silence. Wang Jianlin gave Wang Si Onion a wink, and Wang Si Onion slightly extended both fists. $200 million. Ja 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 ja. Wang Si Onion said softly as he did the writing maneuver. Wang Jianlin nodded knowingly, and then also walked out of the conference room without saying a word. As more and more company representatives left, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly fell into freezing point. The director and the three government men were all confused. Ren Zhengfei, who had seen great scenes, and Fanny, who had experienced life and death, looked incredibly calm. However, the netizens in the live stream were extremely emotional. Very different from the dull and depressing atmosphere of the conference room. Various comments instantly exploded the comments section. "What's going on? They're all gone?" The director's face is turning green. "They're making a stand to go to hell with Zhongsang. The scene is so suffocating." The three government officials are all confused. This group of capitalists are showing their cards, not pretending. They won't play with the government. Brothers, look. Boss Fan is moving. Chapter 172, Two legs cannot catch up with Boss Fan. In the conference room, more than 600 company representatives are leaving. Fan Yi and Ren Zhengfei looked at each other. Both felt it was a good thing that the capitalists were willing to take a stand, or at least make it possible to separate friend from foe once and for all. Waiting for them to leave was rather boring though. Fanny casually picked up the trifolding screen cell phone on the table and wondered, "Elder Ren, how can this feel so silky smooth when folded?" Ren Zhengfei looked at the trifold screen in Fan Yi's hands and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. "This is our Huawei self-developed technology, the Tiangong hinge system, with double-track linkage for internal and external bending." Ren Zhengfei handily gave Fanny some professional answers. Fanny listened in awe. He flipped back and forth, and folded the phone in his hand back and forth. Enjoy the silky smoothness between opening and closing. Warwick's ability to innovate. By no means. Their main business is clearly not cell phones. Yet, it is catching up with the leading fruits in terms of hardware innovation. Fanny couldn't help but ask, with so many technological breakthroughs, it requires quite a bit of R&D costs, and the selling price shouldn't be cheap, right? Ren Zhengfei smiled bashfully. The first innovative product definitely requires a breakthrough in the relevant technology, but some company has to innovate, has to find a way to turn the concept into reality. Instead of living with technical barriers built by others, we should build our own. Fan Yi nodded, admiration for Huawei rising in his heart. Ren Zhengfei continued, "Don't worry about the price. When we release it, Raijin's Mimi will definitely have to copy her homework. As long as the technology is ours, it's really all the same who makes it first and who makes it later. Fanny bared his teeth. Reiko, come on. Looking forward to Mimi's first try folding phone to knock the price down. It was at this point that the two looked up. More than 600 company representatives have pretty much gone. A quick glance over the stage showed that there were only 5 people left. Sitting in the front row, Wang Si-onion had a cynical look on his face. Sitting in the center, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was Wang Tao of Dajiang. The two girls sitting together were Li Miao Miao and Zhong Fu Li. Seeing this, Fanny on the stage couldn't help but frown slightly. Wang Si-onion, Wang Tao, Li Miao Miao, Zhong Fu Li. He knew all 4 of them. But who is the middle-aged man sitting in the last row now? With a round face and a somewhat fat figure? The older man looked like he had to be 50 years old. Just then, the director spoke slowly. Does anyone have any more questions for Boss Fan? Wang Si-onion stood up, shook his cell phone, and said without thinking, Boss Fan, add a green letter. If you have any problems in the future, we can communicate with you privately. Van Eyck paused briefly. He had long seen the cleverness played by the father and son, Wang Jinlin and Wang Si-onion, obviously to ensure a solid win, so on each side. But none of that was a priority for Fanny right now. His focus now was on how the meeting was going to end so he could get the last 10 points of the system's honor value. In order to live, he must try to say yes to anyone's offer now. See if you can trigger a system prompt when promised. Thinking of this, Fanny immediately opened his mouth. Okay, I'll sweep you. Wang Si-onion bumbled toward Fanny with a pleasing smile on his face. Li Miaomia also said with mettle, Boss Fan, I'll add one too. Fanny agreed without hesitation. With that, Wang Tao and Zhong Fu Li also came to the stage and added Fanny's green letter. Even Rin Zhengfei, who was on the side, took the initiative to add Fanny. Wang Si-onion suggested with a face full of sincerity. I'll create a group for us. Good. However, after Wang Si-onion finished building the group, Fanny's system prompt still didn't appear. Fanny was in a panic in his mind. He glanced toward the middle-aged older man sitting motionless in the back row. Who's that guy? Wang Si-onion squinted his eyes and looked at it. That would be the owner of Bubuko Supermarket. Wang Tian. Baba Gao Supermarket? Fanny had learned about this supermarket before. Bubugao Supermarket is the first private supermarket chain in Xiang Province, listed in 2008. It is reasonable to say that the owner of the listed company should be on the side of Zhong Sanchen's side of the capital side. Why is Wang Tian still here? Aren't you afraid that Zhang Sugi will screw him? At that exact moment, the slightly blossoming Wang Tian stood up from his seat and slowly walked towards Fanny. Looking at Wang Tian, who was walking towards him, a sense of foreboding inexplicably welled up in Fanny's heart. The system's last 10 points of honor value must have something to do with him. Thinking of this, Fanny's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. Wang Tian walked up to Fanny, and after flashing the QR code, he looked arrogantly askance, his nostrils capable of disliking the sky. Add it. The crowd's brows furrowed. Wang Tian has a good attitude. The capital side is now left with Wang Tian. It's hard to believe that. He's an undercover agent left behind by Zhang Sujin? Wang Si-onion pretended to cough. This Wang Tian, 80% is the same as himself. It's to work undercover. It was at this point that Wang Tian said bluntly, Boss Fan, seriously, I don't really believe in that management method of yours. Hearing this, Wang Si-onion secretly cursed in his heart. I've come undercover for $200 million. I even had to facetiously pretend to be a believer in Boss Fan. You mellow old fat ass, being an undercover agent, and you're pretending to be a pussy? Wang Tian's tone was full of skepticism as he continued to say to Fanny, Bubco is on the verge of bankruptcy. I'll trust you if you can bring it back to life. Bringing Bubco back to life? Van Eyck froze. The new Wagamama store has not yet begun its official business. And now to save Bubco? Phew. Unico, you're really good at messing with minds. Those last 10 points of reputation are like a power slash from Spelcy's booster. Just then, the system's voice rang in his ears. Believe me, host, you really are so lucky today. This time, as long as he promised Wang Tian, he would gain 10 points of honor value. Withdraw 3,000 values. No more friends to pull and no more tasks to do. The corners of Fanny's mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. Then, hopelessly, he said to Wang Tian, Okay, I'll try. Wang Tian, however, was contemptuously skeptical. Boss Fan, is this program of yours for managing employees and running a company really feasible? However, Fanny had no time to pay him any attention at all, because the system prompt really did appear again. Ding, The host just promised Wang Tian to save Bu Bugao's life. Honor value, plus 10. Current honor value, 1,000, has been added. Fanny's eyes snapped open, and his mouth involuntarily opened slightly, finally filled up. Seeing Fanny's reaction, Wang Tian thought in his heart, why does Mr. Fan suddenly have this look on his face? What do you want? If you don't trust him, does he want to eat me alive? Wang Tian deliberately cleared his throat. Boss Fan, when are you going to start saving BBK? Van Eyck slowed down and looked at his watch. Contact Green Mail afterward. We're up for our lunch break, so we'll go first. After saying that, Fanny quickly picked up the cell phone that Run Junfei had given him. With a swoosh, Fanny left the conference room in the blink of an eye. The crowd looked at Fanny's back, their jaws dropping in amazement. What the hell? Boss Van's gone this way? That's too fast. Wang Xianyan couldn't help but open his mouth. Finally, I know why my dad gave me when he left. I can't catch up with Mr. Fan on 2 legs. Li Miao Miao on the side also said incredulously, does the boss have to be fired for working overtime at Hoyo Purchase Office? Panting, Van Eyck pushed open the door and sat down on his butt on the couch. Void. In his last life, he had stayed up late and worked overtime for years, and his body, which had died suddenly, was weak after running 2 steps, urgently need longevity button to replenish. Fanny quickly opened the system panel. Employee capacity value, 1,000. Employee happiness value, 1,000. Company reputation value, 1,000. 3,000. Finally full. Pieces of CC card tally. Always do the personnel once. Fanny hurriedly opened the system mall and scratched to the 8th page. The second item was the longevity pill that emitted a golden glow. Fanny couldn't wait to choose to redeem it. Please ask the host to confirm the exchange of the longevity treasure pill. Confirmed. Shoo. A golden glowing sphere instantly appeared in Fanny's hand. Fanny was so excited that he swallowed the longevity treasure pill without hesitation. Gobble. The longevity pill just went down your throat. A tremor rose from the soles of his feet, reaching all the way to the top of his head, and all at once he was out of his physical body again. Fanny couldn't help but let out a long breath, and his vision gradually became blurry. 3 short seconds. Every cell in the body felt more satisfied than ever before. Chapter 173, Not Enough Kryptonite, Please Vini 50. Fanny slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of relief swept through his body. It was as if the body's capillary and dorsal veins had been opened. Ding! Congratulations, host. It has been detected that your lifespan has been increased by 100 years. Unity wishes you a long life. A long life? I'm 29 now, plus 100 years of life. It should be able to live to 129 years old. Are you cursing me for only living to 100? The system was speechless. Van Eyck feigned annoyance. The system commiserated. Host, I have not cursed you. You have. System inaudible. System upgrade in progress. Upgrade? Fanny was stunned in his heart. Before he could react, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The system firmware upgrade is complete. Congratulations to the host for entering Happy Venture version 2.0.2.0. Fanny was slightly surprised. It's amazing that there is a 2.0 version of the system. Congratulations to the host, entering a new level of entrepreneurship. Next level. Next what? The 2.0 system has learned the whole foreign language? It was at this moment that Fanny was startled to realize that the upgraded system's virtual interface was very different. The entire background of the interface changes from the previous pure white color to an extremely relaxing sky blue. With a heart full of curiosity, Fanny opened his personal panel. Only the employee happiness value, employee ability value and company reputation value on the previous interface had disappeared. Instead, number of stores in normal operation, 1/100. Explosive change in other company values, 0/100. Personal leisure and recreation value, 0 out of 100. Personal physical strength value, 1 out of 300. Fanny then clicked on the details of the store uptime count. For each store that opens with a standardized employee ability and happiness value and that store goes into normal operation, you gain 1 point of that value. Now it's 1 out of 100. That means a total of 100 Hoyo purchases? Is it hard to believe that Puffy designed this system? Puffy also said he wanted to open 100 stores. Fanny also opened the detailed introduction of exploding other companies' values. The host gains this value for each company he successfully helps to rehabilitate, depending on the level of difficulty. Seeing this, Fanny was puzzled. That is to say, now just help Chao Wang's glass factory, and Wang Tian's Bubugao supermarket change successfully, And you'll get the corresponding burst values? Yes. Host. Fanny looked at the next value again. Venture system. How come there's a recreational value? Fanny was full of doubts as he tapped on the details of the leisure and entertainment value. The system will send the host some leisure and entertainment tasks. Examples include playing games, traveling, camping, and more. Simply complete the task to increase your personal leisure and recreation value. The corners of Fanny's mouth involuntarily rose. Tatsuko, you're finally a human being. The previous tasks were all work-related. And this recreational value, surprisingly, is just to have fun. He could not be more familiar with this aspect of recreation. No work, just play. It's cool to think about. Let's look at the physical strength values again. Van Eyck opens the details of the physical strength value. The physical strength value is the sum of the three values above, and the host's body becomes stronger as that value increases. Fanny's mind was filled with doubts. He has lived a long life. Can he not be physically strong? There's a bug in the system. Thinking of this, Fanny's left hand tightly clenched into a fist, and his forearm slowly raised with it. He bent his forearms to 90 degrees with all his might. Tun-chan, I'll show you your dad's strong biceps. Fanny thought darkly in his heart. However, the weakened biceps on his left arm are gradually collapsing. Where is it? The host? Where are the muscles? System AI's underhanded mocking voice sounded in Fanny's head. Embarrassed, Fanny hurriedly lowered his left arm and pulled the cuff of his short sleeve down. Men's muscles are usually harder in the morning when they first wake up. I'll show you in the morning. The system instantly sent a grim smile. Fanny gave a far-fetched smile. Lifespan is now added, but this body is still weak. For men, the body is weak to live to 120 or 30 years, and body strong and alive. That's a world of difference. I'd rather live to be 80 in a strong body, and don't live to 102 with weak kidneys. But if you want a strong body, between opening new stores, blowing up other companies, and making time for recreation, how does he have that kind of time? Just then, the system prompt rang out again. Ding! Given that the host has successfully completed Happy Venture 1.0, the system rewards the host with an upgrade package. As soon as the words fell, a golden yellow glowing square instantly landed in the virtual screen. May I ask if the host opens the upgrade package? Open up. The upgrade package is golden. It's awesome to watch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Deep Sleep Ability Card. Deep Sleep Ability Card? What the hell is this? Why do you feel so weak? Isn't it just sleeping? It's a human being who sleeps, right? Sleep is now an ability? Tatsuko, don't make me red warm. Van Eyck was a little angry. So hard to go from 1.0 to 2.0 with this? Host, the deep sleep ability is not a weak ability. Having this ability will eliminate the need to sleep 8 hours a day. Not only does deep sleep cut sleep time in half, you can double your energy with just 4 hours of sleep a day. However, please note to the host, these extra 4 hours can only be used for leisure and entertainment. Leisure and entertainment tasks issued by the system, or the host's personal entertainment hobbies, are all allowed. The host will be severely penalized if he uses these 4 hours for work. Punishment? Fanny gave a disdainful cut. Cootie, just use the extra time to work. He loves to play. In the past few years, the body was weak and most of the energy was given to the company. No energy to play at all. King's Pride hasn't been on Pride again either. Some of the maps for Protogod are still open as well. The Black Goku, which has recently exploded all over the internet. Frozen was never played. If you have the ability to sleep deeply, not only do you get an extra 4 hours a day to play games, the energy will also be doubled. Fragrant. Really fragrant. Fanny's mouth almost watered as he looked at the black Deep Sleep Ability Card in the screen. Please confirm the use of the Deep Sleep Ability Card by the host. Van Eyck nodded frantically. Confirmed. Confirmed. Congratulations to the host for having the ability of deep sleep from now on. Instantly, 2 progress bars appeared in front of Fanny's eyes. Deep sleep time, 0 hours and 0 minutes. Current doubling energy, 0%. Host, deep sleep time is cleared at midnight each day, and doubled energy will gradually decrease according to your consumption. Okay, try tonight. With a casual slide of Fanny's hand, the 2 progress bars changed into minimized windows hidden on the far left side of the line of sight. Fanny couldn't wait to open the 2.0 version of the system mall again. In the mall, all items have been completely refreshed. Fanny quickly looked through it. Suddenly, 1-hour bodybuilder attracted Fanny's attention. The use of this muscle builder will result in a strong body and an hour-long surge in muscle rate, which is guaranteed to make the whole internet crave for your body. Redemption value, 50. Only 50? Change. Must change. He'd like to try out what it was really like to have a well-developed, muscular, strong body. However, Fanny glanced at his personal panel. It just occurred to me that the current value is only 1. Not enough kryptonite at all. Fanny immediately said to Unicorn with his mind. Unico, UI50, pay it back slowly later. Ha, host, don't they say V50? Fanny said with a cold face. Oh, because you smoothed out all my edges. Chapter 174. Then the music was played and then the dance. Ding, ding, ding. The green letter message alert on Fanny's cell phone kept ringing. Fanny immediately then unlocked his phone and opened the green letter. The messages were all from a chat group built by Wang Si Onion. There are 5 people in the group. Nickname of the group, and then the music went on and on. 5. Then the music and then the dance? Wang Si Onion is a group name that has a level of sophistication. But not much. He doesn't usually watch female netizens play music and dance live. Does he? Fanny smiled and then clicked into the group chat. It was only then that I realized that all the messages were sent by the talkative Wang Si Onion alone. Wang Si Onion, Zhong Deso is a brainiac. I'm so convinced that he's going to make green bottles of pure water. Wang Si Onion, he himself said that pure water is unhealthy. And now he wants to make pure water? Sick this person. Wang Si Onion, IQ is not as good as my Wang Coco. Wang Si Onion withdrew a message. Wang Si Onion, said Rom, he would not deserve to be comparable to Wang Cuckoo, smile. Pust. Across the screen, Fanny couldn't help but laugh out loud. If I remember correctly, Coco Wang is supposed to be a beloved dog owned by Wang Si Onion. Unexpectedly, Wang Si Onion said in the group that the IQ of the richest man is not as good as a dog. It's Wang Si Onion stupid. Or is he being a sincere undercover agent? Just then, Wang Si Onion sent another video. Van Eyck clicks on the video. It's a conversation between Sam Chung and his assistant in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jong Sugo sat in the back row and said in a calm tone, "It's okay to go black all over the internet. We should just take this opportunity to market. The product doesn't matter. The person doesn't matter even more. And being able to market is what matters in this day and age." The assistant, sitting in the front row, turned his head and suggested somewhat coyly, "Boss, the public is extremely resistant to us right now. To overmarket at this point in time could be counterproductive." Counterproductive? Ha! When is it your turn to teach me how to do things? Jong Sugo chided. At this moment, he could no longer put on the airs and graces of the past. You now immediately go and arrange for the people below you to replace the red bottles with green bottles and fill them with pure water to sell. The assistant's mouth dropped open slightly. Red bottle for green bottle? Pure water sales in bottles? Got that right. The assistant spoke more uneasily. Boss, you've publicly said before that you don't sell pure water. And you've done experiments on raising daffodils to prove that pure water is unhealthy. And now, before the assistant could finish his words, Jong Sugo interrupted him with a blush. What's unhealthy? That's all hype. Businesses are mummies without hype. Marketing. Hype is the greatest capital product of our time. Black is said to be white. White is said to be colored. The public has no ability to judge. And capital marketing is legal brainwashing. Looking at Jong Sugo's somewhat intimidating appearance, the assistant could only nod timidly. Jong Sugo continued to command, "Make sure you keep your prices down and sell green bottles of pure water even if you lose money." The assistant frowned. "Ha! It's outrageous enough that Farmer's Punch sells pure water. Why even sell at a loss? When has Farmer's Fist ever made a money-losing deal?" Jong Sugo took a long breath and calmed down a little before speaking slowly again. "We have to sell it at a loss. Wahaha's pure water, 596 milliliters. The whole case of 24 bottles works out to about $1.25 a bottle." The assistant nodded. Jong Suguru pondered for a moment. "Tell you what, we have green bottles of 550 milliliters at $9.09 dozen. 12 bottles. The assistant quickly started calculating on the calculator on his cell phone. 9 divided by 12 is equal to 0. 825. The assistant was astonished. "Boss, this comes down to only 80 cents a bottle? 80 cents? Suguru Chung shook his head. No, it has to be cheaper." Jong Suguru was deep in thought. A few breaths. "We'll buy one. Get one free for $9.99. Buy a dozen and get a dozen more free." Jong Sanchin's tone was calm, but the assistant was already dumbfounded. "Buy a dozen and get a dozen free? Wouldn't that be 40 cents a bottle?" The assistant's face was visibly flustered and her tone stumbled. "Boss, not so much. Why not two? If that doesn't work, buy a dozen and get two free." Jong Sugo didn't hesitate and spoke with a resolute attitude. As a matter of urgency, We need to disrupt the pure water market in Dacia with marketing first. Besides, it's just labeled pure water, so you don't have to waste money on treating the water as clean as waha. The assistant listened intently while taking quick notes on her tablet. Jong Sugo's eyes were glazed over. We have to go public as fast as we can, preferably tomorrow, and we have to have a pure water price war, because those bottom feeders never look for quality in their purchases. They are only willing to buy lower-priced products. We started by losing money and eating all the pure water companies in the market until we were the only one left making pure water. At that time, won't the quality and price of pure water be up to us? Jong Suguru smiled wickedly. His aim is to disrupt the pure water market in Dacia and bring down waha. Incidentally, he then took the pure water market, which he had coveted for a long time. Jong Sugi held up his glasses. He's winning this clever marketing scheme of his. In front of the screen, Fanny was filled with contempt. This is another vicious competition by Jong Sugar. Nowadays, all industries are so involutional for a reason. It's this love of bad competition that causes it. In his last life as a beater, Fanny was most annoyed by colleagues who competed viciously and engaged in involution. In this life of entrepreneurship, Fanny also hates vicious competition and businessmen who engage in involution. Fanny cursed in his heart as he looked at Jong Sanso in the screen. Osamu Chung is really a dog who can't stop eating. No, as Wang Si Onion said, Jong Swan is not as good as a dog. At that exact moment, the video shows the assistant very naturally handing Chung Sugo a bottle of water. Jong Sugo unscrewed the cap of the bottle as a matter of habit and gulped it down in a big gulp. After finishing the drink, Jong Sansui even unconsciously let out an ah sound. It was like drinking some delicious wine. However, in front of the screen, Fanny's CPU at the moment, however, was suddenly a little less than adequate. Out of Jong Sugo drinks the very same waha purified water that he himself rumored to be unhealthy. Chapter 175. Boss Fan with a heavy sense of stealing. In the group chat, then play music then. 5. Wang Si Onion suddenly sent a screenshot of his chat with Wang Jianlin. In the screenshot, Wang Jianlin composed a poem for Being a Man is not Jong Sugi, and drinking water is only waha. Farmer's Fist is a bit up in the air and has been fooling my old man for years. Wang Si Onion constantly bombarded the group chat with messages. However, no one paid any attention to him. Moments later, the queen of basking mom's chili peppers, Li No Myo, just couldn't resist replying. We've known for a long time that Suguru Zhong drinks waha. Can you just stop for a second? Fuming, Wang Si Onion replied idly. Okay, little southern potatoes. Li Miao Miao instantly sent an exasperated emoticon and shouted angrily. Who are you calling a small potato? You're the small potato. Your whole family is small potatoes. Wang Si Onion, on the other hand, responded with disdain. Pix nose, are you 5 feet 6 inches? Li Miao Miao shot back. You mind me. Can you cut the crap and learn how cultured your dad is when he writes poetry? Wang Si Onion, however, said bluntly, I'm sorry, my father wasn't very educated. He went into the army when he was 16. Hardly educated, smile. Li Miao Miao pressed him back. But Wang Si Onion continued to send messages. We have a tradition in our family that our generation commits the word Si and is called Wang Si something. My dad was uneducated because his generation. Mit swords. Commit a sword, asterisk. Fanny couldn't help but poof a smile. Wang Si Onion is really Wang Jianlin's good son. Fanny muted the group chat of then play music then 5 and fell into deep thought. Based on his knowledge of business management that he had learned in the system, if Farmer's Fist does launch a green bottle, that is undoubtedly hurting the enemy by 800 and damaging oneself by 1000. An upgraded version of the Sunflower Book. Today, the image of Jong Sugi in the outside public has collapsed. He would be slapping himself in the face if he introduced pure water now. This is a fan juice operation by Suguru Chung. Probably hasn't disrupted the pure water market yet. Just bury the Farmer's Fist first. It's also good to know that Farmer's Fist got rich on rumor-mongering marketing and vicious competition from Sugar Chung. Farmer's Fist fell out of favor. Also because of Chung Sugar's malicious marketing and vicious competition. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. And heaven is good for reincarnation. Fanny couldn't help but think of a saying. It is clear that everyone is born a human being, but some people have to prove in practice that they are not. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All company representatives have already left. The program's original plan for a field trip to Wagyu purchase had to be terminated as well. After the termination of the program, Van Eyck was going to check out Xinjiang's new store, but manager Joe claimed that everything was going quite well and there was no need for him to worry about it. In this way, Fanny's afternoon was suddenly empty. Fanny sat down at his desk, his eyes cast to the personal panel on the system. Number of stores in normal operation, 1/100. 2 new stores, new fragrance and new positive, are restocking today. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Wagamama is closed for the day. The day after tomorrow the 2 new stores officially open for business. Each new store will have to put in a little more effort to get it right once it's open for business properly. It is essential to ensure the quality of the new store and the quality of service to retain new and existing customers. Only in this way can the business be long-term, and Hoyo can open more new stores. It was only then that he was able to pull off the full 100 store run count. Otherwise, just wait to be a fine dog for 100 years. It was at this moment that a message came from Wang Tian of Bubuko. Boss Fan, when are you coming to rectify Bubco? You're in the Superstore business. Saving Bubco supermarket should be easy for you, right? Smiles. Fanny did not rush to reply, but instead looked at the system panel again. Explosive changes to other company values, 0/100. The corrective action plan for Chow Wineglass Factory has not yet been sent. As for Bubu Gao, it's better to wait until the new store's operation stabilizes before going to Xiang province for a pop-up. Thinking of this, Fanny replied in the chat box. Send me a rough idea of your company first. I'll go to Hunan province to take a look on the ground once the new store in Wuyubai has stabilized. On the other end of the screen, Wang Tian skimmed his lips and couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Wang Tian's chubby little hand then typed into the chat box. You're not scared, are you? I knew this company and employee management program of yours wouldn't amount to much at all. The more Wang Tian typed, the more gloomy his face became. If you don't have a diamond, don't do the porcelain work. Waiting for the new Wagamama store to stabilize? It's so loaded. Just the same kind of management style as Hyatt's that treats its employees like a grandfather. To survive one store in Udu, you're already burning a hole in your head. How dare Van Eyck try to stabilize a new store? It's a dream. Van Eyck is still too young to have a strong boss mindset. Wang Tian suddenly gave a mocking smile. In fact, he cashed out long ago when Bubco stock was high. Today, even if the company goes bankrupt, it doesn't have much of a personal financial impact on him. But what he fears is that the company will go bankrupt and the stock will be delisted. Employees and stockholders came to scold him. That's why they wanted to find Fan Yi to pick up this hot potato. If saved, all is well. But if he didn't save it, then he could claim to the public that it was Fan Yi's fault. Let the employees and stockholders yell at Van Eyck, not him. Thinking of this, Wang Tian deleted what he had just typed in the chat box and retyped it. Okay, Boss Fan. I'll have someone organize the current status of Bubugo and send it to you right now. After sending it successfully, Wang Tian disdainfully flung the phone aside and said sinisterly in his heart, I know best about Bubugo. The probability of being able to save it is almost zero. Boss Fan, the backstabber, is a sure thing. Office. Van Eyck puts the tri-folding phone out. The information on Bubco is not yet organized. What would be a good thing to do this afternoon? Fanny opened the system panel again. Personal recreation, 0/100. Seeing this, Fanny had a flash of insight. Toon-chan, can we play games this afternoon that we have free today? Van Eyck was a little undecided. After all, he had been busy at the company during working hours for several years. Never entertained during work hours. Only after work do you go to the staff house to relax or go home to play games. If work time can be entertaining and touchy-feely. Fanny licked his lips, and a very strong sense of stealing welled up in his heart. It was at this moment that the system's voice came into his ears. Hello host, the company is currently functioning normally. I've been working hard for the company and the employees for the past few years, so I've worked hard. Employees can sit in their chairs and play with their cell phones and read books in their free time. And you're certainly free to entertain now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the familiar startup sound of the Goose Factory rang through the office. Timmy. 5 minutes later. Foster Bullard. Hammer dissection of grams of oil. Spray taco oil. What's going on? There's already a triple folding screen as a physical outlier. How can you still get 5 kills in the opening minutes by the opposite side's Dashin? Fanny's face was full of defiance, and he immediately made up his mind. I still need to practice more in the future when I have time. It's been so long since I've played that I've lost my touch. 2 hours. Lazendra. Wick Tree. Fanny was unusually excited. Hands up. It's all on me this inning. Van Eyck looked up at the office door every now and then. It could be the aftermath of working as a beatnik in his last life and falling off the wagon. He is now afraid that an employee will suddenly come in and find him fishing. At this very moment. Knock. Knock. Chapter 176, If you don't know how to lead a team, you can only work until you die. Van Eyck fumbled to hide his cell phone. What's with the people at this hour? It's just 2 minutes into the game. Fanny quickly muted his cell phone and casually picked up a book to cover it. A triple folding screen phone that plays games is a blast. But the unfolded screen is also too big for the book to cover. Van Eyck quickly tidied up again. Looking at nothing broken, Fanny then sat up straight and cleared his throat. Come in. The office door slowly pushed open. Sister Young? Standing outside the door was none other than the head of the personnel department. Zhang Xiaoxia. Boss, we've recruited enough new people. The staffing change plan for each department is also organized. The personnel department has done detailed planning for these. I've probably organized it to report back to you. After it's okay, I'll notify the departments to implement it. Fanny nodded slightly. The personnel department must be quite busy these days. Hard work, Sister Zhang. Sit on the sofa and talk. Center. Zhang Xiaoxia guffawed and slipped her hand under her long skirt, so she sat down on the sofa smoothly. She opened her laptop and pulled out a stack of information. Boss, let's start with the security department, which has seen the most staff changes. Zhang Xiaoxia spoke in great detail. Van Eyck nodded in satisfaction now and then. Personnel department's placement of veteran employees for promotions. It's all based on the individual employee's personality and previous work experience. There is little discrepancy with individual employees. Let the right people do the right things. Such a personnel arrangement is the most prudent. Only then will it be easier for the veteran employee to get up to speed in the promoted position. Although the time is urgent, the personnel department has also done an extremely good job of assessing and training new employees. I can see that the HR department is really very attentive. Thinking of this, Fanny secretly lamented. It's because of such giving employees that I can get free and play games during work hours. It was at this moment that the system alert sounded again. Host, winning this current King's pesticide will increase your personal leisure value in the system. What? Fanny looked astonished. Tatsuko, what's wrong with you? I just played pesticide for 2 hours and none of it increased my personal leisure value. How come when Sister Zhang comes to report on her work, she has to increase it? Tatsuko, you're such an old six. Please host win this match as soon as possible or you will be punished. Punishment? You punish it? Fanny was a bit speechless. What's this Tadako thinking? Employees are reporting on their work. Isn't it purely and simply a great sickness to play games at this time of year? How dare the system want to punish him? Punish it. Fanny struck a pose of indifference. Ask the host to receive an electric shock. A tingling current passed through Fanny's entire body, only to see him rise from his seat in an instant. Boss, what's wrong? Zhang Xiaoxia asked with a tense, concerned face. Fanny froze in place and didn't say anything. He actually wanted to respond, but after the electric shock, I can't really open my mouth, and my whole body is really numb. Zhang Xiaoxia looked at the straight Fanny and wondered in her heart. It can't be that I'm wrong somewhere, can it? A full 10 seconds passed. Fanny waved his hand, his voice slightly trembling. No, thing, Sister Zhang, you, keep talking. However, Zhang Xiaoxia's face became even more confused. She didn't know how to describe Van Eyck's voice. Sounds weird, but kind of cool. If she was 20 years younger and knew how to rap, maybe just know how to describe it. Because the young guys who were rapping, they called it electro. Zhang Xiaoxia saw Fanny sitting back in his chair again, so she continued to start reporting. Boss, we were just talking about the administration department. It was at this moment that the system's gloating beep sounded once again. Host, just now it was only a mild electric shock. If you don't complete the task, there will be a higher level of electric shock punishment. A higher level of electroshock? Fanny couldn't help but shiver, then asked the system with his mind. Life has just been extended by 100 years, and there is an electrocution penalty. If you can't electrocute me, you can electrocute me to death, right? Aha. Just come back with Fanny's face was displeased. The system instantly sent a song called Please Don't Go. MMM, 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 MMM. Fanny was instantly speechless to the core. Van Eyck glanced at the book pressed against his cell phone. Completing a mission to become stronger or getting electrocuted by the system. Cootie. All know what to choose, but the cell phone is under the book. Gotta find a way to get the cell phone out of there. Fanny gently lifted the book like a thief. At this point, the game has been going on for 8 minutes. His Lupin 7. AI substitution play. The record is shown as 1/8/2. Teammates have already greeted his entire family in the exchange section. Lupin. It's bad luck to meet a hung teammate in a promotion match. Little book bag. Die once a minute. Give me the address and send you a special. I guess it's an elementary school student who's gone home to do his homework. Fanny frowned. Can't win at this rate. Fanny raised his head and looked at Sister Zhang uneasily. Sister Zhang was staring intently at her laptop screen, reporting back in an organized manner. These guys in purchasing transferred to the new store and were promoted. Fanny slowly stood the book up. Sitting upright, he listened to Sister Zhang's work report. The afterglow fell on the cell phone screen and 3 fingers flipped. It didn't take long for Zhang to tilt her head. By the way, boss, will it be enough for the finance department to assign 8 finances to each of the 2 new stores? Fanny responded as he pushed the tower. Enough. Sister Wang, head of finance, told me before. She said after the 2 new stores open, she'll take turns running for a few months, supervising the finance staff. Zhang Xiaoxia gave a soft but her face was already full of confusion, because she realized that the book in front of Fanny was placed backwards. The title of the book is backwards. You're the only one who can do it, right? Zhang Xiaoxia was very puzzled and always felt that something was wrong. Is the boss reading a book? Or is he acting me out? It was at this point that the knock on the door came again. Dum 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 dum. Come in, Fanny said absent-mindedly. The office door was pushed open again. The visitor was actually the head of the logistics department. Guopeng. Boss, I'm here to report on the quarters arranged for the new store employees. Fanny responded in a godly manner. Sit on the couch first. Wait for Sister Zhang to finish. Center. Guopeng sat his ass down next to Sister Zhang. Although Fanny listened to the work report, but the hands were not idle at all, and the speed of the 3 fingers became faster and faster. He had never been more desperate for a quick win, for the game to be over. On the sofa, Zhang Xiaoxia and Guopeng both looked at each other. Apparently, they had all noticed Fanny's abnormality, and Fanny knew nothing about it. The back of the upside-down book. Fanny had a second skill and pushed away the opposite Lonling Wang. Chug chug chug. Silk blood backfires. Above the trifold screen, the words Lupin with 4 kills are then displayed. A collective shout of 6 o'clock from teammates wafted across the calms. 666. Lupin takes the dragon. Storm Dragon King. Bullseye. Little halibut. I'll protect you. Thanks to V10 Luban in this game. Steady. Chapter 177. I don't dare to give birth to a child involving pornography. At this moment, Fanny's cell phone screen. He is soloing the Storm Dragon King with Lupin. Suddenly, he was slapped by the Dragon King, directly knocking out half of his blood. Just as he was in crisis, his resurrected teammates finally arrived in a hurry, but the enemy was resurrected at about the same moment. All of the enemy forces are also making their way to the Storm Dragon King. The final wave of the crucial Dragon Pit group battle was on the line. Fanny was fully focused on the screen, completely unable to hear what Sister Zhang was reporting. Sister Zhang asked tentatively, "Boss?" Fanny didn't even lift his head and responded smoothly. Well, okay, Sister Zhang. Let's do as you say. Ding dash. It was at this time that Zhang Xiaoxia's cell phone alert rang. It was a green letter message from Guopeng, who was sitting next to him. Sister Zhang. The boss isn't in the right state today. I know he likes to read, but the book he's reading today seems to have been put in backwards. Embarrassed, Zhang Xiaoxia wrote in the chat box using handwriting input. The boss is never like this. Probably doing something more important. Something more important? Guopeng probed his head and observed Fanny from different angles. Zhang Xiaoxia, a woman in her 40s, didn't know what Fanny was doing. It was normal, but he's a young lad. You can think with your toes that Fanny is playing a game. Fanny is now in the same state as when he used to go to school. Standing the book up and sneaking around playing games and eating is exactly the same. Moreover, the whole internet has spread the word that Ren Zhenfei gave Boss Fan a trifolding screen phone this morning as a meet and greet gift. There is such a hardware innovative phone. What man can resist playing? Education in this moment suddenly completed the closed loop. Guopeng now realized that the teacher at school said that, "Don't think you're hiding it well, but I can see exactly what you're doing." Thinking of this, Guopeng typed in the chat box again. Why do I get the feeling our boss is playing games? Zhang Xiaoxia frowned and turned her head to meet Guopeng in a four-way glance. Immediately, Zhang Xiaoxia spoke tentatively once again. "Boss, I'm done reporting." Well, you're right, Sister Zhang. Van Eyck responded subconsciously, pulling 3 fingers fast. His brain cells were preoccupied with this last tense group battle. At this time, Fanny had only one thought. He's a shooter. He can't die. It's late in the game, and as soon as he dies, he'll immediately get away from the opposite side. To not get electrocuted. To get stronger. Fanny's mind was fully invested in the game. He had to eyeball the game. Seeing Fanny react like this, Zhang Xiaoxia wrote in the chat box, "You can report on the logistics department later. Don't disturb our boss, who must be busy with his business." At the moment, the office presented a bizarre scene. Van Eyck sat at his desk, upside down with his book, killing it. The two ministers had their heads down, talking on Twitter. Obviously, they were here to report on their work, but for some reason, the three people on the scene were going about their own business. A few minutes later, a system prompt rang in Fanny's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning this game. Personal leisure and entertainment value +5. Current leisure and recreation value, 5 out of 100. Fanny hurriedly closed his cell phone silky smooth and slipped it into his pocket. In fact, he couldn't care less about the recreational value. All he cares about is the physical strength value in the last column. Fanny immediately opened the system panel. Number of stores in normal operation, 1/100. Explosive change of other company values, 0/100. Personal leisure and recreation value, 5/100. Individual physical strength value. Fanny clearly remembered that the strength value was the sum of the first three values. Ding! Personal physical strength value instantly jumps from 1/300 to 6/300. Phew! Fanny breathed a light sigh of relief. A wave of warmth flooded into his left arm in a split second. Fanny almost screamed in comfort. Now, he didn't have to bend his arm to clearly see a slight bulge in the biceps of his left arm. Though through the short sleeves, Fanny could still feel that the muscles in his left arm were a whole lot bigger than his right arm. Fanny secretly sighed. It's so strong. Winning a handful of games and gaining muscle. It smells so much better than going to the gym. Meanwhile, on the couch, Hua Peng, with his years of experience of deserting classes, judged that Fanny should have finished his game. Hua Peng pretended that nothing happened and opened his laptop. Boss, take a look at that staff quarters. Hua Peng turned his computer screen in Fanny's direction. Van Eyck put down his upside-down book and narrowed his eyes. Bring it here. It's too far for me to see. Hua Peng obediently picked up the laptop and headed for Fanny's desk. Boss, time is rather tight, and the staff quarters have been set up in the most comfortable way possible. You'll want to look at Zin's Hengdians first. The dormitories are all located within 2 kilometers of the company. Each small room comes with its own bathroom. Fanny quipped. This living environment looks good. In fact, the staff quarters are just a temporary transition for the employees, because as long as you work at Hoyo Purchase for 2 or 3 years, they can basically afford to buy a house around the company. Guopeng continued to play the PPT. The laundry room, the kitchen, the living room, those are all communal. Time is of the essence and space in the staff quarters is limited. Gym, reading room, whatever, not prepared. But I've contacted purchasing. The new store is a home for the employees, and they bought all the gym equipment, books and stuff. Good. Fanny nodded in satisfaction. It turns out that the employees are doing so much where they can't see it. Fanny snapped back to a phrase that System 1.0 had taught him. A boss whose biggest backer is his own employees. Once again, education completes the closing of the loop. A statement that resonates strongly with Fanny at this moment. If there is no staff to pay, no staff as a backer, there is absolutely no way that Hoyo Purchase can function properly. 2 new stores, and never in such a short period of time. He's even less likely to stay in the office and play games while the new store is open. Guopeng continued to report on the staff quarters. After the report, Sister Zhang said something about personnel arrangements. Time flew by, and soon it was 10 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. Fanny glanced at the time and spoke slowly. You're all doing a good job, all right. I don't have a problem with that. Sister Zhang, go ahead and inform the other departments that this program will be implemented. Yes. Zhang Xiaoxia had just walked to the door when she heard Guopeng say unkindly, Boss, you couldn't have just been playing. Ahem. That. Zhang Xiaoxia deliberately interrupted Guopeng. Fanny and Guopeng looked at Zhang Xiaoxia suspiciously. In fact, in Zhang Xiaoxia's opinion, Boss Fan was already very good to his employees. In the past few years, Mr. Fan has put a lot of effort into managing the company and serving his employees. Even if the boss plays the game for 10 minutes, it's nothing. Guopeng didn't have to reveal it on the spot and embarrass Boss Fan. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoxia changed the topic. Guopeng, when do you plan to have kids? Ha? Guopeng was astonished. Why would Sister Zhang ask that question? He's only been married a year and is in no hurry to have kids. He's not ready to be a father yet. Guopeng joked in a serious manner. Sister Zhang, I love children, but giving birth to a child involves pornography. so I don't dare to do it. Van Eyck proved his head down. Zhang Xiaoxiao was confused in place. Guo Peng's answer is too straight, making a 40-something-year-old sister embarrassed on the spot. Fanny looked at Sister Zhang and immediately relieved herself. Involving pornography? What? Guo Peng, you're going to give birth live? Chapter 178, a pack of cigarettes for one person. A big-headed doll fighting for a day. Night, 11:50. The night of Yudu was as silent as ink. Fanny sat in front of his computer, full of boredom. Splat. He lit a cigarette after a long time. What's going on? As soon as he arrived home, he dove into the gaming room. Buy the deluxe edition of Black Goku, which has been a big hit lately. It cost the whole 328 yen. Originally thought it was just a normal single-player game. I hadn't realized that the big-headed monster in the first level was so hard to beat. Fanny glanced at the time. After relaxing at the staff house, he returned home at 8 o'clock sharp. Almost 4 hours have passed since 8 o'clock, but he actually didn't even make it past the first level of the game. Fanny Fong still felt that spending over $300 on a single-player game was a bit of a loss. It seems so worth it at the moment. At the current rate of clearance, it's a game he could play for the rest of his life. It can even be passed on to children, who in turn pass it on to grandchildren. Fanny looked at the big-headed monster in the screen and became more and more angry. Finally, it simply stood up from the gaming chair and fell headfirst into the couch next to it. However, what breaks the defense even more is this. When Fanny opened the circle of friends, it was surprising to find that a number of employees had already beaten Black Goku, the fat man from the propaganda department, Wu Ping from the logistics department, Li Anho from DSS, even manager Zhao, who was in the field, got through. Looking at the past dynamics they posted, Fanny was disheartened. So many employees have passed. How could he be abused for 4 hours? By the big-headed monster of the first level? Van Eyck quickly swiped his cell phone. He was going to look for some Black Goku gameplay tips online. At that exact moment, the system's beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Good evening, host. It is currently midnight Kyoto time. Your deep sleep ability has been refreshed. Please check it. Deep sleep ability? Oh, yeah. It was the deep sleep ability that was rewarded to him during the day when the system was upgraded. Double your energy with just 4 hours of sleep a day. The deep sleep ability refreshes in the early hours of the morning each day. Fanny looked at the system prompt and his thoughts surged. If you use the deep sleep ability first, wake up and play again to double your energy. Wouldn't it be easier to get through a game when he has more energy? Thinking of this, Fanny quickly closed his eyes. He was going to sleep on the couch in the gaming room tonight. I thought it would take a long time to fall asleep. After all, he had just been abused all over by the big-headed monster. The body produces stress cortisol, which forces the brain to remain in a state of arousal for now. But it never occurred to me that only half a second had passed. Fanny's thoughts had then become fuzzy. After a second passed, Fanny fell into a deep sleep even more. At the same time, the deep sleep timer on the system panel began to increase. 1 hour 5 minutes, 2 hours 10 minutes. 3 hours 20 minutes, 4 hours 0 minutes. At 4 in the morning, an occasional bird or two chirped outside the window. On the couch, Fanny's eyes snapped open. At the moment, he was refreshed, his mind was incredibly clear, and his sleepiness was gone. Even the second brother stood upright. Van Eyck swept downward in satisfaction. I didn't expect my oldest brother to be unusually energetic today as well. Fanny reached out his finger and slid it on the virtual panel. The minimized deep sleep window, hidden on the left, is then shown extremely silky smooth. On the system window, the current status of the deep sleep ability was clearly recorded. Deep sleep time, 4 hours 0 minutes, full. Current doubling energy, 100%, full. Fanny let out a long, comfortable breath. Obviously only 4 hours of sleep, but Fanny felt incredibly full of spirit. Thinking is also sharper. Something you normally can't figure out. In a flash, it became clear. This spirituality was like nothing he had seen in 29 years. Not only is the mind thinking clearly, he also felt an inexhaustible energy in his body. In Fan Yi's opinion, according to his current energy, you can even go run a marathon, and it's the kind that doesn't take your breath away. Fanny couldn't help but marvel. Unico, this deep sleep ability, it's genuinely good. Host, feel free to use it. One without a squeak. Fanny got up and opened the window, taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside. The 4 a.m. wind was extraordinarily refreshing on his face. Fanny unconsciously looked down. In the streets, the streetlights gave off a dim glow. The breakfast place across the road. The couple is already busy. His wife, with a low ponytail and floral apron, held a large spoon and kept stirring the pot of hoisin soup. The husband stood in front of the coal stove, wearing a white apron, while he cooked pancakes and made a watery bun. Many vegetable vendors ride tricycles and go to vegetable markets to wholesale vegetables. The cleaners, dressed in orange overalls and holding large brooms in both hands, rustled and swept the streets. There are also some people in takeout uniforms and logistics uniforms, riding battery-operated bicycles through the streets and alleys. In his last life, Fanny always worked late into the night. That's why he often gets to see scenes like this after work. But now that I think about it, in this life, it's actually the first time I've ever seen 4 a.m. At the moment, in a state of high spirits. Look at all these people who are busy and trying to live their lives. There was inexplicably more smoldering comfort in Fanny's heart. For in the morning, Van Eyck arrived at the breakfast place across the road with hurried feet. Boss, a bowl of hoisin soup and a burrito. The wife, who was stirring the hoisin soup, tilted her head. Oops, Boss Fan? The husband also turned his head in surprise. Mr. Fan, you're up early today, aren't you? You look good. Fanny was full of smiles. In fact, it was Fanny's first time at this breakfast place. He didn't think the couple knew him, but on second thought, recently the internet has been littered with videos of him with Wagyu purchase. It didn't seem surprising that the couple at the breakfast place knew themselves. Fanny said with a smile, "Hey, boss, are the water-fried buns ready yet?" "For more water-fried buns, 2 meat buns, and 2 vegetable ones." "Okay." "Spicy soup, baked cake, for water-fried buns." "Boss Fan, you sit first." Van Eyck sat on a red plastic stool. In front of them were simple wooden tables that were still clean. The owner of the breakfast place served up hoisin soup, steaming hot. Fanny involuntarily gulped. The freshly baked pancakes and water-fried buns were even more mouth-watering for Fanny. Less than 10 minutes. Fanny then wolfed down all the food. Only a soft sigh of contentment escaped him. Phew. Fanny pulled a tissue from the box of papers on the table. He asked as he wiped the corners of his mouth. "Boss, how much is the total?" Fanny raised his cell phone, the camera focusing on the green letter payment code posted on the wall. The husband, who was flipping pancakes in front of the coal stove, immediately blocked the way. "Boss Fan, what are you talking about? This meal doesn't cost anything. It's on us. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. It's not easy for you guys to make money." Van Eyck waved his hand. Her husband's hands wiped earnestly on his apron a few times as he turned toward Van Eyck, only to see him reach out his hand and press down on Fanny's cell phone. "What's not appropriate, Lou? This meal should please you. If not, you and you purchase opened in this. Our breakfast store early yellow." The wife chimed in. "Yes, in the past. This street is less people. Business is not good. Now that Hoyo is here, the flow of people has been brought up. And the popularity of this street is also good. Boss Fan, our breakfast store is now also following you to make money." Although Fanny was a bit surprised, he still insisted. "It's not easy for you guys to make money, so this is what I should give." The husband spoke firmly. "We don't have anything to send you, Lou. Just this meal. Next time you come, you'll definitely charge for it. Okay?" Said husband also kept reaching out to block Fanny's cell phone to prevent him from paying. Seeing the couple's tough attitude, Fanny could only take back his cell phone resentfully. He thought back to when he first set up store on this street. There was not much foot traffic on this street at that time. Indeed, he had asked the system several times if he really wanted to set up store in. Time passes and seasons change. Today, this street is arguably the most trafficked street in Udo. And that foot traffic, it seems, is really brought in by Wagyu purchase. Fanny secretly lamented. "For the past few years, all my thoughts have been on the company and the employees. It has not occurred to me that while I am bent on doing something, I am unintentionally affecting those around me." Chapter 179. What does life really bring to a man? Gaming room. Fanny glanced at the computer desktop. On the desktop, it clearly shows a big blue monster that is ugly as hell. But for some reason, at the moment, it looks like Dodgy, who hooks people's souls and makes them want to stop. The big-headed monster aroused Fanny's desire for conquest and tickled his heart. Van Eyck chestily sat back in his gaming chair. "Now double the energy. Surely you can beat this big-headed doll easily." However, ideals are always plentiful, while reality is bone-dry. The life of Sun Dishang under the operation of Fanny remains full of misfortunes. In the screen, Sun Dishang turns into a pilgrim for a second and is killed by the big head doll with 2 slaps. The unfortunate Sun Monkey once again turned into a hare and floated into the air. Fanny's brows furrowed slightly as he asked with some anger, "Toon-chan, how can you still not beat the big head in the first level even after doubling your energy?" Host, The deep sleep ability increases your energy, not your intelligence. Smile. Fanny was speechless for a while. This Tsuko seems to have something to say. Just as Fanny was planning to go online to look for game cheats, the green letter's message alert tone rang out abruptly. Ding, ding, ding. Who's sending a message so early? Puzzled, Van Eyck opened the green letter. Aha! Surprisingly, it's Boss Chow? 4:30 in the morning. Boss Chow actually sent 2 PDF files about the revised program for the glass factory. Workshop environmental improvement at the Wafu glass factory. Employee wage adjustment and administration program. At the bottom of the document was a text message from Chow Wang. Boss Fan. The glass factory remodeling plan that I made by staring at the employees at the factory overnight. You can take a look at it first. Ah, doing programs overnight? Fanny unconsciously frowned. Boss Chow's bad habits are really many. Overtime is unethical. This would have been fired at Hoyo. Boss Chow's foundation is too weak. How long is this pop change going to take? How do I feel that the difficulty factor is higher than hitting a big-headed doll? Thinking of this, Fanny suggested in the chat box. It's now 4:30 a.m. Boss Chow. Forcing employees to work overtime all night is a serious problem that needs to be changed as well. To bless the glass factory. Chow Wang, with panda eyes, saw the message sent by Fanny and directly cursed in his heart. He's on fire here in a hurry. And Boss Fan says he can't let his employees work overtime on the program? It's really standing around. Since the strike wasn't with the Woyo buyer's staff, was it? Chow Wan was indignant. If it wasn't for a couple of suggestions from Boss Fan at the meeting yesterday, make this group of workers want to go back to work in the factory. He killed himself not believing he was in his lifetime. It'll raise the workers' salaries to 10,000 a month. Money will be spent to improve the working environment for these workers. Chow Wan wanted to dislike Fanny, but on second thought, he calmed down. He was now willing to follow the suggestions made by Mr. Fan. It's just a matter of cajoling the experienced workers to come back to work as quickly as possible. It's still unknown whether these suggestions from Boss Fan will help the company bring up productivity and performance. And based on Chow Wang's decades of experience in business, the probability of being able to lift it is almost zero. Chow Wang plans to promise the customers goods. One after another delivery is completed. Directly let this group of workers get out. He re-recruited a group of recent graduates. Repua. In his opinion, fresh graduates, a blank sheet of paper, are the best to cheat. Thinking of this, Chow Wang immediately typed in the dialog box. Gaming room. Boss Fan. It's an emergency. Otherwise I wouldn't have let my staff work overtime until so late. Please forgive me. Fanny had just seen Chow Wan's reply. Ding dash. Wang Tian of Bubuko also sent a message. Good morning, Boss Fan. I've asked my staff to organize the information on Bubugao overnight. Take a look. Below the message, a PDF file is attached. Financial and corporate operations of Bubco supermarkets. Fanny glanced at the time with some suspicion. 4:35. It is indeed after 4 a.m. Don't you ever sleep when you're the boss? He was awake on his own because the system had given him the ability to sleep deeply. But how come Chow Wang and Wang Tian don't sleep? Fanny looked at the selfie avatars of the two. Chow Wang and Wang Tian were both small-eyed, slightly built older men. Both, either because of the company's woes, are having trouble sleeping. Either that or it's because you're older and don't need to sleep for long periods of time. Thinking of this, Fanny opened the PDF file of Bubugao by hand. However, it was less than a second. The system's beeps then reached his ears. Host, how dare you work during recreation time? Please host receive an electric shock. Fogweed. How could I forget this? The extra 4 hours of deep sleep can only be used for recreation. If used for work, it will be penalized. Before Fanny could react, a strong current instantly swept through his entire body. Zip, zip, zip. Half a minute passes. Fanny looked numbly at the big blue head monster in the computer screen. What does life really bring to a man? The game can't be beat. Work won't allow it. Read a file and get tasered? While this was going on, the system alert once again came into the ears. Ding, host, time-limited mission. Pass the first level of Black Myth by 8 a.m. For an increase in leisure and entertainment value. Fanny stretched out his tingling fingers and silently slid his cell phone. Searching for game cheats. Chapter 180, a punch to swing you 2 miles away. 8 o'clock in the morning. A ray of sunlight shone through a gap in the curtains and hit the room floor directly. Ding! A crisp beep snapped. Congratulations to the host for passing the first level of Black Myth Goku. Leisure and entertainment value +5. Current leisure and recreation value, 10 out of 100. Fanny opened his arms and stretched. Phew, the first hurdle. Finally. It was at this moment that the system's beep came again. Congratulations to the host. The personal body strength value has increased at the same time with it, having risen from 6/300 to 11/300. As soon as the words fell, a familiar and warm warmth instantly surged into Fanny's right arm, nourished by warm currents. His right arm was also infused with great power just like his left arm before. The biceps on his left arm began to bulge gradually and visibly. Before long, both of Fanny's arms were filled with a sense of strength. Compare it to a thin dog arm before the strength value was added. It's very different, both visually and tactily. Fanny instantly jumped up from his gaming chair. He moved his muscles a few times and pondered in his mind. Try the strength of both arms now first. Can you lift up this leather couch next to you, please? With that thought, Fanny placed his hands under the leather sofa to the side. He was nervous as hell. Keep in mind that this quality leather sofa set is quite heavy. When it was first moved in, it was carried in by 6 movers with great effort. If you could lift this couch by yourself, the strong effects of that system speak for themselves. Fanny half stood in a horse stance, gradually gathering strength into his arms. He gritted his teeth and gave it his best shot, huffing and puffing. The all-leather sofa set was literally lifted by him alone. Fanny was filled with dismay. The strength seems to be too much. The couch set doesn't seem that heavy. Van Eyck slowly let go of one hand. Amazing scene. Once again, he was actually able to lift the couch with one hand alone. Fogweed. It can't be, Fanny exclaimed incredulously. He was seen constantly alternating between raising and lowering his two hands. Raising and lowering. The expression on Fanny's face changed from the nervousness he felt at the beginning to a look of delight. A couch that I thought would take a lot of strength to lift. I didn't expect it to lift effortlessly. A couch that you couldn't lift with two hands before. Now, not only can you lift it with one hand, it's actually incredibly easy. Fanny put down the sofa in his hands and walked quickly toward the full body mirror standing at the entrance foyer in a hurry. He rolled up his sleeves, looked in the mirror and got the most classic bodybuilding look. The forearms of both arms were slowly bent to 90 degrees at the same time. All the power is concentrated in the two big arms. This time, the biceps, like blocks of stone, instantly bulged. Muscle lines under the skin, clearly highlighted. The muscle peaks look, more than anything, exceptional. Looking at himself in the mirror, Fanny was delighted and asked in a somewhat fluttering manner, "How about it? Unico, your dad's biceps are okay this time, aren't they terribly strong?" The system made a cut sound and teased, "Che, that's about it. One punch could just swing me 2 miles. Fanny bared his teeth and his bodybuilding look broke instantly. Van Eyck lifted his head and examined himself in the mirror. That's when I realized that he looks like he's been working out except for his biceps. Still not much muscle elsewhere. Fanny thought darkly, when the body is fully strong. Gotta whip this system out 200 miles. 9:30 in the morning. The sunlight pours through the windows and pours into every corner of the room, draping the entire space in a soft veil of light. The streets were filled with the noisy chatter of people, and the roar of cars from time to time. Fanny was still sitting leisurely on the gaming chair, fully focused on playing Black Goku. Today, Tuesday, Wagamama is closed for the day. He planned to refer to the gameplay guide posted by the webcaster, and beat Black Goku in one fell swoop today. At that exact moment, Green Letter's message tone sounded slightly abruptly. Ding 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 ding. Fanny slid the screen of his cell phone and opened the Green Letter. Aha! It was a voice message from Chao Wang. Fanny clicked play, and Chao Wang's voice then came into his ears. Boss Fan, have you seen the remodeling plan for the glass factory? What do you think of it? Can it be implemented? Before Fanny could reply, as if Wang Tian had discussed with Chao Wang, he followed suit and sent a message. Boss Fan, do you know the specifics of Bubugo? How about it? Do you have a plan? When are you going to come to Xi'an province? Fanny's heart grew bored as he listened to the 6 questions from these two men. Chao Wang and Wang Tian's tone. Why did it sound so much like his pickpocket boss in his last life? Has the program been changed? Can you come to the office now? You're leaving just as you get off work? Why didn't you reply in time to the message you sent last night? In his last life, Fanny's boss often used this tone to pressure him and force him to work overtime. Fanny suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and pressed the recording to reply the same words to the two men respectively. I'm sorry, it's Tuesday, our company is closed, so we'll talk about work tomorrow at work. Fanny's tone was dry and his voice cold, sounding completely non-negotiable. Just after sending the message, Fanny plunged into Black Goku's game once again. He made up his mind. It's a day of rest. It's imperative to get through Black Goku. No one can stop him, even if Ka comes. Nor could he stop his determination to pass Black Goku today. However, while this was happening, the green letter beeps went off one after the other. Ding, ding, ding. Fanny couldn't help but frown and complain. TCH, there's an end to it. If you push me any further, I'll pull the plug. However, when Fanny opened the green letter, what I saw instead was a voice message from Puffy, and a couple cute emoticons. Fanny was instantly delighted. For a moment, the joy that was hard to hide on Fanny's face contrasted sharply with the impatience that filled his face just now. Fanny couldn't wait to hit play on the voice message from Puffy. Puffy's milky voice came out of the phone. Uncle Fan, I don't want to go to kindergarten today. Daddy's not home. Mama is going to the hospital in a while to take pictures and do a checkup. Can you accompany me to the playground to play Listening to Puffy's soft voice, a bright smile blossomed on Fanny's face, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising slightly. He replied in an extremely soft voice. Okay, yeah, Puffy, I'm going to drive over and pick you up right now, okay? Fanny had just shown an extremely bored and businesslike attitude towards Chow Wang and Wang Tian, and when confronted with Puffy's requests, he became very gentle and patient, responding to all requests. The stark contrast in attitudes is immediately apparent. Van Eyck shut down Black Goku without a second thought. You're like a fire in that winter. He hummed a little tune as he thought in his mind. Puffy is much more important than a Game Pass. Chapter 181, I've seen those who died of exhaustion at work, but I've never seen those who died of starvation without work. You do. A street called Two Cuts River. Van Eyck steadily drives the safest Volvo. Puffy sat in the back child seat, bobbing her head and babbling children's songs, while waiting at a stoplight. The little guy with Nez's head pulled on the car window and said in a milky voice to the driver of the next car, Uncle, hello, I'm 5 years and 1 month old. The Mediterranean uncle next door turned his head to see Puffy and his heart was instantly adorable. Puffy asked in a childish voice, Uncle, what are you going for? The Mediterranean driver next door responded with a big, happy grin. Go to work. Happy at work? The driver forced a smile, a flash of adult helplessness in his eyes. Whirling around, he grinned again and responded in a relaxed tone. Of course I'm happy. He. Puffy said with an arched eyebrow and a carefree smile. Uncle, I wish you good health and happiness every day. The driver's uncle also responded with a loving face. Thank you. Fanny watched through the rearview mirror as Puffy chatted with the driver next door and lamented in his heart. Human character must be innate. This little guy, he's been a social cow since he was a kid. Fanny's thoughts were gradually pulled back to 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he took 3-year-old Puffy out for a playdate. On the way, we encountered police officers in police cars, escorting prisoners. 3-year-old Puffy asked the police directly, as she was doing now, picking at the window and softly, Uncle Cop, I'm obedient. Will you arrest me? While this was going on, the little guy flashed his big, adorable eyes. Uncle Fan, can I listen to the radio? I can hear the radio even when I ride in my dad's car. Fanny looked at the cute little Puffy in the rearview mirror, favored a smile and said gently, yeah, I'll open it now. Sound of. As Fanny pressed the button, the current sound of the radio instantly came from the car stereo. Fanny instantly remembered the feeling of being punished by the system's electric shock, only to see him sit bolt upright as if on bar reflex. Puffy asked curiously, tilting her fleshy little face, Uncle Van, what's wrong with you? Fanny then reacted, it's okay. Van Eyck immediately switched to the radio station. Puffy suggested like a little adult, let's listen to Yudu's hottest 92.6. Good. After a brief operation by Fanny, 92.6 Hz was displayed on the screen. All of a sudden, a male anchor's lazy voice came over the radio. Hello everyone. Yawn. The male anchor yawned without a care in the world. Fanny couldn't help but be a little curious. Radio time yawns. This male anchor has quite a unique style. At that exact moment, the green light came on, and Fanny finished shifting gears, held the steering wheel, and continued driving. The male anchor on the radio had an extremely lethargic tone. Hello, I'm Lazy Cancer, and welcome to the Like Lazy Cancer radio program. Lazy Cancer? Fanny looked slightly surprised. Is that the name of the radio anchor? It's kind of fun. On the radio, Lazy Cancer spoke in a calm tone of voice about tigers and wolves. Why did you choose to do this show? Because I only work 1 day a week for 2 hours a day. This length of commute is super in line with my Lazy Cancer temperament. Lazy Cancer spilled a smile. My motto in life is, I've seen people die of exhaustion at work. I've never seen people starve to death if they don't work. I only work 2 hours a week, and I have no regrets in this life. Hearing this, Fanny couldn't help but be amused and burst out laughing. People are as they are. This lazy cancer anchor is kinda funny. Then the lazy cancer's vocal tone snapped and suddenly shifted to a standard podcast accent. The auspicious time has come to depart for work. Now it's up to me to bring you the big news of the week. Fanny couldn't help but be attracted by the sound shift of the lazy cancer. On the radio, lazy cancer wordily announces the news. This week, the domestic game Black Myth, Goku, in the Steam game platform, the single-day cumulative sales exceeded 24 million copies, and the positive feedback rate is as high as 95.33%. This game showcases the extremely strong cultural attributes of daxia. It has been proven that if you do a good job of making fine products, you will be recognized by the market. Before Fanny could respond, the lazy cancerous voice switched back to casual looseness. As an aside, I'm rather lazy and lazy to look up cheats, so I'm still stuck on big heads for 2 weeks. Fanny laughed. In this moment, the laziness of lazy cancer suddenly materialized. After a brief pause, lazy cancer continues to switch back to the announcing chamber to broadcast the second story. At 7 o'clock last night, the official account of Farmer's Fist released an important notice. The notice announced to the public that Farmer's Fist will launch low-priced green bottles of purified water today. Sugar Chung herself posted on her social media accounts to promote the fact that the green bottle is a bit sweet and the red bottle is healthier. However, a photo of Jong Sugo drinking Waha went viral on the internet, sparking anger among netizens. Many netizens claimed that they would never buy Farmer's Fist even if the price was lower. As of now, the sales of non-fusion Fist green bottle water are extremely dismal. Other types of beverages from Farmer's Punch saw an 80% drop in one-day retail sales. Non-fuse Anquin's stock price continued to plummet, and Jong Sanchin's wealth shrank by $220 billion in one day. A large number of non-fuse Anquin employees, dissatisfied with Jong Sujin's forced resignation, have now gone on a collective strike. Hearing all this, Fanny's heart actually had no ripples. The result of the Farmer's Fist was completely expected. Daisuke Chung still thinks that employees and consumers are as gullible now as they were decades ago. Still think to get some capital marketing gimmick, consumers can easily fall for it. A little trickery and the employees will be forever subservient. Unbeknownst to me, this is long past the time when information was closed. The internet has a memory. All the bad behavior of Daisuke Chung. It led to an outright collapse of trust in his employees and consumers. Today, Van Eyck has a deeper understanding of the relationship between bosses, employees, and consumers. To him, this three-way running relationship is actually a lot like a couple falling in love. The most important thing in the relationship must be the trust between each other, because once trust collapses, all that's left is doubt and suspicion. Whatever the other person says feels like a lie. Saying anything feels like a lie. That would be the impression that the non-Fusion employees and the general public have of Osamu Chung. Thinking of this, Fanny couldn't help but read in his heart. Daiso Chung is always trying to make a fatter life for himself by deceiving the public and squeezing his employees. Essentially, that's all inherent weakness. Only people who are weak on the inside need to show how awesome they are by crushing others. Unbeknownst to him, he himself, who used bad tactics to sabotage the three-way run, was the most one. Capitalists who dig their own graves like this will be destroyed sooner or later. On the radio, Lazy Cancer's voice was full and his tone subdued as he broadcast the third news item. The 2 new stores will open for trial operation tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. An official announcement from Hoyo Purchase said yesterday. The 2 new stores are located in Chapter 182. Let you open a new store. You reverse Pua? On the radio, the voice of the Lazy Cancer first became like that of the Osamu of the Land of Small Days. Moxie? Immediately after that, the Lazy Cancer transformed into the charming Mr. Wah again in seconds. Blah, yes Mola. Puffy in the back row thought it was funny and reached out her little hand to cover her mouth. Giggling. Fanny, in the driver's seat, was astonished. Is this the magic of voice acting? This guy, people are lazy, but the vocal lines switch so freely. Bullseye. If Wang Si Onion was here, he must not shout out. Born with the sacred body of voice actors. At that moment, the sound of paper turning pages came over the radio, and Lazy Cancer sounded puzzled. It's not right. In the announcement of Wuiwa Shopping, it only said that the new stores are located in Yudu Xinjiang City and Xinjiang City. The exact location of the new store was not announced. Did the director get my press release wrong? I'll ask. Hey, forget it. Lazy Cancer once again reverted to a lethargic voice. Weirdly annoying. Don't ask. Just put it together and broadcast it. Lazy Cancer cleared his throat. I'll take a drink first. However, A full half-minute passed. Surprisingly, there was no sound on the radio. Little Puffy cocked her little nose ahead. Uncle Fan, why is there no sound? Just as Fanny was about to check it out, Lazy Cancer's magnetic announcing accent came slowly from the radio. In its announcement, Hoyo Purchase specifically emphasized that both new stores are trial operations. There are no promotions or discounted items during the trial period of the new store. Due to inventory, $2.50 worth of homebrewed craft beer will be sold for the first 3 days of the new store's opening. The beer is not discounted or discounted. 3 days later, Yudu's old shop will also be shelving the craft beer. Both new stores are for trial operation. Please consume rationally and refuse to blindly follow the trend. Lazy Cancer read the press release, his doubts deepening in his mind. He couldn't help but change his voice from a full-on announcer's accent to a clueless, proper voice. Radio 92.6, Booth 1. Lazy Cancer topped off with lazy curls and confusion. The first time Wagyu Shopping opened a branch. Do not vigorously publicize even if. How dare you make an announcement to discourage people from blindly following the trend? What kind of strange operation is this for Boss Fan? He never previews press releases before the show airs because he's lazy. However, viewers do like him because of his casual and loose personality. So the station didn't bother with him. Could it really be that the director got the press release wrong? Lazy Cancer secretly wondered. He quietly pulled out his cell phone. When he saw that the announcement he had just read was completely true, his entire body instantly froze. Can't it be that Boss Fan is just as lazy and cancerous as he is? Too lazy to run an event, so simply advise customers not to come? After determining that the press release was true, Lazy Cancer took to the microphone and continued the broadcast. In the Volvo, listeners, the program continues. Yawn dash. Lazy Cancer yawned again. A number of netizens said that they could not understand the announcement of Hoyo Purchase. Farmer's Fist spreads a lot of propaganda to persuade customers to buy more. Instead, Hoyo Purchase advises customers to buy less and not to follow the trend blindly. Lazy Cancer proudly explained. In response, Lazy Cancer believes that the greatest virtue of contemporary youth is laziness. Van, as a young generation owner, must be as lazy as we are in planning promotions. That's why this announcement is being made, to advise people not to follow the trend and not to expect anything from the new store. Hearing this, Fanny smiled bashfully. Lazy Cancer's explanation was right up his alley. Customers should never follow blindly. Don't ever come to the store in a flurry of cards. On the radio, Lazy Cancer spoke in a lazy tone. However, a number of residents near the new store online have already posted photos and videos of the new storefront and its exact location on social media. 2 new stores at Wojiata Purchase, according to the residents' locator, are located at. Hearing this, Fanny's heart instantly rose to his throat. He really didn't want to reveal the exact location of the new store in the press. Residents are far less influential than the media. Fanny perked up his ears, fearing that Lazy Cancer would burst out the exact location of the 2 new stores the next second. Lazy Cancer, however, lazes the way. Forget it, the location info is too long and lazy. You guys can find it yourselves online. Fanny was relieved. Phew. In fact, the publicity department has already planned the publicity for the new store. But management ultimately decided not to publicize the new store. Van Eyck didn't want to expose the location of the new store to the media. Don't want to run promotions at the new store. There are 2 reasons why you don't want to heavily promote your new store. First, he's afraid of too many customers coming to the new store tomorrow. Employees' work pressure can increase steeply as a result. His original reason for opening the new store. It was meant to ease the pressure of the sudden increase in passenger traffic. Allow employees to work as easily as they did before the program aired. If you are organizing a promotional event, then get the media to make a big deal out of it. More out-of-towners will surely follow the trend to hit up the new store. By then, instead of successfully decentralizing the traffic, it will have increased en masse. Employee stress is bound to increase with it. Second, because 2/3 of the new store's employees are new. Granted, they're all over the top, but after all, it is a newbie. And the business is not likely to be as skillful as a veteran employee. When there's a lot of traffic, new employees can't help but get nervous and make mistakes. This will be more than worth the cost as the reputation of Hoyo Purchase slips. Therefore, Fanitsai decided to send out an announcement to inform customers that there were no promotions and not to follow the trend blindly. He wants to use this to lower customer expectations. Ensure that employees can work more easily. Just have to maintain the current flow of customers first. Even if you don't publicize it, the number of customers will slowly increase afterward. Sister Wang from the finance department has calculated that the current customer flow is completely sufficient to support 3 stores. As she waited for the red light, Puffy in the back pressed down on the window again, her 2 little hands picking at it. This time, before she could speak, the driver of the next car, wearing sunglasses, was heard saying to the passenger side, the exquisitely dressed woman, "Wife, let's not go to the new Hoyo shop tomorrow. The radio just now said that there are no promotions at all for the new store." The woman looked in the vanity mirror of the sun visor on the passenger side center. Before, Boss Fan felt that customers waited too long and gave a 10% discount. "I was going to go to the new store to buy more jewelry, makeup, and stuff. Who knew there would be no activity at all at the new store? I think Lazy Cancer just said there was a beer." The woman took out her air mattress and touched up her makeup. "Doesn't Lazy Cancer still say no discounts or deals on beer? 3 days from now, we'll have the old Yudu store too. You're in a hurry for those 3 days?" The man in sunglasses shook his head. "Okay, we won't go to the new store then. I'm guessing it's not as good as the old one. That's why Boss Fan made a special announcement to advise us not to follow the trend." Hearing this, the corners of Fan Yi's mouth rose slightly. Other owners play marketing in Pua. He's different. He plays reverse Pua, based on Lazy Cancer and the couple in the car next door. This reverse Pua, it's pretty successful. Chapter 183, Playing Carousel, Receiving Fraudulent Phone Calls. The sun was blazing at 2 in the afternoon. Inside the president's office of Nangfu Zangquan, it was cold. Unlike other president's office hanging virtue, serenity, etc., full of the cultural heritage of Daxia calligraphy works. Here, after all, hangs a smooth-lined, razor-sharp samurai sword from the land of small days. The shiny blade glistened with a grim, cold light. Suguru-chang sat at the desk below the katana. He wasn't wearing his glasses. His eyes looked a little distorted, and the reddened nose rest marks on the bridge of his nose were clearly visible. Phew! Jong Sugo exhaled a mouthful of white smoke, and the rising smoke was like his chaotic thoughts at the moment. He held a cigar in one hand and slid his cell phone with the other. The whole state of the man looked slightly disoriented. Shares plummeted. Products are lagging. Employees strike. This series of questions was like a heavy yoke, weighing him down. He was really in over his head right now. He felt as if he were in the middle of a raging maelstrom of public opinion that was difficult to extricate himself from. It was at this time that Zhong Sanshan saw on her cell phone that Wuiwa Shopping opened a new store. But there was no announcement of promotional activities. Zhong Sugo's eyes instantly lit up. He excitedly puffed on his cigar and leisurely exhaled a wisp of white smoke. Then he let out a few slightly perverted laughs. Immediately, Zhong Sugo picked up the landline on the table again and snapped, "Come in." With a soft thud, the assistant carefully pushed open the office door. That slight sound was like a thunderclap in this oppressive atmosphere. The assistant's footsteps were light. He was afraid that he would make a single mistake at this point in his life. John Sugi put on his glasses and looked like he was winning. "Now you find a way to call that Van Eyck." The assistant stood coyly in front of the desk, though he didn't know why Zhong Sugi asked him to call Fanny. But he was too pressed to inquire now. In Chun Sugiya's current state, if he dares to say one more word, Chung Suguru might even flay him alive with that katana on the wall. At that exact moment, Zhong Sugo suddenly put down the cigar in his hand and got up to take down the katana hanging on the wall. The assistant's heart sank so hard that her legs trembled uncontrollably and slightly. Suguru Zhong sat back in his office chair and unsheathed his sword. He was seen reaching out and carefully sliding his fingers over the blade. "There are no promotions for the new stores in Wuyubai. It must be because Fan Yi's flamboyance has offended this group of brand owners. So everyone is ostracizing him and not giving him preferential treatment." Zhong Suguru flicked at the surface of the blade. The katana vibrated slightly, making a buzzing sound. The voice seemed to warn of something. Zhong Sugo whispered, "Now you find a way to call that Van Eyck. Let's just say we're celebrating his opening of a new store with a special promotion for Hoyo purchase. Buy 1 bottle and get 1 free on all Farmers Punch drinks." Watching Suguru Zhong fiddle with his katana, the assistant was nervous, a fine cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Zhong Sugo raised her head and looked at her assistant with an expressionless face. The assistant pulled out her cell phone and dialed with slightly trembling fingers. The playground, a place of laughter. Puffy was sitting on the merry-go-round, happy. The brilliant colors and cheerful music seemed to bring her into a fairy tale world. "Uncle Van, I'm going to ride that blue wooden horse later." Puffy pointed to a carousel and prayed. Fan Yi's eyes were dull, his expression numb. This little guy, he just loves to play on the merry-go-round. He's a big man who's been on the carousel with him 8 times. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I wait for you again. Fan Yi's phone suddenly rang. but the music on the carousel is too loud. Fanny, who was sitting on top, didn't hear the bell at all. Farmer's Fist, President's Office. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not answered at the moment. Please dial again later. Sorry. The assistant's hands couldn't help but tremble. Even after the human voice is finished, there is a beep on the other end of the line. The assistant wasn't quite brave enough to take the phone away from her ear. He glanced at Jong Sugo, who had extremely low air pressure, and fear grew in his heart. Suddenly, the assistant had a flash of insight and said to herself, Boss Fan. Hello, I'm Mr. Jong's assistant. Yeah, it's Farmer's Fist. The assistant pointed to the phone. Jong Sugo's eyes signaled him to continue. Boss Fan. Congratulations, the new store of Wuiwa Shopping opens tomorrow. Shuda. To celebrate the opening of your new store, we've come out with a special offer. You can buy one get one free at your store for all Farmer's Punch drinks. With an event of this magnitude, there's bound to be a lot of shoppers snapping them up. The assistant looked to Suguru Jong. Jong Sugo nodded in satisfaction. However, just then, the assistant's phone rang unexpectedly loud and out of place. Jong Sugo instantly raged with anger. This gooby assistant is playing him? It's a real bear's guts. Jong Sugi jumped straight up from his office chair, just as he pointed to his assistant's nose and was about to sternly reprimand him. The assistant, however, calmly picked up the phone and apologized. Sorry, Boss Fan. Just now my face accidentally touched the hang-up button. Jong Sancho's temper instantly faded by half. He brought the finger he had just extended back up to scratch his head, and sat back down in his chair. The assistant mentally rejoiced. It's really like being with a tiger, and a perverted tiger. Can't play this one without some brains. Playground. Fanny held Puffy and stood beside the carousel, looking at the just connected phone with a puzzled face. Who is this guy? Face accidentally touching the hang-up button? Is that how scam calls start these days? Just as Fanny was planning to hang up the phone, on the other end of the line, the voice came again. Boss Fan, we were just talking about putting Farmer's Fist drinks in your new store. Buy one get one free. Where? Your new store opening. This is what our brand should do. We definitely have to help you publicize the new store. Fanny was confused in place. He understood every word the man said. How do you connect the dots and not understand it at all? When did he ever talk to this guy? What buy one get one free? Farmer's Fist, President's Office. The assistant had to put her cell phone on speakerphone at Jong Sancho's request. Unfortunately, just after turning on the speakerphone, Fanny on the other end of the line spoke faintly. Which one of you? The assistant rushed back. Mr. Fan, you're a nobleman. I'm Mr. Jong's assistant. I just got off the phone with you. On the other end of the phone, came the young girl's tender voice. Uncle Van, when are we going to ride that blue pony? Now. The assistant saw this and hastily raised her voice. Mr. Fan, please think about it. All of our non-Fushanquan drinks will be buy one get one free in your new store. This is unprecedented. No consideration. Fanny, who was busy taking Puffy on the blue pony, actually hung up the phone without hesitation. Chapter 184, Robbing the Rich to Help the Poor. The big bad wolves are all dragged out to be shot. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The afterglow of the setting sun gently spills over the fun-filled playground. Van Eyck sat frozen on the merry-go-round. The merry-go-round is slowing down. Puffy spoke in a milky voice. Uncle Fan, I'm so happy today. I'm just a little hungry. Let's go eat, okay? Van Eyck instantly came to life. Yeah, let's go get Puffy's favorite chowder. Van Eyck was overjoyed. Finally, no more carousel rides. My legs are numb from sitting. Meanwhile, the magic capital, Kyoto, Guangdong capital, and Pengcheng. These 4 first-tier cities, the busiest downtown areas. Marches and protests of different sizes have broken out. The city center is densely populated. The streets were bustling with people. Many of the batterers pulled up protest banners and held up protest signs. They were emotionally stirred and surging, shouting at the top of their lungs, support the national implementation of the Hoyo purchase management system. We just want warm businesses. Didn't you say you were promoting a management system for champions? Why hasn't it been promoted yet? If you can't afford to play, don't play. Despite being in the center of the city with all the traffic and hustle and bustle, the protests at the march, however, remained extraordinarily loud. With each loud protest, the city's already strained sense of order was being constantly shaken. Numerous passers-by had been attracted to the rousing sound. They can't help but stop for this. They didn't hesitate to join in. The ranks of the protests grew. Within moments, the armed police of the 4 cities were quickly mobilized on all fronts. They were armed with submachine guns and stood tall, neatly lined up on both sides of the street. That majesty was as solid as a fortified wall, sturdily maintaining order at the protest site, Kyoto Town Hall. This is the most important meeting place for the leaders of Dacia. It is also the seat of the highest authority in Dacia. At this moment, the leaders of Dacia were sitting around a wide conference round table. The head Zhang sits at the main seat of the conference table. He was seen crossing his fingers on the table, his solemn demeanor unruffled. Next to the head Zhang, the national flag of Dacia was erected high. On the wall above the head Zhang, the national emblem of Dacia hangs. The whole picture looks majestic and solemn. The party secretary of the National Revenue Service was the first to speak. From a tax point of view, the national implementation of Hoyo purchase can, to a certain extent, solve the problem of tax evasion and leakage by certain enterprises. Those who make money in Dacia but run abroad to squander it. It's really time to fix them. Some of the leaders nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately afterwards, the party secretary of the Department of Business Regulation followed suit. The phones at the Department of Regulation are ringing off the hook with those protesters today. It's all about coming in and complaining about why they don't implement the Hoyo purchase employee management system. The leaders listened with a helpless look on their faces. The scenes from yesterday's program broadcast and Hyatt's meeting still seem to come back clearly. The images of the entrepreneurs, led by Zhong Sanzho, leaving in droves seem to still be dangling in front of their eyes. At the moment, the leaders in the conference room were in a dilemma. They know very well that the management model of Hoyo purchase is detrimental to the interests of that group of capitalists. Let these capitalists give up their own interests and autonomously adopt the management style of Hoyo purchase. Obviously it's not possible. But what gives them a headache is if they can't do the national implementation of the Hoyo purchase. The crowds of trouble and protest are bound to grow. If it is not handled well and the disturbed masses reach a certain number, they are bound to revolt. The underclasses revolted and the country was in turmoil. This was the last result they wanted. Granted, they're all top people, but there is no bottom commoner, no bottom stable root. What's the use of them? The top group? He will be left unattended. The top layer will also cease to exist. At this point, the representative of the military council said solemnly, "If you ask me, this matter must be resolved by force. The new age replaces the old, and if force is not used, it will not solve the problem at all." The secretary of the Enterprise Oversight Authority hastily shook his head and retorted, "Force is not desirable. First, the lessons of history have taught us, once force is used, the situation will become totally uncontrollable, and human nature cannot be tested. Second, we must not use force on our own soil." The leaders nodded in agreement. The secretary of the Enterprise Oversight Authority spoke in hushed tones. Hoyo Shopping is a superstore in a Tier 4 city. It's still an open question whether its management model is really adaptable to all other cities and all types of businesses. Our best course of action now should be to observe first and give Harmony purchase help in the dark. Inside the conference room, the leaders, after some heated discussions, the State Enterprise Oversight Authority, immediately released an official announcement on its official website. Announcements. Hoyo Purchase was the winner of the Pick a Good Company program. However, Hoyo Purchase's employee management system, which is relatively new, is in great contradiction with the current system of most companies. Therefore, as far as the implementation of the Hoyo staff management system is concerned, it is necessary to proceed in a gradual and step-by-step manner. We first set up the Fugless factory and the Bubuko supermarket as the pilot sites for the implementation of the Hoyo purchase management system. If the 2 pilot rollouts are successful, we will step up our efforts to monitor other enterprises and gradually launch a wider rollout. Netizens blew up straight away when they saw the announcement. They were divided on this announcement. Brothers, I don't believe it. Do you? To put it bluntly, it's just moving some people's cake, trusting the state. The state must have its own considerations. I can wait, but my wallet can't. Suggesting that the state directly rob the rich to help the poor and give us a share of the wealth that those capitalists have squeezed out of us. Unless all the evil capitalists are dragged out and shot, it can only be done one step at a time. Other side. In a group called Brothers and Sisters who organized to go to the new store in Hyatt Regency, the group owner made a group announcement. The location of the new Wagyu shop store has now been identified by a search of the neighborhood. The buses have also been arranged for the high-speed train and airport stations in Xinjiang City and Xinjiang City tomorrow. Just show the driver this group and you can go straight to the bus and the driver will bring everyone to the 2 new stores for free. After posting the announcement, the group leader types in the chat box, "Free buses for everyone." for no other reason than to make money with Hoyo purchase. I want to make the model of Hoyo purchase spread nationwide as soon as possible. In the group, others read the announcement and replied, a city full of Hakubas. Okay, thanks groupie. Groupie USKR nice guy. Molly sugar free. Hello, are there any sisters from Psycheo? We're going together tomorrow. The promise of the falling cherry tree. Congratulations to all of you who are on the verge of realizing the freedom to purchase with Hyatt. The number of people in this chat group. From the very beginning there were less than 10. Gradually it grew to dozens. Another 100 were instantly surpassed. It didn't take long to reach the maximum number of people in the group. The group owner had to reopen the new group. These out-of-town customers, who will be arriving at the new store tomorrow, also created their own slogan. Rational spending. It doesn't exist. Blind followers must exist. Chapter 185 First day on the job. No blessed hard feelings. You do. The night is late. Fanny had long since huffed and puffed in his bed. Taking your kids to the playground can be a physical endeavor. It's just after 12 in the morning. The deep sleep time on the virtual panel then grows gradually as time passes. 4 hours later. The next day, 4 a.m. Van Eyck snapped awake. He got up and walked straight to the gaming room, playing Black Goku, which he hadn't cleared yet. 9:30 in the morning. Shinsho City and Xinjiang City. The sunlight spilled softly over the streets. Pedestrians rushed through the streets and alleys. Vehicles were moving in an orderly fashion on the road. The whole city gradually came to life. There are no gongs and drums or firecrackers to celebrate the opening of Hoyo. 2 new stores just opened quietly. 2 security guards, dressed in overalls, slowly opened the gate from the inside. When they saw the scene outside the door, they instantly froze in place. Inside the mall, the cashiers and janitors near the front door were also completely confused, only to see outside the door. The crowd is crowded. That dense crowd seems to be a sea that can't see the edge. How could the old staff not expect that the new store would have more customers than the old one? The crowds after the old shoppers burst into flames were comparable to a 6A attraction. But now the flow of new visitors is, visually, at least 3 6A attractions. The tourists completely ignored the amazement of the employees. They swarmed like a tidal wave. Doors open at 9:30. It wasn't even 9:31 and all the employees were already busy. Meanwhile, Fanny's car was parked on the road opposite Hoyu Shopping. Van Eyck was in the driver's seat. The old store's traffic has, indeed, declined. Fanny was satisfied. Looks like the reverse PUA on the customer was a success. The portion of the old store's reduced traffic should have gone to the new store. There's no big promotion, and there shouldn't be a particularly large number of new customers. This way, employees can be less stressed when their work is shared. After that, the traffic from the old store is then dispersed to a portion of the new store. Employees will be able to go back to the relaxed working conditions that existed before the Wagyu shopping explosion. Thinking of this, Fanny couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. He thought he was a genius. It's amazing that you can come up with reverse PUA. It was at this moment that a system beep sounded in Fanny's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 2 new stores have opened. Store uptime count +2. Current store run count. 3 out of 100. Personal physical strength value follows +2. Currently, 13/300. Aha! Fanny, who looked down and examined his entire body, was puzzled. The body doesn't seem to have changed much. Where is the increase in strength value? This time? Boom! Van Eyck pulled the leather strap on the waist of his pants and looked in curiously. It hasn't changed either. Strange. Fanny searched for a long time, but still couldn't find where the muscles had enlarged. He got out of the car resentfully, intending to go into the store and inspect it for a while before returning to the office. However, just after getting out of the driver's seat, Fanny immediately realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be some kind of extra perceptible power in his hips. Snap dash. He slapped his left buttock with a resilient slap. Fogweed. The increases in the gluteus maximus? Van Eyck slapped his other hand on his right hip. Turns out the value is +2. The 2 gluteus maximus muscles are +1 each. At the moment, there was clearly no wind outside, but for some reason, Fanny, who had both hands on his hips, was in the wind. What is this system thinking? What's he doing with such a big ass for a big man? The system's explanation came into the ear. Host, a man's buttocks are a very important part of his body. Well-muscled buttocks visually lengthen the legs by 5 to 10 centimeters. Van Eyck didn't say anything. The system continues to explain. Studies have shown that men with big, round asses are happier. Only then did Van Eyck remove his hands from his tight ass. Girlfriends don't even have. Xingfu what? You are letting me have no blessings to enjoy hard. You do. And Hyatt purchase. Van Eyck inspects the store. Employees have cast somewhat unspoken glances. A few employees couldn't help but whisper, "Have you guys noticed? Our boss looks like he's different from before." Yes. One looks more refreshed. Is the boss working out? The cuffs of his short sleeves are holding up. And that. One employee pointed to his ass. A few of the others puffed and nodded frantically for seconds. Fanny snapped to see Jiangxi standing at the cash register. Aha! This cashier seems to be a tester at the game. Fanny walked toward Jiangxi. Hello, if I remember correctly, your name is Jiangxi, right? Jiangxi was thrilled to see Fanny. Aha! Yeah, how's it going? Are you settling in at work? Van Eyck was smiling. Jiangxi was obviously a bit nervous and stuttered a bit in her speech. Quite. Okay, today. First day on the job. Fanny smiled bashfully. Don't be nervous, there aren't as many customers today as there were the last 2 days, and some of them have been dispersed to the new store. When you're free at work, just sit in your chair and play on your cell phone for a while. Jiangxi smiled and nodded. It was the first time she had met Boss Fan in person. Boss Fan is really as good as the legend says. At that exact moment, Fanny's green letter ringtone suddenly rang. Aha! A video call from Cho Yon? Fanny immediately picked up the phone. Before Fanny could say anything, Zhao Yong couldn't wait. Boss, how's it going over at the old store? The 2 new stores are full of people. Twice as many as expected. Ha! Fanny was full of doubts. Yang Zhao then switches the lens to the rear camera. Boss, this is a new positive store, and many customers come in groups from out of town. Look, there are so many buses at the entrance. Wave after wave of people are being sent in. I just called and asked the people over at Shinka, and that's what happened. Fanny was dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in his cell phone screen. What's going on? There was clearly no publicity. How are there still so many customers? The promised reverse PUA. Just as Fanny froze, Zhao Yong sounded worried. Boss, if the customers still keep coming in like this, not to mention the new employees, the old ones can't handle it. Fanny turned his head toward the door of the Yuta store. Spinning around, he looked down at his cell phone again. There are a lot of people at the old store, though, but at least, the staff is able to stay busy. Could be new store traffic. From the screen, it's horrible as hell. On top of that, it's only been open for 10 minutes. While this was going on, the cell phone screen in. Another wave of new customers came off the 3 buses. Across the screen, Fanny clearly heard the conversations of several customers. This is the store. I'm going to hit the hair locator. I just saw someone online saying that homebrewed craft beer is mega good. Go, go, go. So many people. Don't get robbed in a while. Van Eyck frowned sadly. Why do I get the feeling that we're sending out this discouragement bulletin for nothing? Chapter 186, Working at Hoyuyu Shopping. You can really be a person. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The hot sunlight poured down on the streets of New Fragrance City. The rush of pedestrians failed to slow down. The spacious road was congested with vehicles. Van Eyck was wearing sunglasses and sitting in a commercial car. 10 minutes had passed and the commercial vehicle had only moved forward 500 meters. Fanny was anxious, but the driver master was humming a little song. Currently, all roads are heavily congested, but the master driver was still in a happy mood, because there was a steady stream of out-of-towners today. He's making a fortune driving a drop. This half-day's income alone can top the usual week's profit. The master driver lamented to himself. All these cars out there should be going to Hoyo for the same thing we are. In my opinion, this one store, Hoyuyu Shopping, is going to revitalize the entire city of Xinjiang. When he said that, the smile that he couldn't hide rippled across his face. With so many outsiders, Boss Fan shouldn't have made much money today. But I'm not jealous of Boss Fan making money. He deserves to make money. Fanny, who was sitting in the back row, had the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. The money is indeed quite profitable. But can the staff stand the overload? 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Vehicles crept slowly forward, one after the other. On the road, Fanny was still sitting in the business car. It is reasonable to say that it only takes half an hour to drive from the high-speed rail station to Xindian. But now an hour has passed. The journey was only halfway through. Fanny was slightly anxious. While this was happening, a system prompt rang in Fanny's ears. Ding! Detected inside the New Fragrance store. A stalker has fainted in the mall due to intense work. Most of the employees' happiness values have been drastically reduced, and the store is -1 to normal functioning numbers. Van Eyck froze. It was obvious to him that something wasn't quite right with his newly acquired arse. Fanny subconsciously reached out and touched his arse. Half flabby. Half tight. Fogweed. Unico. Don't go too far. Who's a good guy? Half the buttocks. Ding. Detected a number of logistics employees working at high capacity in the Xinjiang store, resulting in heatstroke. Many employees' happiness levels have plummeted, and stores are -1 to normal functioning numbers. Not surprisingly, the other half of Van Eyck's buttocks disappeared as well. Van Eyck moved his butt. A sense of loss instantly surged through his heart. At this moment, he deeply realized what it means to not know how to cherish until it is lost. A rounded ass doesn't seem like such a bad thing. At least when you sit, it's flexible and comfortable. Not like the old days, when it made bones choke. Ding. May I ask the host, do you still want a nice ass? If you want it, go solve the problem. Van Eyck shook his head and nodded again. Don't. Hey, that smells good. Van Eyck collapsed his backpack. Master, please pull over. It's too congested. I'd better take a shared electric bike. 4:30 in the afternoon. There was a huge crowd of people in front of the Wuiwei shopping new fragrance store. The crowd was shoulder to shoulder, all of them moving with difficulty. The line was even a kilometer away. Fanny froze not far from the group. This traffic. It's even scarier than it looked on the video call. Dense crowds, crowed heads. It's so dense you can't even watch it. Van Eyck was creeped out. For those who don't know, it's a big cult event. It's horrible. Van Eyck rode his electric bike in a big circle around the road. That's how you get to the back door of the mall, the employee access entrance. While this was going on, the company's specialized medical team carried a stretcher. On the stretcher was the grocer who had just fainted. Van Eyck took off his sunglasses. How's the man doing? The medical team leader looked up. Boss, it's okay, just checked in the break room. Low blood sugar. I think I'm tired. But we were unsure and decided to go to the hospital to have a full checkup in. Van Eyck looked down carefully at the grocer lying on the stretcher. Pale. The lips lose their color. The whole thing looked exhausted. Fanny subconsciously reached out and touched his forehead. You're the new employee called Lu Xingcheng, right? The employee lying on the stretcher nodded slightly. Van Eyck continued. You're on paid vacation until you get well. The best of the best is used in all the regimen products during this period and the cost is fully covered by the company. Lu Xingcheng was a bit surprised. Van Eyck added. Also, your first day on the job. The workload is so heavy. Hard work. The company additionally compensates you another $5,000. Ha! Lu Xingcheng looked stunned, as if he could not believe his ears. It's only his first day at Hoyo. That's how good Boss Fan is to him? In Lu Xingcheng's opinion, he just didn't have an appetite today. It's the low lunch that makes you pass out from hypoglycemia. It's not really much of a big deal anymore. But the medical team not only had to give him a thorough examination, Boss Fan even let him take a paid vacation. The most unexpected thing is that Boss Fan is going to compensate him another $5,000? Is this what he deserves as a cowhorse? Lu Xingcheng was in a bit of a trance. He remembered when he worked at his previous company. One day I was not feeling well and had a fever of 39 degrees 3. The pickpocket boss not only doesn't listen, and forced him to go back to work in the middle of the night. He returned to the company with a high fever to revise the project program. Instead, the owner gave him the spiel that their dog was depressed lately. The cure cost a lot of money. Thinking of this, Lu Xingcheng looked at Boss Fan beside him and scanned around the surrounding medical team. He has been working away from home alone for many years. This is the first time I've been genuinely cared for by my boss, by my co-workers. At this moment, it was as if he had become the happiest beater in the world. Lu Xingcheng waved his hand. Boss Fan, I'm actually fine now. There's no need to go to the hospital. I can go back to my work now. With that, Lu Xingcheng sat up from the stretcher. Fanny gently patted his shoulder. It's not up to you to say whether it's okay or not. It's up to the doctor. What's the point of working when your health is gone? You go to the hospital first for checkups, and if you have any problems, you are relieved to be paid for your recuperation therapy. No problem. You come back to work. Lu Xingcheng's eyes gradually moistened. He lowered his head and held back the tears. What's going on? Probably because he's been a cowhorse for so many years. It's still a bit uncomfortable being a human being at Hoyo Purchase. Inside the mall, Fanny stood at the location of the employee passageway and looked in. The staff was in better shape than he had expected, although they were all exhausted and sweating. But still with a smile on her face, she did her best to serve every customer. Fanny sighed softly. He always felt that his staff had no light in their eyes now, and there was a bit of bitterness mixed in with their smiles. Keep this up. I am afraid that there will be more employees whose health will be affected by intense work. No. Fanny couldn't help but shake his head slightly. How did he not expect the reverse PUA announcement that was released to backfire? But today is not the time for regrets. He had to save his staff from this devilish workload first. Fanny leaned against the wall of the employee passageway. He rested one hand on his cheek and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and walked quickly toward the radio room. Chapter 187, the door is smeared with corkscrew, and the customers can't stop gushing. Radio room. Van Eyck spoke into the microphone, his tone calm. Hello everyone, I'm Van Eyck. Inside the mall. The customers were instantly attracted to hearing Fanny's voice. They stopped what they were doing and whooped in surprise. Boss Fan. I didn't realize that Boss Fan was in this store. Outside the mall. Customers who hadn't yet entered could also clearly hear the voice coming over the radio. I want to go in and get a picture with Boss Fan. Can Boss Fan take care of this? So many people waiting outside. The experience is so bad. The first time I came, the supermarket hadn't even gone in yet, and I was numb in the line outside first. Radio room. Van Eyck continued. Today is the first day of the new store's trial run, and we didn't anticipate so much traffic. I'm really sorry. Out of concern for everyone's safety, as well as the stress of working with our staff, we have decided to start closing stores now. Hearing this, the shoppers inside and outside the mall were in an uproar. Closed? It can't be. It's only the first day of the trial and it's closed? On the radio, Fanny continued in a sincere tone. We chose to close the store for two reasons. Firstly, with so many people gathered together, if this continues, it will easily lead to a stampede. Secondly, our employees are working really hard, and just now there has been an employee who fainted at work. Therefore, for everyone's safety and for the health of our employees, from now on, everyone can only go out and not in. Only out and not in? Upon hearing this, outside the mall, the customers who were lining up instantly exploded. They raised their voices and talked loudly. Why are you not allowed to enter? We came from out of town early in the morning just to show our support for Hoyo purchase. Boss Fan is also doing us a favor. There are too many people. What if there is a stampede? I think he's just protective of his staff, afraid of exhausting them. When you open your door to do business, how can you turn customers away? Does Boss Fan still want to make money? Meanwhile, the new positive store. Zhao Yong was also the first to notify all the customers, on the radio, of the closing of the Xinjiang store. 5:30 in the afternoon. Huayum purchases Xinjiang and Xinjiang stores were forced to close at the same time. Customers from the two new stores are only coming in and out. Outside the door, the large number of customers who had not yet entered, dispersed on this occasion. Inside the door, the workload of the employees gradually decreases. The light in their eyes and the smiles on their faces slowly returned. 7 o'clock in the evening. Udo 92. 6. Director's office. The stage manager looked at the sudden appearance of the lazy cancer with surprise. Lazy cancer. It's not your work time. Why are you here? Station manager, I'm going to add the broadcast. OT? The stage manager's eyes widened in shock, and he was instantly elated inside. Lazy Cancer, with his vocal abilities and unique temperament, has become the station's most popular male anchor. Normally, he explicitly and implicitly begged the Lazy Cancer to broadcast a little longer, but the Lazy Cancer never even agreed. How come you suddenly volunteered for an extra broadcast today? Is it hard to believe that this guy isn't going to lay down flat? The stage manager was inwardly thrilled, but he remained calm on the surface. So, what do you want to broadcast? Lazy Cancer doesn't think twice. Wagyu shopping new store. Surprise once again flooded the stage manager's mind as he heard this. The hottest topic on the internet at the moment is the new Wagamama store. The hottest topics, plus the most popular anchors. The quality of this encore broadcast speaks for itself. The stage manager thinks for a moment. Lazy Cancer, for this extra broadcast, can you bring it live? Lazy Cancer didn't answer. The stage manager spoke tentatively. Nowadays, far fewer people listen to the radio than watch it live. The station is also considering a transition where you just do the radio and broadcast what you want. The live streaming thing, there's operations. You don't have to worry about any. The more the stage manager spoke, the more he lost his breath, and his voice gradually became smaller. Lazy Cancer never agreed to anything the station asked for. This time, I'm afraid. However, Lazy Cancer replied without a care in the world. Whatever. It doesn't bother me anyway. The station manager was overjoyed. Good. You go to Studio 1 first. I'll arrange for someone to come over and start the live broadcast right away. 7:30 p.m. Fighting sound. Udo 92. 6 radio studio. Just after the broadcast started, 11 people rushed in angrily on the air. 3 of them, the station manager, director and operations. They sat across from Lazy Cancer, frowning. Excluding the three of them, the total number of viewers was only 8? How come they're the most famous radio station in YouTube? It's not quite right to open the show with 8 viewers. At this point, Lazy Cancer sits at the radio microphone, languid and loose. He didn't even bother to look at the camera, much less care about the audience size. Lazy Cancer spoke to himself. Hi everyone, I'm Lazy Cancer. Yawn. Today, the new store of WeWay Shopping opened. I think everyone has already swiped on the internet to the scene of crowded scene. For this reason, I would like to put pen to paper and write a catchphrase for the opening of the new store at Hoyo Purchase. A jingle? The station manager, standing behind the camera, was full of anticipation. He'd love to get past the personalities of Lazy Cancer. Opened up the live market for 92.6 radio. Lazy Cancer switches vocals, and a charming podcast accent resonates through the broadcast. The gate is smeared with corkscrew and the customers can't get around the gushing. The few netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly attracted by these words. Corkscrew, can't pocket it, ha ha ha, you're still betting on it. What an apt description. Can't pocket it at all. Anchor, you're a good jingle writer. Are you going to graduate school? Boss fan, I'm the best at shutting down stores with a backhanded laxative. Every day you engage in abstraction. You can't beat you gifted players. You do 92.6 radio live. The gate is smeared with corkscrew and the customers can't get around the gusher. The jingle about the Lazy Cancer putting pen to paper for the new Hoyo Purchase store was uttered not long ago. The popularity of the live broadcast room instantly skyrocketed. In a blink of an eye, the number broke through from the original 8 to 100. Then it rose angrily to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Viewing numbers continue to climb steadily. The station manager was beaming with joy and couldn't help but give Lazy Cancer a thumbs up. Lazy Cancer, the man, is indeed lazy, but as an anchor, absolutely no problem. Not only is it incredibly perceptive, but it also has full voice acting talent. On the road to being an anchor, it's like God is chasing after the food. It was at this point that Lazy Cancer proceeded to speak in a podcast accent, somewhat nonsensically. I can understand why Van closed the store, because I work out 12 hours a day flat on my back.